A once-in-a-century transfer genius awakens as a mere B-rank support healer? When everyone mocks him as trash, Chen looks at the Restoration Master, class and hero of healing, talent on his panel, mutated by the ancient god's blood, and smiles. Healing can copy others' talents? Infinite copying, infinite power. In this life, he will make everyone who looked down on him grovel at his feet. Chen awoke to anxious calls, finding himself reliving his 18th birthday, the day of his class transfer. Memories of his previous life on the god-demon battlefield, betrayal by teammates and a tragic death flooded his mind. The despair and unwillingness were unbearable. But he was indeed reborn. His homeroom teacher, Mr. Lee, noticed his pale face and asked with concern. Chen collected himself and walked towards the transfer formation. Fellow students buzzed with excitement, calling him Yang City's highest aptitude monster, 200 points, and speculating he'd awaken an SSS rank or even a god-tier class. Chen sneered inwardly. In his past life, when he awakened as a B-rank support healer, these cheers instantly turned to derision. He closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, they were filled with indifference. In this life, he would live for himself. The light of the transfer formation intensified. A prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on your successful class transfer. Class, Healing Master. Talent. Chen smiled bitterly, still a support. Suddenly, a harsh electrical sound exploded in his mind. Warning. Unknown energy interference detected. Transfer system experiencing abnormal fluctuations. A drop of blood-red, ancient, and eerily glowing ancient god's blood, the very thing he died fighting for, flashed before him. Had the ancient god's blood brought him back to life? Congratulations on your successful class transfer. Class, Restoration Master. The system prompted again. Chen was speechless. Just a name change? Ding! Talent awakened. Hero of Healing. Chen was stunned. Where was his previous A-rank talent? Heart of Healing. Hero of Healing? Was it really making him the Rod Hero? Both class and talent ranks showed question marks. Chen was bewildered. This seemed to be the effect of the ancient god's blood. Below the stage, disappointment and ridicule erupted like a tide. 200 aptitude points for a support class. Restoration Master? Never heard of it. Must be trash. Mr. Lee also urged him off the stage with disappointment. Chen nodded calmly and walked to the end of his class line. The jeers grew louder, but he was already used to it, his heart unfazed. He opened his character panel. Name, Chen Class, Restoration Master. Level, LV1. HP, 50-50 MP, 1000 Strength, 5 Agility, 5 Spirit, 100 Constitution, 5. Skills, Detection, detects info of targets up to 10 levels higher. Cure, restores 250 HP, 200% Spirit plus 50, Aberrant Effect. CD, 10s, Cost, 20 MP. Talent, Hero of Healing. Skill points, 200. 100 Spirit. His cure skill was also stronger, with an aberrant effect. He looked at the talent description. Hero of Healing, a hero chosen by the ancient god. Under the ancient god's blessing, your talent has reached its peak. Your every support and healing action will bring unexpected effects. Unexpected effects? Chen was puzzled, deciding to test it in a dungeon. The transfer ceremony ended. Chen was about to head to the dungeon hall to find a temporary team. A clear, pleasant female voice called out, Chen. It was Su Jiner, Yang City's second highest aptitude prodigy, 120 points, who had just awakened as an SS rank class Flame Soul Master. In his past life, she had approached him to team up, wanting to help him, but his shattered pride and self-loathing led him to reject her kindness abusively. Chen smiled self-deprecatingly. Su Jiner approached, concerned. Don't listen to them, support classes are crucial. Chen smiled genuinely. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. Thank you for still being willing to talk to me. Su Jiner blushed slightly and tentatively asked if he was going to the novice secret realm, inviting him to join her team which lacked a healer. Chen heart warmed. He knew Su Jiner was helping him. He said self-mockingly, Miss Su's invitation is something I couldn't ask for more. I'm just a trash support now, don't mind me dragging you down. Su Jiner quickly refuted, how could you be trash? You're a genius with 200 aptitude. Chen chuckled, the great genius will have to look after this little support then. Su Jiner, realizing he was joking, agreed to meet at the secret realm entrance in half an hour. Chen went to the dungeon hall, planning to earn some money for equipment by healing others, just like in his past life. He remembered a young master would be seriously injured today. Just as he thought this, an anxious cry echoed, Is there a healing master? Please save my young master. A group carried a near-death, bloodied youth with multiple negative statuses out of the dungeon portal. Chen saw his chance and cast Cure. Green light entered the youth, and a dazzling radiance erupted from him. Chen froze. Ding! Hero of Healing effect triggered. Talent A rank dual casting successfully copied. Congratulations on gaining 6 spirit points. Healing could copy talents? Chen was shocked. He checked his talent description again. It had changed drastically. Hero of Healing? Your every support or healing action has a chance to critically hit, dealing 500% healing effect. When you successfully cast healing or support on a target, you have a 25% chance to permanently copy the target's strongest talent. If you have this talent, it upgrades to LV. 2. A 40% chance to permanently copy one of the target's skills. If you have this skill, it upgrades to LV. 2. And a 60% chance to gain 1 to 3 attribute points. Attribute type equals target's highest attribute. Attribute points x2 for near-death targets. When you trigger a healing critical hit and the healing amount exceeds the target's max HP, it will trigger an afterglow impact, deals 50% of current healing amount as true damage to enemies. When healing critically hits, copy chance is doubled. You gain 1 healing point for each target healed. Copy talents. Copy skills. Gain attribute points. Was this still a support talent? It was god tier. Chen was ecstatic. He wasn't sure what healing points were yet. The healed youth was now fully recovered, wounds gone, negative statuses cleared. Chen was baffled by the potency of his basic cure. The group brought the youth to Chen. A burly man respectfully said, "Young master, this is the one who saved you." The youth looked at Chen with a mix of scrutiny and disbelief. "You saved me?" Chen calmly introduced himself. Chen, Restoration Master. A subordinate of the youth exclaimed, "Chen? That 200 aptitude trash healing master?" Others chimed in, assuming he'd dumped all 200 points into healing to prove himself. The youth's initially grateful expression turned cold and disdainful. "To think I was saved by trash like you. How disgusting. Since you saved me, and I'm in a good mood, here's some money. Get lost." A subordinate threw a purse at Chen's feet. Chen picked up the purse, heavy with enough money for a full set of basic white gear. His first small goal achieved. Plus, he'd copied the A-rank talent dual casting. He wasn't bothered by their insults, he'd get his revenge later. As Chen was about to buy equipment, a figure rushed out of the dungeon hall towards the Su family mansion. At the Su residence, the figure respectfully reported to Su Jiner, "Miss, I saw it with my own eyes." Chen healed a near-death professional with a basic cure. Su Jiner smiled with pride and joy, then her expression turned icy. "Investigate that insolent fellow's family. I'll make him understand some people are not to be trifled with." Half an hour later, Chen had equipped a full set of new white gear. He checked his newly copied talent. Dual casting, A-rank when activated, each skill you use will be cast twice consecutively without interval, and the second skill's cost is reduced by 50%. CD, 30 seconds. Powerful. Combined with Hero of Healing's critical hit bonus, his healing could be amplified tenfold. A world of difference from his past life. Su Jiner arrived, radiant in her red mage robe, followed by 3 other newly transferred students: Louis, B-rank Elven Archer; Wang Wei, A-rank Shadow Assassin; and Wang Tong, A-rank Sword and Shield Warrior. They looked at Chen with curiosity and a hint of awe, having been briefed by Su Jiner. Su Jiner, noticing Chen's new gear, teased, "Looks like you don't need my financial support?" Chen joked back, "If Miss Su is willing to be generous, I don't mind being a kept man." Su Jiner, surprised by his uncharacteristic boldness, playfully retorted, "You said it, so you can't refuse anything I give you in the future." Chen chuckled and changed the subject. "Let's focus on the novice secret realm now." Su Jiner confidently declared the novice realm would be no challenge with her present. The 3 teammates readily agreed, praising her SS rank class. Chen, upon hearing Wang Tang's name, blurted out a meme reference, "Wachow? Wang Tang? The bearing of a great emperor." Then awkwardly introduced himself as a B-rank restoration master, from the same school as Su Jiner. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the atmosphere among the group became much more harmonious. Once the 5 of them completed the team formation, Su Jiner smiled brightly and said, "Let's go, we'll first check out the novice secret realm." With that, she skillfully led the others deeper into the hall of the dungeon. The dungeon hall was extremely spacious, stretching endlessly in all directions. The walls were adorned with ancient and mysterious patterns that emitted a faint glow, illuminating the entire hall as if it were daytime. The hall was bustling with voices filled with a lively din, the various sounds blending together into a deafening roar. This was one of the core areas of Yang City. The dungeon hall, connecting countless secret realms and dungeons, serving as an important place for all practitioners to enhance their strength. The novice secret realm, however, was the most unique area within the dungeon hall. Unlike other naturally formed secret realm dungeons, the novice secret realm was man-made. It was specially created by the ancestors of humanity to provide a safe and stable growth environment for newly promoted practitioners. Every main city was equipped with a novice secret realm. Its difficulty was not high, and the rewards were moderate, making it the best choice for newly transitioned novices to accumulate experience and familiarize themselves with combat. Of course, it was only of low difficulty. For practitioners who had a clear understanding of their own strength, even the novice secret realm was still full of challenges. At this moment, although the transition ceremony had just ended not long ago, a considerable number of people had already gathered at the entrance of the novice secret realm. They clustered in groups of 3 or 5, either whispering to each other, discussing strategies for the secret realm, or recruiting one another to form teams. Excitement and anticipation were evident on everyone's faces, eager to try their hand. Under Sujinner's guidance, Chen and his group quickly arrived at the entrance of the novice secret realm. It was a massive light gate radiating a soft glow, with complex and profound runes engraved on its surface, as if containing some mysterious power. Sujinner stopped, looking at the teleportation gate with a hint of excitement. "Are you ready?" Her clear voice rang out, carrying a touch of eager anticipation. The three of them focused their gazes on Sujinner, nodding in unison to indicate they were ready, waiting for her next instruction. Chen looked at the slightly excited faces of the others and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It was just a novice secret realm. Why were they so excited? Just a novice secret realm. In his previous life, he had entered and exited countless times, and he had long since lost any feeling about it. However, he maintained a calm expression, slightly nodding to show that he was also ready. Seeing that everyone responded at the same time, Sujinner nodded in satisfaction. Then, "Let's go." Before her words had even finished, she took the lead, stepping gracefully into the secret realm's teleportation gate. As the group entered the gate, they felt a flash before their eyes, as if passing through an invisible membrane, and the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. The once noisy and bustling dungeon hall instantly vanished, replaced by a lush, vibrant forest full of life. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled light on the ground, while a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of earth and grass. Everything felt so real yet so unfamiliar. At the same time, a crisp and pleasant system notification sound echoed in Chen's ears. "Ding! You have successfully entered the ordinary secret realm, Sunlong Forest. Wow, this is the secret realm!" Lui exclaimed, her bright and clear eyes filled with curiosity and excitement. As she looked around at the scenery, "So beautiful." Wang Wei couldn't help but softly praise, a rare smile appearing on her usually cold face. Although Wang Teng didn't speak, his eyes widened in surprise, his honest face full of wonder. Although the knowledge related to secret realms and dungeons had been studied in school textbooks for those who had never left Yang City and had always lived under the protection of the main city, this was their first true venture into the wild, witnessing such a vivid scene of a secret realm. Everything felt so fresh, so captivating. Chen stood at the back of the group, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings, yet his heart was not stirred too much. In his previous life, he had long been accustomed to secret realm dungeons, having experienced even higher difficulty perilous situations countless times. The Sunlong Forest was merely the most basic beginner's secret realm. The difficulty was low, and the rewards were extremely limited. With Sujinner's professional strength combined with his own, they could easily handle not just the ordinary difficulty beginner's secret realm, but even the highest difficulty one. However, Lui and the other two were just newly transitioned novices, with almost zero practical experience, so starting with an ordinary difficulty secret realm to adapt to real combat was indeed a good choice. Seeing the slightly excited expressions of the three, Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. He took out a wooden staff from his backpack and gently tapped it on the ground. "Don't just admire the scenery, the monsters are about to respawn, stay alert," he reminded them with a smile, his tone light, yet carrying an undeniable seriousness, instantly pulling the group back from their novelty of the secret realm environment into reality. Upon hearing this, the group suddenly came to their senses, quickly focusing their minds and retracting their attention from the surrounding scenery, each drawing out their weapons. Sujinner swiftly retreated to Chen's side, a seemingly expensive red staff appearing in her hand. Just as the group was getting ready for battle, two faint glimmers suddenly flickered in the nearby woods. The light flashed and vanished, and two agile, gray-furred Sanglong wolves appeared out of thin air before the group. The Sanglong wolves had fierce, bloodthirsty eyes, exposed fangs, and emitted a low growl from their throats, their limbs slightly bent, poised to pounce at any moment. Seeing this, Chen showed no hesitation and directly cast a detection spell at one of the Sanglong wolves. A light blue glow instantly sank into the wolf's body, and an information panel immediately appeared before Chen's eyes. At the same time, he quickly shared the monster panel information obtained from the detection spell into the team channel. Name: Sanglong Wolf. Rank: Common Level, LV 1 HP, 100 MP, 60 Strength, 5 Agility, 12 Spirit, 6 Constitution, 10 Skill, Bite Talent, Swift Steps. The group stared at the suddenly appeared monster information panel, all taken aback. They hadn't expected Chen's reaction to be so quick, and that he could share the monster's attributes with them immediately. Before anyone could ask, Chen continued, "These two Sanglong wolves aren't strong, just a bit fast." His gaze fell on Wang Teng, his tone certain. "Wang Teng, activate your block and just tank one." Then, his eyes swept over Louis and Wang Wei. Try not to use skills, just focus on normal attacks to take one down. Chen Shan's lips slightly curled up, exuding confidence. Don't worry about losing health. With me here, my healing capacity as a healer is quite ample. Listening to Chen Shan's clear instructions, the group was slightly stunned. A peculiar light flashed in Su Jiner's beautiful eyes. However, facing such ferocious Sanglong wolves for the first time, the tension quickly took over. They had no time to think further and immediately acted according to Chen Shan's instructions. Wang Tang took a deep breath, suppressing the fear in his heart. He let out a low shout, and a faint golden light instantly enveloped him, his heavy shield gripped tightly in his hands, assuming a defensive stance. Warrior skill, parry. A layer of soft light quickly covered him, shrouding him completely, making him appear unbreakable. Louis and Wang Wei quickly distanced themselves. One drew a bow and knocked an arrow, while the other tightly gripped a dagger, poised to strike. Su Jiner retreated to Chen Shen's side, her fiery red staff glowing and flickering, ready to provide support at any moment. The two gray wolves paid no mind to what the humans were doing. They let out a low growl, their limbs suddenly powering up, and like arrows released from a bow, they lunged fiercely at the group. The gray figures cut through the air, leaving behind a blur, moving at an astonishing speed. Bang! One of the gray wolves collided directly with Wang Tang. Wang Tang grunted, his body swaying slightly, and a damage number of 3 floated above his head. Such low damage. Wang Tang felt a surge of joy, the tension he had felt dissipating by more than half. He had been worried about whether he could withstand the gray wolf's attack, but it seemed he had been overly concerned. At the same time, Louis's arrow was released. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, accurately hitting the body of another gray wolf. 1-2 a bright red damage number floated above the gray wolf's head. Wang Wei also seized the opportunity, her figure flashing as she appeared beside the gray wolf like a ghost. The dagger in her hand glinted coldly as she thrust it fiercely at the gray wolf's vital points. 1-8. Another damage number floated up, and the gray wolf's health dropped significantly. Su Jiner was not idle either. She waved her staff, and a fireball spell quickly formed. However, she did not release the fireball immediately, waiting for the perfect moment. Chen Shan stood at the back of the group, not rushing to act. His gaze remained fixed on Wang Tang. Once Wang Tang's health dropped to a dangerous level, he would be the first to heal. However, given the current situation, Wang Tang could completely withstand the attacks of the two gray wolves. With the cooperation of the group, the health of the two gray wolves was rapidly decreasing. Soon, one of the gray wolves' health dropped below 10%. Now, a glint of determination flashed in Su Jiner's eyes as she decisively took action. She swung her fiery red staff, and the fireball spell she had already gathered shot out with a whoosh. Boom! The fireball spell accurately hit the wounded gray wolf, producing a loud explosion. Flames soared into the sky, and waves of heat rolled. 6-6 a massive damage number floated above the gray wolf's head. The gray wolf howled in agony, its body crashing to the ground, vanishing in a flash of white light. Ding! Your teammate Su Jiner has killed the gray wolf. Experience plus 10. The system notification rang in Chen Shan's ears. At the same time, the other gray wolf had also been reduced to low health by Wang Tang and the others. Wang Tang, get ready for the finishing blow, Chen Shan reminded immediately. Wang Tang understood at once, raising his broad-bladed sword high and striking down fiercely at the wounded gray wolf. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the gray wolf's body was cleaved in two by Wang Tang's sword. Ding! Your teammate Wang Tang has killed the gray wolf. Experience plus 10. The system notification sounded again. Chen Shan's experience points also increased slightly. Although it was minimal, it marked the first step towards becoming stronger. Watching as the group successfully killed the gray wolf, their faces beaming with excitement, Chen Shan smiled slightly. Not bad at all. You all wrapped up the battle so quickly. He praised without reservation. I have to say, Jiner, your profession is really impressive. A basic fireball spell can deal such high damage. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, and Su Jiner's smile grew even wider. Not at all, Chen Shan, you surprised me the most. Su Jiner's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked at Chen Shan. I never expected you to be so talented in commanding. You managed to lead so well on your first dungeon run. Then I'll leave the subsequent commands to you. How about that? She turned to the others, seeking their opinions. Louis, Wang Wei, and Wang Tang had all significantly changed their impressions of Chen Shan at this moment. I have no objections. Louis was the first to express her stance. Wang Wei nodded gently. I think it's fine. Wang Tang scratched his head innocently. Me too. Listening to brother Chen Shan is definitely the right choice. Chen Shan's calm and clear commands, along with his quick reactions, had completely won them over. It was their first time entering the secret realm, and Chen Shan's performance was hardly that of a novice. Chen Shan looked at the others' gazes, chuckled softly, and did not decline. Since everyone is saying so, I won't be polite. He paused, his tone carrying a hint of jest. However, I'm just talking big here. If my commands aren't good, don't blame me for messing around. How could that be? The four of them spoke up in unison, clearly recognizing Chen Shen's commanding ability. Seeing this, Chen Shen smiled gently. Alright, let's continue and see if we can speedrun this. As he spoke, he casually raised the crude wooden staff in his hand. A soft green light instantly shot from the tip of the staff, accurately landing on Wang Tang. After all, in the previous battle, only Wang Tang, who acted as the meat shield, had been attacked by the frost wolf and lost some health. As the green light flashed, a large green number floated above Wang Tang's head, plus 255. Upon seeing this exaggerated healing number, the others, including Su Jiner, instantly widened their eyes, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. This healing amount is too much, right? Lu Yi exclaimed, hardly believing her eyes. Even if we combine the three of us, our current health doesn't even reach this number. Wang Wei couldn't help but marvel. Chen Shen, are you really only level 1? Su Jiner's beautiful eyes sparkled with a strange light, and she began to doubt whether Chen Shen was truly an ordinary B-class professional. This healing amount was simply outrageous. Just as the others were in shock, Chen Shen himself was also taken aback, the continuous system notification sounds in his mind catching him off guard. Ding! Healers. Valor triggered. Skill repair copied successfully. Ding! Healer's valor triggered. You have gained 2 points of strength. The system notifications rang in Chen Shen's ears, leaving him somewhat stunned. Wasn't it said that the probability was less than half? How did it trigger so quickly again? But why was the copied skill repair? Did Wang Tang also learn a skill for repairing equipment? Repair can be used in a non-combat state, restores 30 durability to equipment after use. Cost 100 MP CD non-dot. Although puzzled, Chen Shen quickly suppressed his questions and noticed the shocked expressions of the others, realizing he had inadvertently exposed the abnormality of his healing amount. Ahem. He quickly cleared his throat twice, breaking the slightly quiet atmosphere with a somewhat helpless smile on his face. There's no helping it. Who told me I have so many skill points? After upgrading the skill, the effect naturally becomes a bit stronger. After all, you all know my profession is too ordinary. I have to give myself some advantages. Chen Shen explained, feigning ease. A hint of confusion flashed in a few people's eyes, and their expressions became relieved. Well, skill upgrades. This is something they all understood. Skill points. Who hasn't heard of them? It's just that acquiring skill points is extremely difficult, especially in the early stages when they are a scarce resource. Aside from the ones that come with job changes, they can only be obtained with a very small probability by defeating elite monsters or higher. They didn't expect Chen Shen to be so extravagant, directly using them on basic skills. Truly, quite a waste. But then again, thinking about it, Chen Shen's profession is indeed lacking. If the skills aren't strong enough, how can they play? With that in mind, it seemed more understandable. There was some regret, but they didn't delve deeper. Only Su Jiner, her beautiful eyes still fixed on Chen Shen. For some reason, she always felt that Chen Shen wasn't telling the truth. However, she didn't continue to question him, quickly burying this doubt in her heart. The most important thing now was to get through the secret realm. Let's keep moving, Su Jiner said softly, taking the lead. Chen Shen smiled slightly and hurried to catch up. The group continued to delve deeper into the Canlong forest. Under Chen Shen's command, the team worked together seamlessly, progressing smoothly and efficiently. Along the way, they encountered quite a few Canlong wolves. But under Chen Shen's orderly command, they easily dealt with them. At the same time, to better trigger the talent effects, Chen Shen intentionally made a few mistakes in his commands. This allowed Lu Yi and Wang Wei to get a bit of a share as well. He also took the opportunity to heal the two of them. Unfortunately, this time luck wasn't as good. He only managed to copy a bit of agility and a bit of strength. There was no sign of skills or talents at all. As for Su Jiner, Chen Shen had certainly thought about it. It's just that her profession's strength was indeed somewhat outrageous. Even if Chen Shan accidentally let 3 Canlong wolves slip past Wang Tang's defense and charge straight at Su Jiner, they were all instantly taken down by her with a mere wave of her hand. The fiery fireball spell seemed to have no cooldown or mana cost, effortlessly conjured. Each strike was incredibly precise, and the damage was off the charts. Forget about healing, even Chen Shen felt that as long as Su Jiner was willing, she could single-handedly push through this secret realm. The team advanced quickly and smoothly, with no major dangers. Soon, they arrived at the depths of the Canlong forest. At this moment, deep in the forest, as Su Jiner launched her last fireball, a golden light flickered on all 5 of them simultaneously. Ding! Your teammate Su Jiner has killed the Canlong wolf. Leader, experience plus 50. Ding! Congratulations, you leveled up. HP, MP plus 50, gained 15 free attribute points. Current level LV3. As the system notification sounded, Chen Shen let out a light breath. It had only been less than half an hour, and he had already reached level 3. Indeed, having an SS-level professional leading the way made the leveling speed much faster than when he followed an ordinary team in his previous life. The golden light faded, but the joy had not yet fully blossomed on everyone's faces. A wolf howl reverberated through the forest. The sound waves rolled as if they were going to tear the eardrums apart. Everyone's hearts jolted and their smiles froze. Chen's expression changed slightly as he shouted, "Be careful!" Before his words fell, a massive shadow descended from the sky. Bang! The ground trembled and dust flew. A giant wolf, far larger than an ordinary Sanglong wolf, appeared before them. Its body was robust, its fur as dark as ink, and its wolf eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light. Above its head, the word boss was particularly eye-catching. The sense of oppression hit them head-on. Chen Shen's gaze sharpened as he activated his detection skill. The information about the Sanglong King instantly appeared. Name: Song Wolf King Boss. Rank: Black Iron. Level: LV5. HP: 800. MP: 200. Strength: 25. Agility: 30. Spirit: 15. Constitution: 35. Skills: Bite, Pounce, Pack Charge, Ear-Splitting Howl. Talent: Swift Steps, Bloodthirsty Instinct. The data flashed before his eyes, and Chen narrowed his gaze slightly. A Black Iron rank LV5 boss. Its attributes were significantly higher than those of an ordinary Song Wolf. Especially in terms of strength and agility, it far surpassed the previous head wolf, but for them, it shouldn't be a problem. Boss! Wang Tang exclaimed, his voice trembling slightly. Lui and Wang Wei's faces also paled a bit as they gripped their weapons tightly. Su Jiner's beautiful eyes narrowed as she stared at the Song Wolf King, her expression calm, yet a hint of excitement flickered beneath the surface. Only Qin Shen remained composed, as if he were recalling something. Everyone, be careful. Chen Shen's tone was low, his gaze quickly sweeping over each member of the team, emphasizing once more, this is a Black Iron bossed Song Wolf King, level 5. The tense atmosphere spread instantly. The ease they had felt after defeating the head wolf vanished, replaced by seriousness and vigilance. Wang Tong, Qin Shen called out, you'll be the main tank. Remember, maintaining aggro is the top priority. Lui, Wang Wei. He turned to the two ranged attackers, unleash your firepower, prioritize attacking the boss's weak points, hold nothing back. Finally, his gaze landed on Su Jiner, his tone softening slightly, yet still carrying an undeniable command. Jiner, you can attack freely, but keep your distance. Safety first. Chen methodically laid out the tactics, as if the formidable boss before them were merely a slightly stronger wild monster. Upon hearing this, the others' expressions grew serious, the earlier relaxed demeanor disappearing as they prepared for battle. Lui and Wang Wei quickly distanced themselves, searching for suitable positions to attack. Su Jiner silently retreated to Chen Shen's side, the previous light-hearted smile on her delicate face replaced by focus and seriousness. The fiery red staff in her hand began to shimmer with dazzling light. Once more, the intense fire elements rapidly gathered around her, the surrounding air seeming to warp from the heat. Roar! A deafening roar erupted, like thunder striking the ground, violently interrupting Chen Shen's tactical arrangement. The sound waves rolled in, causing everyone's eardrums to buzz and even ache slightly. A jolt ran through everyone, as if the battle intent they had just gathered was scattered by that roar. In the next moment, a dull tremor resonated from the ground. The Song Wolf King's limbs suddenly exerted force, leaping up like a spring. Its massive body shot forward with astonishing momentum, pouncing towards the front of the team. The speed was far beyond anyone's expectations. Wang Tang's pupils constricted suddenly. The boss's speed completely exceeded his reaction limit. He wanted to raise his shield to block, but found his body couldn't keep up with his mind. There was no time to even think about defensive skills. Bang! A heavy collision sound echoed like a hammer striking a drum, causing hearts to tremble. The Song Wolf King's iron-like body crashed violently into Wang Tang. The overwhelming impact erupted instantly. Wang Tang let out a muffled groan, a metallic sweetness surging in his throat. He felt as if his chest had been struck head-on by a speeding giant truck, his internal organs seemingly displaced, and intense pain spread throughout his body. In an instant, his body was uncontrollably thrown backward, crashing heavily to the ground. -160, a bright red damage number suddenly floated above Wang Tang's head, glaring and eye-catching. His health dropped by more than half in an instant. If he hadn't leveled up to level 3, he would have probably been killed in one hit. Truly a boss. Just a single normal attack, and the power was so fierce. Wang Tang struggled to get up, but felt his whole body weak and sore, and the sharp pain in his chest made his vision blur. Whoosh! Almost at the same moment Wang Tang was hit, Su Jiner's fireball spell was unleashed. The blazing fireball cut through the air, heading straight for the head wolf of the Sanglong. However, something unexpected happened. In the face of Su Jiner's instant fireball spell, the rapidly moving Sanglong King displayed an astonishing reaction speed and agility. It twisted its massive body while running, evading Su Jiner's fireball by a hair's breadth at an extremely bizarre angle. The fireball missed and struck the ground, producing a muffled sound. What? Su Jiner's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. This boss was so powerful? It could even dodge her instant fireball spell? Although the Sanglong King was a boss, being able to evade her attack was simply outrageous. For the first time, a genuine sense of seriousness arose in Su Jiner's heart. Before Su Jiner could fully recover from her shock, an unexpected change occurred again. The Tsanglong King, which had just dodged the fireball, seemed to be completely enraged. It howled to the sky, its cry filled with bloodthirsty ferocity. In the next moment, the Tsanglong King lowered its body, letting out a low growl from its throat. Its body suddenly leaped into the air. Skill pounce. Suddenly activated, its massive form left a blurred afterimage in the air, moving at a speed that was astonishing. Like a ghost, it crossed several meters in an instant. And its target was not Wang Tong, who had just been knocked away, but Su Jiner. Seeing this, Su Jiner remained completely calm. Her staff suddenly glowed, and a layer of flame shield enveloped her instantly. The intense firelight illuminated her delicate face, showing no fear, but rather a hint of eagerness. In the next moment, the Tsanglong King's attack arrived, its claws tearing through the air and striking fiercely against the flame shield. Bang! A shattering sound erupted, like glass breaking, as the red light scattered everywhere. Su Jiner let out a muffled groan. Her petite body was sent flying like a kite with a severed string. She crashed heavily against a nearby tree trunk, producing a dull thud. At the same time, a bright red damage number slowly appeared above her head. -90. The bright red number was particularly eye-catching. Although it was only 90 points of damage, for a fragile mage it was already a fatal blow. If it weren't for the flame shield absorbing most of the damage, she would have been killed several times over. Seeing this, Qin Shen's pupils suddenly constricted, his heart skipped a beat, and a strong sense of crisis surged in his mind. Without any hesitation, even before he could think, his body reacted before his consciousness. Chen activated his dual casting. The green light on his staff surged instantly, and in the next moment, Qin Shen's staff suddenly traced a swift arc, the movement fluid and seamless, without any pause. Two beams of green light shot out from Qin Shen's staff, one after the other, almost simultaneously, carrying a gentle yet vibrant aura, instantly hitting Wang Tong and Su Jiner. Although the introduction of dual casting stated that two skills could be released without delay, there still existed an extremely tiny sequence. As long as the technique was skilled enough, one could utilize this minuscule interval to heal two targets at the same time. In his previous life, Qin Shen also possessed a similar ability, and this move had long been second nature to him. The green light entered their bodies, instantly transforming into a warm current that nourished the injured forms of the two. Wang Tang felt a jolt throughout his body, the pain in his chest dissipating in an instant, replaced by an unprecedented sense of comfort. Although the flame shield around Su Jiner had shattered, the glow of the healing spell swept over her wounds like spring rain, instantly soothing her injuries. In the next moment, as a series of even more astonishing healing numbers appeared above Su Jiner's head, an extremely dazzling green light erupted from her body. Ding! The residual light impact has been triggered. Accompanied by a crisp and pleasant system notification ringing in Chen Shen's ears, a green shockwave suddenly erupted from Su Jiner, sweeping outwards in a frenzy. Wherever the shockwave passed, the grass on the ground bent instantly, and the air seemed to tear apart, producing a series of sonic booms. It struck the Tsong Wolf King in an instant. The Tsong Wolf King, who was preparing to pursue the victory, was unexpectedly hit by such a fierce attack, its massive body stiffening in place. In the next moment, a white font representing true damage appeared above the Tsong Wolf King's head. -688. In an instant, the health bar above the Tsong Wolf King's head plummeted at a visible speed. It had been at full health, but now it was nearly empty. The Tsong Wolf King let out a mournful howl, its enormous body flying backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The system notification rang in Chen Shen's ears once more. Ding! The healing warrior has been triggered. SS level talent, Heart of the Mage, has been successfully copied. Congratulations, you have gained 6 points of mental power. Ding! The healing warrior has been triggered. A level talent, Block, has been successfully copied. Congratulations, you have gained 3 points of strength. Heart of the Mage, every point of your mental power will equal 200 points of magic power. Block, when you perfectly block an enemy's attack, you will be immune to 100% of the damage. The four of them, including Su Jiner, stood frozen in place, their eyes wide with disbelief. If they weren't mistaken, that green light just now should have been Qin Shen's healing spell, right? He was just a healing mage, and while a high healing amount was expected, when did healing spells also become capable of attacking? Moreover, that attack power was simply outrageous. It nearly took down the boss in one hit. Are you even human? What kind of joke is this? They were all at level 3, why were you so exceptional? The four of them felt as if their worldview had been violently shaken, as if their understanding had been completely overturned. At this moment, Qin Shen was also somewhat dazed. Of course, he was not shocked by his healing amount or the exaggerated true damage. What truly shook him was the two talents he had copied. SS level talent, Heart of the Mage. This was the ultimate talent that countless mage classes dreamed of. With it, his magic power would soar to over 2,000 points. And that A-level talent, Block. Perhaps in the hands of a newcomer it was just an optional skill, but in the eyes of Qin Shen, a battle-hardened reborn, it was definitely a divine skill. Even in his previous life he was merely a support healer, but the technique of blocking enemy attacks had long been honed to perfection. Countless life-and-death battles had ingrained the skill of blocking into his instincts. After all, even without this talent, as long as he could withstand enemy attacks with superb blocking techniques, he could still immunize a significant amount of damage. Moreover, now with the enhancement of this talent, as Chen Chen thought of this, an indescribable excitement surged within him. A whoa! Just as everyone was in shock, an extremely angry wolf howl echoed throughout the entire secret realm, pulling several people back to reality. Chen Chen instantly regained his senses. He saw the body of the Tsong Wolf King convulsing violently at that moment. Every inch of its muscles was spasming, as if something was about to burst out. Moreover, with each convulsion, its body seemed to swell slightly. Seeing this scene, Chen Chen's expression suddenly changed. Retreat! Without any hesitation, Chen Chen shouted loudly, his voice filled with urgency and seriousness. This Wolf King is about to mutate. He stared intently at the Tsong Wolf King, whose body was convulsing violently, his face paling to the extreme. Mutation. These two words struck the hearts of everyone like a heavy hammer. This was an extremely rare occurrence, generally only happening when a boss's health dropped below 15%, with a very low probability. They never expected to encounter it on their first run of the secret realm. This luck, he really didn't know whether to call it good or bad. Chen Chen cursed inwardly but had no time to think further. No one knew what the boss would become after mutation or how much its strength would increase. But one thing was certain, that was, it would definitely not be something they could contend with now. Once the mutation was complete, what awaited them would probably be a dead end. Upon hearing Chen Chen's shout, the others instantly reacted. Each of their faces turned pale, their blood seemingly freezing in an instant, their eyes filled with terror. Although they didn't know what mutation was, just looking at the Tsong Wolf King's ever-expanding body and the terrifying aura it emitted was enough to make them tremble in fear. The shadow of death loomed over their hearts. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Su Jiner bit her silver teeth, decisively calling out. Her cold voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. Although her profession was strong, she wasn't much stronger than an ordinary mage before she grew. Faced with a mutated boss, she felt equally powerless. She wasn't foolish, she knew that doing something reckless would only be the act of a fool. If they tried to be brave, this group of people might not even manage to escape. Fleeing might still offer a glimmer of hope. Not fleeing would undoubtedly lead to death. However, just as Su Jiner's words fell, a beam of green light suddenly shot out from Chen Chen's hand, instantly entering the Tsong Wolf King's body. Buzz, the next moment, what happened to Su Jiner replayed directly on the Tsong Wolf King. A flash of green light passed. Plus 1375. A huge green number appeared above the Tsong Wolf King's head. Instantly, it filled its already depleted health bar to the brim. The Tsong Wolf King, which was on the brink of death, had its health restored to peak condition in an instant. Seeing this scene, the few people who were about to flee froze in place. Their steps halted abruptly. Each of them was as if they had been hit by a paralysis spell, unable to move. Their eyes widened and their mouths gaped enough to fit an egg. Their faces were filled with shock and confusion. What was going on? The boss was about to mutate. And you were healing it? Was this a way to hasten their deaths? The group was frantically complaining in their hearts, nearly collapsing, feeling utterly frantic. They even doubted whether Chen Chen had been scared silly. Otherwise, how could he make such a foolish move? This was simply a path to self-destruction. Su Jiner also wore a face of disbelief. She stared blankly at Chen Chen, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and incomprehension. She simply couldn't understand why Chen Chen would do this. Did he not know the consequences of his actions? Just as the group was at a loss for words, the once continuously expanding body of the Tsong Wolf King suddenly calmed down in an instant. That terrifying aura dissipated along with it. Ding! Mutation effect triggered. Healing spell mutation. When your healing spell lands a critical hit, it will remove all buffs from the target. A crisp notification sound rang in Chen Chen's ears, clearly explaining the bizarre scene unfolding before him. Obviously, this mutation was included in the all buffs. Looking at the situation before him, Chen Chen was somewhat dumbfounded. He indeed wanted to stop the Wolf King's mutation, but the process seemed a bit off. Did he accidentally hit the mark? The reason he had just healed the Tsong Wolf King was not because he had lost his mind. Rather, it was because he had heard a saying in his previous life that if one fully replenished a monster's health before it completely mutated, there was a chance the mutation would stop. Since they were all going to run anyway, why not take a risk and try treating a dead horse as alive? It turned out he had bet right. Although the process was somewhat absurd, the result was good. Looking at the Tsong Wolf King, which had stopped expanding, the others exchanged glances, all somewhat at a loss. They had just thought they were going to die, and now the feeling of having survived a disaster was so unreal. What is going on? Wang Tang was the first to break the silence, his voice trembling slightly, still not fully recovered from the shock. The mutation has stopped? Louise's tone was uncertain, sounding like she was asking a question, yet also like she was talking to herself. It seems so. Wang Wei blinked, still a bit dazed, unable to comprehend everything happening before her. Just as the four were puzzled, the next moment, ding! Afterglow impact triggered. A wave of green light appeared again, erupting violently centered around the Tsong Wolf King. But the pure white numbers still popped up above the Tsong Wolf King's head. 688. Real damage struck again. The others were nearly wide-eyed at the sight. Are you kidding me with this bug? Ding! Hero of Healing triggered. B-level talent Rage Strike has been successfully copied. Rage Strike, after use, your next skill will definitely land a critical hit. Cost 100 MP, CD 30 minutes. Hearing the system notification sound ringing in his ears, Chen was stunned. The probability of copying under critical hit conditions doubled, and he could understand copying talents. But it seemed that Tsong Wolf King didn't have this talent, right? Where did it come from? Could it be that he had copied the talent it gained after mutation? Chen's eyes widened, a storm of emotions rising within him. Could his talent be played like this? He felt as if he had opened a door to a new world. What? What is going on? Su Jiner's voice, tinged with confusion, pulled Chen back to reality from his shock. She too wore a bewildered expression, completely unable to grasp the situation. The few who had been prepared to wait for death had now stopped in their tracks, each one frozen in shock. Chen chuckled and explained. My awakened talent is quite special. It allows all my support and healing skills to land critical hits. My healing spell is also different from ordinary healing spells. When this skill lands a critical hit, it will remove all buffs from the opponent, and this mutation of its also counts as a buff, so it got cleared away. Listening to Chen's explanation, Wang Tong, Louis, and Wang Wei felt their heads buzzing, completely losing their ability to think. Healing can land critical hits? It can also remove all buffs? This was far beyond their understanding of the healing profession. Even those top-tier SSS-level healing professions probably couldn't do this, right? Su Jiner stood quietly to the side, not displaying the same excessive surprise as the others. She simply gazed deeply at Chen with her clear eyes, as if trying to see through all his secrets. So, what about the true damage? Su Jiner's voice broke the brief silence. She pointed at the shocking wound on the Sunlong King's body and continued to ask, a healing mage shouldn't have any attack skills before level 5, right? And that damage is way too high. It's almost as much as my 3 or 4 fireballs. Chen felt a bit uncomfortable under Su Jiner's scrutiny. He rubbed his nose, his eyes flickering as he tried to avoid the question. Well, he stammered, unsure of how to explain. Seeing Chen like this, Su Jiner became even more convinced of her guess. There must be some secret hidden within Chen. Moreover, this secret was likely related to his unique talent. Alright, this is also an ability that comes with my talent. In the end, Chen chose to be honest. He took a deep breath and slowly said, my talent allows my healing spells to deal true damage equal to half the healing amount to enemies when I score a critical hit. True damage? Wang Tang exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out. That's damage that ignores defenses. Chen, your talent is just too overpowered. Louis and Wang Wei also looked at him with envy and jealousy. Why hadn't they awakened such a powerful talent? Is this really a B-level talent? Louis's voice trembled. She simply couldn't believe that a B-level talent could have such terrifying effects. It's even more abnormal than an SSS-level talent. Wang Wei murmured to herself, her eyes filled with shock. The corners of Su Jiner's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile. She just knew that Chen was definitely not an ordinary healing mage. There must be more surprises waiting for her to discover about him. If Chen knew what Su Jiner was thinking at that moment, he would feel quite helpless, because in his past life he was truly just an extremely ordinary healing mage who had changed jobs. Just as the few of them were discussing and marveling at Chen's talent, a piercing wolf howl shattered the brief commotion. Everyone's hearts tightened as they saw that Sunlong King leap into the air again, like a silver flash of lightning, carrying a fierce killing intent, charging straight at Chen. Its crimson beastly eyes were filled with rage and madness, as if it wanted to tear Chen into pieces. Watch out! Su Jiner exclaimed, instinctively wanting to shield Chen. But Chen reacted faster. He pulled Su Jiner behind him. Almost simultaneously, the Sunlong King's sharp claws were already in front of him. The sharp wolf claws, accompanied by a gust of wind, were about to rip open Chen's chest. In a critical moment, the staff in Chen's hand miraculously positioned itself horizontally in front of him, perfectly blocking the Sunlong King's fatal strike. The harsh sound of metal clashing echoed through the empty forest. Ding! Perfect block triggered. Chen felt a tremendous force surge through him, his arm slightly numb. He let out a soft grunt, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he shouted, "Focus fire! Take it down in one hit!" Su Jiner reacted extremely quickly, almost the moment Chen finished speaking, a blazing fireball shot out from the tip of her staff, roaring with the momentum to burn everything, accurately hitting the Sunlong King. Boom! The fireball exploded, flames splattering everywhere. 300. Critical hit. A huge damage number floated above the Sunlong King's head. The already severely injured Sunlong King's health was instantly depleted. A whoa! It let out a reluctant wail, its massive body crashing to the ground. It had completely lost its life force. Ding! Your teammate Su Jiner has killed the Sunlong King boss. Experience plus 100. The system prompt sounded in Chen Chen's ear. He let out a long breath, his tense nerves finally relaxing. He turned to look at Su Jiner, a hint of admiration in his eyes. This girl not only had incredible talent, but also a terrifying sense of combat awareness. The coordination just now was seamless. If it weren't for Su Jiner's timely finishing blow, he would have had to exert a lot more effort. Su Jiner's cheeks flushed slightly. Being looked at like that by Chen Chen made her a bit uncomfortable, and she averted her gaze. Yet, a surge of indescribable joy welled up in her heart. This feeling of fighting side by side was truly wonderful. At this moment, Wang Tong, Louis, and Wang Wei finally snapped out of their shock. They looked at the corpse of the Sunlong King lying on the ground, then glanced at Chen Chen and Su Jiner, their eyes filled with disbelief. Is it over? Wang Tang's voice trembled. He felt as if he were dreaming. Louis and Wang Wei nodded vigorously in agreement. Everything that had just happened was too fast and too sudden for their brains to process. From Chen Chen's critical healing spell that eliminated the Sunlong King's mutation to the Sunlong King's furious attack, and then to Chen Chen's block and Su Jiner's finishing blow, it all happened in the blink of an eye. They hadn't even had the chance to intervene before the battle was already over. This is just too incredible. The way they looked at Chen Chen had completely changed. If before they had seen him as just an ordinary healer, now, in their eyes, Chen Chen had transformed into an unfathomable monster. A super monster that could fight, withstand attacks, and heal. Ding! Congratulations, you leveled up. HP MP plus 50, gained 15 free attribute points. Current level LV4. Another flash of golden light passed, and everyone present leveled up to 4. The feeling of having survived a disaster made everyone exhale in relief, their tense nerves finally able to relax a bit. Ha! Wang Tang plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. Louis and Wan Wei also looked pale, clearly still shaken from the earlier peril. Only Su Jiner maintained her cool demeanor, but the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed her current mood. Chen Chen looked down at the staff in his hand. Its durability was down to a pitiful 1 point. That perfect block just now had successfully stopped Sunlong King's lethal strike, but it had nearly exhausted the staff's entire durability. If it happened again, this staff would probably be completely ruined. Although it was just a basic weapon, he really had no money right now. Just then, Chen Chen suddenly remembered something, his eyes lighting up. Right, didn't I just copy a repair spell? Perfect time to try it out. He recalled that when he healed Wang Tung earlier, he had triggered the talent effective Healer of Courage and copied one of his skills. With that thought, Chen immediately focused his mind, channeling the magic power within him. With a thought, a warm energy flowed from his fingertips, slowly enveloping the withered healing staff in his hand. Ding! Healer of Courage triggered. Equipment effect healing effect increased by 5% has been permanently copied. The system's prompt echoed in Chen Chen's mind. Ha! What is this? Chen Chen was taken aback. This could trigger Healer of Courage? Could repairing equipment be considered a healing action? He was a bit confused. Wait, what did this copy even do? Equipment effect? Chen Chen was even more bewildered. He was a person. Could equipment effects be used on people? He never expected that the repair spell could also trigger the Healer of Courage talent, and it had even copied a mysterious equipment effect. Just as Chen Chen was feeling confused, the system notification sounded again. Ding! The healer's valor has been triggered. Do you want to consume 5 healing points to upgrade the equipment? Ha! Healing points? Upgrade equipment? Chen Chen's heart stirred. This sounds like it could make the equipment stronger. Without any hesitation, Chen Chen immediately chose to agree. Yes. Ding! The healer's valor has been triggered. The Withered Wood Healing Staff whiteboard has been upgraded. Congratulations on obtaining the Living Wood Healing Staff Black Iron. Just as Chen Chen was looking at the staff in his hand, now upgraded to Black Iron quality, pondering the further possibilities of the healer's valor talent, Su Jiner had already walked up to him. Her cold gaze fell on Chen Chen, carrying a hint of barely noticeable concern. What's wrong? Her voice remained cool, but it had a touch more warmth than usual. Chen Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively put the staff away in his backpack. This action carried a hint of subtle panic. He turned around, wearing a nonchalant smile as he looked at Su Jiner. It's nothing, I just blocked a boss attack earlier, and it seems the staff's durability is gone, Chen Chen said casually, and Su Jiner's delicate brows slightly relaxed. I thought something happened. Her tone lightened a bit, as if she was relieved. It's just a whiteboard staff. Once we get out of the secret realm, I'll give you a better one. Su Jiner's tone was very natural, as if she was merely stating a matter of course. Chen Chen was taken aback. No need. He instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, one should not take rewards without merit. Chen Chen, However, before Chen Chen could finish his sentence, Su Jiner directly interrupted him, her cold eyes fixed steadily on Chen Chen. Did you forget what you promised me before? Su Jiner's voice was soft, yet it carried an inexplicable pressure. If I want to give you something, you are not allowed to refuse. She paused slightly, seemingly giving Chen Chen time to think. Besides, you contributed the most in this dungeon. Su Jiner's tone became serious. Just your healing spell earlier. If it were on the hiring market, 300 gold coins would be considered cheap. Chen Chen looked at Su Jiner's serious expression, and the words of refusal ultimately got swallowed back. He knew that Su Jiner was not being polite. She genuinely believed that he deserved this reward. Moreover, as Su Jiner said, he indeed needed a new staff right now. Although his talent could enhance the quality of equipment, the foundation of a whiteboard weapon was simply too poor. Even if it was upgraded to black iron, it was barely usable. Not to mention, he was currently short on funds, and purchasing equipment was out of the question. Thinking of this, a hint of helplessness appeared on Chen Chen's face. Then I'll thank Miss Jiner in advance. He accepted Su Jiner's kindness. Seeing that Chen Chen agreed, the corners of Su Jiner's mouth slightly lifted, revealing a faint smile. No need to be polite, this is what you deserve. Su Jiner said softly, her voice carrying a hint of barely noticeable joy. Chen Chen looked at Su Jiner's smile, and his heart stirred slightly. In his previous life, there had been misunderstandings and barriers between him and Su Jiner. It was only in the end that he realized what he had missed. That was an irreparable regret. Living this life again, he did not want to repeat the same mistakes. He wanted to cherish the person in front of him. Let's go, we'll talk after we leave here. Chen said softly, breaking the slightly quiet atmosphere. He took the lead in stepping forward. Su Jiner responded softly, her voice light but carrying a hint of excitement. She turned around, signaling Wang Tang and the others to follow. Then, she quickly caught up with Chen Chen's pace. Let's go. Su Jiner's cold voice interrupted their thoughts. Wang Tang, Louis, and Wang Wei finally snapped back to reality from their shock. They quickly got up and followed. The joy of surviving and the excitement of leveling up diluted the previous tension and fatigue. The atmosphere of the group became relaxed once again. Chen Chen and Su Jiner walked side by side, chatting casually. Wang Tang and the others followed behind, occasionally chiming in with a few words. Soon, they arrived at the portal that appeared after the boss fell. It was a swirling vortex emitting a faint white light, slowly rotating as if connecting to another world. Chen Chen took the lead and stepped into the portal. A flash of light appeared before his eyes. The surrounding scenery instantly changed, returning to the resplendent hall of the dungeon. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the ordinary secret realm. Songlong Forest. Time taken 57 minutes. Rating S. Ding! Congratulations, you have received Songlong Treasure Chest *1, experience points plus 150. The system's notifications sounded in their ears, announcing that they had successfully cleared the Songlong Forest secret realm. Perhaps because Su Jiner was not familiar with the others, this time the loot distribution was set to the team leader's allocation mode. This was also the reason why they hadn't seen any drop notifications along the way. As soon as they left the secret realm portal and returned to the magnificent hall, Su Jiner began to distribute the spoils. Although Chen Chen was internally reluctant, after all, Su Jiner had already said she would give him a staff. Asking for more loot would seem a bit greedy. However, unable to resist Su Jiner's insistence, he ultimately accepted a dozen gold coins. The loot has been distributed. Next, Su Jiner turned around, her cold gaze sweeping over Wang Tang and the others behind her, a barely noticeable smile playing at the corners of her mouth as she softly asked, "Are you interested in challenging the hell-level novice secret realm with me?" Her voice remained cold, yet carried a hint of expectation. Wang Tang, Louis, and Wang Wei instantly froze in place, their eyes wide open, nearly popping out of their sockets, their faces filled with disbelief. Hell level? Wang Tang's voice changed pitch, clearly trembling. They had barely survived the ordinary level Songlong Forest. If it weren't for Chen Chen's last-minute rescue with his incredible healing skills, they might have lost their lives. Now, Su Jiner was suggesting they challenge a hell-level secret realm? Was she joking? It was like playing with fire. Jiner, are you serious? Louis couldn't help but ask, her voice as faint as a whisper, laced with undeniable worry and fear. Wang Wei hurriedly echoed her sentiments, clearly in total disagreement with the proposal. Jiner, let's forget it. Hell level, with our current strength going, there would be no different from seeking death. They did not want to experience the terrifying feeling of struggling on the brink of death again, where they could be torn apart by wolf claws at any moment. That feeling of being on the edge of life and death was enough to leave a lasting impression, unforgettable for a lifetime. Su Jiner looked at the terror on their faces, a flicker of disappointment quickly passing through her eyes. She understood that her combat power and equipment might allow her to attempt it, but with Wang Tang and the others' current strength, challenging a hell-level secret realm was indeed a bit too much. It seemed that in the end, she would have to give up. Su Jiner sighed softly in her heart, a hint of desolation flashing across her delicate face. Just as she was about to say something to dismiss the thought, a calm and indifferent voice suddenly rang out, "I have no problem. I have no problem. Chen Shen wore a faint smile on his face, his calm gaze fixed on Su Jinara's. He softly said, if they're scared, then we can just go alone. He added with a hint of barely noticeable teasing in his tone, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, forming a confident arc. Who's scared? Upon hearing this, Wang Tang immediately flared up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He stiffened his neck, his face turning red, and forced himself to say, I just think it's unnecessary to take that risk. Exactly. We've just changed jobs, and we're only level 4. It's better to be cautious. Louis quickly chimed in, fearing she might be seen as timid. There will be plenty of opportunities to challenge hell-level dungeons in the future. There's no rush. Wang Wei also hurried to express her stance, and the three seemed to find a common excuse, their tones growing more resolute. Chen Shen looked at their somewhat comical expressions, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he gently shook his head, choosing not to say anything further. He knew they just needed a way out. Su Jiner understood this as well. Her cool gaze turned back to Chen Shen, her eyes carrying a hint of inquiry, as if seeking his opinion. Then, shall we go, just the two of us? Sure, Chen Shen replied with a light laugh, his tone casual and relaxed. Since we're free anyway, it wouldn't hurt to check out the Hell-level Secret Realm. He spoke as if the Hell-level Secret Realm were merely an ordinary outing. Even if it's a Hell-level Novice Secret Realm, it's still just a Novice Secret Realm. With our job strength, we definitely won't have any problems. Su Jiner looked at the confident expression on Chen Shen's face. A wave of inexplicable joy surged in her heart, and her lips couldn't help but curve upward slightly. All right. Su Jiner nodded vigorously, her cool voice tinged with a hint of excitement. Let's set off now. She turned to Wang Tang and the others, her tone returning to calm, her gaze carrying an undeniable firmness. You all head back first. Chen Shen and I will challenge the Hell-level Novice Secret Realm. Sister Su. Wang Tang wanted to say something more to dissuade Su Jiner, but she cut him off directly. No need to say more. With your current strength, you'd just be a burden. Su Jiner's tone was very direct, lacking any politeness, as if stating a fact. Wang Tang opened his mouth, wanting to argue, but faced with Su Jiner's cool gaze, he ultimately swallowed his words. He knew Su Jiner was speaking the truth, cruel yet real. Then, Sister Jiner, be careful. Louise said softly, her eyes filled with concern, her tone laden with complex emotions. Don't worry, Su Jiner nodded, signaling them not to fret. After watching them leave the dungeon hall, she turned to Chen Shen, her tone tinged with impatience. So, shall we go now? Chen Shen, hearing this, couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. At least let me rest for a bit. I just came out of the dungeon, and I haven't even opened the Sanlong treasure chest yet. Besides, Miss Su, have you forgotten that my main weapon was gloriously sacrificed in battle and shattered to pieces? That's true. Su Jiner realized she might have been a bit too eager, a faint blush appearing on her delicate face as she sheepishly stuck out her tongue. Then, you rest first, I'll have someone bring the staff over. With that, Su Jiner stood up and walked aside, dialing a communication request. Chen Shen watched Su Jiner's slightly flustered figure, a smile involuntarily rising at the corners of his mouth, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. It seems that this young lady from the Su family is not as cold as she appears on the surface. Chen chuckled lightly, directly sitting down on the nearby sofa, pulling out the Sanlong treasure chest gifted for clearing the Novice Secret Realm. The metallic box was engraved with a rugged wolf's head, emitting a chilling glow in the dim room. Chen Shen's fingers traced the cold lines of the box as he silently recited the incantation to open it. Ding! You have opened the Sanlong treasure chest. Congratulations! You have obtained the skill book, Sanlong Light Shield, Black Iron. A soft light burst forth from the gap of the treasure chest, dispelling the shadows in the room, revealing an ancient scroll quietly lying within. The scroll displayed a deep ink blue color, with silver threads intricately outlining the wolf's head pattern at the edges, mysterious and full of power. Chen picked up the scroll. A faint magical fluctuation emanating from his fingertips as he unfurled it, the skill information coming into view. Sanlong Light Shield, Black Iron level skill. After using it on a target, it can grant a shield equal to 150% of the target's spirit value. Lasts for 60 seconds. Cost 100 MPCD, 10 minutes. A Black Iron level shield skill, Chen murmured, his gaze quickly scanning the skill's description. The effect of this skill was quite standard, but for his current stage, it was a decent defensive measure, especially with the 150% spirit value shield bonus. Considering his current 110 points in spirit, it could provide 165 points of shield value, lasting for a minute, which might be useful in critical moments. Not bad, better than nothing, Chen said to himself, and with thought, the scroll transformed into a stream of light and surged into his body. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the skill, Sanlong Light Shield. Seeing that Su Jiner had not yet returned, he closed his eyes to check his current status. Character, Chen Class, Healing Mage. Level, LV4, HP, 290 MP, 25150/25150, Strength, 17, Agility, 14, Spirit, 125, Constitution, 14. Special effect, Healing effect plus 5%, Skills, Detection, Healing, Repair, Sanlong Light Shield, Talents, Healer's Courage, Heart of the Mage, SS, Block, A, Rage Strike, B, Skill Points, 200, not Too bad, but I need to think about where to allocate these 200 skill points at this moment. Su Jiner hung up the communication, turned around, and saw Chen Chen leaning against the soft sofa, resting with his eyes closed. Sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling window, casting a faint golden glow on him, accentuating his already handsome profile. She lightened her footsteps, slowly walking to Chen Chen's side, quietly watching him. A few strands of hair fell across his forehead, gently swaying with his breath, adding a touch of laziness and nonchalance to his demeanor. Ahem. As if sensing Su Jiner's gaze, Chen Chen lightly coughed and slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Chen Chen open his eyes, Su Jiner smiled slightly. What did the treasure chest yield? Chen Chen replied honestly, not bad, I got a black iron level shield skill, Sanlon. Light shield. Sanlon light shield? Su Jiner's eyes brightened at his words, a pleasing curve forming at the corners of her mouth. Then our upcoming hell level secret realm journey will surely be more secure. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, carrying a hint of barely perceptible excitement. Chen Chen shrugged, non-committal. After all, who would dislike a support that can take hits and deal damage? Just then, Su Jiner suddenly took out a staff from her backpack and handed it to Chen Chen. The staff presented a deep ink blue color with intricate magical patterns carved along its length, and at the top, a gem that sparkled like starlight, emitting a faint magical aura. This is for you. Su Jiner's tone carried an air of finality. From now on, this is your staff. No refusals. Mine? Chen Chen was somewhat taken aback, instinctively taking the staff, which felt cold to the touch and had an excellent texture. Before he could refuse, Su Jiner added, just take it. This is what you promised me. You will definitely accept what I give you, and this staff should be quite helpful for you. Looking at Su Jiner's undeniable gaze, Chen Chen had no choice but to relent. The words of refusal in his heart were swallowed back. Alright then, thank you, Miss Su. Chen Chen shrugged helplessly. With a thought, he activated his detection skill, and the information about the staff instantly appeared before his eyes. The next moment, Chen Chen was stunned, disbelief etched on his face. Starlight staff grade, silver level, LV4 spirit, plus 20. Durability, 200 skill, power of the stars, active consumes 50 MP, condenses the power of the stars to deal 150% of spirit. Value as magical damage to the target, with a 10% chance to stun the target for 2 seconds. CD, 30 seconds. Equipment effect, magic. Amplification, reduces the magical consumption of all skills by 10%. It was actually a piece of silver-grade equipment? For newcomers who were still using basic gear, this was simply a coveted top-tier item. One must know that the quality gap in equipment is immense. A piece of silver equipment could elevate a player's strength several times over. Chen Chen took a deep breath, his gaze towards Su Jiner filled with complex emotions. So, are you satisfied? Su Jiner looked at Chen Chen's shocked expression, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, revealing a proud smile. Her cool face also bore a hint of playfulness. It seemed that giving away this precious equipment was a trivial matter for her. Satisfied, of course. Chen Chen forced a smile and nodded. Miss Su's generosity is indeed extraordinary, he sincerely praised. This was beyond extraordinary. It was simply extravagant. After all, low-level high-quality equipment could be more expensive than high-level gear. That's good. Su Jiner snorted lightly, seemingly pleased with Chen Chen's reaction, her exquisite face brightening with a bigger smile. However, this equipment is too valuable. I can't just take it for free. Chen Chen frowned and said seriously. Although he needed this equipment, he didn't want to accept Su Jiner's goodwill without reason. After all, he wasn't someone who liked to owe others favors, especially not a favor from Su Jiner, who said it was for free. Su Jiner shot Chen Chen a glance, speaking irritably, consider it your reward for protecting me from now on. How about that? Protect you? Chen Chen was taken aback for a moment, looking at Su Jiner with confusion. With Su Jiner's strength and background, did she really need him to protect her? Exactly, Su Jiner nodded, speaking as if it were obvious. The Hell Secret Realm is no safe place, it's filled with dangers, and I need a reliable partner to protect me. And you are my best choice. There was a hint of trust and reliance in Su Jiner's tone. Hearing her words, Chen Chen fell silent. He knew Su Jiner was giving him a reason to accept the equipment. She didn't want him to feel indebted to her, so she said it this way on purpose. Don't worry, miss. Su Chen Chen's lips curled into a confident smile. With me around, I will definitely not let you come to any harm. Upon hearing this, Su Jiner smiled slightly and nodded. I believe in you. Chen Chen smiled faintly, picked up the starry staff, and since Su Jiner trusted him so much, he absolutely could not let her down. Miss Su trusts me so much, it truly surprises Chen. Chen Chen chuckled lightly, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. Hearing this, Su Jiner raised her delicate chin slightly, a trace of pride in her expression. Of course, my judgment never goes wrong. After she finished speaking, she stretched lazily, her graceful figure fully revealed, her movements natural and casual. Without any hesitation, she sat down beside Chen Chen, the faint fragrance of the girl wafting into Chen Chen's nose. Then, in a lazy tone, she said, alright, let's take a break for a while, and then we'll go try that hell-level secret realm. Seeing this, Chen Chen instinctively pulled back a bit, not caring about Su Jiner's reaction. and once again focused his gaze on the starry staff. His fingertips gently stroked the cold patterns on the surface of the staff, a strange sensation flowing from his fingertips. Just then, a system prompt that only he could hear abruptly sounded in his mind. Ding! Do you want to use 100 healing points to upgrade this equipment? Chen Shan's mouth twitched slightly. Upgrade? It takes 100 healing points to upgrade from silver to gold? That means using healing magic 100 times. He only had 20 healing points. At most right now. What a joke. Chen Shan decisively chose to refuse. He couldn't afford it. Better to wait until later. He shook his head, dismissing the thought of upgrading the equipment, and turned his attention to the repair skill. With a thought, he tried to use the repair skill. However, the skill showed no response, as if it had sunk into the sea. System prompt: durability is full, no need for repair. As expected, the repair skill couldn't be used when the durability was full. Chen sighed helplessly. It seemed he couldn't directly replicate the equipment's effects for now. He put away the starry staff and focused on his skill points. 200 skill points lay quietly in the skill bar, as if silently tempting him. These 200 skill points had to be used a little. He couldn't really wait until later to plan for skills, could he? After much thought, Chen gritted his teeth. Since his healing magic had a mutation effect, why not invest all of it into healing magic at once? This way, his early advantage could be even greater. Without further ado, Chen focused his mind and silently thought, Deep Blue. Add points. As Chen concentrated, the 200 skill points instantly vanished. A warm current surged into his body quickly, gathering in his mind. He felt his understanding of healing magic elevate to a whole new level in an instant. Countless insights surfaced in his mind as if he had received a divine revelation. His comprehension of healing magic reached a brand new realm. The information on the skill panel changed accordingly. Healing magic LV5 immediately restores the target's 300% mental value plus 500 fixed value health upon use. Mutation effect 1. When your healing magic crits, it will remove all buffs from the target. 2. If the target's health is lower than your healing amount, the excess healing will convert into magical damage, dealing an amount of magical damage equal to the overflow value to all enemies within range. CD 5 seconds. Cost 150 MP. Chen Shan looked at the skill description before him, his breath slightly catching. Level 5 healing magic. The effect was surprisingly terrifying. The base healing amount had significantly increased. The mental value bonus had changed from 200% to 300%. The fixed value had directly multiplied tenfold. From 50 points, it skyrocketed to 500 points. This was merely a surface-level enhancement. The real shock for Chen Shan was the amplification of the alienation effect. Originally, it only cleared the buff's alienation effect, but now it unexpectedly added a new effect. Overflow healing was converted into magical damage. Moreover, it was area of effect magical damage. This was essentially transforming a purely healing skill into a super technique that balanced both offense and defense. The cooldown time was halved. However, the consumption skyrocketed several times. For Chen now, this level of consumption was negligible. After all, he currently had a terrifying blue mana pool of 25,000 points. This consumption was just a drop in the bucket. A slight smile crept onto Chen Shan's lips and a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. This was the pinnacle of healing professions, capable of both healing and dealing damage. Who said support could only hang back? He was determined to prove it through action. A restoration sorcerer could also become the most dazzling presence on the battlefield, even the strongest one. Beside him, Su Jiner looked at the ever-changing expression on Chen Shan's face and couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are you thinking about, so engrossed?" Chen Shan came back to his senses at her words, a confident smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Nothing much, just thinking that this hell-level secret realm should be quite interesting." Su Jiner's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed deeply at Chen Shan, seemingly trying to see through his inner thoughts. "That's good," she said softly, a faint smile appearing on her lips. "It's about time we should set off." Chen Shan nodded and stood up as well. The two walked side by side toward the secret realm's teleportation portal. The main hall of the novice secret realm was still bustling with noise and excitement. Various shouts and conversations mixed together, creating a cacophony. Soon, the two arrived once more at the teleportation portal. The portal emitted a faint glow, as if waiting for their arrival. Su Jiner turned to Chen Shan, her eyes filled with inquiry. "Ready to set off?" Chen Shan smiled slightly and nodded. "I can start any time." Just as the two were about to step into the teleportation portal, a sharp voice suddenly rang out from the side, filled with unabashed sarcasm and disdain. "Oh, isn't this our genius, Chen? What's this, just switch jobs and already ready to go die?" The voice was mocking and provocative. Chen Shan and Su Jiner frowned simultaneously at the sound and turned to look. They saw a young man dressed in an overly extravagant mage robe holding a staff embedded with low-quality gems, looking at them with a mocking expression. His face bore a sickly pallor, his eyes were sinister, and The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, forming a malicious arc. Both Qin Chen and Su Jiner recognized this person. He was Li Wei, ranked third on the talent list of Yang City. Moreover, he was someone who had always looked down on Chen Chen. Especially after learning about the good relationship between Su Jiner and Chen Chen, Li Wei was filled with jealousy and hostility toward Chen Chen. He had always prided himself as the best among the younger generation of Yang City, believing only he deserved Su Jiner. Somehow, he had learned about Chen Chen and Su Jiner's plan to challenge the Hell-level secret realm. Naturally, he wouldn't miss this perfect opportunity to mock them. He was determined to find every possible way to annoy Chen Chen. Li Wei walked up to Chen and Su Jiner with a somewhat frivolous gait, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Chen, his tone becoming even more acerbic. I say, Chen Chen, you really don't know how to die. A B-level support dares to dream of challenging a Hell-level secret realm? Truly fearless. Or are you trying to drag Miss Su down with you to die? Li Wei's voice was loud, deliberately ensuring that those around could hear. Many players around heard his words and turned their gazes this way, their faces showing expressions of anticipation for the drama in their eyes. Although Chen Chen had once been first on the talent leaderboard after his job change, no matter how high his talent was, he had merely become an unremarkable B-level support. In contrast, Li Wei was a third-ranked A-level genius mage. The gap between the two was as vast as heaven and earth. It seemed only natural for Li Wei to mock Chen Chen. Chen Chen looked at Li Wei's malicious face, feeling not a single ripple in his heart. Having lived two lives, he had long since grown indifferent to such boring provocations and taunts. In his previous life, he had endured countless times worse ridicule and oppression, and had long since forged a heart of steel. Li Wei's level of provocation seemed to him like a clown's antics. He didn't even have the interest to respond to Li Wei, directly ignoring his presence. Turning to Su Jiner, he softly asked, "Shall we go?" Chen Chen's attitude completely caught Li Wei off guard. He had originally thought that Chen Chen would be angry, would retort, or even fly into a rage. But he never expected Chen Chen to remain so calm, even outright ignoring him. This disregard hurt him more than any mockery could, igniting his anger. Li Wei's face instantly turned ashen, his eyes glaring at Chen Chen with malice, his tone becoming even more venomous. "What's wrong? Did I hit a nerve? Afraid? Chen Chen, you really are a waste, not even daring to say a word. What a coward." Li Wei's mocking voice grew even more unrestrained. The surrounding players joined in, erupting in laughter. "Ha ha ha, it seems Chen Chen is really scared, not even daring to let out a peep. A B-level support is just a B-level support, truly a useless ado, and still wanting to challenge the Hell-level secret realm, it's just laughable. Miss Su is really pitiful, how could she team up with such a waste? This time in the Hell-level secret realm, it seems she's in for a rough time." Various taunts echoed endlessly. Hearing these jeers, Su Jiner's expression instantly turned icy, her delicate face covered in frost. A cold light flickered in her beautiful eyes as she glared at Li Wei, her voice suddenly rising. "Li Wei, that's enough." The surrounding raucous laughter came to an abrupt halt, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Everyone was stunned by Su Jiner's sudden fury. They had never seen her so angry. In their impression, this young lady from the Su family always appeared aloof and indifferent, as if nothing in the world could stir her heart. At this moment, however, her exquisite face twisted slightly in anger, her beautiful eyes burning with rage, almost tangible. Li Wei was also taken aback by Su Jiner's reaction. The smug smile on his face instantly froze, replaced by a hint of panic and astonishment. He never expected that Su Jiner would scold him so harshly for Chen Chen. He had always regarded Su Jiner as his goddess, dreaming of winning her favor. In his eyes, he was the one most deserving of Su Jiner, and no matter how high Chen Chen's talent was, he had merely turned into a useless B-level support, hardly worth mentioning. Yet now, the goddess was glaring at him for this waste, causing his jealousy and anger to erupt like a volcano. "Su Jiner, is it really worth it for such a waste?" Li Wei's voice was somewhat fierce but still couldn't hide the resentment within. "He's just a B-level support. Going to the Hell-level secret realm will only drag you down. You actually yelled at me for this waste? What is he even? A B-level support, not even worthy of carrying your shoes." Li Wei's chest heaved violently, his finger trembling as he pointed at Chen Chen, jealousy nearly spilling from his eyes. The surrounding players were once again in an uproar. No one expected Su Jiner to disregard Li Wei's face for Chen Chen. It should be known that Li Wei was the third-ranked genius mage on the Yanqing talent list, and he had been pursuing Su Jiner for quite some time. Although Chen Chen had once been first on the talent list, he was now merely a B-grade healing waste, completely incomparable to Li Wei. "Li Wei, I'll say it again, that's enough." Su Jiner's voice grew colder. Her exquisite face was covered in frost, and anger surged in her beautiful eyes. Su Jiner was genuinely angry. "Su Jiner, you." Li Wei was stunned by Su Jiner's imposing presence, momentarily speechless, his face turning red like pig liver. He wanted to retort, to curse in anger, but under Su Jiner's icy gaze, it felt as if his throat had been seized, and he couldn't utter a word. He couldn't afford to provoke Su Jiner's strength and background. He bullied the weak and feared the strong, acting arrogant only towards those beneath him. Faced with someone like Su Jiner, he instantly cowered. Li Wei's fierce demeanor belied his cowardice, his gaze flickered, not daring to meet Su Jiner's eyes again, and he could only redirect his pent-up anger towards Chen Chen. Humph, a waste is just a waste, only able to hide behind a woman. Li Wei shouted at Chen Chen, trying to salvage some face. Chen Chen, are you even a man? What kind of skill is it to hide behind a woman? Li Wei's voice was filled with provocation and disdain, confident that Chen wouldn't dare to fight back. Li Wei aimed to infuriate Chen Chen with his words, hoping to embarrass him and prove that he was better than Chen Chen, more deserving of Su Jiner. The surrounding players looked at Chen Chen again, their expressions varied, some mocked, some relished the misfortune, and others eagerly anticipated the spectacle. In their eyes, Chen Chen was likely to embarrass himself this time. Facing Li Wei's provocation, Chen Chen remained calm, as if he hadn't heard anything. He merely tilted his head slightly to look at Su Jiner beside him. The anger burned in Su Jiner's beautiful eyes, and the surrounding magical elements began to stir. The starry staff in her hand faintly glowed. A powerful magical fluctuation began to coalesce around her. Su Jiner was really about to take action. Seeing this, Chen Chen sighed helplessly. He knew Su Jiner was standing up for him, but he didn't want her to escalate the situation because of him. After all, it was meaningless to get worked up over a clown like Li Wei. Chen Chen gently grasped Su Jiner's wrist, stopping the magic she was about to unleash. Su Jiner looked at Chen Chen in confusion, her beautiful eyes filled with inquiry. Chen Chen shook his head slightly at her, signaling her not to be angry. Then, he stepped in front of Su Jiner, facing Li Wei directly. A faint smile appeared on his lips, his expression calm and indifferent, as if he were looking at a jumping clown. I say, Li Wei. Chen Chen spoke slowly, his voice not loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. I told you to eat less shit usually, look at you, your mouth is still so foul. Chen Chen's tone was calm, laced with a hint of mockery. Besides spewing nonsense, what else can you do? As soon as Chen Chen's words left his mouth, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone was stunned, including Su Jiner. No one expected Chen Chen to respond like this. Not angry but laughing, calmly mocking, casually dismissive, yet with lethal impact. You. Li Wei trembled with rage, his finger shaking as he pointed at Chen Chen, but he couldn't say a word after stammering for a long time. What? About me? Chen Chen chuckled lightly, his tone even more casual. Am I wrong? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Doesn't your face look like that of a clown? Chen Chen's words were merciless, hitting Li Wei right where it hurt. Chen Chen, you're seeking death. Li Wei finally exploded, no longer caring about anything else, and shouted angrily at Chen Chen. He waved the staff in his hand and was about to charge at Chen Chen. What's wrong? Are you angry and ready to make a move? Chen Chen remained calm, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Unfortunately, you probably don't have the qualifications for that. Chen Chen's tone was dismissive, filled with contempt. You. Li Wei was so furious that smoke seemed to be coming out of his 7 orifices. His anger surged, and he wished he could rush up and tear Chen Chen to pieces. But he still had some rationality left, knowing that this was the main hall of the novice secret realm, where private fights between players were prohibited. Moreover, Su Jiner was watching closely from the side. If he really made a move, he would likely be the one to suffer. Li Wei gritted his teeth, suppressing the anger within him, glaring fiercely at Chen Chen. Chen Chen, don't get too smug. Li Wei's voice was hoarse, like a beast's growl. If you have the guts, don't hide behind a woman, let's have a one-on-one. Li Wei knew he wasn't a match for Su Jiner, but he still had confidence in dealing with Chen Chen. One-on-one? Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, a playful smile appearing on his lips. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Chen Chen asked, his tone laced with mockery. Of course. Li Wei answered without hesitation. He wanted to teach Chen Chen a harsh lesson in front of everyone, making him understand the consequences of offending him. Alright, a one-on-one it is. Chen Chen chuckled lightly, speaking casually, but a one-on-one is too boring. How about we make a bet instead? A bet? Li Wei was taken aback for a moment, looking at Chen Chen with confusion, not understanding what he was up to. That's right, a bet. Chen Chen nodded, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Since you think I'm not capable, let's make a big wager. Chen Chen's tone was calm. I'll team up with Jiner and enter the hell-level secret realm. I won't take advantage of you. Jiner's strength is equivalent to 10 people, so you can form a 10-person team and also enter the hell-level secret realm. Chen Chen pointed to the secret realm teleportation portal behind him, his gaze fixed intently on Li Wei. Let's see who clears it first, how about that? A bet? Li Wei's pupils suddenly constricted, as if pricked by a needle. His eyes flickered, a momentary panic flashing by, but he cleverly concealed it. Li Wei stared at Chen Chen, his mind racing like a storm, weighing the pros and cons. Hell-level secret realm? Is this guy crazy? A recognized B-level support actually dares to challenge the hell-level secret realm with just Su Jiner? This is simply seeking death. Li Wei sneered inwardly, but put on a puzzled expression, as if he had heard the biggest joke. Chen Chen, are you mistaken? Li Wei's voice was laced with obvious sarcasm and doubt. He deliberately raised his volume, trying to shake Chen Chen's resolve with words, making him back down. The hell-level secret realm is a forbidden place that even 10-person elite teams wouldn't dare to attempt lightly. Are you sure you want to bet on this? He paused deliberately, emphasizing the danger of the hell-level secret realm. What's wrong? Are you scared? Chen Shen looked at Li Wei, a slight smile playing on his lips like a cat playing with a mouse. He shook his head gently, his tone tinged with disappointment, as if he were watching a clown. I thought you had some real skills. Turns out you're just a bully who picks on the weak. Chen Shen's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of every player around, like an invisible slap that struck Li Wei's face hard. Only hiding under the protection of your family, flaunting your power against the weak. Each of Chen Shen's words was like a sharp knife, stabbing fiercely at Li Wei's pride. The surrounding players listened, many showing disdainful expressions, their gazes toward Li Wei turned somewhat contemptuous, whispers rising and falling around them. Li Wei's face instantly turned a shade of iron blue, alternating between red and white. He felt a burning sensation on his cheeks, as if he had been slapped hard dozens of times, utterly humiliated. Who said I'm afraid? Li Wei suddenly lifted his head, the veins on his neck bulging, and roared at Chen Shen, his voice slightly hoarse. He resembled an enraged beast, his eyes bloodshot, staring fiercely at Chen Shen. I just think you're too overconfident. A hell-level secret realm is not something a waste like you can challenge. Li Wei gritted his teeth, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth, filled with resentment and anger. Since you insist on seeking death, then I'll grant you that. He was completely enraged by Chen Shen, losing his rationality, only wanting to teach Chen Shen a harsh lesson and make him pay the price. Oh, Chen Shen raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with mockery, as if he were watching a dying prey struggle. So, does that mean you agree? Of course, Li Wei answered without hesitation, his tone resolute. He couldn't believe that his well-equipped 10-man team would be outmatched by just Chen Shen and Su Jiner. It was simply absurd. Alright, since you agree, let's set a wager. Chen Shen nodded, his smile growing wider, as if everything was under his control. A wager? Li Wei was momentarily taken aback, looking at Chen Shen with confusion, not understanding what scheme Chen Shen was concocting. Exactly, since it's a bet, there naturally needs to be a wager. That makes it more interesting, doesn't it? Chen Shen slowly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of temptation, like a devil leading one to ruin. The loser must bow and apologize to the other and give their best set of equipment to the winner. How does that sound? Chen Shen's voice was not loud, but it thundered like a clap of lightning. In the hall of the dungeon, the surrounding players gasped, shocked by Chen Shen's reckless proposal. This wager was undeniably significant. Bowing and apologizing was a tremendous humiliation, especially in front of so many witnesses. It was almost worse than killing the opponent. And giving away one's best equipment was even more painful, akin to cutting flesh. One must understand that a good piece of equipment is crucial for a player, even considered a second life. Not to mention a whole set that was worth its weight in gold, enough to allow an ordinary player to rise instantly and become a formidable expert. Li Wei's pupils suddenly constricted, a trace of barely perceptible panic flashing in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it, replaced by a more sinister sneer. He stared at Chen Shen, his mind racing like a storm, weighing the pros and cons, calculating the gains and losses. Li Wei sneered inwardly. He did not believe Chen Shen could win. Chen, are you out of your mind? Li Wei's expression turned somewhat ugly. He hadn't expected Chen Shen to propose such a harsh wager. He hesitated, his heart pounding, momentarily unsure how to respond. He was well aware of the difficulty of the hell-level secret realm. What's wrong? Scared? Chen Shen looked at Li Wei, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly, revealing a mocking smile, as if ridiculing his cowardice. Or do you lack confidence in yourself? Chen Shen pressed on relentlessly, mercilessly exposing Li Wei's hypocrisy. Who says I'm scared? Li Wei was provoked by Chen Shen's words. He slammed his chest with a loud thud. I just think you're too arrogant to dare propose such a wager. Li Wei shouted, trying to mask his inner unease. Fine, I accept. Li Wei gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with madness. He had been pushed to the brink by Chen Shen, with no way out. Alright, it's a deal. Chen Shen laughed heartily, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. He had been waiting for this moment. He knew that Li Wei had completely taken the bait. Just wait and see, I'll make you lose convincingly. Li Wei shot Chen Shen a fierce glare and turned to leave. He needed to prepare quickly. He absolutely could not lose to Chen Shen. Su Jiner paid no attention to Li Wei. Her beautiful eyes lingered on Chen Shen in front of her, sparkling with light. It was Chen Shen's confidence that attracted her the most, as if everything was within his grasp, making one unable to resist wanting to get closer. At that moment, Chen Shen also turned to look at Su Jiner. Su Jiner gazed at Chen Shen, a faint smile flickering in her clear eyes, like a spring breeze that warmed the heart. She understood Chen Shen's meaning. He was merely worried about her being implicated. After all, if they lost this bet, the consequences would be quite severe. Not only would they have to bow and apologize, but they would also have to compensate with a complete set of the best equipment. Don't worry. Su Jiner smiled slightly, her voice crisp and firm, like a mountain spring that refreshes the soul. A mere A-level mage, I truly don't take him seriously. Her tone was calm, yet it exuded a powerful confidence, as if everything was under her control. With me around, you won't lose. This confidence was not blind arrogance but stemmed from her absolute trust in her own strength and in Chen Chen. As the most dazzling genius of the Su family in this generation, Su Jiner had the confidence and the capability. Chen Chen looked at Su Jiner's self-assured demeanor, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, revealing a relaxed smile. He knew that Su Jiner was expressing her support and trust in her own way, reassuring him. Then I'll be waiting to cling to Jiner's thigh. Chen Chen teased deliberately, his tone light and playful. You better take me flying. Chen Chen blinked, putting on a please take me look, which was quite amusing. Su Jiner was amused by Chen Chen, unable to help but let out a light laugh like the sound of silver bells. All right. She proudly lifted her delicate chin like a haughty queen. This hell-level secret realm will be left to me. Excitement sparkled in Su Jiner's eyes, eager to experience the power of the hell-level secret realm. About 20 minutes later, Li Wei returned to the dungeon hall with his 10-man team, exuding an imposing aura. 10 people, a perfect lineup, well-equipped, all above level 5. It was clear they were a well-trained elite team, with excellent coordination and impressive strength. Li Wei strode up to Chen Chen, his gaze sinister, like a venomous snake, fixated on Chen Chen. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth, as if he could already see Chen Chen begging for mercy on the ground. Chen Chen, are you ready to die? His voice was low and filled with provocation, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between clenched teeth. The hell-level secret realm is not something a waste like you can touch. The members of Li Wei's team also revealed disdainful smiles. They looked at Chen Chen as if he were a dead man, filled with contempt and mockery. In their eyes, Chen Chen and Su Jiner challenging the hell-level secret realm was simply seeking their own doom, with no chance of victory whatsoever. Oh, is that so? Chen Chen smiled faintly, not at all intimidated by Li Wei's imposing presence. His gaze remained calm as water. He slowly stood up, his eyes calmly sweeping over Li Wei and his team, as if looking at a group of clowns. Then let's wait and see. Chen Chen's tone was flat, yet it carried an undeniable confidence, as if everything was under his control. Still talking tough when death is imminent. Li Wei snorted coldly, his gaze growing even colder. He could hardly wait to see Chen Chen's miserable state. I will let you know what despair truly is. With a wave of his hand, he led the team toward the entrance of the hell-level secret realm, exuding an imposing aura, filled with murderous intent. Just as Li Wei stepped forward, about to enter that deep entrance, the tip of Chen Chen's staff flickered. With a faint light, so fast it was almost imperceptible. A streak of light, like an arrow released from a bow, sliced through the air, precisely landing on Li Wei, vanishing without a trace. Ding! The healer's valor has been triggered. Ding! The healer's valor has been triggered. A level talent lightning power has been successfully copied. Lightning power. All attacks and skills carry additional lightning attribute damage, dealing 5% of the target's current maximum health as lightning damage, not affected by the target's magical resistance. Support profession correction. If the skill is a healing or support skill, it increases the target's movement speed by 20% and reduces the skill cooldown by 20%, lasting for 10 seconds. The system prompt echoed in Chen Chen's mind, crisp and ethereal. Li Wei paused, feeling an inexplicable warmth spreading throughout his body, but he paid it no mind, thinking it was some special fluctuation from the secret realm's entrance. He turned back, casting a cold glance at Chen Chen, the corner of his mouth curling into a disdainful sneer. Playing tricks, Li Wei muttered under his breath. Then without looking back, he led the team into the entrance of the hell-level secret realm, his figure disappearing into the darkness. Chen Chen watched the direction in which Li Wei had vanished, his expression calm. Su Jiner stood beside Chen Chen, observing his mysterious actions, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. What are you doing? Nothing, just giving them a buff, Chen Chen replied with a slight smile, not elaborating further. He knew that although Su Jiner was powerful, she was still unaware of some of his special abilities. Buff? Chen Chen nodded with a smile, just testing the feel of the Zone Wolflight shield, nothing to worry about. Buff? Testing the feel? Su Jiner blinked. Of course, she wouldn't believe that Chen Chen was merely testing the feel. But since he was unwilling to say more, she wouldn't press him. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Let's go. Su Jiner glanced at Li Wei and the others who had already disappeared into the darkness, speaking softly. She took long strides toward the entrance of the secret realm. Chen Chen smiled slightly and followed in her footsteps. The two walked side by side into the deep, dark entrance of the secret realm, their figures gradually vanishing into the shadows. A flash of light, and the surrounding scenery changed in an instant. A cold, damp atmosphere rushed toward them, accompanied by a nauseating stench that made one involuntarily frown. The surroundings were dim, visibility extremely low, only vaguely revealing some twisted trees and the jagged ground. The air was thick with the scent of death, as if they were in a silent graveyard. Undead secret realm? Chen Chen frowned, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. This seemed somewhat different from the hell-level secret realm in his past life memories. The first hell-level secret realm he entered in his previous life did not look like this at all. Could it be that his rebirth caused some unknown changes? Chen Chen pondered silently, vigilantly observing his surroundings. Ding! You have successfully entered the hell secret realm abyss of the dead. The system prompt echoed in both of their minds. Simultaneously, Su Jiner immediately raised her staff, the tip flickering with a faint firelight, shielding her petite figure behind it. Standing in front of Chen Chen. Be careful, this place is already different. Su Jiner's voice was cold yet carried a barely perceptible tension. Around them, the originally twisted trees and jagged stones slowly began to rise, revealing skeletons. Hollow eye sockets flickered with ghostly blue flames, and the bones creaked, producing a chilling crack sound. Chen Chen looked at the scene before him, understanding in his heart. Sure enough, just as he had guessed, the effects of his rebirth had already begun to manifest. With a thought, the detection spell was instantly activated. Name: Skeleton Soldier. Rank: Common Level 1 HP, 150 MP, 50 Strength, 10 Agility, 5 Spirit, 3 Constitution, 8 Skills, Bone Shield / Talent, Bone Resurrection. The most ordinary skeleton soldier with pitifully low attributes. However, there were quite a number of them. They densely filled the entire field of vision. So many? Su Jiner frowned slightly, clearly taken aback. Even with her strength, facing such a number of skeleton soldiers would be tricky. Moreover, this was just the entrance to the secret realm. Who knew what more terrifying entities were hidden deeper within? Seeing this, Su Jiner was about to wave her staff and chant a spell. But Chen Chen was quicker, raising his staff. The speed was astonishing, even surpassing her SS-level hidden class. Flame Soul Sorceress. Dual casting. Furious Strike. Chen Chen silently chanted, activating both talents simultaneously. Almost instantly, a soft green light shot out from the tip of the staff, followed by another. 2 beams of green light, one after the other, accurately landed on Su Jiner. Plus 4910. Plus 4910. At that moment, 2 massive green numbers floated above Su Jiner's head, shocking to the core. Su Jiner was stunned. She looked incredulously at the numbers floating above her head, momentarily unable to react. It was important to note that her current health was only a few hundred points, yet Chen Chen's healing spell had directly restored her nearly 5,000 health points. This was simply ding. Dusk impact triggered. Ding. Mutation effect triggered. The system notifications sounded in succession. Just as Su Jiner was lost in thought, 4 invisible waves of energy suddenly spread out from her center. The skeleton soldiers that had just risen were instantly turned to dust under the impact of this energy wave. 2455. 4610. A dense rain of red damage numbers floated up. The once crowded entrance to the secret realm instantly became spacious. Only a ground full of ashes remained. Ding. Courage of Healing triggered. Spirit +1 ding. Courage of Healing triggered. Skill Flame Soul Fireball permanently copied. Flame Soul Fireball summons a massive fireball and launches it at the enemy, causing 350% spirit damage upon explosion, with a burning effect lasting 5 seconds. Cost 200 MP, CD 5 minutes. Chen looked at the copied skill and couldn't help but click his tongue. It was a pity he hadn't copied the other SS-level talent from Su Jiner. As a reborn individual, he was well aware that Su Jiner possessed these 2 incredibly powerful SS-level skills, which were crucial for her ascent to the pinnacle of the world in her previous life. At that moment, Su Jiner also came back to her senses. She looked at the empty scene before her and then at the calm Chen Chen beside her. Did you do this? She asked uncertainly, her voice tinged with undeniable shock. Although she knew Chen Chen was strong, she hadn't expected him to be this powerful. This had completely exceeded her understanding. Hearing Su Jiner's voice, Chen Chen finally snapped back to reality. Yeah. He nodded, not offering much explanation. He knew that with Su Jiner's intelligence, she would surely guess some things. Your healing spell. Su Jiner hesitated to continue. She wanted to ask why Chen Chen's healing magic was so powerful, but she felt that the question might be a bit abrupt. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Chen Chen seemed to sense Su Jiner's confusion and took the initiative to explain. My healing magic is a bit special. Special? A hint of peculiarity flashed in Su Jiner's eyes. Chen Chen smiled slightly. Yes, after all, my profession is not that of an ordinary healer. Su Jiner stared at Chen Chen. In her clear, water-like eyes, confusion deepened. But at the same time, a strong curiosity arose. This man always brought her unexpected surprises. You should know that healing spells can also be used as attack skills to deal damage to undead creatures. It's just that my healing spells are more effective against them. As he spoke, he raised the staff in his hand again, the tip shimmering with a faint green light. After all, skills filled with vitality are like deadly poison to these long-dead undead. Chen Chen added casually, and before his words fell, a green light shot from the tip of the staff, accurately landing on a nearby skeleton soldier. 4910. Healing magic crit again. A huge green number floated up from the skeleton soldier's head. Immediately, the skeleton soldier's body melted away like ice and snow thrown into a raging fire, turning into a pile of ashes. An even larger red number floated up from where the skeleton soldier had been, striking to the eye. Ding! Dusk impact. Triggered. Ding. Aberration effect triggered. The system prompt echoed in Chen Shen's mind. Just as the red number dissipated, an invisible wave of energy suddenly spread out from the skeleton soldier's center. The skeleton soldiers that had just risen around were instantly reduced to dust under the impact of this energy wave. 2455. 4610. Ding. Healer's Valor triggered. Constitution +2 ding. Healer's Valor triggered. Strength +2 ding. Healer's Valor triggered. Strength +3. Ding. Healer's Valor triggered. C-grade talent Bone Resurrection has been successfully copied. Bone Resurrection 10% chance to revive after death. Restoring 20% HP. The system prompts continued to ring out, echoing in Chen Shen's mind. Chen Shen was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected the attack effect of healing magic on monsters to count as healing. This was quite a pleasant surprise. Although this kind of healing didn't grant healing points, gaining attribute values in talent skills was already far beyond his expectations. After all, just from these two waves of attacks, his strength and constitution had each increased by 15 points. The speed of this enhancement was simply terrifying. However, upon hearing the last piece of information, Chen Shen couldn't help but twitch his mouth twice. Bone Resurrection? He wasn't a skeleton. If this really triggered, wouldn't he turn into a skeleton after reviving? Although a bit worried, Chen Shen didn't want to think too much about it. He had already died once and didn't want to go through that again. See? It's that simple. He turned to Su Jiner, his tone relaxed with a hint of pride. Su Jiner fell silent. Her delicate face was filled with shock. She looked at the empty scene before her and then at the calm Chen Shen beside her. Waves of astonishment surged in her heart. This is really healing magic? Su Jiner felt her worldview being strongly impacted. She had never seen such domineering healing magic. Not only was the healing effect astonishing, but it could also deal devastating blows to enemies. This simply overturned her understanding of healing magic. Ding, you killed the skeleton soldier, experience +20. Ding, you killed the skeleton soldier, experience +20. The system prompt sounded continuously. Soon, a flash of golden light passed by, and both Chen Shen and Su Jiner were enveloped in the glow of leveling up. Both of them leveled up. It was only then that Su Jiner came back to her senses. She looked at Chen Shen, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. Naturally, she did not believe Chen Shen's earlier words. After all, in the Tsanglong forest, he had also used healing magic to attack the enemy. But the Tsanglong was not an undead creature. How could this be explained? Su Jiner was filled with doubts, but she did not voice them. She knew that Chen Shen must be hiding many secrets, and these secrets might be things he was unwilling to mention. Pressing for answers would only affect their relationship. Let's go. Su Jiner took a deep breath, calming her emotions, and said softly. She took the lead, stepping towards the depths of the secret realm. Chen Shen smiled slightly and followed in Su Jiner's footsteps. The two walked side by side, their figures gradually disappearing into the darkness. In the depths of the abyss of the wraiths, the darkness grew even deeper. The cold, eerie atmosphere was denser than at the entrance. The stench was even more pungent. Visibility was extremely low, almost unable to see one's own hand. Only the faint glow of the fire from Su Jiner's staff barely illuminated a small area around them. At that moment, dense footsteps echoed from all directions, sending chills down their spines. It was as if countless undead creatures were lurking in the darkness. Be careful. Su Jiner's voice rang out in the dark, carrying a hint of seriousness. The staff in her hand emitted a faint glow, illuminating a small area around them. The monsters here seemed stronger than outside. Su Jiner frowned and said. She could already feel countless pairs of ghostly blue eyes staring intently at them from the surroundings. Chen Shen remained silent, quietly following behind Su Jiner. His gaze was calm as water, seemingly indifferent to everything around them. But Su Jiner could sense that beneath Chen Shen's calm exterior lay a subtle vigilance that was not easily noticeable. Just as the two were about to move forward, a shadow suddenly darted out from the darkness. Like an arrow released from a bow, it charged straight at Su Jiner. Chen Shen reacted swiftly. In an instant, he caught the trajectory of the shadow. Be careful, he exclaimed urgently. Before his words fell, the staff in his hand had already unleashed a stream of light, accurately landing on Su Jiner. The Tsanglong light shield suddenly activated. A pale gray shield instantly enveloped Su Jiner, sturdy and thick, emitting a faint glow. At the same time, several strands of fine electric arcs suddenly appeared around Su Jiner. In that moment, her speed surged dramatically, retreating like lightning. The shadow's attack barely grazed the hem of Su Jiner's clothes, landing in empty space. Su Jiner effortlessly dodged this deadly strike, her figure graceful and unharmed. Seeing this, Chen Shen finally breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze sharpening as he activated his detection skill, followed closely by a healing spell that he cast towards the shadow. Name: Corpse Hound. Rank: Black Iron. Level: 3 HP, 300 MP, 30 Strength, 18 Agility, 12 Spirit, 5 Constitution, 15 Skills. Bite, corruption charge talent, decaying body. Chen Chen instantly obtained information about the monster before him, understanding. In his heart. At the same time, the green light accurately struck the corpse hound. 980. A huge damage number floated up from the top of the corpse hound's head. The corpse dog didn't even have time to let out a wail before its body melted away as if engulfed in fierce flames, turning into a pile of ashes. Ding! Mutation effect triggered. In the next moment, the overflowing damage transformed into a circle of green light that spread out like ripples, instantly reducing the nearby skeleton soldiers who had just gathered and the other corpse dogs hiding in the shadows to dust under the impact of this energy wave. A series of damage numbers rose and fell. 680, 680, 680. Chen Chen looked at the damage numbers before him. The corpse dog's health was more than double that of the skeleton soldiers, yet it still couldn't withstand his healing spell. It seemed that in the hell-level secret realm, his healing spell still possessed formidable suppressive power. If a critical hit were triggered, it might even be able to instantly kill a boss, right? In an instant, the monster horde before him was left with nothing but a ground covered in ashes and rotting flesh, emitting a nauseating stench. Su Jiner looked at the scene before her, her eyes filled with astonishment. She hadn't expected that not only was Chen Chen's damage astonishing, but even that Sunlong light shield he had just learned had the effect of increasing movement speed. Moreover, the increase in speed was quite significant. This undoubtedly provided her with a crucial ability to react to any unexpected situations that might arise. Next, with this thought, Su Jiner felt even more puzzled. Was Chen Chen really just a healing-type caregiver? This situation didn't seem to fit at all. Ding! You have killed a corpse dog, experience plus 50. Ding! You have killed a skeleton soldier, experience plus 20. The system notification sounded continuously, and a large amount of experience surged into Chen Chen and Su Jiner's bodies like a tide. The two had only just leveled up not long ago. However, under such a frenzied monster-slaying speed, the experience bar was almost visibly increasing. In just a moment, it was already filled to nearly half. This leveling speed was like riding a rocket, astonishingly fast, breaking all conventional understanding. This leveling speed was simply unbelievable, as if they were on a rocket. However, it seemed that Chen Chen's luck had run out this time. After killing so many monsters, he had only gained 4 or 5 points in strength attributes. Not a single skill or talent had been copied. This left him feeling a bit regretful. Su Jiner stood in place, looking at the empty scene before her, then glanced at the calm Chen Chen beside her, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. Clearly, they had agreed at the beginning that she would lead Chen Chen to explore the abyss of the dead, but now it seemed that she had become a redundant burden. This realization made the usually proud Su Jiner feel somewhat uncomfortable. Let's go, we're in a competition with Li Wei, and I don't want to bow to that guy, Chen Chen said with a light laugh, taking the lead and stepping deeper into the secret realm. Su Jiner took a deep breath, trying to calm her somewhat complicated emotions, and silently followed in Chen Chen's footsteps. In Yang City, Su family's branch. In the study of the family head, Su Mingyan, the atmosphere was so tense it felt like it could drip water. Su Mingyan sat behind a large mahogany desk, his face dark. The jade stone he had been toying with, entirely emerald green, was now tightly clenched in his hand, his knuckles turning white. Jiner has entered the hell-level novice secret realm? Su Mingyan's voice was low, each word squeezed out as if through clenched teeth, filled with uncontainable anger. Standing opposite him was his trusted subordinate, who at that moment had his head bowed, his body slightly trembling, not daring to breathe. Yes, master, he replied with difficulty, his voice barely audible. Su Mingyan's expression did not soften. At the confirmation from his subordinate, instead, it grew even darker. Just go in then. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. With Jiner's profession and equipment, plus the people we arranged, there shouldn't be any major issues. Su Mingyan tried to reassure himself, but there was a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. But the subordinate hesitated, as if there was something unspeakable. Su Mingyan suddenly raised his head, his gaze sharp as a knife. But what? Why are you stammering like that? The subordinate's body trembled, and he quickly sped up his speech. The young lady only formed a 2-person team to go in. What? Su Mingyan's pupils suddenly constricted, and his face turned pale. In an instant, he stood up abruptly, the jade stone in his hand falling to the ground with a clatter, shattering into pieces. A 2-person team? Su Mingyan's voice was sharp and piercing, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Did I not repeatedly instruct you to send more people to protect the young lady? He roared, his chest heaving violently, clearly furious. To the extreme. The very thing he feared most had happened. A hell-level secret realm, even for beginners, was not something that could be casually breached by just 2 people. Su Jiner's safety made him anxious beyond measure. What terrified him even more was that if something really happened to Su Jiner in the secret realm, the main family in the capital would definitely not let him off. At that time, the entire Su family branch in Yang City would be doomed. Who did the young lady go with? Su Mingyan fixed his gaze on his subordinate, his voice hoarse as he asked. He needed to know who had the audacity to take Su Jiner on such a dangerous adventure. Master, the one with the young lady is Chun Chen. The subordinate answered, his voice trembling. Su Mingyan was taken aback, as if struck by lightning, his whole body frozen in place. He could no longer hold the teacup in his hand, which fell to the ground with a crash, shattering into pieces. Tea splashed everywhere, soaking the expensive carpet. What did you say? Su Mingyan's voice became sharp and distorted, like a ghostly howl. From hell. Chen Chen? Which Chen Chen? He stared intensely at his subordinate, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury, as if he wanted to devour him alive. The subordinate was terrified by Su Mingyan's appearance, his soul nearly leaving his body as he stammered. It's the one with a talent value of 200. B-level healer. B-level healer? Su Mingyan felt a rush of blood to his head and his vision darkened. His body swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground. A B-level healer? How dare he? How dare he take the young lady into a hell-level secret realm? He's looking for death. No, he's trying to get the young lady killed. Su Mingyan's voice was completely out of control, turning hysterical. He couldn't imagine what help a B-level healer could provide to Su Jiner. In a hell-level secret realm, a B-level healer would probably struggle to protect themselves. The more he thought about it, the angrier and more fearful he became. If anything happened to Su Jiner, he would be utterly responsible. Prepare the car. Quickly prepare the car. Su Mingyan slammed the table, shouting angrily at his subordinate. I need to go to the dungeon hall. I need to stop them. I need to get the young lady out. His voice was hoarse, his eyes bloodshot, and he was on the verge of a breakdown. His only hope now was to forcibly teleport Su Jiner out of the secret realm through the authority of the dungeon hall. No matter the cost, he had to do it. Meanwhile, deep within the abyss of the specters, Chen Chen and Su Jiner had ventured into an ancient castle. Inside the castle, darkness clung like thick ink, slowly swallowing the light. The firelight from Su Jiner's staff flickered, illuminating only a small area in front of them. The twisted carvings on the walls seemed to come alive under the flickering light, clawing and grasping. The stench of decay, mixed with a chilling dampness, constantly assaulted their senses. Su Jiner closely followed Chen Chen, not daring to stray even a step away. Her gaze occasionally fell on Chen Chen's back, filled with complex emotions. From the entrance of the secret realm to this ancient castle, it had taken just over 20 minutes. This speed was astonishing to her. It was known that the fastest record for clearing a hell-level novice secret realm was over an hour. Yet they had used less than half that time. Su Jiner had originally thought that teaming up with Chen Chen was to protect him, and B-level healing mage was seen by most as merely an optional support. But now, it seemed everything had reversed. It was not she who was protecting Chen Chen, but rather Chen Chen who was leading her through with overwhelming force. This realization left Su Jiner feeling a wave of disappointment within. She had once believed she was the core of the team, the key to leading them through. But now, she found herself becoming an existence that seemed optional. In fact, without Chen Chen, she might not even have been able to enter this castle. What's wrong? Chen Chen's voice suddenly broke the silence of the castle. He turned his head, looking at Su Jiner with a smile, and asked, We're about to fight the boss. What are you thinking about? Su Jiner snapped back to reality, looking at Chen Chen's face, which bore a faint smile. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know how to start. Her original confidence wavered. At this moment, I thought after changing jobs I could surpass you. I wanted to help you. Su Jiner's voice was soft and low, tinged with a barely perceptible sense of loss. I didn't expect. You are still better than me, and I still need you to lead me. Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. It was only then that he realized his performance alone. The way had been somewhat too outstanding, leading this proud young lady to doubt herself. This was not the result he wanted. This time, it's just a matter of specialization. Chen Chen chuckled lightly, speaking in a relaxed tone. He walked to Su Jiner's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with her. If it weren't for the undead creatures, my healing spells wouldn't be this powerful. In the future, when we go to other dungeons and secret realms, you'll have to take the lead. His voice echoed in the vast castle, carrying a hint of comfort and encouragement. Don't think too much, let's go. We need to deal with the boss first and clear this secret realm. After saying this, Chen Chen took the lead, stepping towards the heavy door that led to the final boss room. Su Jiner watched Chen Chen's back, took a deep breath, and tried to calm her emotions. She followed closely behind, the two of them entering the heavy door filled with uncertainty. The heavy door creaked open with a creak, and Chen Chen and Su Jiner stepped into the room where the final boss awaited. A strong stench of decay surged towards them like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly engulfing both of them. The cold breath of death wrapped around their bodies like invisible tendrils. Su Jiner instinctively held her breath and took half a step back. The flames of her staff flickered violently, casting a large shadow that twisted and struggled on the wall. It was a bone dragon. Its massive body nearly filled the entire room. The pale white bones emitted a faint cold light in the darkness, like countless sharp daggers. In the hollow eye sockets burned two balls of ghostly green fire, staring intently at the two intruders, as if to devour their souls. Bone dragon. Su Jiner's voice trembled slightly. She was not afraid, just shocked. In any novice dungeon, the final boss being a giant dragon was enough to leave one in awe, even if it was just a novice dungeon. It should not be like this. The dragon race, no matter the world, is a powerful synonym, an existence that surpasses countless beings, even if it was just a bone dragon made of skeletons. Its strength should not be underestimated. Chen Chen's expression, however, remained calm. He merely frowned slightly, seemingly surprised by the appearance of this bone dragon. Detection spell, Chen Chen murmured softly. Abyss Bone Dragon BOSS level 10 quality, silver HP 3000 MP, 500 constitution, 150 agility, 20 spirit, 50 strength, 200 skills, Dragon Breath Withering, Bone Storm, Minion Summon Talent, Dragon Pressure Suppression, Undying Skeleton. In front of Chen Chen, the attribute panel of the bone dragon instantly appeared. A silver level boss. Its attributes were several times higher than the previous corpse dog. It also had several more skills. However, the corners of Chen Chen's mouth curled up slightly. For him, this bone dragon was still not enough to worry about. The attributes of this bone dragon are so high. Su Jin'er looked at Chen Chen, her tone laced with concern. And it has 3 skills? With her strength, facing this bone dragon alone would have very low odds of winning. It's fine, Chen Chen smiled lightly, his tone relaxed. Leave it to me. He didn't even wait for Su Jin'er to react before raising the staff in his hand. The staff glimmered with a faint light, as if gathering some powerful force. Raging Strike. Healing Spell. A beam of green light shot out from the tip of the staff, like an arrow released from a bow, accurately landing on the bone dragon. The light exploded instantly, enveloping the massive body of the bone dragon. 4650. A huge damage number floated up from the top of the bone dragon's head, bright red and blaring. Roar! The bone dragon let out a painful howl, its voice piercing and desperate. Its massive body shook violently, as if all its strength had been drained, crashing down. The health bar above its head was instantly emptied, with not a trace remaining. Ding! You have killed the Abyss Bone Dragon boss. Experience points plus 1600. Ding! You have triggered the Healer's Valor talent effect. B-grade talent Undying Skeleton has been successfully copied. Undying Skeleton immune to instant death effects. Defense doubles when HP is below 20%. Ding! You have triggered the Healer's Valor talent effect. Strength plus 3. Ding! You have triggered the Healer's Valor talent effect. Constitution plus 3. Ding! Congratulations, you leveled up. HP MP plus 50, gained 15 free attribute points. Current level LV 8. The system notification sounded in succession. Chen Chen's smile grew wider. He had copied the talent and gained 2 additional attributes. Was this the difference with a boss? Far stronger than ordinary monsters. Su Jin'er stood frozen in place, staring at the incredible scene before her, completely dumbfounded. Her mouth fell open, her eyes wide as if she had seen something incomprehensible, her mind blank. He killed it in a second? A silver level boss was actually taken down by Chen Chen with a single healing spell? How could this be possible? Su Jin'er felt her worldview had been strongly shaken. She even began to doubt whether she was hallucinating. It was one thing for those small monsters to be killed in an instant, but how could even the boss be taken down so easily? This was a silver level bone dragon. Even if it was only level 10, it was still a dragon. An existence that transcended countless creatures. How could it be so easily defeated? Su Jin'er felt her understanding of reality had been completely overturned. She couldn't comprehend it, nor could she accept it. Done. Chen Chen put away his staff and turned to look at Su Jin'er, a faint smile on his face. Let's go see what good stuff this bone dragon dropped. His voice pulled Su Jin'er back to reality from her shock. Su Jin'er took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within her and regain her composure. She looked at Chen Chen, her gaze complex. This man, how many secrets was he hiding? Just how strong was his power? Su Jin'er realized she was increasingly unable to see through Chen Chen. Was he really just a healing mage? He seemed more like a combat class than she was. The two walked to the corpse of the bone dragon. The pale white bones had lost their luster, scattered all over the ground. Several items, shimmering with different glows, lay quietly among the bones. Chen Chen bent down, picking up those items one by one. Ding! You have obtained Bone Dragon's Spine. Ding! You have obtained Bone Dragon's Claw. Ding! You have obtained Equipment Ring of the Dead, Silver. Ding! You have obtained Dragon Soul Fragment. Ding! You have obtained Bone Dragon Staff, Silver. So many? Su Jin'er looked at the items emitting a faint glow on the ground, her voice tinged with disbelief. Normally, defeating a monster and getting 1 or 2 items was already considered lucky. This bone dragon had dropped 5 items all at once, and among them were 2 pieces of silver-level equipment. This was simply. Su Jin'er felt as if she were dreaming. Everything seemed so unreal. Well, it's not bad, Chen Chen said casually, as if it were just a trivial matter. The reason he was so calm was, of course, due to a reason. Chen Chen smiled slightly and explained, the drop rate of items is related to the speed of the kill and the number of attacks received. If it's a one-hit kill, the quantity and rarity of the dropped items will be enhanced to some extent. We were quite lucky this time. Listening to Chin Chen's explanation, Sujiner nodded slightly, realizing the reason. However, even knowing the cause, she couldn't help but marvel. A one-hit kill, what terrifying power must one possess to achieve that? She asked herself. With her own strength, she could never do it. Chin Chen picked up the scattered items one by one and stuffed them into a gray cloth bag, his movements swift, as if he were already accustomed to such operations. Let's go. He was just about to call Sujiner to leave when he suddenly paused, letting out a soft ha. His gaze crossed the disordered skeletons and landed on the spot where the bone dragon's body had originally coiled. Sujiner was taken aback and followed his gaze. The area that had been obscured by the bone dragon's massive body was now fully revealed before them. What's wrong? She asked curiously, her cool voice tinged with intrigue. Chen did not answer directly but raised his hand to point in that direction, asking in return, was there a door there before? His voice was low, carrying a hint of uncertainty. Sujiner's gaze fell back to that spot, observing carefully. There, a half-open stone door stood quietly. The stone door was covered in the marks of time, its mottled patterns resembling the wrinkles on an old man's face, ancient and mysterious. It stood in stark contrast to the surrounding white bones, as if it were an incongruous presence. Sujiner's pupils constricted slightly. She was certain that this door had not been here before. Her mind raced, countless thoughts flashing through. A possibility surfaced in her mind, causing her heart to race. Could it be? This is the legendary hidden dungeon? Her voice trembled, filled with both surprise at the unknown and excitement for the impending adventure. Chen Chen slowly approached the stone door, each step appearing particularly cautious. He reached out, gently touching the rough texture of the stone door. A cold sensation traveled through his fingertips, as if he could feel the passage of time, the sediment of ages. Creak, he gently pushed, and the stone door emitted a dull scraping sound, slowly opening a crack. A chill emanated from the gap, distinctly different from the previous stench. This aura was purer, colder, as if it came from the depths of the abyss, carrying the silence of death. Hidden dungeon. Sujiner murmured, her voice a mix of uncontrollable excitement and wariness of the unknown. Hidden dungeons were a special existence. They wouldn't be marked on the map, nor would there be any hints. They only appeared when specific conditions were met. Like a hidden Easter egg, waiting for the lucky one to discover it. The conditions for their appearance were bizarre and varied. Some required specific items, others needed specific times, and some demanded the completion of a series of complex tasks. The trigger condition for the hidden dungeon before them was evidently related to the recently slain bone dragon, connected to Chen Chen's astonishing strike. Hidden dungeons often meant greater risks, but they also promised richer rewards. Each hidden dungeon was like an unknown treasure, waiting for a class changer to explore. It might contain rare equipment, powerful skills, or even an opportunity to change one's fate. Sujiner was also extremely excited at this moment. She never expected to be so lucky as to encounter a hidden dungeon during the novice phase. It felt like a gift from fate, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chen Chen looked at Sujiner's excited expression, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He softly asked, so, are you interested in going in and exploring? His voice was deep and magnetic, carrying a hint of temptation. Since we've stumbled upon it, of course we should go. Sujiner replied without hesitation, her tone resolute. Excitement sparkled in her eyes, a yearning for adventure, a longing for the unknown. Let's go. Chen Chen nodded and stepped through the stone door first. Sujiner followed closely behind, the two of them disappearing into the darkness. The stone door slowly closed, isolating all the noise outside, leaving only endless darkness and silence. Passing through the stone door, a dimly lit corridor unfolded before them. On either side of the corridor, walls were embedded with crystals that emitted a faint green glow. The weak light provided a glimpse into the dark space, yet added an eerie quality. A faint smell of sulfur lingered in the air, mixed with a hint of decay, creating a sense of oppression and unease. It felt as if this were the entrance to hell, leading to a world filled with danger and the unknown. Click, click. A series of metallic clashing sounds echoed from the depths of the corridor, breaking the silence. This sound was like a death knell, tightening their hearts. Chen Chen and Sujiner exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of seriousness in the other's eyes. They cautiously moved forward, each step taken with utmost care. Beneath their feet lay cold stone slabs, each step producing a faint echo. As they delved deeper, the sound of metal clashing grew clearer and more intense. It was as if countless metal monsters were waiting for them at the end of the corridor. Finally, at the corridor's end, they saw the source of the noise. It was a group of skeletal soldiers clad in tattered armor. They wielded rusted weapons, swinging them mechanically, devoid of life. It seemed as if they were engaged in some endless drill, or like puppets controlled by some unseen force. Behind the skeletal soldiers, four figures in black robes were softly chanting something. An obscure incantation echoed in the air, carrying a hint of malevolence. As they chanted, clouds of black mist surged from them, merging into the bodies of the skeletal soldiers. The once sluggish skeletal soldiers became swifter and stronger after absorbing the black mist. In their eyes flickered a ghostly green light, as if they had been granted life. It's the skeletal warriors and the necromancers, Sujiner said softly, her tone tinged with gravity. She recognized the type of these monsters at a glance. In front of Chen, the attribute panel of these monsters appeared. Skeletal warrior level 8 quality, common HP 800 MP, 50 constitution, 40 agility, 10 spirit, 5 strength, 40 skills, none talents, none. Necromancer elite level 9 quality, black iron HP 1000 MP, 500 constitution, 50 agility, 15 spirit, 50 strength, 30 skills, skeleton summon, skeleton enhancement talents, undead affinity. These skeletal warriors had average attributes, but their numbers were overwhelming, dense and endless. The 4 necromancers, however, were the true threat. Their skill skeleton summon could continuously summon skeletal warriors. If they weren't dealt with quickly, the number of skeletal warriors would only increase, eventually overwhelming them. These summoners summon skeletons so quickly, we need to take out the summoners first, Su Jiner said, frowning as she watched the skeletal warriors rising from the ground. More and more skeletal warriors joined the ranks, waving their weapons, and the scene grew increasingly chaotic. I know, Chen nodded, fully aware of the situation. He took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the 4 necromancers, already formulating a plan in his mind. It was crucial to resolve this swiftly and not be bogged down by the sea of skeletons. He felt both guilt and affection towards Su Jiner. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen raised his starry staff. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 emerald beams shot forth from the tip of the staff like arrows released from a bow, piercing through the air and instantly embedding themselves in the mass of skeletons. Buzz! The beam struck the ground and exploded, transforming into 2 massive waves of green light that spread outward at an astonishing speed, quickly covering most of the corridor. Where the waves passed, the skeletal warriors melted away like snowflakes scorched by the blazing sun, collapsing into heaps of scattered bones. Ding! You have killed a skeletal warrior, experience plus 40. Ding! You have killed a skeletal warrior, experience plus 40. Ding! You have killed a necromancer elite, experience plus 135. The system's notification sound surged like a tide, echoing continuously in Chen Shen's ears, almost merging into one. However, Chen Shen's brow furrowed slightly. He clearly heard that among the system notifications, there was only one prompt for killing a necromancer. Did I only kill one? Indeed, this range is still not large enough. Chen tightened his grip on the staff, preparing to cast a shield on himself while waiting for the cooldown of the next healing spell. Although he had other attack skills at his disposal, Su Jiner was still here, and it was better not to expose the skills he had copied for now. Just as Chen was lost in thought, a sudden, violent explosion interrupted his musings. Boom! 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 Chen instinctively turned to look back and saw Su Jiner standing at the entrance of the corridor, her staff waving continuously. Huge fireballs rained down from the sky like a meteor shower, accurately landing among the skeletons and exploding. Flames rolled, and the entire corridor seemed to transform into a massive furnace. The skeletal warriors struggled in the sea of fire, emitting chilling howls, but were quickly consumed by the flames, turning to ash. Su Jiner's face radiated excitement, her eyes bright as if burning with 2 flames. Her skills poured out like a machine gun, showing no signs of stopping. Each fireball could take away a large number of skeletal warriors' lives. Chen watched Su Jiner's back, unable to help but marvel. An SS-level hidden class is indeed powerful. Although Su Jiner always said she was being led by him as a reborn person, how could Chen not know that Su Jiner had not been using her full strength? As someone who stood at the pinnacle of the world in her past life, Su Jiner possessed 2 extremely powerful SS-level talents. One was the Heart of the Mage, which he had copied, granting her a massive amount of mana, while the other talent, called the Blessing of Heaven, allowed all her skills to have no cooldown. With these 2 talents combined, she could unleash her skills without restraint, completely unconcerned about mana consumption or skill cooldowns, essentially becoming a walking magical Gatling gun. Ding! Your teammate Su Jiner has killed the Undead Summoner Elite, experience plus 135. Ding! Your teammate Su Jiner has killed the Undead Summoner Elite, experience plus 135. Ding! Your teammate Su Jiner has killed the Undead Summoner Elite, experience plus 135. 3 consecutive system notifications rang out, announcing the deaths of the last 3 undead summoners. Chen looked at the excited Su Jiner, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly as he teased, finally not hiding your strength? Su Jiner was taken aback for a moment, then a playful smile appeared on her face. She blinked and explained cheerfully, I wasn't hiding my strength, I just learned a group attack skill just now. Chen naturally did not believe Su Jiner's explanation. With her 2 incredible SS-level talents, even without a group attack skill, the fireballs pouring out like a machine gun were enough to rival any group attack skill. Moreover, Chen clearly remembered that in her past life, Su Jiner was known as the Flame Empress, feared throughout the world. Although she had just awakened, how could her strength be weak with 2 SS-level talents? However, Chen did not expose her, merely shaking his head with a smile. After all, everyone has their own secrets, and Su Jiner had her reasons for wanting to keep her abilities hidden. He turned his head to look deeper into the corridor. Taking a deep breath, Chen raised his starry staff once more. Let's continue, he said softly. Su Jiner nodded, obediently responding, and closely followed behind Chen. The 2 moved forward along the corridor, one in front and the other behind. The corridor was not very long and, under Su Jiner's relentless bombardment with no cooldown, they quickly reached the end. At the end stood a massive palace coming into view. The palace was grand in scale and lavishly decorated, but the erosion of time had rendered it dilapidated, a sense of indescribable decay permeating the air. In the very center of the palace stood a throne made of some kind of red crystal, upon which sat a figure clad in black armor. From the gaps in the armor, wisps of black aura seeped out, as if a dark shadow from the abyss was hidden within. Su Jiner's footsteps faltered slightly, her delicate brows furrowing. Even the usually calm Chen Chen felt a strong sense of crisis at this moment. It was a tremor from the depths of the soul, as if the presence on the throne possessed the power to easily erase them. This is... Su Jiner spoke softly, her tone laced with a hint of confusion and vigilance. Chen Chen did not respond, his gaze was firmly locked onto the figure on the throne. In the next moment, Chen Chen's mind stirred, and the light of his detection technique instantly enveloped the figure on the throne. Shadow King, Projection, Elite BOSS rank, Crimson, Monster ranks, Whiteboard, Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Crimson, Colorful, Celestial, Holy Destruction, Divine Mysterious, Heavenly Absolute, Level 10 HP, 20,000/20,000 MP, 5,000 Strength, 800 Agility, 300 Spirit, 500 Constitution, 600 Skills, Shadow Extraction, Shadow Preservation, Shadow Exchange, King's Domain Talent, Authority of the Ruler. Chen Chen's pupils constricted sharply. What the hell? An elite boss of Crimson rank? Are you kidding me? Is this what a novice secret realm is supposed to have? Moreover, Shadow King? Are you serious? Isn't this a protagonist from some anime? If he remembers correctly, this thing should be of the summoning type, right? Is this really a monster that should appear in a novice secret realm? Just because it's level 10 doesn't mean it's something that level 10 professionals can handle. Not to mention, this is merely a projection. It already has such terrifying attributes. If the real body descends, how horrifying would that be? Crimson rank, and it's an elite boss. Su Jiner clearly saw the monster's information, her voice tinged with disbelief. They had just recently changed jobs as novices, yet the monster before them was a level 10 elite boss of Crimson rank. The gap between them was like a chasm. Can we defeat it? Su Jiner turned to Chen Chen, her tone carrying a hint of uncertainty. Although she possessed two extraordinary SS-level talents, the disparity in attributes was simply too great, so much so that she felt somewhat powerless. Chen Chen swallowed hard, his throat involuntarily rolling, a dry voice tinged with a bitter smile. Even if we can't win, we have to fight. Just look behind you. Upon hearing this, Su Jiner seemed to realize something and turned around abruptly. The door they had entered through had vanished without a trace. This, Su Jiner gasped, her delicate face filled with shock. The way back is gone? The novice secret realm, isn't it supposed to never close its doors? She remembered clearly that the novice secret realm was designed for newcomers to test themselves, and to ensure safety, it would never set traps that could not be returned from. But now, before Su Jiner could fully recover from her shock, a series of clanking sounds of armor scraping broke the silence. The black armor that had been motionless on the throne began to move slowly. Within the helmet, two orbs of crimson flame suddenly ignited, resembling two burning, eerie stars, emitting a heart-pounding glow. Following that, under the tense gaze of the two, the black armor slowly stood up from the throne. Every step felt like treading on the heartbeats of two people, heavy and oppressive. Chen Chen and Su Jiner simultaneously tightened their grips on their staffs, their bodies slightly tense, as if facing a great enemy. An invisible pressure spread through the air, making it hard to breathe. Ha! Chen Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the fear in his heart, and tried to make his voice sound calmer. Don't panic, Jiner, it's just a projection. Although he said this, Chen Chen's heart was anything but calm. I never expected this instance to be activated. Interesting. Just then, a chilling voice suddenly echoed in Chen Chen's mind, like the sound of ice scraping, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. Chen Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively looked at Su Jiner beside him, his eyes filled with inquiry. Jiner, did you hear any sound? He asked in a low voice, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Su Jiner frowned slightly and shook her head, indicating she hadn't heard anything. No, why? She looked at Chen Chen in confusion, her clear eyes filled with worry. At that moment, the chilling voice rang out again, laced with a hint of mockery. Oh, you can actually hear me speaking? Chen Chen's body trembled slightly, his pupils suddenly constricting. He abruptly looked up at the Shadow King on the throne. There, within the helmet of the Shadow King, two balls of crimson flames burned like two bizarre, blazing stars, now fixated on him as if they wanted to devour his very soul. This was not an illusion. Chen Chen was certain that the voice came from the Shadow King, and only he could hear it. What on earth was happening? You? Chen Chen stared at the Shadow King on the throne, each word squeezed out from deep within his throat, trembling uncontrollably. Are you talking to me? Beside him, Su Jiner instinctively responded, I didn't say anything. What's wrong? As soon as she finished speaking, Su Jiner suddenly realized that Chen Chen's gaze was not directed at her at all. Instead, it was fixed on the throne, on the terrifying boss radiating an aura of dread. Su Jiner's pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinpricks, her exquisitely beautiful face drained of color, pale as paper. She even doubted whether she had misheard or if she was hallucinating. A talking boss? Is this for real? Su Jiner's heart raced violently as if it were about to leap out of her chest. Shock, horror, disbelief, and overwhelming flood of emotions engulfed her in an instant. Such a high-level monster should only appear in the most elite instances and divine battlefields. How could it? How could it appear in a mere novice secret realm? This was completely illogical. The Shadow King's face, as dark as ink, moved slightly beneath the helmet's cover. That subtle movement struck Chen Chen and Su Jiner like a thunderclap. It felt as if it was laughing. Ha! Immediately, the chilling and slightly mocking voice of the Shadow King echoed in Chen Chen's mind once more. The voice seemed to resonate directly in the depths of his soul, impossible to block out, impossible to evade. Only you can hear my voice here. Naturally, I am speaking to you. I haven't encountered a human who can hear my voice in a long time. How interesting. The Shadow King's voice was like the biting cold wind of winter, akin to a venomous snake, slithering up Chen Chen's spine, making every hair on his body stand on end. An unprecedented sense of crisis gripped him like an invisible giant hand, tightening around his throat, nearly suffocating him. Chen Chen was very clear. The higher the intelligence of a monster, the more terrifying its power. A creature like the Shadow King, possessing immense wisdom and even the ability to communicate with humans, is something he has never encountered, not in this life nor the last. Such an unknown existence is far more frightening and elusive than those monsters that only know how to kill. What should I do? Chen Chen's heart raced uncontrollably, almost bursting from his chest. His brain operated at an unprecedented speed, frantically devising a strategy. However, facing such a powerful enemy, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. It seemed that the Shadow King on the throne sensed Chen Chen's tension. The two red flames beneath the helmet flickered slightly. Ha! Little one. Why are you so nervous? Do I look that terrifying? The Shadow King's voice echoed in Chen Chen's mind again. It was deep, hoarse, with a hint of an almost imperceptible smile. However, this smile, in Chen Chen's ears, was more chilling than any threat. Hearing him say that, Chen Chen nearly cursed out loud. Not to mention your name and that terrifying attribute. Just the aura you exude is enough to scare an ordinary person to death 10 times over. And you still ask if I'm nervous? Chen Chen mentally complained. But on his face, he dared not show any dissatisfaction, even controlling the slightest change in his expression with great effort. He forcibly suppressed the fear within him, striving to make his voice sound calm. The Shadow King observed Chen Chen's increasingly tense demeanor. The red flames beneath the helmet flickered more violently, as if silently mocking Chen Chen's cowardice, or perhaps admiring the sight of its prey struggling in despair. This king is in a good mood today, considering you are somewhat interesting. How about this, you chat with this king for a while, and I can grant you one condition. How does that sound? The Shadow King's voice rang out again, carrying a tone of condescension. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen's eyes lit up. Really? He instinctively asked, his voice tinged with an uncontrollable excitement. Beside him, Su Jiner, already unsettled by the talking boss, felt a surge of intense unease at Chen Chen's reaction. What is this boss discussing with Chen Chen? Why can't she hear their conversation at all? Could there be a conspiracy at play? Her delicate brows furrowed tightly, her clear eyes filled with worry, anxiety, and a hint of indescribable fear. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but as the words reached her lips, she found herself at a loss for how to begin, helplessly watching Chen Chen step closer to the unknown abyss. The Shadow King nodded slightly. The two red flames in the helmet seemed like miniature suns, radiating a heart-stopping glow, akin to the eyes of abyssal beasts fixated on Chen Chen. Of course. But you cannot leave. The Shadow King added a condition. Chen Chen was momentarily taken aback. After all, he had to chat with him to receive a condition. If he left, what would there be to talk about? Su Jiner watched Chen Chen, who appeared to be deep in thought, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. The unease in her heart grew stronger, like wild grass, running rampant, almost consuming her. Chen Chen, don't be swayed by him. She couldn't help but shout, her voice laced with urgency and worry, along with a barely perceptible tremor. She knew very well that a monster of this level was absolutely beyond their current capabilities. Moreover, this boss could speak and possessed extremely high intelligence. This only added countless variables, making the already slim chances of success even more negligible. However, Chen Chen did not heed Su Jiner's advice. He took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind, or perhaps was trying to encourage himself. Please send my friend out of this hidden dungeon. Chen Chen raised his head, looking at the Shadow King on the throne, and spoke firmly, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth. He knew this was his only chance. A chance that could allow Su Jiner to leave safely. He could not let Su Jiner stay here and take risks. Upon hearing this, Su Jiner's expression changed dramatically, her already pale face turning even more ghastly. What are you talking about? I won't leave, she shouted excitedly, her voice trembling slightly, even carrying a hint of tears. How can you deal with such a boss alone? Su Jiner was extremely anxious. How could she let Chen Chen stay here alone, facing such a terrifying monster? Before Su Jiner could finish her words, the red flames beneath the Shadow King's helmet flickered violently, as if expressing his delight, or perhaps mocking Su Jiner's overconfidence. Good. Then as you wish. The Shadow King's voice rang out again, laced with an indescribable mockery and a chilling coldness. In the next moment, with a flash of black light, Sujina's figure instantly vanished from the spot, leaving no trace behind, as if she had never existed. Chen stared intently at the team panel beside him. Seeing that Sujina's health had not changed and that she had returned to the safe zone, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. The weight on his heart was finally lifted, like a massive stone that had been pressing down on his chest being removed. Confirming that Sujina had safely left, Chen then focused all his attention on the Shadow King before him, with no more distractions. At this moment, inside the hall of the Young City dungeon, a flash of white light appeared, like a bolt of lightning that suddenly illuminated the dim hall. Sujina's figure abruptly appeared in front of the Novice Secret Realm's teleportation portal. She stumbled, nearly falling, her delicate face still showing signs of lingering fear. Miss Jenner. Almost instantly, a crowd surged towards her, like a tide rushing to Sujina. At the forefront was a middle-aged man. His expression was serious, with a hint of impatience and an unmistakable worry etched on his brow. It was Su Mingyan, the head of the Su family's branch. Behind him followed a group of Su family guards. Each one was dressed in black combat gear, with swords at their waists, their gazes sharp, like a pack of poised cheetahs ready to pounce on their prey. Miss Jenner. Su Mingyan's voice trembled slightly. He hurriedly rushed in front of Su Jenner, looking her up and down, his eyes filled with concern, fearing that she had suffered even the slightest harm. Are you alright? Are you alright? Su Mingyan's anxious voice came through as he stepped forward, his gaze scanning Su Jenner back and forth, afraid she might have any mishap. Where is that bastard who tricked you into challenging the hell-level secret realm? Su Mingyan's voice suddenly rose an octave, filled with fury, as if he wanted to swallow the instigator alive. How dare he deceive our Su family's young lady? I, Su Mingyan, will make him pay. He gritted his teeth, each word dripping with blood, wishing he could slice Chen into 1,000 pieces. In his view, Su Jenner must have been misled by Chen, leading her into danger. Now that Su Jenner had managed to escape safely, it was likely at a tremendous cost, perhaps in exchange for Chen life. Thinking of this, Su Mingyan's hatred for Chen grew wildly like weeds. Su Jenner lowered her head, silent, her face as pale as paper, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, concealing the emotions surging beneath her eyes. He might not come out. Su Jenner's voice was as light as a mosquito's buzz, yet it struck Su Mingyan's ears like a thunderclap. Su Mingyan was taken aback for a moment, then a cold smirk of satisfaction curled at the corners of his mouth. Deserved. He did not hide his glee. Someone so delusional, daring to deceive Miss Jenner, deserves what they get. He snorted coldly, as if Chen death was exactly what he wanted. Su Jenner suddenly raised her head, her eyes flashing with a cold light, sharp as a knife. Su Mingyan. Her voice suddenly became sharp and piercing, anger burning fiercely in her chest. Do you want to die? She glared at Su Mingyan, her eyes intertwined with disgust and fury. Challenging the hell-level secret realm was my decision. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Jenner's voice echoed in the vast hall of the instance. He is my savior. If you dare to say another word, you can forget about being the head of the Yangcheng branch family. Her words were like icy daggers, stabbing deeply into Su Mingyan's heart. Su Mingyan's face turned ashen, his lips moved, but no sound came out. He never dreamed that Su Jenner would reprimand him so fiercely for an outsider. Even more unbelievable was Su Jenner saying that Chen was her savior. How could this be? Doubt swirled in Su Mingyan's heart, but he did not dare to act rashly. He knew well how esteemed Su Jenner's position was in the Su family. He was not someone, as a mere branch family head, who could afford to offend her. He could only lower his head, burying all his dissatisfaction and confusion deep in his heart. If he hadn't taken you into such a dangerous place, you wouldn't have encountered danger, and there would be no need for him to save you. Su Mingyan's voice was low and hoarse, tinged with a hint of unwillingness and disdain. And wasted so much time. He tried to defend himself, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by a loud system notification. Ding! Congratulations to Lin Feng and Su Jenner's team. Hell-level novice secret realm Abyss of the Dead has been cleared. Completion time 38 minutes. Rating SSS. The system notification echoed like thunder in the instance hall, deafening. Everyone froze in place as if under a spell, unable to move. Their faces were filled with shock, confusion, and disbelief, as if they had witnessed something incredible. Meanwhile, inside the hidden instance, I have fulfilled your conditions. Can we have a proper chat now? The Shadow King's voice was low and hoarse, each word seeming to come from the depths of hell, carrying a suffocating sense of oppression that sent chills down one's spine. Chen's expression was serious as he slowly took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart. What do you want to talk about? He looked up at the Shadow King on the throne, his voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. He knew he was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, with his life and death completely in the hands of this terrifying being. The Shadow King was silent for a moment. Then, he unexpectedly beckoned Chen over. Come here. The Shadow King's voice was cold and brief, leaving no room for doubt, as if he were the ruler of this world. Chen's body stiffened. He wanted to refuse, he wanted to escape this place. But he did not dare. An unprecedented sense of crisis engulfed him like a surging tide, making it hard for him to breathe. He knew very well that if he dared to defy the Shadow King's orders, he would likely be obliterated in an instant, leaving not a trace behind. However, just at the moment when Chen Chen was hesitating, his breath suddenly caught in his throat. Because, beside him, two eerie soldiers clad entirely in black had appeared without him noticing. They emerged like ghosts, silently materializing there, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down his spine. Chen Chen didn't even realize. When they had shown up, it was as if they had appeared out of thin air, leaving him with a profound sense of powerlessness and despair. Faced with such a formidable presence, he had no room for resistance, even escaping felt like a luxury. In desperation, Chen Chen could only brace himself and slowly walk towards the Shadow King, each step feeling like he was treading on the edge of a knife, each step weighing 1,000 pounds. Finally, Chen Chen reached the foot of the throne. He lifted his head to look at the towering Shadow King, his heart filled with despair, unsure of what awaited him. At that moment, the Shadow King also slowly descended from the throne. His massive figure loomed like a mountain, imparting an indescribable sense of oppression, as if a great mountain were pressing down on Chen Chen. He could even feel the suffocating aura of death emanating from the Shadow King, a fear that seemed to arise from the depths of his soul. The Shadow King stepped closer to Chen Chen, and then he actually leaned his head towards Chen Chen. The dark helmet was almost touching Chen Chen's face, the distance between them mere inches. Chen Chen could clearly see the two fiery red flames within the helmet, like two burning, eerie stars flickering with a heart-stopping ghostly light, as if they were about to suck his very soul in. At that moment, Chen Chen felt as if his soul was about to freeze. He even forgot to breathe. He didn't know how long it had been, feeling as if a century had passed when the Shadow King's deep, hoarse voice echoed in Chen Chen's mind again, breaking the deathly silence. Blood of the ancient gods? The Shadow King's voice carried a hint of surprise, a touch of confusion, and a trace of indescribable excitement. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. How did he know? Chen Chen's heart raced violently, as if it were about to leap out of his chest. He felt as if all his secrets had been laid bare. How could he know that he possessed the blood of the ancient gods? This was something he had brought from his past life. It had long since merged with his soul, becoming his greatest secret. Why would he know? Was he going to die again because of this? Blood of the ancient gods? Blood of the ancient gods? Chen Chen's voice sounded as if it had been scraped by sandpaper, each word trembling with an unmistakable quiver, as if it were being forced out from the depths of a parched throat. He stared intently at the Shadow King before him, his body taut like a drawn bow, his eyes interwoven with terror, vigilance, and a barely perceptible hint of despair. I don't understand what you're saying. Chen Chen forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart, trying to make his voice sound calmer, but the slightly trembling end of his words ruthlessly betrayed the turmoil within. He attempted to mask it with words, but that deep-seated fear clung to him like a shadow. The two fiery red flames within the Shadow King's helmet flickered slightly, as if they were two eerie eyes, perceiving all of Chen Chen's disguises. The flickering flames felt like the mocking laughter of a demon, sending waves of panic through Chen Chen. A low, mocking laugh emanated from the Shadow King's helmet, echoing in the empty, dead space, sounding particularly eerie, as if it were a whisper from the depths of hell. This laughter made Chen Chen's nerves tighten even further. You really don't know? The voice of the Shadow King remained deep and hoarse, yet it carried a penetrating force that seemed to pierce through everything, striking directly at Chen Chen's soul, ruthlessly exposing all his secrets. Each word felt like a sharp knife, stabbing into Chen Chen's heart. He felt as if he were stripped bare, standing naked before the Shadow King, with all his secrets laid bare, leaving no room for even the slightest struggle. He bit down hard on his teeth, his lips nearly drawing blood, his teeth clattering as he fought to maintain his composure, to prevent fear from completely consuming him. Since you don't know, then this king will take it himself. The Shadow King's voice suddenly turned cold and merciless, as if declaring Chen Chen's fate, like a judgment from the Grim Reaper, undeniable and unresisting. Before the words had faded, a massive hand, entirely formed from darkness, stretched out from behind the Shadow King, bringing with it a suffocating sense of oppression. Reaching for Chen Chen's face. The hand was enormous, blocking out the sky, as if it intended to swallow Chen Chen whole, crushing him along with his soul. Not good. Chen Chen's pupils dilated sharply, an unprecedented sense of crisis surged through his body, the breath of death closing in on him, nearly suffocating him. Instinctively, he wanted to retreat, to dodge this fatal blow. However, just as his body began to move, a surge of electricity shot up from beneath his feet, coursing through him in an instant. Son Wolf Light Shield. A layer of pale gray light shield instantly appeared around Chen Chen's body, enveloping him entirely, like a fragile egg protected by a thin shell. At the same time, Chen Chen felt as if an invisible force was pulling him, causing him to retreat at an incredible speed. This sudden acceleration allowed Chen Chen to narrowly evade the Shadow King's deadly grasp. The dark giant hand nearly brushed against Chen Chen's body, the gust of wind it created making his robes flutter and emit a tearing sound. Chen Chen felt a chill shoot from his feet to the top of his head, causing every hair on his body to stand on end, every cell screaming in danger. So close, just a hair's breadth away, and he would have been caught by that dark giant hand. If he had truly been caught, Chen Chen had no doubt he would have been crushed into a pile of flesh, with no chance to resist. Double casting. Chen Chen dared not delay for a moment, immediately activating his active talent double casting. Almost simultaneously, two emerald green beams of light shot from the tip of the starry staff like two bolts of lightning, slicing through the darkness and landing squarely on the Shadow King. Healing spell. Healing spell. Two consecutive healing spells accurately struck the Shadow King. This was the only means Chen Chen could think of that might pose a threat to the Shadow King. Although he knew that his healing spells would likely be insignificant against an existence like the Shadow King, he still wanted to give it a try. At the very least, he needed to buy himself some time. However, what happened next caused Chen Chen's heart to plummet to the depths of despair. The two emerald green beams of light, upon striking the Shadow King, seemed to vanish into the sea without causing a ripple. Not even a single damage number appeared above the Shadow King's head. Chen Chen's face turned as pale as paper, devoid of any color. He never expected that his healing spells would be completely ineffective against the Shadow King. How could this be possible? Could it be that his attacks couldn't even break through the Shadow King's defenses? A deep despair surged within Chen Chen, as if he had fallen into an endless abyss. Feeling the green light that fell upon him, the Shadow King was momentarily stunned. Not an attack? This is a healing spell? A healing spell? The Shadow King's voice carried a hint of incredulity, along with a trace of amusement. He looked down at the two dissipating emerald lights on his body, as if witnessing something unbelievable. You actually used a healing spell on me? The Shadow King's voice rang out again, this time laced with mockery, as if ridiculing Chen Chen's foolishness and naivety. Chen Chen's face had turned an ashen shade. He gripped the star staff tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. He knew that this time he was probably truly doomed. He had thought that even if he couldn't win, he could at least buy some time, but now it seemed he couldn't even cause the opponent the slightest inconvenience. This profound sense of powerlessness filled Chen Chen with despair, as if all his struggles were in vain. Little one, do you really think I am one of those lowly undead creatures? The Shadow King's voice broke through Chen Chen's thoughts again, each word striking his heart like a heavy hammer. Who told you that I am an undead creature? The Shadow King's tone was tinged with mockery, as if laughing at Chen Chen's ignorance and self-righteousness. Chen Chen felt as if struck by lightning. He suddenly looked up at the Shadow King. His eyes filled with shock and disbelief, as if he had heard some absurd tale. You are not an undead creature? Chen Chen's voice trembled, carrying an unmistakable astonishment. The blood of the ancient gods is actually in the hands of a support class practitioner. What a waste. The Shadow King's voice held a note of regret, as if commenting on a precious treasure being carelessly discarded. His tone was more like a mockery of Chen Chen's ignorance. Chen Chen's heart raced violently. That blood of the ancient gods should be left for me. The Shadow King's voice suddenly turned cold, carrying an undeniable dominance, like an emperor declaring his decree. In the next moment, he moved. Without any warning, like a ghost, he vanished from sight in an instant. Almost at the moment the Shadow King disappeared, every hair on Chen Chen's body stood on end. It was a sign of extreme danger. He didn't even have time to think. His body reacted instinctively, the star staff instinctively crossing in front of his chest. Clang! A crisp metallic clash echoed in the empty space. Perfect block triggered successfully. Chen Chen felt an indescribable force surge from the staff, numbing his hands and causing his arms to ache. But he gritted his teeth, stubbornly bracing against the force, not retreating an inch. A glimmer of determination flashed in Chen Chen's eyes. Since I can't run, then I'll fight. He roared in his heart, all the emotions he had bottled up since his rebirth exploding at that moment. What is there to fear for someone who has died once? Even living for another second is a gain. Even gods must take a piece of flesh from him. Chen Chen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fear and despair within, striving to calm himself. Since it's a boss, there must be a health bar. If there's a health bar, there's a chance to kill. A flicker of hopeful flame reignited in Chen Chen's eyes. He gripped the staff tightly, feeling the magic contained within, silently praying in his heart. Even if there is only a sliver of opportunity, he must seize it. No matter what, this is just a hidden dungeon in a level 10 secret realm. Even if it's absurd, it's still a hidden dungeon for beginners. So there must be a possibility of clearing it. With this thought, Chen Chen's expression changed instantly, the earlier fear swept away, and he raised the starry staff in his hand. In the next moment, the flame soul fireball was unleashed too. Fireballs hurtling straight towards the Shadow King. The two flame soul fireballs, radiating a scorching aura, sliced through the air, heading directly for the Shadow King. Wherever the fireballs passed, it seemed as if the air itself was ignited, leaving behind two twisted trails. Following closely were two beams of starlight condensed from the power of the stars, streaking like meteors across the night sky, trailing brilliant light right behind the fireballs. The Shadow King, upon seeing this, did not dodge or evade, clearly not taking Chen Chen's attack seriously at all. -10, -10, -1, -1. For insignificant damage numbers floated above the Shadow King's head, almost negligible. Chen Chen's expression shifted slightly, but he was not overly surprised. After all, the opponent was a hidden boss. It would be strange if he could be defeated so easily. He had long been mentally prepared. This was destined to be a tough battle. Interesting, the Shadow King's voice carried a hint of amusement, seemingly surprised by Chen Chen's attack. I didn't expect a support-type practitioner to actually have offensive skills, and they don't even match your own abilities. He chuckled lightly, as if admiring a curious toy. Is this the power that the blood of the ancient gods has given you? The Shadow King's voice suddenly turned a bit somber, carrying an inexplicable meaning. However, he shifted his tone, a hint of disdain creeping in. If this is the extent of your attacks, it seems unlikely that you could defeat me. The Shadow King's figure moved again. Unlike the ghostly speed from before, this time he walked slowly, each step seeming to tread upon Chen Shen's heartbeat, heavy and oppressive. He did not directly attack Chen Shen but instead strolled back to his throne. Under Chen Shen's puzzled gaze, the Shadow King slowly sat down. His posture resembled that of a king returning to his domain, everything under his control. Chen Shen's brows furrowed tightly, his eyes filled with vigilance. He stared intently at the Shadow King. The starry staff in his hand was gripped even tighter, the starlight flickering erratically, as if responding to his inner tension and unease. What do you mean by that? Chen Shen's voice was low and hoarse, laced with an uncontainable anger. He asked coldly, trying to find a flaw in the other's words. The Shadow King did not answer immediately. He slightly raised his head, and the face hidden in the shadows seemed to reveal a playful smile. His gaze swept over Chen Shen, as if admiring an interesting toy. A support-type ant under level 10 dares to struggle in front of me. No wonder you obtained the blood of the ancient gods. I appreciate you. The Shadow King's voice was light, as if stating a fact. Yet the contempt and arrogance contained within made Chen Shen feel a wave of humiliation. Hearing this, Chen Shen's confusion deepened. What on earth did this guy want? Did he want him to let his guard down? But surely he wouldn't go to such lengths to deal with a newbie who had just changed classes, right? Chen Shen's heart was filled with doubt. But he did not relax his vigilance. Instead, he observed everything around him even more carefully, afraid of missing any detail. Watching Chen Shen's uncertain expression, the Shadow King laughed heartily. The laughter echoed in the vast space, sounding particularly eerie. Suddenly, he raised his palm. A drop of bright red blood appeared in his hand. The blood emitted a faint glow, like a miniature sun, attracting everyone's gaze. Upon seeing this drop of blood, Chen Shen's pupils constricted sharply. Blood of the ancient god? Did he take the ancient god's blood from his own body? As this thought flashed through his mind, Chen Shen immediately sensed something was off. Although this drop of blood bore some resemblance to the ancient god's blood he possessed, a closer inspection revealed the differences. This drop of blood was purer, more powerful, as if it contained boundless energy. Don't be surprised. The voice of the Shadow King interrupted Chen Shen's thoughts once again. I also possess the blood of the ancient god, but he paused, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Nowadays, this ancient god's blood is of no use to me. The Shadow King's voice was deep and hoarse, as if he were reminiscing about something. Then, the dark shadowy face of the Shadow King seemed to reveal an exaggerated smile. That smile appeared particularly eerie and sinister against the backdrop of shadows. Kid, I admire your courage and responsibility. Are you willing to inherit my profession and become the Shadow King? The Shadow King's voice rang out again, laced with a hint of seduction, as if tempting Chen Shen to walk down an unknown path. Upon hearing this, Chen Shen was momentarily stunned. The Shadow King? To make himself the Shadow King? What the hell? Are you kidding me? This must be some kind of conspiracy, right? Countless thoughts flashed through Chen Shen's mind, and his alertness peaked. He did not believe that a pie would fall from the sky, nor did he trust that this capricious Shadow King had any good intentions. What exactly was this? Old thing selling in his gourd? Can a monster's profession even be changed? Various speculations raced through Chen Shen's mind, yet he could not find a reasonable explanation. Before Chen Shen could recover from this sudden surprise, the Shadow King's hoarse voice echoed again, carrying an elusive hint of amusement. What? You don't want to? As long as you are willing to change professions, I will also give you this drop of ancient god's blood. How about it? The Shadow King's voice was filled with temptation, as if luring Chen Shen down a path full of unknowns. The drop of ancient god's blood in his hand radiated dazzling light, seemingly calling out to Chen Shen. Blood of the ancient god. This was a treasure that could change one's fate. The fact that he could be reborn this time was likely due to the ancient god's blood he obtained in his past life, if he were to get another drop. However, Chen Shen forcibly suppressed the flutter in his heart. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. The more tempting something is, the more dangerous it often is. Chen Shen understood this principle better than anyone. Change to Shadow King. Chen Shen repeated these words softly, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He raised his head to look at the Shadow King on the throne, trying to discern something from the other's expression. But that face hidden in the shadows remained unclear, making it impossible to grasp. Chen Shen fell silent for a moment. He slowly spoke, his voice deep and hoarse. Why should I trust you? Trust me? The Shadow King seemed amused by Chen Shen's question, his laughter echoing in the empty space, sounding particularly eerie. You don't need to trust me, you just need to trust yourself. Trust me, myself? Chen Shen furrowed his brows, repeating the Shadow King's words, as if pondering something. The Shadow King did not speak again, merely sitting quietly on the throne, waiting for Chen Shen's response. His gaze remained fixed on Chen Shen, as if he were admiring an interesting toy. Time passed second by second. The entire space fell into a dead silence. Only the drop of ancient god's blood continued to emit a faint glow, drawing Chen Shen's gaze. He tightly gripped the starry staff in his hand, feeling the cold touch emanating from the staff, trying to calm himself down. Ha! Chen Shen let out a long breath, his eyes gradually becoming resolute. He raised his head, looking at the Shadow King. On the throne, he slowly spoke, his voice low yet filled with determination. I refuse. Although Chen Shen's voice was deep, it carried an undeniable firmness. This sudden refusal caused the atmosphere in the entire space to freeze. The Shadow King's previously calm aura suddenly changed. Like a volcanic eruption, a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire space. That powerful pressure seemed to materialize, transforming into an invisible giant wave sweeping towards Chen Shen, as if it wanted to crush him into pieces. Dare you refuse this, king? The Shadow King's voice was icy and piercing. Each word felt like a sharp blade, stabbing fiercely into Chen Shen's heart. Faced with this sudden pressure, Chen Shen felt his breathing becoming difficult. It was as if a great mountain was pressing down on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. He gritted his teeth, enduring the discomfort in his body, as the magic power within him surged wildly. The starry staff emitted a dazzling light. Almost instinctively, Chen Shen waved the staff. Healing spell. A gentle white light shot out from the tip of the staff, precisely landing on the Shadow King. The soft white light, like the warm sun piercing through the clouds on a winter day, poured out from the tip of the starry staff, accurately landing on the Shadow King on the throne. The moment the white light touched the Shadow King, it was as if ice and snow were melting, and the previously stagnant and oppressive space slightly loosened. Ding! Healer's courage triggered. The power of the ruler's authority has been copied. Ding! Healer's courage triggered. Strength +6. The system's prompt echoed in Chen Shen's mind, crisp and pleasant. Chen Shen was slightly taken aback. The talent was triggered? That makes sense. Just now, the Shadow King lost health from his attack, so this time the healing spell took effect. However, this copied talent. Ruler's authority? This can be copied too? And this strength directly increased by 6 points. This wave, not a loss, even a huge profit. An uncontrollable ecstasy surged in Chen Shen's heart, but his face remained calm, showing no signs of it. On the throne, the Shadow King felt the warm power on him, and his expression, which was originally as cold as eternal ice, surprisingly softened a bit. He looked down at himself, the swirling black mist around him seemed to have calmed down a little. He then looked up at Chen Shen, whose face was hidden in the shadows, making it hard to see his exact expression, but the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a hint of a playful smile. Hee, little ghost, you are indeed interesting. The Shadow King's voice was no longer as icy as before, but rather carried a hint of appreciation, as if he were looking at a toy that intrigued him. Very well, since you are unwilling to change your class, then leave. The Shadow King slowly spoke, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Before his words fell, his broad palm gently waved, and a pitch-black portal appeared out of thin air in front of Chen Shen. The portal slowly rotated, like a black hole that devoured everything, swirling with strange black energy, as if connecting to another unknown world filled with danger and mystery. Step through this portal, and you will return to the secret realm from before. The Shadow King's voice rang out again, his tone flat, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if merely stating a simple fact. Chen Shen was stunned. Are you going to let me go? He could hardly believe his ears, his voice tinged with doubt and caution. What exactly was this Shadow King up to? First, he tempted him to change jobs, then displayed overwhelming pressure when rejected, and now he wanted to let him leave? This reversal was too sudden. Chen Shen was filled with confusion. He couldn't believe that this capricious Shadow King would be so kind. I don't think I've ever said I wanted to kill you, have I? The Shadow King chuckled lightly, responding with a hint of mockery in his voice. Go on, my profession has to be passed down, I can't waste it on you. The Shadow King waved his hand again, his tone laced with impatience, as if he didn't care about Chen Shen's departure. A strange force suddenly acted upon Chen Shen. This power was completely different from the Shadow King's previous pressure. It was gentler yet carried an irresistible sense of control. Chen Shen felt as if his body had lost control, like a marionette, lifted by an invisible force, slowly drifting towards the pitch-black portal. This power. Chen Shen was startled, he seemed to realize something. This power was strikingly similar to the description of the talent he had just copied, authority of the ruler. Could it be that the Shadow King never intended to kill him from the start, but rather wanted to test him? To see if he was qualified to become his successor? Just before being thrown into the portal, a glint of determination flashed in Chen Shen's eyes. He suddenly swung the starry staff in his hand, the starstone at the top shining with brilliant light. Son Wolf Light Shield. Chen Shen shouted, and a pale gray light shield, like an inverted bowl, instantly appeared around the Shadow King on the throne, enveloping him entirely. This light shield was the skill Chen Shen had previously copied from the Tsong Wolf King. Ding! The healer's courage triggered. Skill. Shadow extraction has been copied. Got it. Chen Shen felt a surge of joy. He had coveted this skill for a long time. Then, he felt darkness enveloping him, and he was sucked into the portal, disappearing from this strange space. The Shadow King watched with great interest as Chun-Shin vanished, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, forming a playful arc. Hee, using the ancient god's power on me again? He chuckled softly, his deep voice echoing in the vast hall, carrying an elusive meaning. This kid's power is truly impressive. He can even copy my exclusive skills and ancient god powers. Interesting, very interesting. The Shadow King stroked his chin, his eyes sparkling with excitement, seemingly quite pleased with Chen-Chen's performance. He had originally thought this young man would succumb to his power and choose to become the Shadow King. Yet, unexpectedly, Chen-Chen not only rejected his proposal but also, at the last moment, used that mysterious healing ability to copy his skill. This unexpected twist piqued the Shadow King's interest in Chen-Chen. In that case, the Shadow King pondered for a moment, as if making a certain decision. Even if he isn't the Shadow King, it doesn't seem to be a big problem, right? He murmured to himself, his voice deep and magnetic, as if speaking to himself or perhaps to some unknown entity. As his words fell, the thick, ink-like shadows surrounding the Shadow King receded like a tide. As the shadows dissipated, a remarkably handsome face was revealed. It was a face that could drive any woman mad, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, a high nose, thin lips pressed tightly, and features so distinct they seemed chiseled from stone. His gaze was deep and sharp, as if it could pierce through everything, yet carried a hint of nonchalance. Compared to the Shadow King who exuded a terrifying pressure before, he now resembled a dashing young nobleman. Yeglet, the Shadow King called softly, his voice deep and magnetic. Take this drop of ancient god's blood and deliver it to that kid. With a flick of his fingertip, a drop of black blood shimmering with an eerie light appeared out of thin air before him. This drop of blood contained powerful ancient godly power, seemingly possessing a different kind of strength. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall knight clad in blood-red armor slowly emerged from the shadows. The knight was imposing, standing over 2 meters tall, exuding a strong scent of blood, as if he had just walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He knelt on one knee, his head bowed, respectfully saluting the Shadow King, his movements synchronized and silent. At your command, my king. The knight's voice was deep and hoarse, grating like metal scraping against metal. He took the ancient god's blood, carefully stowing it away, then with a flicker of his form, he melted back into the shadows, disappearing without a trace. The entire process was swift and eerie, leaving no signs behind. The Shadow King quietly observed everything before him, the smile on his face growing more pronounced. I hope this step can bring some changes to the future. I really don't want to restart again. He murmured softly, his voice ethereal, as if he were anticipating something or lamenting something. Ouch! Chen-Chen felt as if his backside was about to split open as he fell heavily to the ground, wincing in pain. He instinctively rubbed his rear, unable to suppress a low curse. Damn! Struggling to get up, Chen-Chen looked around. A chilling aura of death permeated the air, with skeletal remains scattered everywhere, and a cold wind howled, making it feel even more frigid. It was the abyss of the dead. Realizing his surroundings, Chen-Chen let out a slight sigh of relief. Compared to the suffocating terror of the Shadow King, this ghostly place felt much safer. At least, there was no presence here that could pin him to the ground and rub him in the dirt. However, just as he began to relax, a strong sense of crisis surged up like a venomous snake striking, instantly seizing his heart. Almost instinctively, Chen-Chen's body trembled, and without thinking, he executed a roll like a lazy donkey. Whoosh! A shadow zipped past, nearly grazing his scalp. Chen-Chen narrowly avoided this sudden attack. He looked up in a panic. There, a tall figure clad in blood-red armor had appeared at the spot where he had just been, seemingly out of nowhere, like a ghost. The blood-red armor appeared to be solidified from blood, completely encasing the knight, revealing only a pair of crimson eyes through the helmet slits. Those eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty, cruel light, like two balls of ghostly fire dancing in the darkness. A strong scent of blood assaulted Chen-Chen, nearly suffocating him. He instinctively swallowed, his heart racing with alarm. What the hell is this monster? Where did it come from? He quickly activated the detection technique. However, the result left him feeling as if he had fallen into an ice pit. Not only were the specific attributes absent, but even this guy's name was displayed as a series of question marks. Name, rank, level? A screen full of question marks seemed to mock Chen-Chen's ignorance and weakness. He nearly cried out. What kind of bad luck was he having in this life? First, a crimson-level boss popped out in the novice secret realm, and now, there was a hidden dungeon. Just when he had barely escaped, he encountered something like this. Just standing there made his legs weak. It was clear this was not an easy opponent to deal with. Was he even going to survive this? This big brother, can we talk this out? Let's not resort to violence, okay? Chen-Chen suppressed the fear in his heart, forcing a smile on his face. That was more grotesque than crying, trying to communicate with the other party. He struggled to make his voice sound less trembling. However, the blood armor knight seemed deaf to his words, standing there silently, its crimson eyes fixed on Chen-Chen as if looking at a corpse. It was as if it were admiring a prey that was about to be caught. Silence. A deathly silence. The oppressive atmosphere nearly drove Chen-Chen to the brink of collapse. Suddenly, the blood armor knight moved. It slowly raised its arm covered in cold metal. The movement was slow yet carried an unmatched power. Chen-Chen's pupils suddenly constricted, his body reacting faster than his mind. He instinctively leaped back, trying to create distance. He had to escape. However, it was all too late. The speed of the Blood Armor Knight was astonishing, faster than Chen Chen could imagine. In an instant, that arm crossed the distance between them, piercing through Chen Chen's chest with a sound that tore through the air. Ugh! Intense pain surged through Chen Chen's entire body like a tidal wave. He didn't even have time to scream, only feeling his life force draining away at a terrifying speed. His vision began to blur, everything around him twisted, and Chen Chen's consciousness gradually scattered. He seemed to see again the scene from his previous life, where he had met a tragic end at the hands of his teammates. Despair, unwillingness, anger. Various emotions flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. No way. Chen Chen's heart roared in madness. I just reincarnated a day ago, and now I'm going to die again? What a joke. Is this a reincarnation experience card? Endless darkness began to erode his consciousness, and Chen Chen's body gradually lost strength, slowly falling backward. He could even feel the cold breath of death. However, at this critical moment, a cold mechanical prompt suddenly echoed in Chen Chen's mind like a ray of light in a desperate situation. Ding! Unknown energy detected. The power of the king begins to correct. As the system prompt sounded, Chen Chen's consciousness, which had begun to scatter, miraculously returned. He suddenly opened his eyes. What he saw was an intact chest. There was no blood and flesh as he had imagined, not even a hint of pain. And the Blood Armor Knight, which should have killed him in one blow, had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Around him, the ground was still littered with bones, and the chilling winds of the ghostly abyss blew. It was as if everything that had just happened was merely a nightmare, an illusory bubble. Chen Chen stood there, in a daze, taking a long time to regain his senses. He reached out to touch his chest and looked around, confirming that he was indeed uninjured, and that the terrifying Blood Armor Knight was nowhere to be seen. He let out a long sigh of relief. The relief of surviving a disaster left him feeling somewhat weak. What on earth is going on? Confusion and bewilderment were written all over Chen Chen's face. He couldn't figure out what had just happened. It was too bizarre. Ding! Power of the King correction. Shadow preservation obtained. Ding! Power of the King correction. Shadow exchange obtained. Ding! Power of the King correction. Shadow domain obtained. A series of system prompts echoed in Chen Chen's mind, like a cold mechanical torrent, making his head spin. What the hell? Chen Chen was taken aback. Wasn't this the skill of the Shadow King? How did he obtain all of it? He had only copied one shadow extraction. Chen Chen quickly opened his character panel, his gaze sweeping rapidly across it. Sure enough, at the end of the skill bar, there were 3 brand new skills. Character, Chen Chen class, Healing Mage. Level, LV 10 HP. 880/880 MP 53050/53050 Strength 60 Agility 27 Spirit 243 plus 20 Constitution 43 Spell Power 526 plus 50 Special Effect Healing Effect plus 5% Skills Detection Healing LV5 Repair Shadow Wolf Light Shield Shadow Extraction Shadow Preservation Shadow Exchange Shadow Domain Talents Courage of Healing Heart of the Mage SS Block A Rage Strike B Resurrection of the Undead C Authority of the Ruler. Chen Chen was a bit dazed. He rubbed his eyes hard, convinced he wasn't seeing things. Where did these skills come from? Could it be the power of the king? Chen Chen recalled the cold mechanical prompt he had just heard, which seemed to mention power of the king correction. Could it be that this so-called power of the king is the power of the Shadow King? But why would this power of the king correct these things on its own? What on earth is going on? Chen Chen felt his brain was a bit overwhelmed. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and began to check the newly acquired skills. Shadow Extraction. Extract the power from lifeless organisms and turn them into shadow soldiers. The higher the extraction ability of the organism, the longer the death time, and the greater the chance of failure. Consumption, none. CD, none. Current extractable. Times 3 Shadow Preservation. Shadow soldiers are stored within the caster's shadow and can be summoned or preserved again as needed. Consumption, none. CD, none. Current preservation quantity 0/3 Shadow Exchange. The user can swap positions with a designated shadow soldier. Consumption, none. CD, 30 seconds. Shadow Domain. Shadow soldiers fighting within the caster's shadow domain will have their abilities increased by 30%. Consumption, 500 MP. CD, 10 minutes. Authority of the Ruler. Can exert physical influence on objects without direct contact. Consumption, none. CD, none. What on earth is this power of the king? Chen Chen's furrowed brows were almost twisted into a knot as he stared intently at his skill panel, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. He desperately recalled the breathtaking scene from earlier, trying to find a clue from the fragments of memory. That abrupt cold mechanical prompt echoed in his mind like some mysterious incantation, repeating over and over. Unknown energy. Power of the king correction. Chen Chen murmured, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth. He vaguely felt that this so-called power of the king was definitely related to that lofty and imposing Shadow King. In fact, it was highly likely to be the power of the Shadow King. himself. But why would this overwhelmingly powerful force appear out of nowhere in the hands of a mere healing mage? And why would it so kindly take the initiative to correct and help him acquire those incredibly powerful skills? The more Qin Shen thought about it, the more his head throbbed. This was completely beyond the understanding of a reborn person, like a primary school student suddenly getting a college textbook. Every word was recognizable, but when put together, it made no sense at all. Could it really be related to that drop of ancient god's blood? Chen Shen's gaze deepened as he instinctively touched his chest, as if some mysterious power still lingered there. He struggled to recall the strange events that had occurred since his rebirth, all seemingly intertwined with that drop of mysterious ancient god's blood. Whether it was the inexplicable rebirth, the mysterious hidden class and powerful talent he gained during his job change, or the sudden appearance of a crimson-level boss in the novice secret realm, along with the harrowing scene he had just escaped from, it all felt as if an invisible hand was manipulating everything, and the source of that hand was likely that enigmatic drop of ancient god's blood. Forget it, if I can't figure it out, then I won't think about it. Chen sighed heavily after a long pause, shaking his head helplessly. He decided not to dwell on the issue for now. After all, with his current strength and knowledge, trying to unravel the mystery was akin to chasing dreams. Whatever will be, will be. If it's a disaster, I can't avoid it. Let's just get out of the secret realm first. With a long sigh, Qin Shen cast aside his chaotic thoughts and stepped toward the nearby exit of the secret realm. Those profound and incomprehensible matters were not something he needed to consider at the moment. The shadow extraction can be used. Now, I wonder how effective it will be. Qin Shen calculated silently in his heart, his steps never faltering. As he took a step forward, the surrounding scenery changed instantly, the blinding light dissipated, and he found himself back in the vast hall of the instance. Whoa! Before Chen could take in his surroundings, a faint fragrance wafted toward him, and then a soft body collided into his embrace. You finally came out. I thought you would never come back. Su Jiner clung tightly to Chen Shen, her voice trembling slightly, mixed with a hint of tears, as warm tears soaked the front of Chen Shen's shirt. Chen Shen's body instantly stiffened. In 2 lifetimes, he had never had such intimate contact with a woman, and for a moment he was at a loss, feeling powerless, like a wooden post frozen in place. He could clearly feel the softness and trembling of the girl in his arms, the faint fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose, causing his heart to race uncontrollably, a strange feeling surging within him. I just came out, right? You can let go now, there are others here. Chen Shen stammered, his voice somewhat unnatural, his ears slightly reddening. He tried to break free but was afraid of hurting her, so he could only stand there stiffly, allowing Su Jiner to hold him. Ah! Su Jiner finally reacted, exclaiming in surprise, her pretty face instantly turning bright red. She hurriedly released Chen, lowering her head, her hands twisting the hem of her clothes, not daring to meet his gaze. The faint fragrance from the girl still lingered at the tip of Chen Shen's nose, making his heart race a little faster. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within, but his gaze unconsciously drifted to the side. Su Jiner kept her head down, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, her fair neck tinged with an alluring pink, exuding an irresistible charm. Just as the awkward atmosphere settled in, an untimely sound of footsteps broke the silence. Miss Jiner, be mindful of your image. Su Mingyu approached with a dark expression, accompanied by a group of people, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Su Jiner and Chen, his eyes filled with scrutiny and displeasure. Behind him were a dozen or so bodyguards in black, all of them tall and imposing, exuding a fierce aura, clearly not to be trifled with, evidently brought by Su Mingyu. Seeing Su Mingyu, Su Jiner quickly composed herself, regaining her usual aloof demeanor, and said coolly, I know what I'm doing, you don't need to remind me. Su Mingyu seemed to have long been accustomed to Su Jiner's attitude towards him, his gaze landing directly on Chen Shen, with a hint of disdain and contempt in his eyes. You must be Chen Shen, I've heard the young lady mention you. Su Mingyu's voice was deep and indifferent, his tone carrying a clear sense of detachment and dissatisfaction, as if deliberately emphasizing the disparity in their statuses. Chen Shen frowned slightly, he could clearly sense the hostility in the other's words, but he did not show any displeasure, merely responding calmly, I am Chen Shen, may I ask who you are? Although he felt somewhat repulsed by Su Mingyu's arrogant demeanor, Chen Shen still maintained basic politeness, as the other was Su Jiner's elder, and he did not want to make things difficult for her. Su Mingyu snorted coldly, hands clasped behind his back, adopting a high and mighty posture. I am Su Mingyu, the head of the Su family's branch in Yangcheng. He paused, his tone growing even colder. I know you were exceptionally talented before your job change, and your reputation preceded you, but that is all in the past. Now, you are just an ordinary support class. People like you, I advise you to refrain from bothering our young lady of the Su family. Su Mingyu's words were merciless, each one striking at the heart. Regarding this secret realm matter, out of respect for the young lady, I won't hold it against you. However, if you dare to be so ungrateful and continue to pester our young lady, then don't blame the Su family for being rude. Su Mingyu's voice suddenly rose, carrying a strong warning, his gaze sharpening as if he wanted to see right through Chen, The dozen or so bodyguards in black behind him also stepped forward, each displaying fierce expressions, glaring at Chen Chen as if at Su Mingyu's command they would pounce without hesitation. Facing Su Mingyu's threats and warnings, Chen Chen remained unfazed, merely responding with a light "oh," his tone as flat as still water, as if everything the other said had nothing to do with him. This nonchalant response fell on Su Mingyu's ears like a provocation. Su Mingyu's expression darkened instantly, a flash of anger crossing his eyes, but he did not explode immediately. He simply stared deeply at Chen Chen, as if trying to memorize his appearance. After all, as the head of the Su family's branch, he was not one to stoop to the level of a young man who had just changed jobs. Moreover, this young man was still Su Jiner's nominal friend. Young man, I hope you remember what I said. Su Mingyu snorted coldly, his tone carrying a hint of warning, before turning his gaze to Su Jiner. However, Su Jiner completely ignored Su Mingyu's warning and instead spoke coldly. Su Mingyu, if you are tired of sitting in that position as the branch head, just say so. The girl's voice was as cold as ice, carrying an undeniable authority. Who gave you the right to mock my friend? Su Jiner's words struck Su Mingyu like thunder, leaving him momentarily stunned. He never expected that Su Jiner would reprimand him so mercilessly for an outsider. It should be noted that although Su Jiner usually treated him coldly, she at least maintained a facade of respect. He took a deep breath, suppressing the anger within, and forced a smile. Miss, you misunderstand. I was just what? Su Jiner coldly interrupted him. Just thinking I'm easy to fool, or that everyone around me is open to your criticism? Sweat beads formed on Su Mingyu's forehead as he hurriedly explained. Miss, I had no such intention. I was just worried that you might be deceived by some ill-intentioned people. Ill-intentioned? Su Jiner's tone was filled with sarcasm. Su Mingyu, you better understand your position. Su Mingyu opened his mouth, but found he couldn't say anything. The black-clad bodyguards behind him were also silent, not daring to breathe a word. They understood very well that Su Jiner's status in the Su family was far beyond what they, the branch family members, could compare to. Su Jiner no longer paid attention to Su Mingyu and turned to Chen Chen, her eyes filled with a hint of apology. But before she could speak, Su Mingyu suddenly waved his hand, and an illusory light screen appeared in front of Su Jiner. The screen flickered with dense text, seemingly some kind of communication message. Su Jiner's gaze fell on the light screen, and her expression changed slightly. She quickly scanned the information, then looked up at Chen Chen, her eyes full of regret. I'm sorry, Chen Chen, I can't level up with you anymore. Chen Chen looked at Su Jiner, sensing that she seemed to have something difficult to say. But since she was unwilling to elaborate, he wouldn't press her. It's fine. Chen Chen gently shook his head, a warm smile on his face. Work hard, and don't let me surpass you too easily in the big exam 3 days from now. With that, he strode out of the instance hall. Su Jiner watched his departing figure, her expression complex, as if she had 1,000 words to say, yet felt an endless grievance that couldn't be expressed. She sighed softly, seemingly helpless and regretful, wanting to chase after him to explain, but her foot, once taken, ultimately stopped in place. Just as Chen Chen was about to walk out of the instance hall, the light of the secret realm's teleportation portal shone brightly again not far away. This time, it wasn't the ordinary white light, nor the difficult yellow light, but a dazzling dark red light, symbolizing hell-level difficulty. This sudden commotion instantly caught Chen Chen's attention, causing him to retract the step he had already taken. He instinctively stopped and turned back. He saw a group of people stumbling out of the portal, like refugees fleeing disaster or defeated soldiers in retreat. Each of them looked disheveled. Their equipment was tattered, missing pieces here and there, and the once shiny armor was now covered in cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. Their faces were filled with terror and despair, like demons that had just crawled out of hell, their eyes still reflecting the fear of death. At the same time, the system's notification echoed throughout the instance hall, cold, ruthless, and devoid of any emotion. Ding! Hell-level novice secret realm. Challenge failed. This voice was like the pronouncement of death, declaring the failure of this group and ringing the final bell of hope deep within their hearts. Chen Chen's gaze swept over the group, finally landing on their leader, Li Wei. He was the captain of the team that had previously bet with him and Su Jiner. However, at this moment, Li Wei no longer had the previous arrogance, nor the haughty demeanor that disregarded others. He slumped to the ground like a puddle of mud, gasping for breath. His whole body trembled, like a quail scared out of its wits. I was so scared. So scared. Li Wei's voice was choked with tears, repeatedly uttering this phrase, like a frightened child seeking comfort. He slowly raised his head and looked around. The original team of 10 was now reduced to only 3 or 4 people, the empty spaces reminding him that those comrades who had fought alongside him were forever left in the secret realm. An indescribable sense of desolation and fear surged over him like a tide, completely engulfing him. I'm sorry, this time I overstepped. Li Wei's voice was choked, but there was no hint of guilt in his tone, only the fear of death and regret for his own mistakes. He lowered his head, not daring to look into the eyes of his surviving teammates. But don't worry. Li Wei suddenly raised his head sharply, a glint of resentment flashing in his eyes, like a wounded beast searching for a target to vent its fury. If so many of us can't make it through, then that bitch and whore must have died in there too. He gritted his teeth, each word squeezed out like it was forced through his clenched jaws filled with hatred and curses. As if this could absolve him of responsibility, as if it could make him feel a little better. However, as soon as his words fell, two cold voices rang in his ears simultaneously like two sharp knives piercing his heart. Bitch, whore, who are you cursing? The voices of Chen Shan and Su Jiner sliced through the air like two swords, carrying an endless chill that pierced Li Wei's eardrums. He jerked his head up and saw Chen Shan and Su Jiner standing before him like two insurmountable mountains blocking all his paths. The two were unscathed, not even a speck of dust on them, a stark contrast to their previous disarray. Li Wei's pupils suddenly constricted, as if he had seen a ghost, his face displaying an expression of disbelief, as if time had stopped at that moment. He opened his mouth wide but couldn't make a sound, as if someone had choked him, only able to emit a strange ha-ha noise. You, how could you still be alive? Li Wei's voice was hoarse and trembling, each word laced with deep fear and unwillingness. His eyes widened, bloodshot, as if they were about to leap from their sockets, staring fixedly at Chen Shan and Su Jiner. It was as if he saw two demons crawling out of hell, ready to drag him into an endless abyss. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. How could they have passed through the hell-level secret realm and come out so quickly? Li Wei's heart roared in madness, unable to accept the reality before him. He would rather believe he was dreaming than accept this as true. Chen Shan's lips curled into a cold smile, his gaze carrying a hint of mockery, as if looking at a dying ant struggling for life. What's wrong? Disappointed? He slowly stepped forward, each step feeling like a stomp on Li Wei's heart, making his breathing increasingly difficult, nearly stopping his heartbeat. You're surprised we're alive? Su Jiner also spoke coldly, her voice like ice, devoid of warmth, like the biting cold wind of winter sweeping across Li Wei's face. Li Wei, do you think only you elites can clear the hell-level secret realm, and we can only die inside? Her words were like sharp knives, mercilessly stabbing into Li Wei's heart, shattering his pitiful pride. Li Wei's face shifted from pale to flushed, like a color palette, unpredictable. He opened his mouth, wanting to retort, wanting to argue, but found he couldn't utter a single word, only able to produce meaningless groans. Bitch, whore, who are you cursing? Chen Shan repeated the earlier question, his voice colder than before. Li Wei's body trembled violently, as if electrocuted. He felt the cold, murderous intent radiating from Chen Shan, a genuine desire to end his life. He stammered, unable to articulate, beads of sweat the size of peas forming on his forehead, sliding down his cheeks and splattering on the ground, breaking into 8 pieces. It's over. It's all over. These two really cleared the hell-level secret realm. Li Wei's heart was filled with despair. He knew he had truly hit a brick wall this time, and it was a red-hot one at that. Yes, it must be because you guys went in and came out right away. You didn't really start exploring the secret realm. Otherwise, how could nothing have happened? And it's impossible for you to come out before me. Li Wei suddenly seemed to grasp a lifeline, shouting frantically, his voice sharp and piercing, like nails scraping against glass. It must be like this. You two bitches must be trying to set me up. I won't believe it. He pointed at Chen Shan and Su Jiner, hoarsely yelling, his facial muscles twisted, his expression grotesque and terrifying. As if this could cover up his fear and guilt, as if this could help him regain the pitiful self-esteem. Yes, it must be like this. They must have been scared. So they just came out like this. They came out without even fighting. Li Wei frantically searched for reasons in his mind, trying to convince himself and others he needed an excuse that would allow him to accept this fact. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a loud slap echoed in the hall of the instance, crisp, loud, deafening. Smack! Su Mingyu's figure appeared in front of Li Wei, seemingly out of nowhere, silent as a ghost. His face was ashen, his eyes flickering with rage. As if he wanted to swallow Li Wei alive, and without hesitation, he slapped Li Wei's face. This slap was powerful, directly spinning Li Wei around 3 times before he fell heavily to the ground. You dare to insult our young lady? Su Mingyu's voice was cold, like a judgment coming from hell, each word carrying endless pressure, making Li Wei feel suffocated. The sudden pain left Li Wei stunned. He covered his beaten face, waves of fiery pain coursing through him. He looked at Su Mingyu in confusion, his eyes filled with doubt and incomprehension. Just as he was about to curse, when he clearly saw Su Mingyu's face, all his anger was instantly extinguished, replaced by endless fear, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him from head to toe, waking him up in an instant. Su family head. Li Wei's mind was a mess. He completely didn't understand what was happening, why Su Mingyu was here, and why he had hit him. Su Mingyu completely ignored Li Wei, not even bothering to look at him. He turned around and respectfully asked Su Jiner, Miss, are you alright? His tone was filled with concern and worry, completely different from how he treated Li Wei, as if they were two different people. Su Jiner gently shook her head, indicating that she was fine. She looked at Li Wei, her eyes flashing with disgust, as if looking at a pile of garbage. Alright, this matter ends here. Su Jiner's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. Fulfill the bet, Li Wei. We don't want your trash equipment anymore. Just bow your head and admit your mistake. Admit your mistake, and this matter will be over. Her words were like a command, indisputable and unresisting. Li Wei's face instantly turned pale, devoid of blood, like a dead person. He knew that this time he was truly done for, and thoroughly so. In front of Su Mingyu, he didn't dare to resist at all, not even daring to say a word in defense. "Miss Su, I was wrong." Li Wei's voice trembled, tinged with a sob, his head heavily knocking against the cold ground, making a dull sound again and again. Chen Shen watched the farce before him with indifference. Deep in his eyes was an unshakable disdain. He had seen too many people like this. In his past life, those so-called friends and teammates who betrayed and framed him when they were at their wits' end and needed his help had also shown such an ugly face. Humble, pitiful, wagging their tails in plea. But so what? Betrayal is betrayal, and harm is harm. It would not disappear because of a few cheap confessions, nor would it change because of a few drops of crocodile tears. The past had long since solidified into an unhealable scar in his heart, constantly reminding him of the complexity and malice of human nature. Boring. Chen Shen coldly spat out 3 words, his voice laced with a hint of impatience. Even too lazy to glance at Li Wei again, he turned and left without a trace of reluctance. For him, crushing such a character brought no pleasure at all. A clown like Li Wei was simply unworthy of being his opponent, not even qualified to provoke him into action. What was there to boast about in stepping on an ant? Su Jiner watched Chen Shen's departing figure, her lips slightly moving as if she wanted to say something. But when she met Su Mingyu's warning gaze, all her words turned into a barely audible sigh. She understood Su Mingyu, the head of the Su family in Yang City, who, although outwardly respectful to her, was fundamentally a petty person who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Su Jiner was not afraid of Su Mingyu, but she worried that after she left Yang City, Su Mingyu would turn against Chen Shen. After all, Chen Shen's talent and potential were too dazzling, but only she knew this. And a genius without a background or support often becomes prey in the eyes of certain people. Sigh. In the end, Su Jiner could only helplessly suppress her worries and silently stand beside Su Mingyu. She secretly resolved to quickly enhance her own strength to become powerful enough to protect Chen Shen from any harm. Chen Shen strode out of the instance hall without pausing, heading straight for the city gates. While instances in secret realms were indeed treasure troves for leveling up, the instances in the city, though safer, came with many restrictions. One had to form a team to enter, which was undoubtedly a constraint for Chen Shen at this moment, further slowing his leveling speed. Moreover, what he needed most now was combat. Before gaining combat capabilities, Chen Shen had no choice but to seek refuge in the instance hall, relying on others' strength to survive. But now, he had acquired even more powerful abilities, possessing the capital to venture out on his own. Since that was the case, why should he continue to confine himself in a place filled with restrictions and schemes? He needed a freer, broader space to hone himself and enhance his strength. The wilderness area, the outdoor instances, was truly his stage. Although fraught with danger, it was also full of opportunities. Higher experience, richer drops, more brutal battles, these were the keys to his rapid growth. He had to prove himself. He wanted those who once looked down on him to pay a painful price, and to take revenge for his past life. Also, to survive alongside those he cared about in the impending catastrophe of the future. Chen Shen quickened his pace while opening his backpack to check the gains from this secret realm trip. Although he hadn't defeated the final boss, the Shadow King, in the hidden instance, there were rewards for clearing the secret realm itself. Moreover, they had also set a new record for clearing the secret realm, which was an additional reward. A golden treasure chest, a silver treasure chest. Quietly lying in his backpack, they emitted an enticing glow. The golden light represented rarity and preciousness. The silver light symbolized opportunity and challenge. For him now, this was undoubtedly a tremendous fortune, enough to bring about a qualitative leap in his strength. Chen Shen's heart was filled with anticipation, looking forward to the surprises hidden within the treasure chests. He quickened his steps, rushing towards the city gates, his figure gradually disappearing into the bustling crowd. At the city gate, the guards were routinely checking those leaving the city, scrutinizing every detail of those entering and exiting. Chen Shen expressionlessly presented his identification and smoothly passed the inspection. There were no unnecessary words, no prolonged stay. The moment he stepped out of the city gate, he took a deep breath, feeling the faint scent of blood in the air. A breeze unique to the wilderness, carrying a hint of rust, gently brushed against his face, bringing a touch of coolness and a hint of excitement. A glimmer of thrill flashed in his eyes, like a predator finally catching the scent of its prey. The wilderness, here I come. After leaving Yang City, Chen Shen's steps did not pause for a moment, heading straight southeast. The monsters around Yang City were too low in level to satisfy his need for rapid leveling. He needed stronger enemies and more dangerous environments to stimulate himself and unleash his potential. According to his memories from his past life, Chen Shen knew that a brand new spatial rift was about to spawn 30 miles southeast of Yang City. In his previous life, the appearance of this spatial rift caused quite a stir. Countless professionals flocked to it, eager to be the first team to clear it and claim the generous first clear rewards. Chen Shen remembered that the level of that spatial rift was not particularly high, only around level 15. However, its difficulty far exceeded that of dungeons and secret realms of the same level. Spatial rifts were different from dungeons and secret realms. Secret realms were relatively safe, always having an escape route. If one couldn't win, they could retreat and escape directly. Dungeons could even be abandoned through the system, forcibly teleporting the players out. But a rift was a one-way road. Once entered, it was either clear the rift or die. There was no retreat. Moreover, only one team could enter a rift at a time. After a successful challenge, the rift would transform into a secret realm or dungeon for other professionals to continue challenging. Although dangerous, opportunities coexisted with risks. Chen Chen's goal was precisely this upcoming spatial rift. He wanted to be the first person to clear this rift and obtain the richest rewards. Furthermore, this spatial rift would take a day or two to refresh. Its spawning location was also in a wilderness area filled with level 15 monsters. This gave Chen Chen a buffer time, enough for him to level up. Just right, he also wanted to test his newly acquired abilities. Chen quickened his pace, racing towards the southeast of Yang City. 30 miles might take an ordinary person a long time to traverse. But for Chen Chen, who had already changed jobs, it was merely a few hours' journey. He sped along, his figure like the wind, quickly distancing himself from the hustle and bustle of Yang City and entering a desolate wilderness. The scenery around him gradually became monotonous, with sparse trees and exposed rocks. The ground was dry soil and gravel, occasionally revealing some unknown skeletal remains scattered about. The air was thick with a stronger scent of blood mixed with a hint of decay. Everything indicated that this was no longer a safe zone. Chen Chen slowed his pace, starting to pay attention to his surroundings. He knew that monsters could appear at any moment, and he had to remain vigilant. Rustle. Suddenly, a faint sound came from the nearby bushes. The next moment, accompanied by a roar, a massive shadow leaped out from the grass. It appeared before Chen Chen in an instant. It was a gigantic wild wolf, its body covered in dense black fur, each hair standing upright like steel needles. It lurked in the grass like a ghost in the darkness, waiting for the right moment to strike. The wolf's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, a thirst for blood, a harbinger of death. Rustle. The breeze swept by, the grass swayed, and the subtle sounds could not escape Chen Chen's keen perception. Chen Chen instantly activated his sensing technique. Name: Black Wind Wolf. Rank: Black Iron. Level: 12 HP, 1500 MP, 300 Strength, 80 Agility, 50 Spirit, 20 Constitution, 70 Skills, Bite, Pounce. Talent: None. The attribute panel of the Black Wind Wolf clearly appeared before Chen Chen's eyes, each number representing its strength. Black Iron. Level. The corners of Chen Chen's mouth lifted slightly, sketching a cold curve. Just right to practice on you, he murmured to himself, his voice devoid of any tension, instead carrying a hint of excitement. This was the first true battle he had faced since his rebirth. The Black Wind Wolf seemed to sense Chen Chen's disdain, letting out a low growl filled with anger and ferocity. Suddenly, it exerted its limbs, its massive body launching out of the grass like an arrow, aiming straight for Chen Chen's throat. Its sharp claws glinted with a cold light, the breath of death. The air seemed to be torn apart by this sudden attack. The Black Wind Wolf's pounce was swift and fierce, like a flash of lightning. Yet, Chen Chen remained exceptionally calm. He didn't even move his feet, merely tilting his body slightly, evading by a hair's breadth. Whoosh! The Black Wind Wolf's attack missed, its sharp claws leaving deep scratches on the ground, stones flying everywhere. Amidst the swirling dust, Chen Chen's figure appeared even more ethereal. With one strike missed, the Black Wind Wolf showed no signs of hesitation, quickly adjusting its form and pouncing at Chen Chen again. This time, its speed was even faster, its assault more ferocious, like a black whirlwind. However, just as the Black Wind Wolf's claws were about to touch Chen Chen, clang! A crisp sound rang out, like metal clashing, sharp and loud. The Black Wind Wolf's claws were unexpectedly blocked by an invisible force, unable to advance an inch. Ding! Perfect block triggered. The system prompt echoed in Chen Chen's mind. This was the instinct of battle, a skill honed through countless life and death struggles. At the same time, the massive body of the Black Wind Wolf was actually pushed back a few steps by an invisible force. A flicker of surprise and confusion passed through its crimson eyes, clearly not anticipating such an outcome. This seemingly weak human was actually able to withstand its attack. Chen Chen's gaze was icy, not giving the Black Wind Wolf any chance to catch its breath. His hands began to rapidly gather magical power. Two massive fireballs appeared out of thin air in front of him, dancing with intense flames. The fireballs emitted an astonishing heat, the surrounding air seeming to ignite and warp. This was Chen Chen's initial skill, fireball technique. Although it was the most basic skill in Chen Chen's hands, it possessed incredible power. Go! Chen Chen uttered softly, his voice deep and cold. The two fireballs, like two burning meteors with long tails of flame, whistled towards the Black Wind Wolf, slicing through the air. That was the trajectory of death. Boom! Boom! 920! 920! Two deafening explosions echoed across the wilderness. The fireballs accurately struck the Black Wind Wolf, exploding instantly, flames shooting into the sky. Fire splattered, waves of heat rolling, completely engulfing the Black Wind Wolf, leaving two charred deep pits in the ground. Two bright red numbers floated above the Black Wind Wolf's head, striking to the eye. Those were the damage values, the declaration of death. The Black Wind Wolf didn't even have time to let out a howl before it collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Ding! You have killed Black Wind Wolf LV12, experience points plus 144. Looking at the Black Wind Wolf lying on the ground, Chen Chen's expression remained unchanged. It was as if he had just casually swatted a mosquito rather than slaying a fierce beast. A 12th level Black Iron monster? Nothing more. For him, who had been reborn from the apocalypse, this was merely a warm-up. What he had once faced was a tide of monsters overwhelming him, a doomsday interwoven with despair and death. Moreover, he was no longer the weakling who could be easily slaughtered. Chen Chen stepped forward slowly, bending down to pick up the items dropped by the Black Wind Wolf. His movements were casual and natural, as if these spoils of war were rightfully his. Ding! Obtained items: Black Wind Wolf's Claw *2, Black Wind Wolf Fur *1, Gold Coins *3. The system notification chimed, crisp and pleasant. Chen Chen paid little attention to these. The drops from a Black Iron monster no longer held much allure for him. His gaze returned to the corpse of the Black Wind Wolf. A hint of barely perceptible excitement flickered in his eyes. It was the instinctive reaction of a hunter upon seeing its prey. It was also like an artist admiring a work that was about to be completed. He slowly extended his hand, gently touching the cold fur of the Black Wind Wolf. The sensation at his fingertips was rough, icy, carrying a trace of death's lingering warmth. Stand up! Chen Chen's deep voice echoed across the desolate wilderness. The voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable command, as if a king were issuing orders to his subjects. The skill, Shadow Extraction, suddenly activated. Oh! A low, rumbling howl emanated from the corpse of the Black Wind Wolf. The sound was hoarse and deep, as if it were a whisper from hell, sending chills down one's spine. Wisps of shadow, as if alive, slowly spread out from the corpse of the Black Wind Wolf. They resembled demons crawling out from the depths of hell, greedily devouring everything around them. Black smoke quickly gathered above the body of the Black Wind Wolf, rolling, twisting, and morphing. In just a few seconds, the shadows coalesced into a completely black wolf-like creature. It stood there quietly. It seemed to lack substance, as if it were merely a shadow composed of pure darkness. This shadow Black Wind Wolf looked almost identical to the one Chen Chen had just slain. The only difference was its hollow eyes. There was not a glimmer of light, only endless darkness. It was as if two bottomless black holes were swallowing all light. At the same time, a panel of information about this shadow Black Wind Wolf appeared before Chen Chen. Name: Shadow Wind Wolf. Rank: Black Iron. Level: LV 12 HP, 1800 MP, 600 Strength, 90 Agility, 75 Spirit, 30 Constitution, 70 Skills, Tear Claw Strike, Shadow Assault Talent. None. Chen Chen looked at the attributes of the Shadow Wind Wolf, his eyes brightening slightly. Although its level had not increased, the attributes of this wolf had received a comprehensive boost. Stronger strength, faster speed, higher defense. It also had an additional skill, Shadow Assault. While it still couldn't be considered powerful, after all, it was just a shadow of a 12th level ordinary monster. Having such attributes, Chen Chen was quite satisfied. Moreover, the true value of shadow servants did not lie in their strength or weakness. It lay in their nearly immortal characteristics, and in their potential for infinite growth. This was the truly terrifying aspect of the shadow extraction skill. It was also the reason Chen Chen dared to venture alone into the wilderness. Thinking of this, an uncontrollable excitement surged within Chen Chen. He could almost envision, in the near future, himself leading a legion composed of countless powerful shadow creatures, sweeping away all enemies in their path. The monsters that once filled him with fear and despair would now tremble before his shadow legion. The once mighty would now crawl and shudder at his feet. It was a feeling of total control, a thrill that transcended all beings. It was a power and confidence he had never experienced in his past life. Perhaps by then, he could truly become a brand new Shadow King. Go, hunt, and let me see your abilities, Chen Chen commanded softly, looking at the Shadow Wind Wolf before him. With Chen Chen's command, the black hole in the Shadow Wind Wolf's eyes began to swirl slightly. It then transformed into a bolt of black lightning, instantly rushing out and disappearing into the vast wilderness. The speed was astonishing. Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction, a barely noticeable curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Everything was under his control. He wanted to see if this shadow hunting monster could provide him with experience, and whether it could truly grow on its own as described. He also wanted to see if there were distance limitations to controlling shadows. What would happen if it exceeded the maximum distance? All of this needed to be verified one by one. With this in mind, Chen Chen scanned his surroundings, searching for the next target. He needed more experimental subjects to validate his hypotheses. He needed more shadows to strengthen his power. Soon, his gaze locked onto two black wind wolves that were wandering nearby. These two black wind wolves were robust, with shiny fur. They were clearly the cream of the crop among their kind. Perfect experimental material. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Chen raised his hand and unleashed 2 flame soul fireballs. This was one of the few attack skills he had mastered so far. It was also his most familiar and powerful means of attack. 2 blazing fireballs streaked through the air, trailing long flames like 2 meteors howling towards their target. They accurately struck the 2 black wind wolves. Boom! Boom! The massive explosions echoed across the wilderness. Flames instantly engulfed the bodies of the black wind wolves, releasing a pungent smell of charred flesh. The ground was blasted into 2 deep, blackened craters. 1840. 1840. 2 bright red critical damage numbers floated above the heads of the black wind wolves, eye-catching and chilling. In just one strike, the 2 black wind wolves turned into corpses. They didn't even have time to let out a scream. Instant kill. Chen Chen walked expressionlessly to the side of the black wind wolves' corpses. He activated the shadow extraction skill once more. It was skilled, smooth, without a hint of pause. Threads of black shadow spread out from the bodies of the black wind wolves. They quickly coalesced into 2 new shadow wind wolves. These 2 newly formed shadow wind wolves were just like the previous one, entirely black, with hollow eyes exuding an eerie aura. Chen Chen paid no attention to the 2 newly formed shadow wind wolves. Instead, he left them and placed a guard by his side. They were his shadow guards, his most loyal servants. Now, it's time to see the rewards from before, Chen Chen murmured to himself, his voice tinged with anticipation. With a thought, he opened his system backpack. Inside the storage space lay 2 treasure chests quietly waiting. 1 gold, 1 silver. These were the treasure chests awarded by the system for clearing the Hell-level secret realm and breaking the secret realm record. However, he hadn't had the chance to open them along the way. Now, he finally had time to unveil this surprise. Chen Chen's gaze first fell on the gold treasure chest. The gold treasure chest represented higher quality and rarer rewards. It was also what he anticipated the most. He took a deep breath and gently touched the chest. Feeling the icy touch from the treasure chest, his heart was filled with anticipation. Open! With a command from Chen Chen, the golden chest slowly opened. There were no extravagant special effects, no dazzling lights. Only a brilliant golden light burst forth from the chest, instantly illuminating the surrounding wilderness. As the golden light faded, an ancient skill book lay quietly inside the chest, emanating a faint glow and filled with a mysterious aura. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the skill book, Soul Link. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the skill book, Soul Link. The system's notification sounded crisp and pleasant, like heavenly music. A joyful smile instantly blossomed on Chen Chen's face. This was like someone sending a pillow just when he was about to doze off. He had just acquired the powerful summoning skill, Shadow Extraction, and was worried about how to enhance his survival ability. After all, the Restoration Mage also belonged to the mage class, and having a fragile physique was a common issue. Especially in this perilous apocalypse, a moment of carelessness could lead to death. But now, with the Soul Link skill, all problems were easily resolved. Soul Link, as the name suggests, connects the owner's soul with the summoned creature. It allows the summoned creature to bear all damage for the owner until it disappears. More importantly, during the activation of this skill, when the summoned creature's health decreases, the owner's health is unaffected by any damage. What does this mean? It means that as long as Chen Chen's shadow servant does not die, he is virtually invincible. Who could harm him? Even if the shadow servant gets injured, Chen Chen need not worry. Let's not forget, he is a restoration mage. Healing is his forte. As long as the shadow servant is not instantly killed, he can quickly restore it to full health using his healing skills. This is simply a perfect combination. An almost immortal shadow army paired with a powerful healing restoration mage. The two complement each other, allowing Chen Chen to roam freely in this brutal apocalypse. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Chen immediately chose to learn Soul Link. Ding! Skill learning successful. The system's notification sounded again, and Chen Chen felt that his mind had gained some knowledge and insights about Soul Link. After completing the skill learning, Chen Chen seized the moment and grabbed the remaining silver chest. He reached out and gently touched the chest. Open! With a command from Chen Chen, the silver chest slowly opened. A dazzling light burst forth from the chest. As the light faded, a piece of equipment radiating a faint glow appeared before Chen Chen's eyes. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the equipment, Chain of Healing. Chen Chen focused his gaze and found that it was a necklace. The pendant of the necklace was a teardrop-shaped blue gem, crystal clear, emitting a soft glow. He quickly checked the attributes of this equipment. Name: Chain of Healing grade, silver level, LV10 spirit, plus 30 constitution, plus 10 equipment effect. Healing: your single target healing skills can simultaneously affect multiple targets. For each additional target, the skill cost increases twofold. Durability: 100 out of 100. What a powerful effect. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Chen Chen's eyes. This equipment was simply tailor-made for him. His healing spell originally could only affect a single target. Although the healing effect was strong, it was inevitably a bit overwhelming when facing multiple injured targets. But now, with the Chain of Healing, his healing spell could affect multiple targets at once. This undoubtedly greatly improved his healing efficiency and made his role in the team even more important, although the skill cost would double for each additional target. But for Chen Chen, who possessed a vast amount of MP, this consumption was hardly a concern. Moreover, he had the talent of the Heart of the God of Magic, which could reduce the magical consumption of skills. The combination of the two was enough to allow him to use healing skills without restraint. Additionally, with the aberration effect of his healing spell, he could even turn this skill into a large-scale area attack. Although this effect made Chen Chen very happy, he did not immediately equip the chain of healing. Instead, he held it thoughtfully in his hand, as if pondering something. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he gently placed his hand on the chain of healing. The next moment, a system prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Do you want to consume 100 healing points to elevate this equipment? Listening to the system prompt ringing in his ears, Chen Chen stroked his chin, secretly calculating in his heart. It seemed that the elevation of this equipment mainly depended on its grade, unrelated to the equipment level. As long as a silver grade equipment was elevated to gold grade, it would require the consumption of 100 healing points. Although he had obtained quite a few healing points in the previous secret realm, it only amounted to a little over 100 points at most. But the current problem was that he had 2 pieces of silver grade equipment. Besides the chain of healing in his hand, there was also the Starlight Staff that Su Jiner had given him. The Starlight Staff was also very powerful, which made it difficult for Chen Chen to decide which one to upgrade first. Chen Chen fell into deep thought. Upgrading the chain of healing could greatly enhance his support capabilities in the team, allowing him to handle multiple injured targets more adeptly, while upgrading the Starlight Staff would further improve his output capabilities, giving him stronger attack means against enemies. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Chen still felt that the priority of the chain of healing was slightly higher. After all, he was a healing mage, and healing was his primary job. Moreover, the special effect of the chain of healing allowed his healing spells to affect multiple targets simultaneously. This not only improved healing efficiency but also allowed him to accumulate healing points more quickly, preparing for the subsequent equipment elevation. With this in mind, Chen no longer hesitated and made his decision. System: elevate the chain of healing. Ding! Consuming 100 healing points, elevating the chain of healing. As the system prompt sounded, the chain of healing in Chen Chen's hand began to emit a dazzling light. The light grew brighter, illuminating the entire room. Chen Chen could clearly feel that the chain of healing was undergoing some kind of transformation. The originally droplet-shaped blue gem became more translucent, and the emitted light became softer. The chain of the necklace also became more exquisite, with some mysterious runes faintly appearing on it. The entire necklace exuded a refreshing aura. After a few minutes, the light gradually faded, and the elevated chain of healing appeared before Chen Chen's eyes. Name: Eternal Healing Chain Grade, Gold Level, LV10 Spirit, plus 50 Physique. Plus 20 Equipment. Effect 1. Healing. Your single target healing skills can simultaneously affect multiple targets. For each additional target, the skill consumption increases twofold. Equipment. Effect 2. Healing Amplification. The effects of all healing skills are increased by 25%. After each successful healing, there is a 5% chance to directly reset the cooldown of that healing skill. Durability 200. Looking at the equipment that had been elevated to the Eternal Healing Chain in his hand, Chen Shen's eyes immediately lit up. The elevated Eternal Healing Chain not only had its attributes significantly enhanced but also added an extra effect, called Healing Amplification. Not only did it increase the healing effect by a full 25%, but there was also a chance to directly reset the cooldown. This was simply like adding wings to a tiger. Truly worthy of being a golden grade equipment. Chen Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Just by being upgraded to golden grade, the Eternal Healing Chain underwent such a tremendous change. If it continued to be upgraded, who knows how powerful it would become. Looking at the Eternal Healing Chain in his hand, shimmering with the unique brilliance of golden grade, Chen Chen did not equip it immediately. He turned around, his gaze landing on the 2 Shadow Wind Wolves nearby. The 2 Shadow Wind Wolves tilted their heads, looking at him in confusion, seemingly not understanding what their master was about to do. Chen Chen grinned, revealing a smile that made the 2 Shadow Wind Wolves feel uneasy. He gently placed the Eternal Healing Chain on the ground. Then, he picked up the Starry Staff and swung it down hard onto the Eternal Healing Chain. Clang! A crisp sound of impact rang out. The 2 Shadow Wind Wolves were startled and instinctively took a few steps back. Chen Chen quickly checked the durability of the Eternal Healing Chain. Durability 199/200. As expected, it lost durability. Chen Chen smiled with satisfaction, picking up the Eternal Healing Chain again, silently reciting in his heart. Repair spell. A gentle white light surged from Chen Chen's hand, enveloping the Eternal Healing Chain. Ding! Healer's Courage triggered. Equipment effect: Healing Amplification has been copied. The system's prompt echoed in Chen Chen's mind. He felt a surge of joy. It was indeed just as he had thought. Immediately after, a series of system prompts sounded again. Ding! Detected similar effects, merging and upgrading. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a new effect, Healing Amplification Plus. Healing Amplification Plus. Your healing skill effects are increased by 30%. After each successful healing, there is a 10% chance to directly reset the cooldown of that healing skill. Chen Chen was stunned. Merging and upgrading? It could be done this way? Chen Chen blinked, confirming that he hadn't misread. He had originally thought that he would just merge the previously copied 5% healing amplification effect into the original 25% of the eternal healing chain. He never expected that even the probability of resetting the skill cooldown would be enhanced. This effect was simply absurdly strong. It should be noted that the cooldown time of healing skills has always been a crucial factor limiting the performance of healing warlocks, especially when facing powerful enemies. Often a gap in a healing skill could determine life or death. And now, Healing Amplification Plus directly gave him a 10% chance to reset the skill cooldown. What did this mean? It meant that at critical moments he could potentially cast healing skills 2, 3, or even more times in succession. This was enough to instantly turn the tide of battle. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Chen Chen equipped the necklace and then picked up the starry staff again, using the repair spell once more. Ding! Healer's courage triggered. Equipment effect magic. Amplification has been copied. Seeing this, Chen Chen smiled with satisfaction, then repeated the previous process, copying the remaining 2 effects on the other equipment, healing and power of the stars, before finally stopping. Chen Chen's gaze flickered slightly, the system's crisp prompt echoing in his ears. Ding! The Shadow Wind Wolf killed the Black Wind Wolf. Experience plus 120. Ding! Obtained items: Black Wind Wolf's Claw *2. Black Wind Wolf Fur *1. Gold coins *5. He gently stroked his chin, a thoughtful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This Shadow Wind Wolf, having clearly run nearly 1,000 meters away, could still be precisely controlled by him. It seems that this Shadow Legion indeed has no distance limit. Chen Chen murmured to himself, his voice tinged with a hint of undeniable excitement. He then opened the attribute panel of that Shadow Wind Wolf. Name: Shadow Wind Wolf. Rank: Black Iron. Level: LV12. HP: 1800 MP 600 Strength: 91 Agility: 76 Spirit: 30 Constitution: 70 Skills: Rending Claw Strike, Shadow Assault. Talent: none. Although the level had not changed, all attributes had received slight improvements. Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction. Directly increasing attributes, this method of enhancement is quite good. Since that's the case. With a thought, the Shadow Wind Wolf, located 1,000 meters away, instantly transformed into a shadow and vanished from its original spot. The next second, it appeared at Chen Chen's feet, affectionately rubbing against his pant leg. Chen Chen bent down and gently stroked the wolf's head, feeling its soft fur. Then, he slowly stood up, his gaze directed towards the depths of this wilderness area. Since he could summon enhanced monsters, he naturally wanted to create a truly powerful shadow army that belonged to him. A mere Black Iron level Shadow Wind Wolf could not satisfy his ambitions. Let's go. Meet the lord of this area, Chen Chen said softly, his voice carrying a hint of undeniable determination. He took a step forward, walking slowly deeper into the wilderness, his figure gradually disappearing into the vast grass. Although the wilderness appeared boundless, seemingly merging into one, it was actually strictly divided into different areas based on the levels of monsters. In each area, there would be a corresponding level lord, or even a more powerful boss. Chen Chen's target was precisely the lord of this area. He wanted to turn this lord into a member of his shadow army. Only then could. Chen Chen's gaze deepened, painful memories from his past life surfacing in his mind. He tightly gripped the starry staff in his hand, his knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. In this life, he would never repeat the same mistakes. He needed to become stronger, powerful enough to control his own fate and protect everything he wanted to protect. A gentle breeze brushed past, stirring the corners of Chen Chen's clothes and dispersing the fleeting gloom in his eyes. He took a deep breath, calming his turbulent emotions, and continued walking deeper into the wilderness. As Chen Chen ventured further, the surrounding environment began to change subtly. The once lush grass gradually became sparse, and some bare rocks started to appear on the ground. A faint smell of blood permeated the air, causing a wave of unease. Chen Chen's brows furrowed slightly. He could sense that the levels of the surrounding monsters were gradually increasing. He slowed his pace, heightened his vigilance, ready to respond to any potential danger. Rustle! A faint sound came from the grass ahead. Chen Chen's gaze sharpened instantly, fixating on the direction of the sound, and the starry staff in his hand began to emit a faint glow. A large Black Wind Wolf slowly emerged from the grass. Its crimson eyes locked onto Chen Chen, emitting a low growl from its throat. However, before Chen Chen could make a move, 3 other Shadow Wind Wolves pounced directly, instantly tearing the Black Wind Wolf into pieces. Ding! The Shadow Wind Wolf has killed the Black Wind Wolf. Experience plus 120. Ding! Obtained items: Black Wind Wolf Claw *2, Black Wind Wolf Fur *1, Wolf Fang Dagger Gold *5. Listening to the system notification ringing in his mind, a satisfied smile appeared on Chen Chen's face. Having soldiers under my command is truly exhilarating. Without needing to lift a finger, just a thought, and these monsters were dealt with by his shadow soldiers. This feeling is simply amazing. He smiled, ready to step forward and pick up the items dropped by the Shadow Wind Wolf. Whoosh! A black wind blade suddenly howled in from the side, moving at an incredible speed, instantly hitting Chen Chen. Bang! Chen Chen was directly blasted away, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. At the same time, a shadow wind wolf beside him let out a piercing wail and instantly vanished from the spot. The sudden turn of events made Chen Chen's heart tremble. Fortunately, before setting out, he had cautiously used a soul connection to link his life with one of the Shadow Wind Wolves. Otherwise, that blow just now would have likely killed him instantly. What on earth is going on? Chen Chen quickly got up from the ground, ignoring the pain in his body, and hurriedly picked up the starry staff in his hand, vigilantly looking around. He saw a giant wolf, several times larger than an ordinary black wind wolf, slowly emerging from the grass not far away. Its fur was as black as ink, glistening with a cold sheen under the sunlight. A pair of crimson eyes, like two blood lanterns, fixed their gaze on Chen Chen, filled with bloodlust and brutality. The corner of the giant wolf's mouth still had traces of fresh blood, clearly indicating that the wind blade just now was unleashed by it. Name: Gale Demon Wolf Elite Rank, Black Iron Level, LV 15 HP, 2500 MP, 800 Strength, 120 Agility, 105 Spirit, 40 Constitution, 90 Skills, Wind Blade, Gale Stab, Rending Claw. Strike Talent, Wind Swiftness, increases movement speed and attack speed by 20%. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Chen Chen's eyes as he clearly saw the giant wolf's attribute panel through his detection technique. This is great. I didn't expect this to be a Black Iron level elite monster. Since you killed one of my shadow soldiers, you can take its place, Chen Chen thought to himself. The other two Shadow Wind Wolves charged towards the Gale Demon Wolf like arrows released from a bow. At the same time, Chen Chen chanted incantations, instantly activating his dual casting talent, Howling Wolf Light Shield. Two pale blue beams of light almost simultaneously fell upon the two Shadow Wind Wolves, granting them a layer of resilient shield. Ding! Healer's Valor. Triggered. Strength +3 ding. Healer's Valor triggered. Strength +3. Seeing two of its kind rushing towards it, the Gale Demon Wolf's crimson eyes ignited with flames of rage. It let out a long howl, and with a powerful push of its limbs against the ground, its massive body shot out like a cannonball. Rip! The sharp wolf claws fiercely scraped against the shield of one of the Shadow Wind Wolves, producing a piercing screech. However, under the protection of the Howling Wolf Light Shield, the Shadow Wind Wolf remained unscathed. The other Shadow Wind Wolf seized the opportunity to pounce, sinking its teeth into the Gale Demon Wolf's hind leg. Awah! The Gale Demon Wolf yelped in pain, shaking its head violently, its sharp fangs snapping at the attacking Shadow Wind Wolf. Just at that critical moment, Chen Chen waved his staff. Flame Soul Fireball. Two fireballs, the size of human heads and burning fiercely, shot out from the tip of the staff almost simultaneously, slicing through the air with a scorching aura and fierce momentum, crashing heavily into the Gale Demon Wolf. Faced with the four rapidly approaching attacks, the Gale Demon Wolf had no way to evade. Boom! Boom! The two attacks hit almost simultaneously. The massive explosion echoed throughout the valley. Flames soared into the sky and starlight scattered everywhere. The massive body of the Gale Demon Wolf was directly hurled away by the shockwave of the explosion, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Instantly, the Gale Demon Wolf, which had only lost a bit of health, stiffened suddenly, leaving it with just a sliver of health. Awah! It let out a low, mournful howl, as if enduring immense pain. Seeing this, Chen Chen's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a hint of a satisfied smile. Fortunately, it hadn't been a direct critical hit that killed it instantly, otherwise it would have been a huge loss. He quickly adjusted his breathing, and with another wave of his staff, the skill Furious Strike activated. Immediately, two emerald green beams of light shot out from the tip of the staff like lightning, instantly piercing into the body of the Gale Demon Wolf. Healing Spell. Dual Casting. The green light flashed, and the health bar above the Gale Demon Wolf's head surged visibly, first spiking up, then plummeting to the bottom in an instant. Ding! Healer's Valor triggered. Skill Wind Blade has been copied. Ding! Healer's Valor triggered. Sea-level talent Wind Swiftness has been copied. Ding! Healer's Valor triggered. Strength +6" ding. Healer's Valor triggered. Agility +6" ding. Afterglow Impact triggered. A series of system notification sounds echoed in Chen Chen's mind like a beautiful melody. +2878. +2878. -486. -2878. Four massive numbers floated above the Gale Demon Wolf's head. The first two green numbers represented the healing amount from the healing spell. The last two red numbers indicated the real damage dealt by Afterglow Impact and the overflow damage from the second healing spell. The massive body of the Gale Demon Wolf trembled violently under this barrage of attacks. It was first nearly killed by two fireballs, then forcibly healed to full health by two healing spells, and before it could enjoy a moment of comfort, its life was ruthlessly snatched away by Afterglow Impact and the overflow damage. This roller coaster-like experience left it unable to die in peace. Boom! In the end, the Gale Demon Wolf could no longer hold on, its massive body crashing to the ground with a thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ding! You have killed Gale Demon Wolf Elite. Experience plus 450. Skill points plus 15. The system. Notifications sounded again, announcing the end of the battle. Chen slowly stood up, his gaze shifting away from the massive corpse of the Gale demon wolf, a wave of indescribable satisfaction swelling in his heart. This elite monster was indeed generous. Not only had he successfully copied skills and talents, but he also gained an additional 12 attribute points, which was undoubtedly a huge fortune. What a pity, Chen murmured softly, a hint of regret in his tone. I couldn't copy Gale thrust, otherwise, at least I would have had a mobility skill for survival. He shook his head, casting this slight regret aside. After all, the talent effect of healer's valor was based on probability. It was impossible for everything to go as one wished. Chen bent down, gently exploring the body of the Gale demon wolf with his fingers, as if searching for some precious treasure, hoping to see if any equipment or materials would drop. What's this? Chen suddenly touched something hard. He pulled it out to find it was a black token. Gale token effect. Holding this token allows free entry and exit to Gale Canyon. Note, Gale Canyon is the lair of the Gale demon wolf, home to numerous Gale demon wolves and even more powerful beings. A pass to Gale Canyon? Chen's pupils contracted slightly, his fingers gently rubbing the surface of the token. Memories from his past life surged to the forefront of his mind like a tide. Although he had never personally entered Gale Canyon, the various rumors about this place had long since become well known to him. This is a hidden secret realm, and only those holding the corresponding token can open the passage to enter it. The Gale token is the key to entering Gale Canyon. Chen's heart began to race. The term secret realm holds a deadly allure for any player. It often signifies abundant experience, rare resources, and infinite opportunities. Chen clearly remembers that among the rumors about Gale Canyon, the most enticing aspect is the unique output found within the secret realm: skill points. Skill points can directly enhance skill levels, making them the coveted treasure that all players dream of at this stage. The deeper secrets are even more tempting. It is said that at the deepest part of Gale Canyon, there is a hidden Gale Swordmaster. Class Change Scroll. The Gale Swordmaster is an incredibly powerful hidden class. Whether for personal class change, nurturing trusted subordinates, or selling at a high price, it is an excellent choice. Thinking of this, Chen's heartbeat quickened a bit. He tightly gripped the token in his hand, as if holding a key to a new world. However, he did not let the surprise before him cloud his mind. Chen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his excitement, and stored the token in his backpack. Now was not the time to enter Gale Canyon. He needed stronger power and more thorough preparation. Chen bent down again, continuing to search the body of the Gale demon wolf. Let me see what other good things are here, he murmured to himself, his tone filled with anticipation. Ding! A crisp sound, like a beautiful melody, reached Chen's ears. He quickly pulled out an item. It was a pair of black boots. The surface of the boots shimmered with faint wind patterns, exuding a subtle luster. Gale Demon Boots Grade, Black Iron Level, LV10 Agility, plus 10 Durability, 50-50 Skill, Gale Step, Active consumes 50 MP, instantly moves forward 5 meters. CD, 60 seconds. Equipment effect, movement speed plus 5%. Oh, shoes with a displacement skill. Chen's eyes lit up. This is a good item, although it is only a black iron grade. Equipment, the attached Gale Step skill is a short-distance teleportation skill. For Chen, who lacks displacement skills, this is like a timely help. With this skill, his survival ability will undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Without hesitation, Chen equipped the Gale Demon Boots and immediately felt his body become a bit lighter. He tried to activate the Gale Step skill. Whoosh! Chen's figure instantly vanished from the spot and reappeared 5 meters away. Not bad, not bad. Chen nodded in satisfaction. This Gale Step skill is excellent for both traveling and dodging attacks. He continued to search the body of the Gale Demon Wolf and soon found some materials. Gale Demon Wolf Fur X3, Gale Demon Wolf Claws X4, Gale Demon Wolf Fangs X2. These are all materials for crafting equipment or potions. While not particularly precious, they are worth a good amount of money. Chen carefully stored these materials one by one, and finally, his gaze fell upon a crystal clear bead. Wind Element Magic Core, Intermediate Usage Effect, contains 1000 mana points. Using it instantly restores 1000 mana points. Description: can be used for forging equipment, refining potions, and has a very low probability of learning wind element skills when used directly. There's even a magic core. Chen was somewhat surprised. This is a good item, worth much more than those materials. A magic core is formed from the condensation of magical power within a magical creature after its death. The magic cores of different grades contain varying amounts of magical power. This intermediate wind-type magic core holds a considerable amount of magic. Chen carefully stored the magic core away. It was a treasure that might come in handy at any moment. Besides this, Chen also pulled out dozens of gold coins. This swift wind magic wolf was truly a big fat sheep. Chen stood up with satisfaction, looking at his bag full of loot, feeling a wave of emotion in his heart. Indeed, killing elite monsters is the shortcut to wealth. Get up! Chen Chen walked unhesitatingly to the corpse of the swift wind magic wolf, his deep voice echoing in the valley. As his words fell, a cloud of black mist rose from the corpse, quickly coalescing into a brand new shadow soldier, the Wind Shadow Magic Wolf. Shadow extraction successful. The attributes panel of the Wind Shadow Magic Wolf appeared before Chen Chen, and as expected, its attributes were superior to its original form after the shadow extraction enhancement. Name: Wind Shadow Magic Wolf. Grade: Black Iron Level, LV 15 HP, 2800/2800 MP, 900 Strength, 132 Agility, 115 Spirit, 44 Constitution, 99 Skills, Shadow Wind Blade, Swift Shadow Stab, Shadow Rending Claw Talent, Wind Swiftness, increases movement speed and attack speed by 25%. Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction. The attributes of the Wind Shadow Magic Wolf had been comprehensively enhanced, and all its skills had transformed into shadow attribute versions, especially the talent Wind Swiftness, which added an extra 5% effect, making the Wind Shadow Magic Wolf's speed even more terrifying. Chen Chen looked at the brand new Shadow Wind Wolf before him, contemplating his next plan. With this stronger Shadow Soldier, the upcoming exploration would be much easier. Chen Chen took a deep breath, the air filled with a faint smell of blood and the fragrance of earth. Let's go! Chen Chen commanded softly, and the 3 Shadow Wind Wolves immediately followed him, moving deeper into the area. Their steps were light and swift, making almost no sound as they quietly trailed behind Chen Chen. In the heart of the Wind Wolf Valley, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the dense forest, casting mottled shadows on the ground. A giant wolf, shimmering with a greenish hue, lay sprawled on a slightly open patch of grass, soundly asleep, its heavy breathing echoing through the valley, its chest rising and falling rhythmically. Not far from the giant wolf, the space rippled like the surface of water, constantly fluctuating and distorting, as if something was trying to tear through space and descend from another world. The giant wolf warily opened its eyes, its deep blue pupils flickering with unease and vigilance, fixating on the strange space, letting out a low whimper from its throat, as if warning or guarding. On top of a giant tree, Chen Chen stood quietly, completely suppressing his presence, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. From his elevated position, he had a clear view of the scene in the heart of the valley. I should have guessed it, this special spatial rift must have a guardian, Chen Chen murmured to himself, his voice barely audible, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes, his brows slightly furrowed, seemingly a bit frustrated. I didn't expect this guardian to be the lord of this area. If I had known, I wouldn't have wasted so much time searching for bosses all over the valley. There was a hint of helplessness in Chen Chen's voice, but more so, there was excitement. After all, a lord-level monster meant richer rewards. Never mind, let's take care of the boss first. A glint of determination flashed in Chen Chen's eyes as he made his decision, his figure flickering as he leaped down from the tree like a ghost, making not a sound. He began to advance cautiously, carefully avoiding any potential traps and patrolling small monsters, stealthily making his way toward the boss. Every step was taken with utmost caution, his body tense and ready to respond to any sudden situation. Soon, Chen Chen reached a concealed thicket near the boss. He held his breath, peering through the gaps in the branches to observe the slumbering giant wolf. At the same time, a silent detection spell was cast, a faint blue light flashing briefly. Name: Gale Demon Wolf King. Lord. Rank: Bronze Level, LV 20 HP, 5000 MP, 2000. Strength: 200 Agility, 150 Spirit, 78 Constitution, 120 Skills, Wind Blade Dance, Gale Stab, Wind Wolf Roar, Wind's Guardian Talent, Blessing of the Wind, 50% increase in wind type. Skill effects: 5000 HP. Not bad, let's see if I can copy the talent first. Chen Chen muttered to himself, gently waving the starry staff in his hand, a streak of ghostly blue light silently landing on the Gale Demon Wolf King. Azure Wolf Light Shield. The skill hit precisely, enveloping the sleeping Lord Boss in a thin layer of light shield, the surface of which shimmered with a faint starlight, seemingly containing some mysterious power. Chen Chen held his breath, focusing intently, quietly waiting for the effect of the Hero of Healing talent to trigger. Meanwhile, not far behind Chen Chen in the dense forest, 3 dark figures were stealthily closing in. Big brother, is that kid out of his mind? He actually gave the boss a shield? One of the shadows lowered his voice, filled with confusion and disbelief, staring at the figure ahead who was shielding the monster. Unable to comprehend this move, the leading shadow snorted coldly, his voice hoarse and deep. Who cares? Our task is to take him down, nothing else matters. But this kid has actually done us a huge favor, not only leading us to the Lord Boss but also gifting us an impending spatial rift. A glint of greed and excitement flashed in the leader's eyes, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly, revealing a cruel smile. Since he's so accommodating, let's make his death a quick one. The earlier speaker grinned maliciously in agreement, rubbing his hands together, already eager to tear Chen Chen to shreds. The 3 exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them, like venomous snakes lurking in the shadows, slowly closing in on Chen Chen, preparing to launch a fatal strike. At this moment, all of Chen Chen's attention was focused on the Gale Demon Wolf King, completely unaware of the danger approaching from behind. Ding! Hero of Healing triggered. Skill Wind Blade Dance has been copied. Ding! Hero of Healing triggered. Strength +1 ding. Similar skill Wind Blade detected. Merging and upgrading. Skill Wind Blade Dance LV2 has been copied. The crisp notification sounds echoed in his ears and a slight smile crept onto Chen Shen's lips, a wave of joy swelling in his heart. Although he hadn't copied the expected talent, this result was still quite good. After all, Wind Blade Dance was one of the core skills of the Lord Boss. Its power should not be underestimated, and now it had directly upgraded to LV2, making it even more formidable. Chen Shen took a deep breath, calming his excited heart, preparing to unleash a thunderous strike. He planned to unleash all his skills at once on the Gale Demon Wolf King, aiming to take it down in the shortest time possible, leaving it no chance to resist. However, just at that critical moment, an unexpected change occurred. An arrow, glimmering with a cold light, suddenly shot out from another direction, streaking through the air like a meteor, heading straight for the Gale Demon Wolf King. The sudden turn of events made Chen Shen's pupils shrink sharply, and alarm bells rang in his heart. Before he could react, a shadow appeared before him like a ghost, moving with astonishing speed. Almost in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. Immediately after, a dagger, shimmering with a ghostly light, struck hard against Chen Shen's forehead. Ding! Lu Ren used a sneak attack on you. You have entered a dazed state, lasting 3 seconds. The system's cold prompt echoed in Chen Shen's mind, and his vision instantly blurred. The entire world seemed to spin. This unexpected situation darkened Chen Shen's expression, a glint of cold killing intent flashing in his eyes. How dare someone ambush him? It was simply courting death. In his dazed state, Chen Shen couldn't move, couldn't use skills, and even his thoughts became sluggish. He could only watch helplessly as the arrow struck the Gale Demon Wolf King. 10 as an extremely small number appeared. It instantly enraged the Gale Demon Wolf King, which had been somewhat confused. The Gale Demon Wolf King's crimson beast eyes fixed fiercely on Chen Shen, filled with anger and bloodlust. As the closest human to it, Chen Shen naturally became its primary target for attack. However, Chen Shen had long anticipated this. He possessed a soul connection and the skill of shadow swapping, giving him top-notch survival abilities, so he wasn't afraid of the Gale Demon Wolf King's attack. What truly angered Chen Shen were those guys hiding in the shadows, launching sneak attacks. In his previous life, he had died due to the betrayal and ambush of his teammates. The feeling of being stabbed in the back was still fresh in his memory, etched deeply in his heart. He never expected that in this life, someone would attempt the same trick again. A glint of cold killing intent flashed in Shen's eyes as he silently vowed to make these guys pay a painful price. He was well aware that the reason this group dared to act so recklessly against him was simply because they thought he was low-level, weak, and easy to deal with. They might even want to use the Gale Demon Wolf King to eliminate Chen Shen, creating a false impression that he was killed by the boss, thus covering up their crimes. At the same time, they could use Chen Shen's previous actions to exhaust the Gale Demon Wolf King's state, creating favorable conditions for their upcoming hunt. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, they were indeed playing a clever game. Unfortunately for them, they encountered Chen Shen, and their calculations were off. A cold, ruthless smile curled at the corners of Chen Shen's mouth. He quickly scanned his surroundings, his gaze lingering for a moment on the direction the arrow had come from and the direction the shadow had disappeared, mentally locking onto the positions of these 2 individuals. Since you want to play, then I'll play along with you. Chen Shen snorted coldly in his heart, his killing intent palpable. Just then, the Gale Demon Wolf King had already charged in front of Chen Shen. It opened its bloody maw, sharp fangs glinting coldly, and its massive claws, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, slammed down towards Chen Shen as if to tear him to shreds. Chen Shen's dazed state was lifted at that moment. In a critical moment, he quickly casted Sanlong Light Shield on himself. Sanlong Light Shield. A layer of light blue shield instantly enveloped Chen Shen, radiating a soft glow, yet giving an impression of being unbreakable. Bang! The next moment, the Gale Demon Wolf King's massive claw struck hard against the light shield, producing a dull thud. The light shield trembled violently, shattering instantly. The Gale Demon Wolf King's attack power was surprisingly high. Chen Shen was slightly taken aback. He had underestimated the strength of the Lord Boss. However, he felt fortunate that although the Sanlong Light Shield had shattered, it had ultimately blocked the strike from the Gale Demon Wolf King. Ding! Mutation effect triggered. Overflow damage has been resisted, the system prompt sounded, causing Chen Shen to pause slightly. Why was there an aberration effect again? That Sanlong Light Shield didn't seem to have an aberration at first, right? He instinctively looked at the skill description of that Sanlong Light Shield. The originally ordinary skill description now had a new line of ability added. Sanlong Light Shield aberration effect. If the shield is broken by a single hit, any overflow damage exceeding the shield's limit will be completely resisted. Chen Shen's eyes widened in an instant, a hint of disbelief flashing in them. This skill, has it really aberrated? A surge of ecstasy welled up in his heart. Could it be that all his skills could aberrate? Or rather, all support skills could aberrate? If that were true, then wouldn't he? Chen Shen dared not continue that thought, as the possibility was simply too tempting. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and refocused on the battle before him. At that moment, the Gale Demon Wolf King seemed extremely displeased with Chen Shen's indifference, roaring once more, its voice deafening. The massive wolf claw, accompanied by a fierce wind pressure, lunged at Chen Chen again as if it wanted to tear him to shreds. Chen Chen frowned, muttering impatiently to himself, so noisy. He casually raised the starry staff in his hand. The motion appeared nonchalant, yet it precisely blocked the Gale Demon Wolf King's attack. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the staff collided with the wolf claw, sparks flying. At the same time, the gem at the top of the staff shone with brilliant light, the flames intertwining with the power of the stars, erupting in an instant. Boom! A loud explosion followed. The energy burst, sending the Gale Demon Wolf King flying. Its massive body crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. This strike from Chen Chen seemed casual, but it contained the power of both the Flame Soul Fireball and the Starry Power. The two skills stacked, amplifying the power. 1096-1096. 470470 coupled with Chen Shan's exceptionally high mental attribute, this strike directly took away more than half of the Gale Demon Wolf King's health. And under the influence of the Starry Power, the Sun Long King fell into a dazed state. Chen Shan slowly lowered his staff, his gaze cold as he stared at the fallen Gale Demon Wolf King. He did not feel the slightest relaxation from having repelled the Gale Demon Wolf King. On the contrary, he felt even more vigilant, because he knew that the real threat was not this beast, but those lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. Chen Chen's gaze swept around, trying to locate the enemies hidden in the dark. His eyes were sharp as a knife, as if they could pierce through all disguises. Since you all like to play dirty, then I'll play along with you, Chen Chen muttered, aiming the starry staff at the downed Gale Demon Wolf King once more, the healing light glowing again. Swish! A gentle white light fell upon the Gale Demon Wolf King, its gruesome wounds healing at a visible speed. Killing a boss like this would be too wasteful. It was better to use skills more often and gain some attribute points in the process. As Chen Chen healed the Gale Demon Wolf King, he secretly calculated in his mind. Although he was focused on healing the boss before him, his thoughts were already elsewhere. Chen Chen instructed his 3 shadow soldiers to quietly move towards the direction the two had previously left. The shadows weaved through the dense forest like phantoms, making not a sound. Meanwhile, not far away in the bushes, 3 figures were closely watching Chen Chen's every move. The earlier figure holding a dagger, Lu Ren, now wore a face full of confusion. Boss, does this kid have such thick health? How could the boss just swipe at him and he didn't get hurt at all? Lu Ren's voice was low, but still couldn't hide his astonishment. Is he really a B-level healer? This is a level 20 boss. The more Lu Ren spoke, the more unbelievable it seemed to him. A level 20 boss had attack power that was no joke. Even they, as level 25 professionals, wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Yet Chen Chen, a level 10 healer, managed to withstand it, and it looked like he was completely unscathed. This completely overturned his understanding. On the other side, Si Pao Hui, holding a bow and arrow, nodded in agreement. Yeah, and just now it seemed like he used his staff to block the boss's attack. Si Pao Hui's tone was also filled with confusion. That seems like a very difficult blocking technique, right? Is he really just an ordinary level 10 rookie? Si Pao Hui recalled how casually Chen Chen had blocked the attack, and his heart was filled with uncertainty. Blocking techniques require extremely high reaction speed and precise control to master. Even they, as experienced professionals, wouldn't dare to say they could block perfectly every time. Yet a level 10 newcomer like Chen Chen could execute it so effortlessly, it was simply illogical. At the forefront, Wu Ke was staring intently at Chen Chen, his eyes cold and sinister. He slowly drew out the giant axe he had been carrying on his back, letting out a cold snort. What's there to be afraid of? Wu Ke's voice was deep and hoarse, laced with disdain. All 3 of us are level 25 professionals. Are we really afraid of a rookie? He paused, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Even if he really has the ability to kill the boss, so what? Wu Ke's lips curled into a sinister smile. We'll just wait here, and when the boss is low on health, we'll swoop in and take it. Wu Ke's words were filled with confidence, as if everything was under his control. In his view, Chen Chen was merely a level 10 rookie. Even if he had some skills, he couldn't stir up much trouble. Could the 3 of them, level 25 professionals, really not handle a mere healer? As for Chen Chen being able to block the boss's attacks, or possibly mastering blocking techniques, Wu Ke thought these were irrelevant. The gap in levels and the disparity in strength were enough to crush any technique. Wu Ke gripped the giant axe tightly, his eyes gleaming with greed. He was eager to eliminate both Chen Chen and the boss, claiming all the loot for himself. As soon as Wu Ke finished speaking, Lu Ren and Si Pao Hui exchanged glances, both seeing greed reflected in each other's eyes. The boss is right. No matter how powerful this kid is, he's just a level 10 healer. Are we really afraid of him? Lu Ren licked his lips, flipping the dagger in his hand, the cold light flashing. Once the boss is low on health, we'll make our move. Si Pao Hui also drew back his longbow, aiming the arrow at Chen Chen, ready to strike. In the dense forest, the atmosphere instantly became tense, and a scene of a mantis catching a cicada while a yellow bird waits in the back was about to unfold. However, they were unaware that every move they made had already fallen into Chen Chen's calculations. Chen Chen appeared to be focused on healing the swift Wind Demon Wolf King, but in reality he had already heard every word of the three through the Shadow Soldiers. Chen Chen seemed to be casually healing the swift Wind Demon Wolf King, but he had already listened to Guoku and the others' conversation word for word through the Shadow Soldiers lurking in the shadows. As expected, their target is me. Chen Chen sneered inwardly, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting, forming an almost imperceptible arc. Why would an ordinary person be interested in a rookie who had just changed jobs? It was merely coveting the equipment on him, or being manipulated by someone. Who could it be? Li Wei? Or Su Mingyu? Chen Chen quickly flashed through several names in his mind, but he did not delve deeper. It was still too early to think about these things. The urgent matter at hand was to resolve the trouble before him. Out of the corner of his eye he glanced at the three people not far away, already calculating in his heart. His hands did not stop moving, the light of the healing spell flickering continuously, alternating between life and death on the body of the Gale Demon Wolf King. Huge green numbers floated above the Gale Demon Wolf King's head, each time restoring its health from the brink of death to full. But immediately after, Chen Chen would follow up with an attack, causing its health bar to plummet again. This repeated cycle made the Gale Demon Wolf King seem like a puppet being toyed with, frantically testing the edge of life and death, yet unable to escape Chen Chen's control. In the dense forest, the wind howled, mingled with the desperate wails of the Gale Demon Wolf King. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows that danced across Chen Chen's stern face. His gaze was as calm as water, as if everything before him had nothing to do with him. Only the constantly changing numbers could prove his current focus. Finally, after enduring a torment of dying and coming back to life, the system notification sound arrived as expected. Ding! Healer of Courage triggered. The attribute points gained from this target have reached the limit. Ding! Healer of Courage triggered. This target's skills and talents have been completely copied. Cannot continue copying. Listening to the system notification ringing in his ears, Chen Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. 20 points is the limit, huh? I thought I could farm it infinitely, what a pity. He murmured to himself, a hint of regret in his tone. However, this was enough. With a thought, Chen Chen quietly activated the Wind Blade Dance. Wind Blade Dance launched 10 wind blades within a 5-meter range, each dealing 200% of the target's mental value as magical damage. Cost 500 MPCD, 10 minutes. In an instant, 10 sharp wind blades appeared out of thin air, carving visible trajectories in the air as they rushed towards the Gale Demon Wolf King. Each wind blade contained powerful magical energy, as if it aimed to tear everything apart. Awah! The Gale Demon Wolf King let out a piercing wail, sensing the threat of death. It struggled desperately, trying to evade, but it was all in vain. Under Chen Chen's precise control, none of the 10 wind blades missed their target. 6430. A huge red number floated above the Gale Demon Wolf King's head, instantly clearing its health bar. That had just been restored by Chen Chen. One-hit kill. The massive body of the Gale Demon Wolf King crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. A trace of unwillingness and fear lingered in its eyes. It never expected to die at the hands of a level 10 healer. Ding! You have killed Gale Demon Wolf King boss, experience plus 2000. Ding! Obtained items, Wolf Kings Heart *1, Wolf King's Blood *2, Gale Dagger *1, Wind Magic Core Intermediate *3, Gold Coins *213. Chen Chen slowly retracted his staff, his face devoid of any expression. For him, this was just a game with a predetermined outcome. In the distance, Guoku and the other two were stunned at the sight. They had originally thought that no matter how powerful Chen Chen was, it was impossible for him to solo kill a level 20 boss. But now, the reality had slapped him hard in the face. Not only did Chen Chen successfully solo kill it, but he also did it in one hit. How is this possible? Lu Ren's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. He really is just a level 10 healer? Si Pao Hui's voice trembled slightly, he was already frightened by Chen Chen's strength. Guoku's face was terrifyingly dark, his gaze fixed tightly on Chen Chen, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. There was shock, confusion, and a hint of fear. He suddenly realized that he might have made a mistake, a fatal mistake. They seemed to have taken on a terrifying task, provoking someone they absolutely could not afford to provoke. Sorry, it's not level 10, it's level 12. Chen Chen's voice abruptly rang out behind the three, laced with a hint of mockery, as if a cat were toying with a mouse. Guoku, Lu Ren, and Si Pao Hui froze, as if paralyzed, cold sweat instantly soaking their clothes. This voice was like the whisper of death, sending chills from their heads to their toes. They turned around abruptly, their movements stiff like rusty machines, their faces filled with terror and disbelief. Before they could see who had arrived, 3 massive dark shadows lunged out from the darkness like hellhounds crawling out of the abyss, bringing an overwhelming sense of oppression. They were 3 pitch-black giant wolves, each the size of a calf, their crimson eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light, sharp claws glinting coldly in the moonlight. What is this? Lu Ren screamed in terror, his voice cracking. He had never seen such a horrifying creature. Si Pao Hui was so frightened that his legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. He desperately tried to retreat but found his legs unresponsive. Guoku's face turned pale, but as the leader among the three, he forced himself to calm down and shouted, "Don't panic. It's just 3 beasts, we are level 25. Before he could finish his sentence, he abruptly stopped, because 2 sharp blades of wind had already sliced through the air, accompanied by a piercing whistle, heading straight for his and Lu Ren's necks. Too fast. So fast that they had no time to react, only able to watch helplessly as the 2 blades of death approached. Thud, thud. 2 muffled sounds, blood gushed out, staining the night sky. Lu Ren and Si Pao Hui's heads flew high, their faces still bearing expressions of terror and unwillingness. Their bodies fell limply, twitching a few times before going still. Instant kill. 2 level 25 professionals were actually killed in an instant. Guoka's pupils suddenly constricted, his heart felt as if it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, nearly stopping its beat. He looked at the bloody scene before him, feeling a chill surge from his feet to the top of his head, making him feel cold all over. Fear engulfed him like a tide. He had thought that even if Chen Chen was powerful, he was just a level 10 healer. Even with a sneak attack, he couldn't pose too great a threat to them. But now, he realized how absurdly wrong he was. This was no healer at all. This was clearly a demon in sheep's clothing. Why you? Guoka stammered, wanting to say something, but found his throat blocked, unable to utter a word. He wanted to escape, but his legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to move. The 3 giant wolves surrounded him in a triangular formation, glaring hungrily, ready to strike a fatal blow at any moment. Chen Chen walked over slowly, his face devoid of any expression, his gaze terrifyingly calm, as if he had just killed not 2 people but 2 ants. Although it's a bit wasteful, well, it doesn't matter. He murmured to himself, his tone carrying a hint of indifference. Indeed, for Chen Chen now, while attribute points and skills were precious, they were not indispensable. After all, on Blue Star, what was scarce was not people or monsters, and he wasn't lacking in that regard. With a thought, the 3 giant wolves suddenly exerted their strength, biting down hard on Guoka's limbs. Guoka felt a wave of excruciating pain, as if his bones were about to be crushed. He couldn't help but let out a piercing scream. HP 210. HP 235. HP 208. A series of damage numbers floated above Guoka's head, his health points plummeting like a faucet turned wide open. Chen Chen walked slowly in front of Guoka, looking down at him from a height, the starry staff in his hand gently pressed against Guoka's forehead, emanating a cold, chilling light. Speak up, who sent you? Chen Chen's voice was icy and piercing, devoid of any emotion, as if interrogating a corpse. I suggest you tell the truth, or you'll end up like those 2 just now. Guoka trembled all over, his eyes filled with fear. He had no doubt that if he uttered a single wrong word, his head would roll the next second. He opened his mouth, about to speak, but suddenly stopped. It seemed he thought of something terrifying, his face turning even paler. Guoka gritted his teeth, seemingly resolved to endure to the end. However, before he could finish his sentence, a heart-wrenching pain shot through his right arm. Crack. 500. The sound of bones shattering was clearly audible. One of his arms had been bitten off by one of the Shadow Wind wolves. Blood gushed out, instantly staining the ground red. Guoka let out a scream like a slaughtered pig, writhing in agony, nearly fainting from the pain. Oh dear, my apologies. Chen Chen feigned surprise, but his tone carried a hint of mockery. My little wolf doesn't know its strength. Sorry about that. You'd better speak quickly, or... He deliberately elongated his voice, leaving the threat unspoken, but it was clear. Guoka was writhing in pain, cold sweat pouring down. He looked at his bloody severed arm, his eyes filled with despair. He knew he was truly done for this time. The seemingly harmless young man before him was, in fact, a demon in human skin. I'll talk. Before Chen Chen could finish his sentence, Guoka could no longer hold on, shouting in a breakdown, Stop. Please. Stop. He felt his legs and left arm beginning to ache as if they could be torn off at any moment. The fear of death completely shattered his psychological defenses. It's the Li family. It's the second young master of the Li family, Li Wei. Guoka used all his strength to roar this out, his voice hoarse and desperate. Li family? Li Wei? A glint of cold murderous intent flashed in Chen Chen's eyes. It was indeed him. Looks like I need to find a way to take care of this Li Wei ahead of time. Chen Chen calculated silently in his heart. Thank you for your cooperation. Since that's the case, I'll let you go. Chen Chen's voice remained cold, but with a hint of barely perceptible amusement. Upon hearing this, Guoka felt as if he had received a great reprieve, his taut nerves finally relaxing a bit. He thought he had escaped a calamity. However, he did not know that this was just the beginning of Chen Chen's malicious amusement. Swish! A jade green light shot out from the starry staff, landing on Guoku. HP plus 6944. Guoku, who was on the brink of death, had his health points instantly restored, even overflowing. He was stunned, not understanding what Chen Chen meant. Guoka let out a long breath, the fear in his heart slightly diminishing. But the next second, the excruciating pain struck again. Awah! 3 Shadow Wind Wolves launched another attack, their sharp teeth biting fiercely into Guoka's body. HP 215. HP 228. HP 241. Guoka's health bar plummeted like a roller coaster, but soon it was pulled back by another healing spell from Chen Chen. Guoka let out a heart-wrenching scream. He finally understood. Chen Shen's intention. This was a torment more terrifying than death. He became the first existence to experience the feeling of dying and living again at Chen Shen's hands. This feeling was worse than death. Please, kill me, kill me. Guoke's voice was already hoarse, struggling desperately but unable to escape the biting of the shadow windwolf. The repeated agony drove him to complete collapse. He would rather die immediately than endure this inhuman torment any longer. Chen Shen quietly watched all of this, his face devoid of any expression. He was like a cold reaper controlling Guoke's life and death. Time passed second by second, and Guoke's screams gradually weakened. His gaze began to fade, and the breath of life grew weaker and weaker. About 5 minutes later, Guoke's body fell heavily to the ground, completely lifeless. He died, filled with endless fear and despair. Ding! The Brave of Healing has been triggered. Talent. B-level melee mastery has been copied. Ding! The Brave of Healing has been triggered. The attribute point acquisition for this target has reached the limit. Ding! The Brave of Healing has been triggered. This target's skills and talents have been completely copied. Cannot continue copying. A series of system prompts echoed in Chen Shen's mind. Chen Shen frowned slightly. Humans can only copy 2 skills and 2 talents? He was somewhat surprised. This limitation was something he hadn't considered before. It seems I need to quickly copy the other talent of Jeaner. If she gains another talent, it won't be easy to copy. Chen Shen pondered inwardly, knowing that Su Jeaner's talents were crucial for him. He had to copy both of her SS-level talents as soon as possible, just in case. What bad luck, being so poor. Chen Shen looked at the less than 100 scattered gold coins on the ground and the lonely piece of silver equipment, unable to help but complain. He had originally thought that these guys, daring to take assassination missions, would have some wealth on them, but it turned out they were poorer than he was. With this kind of strength, they dared to come out and kill? No wonder they needed 3 people to kill a newbie like me at such a high level. Chen Shen shook his head, feeling disdain for their abilities. He turned to leave. After all, the corpse of the Gale Demon Wolf King was still waiting for him to see if he could summon it. Just as Chen Shen was about to step away, he suddenly stopped. A thought flashing through his mind. Can this shadow extraction be used on humans? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Chen Shen's eyes as he thought of an interesting possibility. He immediately turned around and walked to Guoke's corpse. With a thought, one of the 3 shadow wind wolves that had been guarding him instantly transformed into a cloud of black mist and dissipated. Chen Shen took a deep breath and slowly placed his hand above Guoke's corpse. Stand up! Chen Shen called out in a low voice filled with a hint of anticipation and tension. This was his first attempt to use shadow extraction on a human corpse, and he didn't know if it would succeed. As Chen Shen's voice fell, a shadow emerged, but after a couple of fluctuations, it fell silent. Not possible? Chen Shen frowned slightly, feeling a bit disappointed. He had thought that since the shadow wind wolf could be transformed from a monster's corpse, a human corpse should work too, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. Could it be because he isn't qualified? Chen Shen suddenly thought of something, his eyes lighting up. He remembered that shadow extraction seemed to have certain requirements regarding the target's strength. Previously, he had extracted from boss-level monsters, while Guoko, although at a higher level, was far weaker. Try again. Chen Shen didn't give up. He placed his hand on Guoke's corpse once more, silently chanting in his heart, "Stand up." This time, Chen Shen's voice was filled with authority and undeniable power. It was as if he were the Reaper controlling life and death, able to manipulate the fate of the deceased at will. As soon as the words fell, Guoke's corpse suddenly trembled. Immediately after, a cloud of black mist surged from his body, quickly coalescing into a vague human shape. That figure gradually became clearer, and finally, a shadow identical to Guoke appeared before Chen Shen. However, this shadow's eyes were hollow and lifeless, devoid of any spirit, as if all intelligence had completely vanished. Ding! Shadow extraction successful. The systems prompt echoed in Chen Shen's mind, announcing his success. I did it! An excited smile spread across Chen Shen's face. He had successfully transformed Guoke's corpse into his servant. Although it was only a black iron level servant, this was already a significant breakthrough. It meant that he could not only extract the shadows of monsters but also those of humans. This undoubtedly opened up a whole new path for him, granting him more possibilities. Name: Great Axe Warrior rank, Black Iron level, LV 25 HP, 4800/4800 MP, 1000 strength, 210 agility, 100 spirit, 45 constitution, 160 skills, Earth Splitter, Shock Strike, Raging Wave / Sky Split / Talent, Melee Mastery. You can flexibly use all melee weapons, increasing melee weapon damage by 20%. Strength Burst temporarily increases your strength by 70% and boosts Great Axe skills damage by 25%. Looking at the attributes before him, Chen Shen raised an eyebrow. Is it really just a black iron level waste? What a piece of junk. Forget it, better than nothing. Chen Shen shook his head, suppressing his dissatisfaction. He knew that one must take things one step at a time. The fact that he could successfully extract human shadows was already a huge advancement. As for the servant's strength, it could be gradually improved later. He had initially wanted to mourn the extraction of the other 2 shadows as well, but after seeing Guoke's attributes, Chen Shen gave up. This guy was so weak, the other two couldn't be much stronger either. It would be better to extract the corpse of that boss instead. Go ahead, dispose of their bodies, Chun Chen commanded the great axe warrior. He didn't want to leave any traces here to avoid unnecessary trouble. The great axe warrior showed no reaction, merely executing Chun Chen's command mechanically. His movements were swift, and soon, the bodies of the other two were cleaned up without leaving a trace of blood. Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction, his gaze shifting to the massive corpse not far away, the Gale Demon Wolf King. This was a lord-level monster, its attributes far surpassing that of Guiku, and the shadow extracted from it would surely possess considerable strength. Just thinking about it made Chen Chen a bit excited. He walked slowly to the Gale Demon Wolf King's corpse, took a deep breath, and calmed his racing heart. Stand up, Chen Chen shouted lowly, placing his hand on the Gale Demon Wolf King's body. The black mist surged forth as if it had come to life, rolling and swirling from the Gale Demon Wolf King's form. However, after a moment, the black mist slowly dissipated, and everything returned to calm. Ding! Shadow extraction failed. Remaining attempts to the system's cold prompt rang in Chen Chen's mind. Failed? Chen Chen frowned, somewhat surprised. It was then that he remembered the skill description mentioned that the longer the time since death, the lower the success rate of extraction. Damn it, it's all those three wastes' fault for wasting my time. Chen Chen cursed inwardly, feeling a bit frustrated. He had thought that with the Gale Demon Wolf King's strength, extraction would be easy, but he hadn't expected it to fail. Let's try again. Chen Chen was unwilling to accept defeat and shouted again, stand up. This time, his voice was deeper and more powerful, as if it contained some mysterious force. The black mist surged. Once more, denser and more violent than before. But in the end, the black mist dissipated. Ding! Shadow extraction failed. Remaining attempts, one the system prompt sounded again, and Chen's mood sank to the lowest point. Only one chance was left. If he failed again, he would have to watch helplessly as this lord-level corpse went to waste. Chen took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and focused all his energy to shout again, stand up. He exerted all his strength and let out a deafening roar. His voice was filled with undeniable authority and a desperate determination. As soon as he finished speaking, the corpse of the Gale Demon Wolf King trembled violently, as if a powerful force was awakening. The black mist erupted from its body like a volcanic explosion, instantly enveloping the entire valley. The mist rolled, surged, and condensed, ultimately forming a massive wolf-shaped shadow. The shadow slowly stood up, towering and imposing, exactly like the previous Gale Demon Wolf King. However, its eyes were hollow and lifeless, devoid of any vitality, only endless coldness and silence. Ding! Shadow extraction successful. The system prompt finally rang out, announcing Chen Chen's success. Finally succeeded. Chen Chen let out a long sigh of relief. It would have been a great pity if he had lost it. He successfully transformed the corpse of the Gale Demon Wolf King into his shadow soldier. This was a lord-level shadow soldier, far stronger than the previous great axe warrior. Chen calmed his excited heart and began to check the attributes of the Gale Demon Wolf King. Name: Shadow Wolf King. Lord. Rank: Bronze level. LV 25 HP. 7000/7000 MP. 2500/2500 Strength. 250 Agility. 180 Spirit. 100 Constitution. 150 Skills. Shadow Blade Dance. Gale Shadow Strike. Shadow Roar. Wind Shadow Guardian Talent. Shadow Kill. After each kill, there is a chance to teleport behind the target with the lowest health, and the next attack will definitely be a critical hit. Blessing of the Wind. Wind-type skill effects are increased by 50%, and all Wind-type skills deal an additional 30% shadow damage, while damage to shadow creatures is increased by 25%. From today on, I'll call you Wolf King. Please take care of me, Chen said. With a smile, looking at the giant wolf in front of him that was a head taller than himself, filled with joy. Seeing the Shadow Wolf King's attributes far surpassing those before, Chen couldn't help but grin widely. This was a huge profit. The Shadow Wolf King seemed to sense Chen Chen's joy, lowering its massive head and affectionately rubbing its furry head against Chen's cheek. Woo! The low whimper was unlike its previous ferocity, instead carrying a hint of docility and submission. Chen happily rubbed the Shadow Wolf King's head, feeling its soft fur, and a wave of comfort washed over him. Indeed, even as a shadow, such a powerful monster still possessed remarkable intelligence. Suddenly, Chen remembered something and had a thought. Swish! A gleaming dagger appeared out of thin air in his hand. It was the Black Iron Quality Level 12 equipment, the Wolf-Fang dagger dropped from the previous kill of the Black Wind Wolf. Wolf-Fang dagger rank, Black Iron level, LV 12 strength, plus 15 agility, plus 20 durability, 250 skill. Wolf-Fang assault, active, consumes 60 MP to swiftly launch a stabbing attack on the target, dealing 250% of agility as physical damage, with a tearing effect. The target will continue to suffer bleeding damage equal to 20% of the character's attack power for the next 6 seconds. If the target is in a bleeding state, their movement speed is reduced by 20% for 4 seconds. CD 25 seconds equipment effect. Wolf's ferocity increases the character's critical hit rate by 10%. Looking at the dagger in his hand, Chen directly put away his staff and tightly gripped the Wolf-Fang dagger. The equipment did not drop directly. This, Chen Shen looked at the Wolf Fang dagger in his hand, his face revealing an expression of incredulous delight. He could actually equip this dagger. It's important to note that a restoration mage is a typical magic-based class which should only be able to equip staffs or robes. Yet this Wolf Fang dagger is a genuine melee weapon. The talents in this world are truly domineering. Chen Shen secretly sighed, recalling that when he copied Goika's melee mastery talent, he had a vague suspicion. The talent description at that time stated that it allowed for the flexible use of all melee weapons. Chen Shen pondered whether this flexible use also included ignoring class restrictions to forcibly equip weapons. Now it seems his guess was indeed correct. This talent is even more powerful than he imagined. Chen Shen took a deep breath to calm his excited heart. He put away the starry staff in his hand and instead tightly gripped the Wolf Fang dagger. The dagger felt icy in his hand, its blade shimmering with a cold light, giving off a sharp sensation. Although it was his first time using a dagger under the enhancement of the melee mastery talent, Chen Shen felt as if the dagger had merged with him, making it exceptionally easy to wield. He casually swung it a few times, and the dagger left trails in the air, producing a whoosh-whoosh sound as it cut through the air. Though it's a bit short, it seems to be easier to use than the staff. Looks like I'll need to get a talent similar to staff mastery in the future. Chen Shen muttered to himself, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. While the staff is standard for magic-based classes for Chen Shen, who possesses numerous powerful skills, the staff's bonuses seem somewhat redundant. On the contrary, this Wolf Fang dagger not only provides additional attribute bonuses but also grants Chen Shen greater combat power in melee situations. However, the most important thing now is to level up. Chen Shen suppressed his excitement. Whether for the big exam in 3 days or the world-ending crisis years later, he needed to quickly enhance his strength. He patted the Shadow Wolf King beside him, who affectionately rubbed against his palm, then howled to the sky, its voice filled with excitement and anticipation. Let's go, Wolf King, time to start grinding monsters. When the spatial rift opens, we'll go in together and take a look. Chen Shen's eyes sparkled with sharp light, his tone resolute. Awah! The Shadow Wolf King let out a low growl, as if responding to Chen Shen's call, and took agile steps, re-entering the valley alongside Chen Shen. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 2.5 hours had quietly passed. Night fell, the sky stained with ink, and a faint mist enveloped the valley, making visibility extremely low. Chen Shen returned to the territory of the Gale Demon Wolf King once more. This was originally the boss's lair, where ordinary monsters dared not approach, but the previous lord had been slain by Chen Shen, and, according to game rules, a new lord would not respawn for at least 3 days. Chen Shen was just preparing to rest here for the night to regain his strength. After 2.5 hours of frantically grinding monsters, Chen Shen's level had risen from 12 to 16. The experience bar grew at a visibly rapid pace, and this exhilarating feeling of leveling up made him addicted, unable to extricate himself. However, as his level increased, the experience points provided by the monsters in this area had become somewhat meager for him. Chen Shen returned to the heart of the valley, his brow slightly furrowed, contemplating whether to switch to a higher level map to gain more experience points. Just as he was hesitating, the spatial rift before him suddenly began to fluctuate violently. The once calm space now rippled as if a giant stone had been thrown into it. Immediately after, it seemed as if an invisible hand reached out from the void, violently tearing at the spatial rift. Crack, crack. The harsh sound of tearing echoed through the valley, sending chills down his spine. The spatial rift was forcibly torn open, revealing a dark hole that seemed to lead to another unknown world. The spatial rift has opened? Upon seeing this scene, Chen Shen's eyes lit up, and his previous hesitation vanished in an instant. He tightly gripped the starry staff in his hand, his eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Chen Shen took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to rush in immediately. The long battle had left him feeling somewhat fatigued, and although the joy of leveling up dulled this feeling, he knew that maintaining his best condition was key to facing unknown dangers. He turned to look at the Shadow Wolf King beside him, who seemed to sense Chen Shen's fatigue and quietly lay at his feet, gently nudging his leg with its head. Chen Shen gently stroked the Shadow Wolf King's soft fur, a warm current surging in his heart. Compared to teammates, whose intentions were unclear, he preferred this absolutely loyal beast companion. Wolf King, you must be tired too, right? Let's rest for a bit and regain our strength before going in. Awoo, the Shadow Wolf King responded softly, its voice carrying a hint of laziness. Ha! At that moment, a light sound of surprise suddenly rang out, the unexpected noise breaking the tranquility of the valley and instantly alerting Chen Shen. He turned sharply, the starry staff pointing directly at the source of the sound, its tip shimmering with a dangerous light. In his line of sight, a petite figure slowly emerged, illuminated by the faint light from the night in the spatial rift. Chen Shen could clearly see the appearance of the newcomer. It was a girl, seemingly not very old, around 20 years old, dressed in a black bodysuit and holding a sharp dagger in her hand. The girl's features were delicate, her large eyes filled with curiosity, but at that moment, they also held a hint of surprise and wariness. Who are you? Chen Shen demanded sharply, his voice echoing in the empty valley. he did not relax his guard. Simply because the other party was a girl, instead, he became even more vigilant. In this world where the game had descended into reality, anyone could be an enemy, especially near this dangerous spatial rift. Hearing Chen Chen's question, the girl showed no sign of fear. Instead, a glimmer of excitement appeared in her eyes. However, this excitement quickly faded, and she said somewhat disappointedly, "What? I thought I was the first to discover this rift since it just appeared, but it turns out someone else has already come." Before Chen Chen could respond, the girl walked directly closer to him, stopping 5 meters away, and greeted him. "Hello, my name is Shi Xiaoxiao. Are you interested in grinding this spatial rift with me?" The girl's voice was crisp and pleasant, carrying a hint of familiarity, as if she were an old friend of Chen Chen's. Chen Chen frowned slightly, not letting his guard down due to her enthusiasm. He scrutinized the girl before him, trying to find any flaws in her words or actions. Shi Xiaoxiao seemed to sense Chen Chen's wariness. She blinked innocently and said, "Hey, why are you looking at me like that? I'm not a bad person, you know. Look at me, I'm so cute. How could I be a bad person?" As she spoke, she playfully twirled around, showcasing her petite figure and delicate features. Chen Chen remained silent, merely watching her quietly, but he gripped the starry staff even tighter. The glimmering tip of the staff stood out prominently in the darkness. Seeing that Chen Chen was unmoved, Shi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel a bit deflated. "Really, are all the boys nowadays so unromantic? I, miss, am actively inviting you to team up, and you're acting like you want to keep me at arm's length. It's just too hurtful. Really, are all the boys nowadays so unromantic? I, miss, am actively inviting you to team up, and you're acting like you want to keep me at arm's length. It's just too hurtful." Shi Xiaoxiao placed her hands on her slender waist, pouting in frustration. Her already charming face appeared even more adorable with this gesture, resembling a puffed-up little kitten. Seeing Chen Chen still tightly gripping the staff that sparkled with starlight, staring at her with a guarded expression, Shi Xiaoxiao sighed helplessly, like a deflated balloon, her previously straight posture slightly slumping. She casually tossed the dagger in her hand to the ground with a clatter, producing a crisp sound, the blade reflecting a faint cold light in the night. "Relax, little brother, I'm not some psychopathic killer. I'm just here to level up, so don't be so tense. Look, I've even put down my weapon." The girl's clear and melodious voice rang out again, tinged with a hint of helplessness and a touch of coaxing, as if she were soothing a sulking child. Chen Chen's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze still sharp as an eagle's, not fully relaxing his vigilance due to Shi Xiaoxiao's actions. However, he slowly sat down, laying the starry staff across his lap. The starlight on the staff continued to twinkle, but Chen Chen's posture indicated that he could react at any moment to any sign of trouble, ready to strike with lightning speed. After all, as someone who had struggled to survive in the apocalypse, only to be betrayed and die, Chen Chen understood better than anyone that in this world where the game had descended into reality, human hearts were far more terrifying than any clawing monster. No matter how powerful or vicious the monsters were, their behavior patterns could ultimately be traced. Once the rules were grasped, there would always be a way to cope. But human hearts were the most complex and elusive things in the world, especially in this reality where the game had arrived and the original moral and legal systems were crumbling. No one knew whether a seemingly harmless, even somewhat cute and innocent girl would reveal the fangs hidden beneath her pure exterior and deliver a fatal blow in the next moment. Chen Chen had witnessed too many dark sides of human nature, so he dared not easily trust anyone, especially near this space rift filled with unknown dangers. However, Chen Chen was not someone suffering from severe paranoia. He knew he couldn't harbor hostility towards everyone just because of past experiences, as that would only isolate him further and drive him mad. Moreover, in the Dragon Kingdom, openly killing people was still a rare and insane act. As long as he maintained enough vigilance and responded carefully, there shouldn't be any problems. He couldn't refuse all possible cooperation out of fear of danger. Otherwise, how was he any different from those cowards who were barely surviving in the safe zones? Chen Chen quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind, various thoughts flashing through his head like lightning. He knew well that in this cruel world, being overly cautious is certainly important, as it can help you avoid many unnecessary troubles, but excessive caution can also cause you to miss many opportunities and even leave you isolated and helpless. Having more friends means more paths, although this saying is no longer entirely applicable in this survival of the fittest world, at least until you are certain the other person is an enemy. It is necessary to maintain a certain openness and try to establish connections with others. Moreover, since he needed to replicate others' attributes and skills, teaming up with others was essential. Furthermore, the girl named Shi Xiaoxiao before him seemed to show no malice. On the contrary, she had actively put down her weapon and expressed her willingness to cooperate. With this in mind, Chen Chen's guard relaxed slightly. Although he still couldn't fully trust her, he was at least willing to give her a chance to see what she really wanted to do. He slowly moved the starry staff resting on his lap aside but maintained a posture ready to attack at any moment, leaning slightly forward, his gaze fixed on every move Shi Xiaoxiao made. "Alright, I believe you're not a bad person, Chen Chen. spoke slowly, his voice still carrying a hint of coldness and detachment, but his tone had softened considerably, no longer filled with hostility. As before. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaoxiao's previously somewhat dejected expression instantly brightened. She giggled, revealing a row of white, even teeth, her eyes curving into crescent moons. That's more like it, little brother. Shi Xiaoxiao's voice was light and cheerful, with a touch of playfulness. Although there are many bad people in this world, there are even more good ones. If you're this wary of everyone, you won't be able to find a girlfriend. As she spoke, she gently tapped her cheek with her finger. Chen Shen's mouth twitched slightly. He simply couldn't understand this girl's thought process. Just a moment ago, they were discussing teaming up, and the next second, she was talking about finding a girlfriend. He suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and directly ignored this erratic thinker. Don't ignore me, seeing Chen. Chen not engaging with her, Shi Xiaoxiao pouted, her face displaying a pitiful expression. Hey, little brother, how about teaming up with me to tackle this spatial rift? I'm really strong, you know I can definitely help you fly. As she spoke, she patted her chest. Although it was hard to tell through her tight-fitting outfit, one could still sense her confidence and pride. Chen Shen, hearing this, glanced at her with indifference, not swayed by her enthusiasm. He asked flatly, why should I team up with you? This was a very practical question and the one Chen Shen cared about most. He needed to know Shi Xiaoxiao's true intentions before deciding whether to cooperate with her. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaoxiao's smile grew even brighter. She cheerfully replied, because only one team can enter the spatial rift at a time. If you don't team up, you can only go in alone, but since there are two of us here, we should share the opportunity. What do you think? She blinked her eyes, looking as if she were saying, I'm being reasonable. Chen Chen fell silent for a moment. He knew Shi Xiaoxiao was speaking the truth. The rules of the spatial rift were indeed like that. If they didn't team up, only one person could enter, and since both he and Shi Xiaoxiao wanted to enter this spatial rift, a conflict was inevitable. What if I insist on going solo? Chen Chen continued to ask, wanting to see Shi Xiaoxiao's reaction and test her limits. When Shi Xiaoxiao heard this, she chuckled, revealing an expression that seemed to say, you really would ask that? She said, well, it depends on who is faster. My agility is a solid 500 points. You know, her words were filled with confidence, even carrying a hint of provocation. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen immediately shut his mouth and stopped talking. 500 points of agility, that was indeed not something he could contend with at the moment. Forget about running, even if he wanted to resist, he would probably disappear before he even saw her shadow. Chen Chen quickly calculated in his mind the odds of winning if he clashed with Shi Xiaoxiao. The answer was 0. After all, someone like him, a healer, was most afraid of assassins. With such terrifying agility, he feared he wouldn't even finish casting his skills before he was gone. After pondering for a while and weighing his options, he ultimately decided to give up on the idea of soloing. So you knew there would be a spatial rift here, and that's why you came? Chen Chen posed his question, wanting to know why Shi Xiaoxiao happened to arrive just as the rift opened. Shi Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed by Chen Chen's question. She casually replied, that's none of your business. I have my own abilities and information. One last question, are we teaming up or not? If you don't want to team up, I'll just go in by myself. Her tone carried a hint of impatience, as if she no longer wanted to waste time with Chen Chen. Hearing Shi Xiaoxiao's urging, Chen Chen realized he had no time to hesitate any longer. He took a deep breath and slowly nodded. Team. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaoxiao's face instantly lit up with a brilliant smile, like a blooming sunflower, bright and dazzling. She chuckled, revealing two adorable little tiger teeth. That's more like it. Let me introduce myself again. I'm Shi Xiaoxiao, a level 15 spatial assassin. Saying this, Shi Xiaoxiao extended her fair, slender palm towards Chen Chen, palm up, her fingertips slightly curled as if waiting for something. Chen Chen hesitated for a moment, looking at the delicate white hand before him, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. But in the end, he still reached out, gently grasped Shi Xiaoxiao's fingers, and quickly withdrew his hand. Level 16 recovery. Mage Chen Chen. His voice remained cold. Level 16? You're even higher level than me. Upon hearing Chen Chen's level, Shi Xiaoxiao was taken aback, her eyes widening as she looked Chen Chen up and down, as if examining a rare animal. Your leveling speed is even faster than mine. A hint of surprise flashed in Shi Xiaoxiao's eyes, but she quickly returned to her cheerful demeanor, lightly patting Chen Chen's shoulder with a look of, I have high hopes for you. Not bad, not bad. Being a higher level than me means you won't hold me back. Let me tell you, I've beaten a level 30 professional in a one-on-one fight, Shi Xiaoxiao added, her tone carrying a hint of boastfulness, as if hinting at her own talent and strength. Hearing this, Chen Chen looked at Shi Xiaoxiao in surprise. Beating a level 30 professional in a one-on-one fight? In this world where levels almost represented everything, overcoming an opponent 10 levels higher was indeed quite impressive. Although he could do it too, that was because of his unique abilities. Moreover, if this girl had 500 points of agility at level 15, it meant her talent was definitely not simple. Shi Xiaoxiao seemed to enjoy the surprised look on Chen Chen's face and happily said, Don't just look shocked, say something nice, she said, wearing an expression that seemed to say, come on, compliment me. Chen rolled his eyes at her in exasperation and coldly replied, it's just okay. He really didn't want to have too much interaction with this overly familiar girl, as he always felt that there seemed to be some secret hidden within her. You're really no fun, little guy. Sure, Xiao felt speechless for a moment, pouting her lips and showing a look of I'm so disappointed. Chen couldn't be bothered to respond to her and directly sent her a team invitation. Ding! Team formation successful. With a crisp system notification, their team application was approved and the team was officially established. A smug smile appeared at the corner of Xiao's mouth. She seemed to already see the rich rewards waiting after passing through the spatial rift, making her particularly excited. Let's set off, Xiao said eagerly, her voice tinged with a hint of excitement. She didn't even wait for Chen to respond before stepping forward, heading towards the depths of the spatial rift, looking as if she feared Chen would change his mind. Chen looked at Xiao's back and shook his head helplessly. This girl was indeed quite impatient. He didn't rush to catch up but stood still, quietly observing the surrounding environment. After all, as an experienced old player, Chen knew well that maintaining enough vigilance before entering an unknown environment was a necessary condition for survival. Just as the two entered the spatial rift, the surrounding light suddenly changed. Xiao instinctively raised her arm to shield her eyes. Outside the spatial rift, it was still the pitch-black night, but here, it was already bright daylight under the blazing sun. The intense sunlight made Xiao's eyes sting, and she couldn't help but squint, taking a while to adjust. Chen, however, was not too affected. His gaze quickly swept around, taking in the entire environment. It was a vast plain, stretching endlessly, with an unobstructed view. The grass on the plain was a dry yellow color, sparse and looking somewhat desolate. In the distance, some vague dark shapes could be seen moving slowly, seemingly some kind of creature. Chen brows furrowed slightly, judging from the scene before him. This spatial rift was not like a novice secret realm that required players to clear levels by defeating several guards. Instead, it was a guard mode. This meant they needed to wait for wave after wave of monsters to spawn here and then eliminate them all to clear the level. This mode was quite unfavorable for a peculiar class combination like Chen and Xiao. After all, monsters in guard mode usually appeared in groups, in large numbers, and often surged from all directions. Without a strong tank class to absorb the monster's attacks, fragile classes like Chen and Xiao could easily be overwhelmed and killed instantly. Although Chen could summon shadow storms, that was one of his trump cards, and he didn't want to easily reveal his strength in front of outsiders. I didn't expect it to be guard mode. At this moment, Xiao finally adapted to the change in light. She opened her eyes, clearly seeing the surrounding environment, and couldn't help but exclaim. Her tone carried a hint of surprise, as if she hadn't anticipated this situation. However, there was no sign of worry on her face. Instead, she seemed excited, as if looking forward to the upcoming battle. Xiao turned her gaze to Chen, sizing him up from head to toe, and then asked, you seem to be a healing support, right? Do you have enough healing power? Her voice was crisp and pleasant, carrying a teasing tone, as if testing Chen's strength. Chen nodded slightly but didn't say much. He knew that the reason Xiao asked this was that in guard mode, the role of the healing class was crucial. A healer with ample healing power could greatly enhance the team's survival ability and even turn the tide of battle. Then you better heal yourself well. Don't go dying right in the middle of the beast horde. Sure, Xiao said, seeing Chen nod. She immediately gave Chen's shoulder a heavy pat, her tone carrying a hint of concern mixed with a touch of schadenfreude. Hey, what do you mean by that? Chen's brows furrowed tighter. He felt there was something hidden in Xiao's words. Literal meaning. Xiao shrugged, feigning innocence as she said, my agility is really high, they can't touch me. Don't worry, I'll find a way to save you if you can hold on until I get there. Her words were filled with confidence, as if she was completely unconcerned about encountering danger. Just as Xiao finished speaking, a cold system prompt echoed in their ears. The first wave of monsters is starting to invade. Black Wind Wolf Pack. Quantity 30. As the system prompt faded, 30 black wind wolves appeared out of thin air, charging towards the two. Before Chen could use his detection skill, the monsters panel directly appeared before him. Name, Black Wind Wolf. Rank, Black Iron. Level, 12 HP, 1500 MP, 300 Strength, 80 Agility, 50 Spirit, 20 Constitution, 70 Skills. Bite, Pounce. Talent, Bloodthirsty. Passive attacks inflict bleeding effect, causing 5 damage per second for 5 seconds. Stackable. As the system prompt faded, the 30 black wind wolves, carrying a foul wind, rushed towards the two. Before Chen could use his detection skill, Xiao had already shared the monster's panel information. 30 level 12 black wind wolves, not too difficult. I'll take care of them quickly. You just heal yourself and don't worry about me. These monsters can't hurt me, Xiao said quickly, her tone revealing immense confidence, as if these black wind wolves were merely a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Before her words fell, she shot out Like an arrow, her dagger glinting coldly as she headed straight for the wolf pack. Seeing this, Chen Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. This Shi Xiao was indeed, as he expected, a battle maniac. He quickly began to chant a spell, his fingertips glowing, and a pale blue light shield instantly appeared around Shi Xiao. Pale wolf light shield. The moment the light shield appeared, strands of electric light immediately surrounded Shi Xiao's body, her speed increasing once again, fast enough that she seemed to leave only an afterimage. Feeling the change in her speed, a hint of surprise flashed in Shi Xiao's eyes. Clearly, she had not expected Chen Chen's support effect to be this strong. She grinned, excitement evident in her smile, and instantly charged into the wolf pack. The dagger danced, glinting coldly, each attack precisely hitting the vital points of the black wind wolves. Meanwhile, Chen Chen stood still, not rushing to take action. He calmly watched Shi Xiao's figure, observing the replicated information with a somewhat strange expression. Ding! Healer's Valor triggered. Agility +3. Ding! Healer's Valor triggered. SSS level talent ultimate speed has been replicated. Ultimate speed, absorb the speed of space, granting you an additional 500 agility points for 10 minutes after use. During this duration, all your physical attacks will deal 50% of your agility as true damage to the target. Cost 500 MPCD, 15 minutes. Passive effect, your agility increases by 10 for each level you gain. Not a wave of emotions surged in Chen Chen's heart. Is my luck this good? Did you just copy an SSS level talent directly? He found it hard to believe. After all, an SSS level talent was an extremely rare existence. Every professional with an SSS level talent stood at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Moreover, this talent actually increased agility. This made Chen Chen even more curious about Shi Xiao's identity. Who exactly is Shi Xiao? How come I never heard of such an SSS level professional in my past life? He was certain that in his memories from his previous life, there was absolutely no SSS level professional named Shi Xiao. Could it be that his rebirth had caused certain trajectories in this world to change? Chen Chen's mind was swirling with thoughts, various ideas flashing through. Hey, what are you thinking about? So lost in thought? Shi Xiao's voice suddenly rang out, pulling Chen Chen back from his reverie. Chen Chen came to his senses and looked at Shi Xiao, who wore a curious expression, and asked lightly, "Nothing. Are you hurt? 30 little wolves, and you think this young lady could get hurt?" Not a chance. Shi Xiao proudly lifted her chin, her tone filled with confidence, as if those black wind wolves were nothing to her. Listening to Shi Xiao's arrogant words, Chen Chen didn't say much. He turned to look at the place where the black wind wolves had been, and now all that remained was a ground full of corpses. The drop items automatically split into two, going into their backpacks, which was something they had set up when forming their team. Loot would be split evenly, saving them the trouble of arguing after the fight. This efficiency is really impressive, Chen Chen thought to himself, gaining a deeper understanding of Shi Xiao's strength. Just as the two were chatting, the system prompt sounded again. The second wave of monsters is coming. Chen Chen looked ahead, raising his eyebrows slightly. 50 Ironhide wolves? He recognized the type of these monsters at a glance. Ironhide wolves were known for their defense. Name, Ironhide. Wolf rank, Black Iron level, 13 HP, 2500/2500 MP, 200 strength, 120 agility, 50 spirit, 10 constitution, 150 skills, bite. Charge talent, Ironhide, passive physical damage taken reduced by 30%. These wolves have really high defense. Chen Chen glanced at Shi Xiao, his eyes questioning whether they could handle such monsters. Who are you looking down on? Just watch. Shi Xiao shot Chen an annoyed glare, her tone laced with irritation, seemingly displeased with his doubts. Before she finished speaking, she transformed into a blur and charged towards the wolf pack. Shi Xiao was like a flash of lightning, instantly plunging into the Ironhide wolves, her figure so fast it was almost indistinguishable. He wanted to continue copying Shi Xiao's talent, but that Song Wolf Light Shield was still on cooldown, and since Shi Xiao wasn't injured, he couldn't use the healing spell. I can only watch her perform, Chen Chen sighed, standing there rather bored. Unlike the black wind wolves they had encountered before, these Ironhide wolves had even more terrifying health and defense. Shi Xiao couldn't take them all down in one go either. She flitted through the wolf pack like a butterfly among flowers, each dodge perfectly timed, skillfully avoiding the Ironhide wolves' attacks. Her evasion skills were practically textbook level. Watching Shi Xiao's figure, Chen Chen muttered to himself, "Is that Ghost Shadow Step?" Not only is her profession and talent impressive, but her combat skills are also so well mastered. Who exactly is this person? He felt increasingly that Shi Xiao's identity was mysterious and completely beyond his understanding from his past life. Just as Chen Chen was lost in thought, Shi Xiao's voice suddenly rang out, carrying a hint of deliberate warning. "Little Chen Chen, be careful, a monster just ran past." Her voice was crisp and pleasant, and Chen Chen was taken aback. The next moment, he saw a tin wolf charging towards him with bared fangs and claws. The speed, while insignificant in front of Shi Xiao, still posed a significant threat to a support-type player. Chen Chen looked at the tin wolf, a hint of speechlessness flashing in his eyes. This guy, it's intentional, right? He was almost certain that Sure Xiao had deliberately sent this tin wolf his way. Chen shook his head helplessly. He certainly knew what Sure Xiao was up to, she just wanted to see his strength. After all, a support class usually appeared quite powerless when facing such high defense monsters. Authority of the ruler. With a thought, an invisible force instantly enveloped the charging tin wolf. Awah! The tin wolf let out a mournful howl, its massive body abruptly halting in midair as if gripped by an invisible hand. It struggled desperately, its limbs flailing, but it couldn't break free from the binding force. Chen casually grabbed the starry staff and delivered a heavy blow to the tin wolf. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the staff struck the tin wolf's head. 168. A bright red number floated up from the tin wolf's head. Chen curled his lips. Although the damage wasn't high, at least it had broken through its defenses. After all, his main attribute was still spirit and his strength wasn't particularly high. Moreover, the starry staff was only a silver-grade piece of equipment providing limited attack power. Immediately after, the staff shimmered with starlight and a beam of light struck the tin wolf. Power of the stars. 623. A massive damage number floated up and the tin wolf's health bar plummeted significantly. Chen looked at the tin wolf's health bar, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. In that case, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a playful smile. Healing spell. Chen raised his hand and a green light instantly enveloped the tin wolf. Plus 1742. An astonishing green number floated up from the tin wolf's head and its health bar, which had been severely depleted by the power of the stars, was instantly restored. Ding! Healer's valor triggered. Gain 2 points of strength. What? The tin wolf was stunned completely, bewildered by what had just happened. It was on the brink of death, so how did it suddenly regain full health? This, not far away, Sure Xiao, who had been preparing to intervene, was also taken aback. She widened her eyes, looking at Chen in disbelief. This guy, isn't he a healer? How does he have attack skills too? Sure Xiao was filled with confusion. And his strength is too strong, right? He can hit a monster this far? Logically speaking, a level 16 support class should not have learned any attack skills yet. Moreover, the skill Chen had just used was clearly not an ordinary healing attack skill. Could it be he has dual classes? A thought flashed through Sure Xiao's mind, but she quickly shook her head. Dual classes, while rare, weren't unheard of. But the problem was, Chen was only level 16. At such a low level, how could he possibly have two classes? Sure Xiao was utterly perplexed. She couldn't fathom how Chen had managed to do this. Just as Sure Xiao was lost in thought, the tin wolf, which had been fully healed by Chen, suddenly charged towards her again. Sure Xiao gasped and quickly dodged. Bang! The tin wolf crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. It struggled to get up but found itself unable to move. Sure Xiao's body shimmered with silver light as she suddenly thrust her dagger. Put. 5520. A huge damage number floated up and the iron-skinned wolf in the air instantly perished. Sure Xiao casually flicked her wrist and a shockwave directly eliminated the remaining iron-skinned wolves in an instant. She quickly ran back to Chen side, curiously circling around him. Aren't you a healer? Sure Xiao blinked, asking with curiosity. You shouldn't have learned any attack skills at level 16, right? That skill of yours doesn't seem like a typical healing class attack skill, either? Her voice was crisp and pleasant, tinged with a hint of doubt and inquiry. Chen looked at Sure Xiao's eager eyes and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It's a secret, Chen said lightly, deliberately keeping her in suspense. TCH, fine, if you won't say. Sure Xiao pouted, a bit disappointed, but she didn't press further. However, that move you just did was pretty impressive. Sure Xiao changed the subject, smiling again. You actually managed to heal the monster to full health and then let it fly over to attack me. What kind of tactic is that? There was a teasing tone in her voice, as if hinting at Chen sneakiness. Chen rolled his eyes and ignored her. TCH, acting all mysterious. Seeing that Chen wouldn't say anything, Sure Xiao pouted again, a bit unwilling, but she didn't continue to ask. After all, everyone had their own secrets. The third wave of monsters is starting to invade. Flame Demon Wolf Pack. Quantity 50. The system prompt sounded again, interrupting their conversation. Chen's brows instantly furrowed. Flame Demon Wolf? That seems to be a silver-grade monster, right? How could silver quality monsters appear here? He was somewhat surprised. Logically, such a level of dungeon shouldn't have silver-grade monsters. Just as Chen was thinking this, a series of roars echoed from all directions. Unlike before, this time the monsters didn't appear from the same direction, but spread out, surrounding them from all sides. Sure Xiao's expression also became serious, clearly indicating that the difficulty had increased by more than one level. Looks like this is going to be a bit troublesome, Sure Xiao said softly, her tone carrying a hint of gravity. Can you handle it? Chen looked at Sure Xiao and asked. No problem, just need a little time, Sure Xiao replied confidently. With a smile, Although the monster levels had increased, she showed no signs of fear. Chen Chen nodded, not saying anything more. He trusted Shi Xiaoxiao's strength. Since she said she could handle it, there would definitely be no problem. At that moment, a giant wolf bathed in flames appeared in Chen Chen's line of sight. The giant wolf was tall, over 2 meters high, its fur resembling burning flames exuding a scorching aura. Its eyes were like 2 burning fireballs filled with rage and bloodlust. Name: Flame Demon Wolf. Grade: Silver. Level: 15. HP 3500/3500, MP 1000. Strength 180, Agility 100, Spirit 70, Constitution 150, Skills: Flame Bite, Blaze Charge, Flame Explosion. Talent: Body of the Flame Demon. Passive: reduces fire damage taken by 50%. Attacks inflict burning effect, dealing 20 fire damage per second for 5 seconds. Stackable. Chen Chen casually cast a detection spell, and the Flame Demon Wolf stats appeared before him. As expected, it's a silver-grade monster, Chen Chen thought to himself, looking at the Flame Demon Wolf's attributes. Its stats were significantly stronger than those of the previous Black-Wind Wolf and Iron-Skinned Wolf. Not only had the health and attack power significantly increased, but the skills and talents also appeared formidable. Oh whoa! The Flame Demon Wolf howled to the sky, its voice filled with ferocity and bloodlust. It lunged at Chen Chen with lightning speed. Chen Chen remained calm, gently raising his starry staff. Clang! A crisp sound of impact rang out as the staff accurately blocked the Flame Demon Wolf's fiery bite, even forcing it back 2 steps. Successful block? Not far away. Shi Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes widened, her pupils slightly constricting, revealing an expression of disbelief. This guy, is he really a support class? Waves of shock surged in her heart. After all, blocking such an attack requires an extremely precise grasp of timing and force. Even an experienced warrior might not achieve such perfection. A support class could actually possess such skilled blocking techniques? This completely overturned Shi Xiaoxiao's understanding. What are you dazed about? Seeing Shi Xiaoxiao frozen in place, Chen Chen urged with some exasperation, get moving. Oh. Only then did Shi Xiaoxiao snap back to reality, quickly brandishing her dagger, her figure darting forward like a ghost towards the Flame Demon Wolf that had been pushed back. Swish, 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 swish. A series of slicing sounds erupted as Shi Xiaoxiao's dagger struck like lightning, leaving several deep, bone-exposing wounds on the Flame Demon Wolf. 785897864140. One by one, bright red damage numbers floated above the Flame Demon Wolf's head, its health bar visibly plummeting. A massive critical hit damage number appeared, instantly emptying the Flame Demon Wolf's health bar. Boom! The enormous body of the Flame Demon Wolf crashed to the ground, turning into a charred corpse. Ding! Your teammate Shi Xiaoxiao has killed the Flame Demon Wolf. Experience plus 600 as the monster fell. The experience bar surged significantly. He looked at the corpse of the Flame Demon Wolf on the ground and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although Shi Xiaoxiao was strong, these Flame Demon Wolves were silver-level monsters, and with their numbers, he was still somewhat worried that she might struggle. If that were the case, he would have to reveal his combat abilities, but it seemed his concerns were unnecessary now. This experience feels great. Chen Chen looked at his experience bar, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he reached level 17. Hey, little Chen Chen, where did you learn that blocking technique? After dispatching the Flame Demon Wolf in front of her, Shi Xiaoxiao quickly walked to Chen Chen's side, her face filled with curiosity. Her tone carried a hint of inquiry, as if she wanted to uncover Chen Chen's secrets. Talent, Chen Chen replied succinctly, offering no further explanation. Talent? Shi Xiaoxiao frowned slightly, clearly dissatisfied with this answer. What kind of talent allows a support class to have such strong combat skills? She pressed, her tone tinged with reluctance. What I mean is, I have a different kind of learning talent when it comes to combat skills. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaoxiao pouted, clearly not believing Chen's words. However, her curiosity about him only deepened. How many secrets does this guy really have? Shi Xiaoxiao muttered to herself, her gaze towards Chen Chen becoming increasingly complex. Just then, more Flame Demon Wolves surged in from all directions. Awah! Awah! The deafening howls of wolves echoed throughout the challenge space. Looking around, the densely packed Flame Demon Wolves surged like a tide, surrounding the two of them completely. Each Flame Demon Wolf was engulfed in raging flames, exuding a scorching aura, as if they intended to burn everything to ashes. There are quite a few of them. Chen Chen looked at the surrounding Inferno Wolf pack and said, you do your best, I'll keep an eye on your health. Don't worry, these little wolf pups aren't enough to fill my teeth. Shi Xiaoxiao smiled proudly, her figure flashing as she charged into the wolf pack. Swish, swish, swish. Her silhouette moved like a ghost, darting swiftly among the wolves, her daggers flashing with cold light. 8557921358. One by one, bright red damage numbers floated above the Inferno wolves' heads. Although these Inferno wolves were silver-level monsters, they seemed somewhat lacking in front of Shi Xiaoxiao, the top assassin. However, as Chen expected, while Shi Xiaoxiao could easily kill these Inferno wolves, her efficiency was not high. After all, the defense and health of the Inferno wolves far exceeded that of the previous Black Wind wolves and Ironhide wolves, requiring Shi Xiaoxiao to attack multiple times to take one down. This was undoubtedly a bit taxing for an explosive-type assassin. On the other side, Chen Chen appeared much more relaxed. He did not actively attack but continuously dodged and maneuvered among the wolves, avoiding the Inferno wolf's strikes. Whoa! An Inferno wolf suddenly lunged at Chen Chen, opening its bloody maw to reveal sharp fangs, aiming to bite his neck. Chen Chen remained calm, slightly tilting his body to perfectly evade the wolf's attack. At the same time, he lightly swung the starry staff in his hand, striking the Inferno wolf's head precisely. Clang! A dull sound echoed, and a trivial damage number floated above the Inferno wolf's head. Chen Chen did not expect the starry staff to deal much damage, he was merely using it to block. Moreover, he did not want to reveal his strength too early. Chen Chen knew well that in this unfamiliar dungeon, hiding his power was the way to go. Besides, he did not trust Shi Xiaoxiao, this temporary teammate. This guy's agility. Not far away, while killing Inferno wolves, Shi Xiaoxiao observed Chen Chen. The more she watched, the more astonished she became. Chen Chen's agility was truly exquisite. There were no unnecessary movements, each dodge was perfectly timed, as if he had practiced it 1,000 times. It was even more refined than her proud ghost shadow. Step. Was this really the agility that a support class could possess? Shi Xiaoxiao was filled with doubt. Hey, be careful! Just as Shi Xiaoxiao was lost in thought, Chen Chen suddenly shouted. Shi Xiaoxiao snapped back to reality, only to feel a sharp pain in her back. Bang! She was violently knocked away by an Inferno wolf, crashing heavily to the ground. 423. A huge damage number floated above Shi Xiaoxiao's head, and her health bar dropped significantly. Hiss! Shi Xiaoxiao gasped, feeling intense pain throughout her body, as if her bones were about to fall apart. She struggled to get up but found herself unable to move. Whoa! The Inferno wolf that had ambushed her let out a triumphant howl and lunged at Shi Xiaoxiao again. Just as it seemed Shi Xiaoxiao was about to meet her, and a green light suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping her. Plus 1742. An astonishing green number floated above Shi Xiaoxiao's head, and her health bar, which had been nearly empty, instantly filled up. Phew! Shi Xiaoxiao let out a long breath, feeling a wave of relief. If it weren't for Chen Chen's timely intervention, she would have likely met her demise here. Chen Chen watched as Shi Xiaoxiao's health was instantly restored, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He felt happy not because he saw Shi Xiaoxiao's mistake, but because he had verified something. That is, the effect of the dusk impact in the hero of healing talent could be manually controlled to turn on or off. This was undoubtedly good news for Chen Chen. It meant he could better hide his abilities. As for the damage caused by the mutation effect of the healing technique, Chen Chen had not yet found a way to eliminate it. However, it wasn't a big problem for Shi Xiaoxiao to discover a little of his ability. Ding! Healer of Courage triggered. Agility plus 6. Ding! Healer of Courage triggered. Skill Space Assassination has been copied. Space Assassination, after briefly accumulating power, instantly teleport behind the enemy to deliver a fatal strike, dealing 200% agility plus 100 strength. In true damage. Cost 100 MPCD 5 minutes. The system's prompt echoed in Chen Chen's mind. Space Assassination. Chen Chen looked at the newly copied skill, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. This skill was very powerful. Not only could it instantly move behind the enemy, but it could also deal high true damage. It was simply the divine skill of an assassin. At this moment, Shi Xiaoxiao looked incredulously at the health bars of the surrounding flame demon wolves. The health bars, which had been full, had now strangely dropped a little. Especially the flame demon wolf that had knocked her away earlier, its health had decreased by nearly a third. This, Shi Xiaoxiao looked around in disbelief. The once ferocious pack of flame demon wolves now seemed to have been reaped by an invisible scythe, their health bars dropping in unison. Particularly the one that had knocked her away, its health had dropped by nearly a third, and the fierce look in its eyes now showed a hint of fear. Healing can also deal damage? Shi Xiaoxiao felt her worldview being shaken. She suddenly turned her head to look at Chen. Chen, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. This guy, is he really a support? Chen Chen continued to weave through the pack of wolves, his figure graceful as he dodged attacks. He seemed completely unaware of Shi Xiaoxiao's gaze, only occasionally waving his staff to release streams of starlight. Hey, what are you pretending for? Shi Xiaoxiao glared at Chen Chen's unconcerned demeanor, her anger boiling over. Clearly, he had such strong offensive capabilities, yet he chose to hide them, watching her being besieged by the wolves. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. Isn't your healing technique able to attack? Hurry up and join in. Shi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but shout, her voice tinged with annoyance and questioning. Chen Chen glanced at her and said calmly, my healing technique can only be used on those whose health is not full. You're at full health, so it can't be used. His tone was calm, as if stating a fact that couldn't be simpler. Shi Xiaoxiao nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Not at full health? With all these flame demon wolves around, which one wasn't at less than full health? A single healing spell would surely deal damage, right? This guy was clearly just toying with her. You, Sure Xiao Xiao gritted her teeth, wishing she could rush up and punch Chen Chen. Hiding one's strength shouldn't be done like this. Did he really think she was a fool? Chen Chen seemed to sense Sure Xiao Xiao's anger, but he didn't explain. Since Sure Xiao Xiao had already discovered his offensive capabilities, there was no need to hide anymore. Swish, swish. Before Sure Xiao Xiao could continue her outburst, Chen Chen waved his hand, and the star gem at the tip of his staff flickered with two soft green lights. The two green beams shot like arrows, instantly entering the bodies of two flame demon wolves beside Sure Xiao Xiao. Plus 8725. Plus 8725. Two huge, bright red recovery numbers floated up from the heads of the flame demon wolves, standing out prominently. Clearly, this healing spell had triggered a critical hit. The 500% healing effect instantly filled the already damaged health bars of these two flame demon wolves. Immediately after, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. Buzz, two circles of emerald green light waves centered around the two inferno wolves rapidly spread outwards like ripples in water. Where the light waves passed, the air seemed to warp. 7500. 7500. 7500. A series of terrifying, uniform damage numbers erupted like raindrops from above the surrounding inferno wolves. These damage numbers displayed a strange green hue, contrasting with the previous healing numbers, creating a striking visual. In almost an instant, the once menacing pack of inferno wolves surrounding Sure Xiao Xiao was swept away by these two circles of light waves. It was as if an invisible scythe had harvested a field of wheat, leaving only charred remnants behind. The once crowded space instantly became desolate. Only 3 or 4 inferno wolves, positioned farther away and lucky enough to evade the impact of the light waves, stood alone. In place, the ferocity and brutality that once filled their eyes were now completely replaced by fear. These few inferno wolves tucked their tails, whimpering, their bodies trembling slightly, no longer daring to take a step forward. Sure Xiao Xiao stood dazed, watching the sudden change before her, momentarily unable to react. She had been seething with anger, ready to confront Chen Chen, but now, looking at the empty scene around her, all her fury felt as if it had been doused with cold water, vanishing without a trace. All that remained was a heart full of shock and confusion. What on earth is happening? Sure Xiao Xiao's voice trembled, and she even doubted whether she was hallucinating. She turned to look at Chen Chen, her eyes filled with disbelief. This guy, was that really a healing spell just now? Chen Chen paid no mind to Sure Xiao Xiao's shock. He merely glanced around at the scene. He was not surprised by the outcome. Although it hadn't been his initial plan, he hadn't expected to trigger a 5-fold critical hit, otherwise it wouldn't have been so exaggerated. Ding! Congratulations, you leveled up. HP MP plus 50, gained 15 free attribute points. Current level LV 17. Ding! Healer's Courage triggered. Spirit plus 1 ding. Healer's Courage triggered. Agility plus 1 ding. Healer's Courage triggered. Talent Inferno Body has been copied. Ding! Healer's Courage triggered. Skill Fire Blast has been copied. A series of crisp system notifications rang in Chen Chen's mind, and he raised an eyebrow slightly, a barely noticeable smile curling at the corner of his mouth. As expected of the most dangerous spatial rift, just the third wave of monsters had allowed him to level up directly. This feeling of rapid growth was truly captivating. This experience gain is faster than riding a rocket, Chen Chen mused inwardly, his gaze sweeping over the newly acquired talents and skills, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Just then, Sure Xiao Xiao's figure approached swiftly. Like a cheetah, she had already slain the remaining inferno wolves. She skidded to a stop in front of Chen Chen, her originally pale cheeks flushed from the intense exertion, her chest rising and falling slightly, revealing her inner turmoil. You? Sure Xiao Xiao's eyes widened, staring intently at Chen Chen, her expression filled with shock, confusion, and a hint of disbelief. Are you really a healing spellcaster? She asked each word slowly, as if squeezing them out through gritted teeth, laden with skepticism. Isn't your damage and attack range a bit outrageous? Sure Xiao Xiao's voice trembled slightly. She felt as if her worldview had been shaken. Was this guy really the support class she had always thought could only hide behind and heal? This attack power, this range, it's even more terrifying than those specialized attack mages. Chen Chen looked at Sure Xiao Xiao's ghostly expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Inwardly, but on the surface, he still maintained a calm demeanor. It was just a lucky critical hit, he said lightly, his tone calm as if he were merely stating an insignificant fact. Lucky? Sure Xiao Xiao's mouth twitched slightly, nearly unable to hold back a curse. Is this what you call luck? If this is luck, then what's the point of all the hard work leveling up? This is just too terrifying. Sure Xiao Xiao murmured to herself, her eyes still filled with shock. At first, I thought you were just a variant of a healing mage. She paused, seemingly organizing her thoughts. But now it seems, you must be some kind of hidden class, right? Sure Xiao Xiao asked tentatively, her tone carrying a hint of expectation. How come I've never heard of it before? Chen Chen shrugged, his face showing an expression of I don't know either. Of course, he wouldn't tell Sure Xiao Xiao the secret of his rebirth, nor would he reveal the true nature of his class. Sure Xiao Xiao looked at Chen Chen's clueless expression, feeling speechless. This guy, does he really not know, or is he just playing dumb? Although she wanted to curse, Shi Xiaoxiao still held back her anger. After all, the strength Chen Chen had just displayed had completely overturned her understanding. Such a powerful existence was definitely not someone she could easily offend. You should join in for the next wave too. Shi Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. You hit faster than I do, and you're the most efficient against these spatial rifts. She looked at Chen Chen, her tone carrying a hint of pleading. Chen Chen still appeared casual, nodding slightly. Oh, that's fine, he said, lightly, as if indifferent to it all. Shi Xiaoxiao felt even more displeased at Chen Chen's nonchalant attitude. This guy, clearly possessing such powerful strength, yet insists on acting as if it has nothing to do with him. It's really infuriating. Just as Shi Xiaoxiao was inwardly cursing, she suddenly seemed to think of something, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. Hey, Chen Chen. She suddenly spoke, her voice carrying an inexplicable meaning. Given how strong you are. She paused, deliberately elongating her tone. Are you interested in playing a big game with me? Shi Xiaoxiao's voice was low, laced with temptation and excitement. Chen Chen looked at Shi Xiaoxiao's mysterious demeanor, raising an eyebrow slightly. This girl must have some trick up her sleeve. Although Chen Chen wasn't particularly interested in Shi Xiaoxiao's proposal, he still patiently asked, what do you mean? He wanted to see what kind of scheme Shi Xiaoxiao was concocting. Shi Xiaoxiao chuckled and didn't directly answer Chen Chen's question. Instead, she extended her hand, palm up. A dark purple light slowly gathered, and finally, a crystal the size of a walnut appeared in Shi Xiaoxiao's hand. The crystal was entirely dark purple, covered in strange patterns, exuding a chilling aura. The moment Chen Chen saw the crystal, his pupils constricted sharply, and his expression turned serious. Mutated crystal? Chen Chen's voice was low, tinged with surprise and a hint of caution. He certainly recognized this item. In the future, mutated crystals were highly sought after, with countless guilds and powerful individuals fighting over them, even sparking bloody conflicts. Oh, not bad, you have quite the eye. Shi Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows proudly, very pleased with Chen Chen's reaction. She nodded proudly, as if showing off her treasure. I managed to steal this from home. I got it from home. Shi Xiaoxiao tossed the mutated crystal in her hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. So, what do you think? Want to play a round together? She extended the invitation to Chen Chen again, her tone filled with anticipation. The mutated crystal, a special item that can cause certain specific dungeons, secret realms, or spatial rifts to undergo mutations. Shi Xiaoxiao began to explain the function of the mutated crystal. After use, the monsters inside will receive a significant boost, and a mutated boss is guaranteed to appear. She paused, a hint of fervor flashing in her eyes. The strengthened monsters not only grant more experience, but their drops will also be richer. And there's a mutated boss, that's a special entity that drops exclusive class equipment. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen replied with a strange expression, exclusive equipment. If I remember correctly, only the one who delivers the final blow can obtain it, right? Seeing Chen Chen say this, Shi Xiaoxiao awkwardly smiled. Oh, so you know well, it all depends on our luck. Whoever gets it, it's theirs. What do you think? Chen Chen listened quietly to Shi Xiaoxiao's explanation, but his mind was racing with thoughts. He was well aware of the value of the mutated crystal. However, he also knew that the risks it brought were enormous. The monsters would be significantly strengthened, and the mutated boss, these were not something they could easily handle at their current level. One misstep could lead to a total party wipe here. Chen Chen looked at Shi Xiaoxiao, who was eager to try, and sighed inwardly. This guy really was restless. But a glint of determination flashed in Chen Chen's eyes. Risks and opportunities coexist. Although the mutated crystal was dangerous, if they could successfully defeat the mutated boss, the rewards would undoubtedly be astonishing. Moreover, Chen Chen glanced at his attribute panel, feeling a bit more confident. Class, Healer. Level, LV 16 HP, 1670/1670 MP, 83750/83750 Strength, 120 Agility, 55 Spirit, 345 plus 70 Constitution, 72 plus 20 with his attributes far exceeding the norm, along with the powerful effects brought by the Brave of Healing trait, he might not be without the strength to fight. Not to mention, he had the experience of rebirth, knowing the weaknesses and strategies against various monsters like the back of his hand. With this in mind, a spark of battle intent ignited in Chen Chen's heart. All right, Chen Chen nodded, agreeing to Shi Xiaoxiao's proposal. But, he paused, his gaze sharpening. Let's make it clear beforehand, if things go south, I will retreat immediately. Chen Chen was not the kind of fool who would risk his life for treasure. He knew exactly where his limits lay. Don't worry. Don't think you're the only one hiding your strength. I have plenty of trump cards too, you know. Shi Xiaoxiao patted her chest, looking confident. With me around, there's absolutely no problem. If you're worried, we can wait until there's only one monster left in this spatial rift before activating the mutation effect. How about that? She was quite confident in her own strength. Moreover, there was also Chen Chen, this unfathomable guy. Shi Xiaoxiao believed that as long as the two of them teamed up, they would definitely be able to successfully defeat the mutated boss and reap generous rewards. Chen was silent for a moment before saying, "No need, let's activate it directly. The only difficult part is the boss. The strengthened minions won't be too hard to deal with." Hee, that's more like it. Xiao smiled as she raised the mutated crystal high. In the next moment, with her movement, the crystal erupted with dazzling purple light, dyeing the entire spatial rift in an eerie shade of purple. The purple light spread like a strange mist, quickly engulfing the entire rift. Chen felt the air around them becoming thick and sticky, and vaguely, it seemed as if countless eyes were watching them from the shadows, filled with greed and bloodlust. Beep. Special energy fluctuations detected, mutation beginning. The fourth wave of monsters is invading. Abyssal Demon Wolf Pack. Quantity 15. Hearing the system prompt sound again, a look of confusion appeared on Xiao's face. What's going on? After the mutation, the number of monsters actually decreased? Only 15? She blinked, somewhat incredulous. Logically, the mutation should make the monsters stronger and increase their numbers. However, Chen expression grew serious at that moment. He did not immediately answer Xiao's question but stared intently ahead. Abyssal Demon Wolves. Chen's voice was low, tinged with caution. Although they are all level 15 monsters, they are a special breed from the abyss, each one an elite. In other words, Chen took a deep breath. What we are facing now are 15 level 15 silver tier elite monsters. 15? And they're all elites? A look of shock instantly appeared on Xiao's face. She was well aware of the strength of elite monsters. Usually, encountering one required careful handling. Now they had to face 15 at once. The effect of this mutation was simply terrifying. Just as the two were speaking, a low, mournful howl shattered the surrounding silence. Whoa! The sound grew closer, carrying a bloodthirsty and brutal aura. Chen and Xiao looked up simultaneously. In the depths of the spatial rift, a pack of massive wolves covered in black scales, their eyes glowing with a crimson light, was slowly approaching them. These demon wolves were enormous, standing over 2 meters tall, with strong, powerful limbs, their sharp claws leaving deep marks on the ground. Their fur stood on end like steel needles, each one glinting with a cold light. Most striking were the jagged bone spines along their backs, resembling sharp blades, exuding a chilling presence. So this is the Abyssal Demon Wolf, Xiao said, somewhat excited. Chen remained silent, simply raising the staff in his hand. Detection spell. Name: Abyssal Demon Wolf Elite Tier Silver Level LV 15 HP 5000 MP 2000 Strength 300 Agility 200 Mentality 150 Constitution 200 Skills: Rending Claw Strike, Shadow Assault, Abyssal Howl. Talent: Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Passive: the lower the health, the higher the attack power. For every 1% of health lost, attack power increases by 1%. Abyssal Demon Armor. Passive: all damage taken is reduced by 20%. How is it? Xiao asked eagerly as she saw Chen finish reviewing the demon wolf's attributes. Without hesitation, Chen shared the panel with Xiao. Hiss. Xiao gasped. These attributes are a bit harsh. Chen glanced at Xiao, who looked somewhat dazed, and said directly, "Stop dawdling, take it seriously. There's no retreat in the spatial rift. If you really have a trump card, don't hide it. Be careful or you might not even see the mutated boss." He didn't want their lives to end here due to Xiao's negligence. After all, this was no joke. Hearing this, Xiao let out a cold snort. "Don't underestimate me," she said. "Considering your decent strength, I'll tell you, I am an SSS level professional. Just 15 elite monsters. I'm not afraid." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Chen eyes. So she really is an SSS level professional? I want to see how many SSS level talents I can copy from you. Wait a minute. Chen suddenly grabbed Xiao, who was about to rush out. Xiao turned around sharply, her pretty face filled with displeasure, her delicate brows slightly raised, as if she was about to explode at any moment. "What are you doing?" Before Xiao could finish her question, Chen had already pointed ahead. Following the direction of Chen's finger, Xiao's gaze fell behind the towering elite magic wolves. Behind those strong elite magic wolves, there was a shadowy mass of relatively smaller wolf-like monsters. Although these wolves were smaller in size, their numbers were astonishing, densely packed around the spatial rift, their crimson eyes flickering with a bloodthirsty light in the darkness, resembling a surging tide of red. Xiao's pupils suddenly constricted, her previously excited expression frozen in an instant. Didn't the system say there were only 15 elite monsters? Why are there so many ordinary little monsters appearing? Xiao's voice trembled slightly, clearly startled by this sudden turn of events. Although she boasted of her strength facing such a number of monsters, she couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated. Chen did not answer immediately, his face was terrifyingly grim. In his past life, he had encountered a similar situation, but that was just a dungeon. They had struggled for a long time back then and ultimately chose to withdraw, never expecting to encounter it again this time. The other ordinary monsters should be respawning infinitely. He spoke slowly, his gaze fixed on the ordinary magic wolves that kept pouring out. Only by killing those 15 elite monsters can we stop this wave of monster attacks. There was a hint of determination in Chen's tone. He knew very well that the current situation allowed for no retreat whatsoever. The nature of the spatial rift dictated that this was a fight to the death. Infinite respawning? Sure, Xiaoxiao's expression grew. Even worse. She had originally thought that, relying on her own strength, dealing with 15 elite monsters would be a challenge but not impossible. But now, with the addition of these infinitely respawning ordinary monsters, the difficulty of this battle had increased exponentially. What should we do? Can we handle so many monsters? There was a rare hint of panic in Sure Xiaoxiao's voice. Although she had a lively personality, she was not foolish. Faced with such a dire situation, she felt immense pressure. Chen Shen did not directly answer Sure Xiaoxiao's question but silently raised the starry staff in his hand. Don't panic, we still have a chance. Although Chen Shen's voice was low, it carried an inexplicable firmness, as if it could bring a glimmer of hope. He took a deep breath, and the magic power within him began to surge wildly. Detection spell. Chen Shen called out, and an invisible wave spread from the tip of the staff, enveloping those smaller ordinary magic wolves. Name: Abyss Wolf. Rank: Common Level, LV 13 HP, 1500 MP, 500 Strength, 100 Agility, 80 Spirit, 50 Constitution, 80 Skill, Bite Talent, none. Chen Shen quickly glanced at the attributes of these ordinary magic wolves, feeling a slight sense of relief. The attributes of these ordinary magic wolves were significantly weaker compared to the elite monsters. Although numerous, as long as we handle them carefully, they shouldn't pose too great a threat. These ordinary magic wolves don't have high attributes, but their numbers are overwhelming. We must act quickly and decisively, we can't let them hold us back. Chen Chen shared the information he had gathered with Sure Xiaoxiao. Got it. Sure Xiaoxiao nodded, the panic on her face fading significantly. She gripped the dagger in her hand tightly, her gaze sharpening once more. In that case, let me be the first to test the mettle of these guys. Swish! Sure Xiaoxiao's figure instantly vanished from the spot, leaving only an afterimage. She had long wanted to make a big move, but out of consideration for Chen Shen, she had held back. However, in this crisis situation, if she continued to hide her strength, death would be the only thing waiting for them. As Sure Xiaoxiao charged out, Chen Shen quickly activated dual casting, summoning the Songlong light shield. Swish! Swish! Two pale blue beams of light instantly enveloped Sure Xiaoxiao. The already thick shield now appeared almost tangible, radiating a reassuring glow. Sure Xiaoxiao glanced back and was taken aback. This shield is way too thick. Horror! Health bar was already quite long, but now, the thickness of this shield was more than twice that of her health bar. This is simply unbelievable. What kind of skill is this? Sure Xiaoxiao couldn't help but exclaim, her voice filled with disbelief. Chen Shen didn't answer, he just smiled slightly, signaling her to act quickly. Seeing this, Sure Xiaoxiao stopped asking questions, took a deep breath to suppress her shock, and turned to charge towards the wolf pack. With this thick shield, she had no more concerns and could unleash her full strength. Ultimate speed. Sure Xiaoxiao shouted, activating her innate skill in an instant. Buzz! A dazzling light flashed around her, and her speed surged. Her already lightning-fast figure transformed into a streak of light, darting rapidly through the wolf pack. Puff! 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 As she passed, countless ordinary magic wolves fell, turning into lifeless bodies. The attacks of these ordinary magic wolves couldn't break through the shield around Sure Xiaoxiao, not even leaving a scratch. Each of her attacks claimed the life of a magic wolf. This was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Although abyss magic wolves were slightly stronger than ordinary magic wolves, in the face of Sure Xiaoxiao's terrifying speed and attack power, they could only hold on for a little longer before following in the footsteps of the ordinary magic wolves. Watching Sure Xiaoxiao, who was relying on her shield and seemed to have entered a mode of invincibility, Chen Shen couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Truly worthy of being an SSS-level professional. This strength is simply terrifying. However, Sure Xiaoxiao's method of attack was ultimately single-target damage. Although she was killing enemies quickly, facing these endlessly respawning monsters, she still felt somewhat powerless. Countless monsters continued to bypass Sure Xiaoxiao and charged towards Chen Shen. Seeing this, Chen Shen's gaze sharpened, and he raised the starry staff once more. Healing spell, he called out softly, and a green light shot from the tip of the staff, landing on a patch of open ground ahead. Buzz! The green light instantly spread out, forming a massive light circle. At the same time, Chen Shen's innate passive skill, Hero of Healing, was triggered. Radiant Afterglow. Boom! Two enormous green shockwaves radiated from Chen Shen, spreading outwards. Sure Xiaoxiao, who had been happily killing enemies, was dumbfounded at this scene. What is going on? She stared blankly at the two sweeping green shockwaves, her eyes filled with confusion. As those two shockwaves passed, the densely packed monster horde was instantly cleared out in large swathes. Only 15 bloodied abyssal wolf remained, standing there all alone, trembling. This is too exaggerated, right? Sure Xiaoxiao couldn't help but swallow hard, her voice trembling slightly. She had never seen such a terrifying skill. Chen Shen paid no attention to Sure Xiaoxiao's exclamation and simply spoke calmly. What are you dazed for? Don't wait for them to recover their health. Hearing this, Sure Xiaoxiao suddenly snapped back to reality, quickly raising the dagger in her hand and darting towards the bloodied abyssal wolves like a ghost. Her figure weaved through the pack, each flicker leaving a trail of blood, the dagger precisely slicing through the vital points of the wolves, reaping their lives. Your teammate Sure Xiao is killed an abyssal wolf elite, gaining experience. The system's notification kept ringing in Chen Chen's ears, but he had no time to pay attention. His gaze swept over the fallen bodies of the abyssal wolves, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. What a pity, these were all elite monster corpses. Although they couldn't compare to the shadow of the Gale Wolf King, they were definitely much stronger than the previous Shadow Wind Wolf. If he could extract their shadows, his own strength would increase a notch. But now, with Sure Xiao right beside him, he couldn't make a move at all. Chen Chen sighed helplessly, having to temporarily abandon this tempting thought. Sure Xiao's movements were quick. Before long, the last abyssal wolf let out a wail and fell beneath her dagger. Ha, done. Sure Xiao leaped back lightly, a hint of pride on her face. Ding! Congratulations, you leveled up. HP, MP plus 50, gained 15 free attribute points. Current level LV 18. Congratulations on successfully clearing the 4th wave of monster attacks. The 5th wave of monsters is beginning to invade. Listening to the system notifications in his ears, Chen Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. This spatial rift really was relentless, not even giving a minute's rest. At this moment, Sure Xiao also leaned over, curiously asking, "What do you think the 5th wave will be?" It should be a boss, after all, this is just a level 15 spatial rift, so there won't be too many waves. Soon, another wave of fluctuations came from the spatial rift. Unlike the wolf howls before, this time, it was a deep hoarse voice, as if a demon from hell was whispering. "It's coming," Chen Chen said softly, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. Sure Xiao also put away her relaxed expression, gripping her dagger tightly, vigilantly staring ahead. Under their watch, a tall figure slowly emerged from the spatial rift. It was a humanoid creature, but with features completely different from a human. Its skin exhibited a strange dark red color covered in dense black patterns, resembling some ancient runes. Its head looked like a skull stripped of skin, 2 crimson eyeballs burning in the hollow eye sockets, emitting a heart-pounding glow. Its limbs were thick and twisted, covered in sharp bone spurs, and it held a massive bone staff in its hand, the top of which was embedded with a black gem radiating a ghostly light. 5th wave. Abyssal Beastmaster Boss. Quantity, 1 Beastmaster? Chen Chen's expression also grew serious. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within. As the name suggests, Beastmasters excel at commanding various monsters to fight. This is troublesome, Chen Chen murmured to himself, the type of boss he feared the most. Unlike those reckless brutes that only charge forward, Beastmasters often possess high intelligence and can summon various monsters to assist in battle. This meant that they not only had to face a powerful boss but also contend with a group of troublesome minions at the same time. Thinking of this, Chen Chen's brows furrowed even tighter. He used a detection technique. Again, wanting to see the specific attributes of this Abyss Beastmaster. Name, Abyss Beastmaster BOSS rank, gold level, LV 20 HP, 20,000/20,000 MP, 50,000/50,000 strength, 300 agility, 200 spirit, 600 constitution, 400 skills, talent, gold level boss. Chen Chen gasped, not expecting that this was merely a level 15 spatial rift, yet a gold level boss would appear. It should be noted that monsters, like equipment, also have strict level classifications. There is a world of difference between each major level. Generally speaking, among monsters of the same level, the higher the rank, the stronger the attributes. Typically, a level 20 gold level boss would require a fully equipped 10-person team of level 30 to handle it. Now, it was just him and Sure Xiao. Although both of their combat powers far exceeded that of ordinary people, facing such a troublesome boss, Chen Chen still felt uncertain. At this moment, Sure Xiao also detected the attributes of the boss before them. Usually calm, she was not afraid, but her expression turned grim. Gold level. Sure Xiao's voice also changed slightly as she tilted her head to look at Chen Chen, her eyes revealing a hint of undeniable shock. Although her personality was lively, it did not mean she was foolish. On the contrary, as a top assassin, Sure Xiao's perception of danger far exceeded that of ordinary people. The sense of oppression brought by this Abyss Beastmaster was even stronger than all the monsters she had encountered before combined. What should we do? This guy seems a bit too strong. Sure Xiao couldn't help but ask, her tone carrying a rare urgency. Chen Chen did not answer, only staring intently at the Abyss Beastmaster, his gaze flickering uncertainly. He was thinking, weighing his options. Do you have any hidden tricks up your sleeve? Chen Chen suddenly asked, his voice low and hoarse. Hearing this, Sure Xiao was slightly taken aback, then shook her head with a wry smile. I wish I did, but as you can see, I'm just an assassin, best at one-on-one combat. This kind of group battle, I'm really not good at it. She paused and added, I do have skills I haven't used yet, but after all, I'm an assassin. No matter how strong the skills are, I can't possibly one-shot a level 20 gold level boss. Chen Chen was silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating Sure Xiao's words. And besides, this question should be directed at you, right? Sure Xiao suddenly retorted, looking at Chen Chen with a lot of dissatisfaction in her eyes. You, from start to finish, have only used 2 skills, 1 healing spell and 1 shield. You can't possibly only have this little ability, right? If you really only have this little ability, then today, I'm afraid we really will meet Our end here. Just as the two were pondering how to deal with the boss before them, a roar suddenly erupted. Roar! The Abyss Beast Master let out a skyward howl, its voice hoarse and deep, as if squeezed from the depths of its throat, carrying a chilling intimidation. In the next moment, four dark purple magic circles slowly appeared on the ground, their light flickering like ghostly flames. Swish! 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 Four shadows sprang from the magic circles, landing and transforming into four massive demon wolves. Their fur was as black as ink, their eyes blood-red, fangs bared, drooling with foul-smelling saliva, exuding a nauseating aura. Seeing this, Shi Xiaoxiao's brows furrowed tightly, instinctively taking a step back. Another abyssal demon wolf? There was a hint of disgust in her tone, clearly showing her disdain for these creatures. Chen Shen did not respond to Shi Xiaoxiao but instead gripped the star staff tightly, his expression serious. Detection technique, he called out softly, and an invisible wave spread out, enveloping the four newly appeared demon wolves. Instantly, Chen Shen's brows furrowed even tighter. These are elite abyssal demon wolves of golden rank. These four demon wolves were a notch stronger than the elite monsters he had encountered before. Moreover, the demon wolves summoned by the abyssal beast master had attributes even higher than those from the previous spatial rift. Shi Xiaoxiao also saw the attributes of those demon wolves, and her face turned even uglier. Although she prided herself on her strength, facing four elite monsters of golden rank made her heart race a little. Not to mention, there was an even more terrifying abyssal beastmaster lurking nearby, watching them closely. How do we fight this? Shi Xiaoxiao's voice carried a hint of panic as she turned to Chen Shen, hoping he would have a solution. Chen Shen did not answer immediately but silently calculated. 4 golden elite monsters plus 1 golden boss. It seemed there was really no way to hide anymore. Seeing that Chen Shen remained silent, Shi Xiaoxiao grew more anxious. Hey, can you say something? What do we do now? She couldn't help but urge, her voice tinged with impatience. Chen Shen took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Don't worry, if we can't handle 2 against 5, then we'll go 5 against 5. If we can't handle 2 against 5, then we'll go 5 against 5. Chen Shen's voice was deep and powerful, carrying an undeniable confidence. Shi Xiaoxiao was taken aback at first, then her eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean? Aren't there just 2 of us? You can't possibly have 3 battle pets, right? She looked Chen Shen up and down, as if trying to find a few hidden beasts on him. Chen Shen did not answer but merely smiled, slightly, gently tapping the ground with the star staff. Boom! A muffled sound echoed, as if striking at everyone's heart. In the next moment, 3 dark purple shadows spread out from beneath Chen Shen's feet, twisting and expanding as if they were alive. Swish! 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 The 3 shadows shot up from the ground, transforming into 3 ferocious figures in Shi Xiaoxiao's horrified gaze. On the left was a human warrior wielding a massive battle axe clad in iron armor, with hollow eye sockets burning with ghostly blue flames, exuding a chilling aura of death. In the center was a gigantic shadow wind wolf, its fur as black as ink, shimmering with a metallic sheen, its crimson eyes fixed intently on the enemy ahead, letting out a low growl. On the right was an even larger and more formidable shadow wolf king, shrouded in thick black mist, its single horn atop its head glinting with a menacing cold light, resembling a king ruling. Overall, Chen Shen, with a slight mental command, summoned all 3 shadow soldiers he had previously extracted and saved. The battle axe warrior, the shadow wind wolf, and the shadow wolf king. Shi Xiaoxiao's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. She gaped, unable to speak for a long time. This. She pointed at the 3 ferocious shadow soldiers, stuttering, completely losing her usual vivacity and pride. This guy, isn't he a healing mage? How can he also summon? Shi Xiaoxiao felt her worldview was about to collapse. A support class not only possessed terrifying healing abilities and an indestructible shield but could now summon 3 such powerful helpers? This was simply overturning all her perceptions of support classes. Chen Shen looked at Shi Xiaoxiao, who was so shocked that she was speechless, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, revealing a faint smile. Although their quality is not as good as these guys, he pointed to the 4 golden level abyss magic wolf elites summoned by the abyss beast master. At least they can hold on for a while, allowing us to focus on dealing with the boss. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaoxiao barely regained her composure, taking a deep breath to calm the shock within her. What are they? Why can't I detect their attributes? She asked curiously, pointing at the 3 shadow soldiers. Chen Shen was also taken aback. He hadn't expected that others couldn't detect the attributes of the shadow soldiers. Detection technique. He tried to use the detection technique on his shadow soldiers, but the results showed a blank. This was actually good news. Chen Shen felt a surge of joy in his heart. This meant that, to some extent, his shadow soldiers were invisible. This is a special skill I learned by accident, similar to necromancy, so there's no need to worry about them. I won't feel bad if they disappear, Chen Shen explained with a smile, naturally not revealing his biggest secret. Shi Xiaoxiao looked at Chen Shen with skepticism. Although she still had many questions in her heart, the current situation left her no room to ask further. Roar! The Abyss Beast Master let out another roar, interrupting their conversation. It seemed to feel a hint of unease towards the shadow soldiers summoned by Chen Shen, its crimson eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty light. Swish! 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 The 4 golden level Abyss Magic Wolf elites under the command of the Abyss Beast Master pounced towards Chun Chen and Shi Xiaoxiao simultaneously. Their speed was incredibly fast, like 4 bolts of black lightning, bringing an overwhelming sense of pressure. Be careful, Chen Chen shouted, raising the starry staff in his hand once more. The tip of the staff shimmered with dazzling light. Without any hesitation, he instantly activated double casting, Flame Soul Fireball, Power of the Stars. 2 massive fireballs, accompanied by waves of scorching heat, shot out with a howl. At the same time, 2 streams of light formed from the Power of the Stars, followed closely behind, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Boom! 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 4 loud explosions rang out almost simultaneously as the fireballs and streams of light accurately hit the 4 Abyss Magic Wolf elites. The tremendous impact sent their massive bodies flying, crashing hard into the ground far away, creating deep craters. Shi Xiaoxiao watched in astonishment. She had never expected that Chen Chen could release 2 skills simultaneously, and with such incredible power. This guy, is he really a support class? Doubts filled Shi Xiaoxiao's mind, but the current situation left her no time to think further. Kill! Chen Chen shouted softly, and the 3 shadow soldiers beside him charged out like arrows released from a bow. The giant axe warrior swung its massive battle axe, accompanied by a howling wind, striking fiercely at one Abyss Magic Wolf elite. The Shadow Wind Wolf and Shadow Wolf King pounced on the other 2, their sharp claws mercilessly tearing at their flesh. In an instant, the scene turned into a chaotic melee of 3 against 4. Chen Chen did not join the fray but instead turned his gaze towards the Abyss Beast Master. He knew very well that this boss was the greatest threat. Roar! The Abyss Beast Master seemed to sense the threat from Chun Chen and let out another furious roar. It swung the bone staff in its hand violently and a beam of black light shot out, heading straight for Chen Chen. Be careful! Shi Xiaoxiao exclaimed, wanting to help, but it was already too late. Chen Chen's expression sharpened. He did not dodge but raised the starry staff in his hand. Azure Wolf Light Shield. A pale blue light shield appeared instantly in front of Chen Chen, blocking the black beam of light. Boom! A muffled sound echoed as the light shield trembled violently and shattered in an instant, yet Chen Chen did not lose a single drop of blood. The Abyss Beast Master was momentarily taken aback, its massive skull tilting slightly, with crimson flames flickering wildly in its hollow eye sockets. It seemed completely unprepared for the fact that this tiny human before it could actually withstand its attack. One must understand that although that strike was not its full power, it was enough to instantly kill any golden level monster of the same rank. This guy. Shi Xiaoxiao was also stunned. She had already prepared to dodge, but she did not expect Chen Chen to resolve the crisis so effortlessly. She looked at Chen Chen's calm expression, filled with confusion and shock. I'll distract him, you focus on the main attack. Chen Chen's voice rang in Shi Xiaoxiao's ear, pulling her back from her astonishment. He glanced at Shi Xiaoxiao beside him, his tone calm and resolute. Shi Xiaoxiao opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. She knew this was not the time to dwell on such matters. The most important thing was to resolve the immediate crisis. Wind Blade Dance. Without waiting for Shi Xiaoxiao to respond, Chen Chen raised the starry staff in his hand again and shouted. In an instant, a fierce wind howled, and blue wind blades appeared out of thin air, sweeping toward the Abyss Beast Master like a torrential rain. Each wind blade shimmered with a sharp light, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. The Abyss Beast Master's crimson eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness upon seeing this. Roar! The Abyss Beast Master let out a furious roar, swinging the bone staff in its hand violently. Black beams of light shot out from the staff, colliding with the wind blades. Boom! 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 A series of explosions erupted as the wind blades and black light annihilated each other, the violent energy wreaking havoc and creating craters in the ground around them. Seeing this, Chen Chen's eyes brightened slightly. He did not expect to counter other skills in this way. However, his goal had already been achieved. Although he did not inflict damage on the boss, the 20 wind blades generated by the dual casting were enough to divert the boss's attention. The Abyss Beast Master was restrained by his attack and temporarily unable to launch an assault on them. Now's the time, Chen Chen thought to himself. Knowing this was Shi Xiaoxiao's best opportunity to attack. Shi Xiaoxiao did not disappoint him. Almost simultaneously with Chen Chen's attack, her figure had already vanished from her original spot. Swish! A black afterimage flashed by as Shi Xiaoxiao appeared like a specter behind the Abyss Beast Master. The dagger in her hand gleamed coldly as she ruthlessly stabbed toward the Beast Master's back. Put! The sound of the dagger piercing flesh rang out, and Shi Xiaoxiao's attack accurately hit its target. 5520. However, there was no joy on her face. Instead, a look of astonishment appeared. She felt as if her dagger had pierced a solid rock, unable to penetrate at all. Roar! The Abyss Beast Master let out a painful howl, suddenly turning around and swatting at Shi Xiaoxiao. Its massive palm descended like a mountain, accompanied by a howling wind. Shi Xiaoxiao's expression changed. She wanted to dodge but was already too late. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as Shi Xiaoxiao's body flew out like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily onto the ground in the distance. Put! She spat out a mouthful of blood, her face pale as paper. However, Shi Xiaoxiao only felt pain for a moment. 2 streams of vibrant green light filled with life surged into her body, instantly erasing the fiery pain, and her health was restored in an instant, as if she had never been injured at all. At the same time, 2 waves of light crashed into the Abyss Beast Master, carrying immense power. The massive body of the Abyss Beast Master was directly pushed back several steps by this sudden force, each step leaving deep footprints on the ground. 3000, 1500, 3000, 1500. Instantly, 4 damage numbers, too large and too small, appeared above the boss's head, the bright red numbers shocking to behold, shattering nearly half of the boss's health. When Xiao saw this scene, she was completely stunned, her mind blank, even forgetting to breathe. Is this, really, a healing spell? She murmured to herself, her voice filled with disbelief. How could the damage be so terrifying? It was even more exaggerated than her full-powered strike. However, before she could recover from her shock, the Abyss Beast Master let out a deafening roar once again. This roar was filled with anger and resentment, as if it were venting its frustrations. Not far away, an abyss wolf suddenly exploded, turning into a thick mist of blood that rapidly merged into the Abyss Beast Master's body. The Abyss Beast Master, which had only about a quarter of its health left, instantly regained a large portion after absorbing this blood mist, its wounds visibly healing at a rapid pace. The crimson flames in its eye sockets flickered violently, again, as if mocking the two's helplessness. Chen watched this scene, his eyes narrowing slightly. This guy is really tough to deal with. He knew that this must be some kind of special skill of the Abyss Beast Master, allowing it to restore its health through its summoned creatures. Roar! The Abyss Beast Master swung its staff again, the skull at the top of the staff glowing with a wild green flame, as if brewing some terrifying attack. Instantly, countless complex magic circles appeared at its feet, the patterns flickering with eerie red light, a heart-pounding wave of magical energy spreading from them. Just as Xiao snapped back to reality from her shock, she noticed this scene, her bright eyes widening in an instant, her pupils constricting. Countless silver-level abyss wolves roared out from the magic circles, their numbers so vast and dense, surging towards Xiao like a tide, their sharp claws glinting coldly in the moonlight. Each abyss wolf exuded a powerful aura, far surpassing those she had encountered before, clearly enhanced by the Abyss Beast Master. So many. Xiao's expression changed drastically. Although she was strong, facing such a number of silver-level wolves made her scalp tingle, especially since these wolves had been enhanced by the Abyss Beast Master. Their strength was not to be underestimated. Instinctively, she wanted to dodge, relying on the incredible speed of her space assassin to evade the wolves' onslaught. However, just as she was about to act, a warm green light suddenly descended upon her. This green light felt so familiar that Xiao instinctively thought it was Chen healing spell again. But then she noticed a solid layer of green shield emerging on the surface of her body, exuding a powerful wind attribute aura, firmly protecting her within. It was indeed Chen Wind Guardian. Xiao was slightly taken aback, looking down at the shield. The surface of the shield shimmered with a faint halo, and some mysterious runes could be seen flickering within, giving an indestructible feeling. She tried to channel the magic power within her, sensing the strength of the shield, and her beautiful eyes instantly filled with shock. 8,000 points. The value of this shield is actually as high as 8,000 points. Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, her voice filled with disbelief. To know, her own health points were just over 1,000, and this 8,000 point shield was almost equivalent to 7 or 8 lives. Not far away, Chen saw Xiao standing dazed in place, seemingly stunned by the sudden shield, and quickly called out to remind her, "My shield only lasts 10 seconds. Run!" At the same time, a crisp system notification sound rang in Chen's ears. Ding! Healers. Courage triggered. Agility +3 ding. Healers courage triggered. SSS level talent Instant Kill Truth has been copied. Instant Kill Truth instantly blink behind the target to launch a guaranteed critical strike dealing 300% agility plus 200% physical attack, true damage. Cost 500 MP, CD 120 seconds. For every 100 points of agility, CD is reduced by 1 second. Passive effect, your physical attacks will be linked to agility. 1 agility equals 4 attack. Hearing these two notifications, Chen was slightly taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Instant Kill Truth? Chen was startled, the name of this talent was clearly extraordinary. He instinctively looked at Xiao, his gaze filled with curiosity. This guy actually has such a powerful talent? Why does she not seem strong? Chen frowned slightly, feeling a bit puzzled. Could it be she's hiding her strength? This thought just emerged and was temporarily suppressed by Chen. After all, Xiao's earlier strike had indeed dealt over 5,000 damage, which was already quite impressive for a novice. At this moment, Xiao had returned to Chen's side. She let out a sigh, patting her chest with lingering fear. Phew! Luckily, I had your shield, or it would have been dangerous this time. Xiao turned her head to look at Chen, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Chen, for saving me once again. Upon hearing this, Chen shrugged, a nonchalant expression on his face as he said, with your abilities, even without me, you wouldn't die, right? He didn't believe that a space assassin with an SSS-level talent could be easily taken down by a group of silver-level magic wolves. Hearing this, Shi Xiaoxiao playfully stuck out her tongue and chuckled. I'm not as strong as you think. She blinked, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Chen Chen didn't say anything further. He could probably guess why Shi Xiaoxiao didn't go all out. She must want to steal the finishing blow, Chen Chen speculated inwardly. After all, for hidden profession players like them, it's quite difficult to obtain profession-specific equipment. He thought of his past life experiences and nodded in understanding. Looking at the overwhelming abyss magic wolves in front of them, Shi Xiaoxiao's expression turned serious. What do we do with so many wolves? She turned to Chen Chen, her eyes filled with concern. Chen Chen squinted slightly, scanning the surrounding environment, then slowly spoke. Wait for my CD. He paused, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Once the CD is ready, we'll take down this boss together. Shi Xiaoxiao was taken aback upon hearing this, then a hint of excitement flashed in her eyes. All right. As soon as Shi Xiaoxiao's voice fell, the surrounding abyss magic wolves surged forward like a tide, their sharp claws glinting coldly under the moonlight, the stench of blood wafting towards them. In the distance, the abyss magic wolf boss raised its staff again, the skull at the top of the staff glowing with a ghostly green light, chanting incantations, clearly brewing some spell. Facing this overwhelming offensive, Shi Xiaoxiao's expression was grave. She gripped the dagger tightly in her hand, her body slightly crouched, like a cheetah poised to pounce, ready to leap at her prey at any moment. In no time, countless abyssal demon wolves surrounded the two, while Chen Chen and Shi Xiaoxiao continuously dodged and counterattacked amidst the beast horde, slaughtering the seemingly endless abyssal demon wolves before them. As for Chen Chen's 3 shadow soldiers, they had long since perished under the wolves' assault, but Chen Chen was unfazed. This place lacked nothing but monster corpses. For every one that died, he could summon another. His shadow soldiers had already been replaced 3 or 4 times. If he could have summoned more than 3 at once, he would have gladly taken every wolf here with him. Soon, 10 minutes passed. Watching the healing spell and wind blades dance once more, Chen Chen took a deep breath, feeling the magic within him surge like a rushing river. He raised his starry staff high, its body shimmering with brilliant light. Get ready, I'm about to start. Chen Chen's voice was deep and powerful, carrying an undeniable resolve. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaoxiao's spirit lifted, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her beautiful eyes. She gripped her dagger tightly, her body leaning slightly forward like a poised cheetah ready to pounce on her prey at any moment. Her other hand, however, was quietly hidden behind her, as if brewing some secret technique. Chen Chen did not notice Shi Xiaoxiao's small movements. All his attention was focused on the battle before him. Furious strike, wind blade dance, healing spell. In an instant, several waves of green light howled forth, accompanied by countless wind blades that swept across the entire space. However, at that moment, Shi Xiaoxiao's figure suddenly vanished, appearing out of thin air behind the abyssal beast master, holding 2 exquisitely ornate daggers, thrusting them straight towards the beast master's neck. The terrifying green waves of light, like a death sentence, enveloped the abyssal beastmaster, causing devastating damage almost the instant they appeared. The minions summoned by the abyssal beastmaster were obliterated under the impact of this power, vanishing without a trace, not even a chance to struggle. The abyssal beastmaster's health plummeted like a flood breaching a dam, teetering on the brink of collapse in the blink of an eye. Swish! Shi Xiaoxiao's attack followed closely behind, her dagger gleaming with dazzling brilliance, carrying a chilling and terrifying might as it aimed for the beastmaster's neck. This strike condensed all of Shi Xiaoxiao's strength. If it hit, the abyssal beastmaster would undoubtedly be slain in an instant. However, just at this critical moment, an unexpected change occurred. Another wave of green light howled in, like a divine intervention, instantly enveloping the abyssal beastmaster. The timing of this green light was impeccable, appearing precisely as Shi Xiaoxiao's attack was about to land, without a fraction of a second off. Bang! Shi Xiaoxiao's dagger struck hard against the green shield, producing a dull thud. Immediately after, a gust of wind appeared out of nowhere, like an invisible giant hand, directly blowing Shi Xiaoxiao away. Her decisive strike thus missed, and all her efforts turned to nothing. This sudden turn of events caused Shi Xiaoxiao to wobble in the air. She struggled to maintain her balance, barely avoiding a fall. Once she landed, Shi Xiaoxiao abruptly looked up, her gaze filled with shock and confusion, staring intently at Chen Chen. The green shield was none other than Chen Chen's skill, Wind's Guardian. However, this time, bolstered by dual casting, the shield's value had skyrocketed to 16,000 points, practically impenetrable. Not to mention Shi Xiaoxiao's full force strike. Even if all the abyssal demon wolves that had just been cleared were revived and rushed at once, they would not be able to shake this resilient shield in a short time. Shi Xiaoxiao's face instantly turned pale, the excitement and anticipation she had felt moments ago transforming into anger and confusion, as if she had been doused with a bucket of cold water. She bit her lip tightly, her silver teeth nearly shattering, her beautiful eyes burning with a fierce rage, as if she wanted to incinerate Chen Chen. What are you doing? Shi Xiaoxiao's voice was sharp and piercing, laced with an uncontrollable fury as she questioned him. Chen Chen, however, remained calm, unaffected by Shi Xiaoxiao's wrath. He didn't even glance at her, merely saying indifferently, "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that?" As he spoke, Chen Chen waved the star wand in his hand gently once more. A rich green light fell into the Abyss Beastmaster's body like a nourishing rain. Plus 9175. Plus 9175. Two massive green recovery numbers floated above the Abyss Beastmaster's head. The creature, which had only a sliver of health left and was on the brink of death, suddenly had its health fully restored in an instant. The astonishing amount of recovery was simply jaw-dropping. Shi Xiaoxiao's face turned pale again, her once cute features now twisted with anger. She stared fiercely at Chen Chen, as if she wanted to devour him whole with her gaze. You! Shi Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth, squeezing out a word through clenched jaws, her chest heaving violently, clearly furious. I'm here to finish off this boss. Why are you stopping me? She nearly roared this out, her voice sharp enough to pierce eardrums. Chen Chen, however, chuckled lightly, his expression unfazed, as if he were completely oblivious to Shi Xiaoxiao's fury. He tilted his head slightly, glancing at her out of the corner of his eye, his tone laced with mockery. My wind blade is enough to take care of this boss. Aren't you just trying to steal the kill? Do you really think I can't see through that? As he spoke, Chen Chen's gaze fell on the daggers in Shi Xiaoxiao's hands, which were clearly more exquisite and sharper than the ones she had used before. You've switched to better equipment, haven't you? Chen Chen's tone was casual, yet it pierced Shi Xiaoxiao's heart like a sharp knife. Upon hearing his words, Shi Xiaoxiao's expression changed slightly. This guy had indeed seen through her. It seemed that teaming up with someone too powerful wasn't all good, even trying to play a little trick was not easy. Shi Xiaoxiao silently cursed in her heart, but on the surface she still held her ground, refusing to show weakness. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, and snorted coldly. Since you figured it out, I won't hide it anymore. There was a hint of resignation in Shi Xiaoxiao's tone as she decided to lay all her thoughts bare. Then let's see who has the better skills. Since she had already been discovered, there was no point in pretending anymore. Chen Chen chuckled lightly, not picking up on Shi Xiaoxiao's words. He had never intended to resolve this spatial rift peacefully with this woman. From the very beginning, he had known that her approach to him was definitely not for some so-called team challenge. She must have her own motives, and those motives were certainly not simple. Since that was the case, there was no need for further pretense. As he spoke, Chen Chen's gaze fell on his system information. Ding! Healer's courage triggered. Spirit plus 6 ding. Healer's courage triggered. Spirit plus 6 ding. Healer's courage triggered. S-level talent bloodline. Connection has been copied. Bloodline connection. Your summoned creatures will provide 20% of their attributes to the summoner. No quantity limit. Ding. Healer's courage triggered. Skill Soul Resonance has been copied. Soul Resonance LV1 allows the summoned creature to merge with the summoner, combining their attributes. Consumption 500 MP/minute. CD 30 minutes. Bloodline connection? Soul Resonance? Chen Chen looked at the two newly copied skills, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. These two skills were simply divine techniques tailored for summoners, especially the bloodline connection, which could actually allow summoned creatures to provide 20% of their attributes to the summoner, with no limit on the number. This meant that as long as Chen Chen had enough summoned creatures and they were powerful enough, his attributes could stack infinitely, reaching an unimaginable level. Soul Resonance was equally powerful, allowing the summoned creature to merge with the summoner, combining their attributes. Although there were limits on time and magic consumption, at a critical moment it could definitely become a trump card to turn the tide of battle. No wonder this Abyss Beast Master, despite being a mage-type boss, has such strong melee attack power. It turns out to be because of this talent. Chen Chen suddenly realized. He had previously wondered how a mage boss could have such high melee damage. Now it all made sense. The Abyss Beast Master must have relied on the bloodline connection talent to gain a massive attribute boost from its summoned creatures, which gave it melee capabilities far beyond those of an ordinary mage. Then I must directly take this guy down, otherwise if he uses Soul Resonance it won't be easy to kill him afterward. Chen Chen's gaze sharpened, and he had already made up his mind. He knew very well that a boss like the Abyss Beast Master, with such a powerful talent, could cause unimaginable consequences if given the chance to counterattack. The best way was to eliminate him before he could activate his skills, leaving him no opportunity to turn the tables. With that thought, Chen Chen wasted no more time and charged directly at the Abyss Beast Master. He moved like lightning, swift as a flash, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of the Abyss Beast Master. Beside him, Shi Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded at the sight. Is this guy crazy? He's a healer. Charging out to kill monsters? Shi Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. In her view, Chen Chen was just a support class, responsible for healing. Such a charge into battle should be left to combat classes like hers. A healer daring to rush in front of a boss was simply asking for death. Could it be that he's betting on being able to save himself? Shi Xiaoxiao speculated to herself. She thought that Chen Chen must be relying on his healing abilities, which is why he dared to charge in so recklessly. He was definitely betting that he would be able to save himself. After all, she didn't want to fail the challenge of this spatial rift, just as Shi Xiaoxiao was. Thinking this, the next moment she witnessed a scene she would never forget. Chen Chen casually swung the starry staff in his hand and struck the Abyss Beastmaster hard. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. 875. A massive damage value floated up from the top of the Abyss Beastmaster's head. Shi Xiaoxiao's eyes instantly bulged, her mouth agape, almost able to fit an egg inside. This damage, she stammered, her voice filled with shock and disbelief. A healing mage actually dealt over 800 damage with a staff? This completely overturned her understanding. It was important to note that even she, an SSS-level spatial assassin, found it difficult to deal such high damage without using skills. Moreover, this was under the condition that the Abyss Beastmaster had defensive attributes. If it were a squishy class with no defense, Chen Chen could probably take it down with a single strike of his staff. Shi Xiaoxiao could no longer hold back and directly asked, "Are you really a healing mage? Isn't this damage a bit too high?" She almost shouted, her voice sharp and piercing, enough to express the shock within her. Chen Chen heard her and grinned, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. "A healer who doesn't want to play melee isn't a good assassin," he said casually, as if the astonishing damage he had just dealt was merely a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaoxiao's face darkened immediately. "What nonsense! I don't care if you're a melee healer or an assassin." "Humph." Shi Xiaoxiao snorted coldly, turning her head away and ignoring Chen Chen. She secretly decided that she must find an opportunity to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. How dare he show off in front of her? He must be tired of living. However, she also knew that now was not the time for infighting. The urgent task was to deal with the boss of this spatial rift first. As for Chen Chen, there would be plenty of time to settle scores after the challenge was over. Just as Shi Xiaoxiao was internally mocking Chen Chen for being oblivious and preparing to watch him make a fool of himself, an unexpected change occurred. Chen Chen's figure appeared like a ghost, instantly materializing next to the corpses of the 3 golden-level abyssal demon wolves he had just killed with his wind blade. He let out a low shout, "Stand up!" The voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. Before the words had even left his mouth, a bizarre scene unfolded. The shadows next to the 3 abyssal demon wolf corpses, which had already died, began to swirl like living creatures, rapidly expanding and transforming. In just a few seconds, 3 abyssal demon wolves made of shadows appeared out of thin air. Their bodies were even larger than the original entities, radiating a dark glow, with blood-red eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty light, as if they were demons crawling out from the depths of hell. Shi Xiaoxiao's pupils suddenly constricted, her cherry lips forming an O shape, large enough to fit an egg. What the hell is this?" she exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief. At the same time, a property panel for the 3 shadow wolves appeared in front of Chen Chen. Name: Abyssal Shadow Wolf Elite Rank, Gold Level, LV 15 HP, 9000 MP, 3000 Strength, 450 Agility, 350 Spirit, 250 Constitution, 300. Skills: Shadow Claw Strike, Shadow Assault, Shadow Roar Talents, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, Abyssal Demon Armor, Shadow Resurrection. Chen Chen looked at the property panel that appeared before him, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. Gold-level monsters indeed had powerful attributes, especially this health, which reached a staggering 9,000 points. To put it in perspective, typical gold-level monsters have health around 5 to 6,000. These 3 shadow wolves were practically born tanks. Moreover, they possessed 3 powerful skills and 3 talents, far surpassing ordinary gold-level monsters. This filled Chen Chen with confidence for the upcoming battle. "Not bad, these attributes are much stronger than those of typical gold-level monsters," he muttered to himself, his tone tinged with excitement. Immediately after, 2 red lights lit up again on Chen Chen's staff. Soul resonance activated in an instant. Under his control, one of the abyssal shadow wolves let out a low growl, transforming into a mass of shadows that lunged toward Chen Chen. The shadows swirled rapidly in the air, ultimately coalescing into a pitch-black cloak that draped over Chen Chen. The edges of the cloak faintly revealed the shape of a wolf's head, vivid and lifelike, as if it could spring to life at any moment. Chen Chen felt a powerful force surge into his body, filling him with explosive strength. He could clearly sense that all his attributes had received a significant boost. Is this the fusion brought about by soul resonance? It feels pretty good. Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, curiously sensing the changes in his body. He had thought that after merging with the shadow wolf, he would transform into a werewolf-like form. To his surprise, it was attached to him in a form similar to equipment. However, this form seemed more convenient and practical. Chen Chen excitedly rubbed his hands together and looked at his character panel. Character: Chen. Chen. Class: Restoration Mage. Level: LV 18, HP 1850 MP 100850/100850. Strength: 140 plus 270 plus 450. Agility: 75 plus 210 plus 350. Mentality: 430 plus 70 plus 150 plus 250. Constitution: 80 plus 20 plus 180 plus 300. Hiss. Chen Chen gasped, stunned by the exaggerated attributes on his panel. Is this the bonus brought by bloodline connection combined with soul resonance? These attributes are just too strong, right? It's almost absurdly powerful. He couldn't help but swallow hard, a surge of indescribable excitement welling up in his heart. With these attributes, let alone the Abyss Beast Master in front of him, even if a few higher-level bosses came, he was confident he could slay them. Sure Xiao stared blankly at the changes happening to Chun Chen, momentarily forgetting to speak. Her mind was a blank slate, completely unable to comprehend what was happening before her. A restoration mage actually summoned 3 golden-level monsters? And even fused with one of them? Is this still the support class she knew? This is even more outrageous than those combat classes. What on earth is this guy? Sure Xiao murmured, her voice filled with shock and confusion. She felt that the worldview she had built over the past decade had completely collapsed at this moment. Not far away, the boss Abyss Beastmaster seemed to sense the dangerous aura emanating from Chun Chen. It let out a deafening roar, its voice tinged with impatience and unease. With this roar, countless dark purple magic circles reappeared in front of it, densely packed and layered, resembling bizarre nebulae, radiating a heart-pounding magical fluctuation. However, just as these magic circles were about to take shape and unleash a devastating attack, Chun Chen made a move that Sure Xiao could not comprehend at all. He actually raised the starry staff in his hand and smashed it hard against his own head. Bang! With a muffled sound, a bright red damage number popped up above Chun Chen's head. At the same time, the 2 Abyss Shadow Wolves beside him seemed to receive some kind of command, unhesitatingly opening their massive jaws and biting down hard on him. Awah! With 2 low growls, the same damage numbers appeared above the 2 Shadow Wolves. Sure Xiao's pupils constricted sharply, her mind in chaos, completely unable to understand what Chun Chen was doing. Self-harm? Has this guy gone mad? Just as Sure Xiao was filled with confusion, Chun Chen and the 2 Abyss Shadow Wolves moved simultaneously. They leaped up like 3 bolts of black lightning, slicing through the air and instantly appearing beside the Abyss Beastmaster. The speed was so fast that it exceeded Sure Xiao's dynamic vision capture range. How is this possible? Sure Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, her proud speed seeming utterly inadequate before Chun Chen. In the next moment, 6 dazzling green lights suddenly lit up on the starry staff in Chun Chen's hand. The beams of light surged like 6 agile serpents, each rushing towards Chun Chen and the 2 Abyss Shadow Wolves. Plus 16,000 plus 16,000 plus 16,000. In an instant, 6 enormous and suffocating recovery numbers leaped out from above Chun Chen and the 2 Shadow Wolves. This terrifying amount of healing completely overturned Sure Xiao's understanding of the healer profession. It suddenly dawned on her that Chun Chen's skill could only be used on targets that had lost health, which was why he would self-harm first and then heal himself. This guy actually utilized the skill mechanism to such an extent. A storm of shock surged in Sure Xiao's heart as she finally realized how foolish her previous underestimation of Chun Chen had been. This seemingly harmless healer was, in fact, a meticulous and cunning monster. But now that she understood, it seemed too late. The 6 green waves of light, upon touching Chun Chen and the 2 Abyss Shadow Wolves, erupted like 6 miniature suns, suddenly bursting forth with blinding brilliance. Immediately after, these lights swept towards the Abyss Beastmaster at an incredible speed. 15999 15999 15999. Another series of spine-chilling damage numbers frantically jumped out from above the Abyss Beastmaster. Each number represented the rapid depletion of the Abyss Beastmaster's health. This terrifying damage, not to mention the Abyss Beastmaster, even if a few more bosses of the same level came, they would probably only be seconds away from being killed. A slight smile curled at the corners of Chun Chen's mouth, revealing a cold grin. He wanted to keep the Abyss Beastmaster around a little longer to trigger more skill effects using its health. But Sure Xiao was right beside him, watching closely. He didn't want this space assassin to steal his kill. After all, the rewards for killing a boss were the most generous. Ah whoa. The Abyss Beastmaster let out a mournful wail, its voice filled with pain and despair. It never expected to die at the hands of a healer. This was an utter humiliation. Boom! With a loud crash, the massive body of the Abyss Beastmaster collapsed to the ground, turning into a cold corpse. The magic circles around it that had yet to take shape also dissipated, transforming into specks of starlight. Chun Chen slowly landed on the ground, his gaze calm and indifferent, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. Not far away, Sure Xiao's expression fluctuated between dark and light. Her heart was filled with shock, confusion, and a hint of unwillingness. She had never imagined that Chun Chen could be so powerful. A healer possessing such terrifying output capability completely shattered her understanding. She had originally thought that by disguising herself as an ordinary team member and following Chun Chen, she was merely preventing this healer from interfering with her kill. But now it seemed that she was the one being used. This guy has been plotting against me from the very beginning. Sure Xiao gritted her teeth, a strong sense of defeat surging in her heart. She prided herself on being exceptionally clever, yet she never expected to be outsmarted by a seemingly inconspicuous healer. This feeling made her very uncomfortable. Extremely uncomfortable. I didn't plot against you, I was just always on guard against you, especially when you brought out the mutated crystal. I guessed that you were after this kill. Chun Chen's voice floated over, his tone flat, yet it struck Sure Xiao's heart like a heavy blow, making her already irritated mood even more agitated. This bastard had been on guard against her from the very beginning. Shi Xiaoxiao clenched her silver teeth, a flash of anger crossing her beautiful eyes. She prided herself on being clever, always the one to scheme against others. When had it ever been someone else's turn to scheme against her? Moreover, the one scheming against her was a seemingly harmless reply sorcerer. Why are you saying this now? Are you trying to show off to me? Shi Xiaoxiao's voice carried a hint of suppressed anger. She admitted that Chen Chen had indeed played a trick on her, but she didn't want to concede so easily. At the very least, she couldn't lose in terms of momentum. Chen Chen merely chuckled lightly, a hint of disdain in his tone. Show off? What's there to show off about? It's just a level 20 golden boss. It's not enough to make me boast. He slightly tilted his head, looking at Shi Xiaoxiao with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Considering you contributed the aberration crystal, you can take the loot first. It's a form of compensation for you. Chen Chen's tone was casual, as if he were bestowing a favor. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed with surprise. This guy was surprisingly generous? It was known that the drops from aberration bosses were extremely precious, especially the exclusive equipment, which was hard to come by. Chen Chen was actually willing to give it up? Aren't you afraid I'll take the exclusive equipment from the aberration boss's drop? Shi Xiaoxiao asked tentatively, wanting to see what Chen Chen was really up to. Chen Chen shrugged, looking indifferent. Are you not aware of how exclusive equipment drops? This stuff appears directly in the killer's backpack. As he spoke, Chen Chen focused his thoughts and directly took out a scroll. The scroll was a faint golden color, adorned with intricate patterns, exuding a mysterious aura. It was indeed the forging blueprint for exclusive equipment. Chen Chen toyed with the forging blueprint in his hand, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as if he had anticipated Shi Xiaoxiao's reaction. Moreover, this is my exclusive equipment. Even if you take it, it would be useless to you. He put the blueprint away, his tone shifting to one of mockery. Or do you not want the loot? If you don't, I might just. Shi Xiaoxiao had initially felt a bit surprised by Chen Chen's generosity, but upon hearing his deliberately prolonged tone, she immediately understood that this guy was clearly just toying with her. Who said I don't want it? Shi Xiaoxiao blared fiercely at Chen Chen, her tone laced with irritation. She quickly walked towards the corpse of the Abyss Beast Master, silently vowing to take away everything valuable, making this detestable guy regret it. I'm going to grab all the loot right now. As Shi Xiaoxiao spoke, she quickened her pace as if afraid Chen Chen would go back on his word. Chen Chen watched Shi Xiaoxiao's puffed-up figure without saying anything, merely shaking his head slightly. He focused his thoughts and released a soul resonance state. Soul resonance has been released in an instant. Chen Chen felt as if his body had been drained, the once powerful strength rapidly fading and his attributes dropping significantly. This feeling of falling from the clouds made Chen Chen frown slightly, but he quickly adapted. After all, this was his original state. Chen Chen's gaze fell on the corpse of the Abyss Beast Master, a hint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Although the Abyss Beast Master was dead, its massive body still emanated a powerful aura, especially the shadow-formed Abyss Wolf beside it, which made Chen Chen feel a sense of threat. The shadow-formed Abyss Wolf has certain attributes that exceed this boss. If this boss were to become shadow-formed, Chen Chen murmured, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Its attributes might reach an even more astonishing value. He stroked his chin, seemingly thinking of something interesting. Chen Chen's gaze fell on his skill bar, finally settling on the skill Shadow Domain. Shadow Domain, the combat ability of shadow soldiers within. The caster's Shadow Domain will be increased by 30%. Duration, 10 minutes. Cost, 500 MP, CD, 10 minutes. Chen Chen looked at the skill description, his brows slightly raised. 10 minutes duration and only a 10-minute cooldown. It seems I can use it continuously. Let's see if it can synergize with the Bloodline Connection talent. He murmured to himself, and with a thought, Shadow Domain was instantly activated. In an instant, a wave of pitch-black light surged from Chen Chen's body, enveloping the three abyssal shadow wolves beside him. In that moment, the attributes of the three wolves surged, and at the same time, Chen Chen felt his own attributes rise significantly. Chen Chen's eyes lit up. It really works. Just as Chen Chen was getting excited, Shi Xiaoxiao slowly walked back. There's nothing good left, the rest is all yours. Sure, Xiaoxiao said with a displeased expression. So soon? Chen Chen glanced at the disgruntled Shi Xiaoxiao and turned to walk towards the boss's corpse. Just then, Sure Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke up. Hey, this time consider it my loss to you. Given how special your profession is, are you interested in teaming up with me? Shi Xiaoxiao placed her hands on her hips, slightly raised her chin, and said proudly, my strength is not as superficial as it seems, and our clan is quite powerful. She added, seemingly trying to increase her bargaining power. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen paused slightly but did not turn around, merely saying indifferently, not interested. What a joke. Teaming up with her? He was a reborn individual with memories and experiences from his past life. How could he submit to someone else? Moreover, Shi Xiaoxiao's intentions were unclear. Who knew if she had some hidden schemes? Chen Chen did not want to invite trouble for himself. Hearing Chen Chen's straightforward rejection, a trace of barely perceptible helplessness flashed in Shi Xiaoxiao's eyes. What's so great about it? She pouted as if she had anticipated Chun Chen's reaction. After all, how could someone like Chun Chen, with a special profession and great potential, easily submit to others? Sure, Xiao Xiao knew very well that Chun Chen was definitely not the type to willingly be someone else's subordinate. I wouldn't want you anyway. Sure, Xiao Xiao muttered to herself while outwardly pretending to be indifferent. She watched Chen Chen quickly walk towards the corpse of the abyssal beastmaster, and a playful smile suddenly crept onto her lips. Chen Chen, we shall meet again. Sure, Xiao Xiao's voice was very soft, so soft that only she could hear it. Before her words faded, a silver ripple appeared in the space behind her, and then Sure Xiao Xiao's figure vanished from the spot as if she had never been there at all. Only a few silver glimmers remained, slowly dissipating in the air. Chen Chen seemed to sense something. He turned around abruptly but only caught a glimpse of the fleeting silver light. She laughed? Chen Chen frowned slightly. He could feel that Sure Xiao Xiao's departure was quite special. Definitely not through a normal teleportation portal. The team has been disbanded. At the same time, the system's prompt sounded in Chen Chen's ears, confirming that Sure Xiao Xiao had indeed left the team. How did she get out? Isn't the portal still closed? Chen Chen murmured, a hint of confusion flashing through his mind. However, he quickly brushed the matter aside. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Chen Chen shook his head and refocused his attention on the corpse of the abyssal beastmaster. For him, the most important thing right now was still the boss's corpse. Get up! Chen Chen quickly walked to the corpse of the abyss beastmaster, pressing his palm against the cold body, his deep voice echoing in the empty area. As soon as he finished speaking, strands of black mist slowly rose from the corpse, swirling around it as if they were alive. Get up! Chen Chen quickly walked to the corpse of the abyss beastmaster, pressing his palm against the cold body, his deep voice echoing in the empty area. As soon as he finished speaking, strands of black mist slowly rose from the corpse, swirling around it as if they were alive. Suddenly, the black mist violently contracted, as if gripped by an invisible hand, and all the black mist surged madly towards the abyss beastmaster's corpse. Immediately after, a beam of black light shot up into the sky, dyeing the entire area in a layer of ink. Shadow extraction successful. Name: Shadow Beastmaster BOSS rank Gold level LV 20 HP 25,000/25,000 MP 60,000/60,000 Strength 600 Agility 500 Spirit 1000 Constitution 800 Skills Shadow Summon Grip of the Abyss Permanent Summon Soul Resonance Shadow Protection Shadow Rebirth. Talent Bloodline Connection Dark Control Shadow Power Absolute Loyalty. Looking at the attributes before him, Chen Chen's throat involuntarily swallowed, and he nearly drooled. This guy, after being enhanced by the shadow, was simply incredibly strong. What excited Chen Chen even more was that the Shadow Beastmaster also had the talent Bloodline Connection. If he could summon some more creatures and create a crazy nesting doll effect, wouldn't that make him invincible? Just thinking about it was thrilling. Chen Chen's smile grew even brighter. He could hardly wait to bring this big guy under his command. Crack! Chen Chen directly dismissed a shadow soldier, freeing up a shadow storage slot. He slowly walked in front of the Shadow Beastmaster and placed his hand on its massive body. Ding! Shadow Commander has been saved. Shadow storage level increased. Current safe capacity 3/5. The system's prompt sounded in Chen Chen's ears. Chen Chen was taken aback. Is the boss the commander? System, you should have said it was going to upgrade. He felt a bit regretful. Had he known this, he wouldn't have wasted that wolf. Forget it, I'll have this guy summon another one later, kill it, and extract another one. Chen Chen quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, upgrading was the most important thing. He stored all the shadows away and then looked at the loot on the ground. System prompt: congratulations on defeating the gold level boss Abyss Beastmaster. You have received the following rewards. Equipment: Abyss Summoner Set Gold level Talent Crystal Absolute Loyalty Gold 50,000 Skill Points 500 points. A series of system prompts made Chen Chen's mood even more cheerful. It's a pity I can't use the summoner set. I'll have to sell it for money. Chen Chen shook his head with some regret. However, that Absolute Loyalty Talent Crystal caught his eye. This was a good item that could ensure summon creatures were absolutely loyal to him and would not betray him. Chen Chen gathered all the spoils, his gaze sweeping around to confirm there were no omissions. With a thought, a portal radiating a ghostly blue light slowly appeared before him. This was his unique spatial ability. Without hesitation, Chen Chen stepped forward, his figure disappearing into the air along with the portal, as if he had never been there at all. However, shortly after Chen Chen left, the spot where he had stood flickered with a silver light once again. Sure Xiao Xiao's figure appeared out of nowhere, her lively eyes gazing in the direction where Chen Chen had vanished. Can even the boss's corpse be extracted? Sure Xiao Xiao murmured softly to herself, her tone laced with surprise and curiosity. What an extraordinary skill indeed. She extended her slender palm facing upward, and countless purple light spots converged from all directions, slowly coalescing in her hand into a crystal that was clear and translucent. The mutated crystal she had previously used in this spatial rift returned to her grasp once more. Sure. Xiao Xiao toyed with the crystal in her hand, a hint of regret flickering across her face. What a pity. I thought I could intercept it this time, but I didn't expect Chen Chen to seize the opportunity first. She sighed gently, seemingly lamenting her missed chance. But who exactly is this Chen Chen? Sure, Xiao Xiao's brows furrowed slightly, a trace of confusion flashing in her eyes. Why wasn't this character present in my past life? How strange. She muttered to herself as if trying to recall something, yet found herself at a loss. Sure, Xiao Xiao's figure vanished once again, leaving only faint silver light spots in the air as proof of her presence. At this moment, Chen had returned to the place where he had entered the rift earlier. The sky was beginning to lighten, the faint morning light piercing through the thin clouds, spilling into the vast valley. Chen casually found a relatively flat stone to sit on, feeling somewhat fatigued both mentally and physically after a night of intense battles. He rubbed his brow, preparing to take a short rest. Thank goodness my mental strength is high, otherwise I really wouldn't have been able to hold on. Chen mumbled to himself, his tone carrying a hint of relief and a barely noticeable pride. After all, his current profession was a restoration mage, and mental strength was a key attribute. He rummaged through his backpack, pulling out some rations and a flask of water, simply replenishing a bit of energy. The food was bland, but Chen ate it with great relish. For him, being able to fill his stomach was already quite satisfying. Chen looked at the talent crystal in his hand. This item was quite rare, just like the mutated crystal, both belonging to scarce resources, especially the talent crystal, which was priceless in the market. After all, each professional could awaken a limited number of talents and abilities influenced by the rarity and strength of their profession. The talent crystal, however, could directly bypass professional restrictions and acquire talents from other professions. This kind of extraordinary effect was enough to drive any professional mad with desire. Chen carefully raised the talent crystal to his eyes. The morning light refracted through the crystal, casting a rainbow of colors, dazzling and beautiful. No longer hesitating, Chen took a deep breath and suddenly clenched his fingers. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering rang out, and the talent crystal in his hand instantly transformed into countless specks of starlight dissipating into the air. At the same time, a warm energy surged through his fingertips into his body, quickly spreading throughout. Talent absolute. Loyalty acquired. Absolute loyalty. Your pets and summon creatures will always have a loyalty level of 100% towards you. So that's how it is. Chen's lips curled slightly, revealing a confident smile. He focused his thoughts, attempting to summon the shadow soldiers he had extracted earlier. Come forth, my shadows. Chen said softly, and as soon as his words fell, the shadows beneath his feet began to writhe, 3 pitch-black figures slowly rising from the ground, precisely the shadow soldiers and shadow commander he had previously extracted. Very good. Chen nodded in satisfaction and issued his first command to the 3 shadow soldiers. You all go on alert around the area and prevent any other monsters from approaching. The shadow soldiers responded with no words, silently turning and merging into the surrounding shadows, disappearing from sight. Chen watched the direction in which they disappeared, a sense of unprecedented safety surging within him. He knew that from this moment on, these 3 shadow soldiers would become his most loyal guardians, never to betray him. With his worries resolved, Chen finally let out a long breath, his taut nerves finally relaxing. The sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn, the gentle morning light spilling over him, dispelling some of his fatigue, yet it could not completely erase the weariness from his night of battle. He rubbed his aching temples and exhaled deeply. Finally, back in Yang City. Chen murmured to himself, his voice carrying a hint of relief and an indescribable complexity of emotions. After all, this was once his home, a place filled with countless memories. Despite his exhaustion, Chen forced himself to muster some energy and took a detour through a secluded path into Yang City. The wilderness was fraught with danger, and he did not want to encounter any mishaps while utterly drained. Upon returning to Yang City, Chen's tense nerves eased slightly. He needed to rest well, regain his spirit and strength, and take care of the spoils from last night. The day of the big exam was drawing closer, and he had to seize the time to enhance his abilities. Although with his current strength he could easily become the top scholar in the province, Chen's ambitions reached far beyond that. What he wanted was to be number 1 in the nation, to stand at the pinnacle above everyone else. Chen's steps were light and firm as he walked towards his home. After passing through several familiar streets, he finally arrived in front of the modest yet warm little house. He took a deep breath, calming his excited heart, and slowly pushed open the slightly worn wooden door. The moment Chen opened the door, a familiar yet strange figure suddenly burst into his view. Upon seeing this person, Chen's pupils constricted, his heart feeling as if it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Damn! You son of a bitch, you finally know how to come back. The person cursed loudly, their voice booming and full of energy, making Chen's eardrums buzz. I was worried sick about you, you know. Damn it, didn't we agree that no matter what profession we turned into, we'd come back to celebrate? Do you have any idea how much a life professioner, worried about you? The other party shouted like a machine gun, each word striking Chen's heart like a hammer. Chen's eyes instantly welled up, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. He rushed forward and hugged the chubby figure in front of him, who was a head taller, his body trembling slightly. Fatty, Chen Shen's voice choked, thick with nasal tones, barely able to form complete words. This sudden embrace left the chubby guy stunned, standing there somewhat at a loss. Chen? What's wrong? What happened? The chubby guy snapped back to reality, his tone filled with concern and worry. Don't be upset, tell me. Even if I'm just a life professioner, I'll definitely help you get revenge. The chubby guy patted Chen Shen's back, his tone resolute, as if with just one word from Chen Shen, he would rush in without hesitation to fight for him. Hearing that familiar voice and feeling that familiar warmth, Chen Shen struggled to contain his excitement and slowly lifted his head. Yes, the apocalypse hadn't even begun. How could he have forgotten that his best brother was still alive? The chubby guy in front of him was named Zhang Kai, Chen Shen's childhood friend and the person he trusted most in this world. Although Zhang Kai was just a life professioner with no combat ability, his brotherly loyalty to Chen Shen was more sincere than anyone else's. In his past life, when the apocalypse struck, it was Zhang Kai who sacrificed his own life to buy Chen Shen a sliver of hope, allowing him to survive a little longer. Now, seeing the living Zhang Kai again, Chen Shen's emotions surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, impossible to suppress. Chen Shen quickly released Zhang Kai, forcing a big smile on his face, and said with a grin, "It's nothing. I just had a nightmare while resting outside the city yesterday, dreaming that you died." Seriously, Chen Shen added, a hint of lingering fear in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kai immediately looked displeased and raised his hand to slap the back of Chen Shen's head. "Damn it! Can't you wish for something good for your old man?" Zhang Kai cursed, clearly unhappy with Chen Shen's nightmare. Chen Shen laughed heartily, rubbing the back of his head. Just kidding, trying to lighten the mood," he said with a cheeky grin, attempting to ease the awkward atmosphere. Zhang Kai shot Chen Shen a speechless glare, which made him rein in his anger, and his tone softened. "You're quite carefree, going straight to level up after your job change. So, what did you change to?" As Zhang Kai spoke, he looked Chen Shen up and down, seemingly trying to glean some insight from him. Seeing Zhang Kai ask, Chen Shen had no intention of hiding it. After all, he was his best buddy. "Healer," he shrugged, casually stating. Upon hearing this profession, Zhang Kai's eyes widened instantly, his mouth agape as if it could fit an egg. "What the hell? A healer profession?" he exclaimed, his voice cracking slightly. "You're the one with the highest talent in the entire young city. How did you end up as a support class?" Zhang Kai's voice was filled with disbelief and regret, as if Chen Shen's job change to healer was an utterly inconceivable thing. Chen Shen shrugged, a helpless expression on his face. "I can't help it, it's just my fate," he said lightly, seemingly not too dissatisfied with his profession. Looking at Chen Shen's calm demeanor, Zhang Kai sighed, his disappointment evident. "Well, a healing class is still acceptable," he paused, seemingly searching for comforting words for Chen Shen. "At least it's much better than my life class that can't go to battle. I was hoping you'd protect me, but now it seems we can only keep each other warm." Zhang Kai's tone carried a hint of self-deprecation and helplessness. Seeing Zhang Kai's expression of wanting to complain yet fearing to hurt his own pride, Chen Shen couldn't help but laugh. Noticing this, Zhang Kai anxiously asked, "What's wrong with you? You're not going crazy, are you?" He looked Chen Shen up and down, worry filling his eyes. Chen Shen rolled his eyes at him. "You're the one who's crazy. Can you not talk?" Chen Shen retorted irritably, giving Zhang Kai a slap on the back of the head, returning the earlier slap Zhang Kai had given him. Zhang Kai winced in pain, covering his head, baring his teeth at Chen Shen, but he didn't say anything further. Chen Shen looked at Zhang Kai's expression of suppressed anger, and his smile grew wider. He reached out, resting his hand on Zhang Kai's shoulder, giving it a gentle pat, his tone softening. "But seriously, my class is really different from other healers. I have combat abilities, and they're not low." Chen Shen deliberately lowered his voice, a hint of mystery in his tone. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kai's expression turned somewhat strange. "Combat healer? Is there such a profession?" He looked Chen Shen up and down, his eyes filled with doubt, as if questioning whether Chen Shen had really gone crazy. After all, in his understanding, a healer should be hiding at the back of the team, responsible for healing. A healer who could fight was something he had never heard of. Chen Shen looked at Zhang Kai's incredulous expression and wasn't annoyed. He just smiled and said, "Of course. I am a reply sorcerer, but it's a hidden profession." He deliberately emphasized the words hidden profession, his tone tinged with a hint of pride. "Hidden profession?" Zhang Kai exclaimed, his voice cracking slightly. He certainly knew what a hidden profession meant. It was a rarer and more powerful existence than an ordinary profession. In the entire Yang city, those who had transitioned to a hidden profession could be counted on one hand. He never expected that his best brother had also transitioned to a hidden profession. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Kai felt that Chen Shen's words made sense. "That's true, your talent value is a full 200 points, so transitioning to a hidden profession is quite normal. Ordinary healers seem to be called healing sorcerers. You're really different." He nodded, his tone carrying a hint of realization. "Alright, I won't waste more words." Zhang Kai patted Chen Shen's shoulder, his tone becoming more relaxed. "Since you're fine, I can rest easy. You must have been grinding monsters all night for the big exam in 3 days, right?" He looked at Chen Shan, concern evident in his eyes. You should rest. Well, health comes first. I have to get to work now. Contact me anytime if you need anything. After saying this, Zhang Kai turned to leave. Chen Shan watched Zhang Kai's slightly plump figure, a warm current surging in his heart. This was his best brother. No matter what he became, he would unconditionally support and care for him. Wait! Chen Shan suddenly called out to Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai stopped, turned around, and looked at Chen Shan with a puzzled expression. Is there something else? Zhang Kai's tone carried a hint of inquiry, but his eyes revealed a look of what are you up to now? Chen Shan looked at Zhang Kai's expression, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. He walked slowly to Zhang Kai, reached out, and gently placed his hand on his shoulder. This action made Zhang Kai even more confused. He frowned slightly, waiting for Chen Shan to continue. Didn't we agree before? Chen Shan began, his tone teasing, with a barely perceptible hint of pride. If I transitioned to a combat profession, you'd be my logistics. I ground monsters all night and have a lot of things for you to help me handle. As he spoke, Chen Shan opened his backpack. Clatter! A crisp sound rang out as countless pieces of equipment and materials surged from Chen Shan's backpack like a tide, instantly filling the ground. Various lights intertwined and flickered, among which a summoner set glowing with dazzling golden light was particularly eye-catching, almost blinding Zhang Kai. Holy crap! Zhang Kai exclaimed, his eyes wide and his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. He stared at the mountain of items before him, completely stunned. You didn't rob a warehouse, did you? Zhang Kai stammered, struggling to speak. In one night, how did you grind so many things? His voice was filled with shock and disbelief, as if he had witnessed something incredible. Chen Shan looked at Zhang Kai's astonished expression, secretly pleased. He chuckled, his tone carrying a hint of pride. I am a very powerful hidden profession, so this amount of stuff is a piece of cake for me. He deliberately paused, then leaned closer to Zhang Kai and lowered his voice. Alright, I'll leave these to you now. Since you're a blacksmith, take what materials you can use and sell the rest. I'm going to rest. After Chen Shan finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the bed, ready to get some good rest. After all, he had been grinding monsters all night and his body was already exhausted. Zhang Kai looked at Chen Shan's slightly weary figure, and the shock in his heart gradually gave way to worry. He hurried a few steps forward, wanting to say something, but he didn't know how to start. He opened his mouth, but in the end, no sound came out. He just silently watched Chen Shan. Zhang Kai looked at the pile of equipment and materials on the floor, then glanced at Chen Shan, who was already lying on the bed with his eyes closed, feeling a mix of emotions. He took a deep breath and began to tidy up the items on the ground. While organizing, he calculated the value of these things in his mind. This quantity is too exaggerated, right? This is not something that can be farmed in one night. Even if Chen Shan has a hidden profession, it can't be this outrageous, right? Zhang Kai was filled with doubts, but he didn't question Chen Shan. He knew that since Chen Shan had done this, he must have his reasons. He just needed to do what he was supposed to do and support Chen Shan. After Chen Shan gave all the dropped items to Zhang Kai, he directly collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Zhang Kai looked at the mountain of equipment and materials in front of him, then at the sleeping Chen Shan, and a look of relief appeared on his face. He knew this was Chen Shan's trust in him. In this brutal, survival of the fittest apocalyptic world, such absolute trust was extremely rare, which also brought Zhang Kai some comfort. He had also been a class changer for over a year. Although he was in a life profession, he had seen many people's hearts grow cold and warm. It was truly rare to find someone who, after gaining a powerful profession, could still maintain their original intentions and not look down on their old friends who had transitioned to life professions. Although Zhang Kai was happy, he was unaware of how precious this absolute trust was for Chen Shan. After experiencing countless betrayals and deceptions in his past life, he no longer easily trusted anyone. Yet even so, he could still believe in Zhang Kai without reservation. This was undoubtedly the greatest respect Chen Shan could show Zhang Kai and the best interpretation of their friendship. Time flowed rapidly in Chen's deep sleep, and it seemed like just a blink of an eye had passed, taking away an entire morning. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the door, breaking the tranquility of the room. Although Chen Shan was still immersed in his dreams, his ever-vigilant nature caused him to open his eyes immediately. A sharp glint flashed in his deep-set eyes, as if he could see through everything. He listened intently and heard Zhang Kai arguing with others outside the door. What do you want to do? Zhang Kai's voice was filled with anger and confusion. Since you came to invite Xiaofeng to team up, at least wait until he is free. He leveled up late last night and is still resting. Zhang Kai was trying hard to keep these people outside the door, protecting Chen Shan's rest time. At that moment, a strange male voice rang out, filled with arrogance and disdain. Our young lady is willing to team up with him, that is his honor. What right does he have to rest? Get out of the way quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. These arrogant words only fueled Zhang Kai's anger further. Who are you being rude to? Just as tensions were high, Chen Shan's voice suddenly sounded cold as ice, instantly freezing the air around them. The door had been opened at some point, and Chen Shan was leaning against the doorframe, coldly staring at the few people in front of him. His deep-set eyes sparkled with a chilling light, as if they could penetrate the hearts of men. Do you dare to lay hands on life profession players in the main city? Although Chen Chen's voice was not loud, it was filled with a sense of intimidation. Are you perhaps too impatient to live? At that moment, outside the door, two heavily armored men heard Chen Chen's cold, questioning words, and their expressions instantly darkened, as if they had been greatly insulted. One of them glared furiously, fists clenched, the knuckles cracking ominously, as if he were about to charge in and tear Chen Chen to shreds. So what if it's the main city? Do you think we're afraid of you? Believe it or not, we. The two men gritted their teeth, their voices low and hoarse, as if squeezed from the depths of their throats, filled with a sense of threat. However, before they could finish their words, a clear female voice interrupted them, as pleasant as a spring, yet carrying an undeniable authority. Shut up. If you scare him away, I'll throw you out to feed the beasts. This voice thundered in the ears of the two men, instantly waking them up, and their previously arrogant demeanor was extinguished in an instant, as if doused with cold water. It was only then that they realized the seemingly lazy youth leaning against the doorframe was their target. A hint of panic flashed in their eyes, and they quickly suppressed their anger, replacing it with a stiff smile, though the smile looked more like a grimace. Zhang Kai stood to the side, watching the dramatic scene unfold, filled with worry. He stared intently at the two armored men, fearing they might suddenly turn violent. Crazy, be careful. These guys don't seem friendly. Zhang Kai lowered his voice, his tone filled with vigilance and concern. He knew Chen Chen was strong, but there were many of them, and they didn't look like good people. Chen Chen nodded slightly, signaling Zhang Kai to relax. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in his deep eyes, as if he had already seen through everything. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Chen Chen's voice was calm and indifferent, as if everything was under control, giving an inexplicable sense of security. Then, Chen Chen's gaze fell on the girl who had spoken to stop the two men. The girl stood behind them, dressed in a light purple long dress that accentuated her graceful figure. Her long, shiny black hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, further highlighting her snow-white skin. Her features were exquisite, with a hint of youthful charm in her eyes, but more so an innate nobility and pride, as if she were a queen high above. The moment she saw Chen Chen, the calmness in her eyes instantly burst into dazzling brilliance, like the brightest star in the night sky, bright and captivating. It was an unabashed appreciation and interest, as if she had discovered a rare treasure. Chen Chen frowned slightly, a hint of confusion rising in his heart. He was sure he didn't know this girl, but her gaze made him feel somewhat uncomfortable, as if she were trying to see right through him. He averted his gaze, his voice still cold, tinged with a hint of questioning and impatience. So, making such a big fuss, what is it about? You can't possibly have come all this way just to find me, right? A trace of sarcasm laced Chen Chen's voice. He didn't believe these people would come here for no reason, especially not with such a grand display. The girl, upon hearing Chen Chen's question, did not get angry. Instead, she smiled slightly, her smile carrying a hint of cunning and pride. She stepped forward, coming to stand before Chen Chen, tilting her head slightly to look down at him, her tone carrying a sense of natural arrogance. Of course, I'm here to find you. What else would you think? The girl's voice was crisp and pleasant, but the content of her words only tightened Chen Chen's frown further. He disliked the feeling of being treated as prey, and even more so the feeling of being controlled by someone else. I shouldn't know you, right? Chen Chen squinted slightly, his tone laced with a hint of caution as he retorted, I'm not exactly a famous person either. What do you want with me? The girl's lips curled into a slight smile, as if she had anticipated Chen Chen's reaction. You may not know me, but I know you. She stepped forward, slowly, each step seeming to tread on Chen Chen's heartbeat. And you are quite famous. Not to mention that you broke the record for clearing the Hell-level novice dungeon. With that guy surnamed Su, just your 200 talent points that shattered the century-old talent record in Jiangnan province is enough to draw a lot of attention to you. The girl's voice was crisp and pleasant, yet carried an undeniable sense of pressure, as if everything she said was an unquestionable fact. Chen Chen furrowed his brows. This girl actually knew him well, but he certainly wouldn't admit it so easily. I acknowledge the 200 talent points, but breaking the clearing record has nothing to do with me. Chen Chen's tone was flat, as if he were stating a fact unrelated to himself. Gina is an SS-level practitioner, it was her who increased my chances. I'm just an ordinary healer. Upon hearing Chen Chen's affectionate reference to Su Jiner, the girl's previously calm expression darkened slightly, looking somewhat displeased. She snorted coldly, her tone tinged with disdain and jealousy. Su Jiner doesn't have that kind of strength, there have been flame soul sorcerers before, and their power can't be that exaggerated. The girl's words were filled with skepticism towards Su Jiner, seemingly unable to believe that an SS-level practitioner could lead Chen Chen to break the record for the Hell-level dungeon. Listening to the girl's argument, Chen Chen felt a wave of impatience. He had no interest in debating meaningless matters with a stranger. So who exactly are you? Chen Chen interrupted her directly, his tone carrying a hint of impatience and urgency. Can you just get to the point? I don't have time to waste with you. He only wanted to know the girl's true intentions and what she actually wanted to do. The girl frowned slightly at his words, clearly displeased with Chen Chen's ungrateful attitude. She snorted coldly, her voice carrying a sense of pressure. I'm not like that useless Sujiner who doesn't even understand the uniqueness of your profession. I know the uniqueness of a restoration sorcerer. Your little tricks might fool others, but not me. The girl paused, a glint of shrewdness flashing in her eyes, her tone exuding a confidence of having the upper hand. I came to find you personally for a reason. The purpose is to give you an opportunity to rise to greatness. As she spoke, the girl lightly clapped her hands, signaling her guards to step forward. The two guards beside her immediately understood, one retrieving a set of dazzling equipment from his backpack, while the other produced a scroll emanating a faint glow. The equipment shone in brilliant gold, intricately carved with complex patterns, clearly not ordinary items, subtly radiating powerful magical fluctuations. The scroll, even more so, exuded a mysterious aura that made one unable to resist the urge to explore further. This is a set of golden-level healing sorcerer gear. Each piece comes with powerful healing enhancement effects. The girl pointed at the gleaming equipment, her tone tinged with pride. And this, an A-level skill scroll, Fountain of Life, which can significantly enhance your healing abilities and comes with a group healing effect. She paused, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Shen, as if trying to see through his heart. I know that while restoration sorcerers have the ability to transform all auxiliary skills, there's even a chance for attack effects to emerge after transformation. However, as far as I know, restoration sorcerers do not automatically learn any auxiliary skills after the initial healing spell they comprehend. The girl's voice carried a sense of certainty, as if she was extremely confident in her sources of information. She slightly raised her chin, looking down at Chun Shen with an air of superiority. So, you have great talent, but lack the skills to match it, which is undoubtedly a huge waste. As long as you join my team now and never help Sujiner again, obediently become my subordinate. The girl's voice held an undeniable commanding tone. I will provide you with countless support skills and equipment, granting you wealth and glory that you could never earn in your lifetime. She paused, a smug smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Oh, by the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Linihan from the Lin family in Kyoto. Oh, by the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Linihan from the Lin family in Kyoto. Linihan deliberately emphasized the words Lin family in Kyoto, her tone laced with an unmistakable sense of superiority and arrogance. It was as if simply stating this name was enough to make everyone bow down to her. The Lin family in Kyoto? Chen Shen's eyebrows twitched slightly. This name was thunderous in its renown. In the entire Dragon Country, the two top families, the Su family and the Lin family, stood in a competitive peak. However, the Su family had always maintained a steady upper hand over the Lin family, which drove the Lin family to scheme endlessly, just to surpass them. And Sujiner was the prized jewel of the Su family in Kyoto. Chen Shen's gaze fell on the proud girl before him, softly repeating, the Lin family in Kyoto. Linihan? He had heard this name in his past life. However, unlike Sujiner, who had ascended to the pinnacle of Blue Star, Linihan and the entire Lin family had chosen betrayal when the cataclysm struck. They had sided with another world, becoming targets of scorn for humanity on Blue Star, nailed to the pillar of shame. He never expected that in this rebirth, the young lady of the Lin family would come personally to seek him out, even daring to wish to recruit him as her subordinate. It was simply a colossal joke. Whether it was Linihan's lofty demeanor or his deep-seated disdain for the Lin family, it was destined that he could never become a lackey of the Lin family, let alone ally with them. Chen Shen looked at the self-assured Linihan before him, a cold smile rising in his heart. She might truly understand the uniqueness of the recovery mage, but she did not understand him. Even if this profession could not automatically learn skills, with his talent, copying other support skills would be a piece of cake, right? Why would he need someone else's charity? Sorry. Without a second thought, Chen Shen straightforwardly refused. I'm not interested. It was crisp and clean, without a hint of hesitation. Linihan clearly did not expect Chen Shen to refuse so decisively. A flicker of astonishment crossed her exquisite face, quickly replaced by anger. Her brows furrowed, and her already somewhat arrogant gaze became sharper than a knife. You? Linihan took a deep breath, suppressing the anger rising in her heart. She tried to make her voice sound calmer, but the slight tremor at the end betrayed her current feelings. You actually dare to refuse me? Linihan's voice was sharp enough to pierce eardrums, her eyes fixed on Chun Shen, her delicate face twisted in rage, resembling an enraged lioness. In her perception, no one in the entire Dragon Country dared to refuse the kindness of the young lady of the Lin family. No one in the Dragon Country dares to refuse me. Linihan gritted, her teeth, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between her teeth, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. She suddenly waved her hand, pointing at the two heavily armored men beside her, and shouted, You too. Teach this guy a harsh lesson. Let him know what happens when you defy a member of the Lin family. Linihan's voice echoed. In the empty street, carrying an undeniable authority and cruelty, the two heavily armored men stood behind Linihan like two iron towers, their robust figures and bulging muscles exuding a fierce aura. Upon hearing Linihan's command, a glint of bloodthirst flashed in their eyes as they replied in unison, Yes, miss. Before the Words had left their mouths. The two men charged at Chen Chen like beasts released from their cages, their heavy footsteps thudding against the ground, sending a chilling tremor through the air. Zhang Kai, witnessing this, turned pale instantly. He knew that although Chen Chen was exceptionally gifted, he was merely a healer and stood no chance against these battle-hardened warriors in heavy armor. Three of you. Let's talk this over. Let's talk this over. Zhang Kai hurriedly stepped forward, trying to dissuade them, his voice trembling slightly. He extended his hands, wanting to shield himself in front of the two armored warriors, his face etched with anxiety and concern. Don't ruin the atmosphere. However, the two armored warriors paid no heed to Zhang Kai's pleas. Their eyes were fixed solely on Chen Chen, as if he were their prey. One of them, showing no mercy, lifted his heavy boot and kicked fiercely towards Zhang Kai. If that kick landed, given Zhang Kai's small stature, he would likely be severely injured if not killed. At that critical moment, Chen Chen's brows furrowed tightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. His figure shifted, and he appeared abruptly in front of Zhang Kai as if he had teleported. Swish! Almost at the instant the armored warrior's foot was about to strike Zhang Kai, Chen Chen had firmly grasped the warrior's ankle. The armored warrior felt a tremendous force surge through him, rendering him immobile, as if caught in an iron vice. His expression changed, a sense of foreboding rising within him. What are you doing? Chen Chen's voice was cold and deep, like a demonic sound from hell, sending chills down one's spine. He raised his head, his gaze sharp as a knife, locking onto the armored warrior. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Chen Chen's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable intimidation. The armored warrior was momentarily taken aback by Chen Chen's imposing presence, finding himself at a loss for words. He had initially thought Chen Chen was just a weak and easily bullied healer, but he never expected him to be so formidable. You little healer, aren't you afraid? The armored warrior forced himself to calm down, attempting to mask his inner turmoil with words. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, his smile laced with mockery and disdain. Do you really think just because the Miss said you're special, you're invincible? As the armored warrior spoke, he tried to break free from Chen Chen's grip. However, the more he struggled, the more he felt Chen Chen's hand tighten around his ankle like an iron hoop, leaving him unable to move an inch. Ugh! The armored warrior's face gradually turned red, veins bulging on his forehead as he desperately struggled, yet he could not escape Chen Chen's control. Fear began to swell within him as he realized that this seemingly harmless healer was likely not as simple as he had imagined. Chen Chen coldly regarded the armored warrior, his eyes betraying no emotion. We are still in the Dragon Kingdom, so it's best to abide by its rules. Chen Chen's voice remained icy, but there was a hint of amusement in his tone. Since you want to play, I'll play along. With that, Chen Chen suddenly released his grip. The armored warrior, caught off guard, lost his balance and fell backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Bang! With a dull thud, the armored warrior landed in a disheveled heap, struggling to rise but feeling a wave of pain wash over him, rendering him momentarily immobile. Meanwhile, with a thought, Chen Chen summoned the system panel before his eyes. Without hesitation, he selected an option, and in the next moment, a battle invitation was sent out. Battle invitation sent. Please wait for the other party to confirm. This sudden scene left the three people present stunned. A battle invitation? This was the only legal way to engage in combat within the main city. Only with the agreement of both parties could a battle take place. Moreover, they could even set cruel rules without limits on life and death. The two heavy armored warriors stared at the suddenly appearing battle invitation panel, first taken aback, then bursting into thunderous laughter. Ha 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 ha. Their laughter was filled with mockery and disdain, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. You, a healer, actually want to duel me? One of the heavy armored warriors laughed so hard he nearly fell over, gasping for breath. He pointed at Chen Chen, tears almost streaming from his eyes from laughter. So funny. Ha 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 ha. The other heavy armored warrior doubled over in laughter, slapping his thigh as if he had seen the greatest joke ever. You really don't know how to write the word death. Ha 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 ha. No wonder you're a special class healer. I'm so scared. Oh? Scared? Aren't you afraid? Chen Chen asked coldly, a mocking curve at the corner of his mouth. Who are you calling afraid? A mere support class dare to be arrogant with us warriors. One of the heavy armored warriors roared, spitting as he spoke, almost hitting Chen Chen in the face. As he spoke, he was about to click to accept the battle invitation. However, his finger stopped just before touching the accept button. He widened his eyes, staring intently at the battle invitation panel before him, as if he had seen something unbelievable. The other heavy armored warrior also sensed something was off, leaned over to take a look, and was instantly stunned as well. This is a team challenge? The two heavy armored warriors exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with shock and confusion. The street, which had been lively, became somewhat quiet due to this sudden turn of events. Even Shi Xiao, who was standing nearby, raised an eyebrow, looking at Chen Chen with great interest. She wanted to see what this guy was up to. Seeing the three of them looking surprised, Chen Chen finally spoke slowly, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Fighting one by one is too troublesome. I can guess that no matter who I beat, you won't accept it, so let's just take you all on at once. Chen Chen's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. This statement was simply the height of arrogance. A healer actually dared to challenge all three of them at once, and it was a team challenge. This was no simple provocation, it was a blatant humiliation. The two heavy armored warriors were so enraged they trembled all over, their teeth grinding, wishing they could chop this guy up and feed him to the dogs. Especially Linihan, who was now so furious her face was red, her chest heaving violently. She had originally thought Chun Shen was just a healer with a bit of special ability, not worth fearing, but she never expected him to be so arrogant, so presumptuous. This was an insult to her, to the entire Lin family. Good, good, good. Linihan laughed in anger, repeating the word good 3 times, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between her teeth. Since you want to die, we'll grant you that. Linihan's voice was cold and sharp, like a series of sharp knives stabbing fiercely at Chen Chen. All of you except. Beat him hard, just beat him to death. Linihan shouted sternly at the two heavy armored warriors, her eyes flashing with a mad light. She was completely enraged by Chen Chen, and at this moment, all she wanted was to see him trampled underfoot, begging for mercy. The two heavily armored warriors immediately clicked the accept button without hesitation upon hearing this battle invitation. Confirmed battle is about to begin, the system's prompt echoed in Chen Chen's mind. At the same time, a massive circular light screen appeared before everyone, enveloping Chen Chen and Linihan along with her 2 guards. This was the battle barrier, within which both sides could fight freely without affecting the outside world. Kid, you'll pay for your arrogance, one of the armored warriors sneered, flexing his wrists with a series of cracking sounds. I'll show you what a real warrior is, the other armored warrior growled, drawing a massive battle axe from his back, its blade glinting ominously. Chen Chen looked at the 2 aggressive armored warriors before him, his face showing no sign of fear. He slowly raised his right hand, the starry staff in his grip emanating a faint starlight. Come on, let me see what you can do. Chen Shen's voice was calm and indifferent, as if he were discussing something trivial. His gaze was deep and dark, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. But beneath this calm exterior lay immense confidence and killing intent. The movements of the 2 armored warriors did not pause for a moment. As soon as the battle barrier formed, they charged at Chen Chen like 2 enraged rhinos, one to the left and one to the right. Boom! Boom! The heavy footsteps shook the ground slightly, stirring up clouds of dust. One of the armored warriors leaped high, swinging his massive axe down with a fierce whoosh, as if intending to split Chen Chen in 2. The other swung his fist, encased in thick metal gauntlets, with a sharp whistle, heading straight for Chen Chen's face. Linihan stood at the edge of the barrier, a cruel smile curling at the corners of her mouth, her eyes filled with delight. To her, Chen Chen was doomed. Facing the pincer attack of 2 armored warriors, no healer could possibly survive. Moreover, these 2 armored warriors were elite fighters, carefully trained by the Lin family, specifically sent to protect her, leveling up with her at level 15, their strength and equipment far surpassing those of other players of the same level and class. Die, worthless trash. Linihan cursed viciously in her heart. In the face of this fierce assault, Chen Chen's expression remained calm. He didn't even blink. Just as the massive axe was about to strike his head and the fist was about to hit his face, Chen Chen moved. He gently raised the starry staff in his hand. The starry staff waved lightly, tracing an elegant arc in the air. There were no dazzling light effects nor deafening roars. Yet, this seemingly understated motion precisely blocked the massive axe and fist of the armored warriors. Clang! Clang! The crisp sounds of metal clashing echoed in the air like a melody. The 2 armored warriors felt a tremendous force coming from their weapons, numbing their hands and causing their arms to tremble, their bodies involuntarily retreating. They widened their eyes, disbelief etched on their faces. How is this possible? A healer actually blocked their full force attack with a mere staff? And even pushed them back? This completely shattered their understanding. Linihan's smile also froze, the curve of her lips remained upward, but her eyes turned astonished and bewildered. What did she just see? She saw her 2 proud armored guards being blocked by a healer she considered worthless with a single staff? This is impossible. Linihan murmured, her voice filled with doubt and confusion. She couldn't accept the reality. Before her, it was completely beyond her understanding. Chen Chen wouldn't give them time to be shocked. The moment he blocked the attack, the starry staff in his hand moved like a serpent emerging from its hole, creating afterimages as it struck fiercely at the 2 armored warriors. No skills were used, just pure physical attacks. Yet, the seemingly ordinary physical attack contained terrifying power. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. The starry staff slammed hard into one armored warrior's chest. 1500, a bright red number floated above the armored warrior's head. The damage was shocking. What the hell? What the F*******? The commotion they caused had already attracted the attention of many, as PK battles within the city were exceedingly rare. Witnessing this scene, several other class professionals from different factions were left dumbfounded. A healer, using a staff to hit someone, dealt 1,500 points of damage? And this was against an armored warrior with extremely high defense. This was even higher than the damage dealt by their output classes. Is this really a healer? This was practically a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. The armored warrior felt as if he had been hit by a lightning bolt. He felt as if a speeding truck had crashed into his chest, and excruciating pain. He looked down and saw that the armor on his chest had caved in significantly and his health bar had dropped drastically. If he weren't a tank with high defense, that blow would have likely killed him. How is this possible? The armored warrior's voice was filled with terror and disbelief. He couldn't comprehend how a healer could possess such terrifying physical attack power. Another armored warrior reacted as well. He roared and swung his giant axe again at Chen Chen. Die! He poured all his strength into this swing, vowing to cleave Chen Chen in two. Chen Chen's gaze turned cold, and he swung the starry staff once more. Bang! Another muffled sound. The starry staff struck precisely at the side of the giant axe, diverting its attack trajectory. The giant axe grazed past Chen Chen's body, leaving a deep gash in the ground. At the same time, Chen Chen's starry staff landed again on another armored warrior. 1400. Another bright red number floated up. This armored warrior's health bar also dropped significantly. The two armored warriors were completely stunned. Their proud defense crumbled before Chen Chen's staff, as fragile as paper, unable to withstand a single blow. They couldn't even touch the hem of Chen's clothing. How could they fight like this? Is this still a human? One armored warrior's voice was filled with despair. He had completely lost confidence in the fight. Linihan finally snapped out of her shock. She looked at the scene before her, her face turning pale. She never expected that the two armored warriors she brought would be dominated by a healer. This was even more unbearable than being killed herself. Chen Chen had completely ignored the two armored warriors who were left with barely a sliver of health. Holding the starry staff, he walked straight towards Linihan, his gaze piercing. Each step felt like it was treading on Linihan's heart. He didn't use any skills, partly because he didn't want to reveal his trump card too early, and partly because, in his view, these clowns before him weren't worthy of him using skills. You two useless fools. What are you doing? Seeing Chen Chen approach step by step, Linihan panicked. She shouted sharply, her voice filled with fear and anger, her originally delicate makeup twisted by extreme terror. Quick, kill him! Kill him! Don't let him get close to me! Linihan could no longer care about maintaining her elegant demeanor. She fumbled to take her longbow from behind, knocking an arrow in a hurried and chaotic manner, clearly flustered. The longbow was a deep green, intricately carved with exquisite patterns, faintly radiating a subtle magical aura, clearly not an ordinary item. As an S-rank professional elven hunter, Linihan's archery skills were naturally impressive. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows whistled through the air, swiftly shooting towards Chen Chen. However, Chen Chen merely raised an eyebrow, seemingly unconcerned by Linihan's attack. He didn't even pause his steps, casually waving the starry staff in his hand, deflecting all the arrows while a dazzling light shone from the staff. I almost forgot you were also an S-rank elven hunter. Chen Chen's voice remained calm, but carried a hint of mockery. In the next moment, a streak of light shot out from the starry staff, moving so fast it was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. Linihan felt a blur before the streak of light was already in front of her. Ah! Linihan closed her eyes in terror, bracing herself for the expected pain. However, the anticipated agony did not come. Instead, she felt a faint gray light enveloping her like a thin shield that firmly protected her. The previously noisy surroundings seemed to vanish, leaving only a profound silence. What is this? Linihan slowly opened her eyes, staring at the gray shield around her, her face filled with confusion. Clearly an enemy, yet Chen Chen had bestowed her with a shield? This was simply unfathomable. The onlookers around were equally stunned. They had never witnessed such a bizarre way of fighting. This guy, could he have lost his mind? Giving a shield to the enemy, what kind of move is that? I don't understand, but I'm deeply shocked. Could it be that he's actually afraid of the Lin family's power and is doing this on purpose to show goodwill? It's possible. After all, the Lin family is a dominant force in our Qingyun city. Who would dare to offend them easily? The crowd buzzed with speculation, various theories circulating, but most felt that Chen Chen's actions were purely the result of a lapse in judgment. Meanwhile, a series of system prompts rang in Chen Chen's ears. Ding! The Brave of Healing has been triggered. Successfully. Copied target S-rank talent Archer's Focus. Archer's Focus, all your attacks will gain a 100% distance bonus. If the distance is 0, gain a 10-meter attack range and will definitely hit. Ding! The Brave of Healing has been triggered. Agility +1. The system's voice was crisp and pleasant, lifting Chen Chen's spirits. Good luck, he had successfully copied her S-rank talent in one shot. Chen Chen looked at the bewildered Linihan and swiftly moved forward. Again. Whoosh! Chen Chen's figure darted like lightning. Almost in the blink of an eye, he closed in on Linihan. Linihan's eyes widened in disbelief. She hadn't even reacted to what was happening when she felt a tremendous force strike her. Crack! That was the sound of bones shattering. The starry staff, wielding immense power, struck Linihan without any mercy. Poof! Blood gushed from Linihan's mouth as her body flew back like a kite with a severed string. She traced a tragic arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Battle ended. You have exited the combat space. The systems prompt sounded, announcing the conclusion of the battle. Linihan's body was forcibly teleported out of the combat barrier. The other two heavily armored warriors, it seemed, had also been dealt with at some point and were sent out of the battle barrier. Only Qin Shan remained, standing quietly in place. The surroundings were silent, everyone stunned by this sudden turn of events. They gaped, eyes wide, unable to believe what they were seeing. Is it over? One hit? Just one hit? I can't be seeing this wrong, right? That's the young lady of the Lin family. An S-class professional elf hunter. What kind of monster is this guy? The voices of the onlookers shifted from initial shock to incredulous exclamations. All eyes were fixed on Qin Shan as if trying to see through him. They simply could not comprehend how someone who appeared so ordinary in a support role could possess such terrifying combat power. This completely overturned their understanding. Could it be he was hiding his strength? That's impossible, right? There must be a limit to hiding strength. This is just overwhelming. Could this guy be a peerless genius secretly cultivated by some big family? Various speculations and discussions arose among the crowd, but no one could provide a definitive answer. Qin Shan's strength had surpassed their comprehension. At this moment, however, Qin Shan felt exceptionally calm. He slowly put away the starry staff, his face showing no signs of pride. To him, this was merely an insignificant battle. Done. Time to wrap up. With that, Qin Shan intended to turn and leave, but just as he turned, a sharp sound of air being sliced open rang out, and a sharp arrow shot straight towards him. Whoosh! The piercing sound tore through the silence, a glimmering arrow, like a venomous snake striking, aimed for Qin Shan's back. Watch out, madman! Not far away, Zhang Kai's eyes widened in horror as he let out a terrified roar. He wanted to rush over to help, but as a life profession, he simply couldn't move that fast. Qin Shan snorted coldly, a disdainful curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Guardian of the Wind. Almost at the moment the arrow was about to hit, a layer of green wind shield appeared out of nowhere, enveloping Qin Shan entirely. Crack! The arrow struck the wind shield fiercely, producing a crisp shattering sound, the arrow breaking apart inch by inch, turning to dust and dissipating in the air. Immediately after, under the effect of the Guardian of the Wind, a visible wave of air surged outwards from Qin Shan, rapidly expanding in all directions. This wave of air was the rebound damage from the Guardian of the Wind, and this rebounding wave rushed back towards the direction from which the arrow had come, where Linihan was located, howling away. Ah, no! Linihan, who had already fallen to the ground, now had her pupils constrict in terror, letting out a piercing scream. She never expected that the arrow she had stealthily shot would bounce back at her. What made her even more desperate was that due to her earlier defeat in the PK, her current state was terrible, her health barely restored, and she simply couldn't withstand the rebound attack. If it hit her, she would definitely die. Qin Shan, how dare you? I am the young lady of the Lin family. If you dare to kill me, the entire Yang city will accompany me to the grave. Linihan's voice was sharp and twisted, filled with deep fear and threat. She tried to use her family's power to intimidate Qin Shan, hoping to buy herself a chance of survival. However, Qin Shan's gaze showed no fluctuation, as indifferent as a block of ancient ice. He slowly raised his head, looking at the figure about to be engulfed by the wave of air. At this critical moment, a shadow flashed like a ghost, blocking in front of Linihan. The shadow extended a hand, casually waving it, dispersing the surging wave of air. The wave of tension dissipated, and the surroundings returned to calm, leaving only Linihan's heavy breathing and the sound of people around her gasping in shock. Miss, are you alright? A deep, hoarse voice emerged, laced with concern. Linihan, still shaken, lifted her head and, upon seeing the newcomer, a surge of wild joy washed over her pale face. Uncle Wang, you finally came. Her voice trembled with the desperation of someone clinging to a lifeline. The man referred to as Uncle Wang was a middle-aged man, dressed in black, tall and robust, with a stern face and sharp eyes like a hawk. Are you alright? How could you be alright? Uncle Wang, if you hadn't come, I would have been beaten to death. You must help me kill him. Avenge me. Linihan's voice was sharp and twisted, filled with the relief of survival and deep resentment. She clutched the hem of Uncle Wang's clothing tightly, as if afraid he would leave her. The man known as Uncle Wang gently patted Linihan's head, his eyes filled with affection. Alright, I will help the young lady get her revenge. His tone was calm, as if he were discussing something trivial. The middle-aged man slowly stood up, his tall figure resembling an iron tower, exuding a strong sense of oppression. He turned to face Qin Shan, his gaze instantly turning icy, like a predator locking onto its prey. You dare to lay a hand on the young lady of the Lin family, you have sealed your own fate. Prepare to pay the price for your recklessness. The middle-aged man's voice was low and hoarse, each word seeming to be squeezed from the depths of his throat, laden with murderous intent. Upon hearing this, Qin Shan's expression showed no change. Even if Yang City is small, it is still the main city of the Dragon Kingdom. You dare to kill? Chen Shen's demeanor was calm, his tone indifferent, as if stating a simple fact. He slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before him, devoid of fear, only a cold indifference that seemed to see through everything. Just an ant. Killing you is nothing. Yang City wouldn't offend the Lin family over such an insignificant creature. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, his tone filled with disdain and arrogance. His eyes were icy, as if he had already regarded Chen Shen as a dead man. To him, Chen Shen's life or death was merely a matter of his word, hardly worth mentioning. The atmosphere instantly became tense, oppressive enough to make it hard to breathe. The air around seemed to freeze, all eyes focused on Chen Shen and the middle-aged man, waiting for the impending clash. Just then, a powerful voice suddenly broke the heavy silence. Wang Xing, you really think too highly of yourself, don't you? You're just a dog of the Lin family. The voice was loud and authoritative, carrying an undeniable momentum. Do you really think there's no one in Yang City? Not to mention Chen Shen, even an ant. You can't just kill it because you say so. As the words fell, an elderly man dressed in traditional attire, tall and sturdy, with a resolute face and neatly combed gray hair, strode over with the confidence of a dragon and tiger. Each of his steps seemed to resonate with the heartbeat of those around him, making them involuntarily tense. As soon as the old man spoke, the previously tense atmosphere shifted subtly. Wang Xing, the middle-aged man in black, whose eyes had been sharp and filled with murderous intent, now looked as if a bucket of cold water had extinguished his flames, instantly retracting all his ferocity. He leaned slightly forward, his once upright posture now somewhat hunched. I pay my respects to Lord Gu. Wang Xing bowed respectfully to the old man, his voice low and humble, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogant demeanor, as if he were a completely different person. Although he was a master invited by the Lin family and usually ran rampant in Yang City, no one dared to provoke him. But deep down, he knew he was merely a helper for the Lin family. To put it bluntly, he was just a dog. He could rely on the Lin family's power to bully others, even looking down on some small families in Yang City. However, when facing Lord Gu, he had no choice but to bow his head. Because Lord Gu represented not just himself, but the official power of the entire Yang City, embodying the will of the state. It was one thing for him to be a mere helper of the Lin family. Even the head of the Lin family would have to show respect in front of Lord Gu, not daring to act with any arrogance. Wang Xing, do you still see me as the city lord? Lord Gu snorted coldly, his gaze sharp as a knife, staring directly at Wang Xing, his tone filled with authority and dissatisfaction. Although his hair was graying, he was spirited, his eyes blazing, and the aura he exuded made it hard for others to look him in the eye. Wang Xing's forehead broke out in fine beads of sweat. He knew that Lord Gu was genuinely angry. Lord Gu, please calm your anger. I had no such intention. It's just that this brat attacked the young lady of the Lin family, and in a moment of desperation, Wang Xing hurriedly explained, trying to shift the blame onto Chen Chen. Desperation? I see you've grown accustomed to bullying others with the Lin family's power, truly thinking you can act with impunity? Lord Gu mercilessly interrupted Wang Xing, his tone even harsher. Let alone Chen Chen, even an ordinary person is not someone you can kill at will. Lord Gu's voice was like a hammer, each word striking Wang Xing's heart, making him feel a wave of suffocation. Yes, Lord Gu, you are right, I know I was wrong. Wang Xing nodded repeatedly, his attitude extremely humble. He understood that if he couldn't provide Lord Gu with a satisfactory explanation today, it would be difficult for him to leave unscathed. Knowing you were wrong? That's good. Lord Gu's tone softened slightly, but his gaze remained sharp. He turned to look at Chen Chen, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Chen Chen, right? You are quite impressive. Facing power, you remain neither servile nor overbearing, showing courage and spirit. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Gu. Chen Chen replied with a slight smile, maintaining his composure. His expression was calm, his tone indifferent, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. Lord Gu, what do you mean by this? Are you really going to oppose the Lin family for the sake of an ant? Linihan, who had been left out to the side, could no longer hold back and shouted sharply, her voice filled with resentment and unwillingness. She had originally thought that with Uncle Wang's arrival, she could take revenge and tear Chen Chen to pieces. But unexpectedly, Lord Gu had intervened, constantly protecting Chen Chen, which she could not tolerate. Linihan, watch your words. Lord Gu frowned, his gaze coldly directed at Lin Han. I'll say it again, Yang City is not a place where your Lin family can act recklessly. No one is above the rules and laws of the country, let alone you are just a young girl from the Lin family. Even if the head of your Lin family from the capital came personally, it wouldn't be acceptable. Linihan was intimidated by Lord Gu's imposing presence and immediately dared not speak further, only glaring at Chen Chen with a venomous look, as if she wanted to swallow him whole. Seeing this, Wang Xing quickly stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Linihan. He knew that although Linihan was the young lady of the Lin family, she was still young and impetuous, lacking the understanding of restraint. If she continued to speak, it would likely provoke Lord Gu even more, making the situation even harder to resolve. Lord Gu, the young lady is ignorant, please don't hold it against her, Wang Xing said in a low and submissive tone. Ignorant? I see she is just spoiled and truly thinks she can act without restraint. Gu Chengju let out a cold snort, clearly having a very poor impression of Lin. Han. Gu Chengju, today's matter is our fault. I apologize on behalf of the young lady, Wang Xing said, taking a deep breath and bowing slightly. However, it is also a fact that this brat injured the young lady, you see. What do you want? Gu Chengju asked. This. Wang Xing was momentarily at a loss for words. He had originally intended to have Gu Chengju punish Chen Chen, but it was clear now that this was impossible. Gu Chengju, this brat not only injured me but also spoke disrespectfully, insulting the Lin family. You can't just let this go. Seeing Wang Xing silent, Linihan couldn't help but interject. Shut up. Wang Xing snapped, glaring fiercely at Linihan. He really wanted to slap this fool to death. Couldn't she see that Gu Chengju had no intention of holding Chen Chen accountable? Gu Chengju, how about this? Let this brat apologize to the young lady, and we can let this matter go. Wang Xing pondered for a moment and proposed a compromise. Apologize? Chen Chen's voice was not loud, but it carried an indescribable disdain, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. If anyone should apologize, it should be her to me, right? Not to mention, it seems she was the one who struck first. I merely used a shield skill. For self-defense, what? Is protecting oneself now considered a mistake? Wang Xing's face stiffened. He hadn't expected Chen Chen to show them no respect at all. In front of Gu Chengju, he didn't dare to act rashly, but he couldn't bring himself to bow to an ant. Chen Chen looked at the two of them and was too lazy to continue entangling with them. I'm not interested in your apology. An insincere apology is meaningless. Just don't bother me in the future, Chen Chen said. His tone devoid of any ripples, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. He couldn't even be bothered to glance at Linihan and Wang Xing. Such clowns weren't worth his time. Upon hearing this, Wang Xing's taut nerves finally relaxed, feeling a sense of relief. He had been worried that Chen would be relentless, but it seemed he had overthought it. In that case, we'll take our leave, Wang Xing said, seeing that Linihan was about to speak again, and quickly interrupted her. Gu Chengju, we are leaving now. We will visit again another day. After saying this, he gave Linihan no chance to react, directly pulling her away and leaving without looking back. The speed was almost faster than fleeing for one's life. Linihan struggled all the way but couldn't break free from Wang Xing's grip, so she could only let him drag her away, continuously shouting sharp insults, but her voice grew fainter, eventually disappearing into the crowd. Chen Chen watched the two of them flee in embarrassment, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He then turned around to look at Gu Chengju, who had been standing silently to the side. He had to admit that Gu Chengju had a strong presence. Although his demeanor was kind, he exuded an air of authority in every gesture, making it hard for anyone to underestimate him. Even though Chen Chen felt somewhat puzzled about Gu Chengju's act of helping him, he still expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Gu Chengju, for helping me out. Chen Chen slightly inclined his body, his tone sincere. No matter Gu Chengju's motives, at least he had indeed helped him avoid trouble just now. It doesn't count as helping out. These young masters from wealthy families are really becoming more and more audacious. I need to give them a good talking to another day. Gu Chengju waved his hand, a warm smile appearing on his face. Chen Chen did not respond, merely listening quietly. He knew that Gu Chengju's words were not only meant for Linihan but also for someone like him, a rising star. Gu Chengju turned to look at Chen Chen, his eyes carrying a hint of appreciation. As for you, at such a young age, you possess such courage and spirit. That's impressive. Chen Chen scratched his head and smiled a bit shyly. Lord City Master, you flatter me. I'm just someone who stands upright and isn't afraid of shadows. May I ask what brings you here? He didn't believe that someone as important as City Master Gu would come to find him for no reason. Me? Of course, I'm here to find you. City Master Gu looked at Chen Chen with a smile, his tone carrying a hint of warmth. You broke the record for our Yang City Novice Secret Realm yesterday. I wanted to talk to you right away, but who would have thought you left the city immediately? So, upon hearing you were back, I came as soon as I could. City Master Gu's words surprised Chen Chen. He hadn't expected that breaking a record would attract the attention of the top authority in Yang City. It was just a record. There was no need for you to come in person, right? A glimmer of caution flashed in Chen Chen's eyes. Although he didn't think such a big shot could gain anything from him in this world of the survival of the fittest, it was better to be careful. City Master Gu's smile widened and his eyes revealed unabashed admiration. You cleared a hell-level dungeon, and you led the second place by nearly 30 minutes. Not to mention, you did it with just a two-person team. A spark of brilliance flickered in City Master Gu's eyes as he continued. Don't think you can use Su Jiner as an excuse. I know how strong a flame soul sorcerer is. An SS-level profession is indeed powerful, but even with the best equipment, it's impossible to clear that secret realm in such a short time. Chen was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected City Master Gu to understand his situation so thoroughly. He had initially wanted to use Su Jiner's formidable strength as a cover, but it seemed he couldn't fool this astute City Master. From this perspective, the only variable here is you, little guy. Although City Master Gu's words were plain, they carried an undeniable affirmation. Chen Chen's heart tightened. He knew he had truly caught the attention of this ruler of Yang City. You overpraise me, Lord City Master. I just had a bit of luck, Chen Chen humbly replied, while secretly observing City Master Gu's reaction. He didn't want to attract unnecessary trouble due to a moment of overconfidence. Luck? City Master Gu smiled meaningfully. Luck is also a part of strength, but more importantly, it's the potential hidden behind that luck that you possess. He paused, his tone becoming serious. Young man, I hope you understand that in this world, while talent and strength are important, how you utilize them is even more crucial. Chen Chen nodded, indicating his agreement. City Master Gu's words felt like both a warning and an expectation. Lord City Master, I understand everything you've said, and I will keep it in mind, Chen Chen responded sincerely. City Master Gu nodded in satisfaction, then shifted the topic with a hint of consideration in his tone. However, the big exam starts tomorrow. Do you have confidence in securing the top spot in the province? Upon hearing this, Chen Chen felt confident in his abilities, but he couldn't boast about it. He chuckled foolishly and scratched his head. Lord City Master, you're joking. I'm just a healing support. How could the top spot possibly be mine? Chen Chen's humility only made City Master Gu's satisfaction grow. He stroked his beard, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. If the Lin family can recognize the uniqueness of a healing sorcerer, then how could this old man not know? City Master Gu paused, his gaze piercing as he stared at Chen Chen. Moreover, your profession is likely even more special than those healing sorcerers recorded. Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. He did not expect the City Lord Gu to see so much. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. I am unclear about the meaning of your words, City Lord. City Lord Gu laughed heartily, his voice booming, causing Chen Chen's eardrums to tingle slightly. Little fellow, follow me. After saying this, City Lord Gu turned and walked away, his step steady, showing no signs of old age. Chen watched the City Lord's back, his mind racing with thoughts. What exactly did this top figure of Yang City want to do? Was his visit a blessing or a curse? Questions swirled in Chen Chen's mind, but he still took a step forward, closely following behind. Now, I am the fish on the chopping board, and I can only take it one step at a time. Chen Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the unease in his heart, and quickened his pace to catch up. The two of them walked through several corridors and arrived at a spacious room. The room was simply furnished, with a table, a few chairs, and a large map of Yang City hanging on the wall. City Lord Gu walked to the table and gestured for Chen Chen to sit down. Chen Chen complied but kept his gaze fixed on City Lord Gu. He wanted to see what this City Lord was really up to. City Lord Gu poured 2 cups of tea and pushed 1 cup in front of Chen Chen. Try this, it's the specialty Young Miss tea from Yang City. Refreshing and invigorating. Chen Chen picked up the teacup, took a gentle sip, and the fragrance of the tea filled his senses. It was slightly bitter at first but sweet in the aftertaste. Mental value +1. A prompt suddenly appeared before Chen Chen's eyes, and he was momentarily stunned. This tea could actually increase mental attributes? Chen Chen was surprised but maintained a calm expression. He set down the teacup and looked at City Lord Gu, waiting for him to continue. City Lord Gu looked at Chen Chen, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Good tea, Chen Chen commented lightly as a response. City Lord Gu smiled and did not linger on this topic, directly changing the subject. Little fellow, do you know that this year's major exam is different from previous years? Different? Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion crossing his face. He certainly knew that this year's major exam was different because he had come back from the future. But at this moment, he had to pretend to be completely unaware. City Lord Gu nodded, his smile fading slightly, replaced by seriousness. That's right. This year's major exam is indeed very different from previous years. He paused, seemingly organizing his words. I cannot tell you the specifics right now. It's the rule. City Lord Gu's voice was low, carrying a hint of mystery. However, I can tell you that this year's major exam will be more brutal and more important. Chen Chen listened quietly, not interrupting. He knew that since City Lord Gu had brought it up, he would finish his thoughts. Sure enough, City Lord Gu took a deep breath and continued. This major exam not only concerns your personal future but also the future of our Yang City. His voice suddenly rose, carrying an indescribable pressure. It even concerns the future of the entire Dragon Country. The future of Yang City? The future of the Dragon Country? Chen murmured, his brow furrowed, his eyes filled with confusion and shock. He simply could not connect a high school exam with the future of Yang City or even the entire Dragon Country. Wasn't that a bit exaggerated? How come he didn't know about this in his past life? Was it because he was too incompetent back then to be aware of it? City Lord Gu seemed to see through Chen Chen's confusion. He did not explain directly but continued. I know you have many questions right now, but there are some things you are not yet suited to know. However, I can assure you that everything I have said is true. City Lord Gu's voice was deep and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. Chen Chen fell silent. He knew that with City Lord Gu's identity and status, there was no need to deceive him. But what secret is hidden behind this? Isn't Jeaner an SS-level professional? Isn't she considered a top talent? Chen Shen couldn't help but ask, trying to glean more information. From Lord Gu. The Jeaner he mentioned, whose full name is Su Jin, is the young lady of the Su family, the first family in Yang City, and is recognized as the strongest genius of this generation in Yang City. When Su Jin was mentioned, a hint of helplessness appeared on Lord Gu's face. That little girl from the Su family indeed has extraordinary talent. Given time, her achievements are limitless. It's just a pity. Lord Gu shook his head and sighed. She is from the Su family in the capital and doesn't count as one of us from Yang City. Chen Shen was taken aback, realizing that although Su Jin grew up in Yang City, she indeed belonged to the main branch of the Su family in the capital. So, I'm worried, old man. Lord Gu slapped the table, his voice tinged with urgency. In this generation of Yang City, apart from you, I can't find anyone capable. So, would you be willing to help me? Lord Gu's gaze was intense as he stared at Chen. Chen, his eyes filled with expectation. This help won't affect you at all. Regardless of whether I ask you to help or not, you will still face the big exam with all your might. But I still want to invest a little in you, this rising star. Chen Shen's mind raced. Lord Gu's meaning was clear. He hoped Chen Shen could bring glory to Yang City in this big exam. And his so-called investment was clearly a gesture of goodwill towards Chen Shen, as well as a means of drawing him in. Investment? Chen Shen raised an eyebrow, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. You mean if I accept your investment, I have to join the Gu family? In Chen Shen's understanding, a big figure like Lord Gu must have a huge family force behind him. His mention of investment was likely an attempt to recruit Chen Shen under his banner. Upon hearing this, Lord Gu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, his voice booming and causing the entire room to resonate. You little brat, you really don't understand our dragon country at all. Once his laughter subsided, Lord Gu looked at Chen Shen, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. We, the city lords, have no families or forces. We represent only one thing, and that is the dragon country. Chen Shen's pupils slightly constricted, his gaze shifting from Lord Gu's lightly smiling face to the cup of tea in front of him, which had already cooled slightly. The surface of the tea rippled gently in small circles, as if reflecting the turmoil within his heart at that moment. Since you have no intention of recruiting me, what is it that you specifically sought me out for? Chen Shen's voice was soft, but each word seemed to be carefully considered, carrying a steadiness that was not typical for his age. What exactly is Lord Gu up to? Offering kindness without reason, it must be either deceit or theft. He had never heard of such a thing in his past life. Chen Shen's mind raced, trying to find clues in Lord Gu's words. Lord Gu did not answer immediately. Instead, he picked up the teacup and took a gentle sip, as if savoring the aftertaste of the tea, or perhaps weighing his words. I just want to improve my political achievements. Lord Gu set down the teacup, his tone casual as if discussing the weather. But Chen Shen knew that things were definitely not that simple. Improve political achievements? Chen Shen raised an eyebrow, repeating it with a hint of doubt and inquiry in his tone. Are you referring to the big exam? A flash of insight struck Chen Shen instantly, connecting Lord Gu's words with the earlier mentions of the future of Yang City and the future of the Dragon Country. Lord Gu chuckled lightly, nodding, a hint of unmasked bitterness in his smile. The results of each main city's big exam are linked to the allocation of city resources. You should know that, right? Chen Shen nodded. He was aware of this. The resources of the Dragon Kingdom are limited, and to encourage the development of each city, resources are allocated every year based on the results of the major examination. The better the results, the more resources are obtained, and vice versa. Our Yang City has been at the bottom of the major examination for several consecutive years. The voice of Mayor Gu carried a hint of helplessness and fatigue as he spoke slowly, each word feeling like a heavy stone pressing on his heart. Resources are dwindling year by year, and talent is withering away year by year. He raised his head, looking at Chen Shen, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Moreover, this year's major examination is more important than in previous years, much more important. So, no matter what, I need a seed. A hope. Mayor Gu said, his gaze towards Chen Shen brimming with expectation. Hearing this, Chen Shen understood the reason why Mayor Gu sought him out. After pondering for a moment, he voiced his confusion again. But, Mayor, is it a bit hasty to believe in my potential and talent just because of the record-breaking achievement in the secret realm? Mayor Gu's smile grew wider, as if he had anticipated Chen Shen's question. He gently shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of mystery. I naturally have other channels to confirm the information. As for the specifics, I'm sorry, I promised that person to keep it confidential, so I can't tell you for now. Chen Shen furrowed his brows, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. This Mayor Gu always spoke half-truths, leaving people feeling anxious yet helpless. If it's just this matter, there's no need for you to come see me in person, right? What exactly do you want me to do? Chen Shen slightly lowered his head, his fingers gently tracing the edge of the teacup, his tone laced with helplessness and confusion. He still couldn't figure out what kind of scheme Mayor Gu was concocting. Actually, you don't need to do anything. I've just formed a small team for you. Mayor Gu looked at Chen Shen's contemplative expression, his smile growing even broader as he spoke slowly, his tone relaxed. Although they aren't as powerful as you, they are still the best talents among this year's job changers in Yang City who are on par with you. Mayor Gu paused, seemingly giving Chen Chen time to digest the information. With just 1 day left before the major examination, you can go brush up on some dungeons and get a little familiar with each other. As he spoke, Mayor Gu directly took out a scroll and a staff from his system backpack, gently placing them on the table. The scroll was entirely golden, adorned with intricate magical patterns, emitting a faint glow. The staff, made of an unknown metal, was embedded with a brilliant gem, shimmering with colors that clearly indicated it was no ordinary item. This is a golden level dungeon teleportation scroll, around level 15, and can be used twice, Mayor Gu introduced, pointing at the scroll, then gestured towards the staff. And this is a golden level staff specifically for healing professions. Consider it my investment in you. What do you think? After finishing, Mayor Gu picked up the teacup and took a gentle sip, his eyes filled with anticipation as he quietly awaited Chen Chen's reaction. Chen Chen's gaze swept over the scroll and the staff, his mind racing with calculations. A golden level dungeon scroll. This is a good item, something that can't be bought on the market, only available through official channels. A golden level dungeon around level 15 might be slightly low for him, but the benefits brought by the golden level would be enough to bridge that gap. As for the golden level staff, it's a must-have for healers, and it would be a problem to refuse it. Moreover, this staff was personally given by Mayor Gu, which meant its significance was far more than just an item. This represents the importance that Lord Gu places on this matter, as well as the resource allocation from Yang City. Chen Chen raised his head and looked at Lord Gu, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. I appreciate Lord Gu's goodwill. However, regarding the members of this team, Chen Chen did not finish his sentence, but the meaning was already clear. He needed to know who his teammates were, their strength, and whether they could be trusted. After all, in a dungeon, where situations can change in an instant, an unreliable teammate could very well endanger everyone. You can rest assured about this, their strength will definitely not hold you back. Lord Gu seemed to have anticipated Chen Chen's question, smiling slightly and speaking confidently. Chen Chen frowned slightly. He did not doubt Lord Gu's judgment, but in team formation, mere strength is not enough. The tacit understanding and cooperation between teammates, as well as whether their personalities mesh, will directly affect the team's combat effectiveness. Lord Gu, you also know that in the dungeon, dangers abound. If teammates cannot trust each other and cannot cooperate seamlessly, it can easily lead to. Chen Chen paused, not wanting to finish the thought, but the underlying concern was evident. Lord Gu laughed heartily, as if he had expected Chen Chen to ask this. You can rest easy. The few students I selected are not only strong but also, well, how should I put it, they are all quite individualistic young people. As Lord Gu said this, there was a hint of amusement in his tone. There may be some minor frictions and small conflicts among them, but that can actually stimulate their fighting spirit and help them grow faster. Listening to Lord Gu's words, Chen Chen felt a bit uneasy. Young people with individuality? That sounds nice, but to put it bluntly, isn't that just a group of troublemakers? Ahem, Lord Gu, when you say individuality, what exactly do you mean? Chen Chen asked tentatively, needing more specific information. Lord Gu smiled mysteriously and slowly revealed a few names. Lin Yuan, Li Wanner, Li Guan, and Su Muqing. Upon hearing these names, Chen Chen's brows instantly furrowed into a shape. Lin Yuan, Li Wanner, Li Guan, Su Muqing. Who are these people? Lin Yuan, the young master of the Lin family in Yang City, has decent talent, but his personality is extremely arrogant, looking down on everyone. Li Wanner and Li Guang are siblings from the Li family in Yang City. Li Wanner has exceptional talent and is a rare ice mage, but her personality is extremely cold, keeping strangers at bay. As for Li Guang, he is the younger brother of the previous Li Guang, and with that connection, he would definitely not look favorably upon Chen Chen. And Su Muqing, the young lady of the Su family in Yang City, has decent talent and strength, but she is spoiled and appears very timid under the pressure of Su Jiner, often crying at the slightest provocation. Chen Chen felt his temples throb. What kind of team is Lord Gu putting together for him? Is he supposed to tackle dungeons or play the role of a babysitter? With these people together, it would be a miracle if they didn't end up fighting. Lord Gu, are you sure they can cooperate well with me? Chen Chen's voice was a bit dry. He simply could not imagine the scene of him entering a dungeon with these people. Ha, young people, a little friction is normal. I believe that with your strength and charm, you will definitely win them over, Lord Gu said with a smile, seemingly full of confidence in Chen Chen. Besides, isn't there a golden level dungeon scroll? With that in hand, no matter how dissatisfied they are, they will have to listen to you. Lord Gu pointed to the scroll on the table, his tone laced with temptation. Chen Chen looked at the golden scroll, feeling a mix of emotions. A golden level dungeon scroll is indeed a great temptation, but to go into a dungeon with these problematic youths. Chen Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the helplessness in his heart. Lord Gu, can I meet them first? Chen Chen asked, needing to see for himself what these people were like. Of course, they are waiting outside, Lord Gu said, clapping his hands. The door was pushed open and 4 figures walked in. At the forefront was a tall, stern-looking young man dressed in a black mage robe, his gaze sharp as an eagle, Lin Yuan. Following closely were a young man and woman. The man was handsome but wore a look of impatience, while the woman, clad in an ice blue mage robe, had a delicate face but an indifferent expression. Li Guang and Li Wan are siblings. Bringing up the rear was a petite girl with a sweet appearance, dressed in a pink mage robe, her eyes showing a hint of timidity, Su Muqing. As soon as the four entered, their gazes landed squarely on Chen Chen. Lin Yuan's eyes held a hint of scrutiny and disdain. Li Guang's gaze was filled with hostility and provocation. Li Waner's expression remained cold, seemingly indifferent to everything. Su Muqing's eyes flickered, avoiding direct contact with Chen Chen. Observing their reactions, Chen Chen felt even more helpless. This team, can they really make it? Chen Chen, these are the teammates I've selected for you, Lord Gu introduced. With a smile. You all should get to know each other. Lin Yuan spoke first, his voice deep and indifferent. I am Lin Yuan, a thunder swordsman. Li Waner, frost walker. Li Waner's voice was cool and concise. Li Guang, berserker. Li Guang's tone carried a hint of arrogance and disdain. Su Muqing, elemental archer. Su Muqing's voice was barely audible, her head bowed low, almost afraid to look up. Watching their self-introductions, Chen Chen felt a wave of powerlessness. This team is simply a disaster. Ahem, I am Chen Chen, a restoration mage, Chen Chen said, forcing the words out, already sensing that the upcoming dungeon journey would be a bloody storm. Restoration mage? Li Guang scoffed upon hearing Chen Chen's profession. Lord Gu, are you mistaken? Didn't you say we don't need support? Isn't this just dragging us down? Li Guang's voice was filled with doubt and dissatisfaction. Although Lin Yuan and Li Waner didn't speak, their expressions indicated their discontent with Chen Chen's profession. Su Muqing still kept her head down, not daring to voice any opinion. Seeing their reactions, Chen Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. As expected, these people didn't take him, a support, seriously at all. Li Guang, don't be rude. Lord Gu reprimanded sharply, stopping Li Guang's questioning. Chen Chen's strength far exceeds your imagination. Teaming up with him will only bring benefits, not drawbacks. Lord Gu's words made Li Guang's expression even darker. Lord Gu, that's a bit exaggerated, isn't it? He's just a support, how strong can he be? Could it be that he is stronger than us combat professions? Li Guang's voice was filled with defiance. Whether he's stronger or not, we'll find out by trying. Chen Chen snorted coldly, he was not a soft persimmon to be squeezed. Since these people looked down on him, he would show them that a support could also carry the whole team. Alright, then let's give it a try. A glint of excitement flashed in Li Guang's eyes, he had long wanted to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Lord Gu, what do you think? Li Guang looked at Lord Gu, seeking his opinion. Gu Chengzhu smiled slightly and nodded. Since you all say so, then let's have a spar. However, let's keep it light and not hurt our feelings. Gu Chengzhu's words made Li Guang even prouder. Don't worry, Gu Chengzhu, I know how to control my strength. As Li Guang spoke, he directly took out a huge battle axe from his system backpack and walked towards Chen Chen. Kid, are you ready? I want you to know what true power is. Li Guang's voice was filled with provocation and threat. Chen Chen looked at Li Guang's arrogant demeanor, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. I'm ready whenever you are. Chen Chen said, his voice calm and indifferent, as if he didn't take Li Guang seriously at all. Good. You've got guts. Li Guang roared, swinging the battle axe as he charged towards Chen Chen. Li Guang's massive body was like a small mountain, whipping up a strong wind, the battle axe slicing through the air with a piercing whistle aimed directly at Chen Chen's head. Be careful. Gu Chengzhu's voice rang out from a distance, tinged with concern. No matter how powerful Chen Chen was, he was just a magic-type support. How could he possibly contend with a warrior? However, Chen Chen stood still, unmoving, as if he were stunned with fear. Li Waner and Lin Yuan exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of disdain in each other's eyes. Is he really scared? What a waste. Li Guang felt even more triumphant, as if he could already see Chen Chen being split in half by his axe. Die! Li Guang roared, adding more force to the battle axe in his hand. Just at that critical moment, Chen Chen moved. He slightly turned his body, evading Li Guang's powerful strike at an incredible angle. The battle axe grazed the edge of Chen Chen's clothes and crashed heavily onto the ground. Boom! A loud sound echoed as the ground was smashed into a large pit, debris flying everywhere. Li Guang was startled by his missed attack. He hadn't expected Chen Chen to dodge it. Interesting. Li Guang grinned maliciously, swinging the battle axe again as he swept towards Chen Chen. Chen Chen's footsteps changed, his figure darting like a ghost, weaving through Li Guang's attacks, narrowly avoiding each one. How is this possible? A hint of surprise flashed in Li Waner's eyes. She hadn't expected Chen Chen's movements to be so exquisite. Lin Yuan also frowned slightly, realizing he seemed to have underestimated this support. Is dodging all you can do? If you have the guts, face me head on. Li Guang, growing increasingly anxious after failing to land a hit, roared, his attacks becoming more frenzied. Chen Chen's lips curled slightly, revealing a cold smile. As you wish, Chen Chen said, lightly waving the starry staff in his hand. A flash of white light passed, and Chen Chen's figure vanished from the spot. Ha! Li Guang was taken aback, losing sight of Chen Chen. The next moment, Chen Chen appeared behind Li Guang. The starry staff sliced through the air with a whoosh, crashing down hard on Li Guang's back. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as Li Guang's massive body staggered forward a few steps, nearly falling. You! Li Guang turned around. Looking at Chen Chen in shock, he hadn't expected Chen Chen to actually hit him. Chen Chen said nothing, swinging the starry staff again. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds rang out as Li Guang was forced to retreat repeatedly, unable to fight back at all. Is this still a support? Su Muqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Waner and Lin Yuan were also completely stunned. They had never seen such a violent support. Gu Chengzhu watched the scene before him, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. I told you, Chen Chen's strength far exceeds your imagination. Li Guang was beaten to a pulp, his face bruised and battered. The anger in his heart had reached its peak. I will kill you. Li Guang roared, a powerful aura erupting from his body. Berserk! With a shout, Li Guang's body began to swell, his muscles bulging and his eyes turning blood red. Is this the berserker's rage skill? Li Waner exclaimed, not expecting Li Guang to be pushed to such an extent. In his berserk state, Li Guang's strength and speed will increase significantly. Chen Chen is in danger, Lin Yuan said solemnly, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Roar! Li Guang, now in a berserk state, let out a beast-like roar as he swung his battle axe and charged at Chen Chen once more. This time, his speed was faster, his strength greater, and his momentum even more terrifying. In his berserk state, Li Guang resembled an uncontrollable beast, the battle axe cutting through the air with a howling wind. Chen Chen narrowed his eyes, showing no sign of retreat. He knew very well that facing an enemy in such a state, merely dodging would only put him in a more passive position. The starry staff in his hand spun gently, the light on the staff becoming softer. Since you want to clash head-on, then come. Chen Chen's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable firmness. Li Guang's speed was astonishing. Almost in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Chen Chen. The battle axe, imbued with the power to split mountains, came crashing down. Chen Chen did not flinch or evade. He lightly flicked the starry staff upward. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. To everyone's surprise, the starry staff actually blocked Li Guang's battle axe. Moreover, Chen Chen's body remained completely still. A flicker of astonishment crossed Li Guang's eyes as he stared incredulously at the scene before him. How was this possible? A support character could actually use a staff to block his full-force strike in a berserk state? Not only Li Guang, but even the onlookers Li Waner, Lin Yuan, and Su Muqing were all stunned. They could not comprehend what was happening right in front of them. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in the eyes of Lord Gu, who nodded slightly, seemingly not surprised by Chen Chen's performance. Good strength, but too slow. Chen Chen's calm voice interrupted Li Guang's thoughts. Li Guang snapped back to reality, his shock quickly replaced by anger. He could not accept that he was being looked down upon by a support character. Roar! Li Guang let out another furious roar, his arm muscles bulging, veins popping, pouring all his strength into the battle axe. The light on the axe intensified, carrying a sense of destruction as it pressed down toward Chen Chen once more. Too slow. Chen Chen's voice rang out again, still so calm, so disdainful. He slightly swayed, and the starry staff traced a mysterious arc in the air. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. The starry staff struck Li Guang again, this time hitting his chest. In his berserk state, Li Guang's defense was astonishing, but he still could not withstand Chen's attack. His massive body flew backward like a kite with its string cut. Boom! Li Guang crashed heavily to the ground, creating a large crater. Dust flew up, and debris scattered. Cough cough. Li Guang struggled to get up but couldn't help coughing a few times, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He looked up at Chen Chen, his eyes filled with disbelief and a hint of fear. You. Li Guang stammered for a long time but couldn't utter a complete sentence. He simply could not understand how Chen Chen, a support character, could possess such terrifying power. Li Waner and Lin Yuan exchanged glances, both seeing deep shock reflected in each other's eyes. They finally understood why Lord Gu valued Chen Chen so highly. This assistant is simply an existence they cannot comprehend. Su Muqing's mouth fell open, completely at a loss for words. She felt as if she were dreaming. Lord Gu smiled slightly, stroking his beard, wearing an expression of everything is as expected. Chen Chen ignored the reactions of the crowd and slowly walked in front of Li Guang, looking down at him. Do you want to continue? Chen Chen asked, his tone devoid of any emotion. Li Guang looked at Chen Chen, his eyes flickering uncertainly. He wanted to keep fighting, but he had already lost the strength to continue. The time for his berserk state was almost up, and he hadn't even touched the hem of Chen Chen's clothes. Continuing would only be self-humiliation. Li Guang opened his mouth, wanting to concede, but his dignity made it hard for him to speak. Just admit defeat, Li Guang. At that moment, Li Waner's voice suddenly rang out. You've already done your best, there's no need to persist. Li Waner looked at Li Guang, her tone carrying a hint of concern. Lin Yuan also nodded, saying, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no fear of not having firewood. You lost this time, you can win back next time. Hearing Li Yuaner and Lin Yuan's words, the struggle in Li Guang's eyes intensified. He took a deep breath and finally lowered his head. I concede. The voice was low but clearly reached everyone's ears. Chen Chen nodded, not saying anything further. He turned and walked towards Lord Gu. Li Yuaner hurriedly stepped forward to support Li Guang. Are you okay? Li Yuaner asked with concern, her eyes filled with worry. Li Guang shook his head and said nothing. He watched Chen Chen's departing figure, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. There was unwillingness, anger, and admiration. Lin Yuan walked up to Li Guang, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. Don't be discouraged, Li Guang. That Chen Chen is indeed very strong. We all underestimated him. Li Guang nodded but still said nothing. He knew Lin Yuan was right. Chen Chen's strength had far exceeded their imagination. Losing this time was not unjust. Su Muqing looked at Chen Chen's back, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She suddenly felt as if she had discovered an incredible secret. Lord Gu looked at Chen Chen, his eyes filled with appreciation. Chen Chen, you did very well, Lord Gu said with a smile, his tone full of satisfaction. From now on, it's up to you. Chen Chen nodded slightly in agreement, then turned to Lin Yuan and the others, saying, gather at the instance hall in an hour, prepare to set off. After saying that, he left the room without any hesitation. Lin Yuan and the others watched Chen Chen's departing figure. Their expressions varied. Li Guang still held a hint of resentment in his eyes, but more than that, there was apprehension. Li Yuaner's gaze remained indifferent, but upon closer inspection, one could detect a hint of hidden curiosity. Su Muqing looked at Chen Chen's back with admiration, her eyes sparkling like little stars. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and said solemnly, let's go too, and prepare for what's next. After saying that, he led a few people out of the room. Lord Gu looked at the empty room, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Now, Yang City finally has hope, he murmured, his voice filled with anticipation. The four of them walked slowly out of the room, but instead of dispersing as usual to prepare for the upcoming actions, they coincidentally headed in the same direction. That was the Lin family's branch base in Yang City. Along the way, Li Guang remained immersed in the defeat he had just experienced, constantly complaining as if he wanted to pour out all his unwillingness and anger. Damn it, that Chen Chen is simply a monster. I didn't even touch the hem of his clothes, and I was not down. It's really frustrating. Support? Screw support. Which support can be this insane? Li Guang's voice was loud, filled with unwillingness and anger, even mixed with a hint of fear. Li Yuaner still wore a frosty expression, but her steps unconsciously quickened a bit. It seemed she also wanted to reach their destination as soon as possible. Su Muqing had an excited look on her face, closely following at the back of the group, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and admiration. She felt like she had discovered an incredible secret and couldn't wait to verify it. Lin Yuan walked at the front, silent, his face dark and terrifying. He knew that this matter would definitely not end so simply. Chen Chen's appearance had completely disrupted their plans, and they had to come up with a countermeasure quickly. Soon, the group arrived at the Lin family's residence. It was a vast estate with an ancient and elegant architectural style, exuding a solemn and dignified atmosphere. Unlike the simplicity and grandeur of the Sun City Lord's mansion, the Lin family's residence showcased the heritage and luxury of a prominent family. The group passed through several courtyards and arrived at the Lin family's hall. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy. Lin Yihan sat at the main seat, her face as dark as water, radiating an aura that warned others to stay away. Beside her, Li Wei sat quietly, his expression equally grim. Unlike Li Guang's straightforwardness, Li Wei's thoughts were deeper and more sinister. You met Chen Chen, right? How did it feel? Lin Yihan spoke, her voice cold and devoid of emotion. She slowly picked up her teacup, taking a gentle sip, but her gaze never left the four who had just entered. Upon hearing Lin Yihan's question, Lin Yuan, Li Yuaner, and Su Muqing all fell silent. Their eyes unconsciously fell on Li Guang. After all, among those present, only Li Guang had truly fought against Chen Chen. Li Guang felt the gaze of everyone and had no choice but to stand up with a stiff neck. He lowered his head, not daring to meet Lin Yihan's eyes, his voice tinged with a hint of guilt and unwillingness. Miss, I challenged him to a duel. The result, I lost. And I lost badly. Li Guang's voice grew lower, almost inaudible by the end. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, his body slightly trembling, seemingly still feeling ashamed of his earlier defeat. I was completely no match for him, and he toyed with me. Li Guang added, his tone filled with frustration and a barely perceptible fear. He recalled Chen Chen's nonchalant attacks, that seemingly ordinary yet containing terrifying power staff, and couldn't help but shudder. After listening to Li Guang's account, Lin Yihan did not immediately react. After all, she couldn't defeat Chen Chen either. She simply set down her teacup quietly, her gaze lingering on Li Guang for a moment before slowly turning to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, what do you think? Lin Yihan's voice remained cold, but there was a hint of inquiry in her tone. Miss, based on Li Guang's description and our observations here, we can confirm that Chen Chen's strength far exceeds our estimates. He not only possesses powerful combat skills but also has unfathomable fighting methods. A support class yet able to unleash such terrifying physical attack power. This completely defies logic. Lin Yuan's voice was deep and powerful, each word seeming to be carefully considered before being spoken. He paused for a moment and continued. Moreover, he seems to be hiding his strength. In the battle with Li Guang, he didn't use any skills, relying solely on ordinary physical attacks to completely suppress Li Guang. This indicates that his true strength might be even more terrifying. Lin Yuan's words plunged everyone present into silence. They all understood that Lin Yuan was right. Chen Chen's performance had completely exceeded their comprehension. Who exactly is this Chen Chen? Lin Yihan's voice rang out again, tinged with a hint of doubt and wariness. She lightly tapped the table, producing a rhythmic tap-tap sound, as if pondering something. Miss, based on the information we currently have, Chen Chen is just an ordinary civilian, Lin Yuan replied, his tone carrying a hint of uncertainty. Lin Yihan scoffed coldly, her voice filled with disdain. Do you really think an ordinary civilian player could accomplish these things? He either concealed his identity or he obtained some kind of special opportunity. Regardless, if he dares to refuse me, then he is courting death. A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Yihan's eyes, her tone growing even icier. Miss, what should we do? Li Wei couldn't help but ask, his tone laced with urgency. Like Lin Yihan, he also harbored a deep dislike for Chen Chen. What to do? Lin Yihan repeated Li Wei's question, her tone playful, as if to say, is that even a question? Of course, we find a way to kill him. She slowly spoke, her voice cold and resolute, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between her teeth, filled with murderous intent. A venomous light flickered in Lin Yihan's eyes. She could not forget the humiliation Chen Chen had brought her, nor could she tolerate that a waste in her eyes dared to be so arrogant. If one person can't handle him, then the four of you can. Go together. Lin Yihan said casually, as if discussing a trivial matter. To her, Chen Chen's life or death was of no importance. What mattered was her dignity, which no one could trample upon. Didn't the Lord of Yan City tell you to go into the dungeon with him? A cruel smile curled at the corners of Lin Yihan's mouth, her eyes flashing with cunning. This is a heaven-sent opportunity, she said slowly, her tone filled with calculation and anticipation. In Lin Yihan's view, within the dungeon, life and death were unpredictable. No matter how strong Chen Chen was, he was just one person, while they had four. Moreover, they were four capable professionals. As long as they employed a few tactics, Chen Chen would undoubtedly die. Lin Yihan's words sparked a glimmer of excitement in Li Wei's eyes. He had long found Chen displeasing, and now he finally had the chance to take revenge. Li Wei rubbed his fists together, eager to try, wishing he could rush into the dungeon immediately and tear Chen Chen to pieces. Lin Yuan, Li Waner, and Su Muqing did not speak, but a strange light also flickered in their eyes. Although they were wary of Chen's strength, they believed even more that the four of them working together could definitely put Chen Chen to death. After all, two fists could not fight four hands. A hero could not withstand a crowd. Moreover, the four of them were not easy opponents. Miss is brilliant, Li Wei flattered, his tone full of sycophancy. Lin Yihan ignored Li Wei's flattery. She slowly stood up, walked to the window, and gazed out at the scenery, a hint of malice flashing in her eyes. Chen Chen, aren't you quite arrogant? I want to see how long you can keep being arrogant. Lin Yihan coldly laughed in her heart, her tone filled with resentment and anticipation. She seemed to envision the scene of Chen Chen being besieged by the four of them in the dungeon, ultimately dying a miserable death on the spot. An hour passed like sand slipping through fingers, quietly fading away. Chen Chen stood quietly at the entrance of the dungeon hall, his mind already immersed in thoughts about the upcoming dungeon challenge. Soon, four familiar figures appeared in Chen Chen's line of sight. It was Li Wei, Lin Yuan, Li Waner, and Su Muqing, who had previously accepted the city lord's mission with him. The four walked side by side, their steps in sync, subtly forming a sense of encirclement. Chen Chen's brows furrowed slightly, his keen intuition told him that something was off. The way these four looked at him was completely different from before. It was a complex gaze mixed with hostility, pity, and even a hint of expectation. It was as if they had long set a trap, waiting for the prey to walk right into it. Are they planning something against me? Chen Chen pondered, silently, maintaining a calm facade. Having been reborn and experienced countless life and death situations, he had long developed a cautious nature. He would not take any potential threats lightly. Among this group, aside from the Li Waner siblings and Li Wei, the others shouldn't have any reason to be hostile towards me. Chen quickly analyzed the backgrounds and possible motives of the four. Could it be that Lin Yuan is from the Lin family, and Su Muqing is with Su Mingyu? A thought flashed through Chen Chen's mind, causing a chill to run down his spine. If that were the case, wouldn't this entire team be his enemies? With this thought, Chen Chen's gaze became sharper. He secretly circulated the magic power within him, ready to respond to any sudden situation. Although he did not fear any challenge, he would not be blindly arrogant. After all, two fists could hardly match four hands, not to mention that these four were not easy opponents. The four stopped in front of Chen Chen. Li Guan was the first to extend his hand towards Chen Chen, saying, I was wrong earlier, and I apologize. I hope we can get along harmoniously in the upcoming instance. Looking at Li Guang, who suddenly showed weakness, Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Li Guang's sudden display of goodwill made him sense a hint of conspiracy. In his past life, he might have been deceived by this hypocritical facade, but now, having lived again, he was no longer that gullible fool. Let's just forget about getting along harmoniously. Chen Chen's voice was cold, devoid of any warmth, directly rejecting Li Guang's kindness. He glanced at Li Guang, a mocking curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Aren't you afraid that your cousinly way will cause you trouble for befriending me? Besides, we are merely cooperating. After the big exam, we will be from two different worlds. Chen Chen's words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the false enthusiasm in Li Guang's eyes. Li Guang's hand froze in midair, and the smile on his face became somewhat awkward. He hadn't expected Chen Chen to be so unyielding, directly exposing his disguise. He. Li Guang chuckled dryly, trying to ease the atmosphere. Brother Chen Chen is joking. How could I have any ill intentions? Chen Chen ignored his defense, merely giving him a faint glance, his eyes carrying a hint of amusement. Is that so? A light remark from Chen Chen made Li Guang feel a prickling sensation on his back. He suppressed the unease in his heart and forced a smile. Of course, we are teammates and should help each other. Teammates? Chen Chen's lips curled slightly, sketching a mocking arc. I hope so. After saying that, Chen Chen no longer paid attention to Li Guang but turned his gaze to the other three. Lin Yuan, Li Wan'er, and Su Muqing all had different expressions at that moment. Lin Yuan frowned tightly, seemingly deep in thought, a complex look flashing in his eyes. Li Wan'er looked at Chen Chen with a worried expression, wanting to say something but hesitating. As for Su Muqing, her face was expressionless, revealing no emotional fluctuations. Chen sneered inwardly. These four indeed had their own agendas. Since everyone is here, let's prepare to enter the instance. Chen Chen broke the silence, his voice calm and indifferent, as if the earlier incident had never occurred. Li Guang watched Chen Chen turn and leave, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes, thinking to himself, let you be smug for a while, once we enter the dungeon, you'll see. The five of them entered the dungeon hall together. As soon as they stepped inside, Chen Chen immediately took out the staff given by the city lord and the dungeon scroll. An hour of preparation time might just be a moment to adjust for others, but for Chen Chen, who possessed the brave healer attribute, it was enough to bring about a dramatic change in his strength. The originally golden staff had now been upgraded to platinum by Chen Chen. Eternal Radiant Staff Grade, Platinum Level, LV20 Spirit, plus 300 Durability, 2000 Skill, Holy Surge, Active consumes 200 MP, releases Holy Radiance, restoring 300% of spirit value as health to all teammates, and additionally restoring 25% of maximum health based on the target's current health. Deals the same amount of damage to enemies, with a 70% chance to silence them for 3 seconds. CD, 45 seconds. Equipment effect, Radiant Blessing, increases the effect of all healing skills by 50% and reduces MP consumption of healing skills by 40%. Eternal Protection, whenever the staff casts a healing skill, the target receives an eternal protection effect lasting 5 seconds, restoring 2% of the target's maximum health per second, stacking up to 3 layers. The new skills and equipment effects allowed Chen's support capabilities to leap to a new level. Satisfied, he waved the staff in his hand and then turned his gaze to the four behind him. Team invitation has been sent. The system notification rang in Chen Chen's ears, and at the same time, a team invitation prompt appeared before Lin Yuan, Li Wan'er, Su Muqing, and Li Guang. The four of them hesitated for almost no time before choosing to accept. Since everyone agrees, let's set off, Chen Chen said, leading the way deeper into the dungeon hall. The other four followed closely behind. Li Guang trailed behind Chen Chen, his eyes flickering with uncertainty as he plotted something in his mind. A support class dares to be so arrogant. Just wait until we enter the dungeon, you'll have your moment to cry. Li Guang scoffed coldly in his heart, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The five soon arrived in front of a portal. It was a portal radiating golden light, clearly the entrance to a golden-level dungeon. Without any hesitation, Chen Chen opened the golden-level dungeon scroll in his hand. Buzz! The scroll instantly transformed into a stream of light, merging into the portal. The previously calm portal suddenly rippled, as if a stone had been thrown into still water. Let's go! Chen Chen's voice remained calm, as if nothing before him could stir him in the slightest. He stepped into the portal first. The other four quickly followed, disappearing into the portal. After a dizzying spin, Chen Chen found himself in an unfamiliar forest. Dungeon, Dark Forest, Golden Level, Quest, kill the boss in the depths of the forest, Dark Wolf King. Time limit, 24 hours. Current team size, 5/5. The system notification rang in Chen Chen's ears. He looked around and found himself in a dense forest. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sun, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting mottled shadows. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, mingled with a faint hint of blood. In the dark forest, a suffocating atmosphere lingered, as if something was lurking in the shadows, watching every living being that entered. Li Guang walked at the back of the group, his gaze sinister, occasionally glancing at Chen Chen ahead, calculating how to eliminate him without raising suspicion. This damned place is really uncomfortable. Li Guang deliberately broke the silence, his tone tinged with irritation. Lin Yuan turned back to look at him and said lightly, a gold-level dungeon is naturally not a safe place. Be careful, don't capsize in the gutter. Li Wanner chimed in, brother, you should tone it down, don't forget the purpose of our trip. Although she had reservations about Li Guang's plan, she ultimately chose to side with her brother. Su Muqing remained silent, closely following in the middle of the group, trying to minimize her presence. Her heart was filled with fear and unease, yet she dared not defy Su Mingyu's orders. Everyone be careful, there's movement ahead. Chen Chen suddenly stopped, his sharp gaze fixed forward. His mental acuity far exceeded that of ordinary people, allowing him to perceive subtle changes in the surrounding environment. As soon as he spoke, a rustling sound came from the bushes ahead, followed by several massive wolf-like creatures appearing in the group's line of sight. Roar! A few pitch-black giant wolves with crimson eyes suddenly leaped out from the thicket, lunging towards the group. Name: Shadow Wolf. Rank: Silver level, LV 20 HP, 5000 MP, 1000 Strength, 200 Agility, 150 Spirit, 50 Constitution, 100 Skills. Bite: Shadow Claw. Strike talent, none. Chen Chen quickly used his detection skill to gather information about the Shadow Wolves. Roar! 3 shadow wolves howled at the sky, their voices filled with a bloodthirsty desire, their crimson eyes fixed intently on the 5 people before them, as if they had spotted a delicious prey. Their sharp claws glinted coldly in the sunlight, drool dripping from their mouths, leaving corrosive marks on the ground. 3 silver-level shadow wolves. Take note. Chen Chen's voice remained calm, seemingly unfazed by the sudden attack. He quickly scanned the 3 shadow wolves, already formulating a plan in his mind. Li Guang's eyes flickered. He had initially wanted to take advantage of the shadow wolves' appearance to strike at Chen Chen, but Li Wanner, behind him, tightly grasped the hem of his shirt, her eyes conveying a warning. Li Guang cursed inwardly, having to suppress his murderous intent for the time being. He knew it wasn't the right moment yet. These small monsters don't need Brother Chen to handle them, we can take care of it. Li Guang forced down his displeasure and managed to smile. He swung his giant axe and charged at one of the shadow wolves. Lin Yuan and Li Wanner followed closely behind, each choosing their target. Su Muqing stood still, seemingly hesitant. She gripped her bow tightly, her knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. Su Muqing bit her lip, ultimately raising her bow. Flame strike. An arrow engulfed in flame shot from Su Muqing's hand, speeding towards one of the shadow wolves. The shadow wolf let out a howl of agony as flames erupted around it. Well done, Li Guang praised, swinging his giant axe even more fiercely at the shadow wolf. Lin Yuan and Li Wanner also unleashed their skills, engaging in fierce combat with the shadow wolves. For a moment, the entire forest was filled with the brilliance of skills and the roars of the shadow wolves. Chen Chen stood to the side, quietly observing the battle. He had no intention of intervening, merely watching the battle of the 4 with silent attention. His gaze was deep and calm, as if everything was under his control. After all, he was just a healer. It wasn't usually his turn to fight. These people are fairly strong, but their coordination is lacking, Chen Chen assessed inwardly. He noticed that although Li Guang was the strongest, he was somewhat impatient, attacking without any strategy. Lin Yuan was relatively calm, but his attack power was slightly insufficient. Li Wanner's frost control skills were quite impressive, but she lacked effective means of output. As for Su Muqing, she was completely slacking off, her attacks weak and without threat. However, Chen Chen had no expectations of them. He was mainly there to copy their abilities and talents, and he was indifferent to their battle situation. Roar! At that moment, a shadow wolf suddenly broke through Li Guang's defense and lunged at Su Muqing. Su Muqing's face turned pale, a flicker of terror flashing in her eyes. She instinctively wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The shadow wolf's sharp claws struck Su Muqing in an instant, but just then, Chen Chen lightly waved the eternal radiance staff in his hand. Healing spell. A surge of emerald green light erupted from the staff, instantly enveloping Su Muqing and the shadow wolf. Plus 3800. Ding! The hero of healing has successfully triggered. Talent element conversion has been copied. Element conversion: all your attacks can add attributes under your control, and the attributes can be freely converted. Triggering Dusk Impact. A series of system notification sounds rang in Chen Chen's ears. Suddenly, a wave of green light burst forth from the shadow wolf. 3000. 1500. 2 massive damage numbers floated above the shadow wolf's head. The shadow wolf let out a piercing scream, its body flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Ding! You have killed the shadow wolf. Experience plus 150. This. Su Muqing stared blankly at everything before her, her eyes filled with disbelief. She never expected that Chen Chen would step in to save her. Moreover, he had effortlessly killed a silver-level shadow wolf. Li Guang, Lin Yuan, and Li Wanner were also stunned by this sudden turn of events. They stopped their actions, staring at Chen Chen in shock. How is this possible? Li Guang's voice trembled, his eyes filled with astonishment and fear. He couldn't believe that a support class could possess such terrifying output capabilities. A flicker of horror also crossed Lin Yuan and Li Wanner's eyes. They had originally thought that Chun Shen was just an ordinary support class, not worth fearing at all, but now it seemed they were gravely mistaken. Chun Shen's strength far exceeded their imagination. What are you dazed for? Keep attacking. Chen Shen's voice rang out again, pulling the three from their shock. They snapped back to reality and hurriedly continued to fight the remaining two shadow wolves. But at that moment, their hearts were already filled with wariness towards Chen Shen paid them no further mind and turned his gaze to Su Muqing. Are you okay? His voice was soft, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Su Muqing shook her head, her voice a bit choked. I'm fine, thank you. No need to thank me, Chen Shen replied, his tone lacking any emotional color. I just didn't want to waste time. After saying that, Chen Shen turned and walked away. He stepped aside, quietly waiting for the battle to end. Su Muqing watched Chen Shen's back, her heart filled with complex emotions. Soon, the remaining two shadow wolves were also killed by Li Guang and the others. The battle ended, and the entire forest returned to tranquility. Li Guang walked up to Chen Shen, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than a cry. Brother Chen Shen, thank you so much just now. If it weren't for you, Su Muqing would probably be in danger. Chen Shen glanced at him and casually replied, we're on the same team, it's only right to help each other. Yes, we're on the same team. Lin Yuan and Li Wanner also approached. Brother Chen Shen, you were really amazing just now. I didn't expect you, as a support class, to have such strong output capability. Lin Yuan said, his tone carrying a hint of probing. It was just luck, and my attacks only work on monsters, Chen Shen said half-truthfully. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan and Li Wanner exchanged glances, a flicker of doubt passing through their eyes. Alright, let's not waste time, let's move on, Chen Shen interrupted their thoughts and took the lead into the depths of the forest. The other four exchanged glances and quickly followed. At this moment, they had developed a deep wariness towards Chen Shen. They knew that this seemingly harmless support class was definitely not someone they could provoke. The original plan would probably have to be reconsidered. This Chen Shen is surprisingly strong. It seems we need to change our plan, Li Guang whispered to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nodded, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. That's right, but we still have a chance. As long as we. Lin Yuan's voice grew lower, almost inaudible by the end. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of Li Guang and Li Wanner. They knew Lin Yuan was right. As long as they planned properly, Chen Shen would undoubtedly die. Su Muqing walked at the back of the group, her heart filled with struggle and unease. She didn't know what to do. Should she continue to participate in their plan, or betray them? Su Muqing, what are you thinking about? Li Wanner's voice suddenly rang in Su Muqing's ear. Su Muqing was startled and quickly came back to her senses. And nothing. Su Muqing's voice was a bit flustered. Li Wanner looked at her deeply and said nothing more. She knew that Su Muqing's heart had already begun to waver, but she believed that Su Muqing would ultimately make the right choice. Because they were all in the same boat. The five continued forward, each hiding their own secrets. Deep in the dark forest, sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting mottled shadows on the ground. An indescribable sense of oppression, like a spider's web, quietly wrapped around everyone's hearts. Rustle. A faint sound came from the bushes ahead, breaking the suffocating silence. The five instantly stopped, warily looking in the direction of the sound. Li Guang gripped his battle axe tightly, the veins on his muscular arms bulging, sweat trickling down his rugged cheeks. What is it? He asked in a low voice, a hint of tremor barely concealed. Lin Yuan squinted, the thunder sword in his hand crackling with dangerous arcs of electricity as he carefully observed the surroundings, trying to identify the hidden threat. I don't know, everyone be careful, Li Wanner said, her face a bit pale. She tightly gripped her staff, a cold aura swirling around her, as if ready to unleash powerful frost magic at any moment. Su Muqing stood at the back of the group, her body slightly trembling, her longbow held tightly, the arrowhead glinting with a cold light. She felt an inexplicable unease, as if something terrible was about to happen. Chen Shen stood at the front of the group, his expression still calm, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. He slightly tilted his ear, seemingly listening to something. Suddenly, he spoke. Up, it's the shadow leopards, there are quite a few of them, everyone prepare for battle. His voice was soft, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of dark figures suddenly sprang out from the bushes ahead, like phantoms pouncing towards the five. Name, Shadow Leopard. Rank, Silver level, LV 18 HP, 8000/8000 MP, 3000 Strength, 250 Agility, 300 Spirit, 110 Constitution, 100 Skills, Shadow Strike, Tear, Claw of Shadow's talent, Stealth. The shadow leopards were incredibly fast, almost instantly reaching the five. Chen Shen looked at the leopard in front of him, frowning. Level 18? Wasn't this supposed to be a level 15 dungeon? Could the dungeon level change based on the user's level? Their sharp claws sliced through the air, glinting coldly as they aimed for the vital points of the five. Be careful! Li Guang shouted angrily, swinging his battle axe fiercely, creating a gust of wind as he struck at one of the shadow leopards. Lin Yuan also swung his thunder longsword, bolts of lightning shooting from the blade, striking at the surrounding shadow leopards. Li Wan'er chanted a spell and an ice wall instantly appeared in front of her, blocking the attack of the shadow leopard. Su Muqing drew her longbow, firing arrows like shooting stars towards the shadow leopards. Chen Shen stood still, not immediately joining the fray. He quietly observed the battlefield, seemingly waiting for something. Although the shadow leopards' attacks were fierce, they struggled to gain the upper hand against the combined efforts of the five. Li Guang's battle axe was powerful, each strike pushing back the shadow leopards. Lin Yuan's thunder longsword was astonishingly powerful, each bolt of lightning dealing massive damage to the shadow leopards. Li Wan'er's frost magic effectively slowed the shadow leopards down. Su Muqing's arrows accurately struck the vital points of the shadow leopards. The battle fell into a stalemate. Suddenly, one of the shadow leopards broke through Li Guang's defense and lunged at Su Muqing. Su Muqing's face changed dramatically. She quickly retreated, trying to dodge the shadow leopard's attack. But the shadow leopard was simply too fast, and she had no time to react. Just as the shadow leopard's claws were about to reach Su Muqing, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. It was Chen Chen. He had somehow arrived in front of Su Muqing, gently waving his staff. A soft light instantly enveloped Su Muqing. Song Wolf Light Shield, a translucent shield, appeared around Su Muqing, blocking the shadow leopard's attack. Roar! The shadow leopard's claws struck hard against the Song Wolf Light Shield, producing a deafening roar, but the translucent shield remained unmoved, resilient beyond imagination. Su Muqing was still shaken, her pale face filled with fear. She could even feel the foul breath of the shadow leopard spraying onto her face. Li Guang and the others also noticed the commotion and rushed over to support Su Muqing. But there were simply too many shadow leopards, and they couldn't shake off the entanglement for the moment. Damn it, these beasts! Li Guang cursed, swinging his battle axe even more violently, sending one of the shadow leopards that attempted a sneak attack flying. Lin Yuan continuously unleashed thunder sword chi bolts of lightning exploding among the group of shadow leopards, causing widespread damage. Li Wan'er's frost magic played a crucial role as well. She kept casting ice spikes, ice walls, and other spells to slow down the shadow leopards, creating opportunities for her teammates. We can't keep going like this. We must find a way to break through. Li Wan'er's voice was somewhat anxious. Her magical energy was depleting rapidly, and she was starting to struggle. Li Guang gritted his teeth and shouted at Chen Chen, who was not far away, "What are you dawdling for? You have such strong attack power. Get moving." In response, Chen Chen chuckled. "We're here to practice coordination. If I attack, you won't have anything to do, and that would be too boring, wouldn't it? In a situation like this, what do you care about being bored or not? We're about to die." Seeing Li Guang's agitation, Chen Chen smiled helplessly and waved his staff again. Holy surge! A radiant light burst forth from the staff, instantly enveloping everyone. The warm glow washed over them, and in an instant, everyone's health points were completely restored, the previous fatigue vanishing without a trace. Not only that, thanks to the effect of Eternal Sanctuary, they also gained a continuous health regeneration. Effect. Plus 5850, plus 5850, plus 5850. A series of green numbers floated above the five's heads, indicating the healing effect of Holy Surge. What kind of healing amount is this? What kind of healing amount is this? Li Guang's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never seen such a powerful healing skill. It was simply unheard of. Lin Yuan and Li Wan'er were equally shocked, their gazes towards Chen Chen filled with confusion and astonishment. Su Muqing was so excited she couldn't speak. She felt as if she were in paradise, her whole body brimming with strength. Roar! The shadow panthers sensed the threat and let out furious roars, attacking the five even more frantically. Although Chen Chen's healing spell had an offensive effect, at this moment he turned off the residual impact. What are you dawdling for? Take the chance to counterattack. Li Guang and the others felt as if they had been granted amnesty, each one energized, as they brandished their weapons and charged towards the Shadow Panther pack. Kill! Li Guang roared, his battle axe slicing through the air with a whistling sound, as it struck a Shadow Panther on the head. 852. A massive damage number floated above the Shadow Panther's head. The unfortunate creature didn't even have time to scream before being instantly killed. Lin Yuan was equally unyielding, his longsword crackling with lightning, each swing accompanied by a deafening thunderclap. 789, 812, 795. A continuous stream of damage numbers floated up, and before Lin Yuan's thunderous sword energy, the Shadow Panthers fell like paper. Li Wan'er stood at the back of the group, continuously casting frost magic. At the tip of her staff, a crystal-clear ice shard glimmered with a cold light, and as she waved her staff, ice spikes, ice walls, and ice rings flew out, freezing, slowing, and repelling the Shadow Panthers one by one. Su Muqing finally snapped out of her shock. She drew her bow and shot arrows shimmering with elemental light, accurately targeting the vital points of the Shadow Panthers. 654, 688, 672. Although her attack power was not as high as Li Guang's and Lin Yuan's, her rapid attack frequency and the elemental damage on her arrows posed a significant threat to the Shadow Panthers. The five worked together seamlessly, their offensive like a tide, and the Shadow Panther pack, which had initially held the advantage, was actually forced back a few steps. Good. That's it. Take down all these beasts. Li Guang shouted excitedly, swinging his battle axe. With even more vigor, Chen Shen stood to the side, quietly observing everything, a slight smile on his lips. He did not attack, he only occasionally cast Howling Wolf-like shield to protect his teammates, preventing them from being instantly killed by the Shadow Panthers. Chen Shen understood very well that the reason this group was fighting so hard was partly due to the healing effect of Holy Surge, which relieved them of any worries. On the other hand, it was because they saw a glimmer of hope for victory and wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. After all, no one wanted to stay in this perilous forest for even a second longer. Moreover, they had a more important mission to complete. With this thought, Chen Shen's gaze turned cold. He wanted to see what tricks this group could pull. Roar! At that moment, a deafening roar suddenly erupted. The shadow leopards, already being beaten back by the five, suddenly seemed to go mad and charged forward again with reckless abandon. What's going on? Why have these beasts suddenly become so fierce? Li Guang's expression changed as he struggled to fend off the attacks from the shadow leopards. Lin Yuan also frowned, sensing that the strength and speed of these shadow leopards seemed to have increased significantly compared to before. Everyone be careful. These shadow leopards might be fighting for their lives. Li Wanner's voice trembled. She had already exhausted most of her magic power and her face had turned pale. Su Muqing was even more terrified, her face losing color as she struggled to steady the bow in her hands. Damn it! Have these beasts gone mad? Li Guang cursed angrily, swinging an axe to send one of the leopards flying, but immediately more shadow leopards pounced. This won't do. At this rate, we'll be worn out. Lin Yuan shouted loudly, several wounds already appearing on his body, blood staining his clothes. Chen, are you still just watching? Hurry up and take action. Li Guang looked at Chen Chen anxiously, shouting loudly. Chen Chen, however, smiled slightly and shook his head. I said, we are here to adapt, it's not my time to act yet. You! Li Guang was so furious he nearly spat blood. He wanted nothing more than to cleave this bastard in two with his axe. Roar! Just then, an even louder roar came from behind the shadow leopards. Following that, an exceptionally large shadow leopard slowly emerged. This shadow leopard was 3 meters long, its fur as black as ink, its eyes flickering with a crimson glow, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Name: Shadow Leopard King Lord Rank, Silver Level, LV 20 HP, 25,000/25,000 MP, 8,000/8,000 Strength, 350 Agility, 420 Spirit, 180 Constitution, 280 Skills, Shadow Assault, Rending Claw Strike, Shadow Roar Talent, Shadow Body, Silver Rank Lord. Li Guang and the others' faces changed drastically, exclaiming in shock. They never expected that among this group of shadow leopards, there was actually a silver rank lord hidden. It's important to note that the strength of a silver rank lord far exceeds that of ordinary silver rank monsters. Given their current state, they were no match for this shadow leopard king at all. What do we do? Are we going to die? Su Muqing's voice was tinged with tears. She had completely lost hope. Don't be afraid. We still have a chance. Li Guang gritted his teeth, forcing himself to remain calm. Chen, I know you're strong. Please help us. Li Guang looked at Chen Chen, his eyes filled with pleading. As long as you're willing to act, I promise I won't oppose you again. Lin Yuan quickly added. Chen, we were wrong before, we apologize. Li Wanner also lowered her head, her tone filled with regret. Chen looked at the group before him, a playful smile appearing on his face. He slowly raised the staff in his hand and said lightly, all right, since you all say so, I'll reluctantly take action this once. But I'm not doing it to save you. As Chen spoke, he quickly walked up to the Lord. Looking at Chen before him, Li Guang gripped the giant axe in his hands tightly, his eyes flickering, and a barely perceptible cold smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He slightly tilted his head and exchanged a glance with Lin Yuan beside him, a look that almost overflowed with the scent of conspiracy. Are you ready? Li Guang asked in a voice only they could hear. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, the thunder sword in his hand crackling with lightning, emitting a hissing sound like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, ready to deliver a fatal strike to its prey at any moment. Li Wanner's face remained pale, but her gaze had become exceptionally resolute, her grip on the staff tightening, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. Everything seemed to be proceeding according to their plan. The Shadow Leopard King moved slowly, each step felt like it was treading on the hearts of the crowd, heavy and oppressive. Its massive body resembled a moving fortress, the black fur shimmering with a cold sheen under the moonlight, its crimson eyes fixed intently on the approaching Chen, as if looking at a prey walking towards its own demise. The air was thick with the stench of blood, remnants of the previous battle, a harbinger of the slaughter to come. Chen expression remained calm, even carrying a hint of a faint smile. It was as if he did not see the murderous intent in the Shadow Leopard King's eyes, nor did he notice the strange atmosphere among the few behind him. He simply advanced slowly, the eternal radiance staff in his hand radiating a soft golden light incongruous with the bloody battlefield. As Chen observed the attributes of the Lord Monster before him, a slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. A silver-level lord was nothing more than a slightly larger experience pack for him at this moment. His gaze swept over every piece of data regarding the Shadow Leopard King, and he already had a rough plan in mind. Roar! The Shadow Leopard King seemed to sense Chen Chen's disdain and let out a deafening roar, the massive sound wave causing the surrounding leaves to tremble. It lunged at Chen Chen, its enormous claws slicing through the air with a whistling sound, aiming for the top of Chen Chen's head. Come on! Chen Chen chuckled lightly, stepping forward instead of retreating, his figure flashing as he directly met the Shadow Leopard King's attack. Just as the claws of the Shadow Leopard King were about to strike Chen Chen, his figure suddenly vanished. Gale! Step! Chen Chen's figure reappeared beside the Shadow Leopard King, the Eternal Radiant Staff in his hand swinging down decisively towards the leopard's waist. However, just as Chen Chen's attack was about to land, ding! Your teammate Li Guang has left the party. Ding! Your teammate Li Waner has left the party. Ding! Your teammate Lin Yuan has left the party. A series of system notifications rang out like cold blades slicing through Chen Chen's previously calm heart. He didn't even turn back. The golden light from the Eternal Radiant Staff illuminated the mocking curve at the corner of his mouth. Heh, just as I thought. Chen sneered, his voice laced with sarcasm as if he had anticipated all of this. He didn't even look back at those former teammates behind him, for he knew that from the moment they chose betrayal, they were no longer teammates but enemies. At the same time, the attacks coming from behind Chen Chen had already reached him. Li Guang's giant axe, with the might to split mountains and shatter stones, swung fiercely towards Chen Chen's back. Lin Yuan's thunder sword, flashing with blinding lightning, struck directly at Chen Chen's heart like a venomous snake's fangs. Li Waner's staff also condensed into a cold ice spike, shooting towards the back of Chen Chen's head. 3 different attacks came from 3 different directions simultaneously, sealing off all of Chen Chen's escape routes. At the same time, the Shadow Leopard King launched an attack on Chen Chen, as if it had coordinated with Li Guang and the others, all attacking Chen Chen together. From all directions, the killing intent was chilling. Yet, Chen Chen laughed, a scornful, unrestrained laugh. He didn't even raise an eyelid, as if the attacks coming from behind were merely a gentle breeze, not worth mentioning. Swish! Li Guang's giant axe, accompanied by a fierce wind, was about to cleave Chen Chen in half. Lin Yuan's thunder sword, crackling with electric light, struck towards Chen Chen's heart like a venomous snake. Li Waner's ice spike, exuding a bone-chilling cold, headed straight for the back of Chen Chen's head. The Shadow Leopard King's massive claws, carrying a bloody wind, descended from above. Any one of these 4 attacks would be enough to instantly kill an ordinary player. Not to mention, they were all coming at once. However, at this critical moment, Chen Chen moved. He didn't dodge or defend. He simply took a gentle step forward. Just one step. Li Guang's giant axe stopped half an inch from Chen Chen's back, unable to advance any further. Lin Yuan's thunder sword struck empty air, the lightning dissipating. Li Waner's ice spike shattered just a finger's breadth from the back of Chen Chen's head. The Shadow Leopard King's claws slammed into the ground, creating a deep pit, dust flying everywhere. All the attacks missed. The onlookers were filled with disbelief as they witnessed Chen Chen evade their attacks so easily, as if they had seen something incredible. Their attacks had all missed? It was a 4-fold assault, a meticulously planned ambush. How could Chen Chen possibly evade it? How is this possible? He just took a step forward. Did he predict our attacks in advance? Li Guang, Lin Yuan, and Li Waner were engulfed in a storm of confusion, completely unable to comprehend what was happening before them. Chen Chen had done nothing but rely on his memories from his past life and his understanding of the 3's attack patterns to accurately predict their trajectories. After all, in his previous life he had died from such an ambush. For attacks coming from behind, Chen Chen had long been like a startled bird, on high alert. Unless the attacker was far stronger than him, it was impossible to succeed in a sneak attack from behind. Moreover, these few before him were merely clowns. Chen slowly turned around, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth. He paid no attention to Li Guang and the others, instead directing his gaze towards a petite, fragile figure not far away. Su Muqing. She hadn't withdrawn from the team like the others. Instead, she stood there alone, looking somewhat at a loss. Aren't you going to withdraw from the team? Chen Chen's voice was soft and light, yet carried a hint of playfulness, a touch of mockery. Su Muqing trembled slightly, slowly raising her head, her clear eyes filled with fear and unease. She bit her lip, remaining silent, only shaking her head gently. Chen Chen looked at Su Muqing, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Although Su Muqing had participated in that betrayal, she hadn't directly acted against him. Perhaps she was just a pawn caught in the middle, unable to act on her own. Chen Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, his deep gaze seeming to penetrate Su Muqing's heart, seeking to uncover all her secrets. Su Muqing felt a chill under Chen Chen's gaze, lowering her head, unable to meet his eyes. Since you are unwilling to kill me, why join them? Chen Chen spoke again, his voice still calm but carrying an interrogative tone. Su Muqing's body trembled slightly, her lips tightly bitten, her nails digging deep into her palm. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Is it because of Su Mingyu? Su Muqing suddenly raised her head, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. She didn't expect Chen Chen to directly mention her father's name. My father insisted that I do this. I have no choice. Su Muqing's voice was very soft, tinged with a hint of sobbing, like a wounded little beast. But I don't want to do this. Sister. Jeaner told me before she left that you are a good person and if I need help I can ask you to help me level up. I really don't want to hurt you. Hearing Su Muqing's tearful explanation, Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. Su Mingyu was actually her father? So, does that mean she is the young lady of the Su family? In Yanchang? Moreover, from her words, it was not hard to hear that her relationship with Su Jeaner seemed to be quite special. It seems that whether it was because Su Muqing didn't take action or because of her relationship with Su Jeaner, he shouldn't include her in the reckoning. Just as Chen Chen was pondering, Li Guang and the others were seething with anger. They never expected that Chen Chen would dare to ignore them like this. Chen Chen, you're looking for death. Li Guang roared, swinging the giant axe in his hand again, the violent force seeming to tear the air apart. Truly unaware of your own mortality. Lin Yuan also snorted coldly, the thunder sword in his hand flashing with electric light, the sharp sword energy aimed directly at Chen Chen's vital points. Chen Chen, I'm sorry. A hint of guilt flashed in Li Wanner's eyes, but the staff in her hand still conjured a cold ice spike aimed at Chen Chen. Perhaps forgetting Chen's strange movement technique earlier, or perhaps anger clouding their minds, the three launched another attack on Chen Chen. This time, their attacks were even more fierce and ruthless, clearly fueled by genuine rage. The Shadow Leopard King, however, narrowed its eyes and did not attack directly. It seemed to be observing, waiting for the best moment to strike. As a silver-level boss, its intelligence was far beyond that of ordinary monsters. It could see that this besieged human was much stronger than the other three, and rather than dealing with Chen Chen, it would be better to kill the other three. Watching the three attacks coming at him again, Chen Chen lightly waved the Eternal Radiance Staff, the golden light swirling as if it were alive. Swish, swish, swish. Three attacks, carrying different powers, came from three directions, but the moment they touched Chen Chen's body, they were precisely blocked by the staff. Block successful. Block successful. Block successful. Three system prompt sounds rang crisply in Chen Chen's ears like a victorious melody. The expressions on Li Guan, Lin Yuan, and Li Wanner's faces instantly froze, their anger replaced by shock. If earlier Chen Chen had evaded their attacks with his strange movement technique, it could still be explained as prediction. But now, Chen Chen's near-miraculous block completely exceeded their understanding. These were three attacks from different directions and with different attributes. He actually blocked them all? Moreover, it was done so effortlessly, as if he had merely waved his hand to shoo away a few annoying flies. However, Chen Chen's gaze never left Su Muqing. That petite figure still stood alone in place, like a little deer lost in the forest, helpless and wandering. Su Muqing. Chen Chen spoke slowly. If you exit the dungeon now, I will consider that you did not participate in their matters. His tone was very calm, as if stating a fact, a conclusion that had long been predetermined. If you stay here. Chen Chen's voice paused slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Then don't blame me for treating you the same as the others. This sentence was like a biting cold wind in winter, instantly blowing into Su Muqing's heart, making her shiver involuntarily. Su Muqing took a deep breath, as if summoning her courage, or perhaps shedding a heavy burden. She slowly raised her head, and the eyes that were once filled with fear and unease now flashed with a hint of determination. I'm sorry, Chen Chen. Before her words could fully settle, Su Muqing's figure vanished from the spot, transforming into a beam of white light directly exiting the instance. At the same time, the system notification echoed in Chen Chen's ears. Ding! Your teammate Su Muqing has exited the team. Ding! Your teammate Su Muqing has exited the instance. A faint smile curled at the corners of Chen Chen's mouth. He turned around to face Li Guang and the others, his eyes glinting with cold light. Useless! I told you we shouldn't have brought her along. Li Guang roared, his voice filled with frustration and anger. He never expected that Su Muqing would choose to exit at this moment. This not only disrupted their plans but also left them in a passive position. Forget it. Attack with all your might. Li Guang's eyes turned bloodshot like a furious beast as he swung his giant axe once more. Kill him. If he doesn't die, we will. As he watched the few people charging at him, Chen Chen merely smiled coldly. Trivial skills. Before his words could fade, the shadow beneath his feet suddenly twisted. Swish, swish, swish. Three dark figures shot out from the shadow, moving as fast as lightning, instantly appearing behind Li Guan, Lin Yuan, and Li Wanner. They were Chen Chen's shadow soldiers. What? Li Guan, Lin Yuan, and Li Wanner felt a blur before their eyes, and a tremendous force surged from behind, pinning them down. They didn't even have time to react before this sudden turn of events left them completely dazed. Li Guang felt an irresistible force firmly restraining his giant axe, rendering him immobile. The thunder sword in Lin Yuan's hand was also gripped tightly by a massive black claw, unable to advance an inch. Li Wanner's staff was snatched from her hand by a shadow and thrown aside. What? What are these things? Li Guang screamed in terror, struggling desperately, but he found his body felt as if it were crushed by a mountain, completely unable to move. Shadows, this seems to be a shadow-type summon. Lin Yuan managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth, his face pale and his eyes filled with disbelief. He never imagined that Chen Chen possessed such a bizarre ability. How could this be? Li Wanner's voice trembled as she looked at the three shadows that held them firmly, her heart filled with fear. Two of them were massive black wolves, each larger than they were, their sharp claws glinting with a chilling light. The other was a humanoid shadow, exuding a heart-stopping aura of darkness, like a demon from the abyss. Each of these shadow soldiers radiated a presence far beyond that of the silver-level Shadow Leopard King. This is impossible. How could you have such powerful summons? Li Guang roared madly, unable to accept the reality before him. A support class possessing such formidable combat power completely shattered his understanding. Nothing is impossible. Chen's voice, like the whisper of death, echoed in their ears. He slowly walked in front of the three, looking down at them with a gaze filled with indifference and mockery. Did you really think I was still the useless pawn from my past life? Chen Shen's voice was soft and faint, yet it carried a suffocating sense of oppression. Past life? What are you talking about? Lin Yuan asked, trembling as he fought against his fear. Heh, you don't need to know. Chen Chen let out a cold laugh as he slowly raised the Eternal Radiance staff in his hand, the golden light gathering at the tip of the staff. Now, you can go die. Chen Chen's voice, like a decree from the depths of hell, made the three of them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. No, don't kill me. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Li Guang completely broke down, begging frantically, tears and snot streaming down his face. Chen Chen, I was forced to. Please spare me. Lin Yuan also began to plead for mercy. He didn't want to die, he was still young, he had a bright future ahead. Chen Chen, I'm sorry, I didn't want it to be like this. Li Wanner's voice trembled with tears, she regretted participating in this betrayal. However, there was no expression on Chen Chen's face. He coldly looked at these three former teammates, his eyes devoid of any pity. Traitors deserve to die. Traitors deserve to die. Chen Chen's voice was icy and merciless. No! Accompanied by three desperate screams, the golden light on the Eternal Radiance staff suddenly erupted. Holy surge! The dazzling golden light instantly engulfed Li Guang, Lin Yuan, and Li Wanner. 10 minutes may just be a fleeting moment for an ordinary person, but for Li Guang, Lin Yuan, and Li Wanner, these 10 minutes felt like centuries of torment in hell. The effect of the hero of healing made them struggle on the brink of death, healed again and again, only to be beaten down to near death once more. This feeling of dying and coming back to life was more brutal and despairing than any torture. Their spirits had long since shattered. Their will had been completely destroyed. In their eyes, there was only endless emptiness and numbness. Finally, after enduring countless deaths, the system's notification sound rang out again. Ding! Hero of healing triggered. This target's attribute points acquisition has reached the limit. Ding! Hero of healing triggered. This target's skills and talents have been completely copied. Cannot continue copying. This meant that Chen Chen had extracted the last bit of value from these three. He had obtained everything he wanted, and these three could finally be completely liberated. Chen Chen closed his eyes, feeling the surging power within him, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting into a satisfied smile. Although these guys' talents were not impressive, even a mosquito is still meat, and he had gained a full 60 attribute points. What do you want? Li Guang struggled to lift his head, his facial muscles twisted in pain. Staring at Chen Chen with a hoarse voice, anger and fear intertwining in his eyes, Chen Chen coldly gazed at the three who had completely lost their ability to resist. Their bodies trembled slightly, their eyes filled with fear and despair. However, before he could finish speaking, Chen Chen ruthlessly interrupted him. Chen Chen didn't even glance at him, just waved his hand lightly, as if shooing away an annoying fly. In the next moment, the shadow soldiers binding the three sprang into action, executing Chen Chen's orders mercilessly like demons from hell. The abyssal shadow wolf's sharp claws easily tore through Li Guang's proud berserker defense. The cold gaze of the shadow beast master, like the stare of death, made Lin Yuan and Li Wanner's hearts stop beating instantly. Puff, puff, puff. 3 dull sounds almost rang out simultaneously. Blood instantly stained the ground. Ding! You have killed player Li Guang. Ding! You have killed player Lin Yuan. Ding! You have killed player Li Wanner. The system's notification echoed in Chen Chen's mind, cold and ruthless, like a witness to this massacre. Chen's face bore no expression, as if he had merely crushed a few insignificant ants. He slowly turned around, no longer looking at the three gradually cooling corpses, and walked deeper into the dark forest. His steps were light and steady, as if each footfall was placed on the edge of life and death. Traitors deserve to die. Chen Chen's voice was soft and faint, yet carried a suffocating chill that echoed in the blood-scented air. Chen Chen slowly turned, his gaze landing on the shadowy leopard king not far away. The once imposing leopard king now seemed as if it had been targeted by death itself, its body stiff and trembling. It instinctively sensed danger, its massive form unconsciously retreating, trying to escape this land of death. Want to run? A cold smirk curled at the corner of Chen Chen's mouth. He didn't even move his feet, just waved his hand lightly. Swish, swish, swish. 3 pitch-black figures instantly sprang from his shadow, blocking the leopard king's path with lightning speed. They were Chen Chen's shadow soldiers, 2 abyssal shadow wolves and a shadow beastmaster. The Leopard King let out a desperate growl, attempting to resist, but against the 3 shadow soldiers far beyond its strength, its struggles seemed so pale and powerless. The shark shadow claws easily tore through its fur, while the abyssal grip directly seized its throat. Crack! The sound of bones shattering clearly reached Chen Chen's ears. The massive body of the Leopard King crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the Shadow Leopard King Lord. Experience plus 800 ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Shadow Warblade *1, Shadow Leopard Bone *1, Shadow Leopard Skin *1. The systems notification echoed in Chen Chen's mind, but there was no joy on his face. These items held little allure for him now. He slowly walked to the Leopard King's corpse, looking down at the once dominant ruler of the forest. Although its strength isn't much, it's still a lord-level monster, good enough to serve as a soldier. Chen muttered to himself, having decided to convert this Shadow Leopard King into one of his shadow soldiers. Stand up, Chen commanded in a low voice, the magic power within him beginning to surge. Swish! A massive black shadow on the Leopard King's corpse began to twist and contort violently. Moments later, a completely black leopard, its eyes flickering with ghostly light, slowly rose from the corpse. It lowered its head, showing submission to Chen. Name: Shadow Leopard King. Rank: Silver level, LV 20 HP, 30,000/30,000 MP, 9,000 strength, 380 agility, 450 spirit, 200 constitution, 300 skills. Shadow Assault, Tear, Shadow Claw Strike, Shadow Roar Talent, Shadow Body, Shadow Claw, Shadow Hunting. Chen looked at the Shadow Leopard King before him and nodded slightly. Although this Shadow Leopard King's strength was inferior to the Abyssal Shadow Wolves and the Shadow Beast Master, it was still decent as cannon fodder. After all, a silver-level monster could be considered a strong presence at this stage. After dealing with the last enemy, Chen strode deeper into the dungeon, where the depths of the dark forest were filled with a suffocating atmosphere different from the periphery. Towering ancient trees intertwined, further obscuring the already dim light. Beneath his feet lay a thick layer of decaying leaves, each step producing a faint rustle that sounded particularly clear in the silent environment. 2 abyssal shadow wolves and a shadow beast master followed closely behind Chen like loyal guardians. Chen had no interest in this dungeon. If it weren't for the fact that Lord Gu had also gifted him a staff, he wouldn't have bothered coming at all. The only thing that caught his eye in this entire dungeon was the golden level boss deep within, the Shadow Wolf King. The journey ahead became exceptionally smooth, with 3 powerful shadow soldiers clearing the way. Any monster daring to block Chen's path met only one fate: death. Roar! A low growl came from ahead. Chen stopped in his tracks, knowing he was nearing the final boss of this dungeon, the Shadow Wolf King. Come out, Chen said calmly. Swish! As his words fell, a massive black wolf slowly emerged from the shadows. It was several times larger than an ordinary shadow wolf, exuding a powerful aura, its eyes flickering with a cold green light. Name: Shadow Wolf King. Rank: Golden level, LV 20 HP, 20,000/20,000 MP, 8,000/8,000 strength, 650 agility, 750 spirit, 400 constitution, 800 skills. Shadow Assault, Tear, Shadow Roar, Shadow Clone Talent, Shadow Body, Shadow Hunt. Wolf King pressure. Chen looked at the Shadow Wolf King before him, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. This was the only creature that truly interested him. As for the other minor monsters, he didn't even have the slightest interest in extracting them into shadow soldiers. Chen's gaze brightened slightly, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he murmured to himself. He didn't rush to attack. Instead, he took a keen interest in observing the Shadow Wolf King, as if admiring an intriguing toy. Under Chen's unabashed gaze, the Shadow Wolf King felt a twinge of unease. It instinctively sensed danger, but as a proud golden-level boss, it could not allow itself to retreat. Awoe! The Shadow Wolf King howled to the sky, attempting to overwhelm Chen with its imposing presence. The Wolf King pressure, as a talent skill of the Shadow Wolf King, had a strong suppressive effect on similar monsters, even capable of lowering their attributes. However, Chen appeared completely unaffected, still wearing a relaxed and carefree expression. Is that it? Chen scoffed, not even bothering to dodge, simply standing still and waiting for the Shadow Wolf King's attack. Roar! The Shadow Wolf King was thoroughly enraged by Chen's disdain. It let out a furious roar and lunged at Chen with its massive body, sharp claws slicing through the air with a whistling sound, aiming directly for Chen's throat. Shadow Assault! The Shadow Wolf King's speed was astonishing, almost instantaneously reaching Chen. However, just as its claws were about to make contact, Chen's figure vanished from the spot like a ghost. Gale Step! Chen reappeared behind the Shadow Wolf King, lightly waving the Eternal Radiance staff in his hand. Swish! A golden light instantly enveloped the Shadow Wolf King. Holy surge! Awooh! The Shadow Wolf King let out a painful wail, its body firmly suppressed by the golden light, unable to move. Minus 7,650. A massive damage number floated above the Shadow Wolf King's head. The damage is quite good, Chen nodded, satisfied with the damage from Holy Surge. After all, This was just a supplementary skill, and achieving such damage was already impressive. Chen Chen chuckled and said directly, "You guys, capture it." With a command from Chun Chen, 2 abyssal shadow wolves lunged like 2 bolts of black lightning towards the Shadow Wolf King, one to the left and one to the right, moving in perfect harmony. The Shadow Beast Master followed closely behind, its massive body seeming to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds with each step, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Awoke, the Shadow Wolf King sensed an unprecedented threat, howling to the sky as black mist swirled around it, its momentum surging. The pressure of the Wolf King. However, this was of no consequence to the abyssal shadow wolves and the Shadow Beast Master, who had already become Chen Chen's shadow soldiers. Their talent of absolute loyalty allowed them to ignore any form of mental suppression. Poochie, the sharp claws of the abyssal shadow wolves, and their large jaws clamped down hard on the Shadow Wolf King's body, binding it firmly in place. "Awah!" The Shadow Wolf King cried out in pain, struggling frantically, but the binding of the abyssal shadow wolves was like a maggot in the bone, making it difficult to escape. The Shadow Beast Master seized the opportunity to close in, its enormous palm slamming down onto the Shadow Wolf King's head. Abyssal grip. -1,200. A damage number floated up from the top of the Shadow Wolf King's head. Although the damage was not high, the control effect of the abyssal grip made the already difficult situation of the Shadow Wolf King even worse. Chen Chen watched this scene quietly, showing no intention of intervening. He knew very well that with the strength of the Shadow Wolf King, it posed no threat to his shadow soldiers. From the very beginning, there was no suspense in this battle. Roar! The Shadow Wolf King roared in unwilling anger, trying to summon the magic power within to unleash a skill. Shadow Clone. Swish, swish, swish. 3 clones identical to the Shadow Wolf King appeared beside it. However, these clones seemed so fragile in front of the abyssal shadow wolves and the Shadow Beast Master. Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. Almost instantly, the 3 clones were torn to shreds. Useless, Chen Chen said, his voice like the pronouncement of death, causing the heart of the Shadow Wolf King to sink to the bottom. "Awah!" The Shadow Wolf King let out a desperate wail, having given up on resistance. It knew that today, it was doomed. Chen Chen looked at the Shadow Wolf King, which had completely given up, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, revealing a playful grin. He walked slowly to the front of the Shadow Wolf King, gently resting the Eternal Radiance staff against its forehead. "Since you are so obedient, let me help you find release," Chen Chen said softly, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Immediately, a soft white light illuminated the Eternal Radiance staff. Healing spell. The white light enveloped the Shadow Wolf King, and its health began to recover at a visibly rapid pace. Time passed second by second, and the Shadow Wolf King's health fluctuated under Chen Chen's careful treatment, maintaining a delicate balance. Finally, after experiencing countless cycles of life and death, the breath of the Shadow Wolf King completely vanished. Its massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the Shadow Wolf King boss. Experience. Plus 6,400. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the dungeon task. The Shadow Forest has been cleared. Reward, Shadow Treasure Chest *1 experience plus 2,000. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up. HP, MP plus 50 gained. 15 free attribute points. Current level LV 21. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up. HP, MP plus 50 gained 15 free attribute points. Current level LV 22. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up. HP, MP plus 50 gained 15 free attribute points. Current level LV 23. A series of system notification sounds rang out in Chen Chen's mind. He let out a long sigh. At least I've gained something. It wasn't a waste of time. With that, Chen Chen slowly walked up to the corpse of the Shadow Wolf King and activated the shadow extraction again. He watched as the black shadow gradually took shape before him, nodding in satisfaction. Ding! Shadow extraction successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the Shadow Leader, Shadow Wolf King. The system prompt sounded, and a property panel for the Shadow Wolf King appeared before Chen Chen. Name, Shadow Wolf King. Rank, Gold level, LV 20. HP, 23,000/23,000 MP, 10,000/10,000 Strength, 700 Agility, 900 Spirit, 450 Constitution, 1,000 Skills, Shadow Assault, Tear, Shadow Roar, Shadow Clone Talents, Shadow Body, Shadow Hunting, Wolf King Pressure. Well, the attributes are quite good. Chen Chen assessed the Shadow Wolf King before him, secretly calculating in his mind. This Shadow Wolf King, both in attributes and skills, was significantly stronger than the previous Abyss Shadow Wolf. Especially its talent skill Wolf King Pressure, if used properly, would definitely be a great asset. With a thought, the Shadow Wolf King transformed into a shadow and merged into his own shadow. Done. Let's wrap it up. Chen Chen clapped his hands and turned to leave. He hadn't forgotten that he still had a treasure chest to open. Chen Chen opened the Shadow Treasure Chest. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Skill Book Shadow Concealment, Equipment Shadow Claw, Gold, Material Shadow Core *3, Gold Coins *500. Oh, there's even a skill book? A glimmer of surprise flashed in Chen Chen's eyes. He quickly picked up the skill book and began to examine it. Shadow concealment active skill. After using on a target, it can make the target enter a concealed state, increasing movement speed by 50% for 30 seconds. When attacking while revealed, it deals 150% extra damage. Cost 200 MP, CD 5 minutes. Concealment enter a stealth state, hiding all presence, cannot be locked on, cannot be detected. Good stuff. Chen unhesitatingly used the skill book. Ding! Congratulations, you have learned the skill Shadow Concealment. This skill is an excellent choice for both escaping and ambushing, and it can also be used by others, definitely worth more than its cost. Chen then looked at the Shadow Claw. Shadow Claw rank, gold level, LV20 strength, plus 150 agility, plus 200 skill, shadow combo, active launch 3 quick attacks on the target, each dealing 120% physical damage. Cost 150 MP. CD 3 minutes. Equipment effect shadow erosion. When attacking, there is a 30% chance to put the target into shadow erosion state, dealing 5% of maximum health as shadow damage per second for 5 seconds. Shadow speed increases attack speed by 20%. This equipment isn't weak either. Too bad I can't use it. Chen smacked his lips. The claw belonged to a special type of equipment. Although it was also melee, his melee mastery from copying couldn't affect this equipment. Thinking of this, Shen's gaze fell on the nearby magical beasts, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Although he couldn't use the Shadow Claw himself, it seemed very suitable for the recently extracted Shadow Wolf King. I wonder if these shadow soldiers can use equipment. Shen's mind stirred, and he immediately began to experiment. He offered the Shadow Claw to the Shadow Wolf King. To his surprise, the Shadow Wolf King actually took the Shadow Claw and equipped it directly on its forepaw. Click! A soft sound echoed as the Claw of Shadows perfectly melded with the Shadow Wolf King, as if it had always been a part of its body. The pitch-black blade of the Claw of Shadows shimmered with a cold, ghostly light, adding an even fiercer edge to the already menacing appearance of the Shadow Wolf King. Oh, it really works! Shen's eyes lit up, and a hint of excitement curved his lips. This was truly an unexpected delight. If the Shadow soldiers could use equipment, wouldn't that mean a significant boost to his own strength? Shen immediately checked the attributes of the Shadow Wolf King after equipping it with the Claw of Shadows. Sure enough, both attributes and skills were now attached to the Shadow Wolf King, and even his own attributes had been enhanced through their blood connection. If that's the case, could he equip his other shadows as well? Looking at the newly transformed Shadow Wolf King before him, a surge of indescribable excitement welled up in Shen's heart. This was not just about having an extra piece of equipment, it signified a whole new realm of possibilities. If shadow soldiers can equip weapons, what about armor? Accessories? Can they equip those too? Countless thoughts flashed through Shen's mind in an instant. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, wishing he could immediately pull out all his belongings and fully arm his shadow soldiers. However, the most important thing right now was to verify his hypothesis. Shen turned his gaze to the other two abyssal shadow wolves and the Shadow Beastmaster. With a thought, he took out a piece of silver-grade armor that he had previously looted from a monster. It was a heavy armor, entirely black, with a fierce design that clearly indicated strong defensive capabilities. Shen attempted to hand the armor to one of the abyssal shadow wolves. As expected, just like the Claw of Shadows before, the abyssal shadow wolf accepted the armor without any hindrance and put it on immediately. Clank, clank. The sound of metal rubbing against metal rang out as the armor fit perfectly against the abyssal shadow wolf's body with no discomfort whatsoever. It really works. Shen's mouth broke into a wide smile. He suppressed his excitement and took out a silver-grade necklace, offering it to the Shadow Beastmaster. Once again, it was equipped without any obstacles. At this point, Shen was completely certain that his shadow soldiers could indeed equip any type of gear. This discovery filled him with ecstatic joy. He felt as if a grand road leading to the pinnacle was slowly unfolding before him. Ha ha ha! Shen could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. His laughter echoed through the empty forest, filled with pride and exhilaration. With the support of equipment, my shadow soldiers will undergo a tremendous transformation. Excitement sparkled in Shen's eyes. He could hardly wait to see his shadow army sweeping away all enemies. But now is not the time to gloat. Shen took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. The urgent task is to equip my shadow soldiers with suitable gear. He began to plan. Although he didn't have much gold, it was still enough to buy a few pieces of gold-grade equipment. Moreover, he had some materials he had accumulated earlier that could also be used to craft equipment. First, I'll equip the Shadow Wolf King with a set focused on agility and attack, then give the two abyssal shadow wolves defensive gear, and as for the Shadow Beastmaster, Shen stroked his chin. This guy is a magic tank, so it would be best to equip him with gear that enhances spell power and control abilities. Shen quickly formed a plan. He decided to head to the trading post first to see if there were any suitable pieces of equipment available. If not, then I can only take matters into my own hands. Let's go, my little ones, we're off to shop. With a wave of his hand, Shen's shadow soldiers entered his shadow and then swaggered out of the shadow forest. Shen's figure appeared like a ghost in the teleportation array of the dungeon hall. The surrounding light instantly brightened and the sounds of a bustling crowd filled his ears. He squinted slightly, adjusting to this sudden change. However, before he could fully adapt, an anxious figure suddenly lunged at him, nearly knocking him over. Chen, you have to run. Sumuching's voice was laced with tears as if she was on the verge of breaking down. She clutched Chen arm tightly, her knuckles turning white from the pressure, her body trembling slightly, revealing her extreme fear and unease. Chen furrowed his brow. He could sense that Sumuching's urgency was not feigned, but run? Why should he run? The people from the Lin family and the Li family are looking for you. They say you have to pay with your life. Sumuching added hastily, gasping for breath, her chest heaving violently, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her eyes filled with worry for Chen. Pay with my life? Chen scoffed, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He wasn't easily frightened. Alone and unaccompanied, he had nothing to fear from them. Besides, they were the ones who had acted first, trying to put him to death, and now they were playing the victim, coming to him for trouble? Did they really think he was made of clay to be molded at will? Sumuching, calm down. Chen patted Sumuching's hand, signaling her to relax. On what grounds do they say I killed their people? Clearly, they were outmatched and died at the hands of the dungeon's monsters. Who can they blame for that? Just because they say I killed them, does that mean I actually did? I could just as easily say that the monster invasion was orchestrated by the Lin family. People have two faces, am I supposed to let them slander me? Although Chen said this, he knew full well that he had killed those people, but without evidence. Even Sumuching, who had entered the dungeon with him, had been sent away before he made his move and had not witnessed the act. As long as he firmly insisted that he had done nothing, they would have no way to force him. If they dared to act against him, Chen would be even less afraid. This was the main city. As long as they dared to make a move within the city, they would be the ones in the wrong. With City Lord Gu present, he didn't believe these guys would really dare to kill him. Chen sneered inwardly, secretly devising a strategy. He was prepared for the worst. If the other side truly dared to act, he wouldn't mind going on a killing spree. After all, he was alone, and the barefoot had nothing to fear from the Shad, who was afraid of whom? Outside the teleportation array of the dungeon hall, a large crowd had gathered. They were players who had just emerged from various dungeons, originally excitedly sharing their gains, but were drawn to the scene before them. Among the crowd, two distinct groups stood out. One group was led by the Lin family, while the other was led by the Li family. They all wore grim expressions, their eyes fierce, exuding a strong aura of hostility, like a pack of beasts ready to pounce. The two factions surrounded the teleportation array tightly, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder, as if a single spark could ignite an explosion. Where's Chen? Get him out here. A life for a life, debts must be repaid. He must give us an explanation today. The authority of the Lin and Li families cannot be provoked. Representatives from the Lin and Li families shouted incessantly, their voices hoarse and frenzied, like a pack of rabid dogs. Their words were filled with threats and intimidation, attempting to use public pressure to force Chen to show himself. The onlooking players whispered among themselves, discussing the unfolding situation. What exactly did Chen do? How could he provoke the Lin family and the Li family to such an extent? I don't know, but judging by the situation, he must have stirred up a hornet's nest. Now there's a good show to watch. I wonder if Chen can handle it. I doubt it. The Lin family and the Li family are not to be trifled with. Chen is likely in for some trouble. Some people sympathized with Chen plight, some took pleasure in his misfortune, and others simply enjoyed the spectacle. But regardless, everyone understood that today's events would likely not end well. The air seemed thick with a palpable killing intent, stifling and suffocating. Everyone's nerves were taut, waiting for the situation to unfold further. Chen, you despicable little man, how dare you kill someone from the Lin family? You must pay with blood today. The representative of the Lin family, a middle-aged man with a grim expression and eyes like knives, shouted at Chen, his voice booming like thunder, echoing through the crowd. He advanced step by step towards Chen, his aura rising like a mountain, pressing down on him. And our Li family. You killed our young master. You must give us an explanation today, or our Li family will never let you go. The representative of the Li family, a burly man, followed closely behind, roaring. His voice was like a roaring tiger, instilling fear in the hearts of those present. He brandished his weapon, glinting coldly, exuding a murderous intent. An explanation? What kind of explanation do you want? Chen sneered, unafraid as he met the gazes of the two men. He stood tall and straight, like a javelin, proud and defiant. Are you saying that the people from the Lin family and the Li family were killed by monsters in the dungeon because they were inferior? Can you blame that on me? Chen retorted, his tone filled with mockery. Do you think this dungeon is run by your families? You can kill whoever you want? His words pierced like knives into the hearts of the representatives from the Lin and Li families. The representatives of the Lin and Li families were left speechless by Chen's words. They hadn't expected Chen to be so sharp-tongued, turning the tables on them. Chen, stop trying to wriggle out of this. The Lin family representative shouted angrily. Our people saw you make your move against them. Do you dare deny it? Saw it with their own eyes? But that dungeon was a scroll given to me by the city lord, and the Only one who escaped besides Su Muqing, who ran away at the start, was me. Chen Shen sneered. Who saw it? Let them come out and confront me. Chen Shen looked around, his gaze piercing, scanning everyone. I want to see. Who has the audacity to slander me? His voice was loud and clear, resonating in the crowd. He emphasized the fairness of the game rules, hinting that the others couldn't handle losing. Among the onlookers, voices of doubt began to emerge. Yeah, isn't it normal for people to die in a dungeon? Can you blame others? Exactly, who knows if it was their own lack of strength that got them killed by monsters? The Lin and Li families are too overbearing, they lost and now they're causing trouble for others. Chen Shen, don't think you can change the subject. The Li family representative roared. Even without witnesses, you can't escape responsibility. You killed our people, that's a fact. Fact? Chen Shen sneered. You say it's a fact, so it is? Chen Shen's gaze sharpened, piercing like a blade towards them. I could also say that you conspired to frame me before entering the dungeon. Moreover, I suspect that this monster invasion is related to you. Chen Shen's words were shocking, leaving everyone stunned. The faces of the representatives from the Lin and Li families turned pale. In an instant, they never expected that Chen Shen would be so cunning, biting back at them. You are talking nonsense. The representative of the Lin family shouted in exasperation. How could we possibly be related to the monster invasion? This is slander. Barefaced slander. Whether it's slander or not, you know in your hearts, Chen Shen said coldly. I, Chen Shen, act justly and sit upright, not afraid of you petty villains. His words resonated, increasing the trust of the onlooking players in him. Impudent. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted like thunder. The representative of the Li family could no longer hold back. He swung the giant axe in his hand with a whoosh, aiming to smash it down on Chen Shen. You little bastard, daring to slander our Li family, I'll chop you today. His eyes bulged, his face twisted, muscles bulging like an enraged giant bear. Stop. The representative of the Lin family changed color, wanting to intervene, but it was already too late. He silently lamented. This brute from the Li family was truly more trouble than he was worth. However, Chen Shen let out a cold laugh, standing still as if he hadn't seen the giant axe coming down at him. Overestimating yourself. Just as the giant axe was about to hit Chen Shen, he suddenly raised his hand, lightly probing forward, with his staff directly blocking the axe. What? The representative of the Li family was taken aback, feeling a tremendous force surge through him, nearly losing grip on the axe. What kind of strength does this guy have? Everyone, stop. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed like a great bell throughout the entire dungeon hall. A figure appeared like a ghost in the arena. Dressed in a blue robe, his face was imposing, exuding authority without anger. A powerful aura radiated from him, pressing down like a mountain, making it hard to breathe. It's the City Lord. The City Lord has arrived. Now we have a good show to watch. The onlooking players exclaimed, their eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. The newcomer was none other than Gu Qingshan, the City Lord of Yang City. Gu Qingshan first surveyed the chaotic scene, frowning deeply. Then, his gaze fell on the representatives of the Lin and Li families, filled with authority and pressure. Do you know your crimes? Gu Qingshan's voice thundered in the ears of the two. The representatives of the Lin and Li families trembled in fear, collapsing to their knees with a thud. City Lord, spare us. We were just impulsive. They kowtowed like garlic being smashed, their voices trembling, no longer possessing their previous arrogance. Gu Qingshan snorted coldly, ignoring them, and turned to Chen Shen. How long has it been, and you've caused trouble again? Chen Shen shrugged at this. I can't just let them slander me, can I? Hearing this, Gu Qingshan sighed helplessly, his gaze returning to the people of the Lin and Li families. You keep saying that Chen Shen killed your people, but do you have any evidence? The representative of the Lin family stiffened, stammering and unable to speak. City Lord, even if there are no witnesses, Chen Shen has a motive for murder. The representative of the Lin family quickly added, his eyes darting. He has had grievances with our Lin and Li families before, this time in the dungeon. It must be personal revenge. Motive? Chen Shen sneered, interrupting the representative of the Lin family. By your logic, as long as there's a motive, that makes someone a murderer? He cast a disdainful glance at the two, his tone filled with mockery. Then can I say that Li Wei and Linihan have a grudge against me, and have a motive to kill, and that your two families have joined forces to deliberately frame me? You are slandering me. The representative of the Lin family turned pale with anger, trembling all over. Enough. Gu Qingshan impatiently interrupted their argument. If there is no evidence, don't make a fuss here. He turned to Chen Shen, speaking in a serious tone. Chen Shen, although they have no evidence, this matter involves two lives after all. To appease the public, I need you to cooperate with the investigation. Chen Shen nodded, indicating his understanding. Lord City Master, I am willing to cooperate with the investigation, he said frankly. However, if it turns out that I am wronged. Chen Shen paused, his eyes suddenly sharp. I demand that the Lin family and the Li family publicly apologize to me and compensate me for my mental distress. The representatives of the Lin and Li families changed color, not expecting Chen Shen to make such a demand. Chen Chen, don't go too far, the Li family representative shouted angrily. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask us to apologize and compensate? What? Afraid? Chen Chen sneered. Or do you have a guilty conscience, afraid of being found out? You? The Li family representative was left speechless by Chen Chen's words. Alright, stop arguing. Gu Qingshan frowned and said, I will personally investigate this matter. If Chen Chen is innocent, I will naturally give him justice. He looked at the representatives of the Lin and Li families, speaking coldly. If you are indeed framing him, then don't blame me for being rude. The representatives of the Lin and Li families immediately fell silent, not daring to say another word. Gu Qingshan turned to Chen Chen, his tone softening a bit. Chen Chen, come with me. After saying that, he turned and walked into a room in the main hall. Chen Chen nodded and followed behind Gu Qingshan. The two of them disappeared from the sight of the crowd. Hey, what do you think is going on with this matter? Who knows, but looking at the city master's demeanor, he seems to trust Chen Chen quite a bit. Who exactly is this Chen Chen? How could he be so valued by the city master? The onlooking players were discussing and speculating about the truth of the matter. Meanwhile, Gu Qingshan brought Chen Chen into a room in the main hall. Chen Chen, tell me honestly, did you kill that person? Gu Qingshan asked straightforwardly, his gaze fixed on Chen Chen. Chen Chen was silent for a moment before nodding. Yes. He did not deny or conceal it. I knew it, Gu Qingshan sighed. You are really too impulsive. Although he had guessed the truth, he couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. But don't worry, I will help you settle this matter. Gu Qingshan patted Chen Chen's shoulder, comforting him. As long as you firmly deny it, they won't be able to do anything to you. Chen Chen was taken aback. You want to help me cover it up? I know a lot about the ins and outs of this matter. With your character, you probably wouldn't have acted against them easily. They must have tried to kill you first, right? Chen Chen fell silent at this, finally nodding slightly. It seems nothing can escape the city master's eyes. What's the big deal? Ever since our Blue Star became what it is today, such things have become commonplace. If we were to trace everything back, every family would lose their heads one by one. Gu Qingshan sighed helplessly. So, this is just a customary matter. If I can help you a little, I will, as it would also be in response to that girl's request. Thank you, Lord City Master, Chen Chen said gratefully. Thank you for what? You are the hope of our Yang City, Gu Qingshan said with a smile. By the way, the national exam is coming up soon. You need to prepare well and strive for a good score. National exam? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Chen Chen's eyes. Yes, Gu Qingshan nodded. As I mentioned last time, this exam is an opportunity for you. As long as you can stand out in this national exam, you will have the chance to enter a higher institution for further studies. It may even put you in the sights of the higher-ups. At that time, your future will be limitless. Rest assured, Lord City Master, I will not disappoint you, Chen Chen said firmly. By the way, let me add one more thing. This national exam is not only a test for you young people but also for us city masters. If you can achieve good results in this exam, we city masters will also receive corresponding rewards. Moreover, many powerful figures will be observing this assessment. If you catch the eye of a certain big shot, you won't have to worry for the rest of your life. So, you must work hard. Rest assured, Lord City Master, I will give it my all. Chen Chen nodded, indicating that he would do his best. I believe in you, Gu Qingshan said with a smile. Alright, you can go back now. Prepare well and don't let external disturbances affect you. Yes, Lord City Master. Chen Chen nodded and turned to leave the secret chamber. Back in the main hall of the instance, Chen Chen found that the people from the Lin and Li families had already disappeared. The onlookers had also dispersed significantly, and Chen Chen was too lazy to linger, heading straight to the trading hall. Chen Chen walked into the trading hall at a leisurely pace, his gaze sweeping over the various stalls. This damn place is still as chaotic as in my past life, he muttered to himself, though his face remained expressionless. Players around him came and went, most of them hurriedly attending to their own matters. Occasionally, a few glances fell on Chen Chen, but they were merely brief looks before shifting away. After all, a level 20 player in a place like Yang City was just too ordinary. Silver-grade cloth armor needs to have high defense, preferably with some spirit attributes. Chen Chen silently filtered through his targets in his mind. He didn't head straight for the most popular stalls, instead, he specifically chose some less crowded corners. Suddenly, Chen Chen's gaze landed on a piece of armor. It was a somewhat worn silver armor, with a few fine cracks on the surface. Name, damaged moonlight armor grade, silver level, LV20 defense, plus 180 spirit, plus 50 durability, 800/1200 special effect. Moonlight Guardian, passive when attacked, there is a 10% chance to trigger Moonlight Guardian, forming a shield that absorbs 100 points of damage. This armor. Chen Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Judging from the panel attributes, this armor could only be considered average, and its durability was relatively low. Logically speaking, such equipment shouldn't even catch his eye. However, Chen Chen sensed an unusual aura from this armor. These cracks, something's off. He reached out and gently touched the cracks on the armor. A cold sensation traveled through his fingertips, as if a faint energy was flowing within the cracks. Boss, how much for this armor? Chen Chen turned to the stall owner, a short and stout middle-aged man. 500 gold coins, the stall owner lazily quoted a price. A few players nearby who heard the price couldn't help but shake their heads. 500 gold coins? This shopkeeper must be crazy for money. Exactly, a damaged silver armor, and he dares to sell it for such a high price? He probably thinks the armor looks decent and wants to make a quick buck. The murmurs reached Chen Chen's ears, but he paid them no mind. 300 gold coins, I'll take it. Chen Chen said calmly. 300? No way, that's too low. The stall owner shook his head repeatedly. 350, can't go any lower. 300, that's my final offer. Chen Chen's tone left no room for doubt. The stall owner hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Fine, 300 it is, I'll sell it to you. As he spoke, he handed the armor to Chen Chen. Deal. Chen Chen took the armor, secretly sneering to himself. These fools have no idea about the true value of this armor. The reason he had spotted this armor at a glance was that he had seen similar equipment in his past life. The cracks on the surface of this armor were not real damage, but a special seal. As long as he found the right method to break the seal, the attributes of this armor would change dramatically, and he just happened to know how to break the seal. Once I get back and repair this equipment, then, he was filled with anticipation. Instead of heading straight back to his residence, Chen Chen took a detour to the dungeon hall. I can't waste the dungeon opportunity given by the lord of the city, he thought to himself, quickening his pace. After all, strength is the foundation of everything. Only by continuously getting stronger could he face the challenges ahead. After the transaction was completed, Chen Chen did not linger in the trading hall and turned to leave. However, he did not notice that not far behind him, a cold gaze was fixated on him. It was a slender young man with a strange smile on his face. Back in the dungeon hall, Chen Chen wasted no time and walked straight to the previous teleportation portal. Do you want to consume one challenge opportunity for the gold-level dungeon Shadow Forest? Yes. A familiar wave of dizziness hit him, and Chen Chen entered the Shadow Forest once again. The eerie and terrifying environment remained, with mist swirling and visibility extremely low. But this time, Chen Chen appeared particularly relaxed. With the experience from the last time, he was already well acquainted with this dungeon. Oh, the howls of the Shadow Wolves echoed, their numbers greater than before, and their attacks more ferocious. Chen Chen's lips curled into a slight disdainful smile. Come at me, he shouted, and the staff in his hand began to shine with brilliant light. The once perilous gold-level dungeon seemed as easy as slicing through vegetables before him. In less than half an hour, Chen Chen completed the final challenge of the Shadow Forest. The system notification chimed in as expected. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the Shadow Wolf King boss. Experience plus 6400. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the dungeon task. The Shadow Forest has been cleared. Reward, skill points *50, experience plus 2000. The system notifications echoed in Chen Chen's ears, announcing that he had once again conquered this gold-level dungeon. He slowly opened his eyes, and the surrounding environment had returned to the appearance of the dungeon hall. Huff! Chen Chen let out a long breath, feeling the power surging within him, a slight smile on his lips. As expected of a gold-level dungeon, the experience is indeed rich, he murmured to himself, his eyes sparkling with excitement. With these experience points and skill points, his strength would rise to a new level. Chen Chen did not rush to leave. Instead, he took out a token from his backpack. The token was dark gold in color, intricately carved with complex patterns, emitting a faint glow. This is the special token that Gu Qingshan gifted him, allowing him to ignore the team restrictions of the dungeon hall and directly challenge it solo. Such a good thing might be useless to others, but for me, it's simply a divine artifact. Chen Chen chuckled, gripping the token in his hand. He stepped towards another teleportation portal and unhesitatingly chose the solo challenge. Do you want to consume one solo challenge opportunity? Yes. A wave of dizziness hit him, and Chen Chen's figure vanished into the portal. Inside the dungeon hall, the originally noisy crowd fell silent for a moment after Chen Chen disappeared into the portal. Where did that kid go? Why is he gone? Damn, did he enter the dungeon? Am I seeing things? I think I saw. He was heading towards the hell-level difficulty portal. After a brief silence, whispers erupted among the crowd, followed by a burst of laughter. Ha, that kid must have lost his mind, right? Going solo to tackle hell level? He probably got scared stiff by the people from the Lin and Li families earlier and wants to find a place to hide? Hide? Does he think the dungeon is a refuge? At hell level difficulty, it's a miracle if he comes out alive. I bet he'll be crying for his mom and dad in less than 20 minutes. 20 minutes? You're overestimating him. I bet 15 minutes. The surrounding players exchanged words, freely mocking Chen Chen's overconfidence. In their eyes, a level 20 support class daring to challenge a hell-level dungeon was nothing short of seeking death. No one believed Chen Chen could succeed, and not a single person thought he would come out alive. Time ticked by, and some players in the dungeon hall had already left, while others remained, waiting to see Chen Chen's embarrassment. It's been 25 minutes, why hasn't that kid come out yet? Maybe he's already dead inside, without even a chance to teleport out. Ah, that's possible. Hell-level monsters are no joke. Just as everyone was discussing, the teleportation portal suddenly flickered and a figure slowly emerged. He's out. He's out. I told you he definitely. Just then, a system notification echoed throughout the entire dungeon hall. Ding! Congratulations to player Chin Chen for clearing the hell-level dungeon, Snake Venom Mine, solo, setting a new record. The system notification rang out like thunder, reverberating in the dungeon hall. Everyone was dumbfounded. They could never have imagined that Chen Chen not only came out alive but actually cleared the hell-level dungeon. Moreover, he did it solo and set a record. This was nothing short of a miracle. This is impossible. He's just a support. Cheating. He must have cheated. Right. It must be a system error. After a brief shock, a wave of doubt erupted among the crowd. They couldn't accept that a support class could achieve such a feat. It completely overturned their understanding. However, the system notification does not lie. Chen Chen indeed accomplished the seemingly impossible task through his own strength. Facing the crowd's skepticism, Chen Chen merely smiled faintly, offering no explanations or arguments. He walked straight towards another teleportation portal and once again chose the solo challenge. He's going to continue? He's gone mad. He must be crazy. This time, he's definitely doomed. The crowd watched Chen Chen's back, once again discussing among themselves. But this time, their tone held less mockery and more shock and fear. Chen Chen ignored the discussions around him. He knew that strength was the best proof. He wanted to silence everyone with victory after victory. He slowly walked out of the dungeon hall, the setting sun casting its glow upon him, stretching his shadow long. Time to go back, Chen Chen murmured to himself, turning to head towards his residence. He did not notice that the surrounding players were looking at him with unusual gazes. After all, a level 20 support class clearing a hell-level dungeon solo was an extremely rare occurrence in Yang City and even across the entire Blue Star. Chen Chen passed through streets, gradually distancing himself from the clamor of the dungeon hall. As night fell, the streetlights flickered on, their dim light casting a hazy glow over the streets. Chen Chen turned a corner and entered a secluded alley. This was a shortcut home, but at the same time it was also an excellent ambush spot. The alley was narrow, flanked by towering walls, and the light from the street lamps was obscured, making it even darker. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the sound of Chen Chen's footsteps echoing. Rustle. The sound of footsteps was particularly clear in the stillness of the night. Chen Chen frowned slightly, stopping in his tracks and scanning his surroundings warily. "Come out," he said coldly, his voice echoing in the empty alley. The only response was a dead silence. Chen Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He could sense that something was off in the atmosphere around him, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what was wrong. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just then, several shadows suddenly sprang out from all directions, lunging at Chen Chen. Their speed was ghostly. The shadows wielded glinting blades that appeared particularly menacing under the dim light. As expected, they came, Chen Chen thought to himself, his face showing no signs of panic. He had long anticipated that the Lin family and the Li family would not let things rest, and even the Su family might take action against him. He just didn't expect they would choose to strike here. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of blades slicing through the air rang in Chen Chen's ears. The assassins were well trained and coordinated, blocking all of Chen Chen's escape routes. They were clearly premeditated, wanting to put Chen Chen to death. "Just you guys?" Chen Chen scoffed, slightly shifting his body to evade a dagger aimed at his chest. At the same time, he sidestepped, moving like a ghost through the flurry of blades. Each dodge was perfectly timed, leaving him unscathed. How is this possible? The assassins were taken aback. They had originally thought Chen Chen was just a support class, utterly defenseless. They never expected his agility to be so remarkable. "This kid is a bit uncanny," the assassin leader muttered, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. "Everyone be careful, don't be careless," he warned his companions, while simultaneously thrusting his dagger at Chen Chen with increased speed. Clang, clang. The sound of weapons clashing echoed in the alley. Chen Chen faced multiple opponents yet held his ground without losing an inch. With his extraordinary reflexes and agility, he neutralized the assassins' attacks one by one. Chen Chen's speed reached a terrifying level. In the eyes of the assassins, his figure had become a blur, difficult to capture. "Damn it!" The assassin leader cursed under his breath, realizing that his attacks could not hit Chen Chen at all. At this rate, not only would they fail to kill Chen Chen, but they might even exhaust themselves. "We can't keep this up," the assassin leader thought to himself. He had to find a way to break this deadlock. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he spotted an opportunity. As Chen Chen dodged an assassin's attack, his body leaned slightly forward, revealing a flaw. "Now's the time." The assassin leader's eyes flashed with a fierce intensity as he suddenly lunged forward, charging at Chen Chen. The dagger in his hand gleamed with a sharp cold light aimed directly at Chen Chen's back. "Die!" the assassin leader roared in his heart, as if he could already envision the scene of Chen Chen falling dead from his strike. However, just as his dagger was about to pierce Chen Chen, the latter's body twisted in an uncanny manner, narrowly evading the blow. "What?" The assassin leader's pupils constricted sharply. He could hardly believe that Chen Chen could dodge his attack in such a situation. It was simply impossible. In that moment of distraction, Chen moved. He spun around abruptly, throwing a punch straight at the assassin leader's face. The punch was incredibly fast and powerful, accompanied by a whistling sound. The assassin leader had no time to evade, only able to watch as Chen's fist grew larger in his line of sight. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Chen's fist struck the assassin leader's face with tremendous force. The high attack power made the impact of this punch astonishing. Crack! The sound of bones shattering clearly reached everyone's ears. The assassin leader's nasal bone was directly broken by Chen's punch. His body flew back like a kite with a severed string. Thud! The assassin leader crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to get up but found that his body no longer obeyed him. The assassin leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Chen, filled with incredulity. He could never have imagined that he would be severely injured by a support class leader. The assassins exclaimed in shock, their voices filled with disbelief and fear. They could not fathom that their leader, an experienced assassin, could be knocked down by a support class with a single punch. This is impossible, one assassin muttered, his eyes filled with confusion. He's just a support. Another assassin's voice began to tremble. Chen ignored their shock, coldly scanning the remaining assassins, his eyes filled with murderous intent. That gaze was as if he were looking at the dead. The assassins were intimidated by Chen's aura, realizing that this ambush had completely failed. Continuing to entangle would only lead to their own demise. Retreat! One assassin reacted first, shouting as he turned to run. The others quickly came to their senses and scattered in flight. They ran faster than they had come, wishing they could grow 2 more legs. Want to run? Chen sneered. He had anticipated that these assassins would flee. Ultimate speed. Chen activated his active talent and his speed surged once more. His already ghostly figure became so fast that it was beyond the naked eye's capture. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Chen darted through the alley like the Grim Reaper, reaping the lives of the assassins. Ah! No! Help! The sounds of screams and pleas echoed in the alley. But soon, silence returned. Every strike from Chen was precise and lethal. Not a single assassin could withstand even one move from him. In just a few breaths, the once aggressive assassins were reduced to just one. That assassin was the leader who had previously boasted about putting Chen to death. At this moment, he lay collapsed on the ground, trembling all over, his eyes filled with fear. He looked at Chen as if he were staring at a devil. You can't kill me. The assassin leader's voice was tinged with a sob. I am from the Lin family. If you kill me, the Lin family will not let you go. He tried to use the Lin family's name to threaten Chen. The Lin family? The corner of Chen's mouth curled into a disdainful cold smile. Even if the head of the Lin family came personally, I would still kill without hesitation. Chen's voice was icy and merciless. He stepped toward the assassin leader, each step feeling like he was stepping on the other's heart. No, please don't. The assassin leader completely broke down, retreating repeatedly, only to find that he had nowhere left to run. I beg you, spare me. He knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. I was wrong. I shouldn't have laid a hand on you. I can give you money. A lot of money. He tried to use money to buy his life. Money? Chen's gaze grew even colder. Do you think I lack money? Chen slowly raised his hand, aiming at the assassin leader's head. In your next life, remember not to provoke me again. Chen's voice was like the pronouncement of death. No. The assassin leader let out one last desperate wail. Bang! Chen threw a punch and the assassin leader's head exploded like a watermelon. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Chen retracted his fist, glanced at the corpse on the ground, and turned to leave. His figure vanished into the darkness as if he had never appeared. All that remained was a scene of chaos and a heavy smell of blood. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Chen quietly said, "Clean up the body." As soon as Chen's voice fell, 5 figures sprang from his shadow, quickly scattering. They pounced on the cold corpses like hungry beasts, greedily devouring everything, leaving not a trace of blood behind. When they returned, Chen noticed that after consuming these corpses, his shadow soldier's attributes had slightly increased. I didn't expect this could enhance their attributes. A glimmer of light flashed in Chen's eyes. It seems I should try to have the shadows eat monster corpses in the future. He secretly calculated in his heart that this unexpected discovery might become a shortcut for him to quickly increase his strength. After all, in this world where strength is paramount, any opportunity to grow stronger must not be missed. After handling the scene, Chen turned and left the dark alley. The night was deep, and the streetlights cast a dim yellow glow, stretching his shadow long. He navigated through the silent streets, heading home. Although tonight's encounter was thrilling, it was also within his expectations. After all, they had just been humiliated in the main hall of the dungeon today, and they were adamant that he had killed their people. Even without evidence, they wouldn't let him off the hook for these behemoths. They only cared about the outcome, regardless of the process. However, wanting to kill him was not easy. After confirming that there were no followers around and that he had left no traces, Chen returned to his residence. As soon as he stepped into the room, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed sharply. Chen Shen's brows furrowed instantly. He thought, could it be another clueless guy looking for trouble? His body went into a state of alert, and just as he was about to ask, the door was suddenly pushed open with a bang. Zhang Kai's familiar face appeared in Chen Shen's line of sight. Seeing Zhang Kai, Chen Shen's tense nerves finally relaxed and he collapsed directly onto the bed. So it's you. I thought it was someone from a big family coming to cause me trouble again. Chen Shen's voice carried a hint of fatigue along with a touch of relief. It's so late. What do you want from me? Zhang Kai looked at Chen Shen, who had completely relaxed, and shook his head helplessly. I said, you madman, the incident during the day caused such a stir, yet you seem unfazed, not reacting at all? After being taken away by the city lord, couldn't you at least give me a heads up? I worried for so long for nothing, Chen Shen said, a hint of an awkward smile appearing on his face. Aha, well, there were just too many things going on, and I accidentally forgot. So, do you have something to say? He tried to change the subject. Zhang Kai sighed helplessly at this, thinking that this guy still had that carefree demeanor. Did you forget what you asked me to do? Zhang Kai reminded him. Chen Shen was taken aback, clearly not having registered it at all. His recent experiences had been so thrilling and perilous that he had almost forgotten he had asked Zhang Kai to help deal with those spoils. Seeing his expression, Zhang Kai directly pulled out a black card from his pocket, casually flicking it so that it landed precisely beside Chen Shen. Here, this is the money earned from handling those drops in equipment, probably around 8 or 9 million. Zhang Kai paused and added, I have to say, you combat professionals really make money. You just switched jobs a day or two ago and earned so much already. There was a hint of envy in Zhang Kai's tone, and it was only then that Chen Shen reacted. He picked up the black card, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. Oh, I almost forgot, thank you. Saying this, Chen casually pulled out a money pouch from his backpack and tossed it to Zhang Kai. The pouch was heavy, filled with glimmering gold coins. This is the gold I looted from monsters today. Not much, probably just a few tens of thousands. Consider it your reward. Chen Shen's tone was very casual, as if those tens of thousands of gold coins were nothing to him. Zhang Kai took the pouch, weighed it in his hand, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. A couple of times. Did you blow up a monster den? A few tens of thousands in a day? He simply couldn't imagine how Chen Shen had managed to do that. It should be noted that even the top combat professionals would find it difficult to earn that much gold in a single day. Chen Shen chuckled and didn't directly answer Zhang Kai's question, instead saying, just take it, between brothers, why so much nonsense? Chen Shen's tone was sincere and calm. To him, helping each other out among friends was a given. If everything had to be calculated so clearly, what kind of friendship would that be? He didn't trust many, but Zhang Kai was one of them, so he naturally wanted him to have a better life. Hearing Chen Shen say this, Zhang Kai stopped being pretentious. He sighed lightly and said, alright then, I'll accept it. A few tens of thousands of gold, I'd need to forge at least a dozen pieces of equipment to earn that. There was a hint of helplessness in Zhang Kai's tone. As a blacksmith, he had achieved some success, but compared to those combat professionals who could easily amass huge wealth, he was still far behind. Take a good rest, I just came to deliver money, I'm leaving now, Zhang Kai said, preparing to turn and leave. Hey, Kai, don't rush off yet, I need your help with something. Chen Shen called out to Zhang Kai, who was about to leave. Zhang Kai turned around in confusion and asked, what is it? Is there something else? What level are your forging and equipment repair skills? Chen Shen didn't answer directly but asked in return. Zhang Kai was taken aback for a moment before answering, these are my skills for making a living, my forging is at level 6, and my repair is a bit higher, at level 7. Are you going to forge or repair equipment? Zhang Kai added. As a blacksmith, he naturally understood the importance of these two skills. Hearing this, Chen Shen raised an eyebrow, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. You really are hard-working, he remarked. After all, Zhang Kai had only changed jobs for a year, and in that time, he had managed to level up 2 skills to level 6 and 7, which was definitely a testament to his hard work. Zhang Kai rolled his eyes at Chen Shen in disbelief. I have to feed my family, big guy. I only have one livelihood profession, so I can only work my butt off. Chen Shen chuckled and directly took out a piece of equipment from his backpack. It was the damaged moonlight armor he had bought earlier at the trading post. After receiving the armor, he had tried to repair it, but his repair skill level was simply too low. He needed level 5 to fix it, and he also had to pair it with level 5 forging to complete the hidden repair and activate its original attributes. Here, take a look at this, Chen Shen said with a smile as he handed the moonlight armor to Zhang Kai. Although it was called armor, it was actually a cloth armor used by mage-type professions, light and soft, with faint traces reminiscent of moonlight still lingering on it. However, those traces had now faded and dulled, and some areas even showed signs of damage. Zhang Kai took the armor, and it felt icy to the touch. He carefully explored every inch of the armor, his fingers rubbing back and forth over the damaged areas, and his brow gradually furrowed. Damaged equipment? Zhang Kai muttered, in confusion. But soon his expression changed, becoming focused and sharp. No, this equipment is strange, he said in a low voice, a hint of surprise and excitement in his tone. Zhang Kai flipped the moonlight armor over. and over, occasionally tapping on it with his fingers as if sensing something. His expression grew more serious, as if this damaged armor concealed some earth-shattering secret. Chen Chen watched Zhang Kai's serious demeanor, feeling a bit curious. He knew this moonlight armor was not simple, but he didn't expect it to elicit such a reaction from Zhang Kai. So, what do you think? Did you figure something out? Chen Chen couldn't help but ask. Zhang Kai didn't answer immediately but continued to observe the armor closely. His fingers moved along the fine patterns on the armor as if searching for something. Suddenly, his fingers stopped at a damaged spot. There, he found an almost invisible crack that was nearly undetectable unless one looked closely. A glint flashed in Zhang Kai's eyes. This armor is not simple, he said slowly, a hint of awe in his tone. This is not just a piece of damaged equipment, it hides deeper secrets. Zhang Kai looked up at Chen Chen, his eyes filled with excitement. If I'm not mistaken, the original grade of this armor is definitely not just silver level, he asserted confidently. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen's heart stirred. Indeed, this armor had its mysteries. So, can you repair it? Chen Chen asked directly, his tone laced with anticipation. After all, if this armor was truly as extraordinary as Zhang Kai said, then repairing it would significantly enhance his strength. Zhang Kai, upon hearing this, waved his hand, and a forging hammer appeared in his grasp. He lightly tapped the moonlight armor, producing a soft clang, as if confirming something. Then he nodded and said, my skill levels are sufficient, but... Zhang Kai paused, a hint of difficulty appearing on his face. It's just, the materials needed are a bit outrageous. Chen Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, what do you need? I'll go get it right away. For him, as long as it could enhance his strength, he was completely willing to pay a price. Moreover, he considered himself a bit of a small tycoon now, he should be able to afford the usual materials. Zhang Kai looked at Chen Chen with a strange expression and said, it would have been better if you had taken it out earlier. To repair this thing, you need 3 pieces of silver equipment and 1 piece of gold-level equipment to completely fix it. What the hell? Upon hearing this, Chen Chen was taken aback. What kind of equipment repair requires devouring other equipment? Isn't that a bit too outrageous? He couldn't help but complain. This method of repair was simply unheard of. Silver equipment is already considered quite good, let alone gold-level equipment, which is a rare treasure. Using so many valuable items to repair a damaged piece of equipment seems quite unwise. Zhang Kai sighed, I've never seen such a demand either. How about we forget it? The cost is a bit too high, and if the attributes turn out poorly after the repair, it would be a huge loss. Although he wanted to help Chen Chen repair this equipment, he also knew that the risks involved were too great. No way. Chen Chen shook his head firmly. It's just equipment, I have it. Saying this, Chen Chen directly opened his backpack. He had just completed 2 rounds of gold-level dungeons today. While he might not have gold equipment, he certainly had plenty of silver. Moreover, even if he didn't have gold-level equipment, he could use healing points to elevate one. He had heard of this equipment in his past life, although its attributes weren't particularly impressive, the accompanying effects made it highly sought after by all combat-oriented professionals. Seeing Chen Chen's determined expression, Zhang Kai knew he couldn't persuade him otherwise. He sighed and said, alright, since you've made up your mind, I'll help you. Give it a try. But I can't guarantee it will succeed, Zhang Kai added. After all, this was the first time he was attempting such a special repair method. It's fine, I believe in you. Chen Chen patted Zhang Kai's shoulder and smiled. He believed that with Zhang Kai's forging skills, combined with the materials he provided, the chances of success should be quite high. Zhang Kai nodded, saying nothing more. He took a deep breath and placed the moonlight armor on the workbench in front of him. Seeing this, Chen Chen quickly took out 3 pieces of silver equipment from his backpack. He also pulled out an additional piece of equipment that shimmered with a faint golden light. That was the gold equipment he had temporarily elevated using healing points. Seeing Chen Chen's actions, Zhang Kai's eyelids couldn't help but twitch violently. Damn, you must be loaded. In just half a day, you've managed to gather so much equipment. Zhang Kai's voice was filled with surprise and envy. He simply couldn't imagine how Chen Chen had acquired so many high-level pieces in such a short time. It's worth noting that even those top-tier big shots would find it difficult to gather this much silver equipment in a short period, let alone a piece of gold-level equipment. This was practically a moving treasure trove. Chen Chen placed the equipment neatly on the workbench, arranging them in order. He looked at Zhang Kai's shocked expression and said with a smile, it's up to you now, Kai, don't feel pressured, it doesn't matter if it fails. Chen Chen's tone was very relaxed, as if these precious pieces of equipment meant nothing to him. Meanwhile, in the Lin family hall, the atmosphere was so tense it felt like it could drip water. The crystal chandelier emitted a cold, harsh light, illuminating the varied expressions of the few people present. Linihan sat in the main seat, her exquisite makeup failing to conceal the coldness between her brows. Her long fingers lightly tapped on the table, producing a tap-tap sound that was particularly jarring in the silent space. Let's hear it, what's the situation? Linihan's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion, as if she were inquiring about something trivial. The spokesperson of the Li family, a short and stout middle-aged man, was now sweating profusely on his forehead. He cautiously raised his head, glanced at Lin Yihan, and quickly lowered it again, his voice trembling as he said, Miss Lin, we can't get in touch with the team we sent to assassinate Chen Shen. It's very likely they're all dead. His voice grew softer, the last few words almost inaudible. What? Lin Yihan's voice suddenly shot up, a flicker of disbelief flashing in her eyes. What did you say? She slammed her hand on the table, standing up, glaring down at the Li family spokesperson. Didn't I tell you to send more people? How could they be dead? That Chen Shen is just a support role. How could he be that powerful? Lin Yihan's voice was sharp and piercing, filled with doubt and anger. She couldn't believe that her meticulously planned assassination operation had failed so completely. The Li family spokesperson trembled under Lin Yihan's imposing presence and hurriedly explained, Miss Lin, you don't understand. Yang City is a small place compared to Kyoto, and there aren't many people who do this kind of work. There are only so many. He forced a bitter smile, a look of helplessness on his face. It's likely they were already targeted by the city lord, and as soon as they moved, the city lord sent someone to wipe them out. He speculated that it was very likely the city lord of Yang City who had acted. After all, in Yang City, if one wanted to silently eliminate a team of people besides the city lord, no one else would have that capability. Useless. Are you all useless? Lin Yihan trembled with rage, pointing at the Li family spokesperson and the silent Su family spokesperson beside him, scolding loudly. I've given you a lot of money. Train soldiers for 1,000 days, use them for a moment. And what do I get in return? Lin Yihan's voice echoed in the empty hall, filled with disappointment and anger. She had originally thought that these local forces, while not comparable to the great families of Kyoto, could at least get some real work done. But now it seemed they were nothing but a bunch of useless fools. Faced with Lin Yihan's fury, the spokespersons of the Li and Su families stood up, heads bowed, repeatedly apologizing. Miss Lin, please calm down. We will do our utmost. Yes, Miss Lin, give us another chance, and we promise to complete the task. They were also lamenting in their hearts. Who would have thought that a seemingly ordinary support class would be so difficult to deal with? Had they known this, they would never have taken on this hot potato. Looking at the two obsequious men before her, Lin Yihan felt a wave of frustration. She took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and coldly said, Enough, all of you shut up. No more assassinations. Since the first attempt failed, the next few won't work either. She rubbed her temples, a hint of malice flashing in her eyes. Let's wait until he leaves the city. Since they couldn't act within the city, they would wait until he was outside, or he would be at her mercy. At this point, Lin Yihan suddenly paused. She raised her head and looked at the spokespersons of the Li and Su families, asking, Do you think we can do something during the national exam? Her voice was soft, but it carried an undeniable authority. The national exam was a test that all job changers had to take. This exam not only concerned everyone's future but was also a stage for the various forces to secretly compete against each other. If they could manipulate the national exam so that Chen Shen couldn't pass or even die directly in the examination room, wouldn't that be cleaner and more efficient than an assassination? The representatives of the Li and Su families exchanged glances, both seeing hesitation and worry in each other's eyes. Manipulating the national exam was no small matter. Once discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, if they did not agree to Lin Yihan's demands, they might not be able to establish themselves in Yang City either. Lin Yihan looked at the two of them hesitating, sneering coldly, and said, What's wrong? Are you afraid? Or do you simply lack the ability? Her words were filled with disdain and mockery. The Li family's representative gritted his teeth and forced himself to say, Miss Lin, this matter, we need to think it over. The national exam is serious. Enough. Lin Yihan interrupted him impatiently. I don't want to hear your excuses. I only want results. Her gaze was like a knife, sweeping over the faces of the two. If you can't even handle this small matter, then there's no need for your existence. Lin Yihan's voice was cold and cruel, sending shivers down the spines of the representatives from the Li and Su families. They knew that Lin Yihan was giving them an ultimatum. If they couldn't manipulate the national exam to make Chen Shen pay the price, then what awaited them would likely be the wrath of the Lin family. Thinking of this, both men couldn't help but shudder. They knew they had no way out now. 10 minutes felt like it had been stretched infinitely. Every second tugged at the hearts of Chun Shan and Zhang Kai. On the workbench, the originally broken moonlight armor was now quietly floating, surrounded by a faint halo. Piece by piece, the equipment transformed into pure energy under Zhang Kai's exquisite craftsmanship, slowly merging into it. First, 3 pieces of silver equipment disappeared silently into the halo, like melting ice and snow. Following that, the piece of equipment shimmering with golden light also began to gradually disintegrate. Golden specks of light danced around the moonlight armor like fireflies, seeping into it bit by bit. Each fusion made the radiance of the moonlight armor shine even brighter. The originally dull silver gradually became bright, even faintly revealing a hint of golden luster. Chen Shen stood by, watching quietly. His expression seemed calm, but inside, a storm was already raging. Memories from his past life surged like a tide. He clearly remembered the uproar this equipment caused back then. Countless combat professionals fought fiercely for it, even resorting to violence. And now, this equipment was about to reappear in his hands. The feeling was truly marvelous. Time passed second by second. Finally, when the last piece of golden equipment transformed into a streak of light and flew into the armor, a sudden change occurred. Buzz, a faint humming sound emanated from the armor. Immediately after, a dazzling light erupted. The entire room was enveloped by this sudden brilliance. Chen Chen and Zhang Kai instinctively closed their eyes. When the light dissipated and they opened their eyes again, the sight before them left them utterly stunned. The originally broken moonlight armor had vanished. In its place was a brand new robe. The base color of the robe was a pure moonlight, intricately outlined with complex patterns. Silver threads flowed like moonlight, while golden lines sparkled like stars dotting the night sky. The two colors complemented each other, appearing both magnificent and mysterious. Did it succeed? A hint of excitement flashed in Chen Chen's eyes. He took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and slowly walked forward. It worked! Zhang Kai suddenly stood up, grabbing Chen Chen's shoulder and shouting excitedly. As a blacksmith, being able to personally repair such a perfect piece of equipment was undoubtedly the most glorious moment of his career. Chen Chen nodded, remaining silent. He reached out and gently stroked the surface of the robe. Ha! Chen Chen let out a long breath, slowly calming the excitement in his heart. He opened his eyes and cast a detection spell towards the robe. Name, Moon God's Guardian Grade, Platinum Level, LV20 Spirit, plus 280. Constitution, plus 150 MP cap, plus 5000 durability, 3000 skills. Moon God's Blessing, consumes 300 MP to apply a layer of Moon God's Blessing to all friendly units within a 10-meter radius, allowing the target to recover 2% of their maximum health per second and increasing movement and attack speed by 20%, lasting for 10 seconds. CD 30 minutes. Shadow of the Moon God summons the Shadow of the Moon God, covering the person in shadow, forcing them into a state of confinement for 5 seconds. Equipment effects, Moonlight Healing, your healing skills are enhanced by 100%. Moonlight Protection provides the user with a shield equivalent to 5% of their mana. When shattered, it deals 10% of the mana as magical damage to the surroundings. Moon God's Grace, a blessed piece of equipment that levels up alongside the user. Platinum level. Chen Chen murmured as he looked at the attribute panel before him. Seeing the attributes of this equipment made Chen Chen even more excited. This was indeed the piece from his past life. Although its grade was relatively low now, it did not diminish the excitement in Chen Chen's heart at this moment, because he possessed a unique healing points. As long as he had enough healing points, not to mention platinum level, even legendary, divine, or even the supreme heavenly level, he could forcefully stack them up. Moreover, what attracted Chen Chen the most about the Moon God's Guardian was not its splendid attributes or powerful skills. It was the equipment effect called Moon God's Grace. An equipment that could level up alongside the user was simply a dream artifact for all professionals. It's important to know that in this era of universal job changes, the speed of equipment updates far exceeds ordinary imagination. A piece of equipment, no matter how powerful its skills and effects, once its level falls behind, it can only end up as a collection in a warehouse or face the fate of being eliminated. Only exclusive equipment can escape this fate. However, the difficulty of obtaining exclusive equipment and the harsh conditions for leveling up are enough to deter the vast majority of people. Yet now, the appearance of the Moon God's Guardian has broken this ironclad rule. It requires no extra materials and no complicated rituals. It simply needs to be worn quietly, and it will continuously evolve as the user's level increases. This is truly a treasure tailored for oneself. Crazy, what are you daydreaming about? Zhang Kai's voice pulled Chen Chen back from his thoughts. He looked at Chen Chen's infatuated expression and couldn't help but ask, how are the attributes of this equipment? Zhang Kai rubbed his hands together, proudly asking Lena. He only knew that the equipment he had personally repaired was definitely an extraordinary treasure. Chen Chen came back to his senses, glanced at Zhang Kai, and smiled as he said, the attributes are very good. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kai immediately grinned widely, revealing a set of big white teeth. He patted Chen Chen's shoulder and said proudly, of course, just look at who did the work. As a forger, being able to personally repair such a powerful piece of equipment is an achievement that cannot be easily compared to anything else. Chen Chen looked at Zhang Kai's smug expression and couldn't help but chuckle, remaining silent. He knew that although Zhang Kai usually acted carefree, he indeed possessed extraordinary talent and passion for forging. As a forger, he understood better than anyone the quality of a piece of equipment, especially the skills on this Moon God's Guardian, which left him utterly astonished. Thanks, Kai, Chen Chen said sincerely, his tone filled with gratitude. He knew that Zhang Kai must have put in a lot of effort to repair this equipment. Hey, what are we being polite for? Zhang Kai waved his hand dismissively, appearing nonchalant. But speaking of which, madman, this robe of yours is really something else. It's the first time I've seen such a bizarre piece of equipment. He scratched his head, seemingly puzzled. Especially those skills, they made my head spin. If it weren't for you asking me to repair it, I would have charged you hundreds of thousands. Just for the labor. Hundreds of thousands? Chen Chen felt a slight jolt at that number. He knew that in this era of universal job changes, the purchasing power of money had decreased, but hundreds of thousands was still a significant amount for an ordinary family. Moreover, Zhang Kai was just a lifestyle worker with limited income sources. That hundreds of thousands was probably his savings over a long period. The repair fee, Chen Chen was about to say something when he was directly interrupted by Zhang Kai. Madman, why are you being so polite with me? Zhang Kai shot Chen Chen a glare, pretending to be angry. We've grown up together, sharing everything. Your matters are my matters. Besides, being able to personally repair such a treasure is a rare experience for me, so don't stand on ceremony. Zhang Kai's tone was firm and left no room for doubt. Chen Chen looked at his honest face, feeling a warm current surge in his heart. He knew that Zhang Kai truly regarded him as a brother, which was why he helped him selflessly. Alright, then I won't be polite with you. Chen Chen took a deep breath, suppressing his feelings of gratitude. If you need help in the future, just let me know. That's more like it. Zhang Kai nodded in satisfaction. Alright, it's getting late, I'll head back to rest. You should get some sleep too. With that, he turned and left the room. Chen Chen watched Zhang Kai leave until his figure disappeared at the door, then slowly withdrew his gaze. In the room, only Chen Chen remained. He walked to the table and gently picked up the moon god's guardian robe, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This piece of equipment was finally repaired. Chen Chen set the robe aside and took out the exclusive equipment scroll that had dropped from the mutated boss from his backpack. The scroll was dark golden all over, adorned with intricate patterns, exuding a mysterious aura. Chen Chen gently stroked the surface of the scroll, filled with anticipation. Unfortunately, I still need a second job change to unlock it. Chen Chen sighed softly, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. The second job change was still an unattainable goal for him at this moment. His current level was 25, and he was still far from the 40 required for the second job change. The attributes of the exclusive equipment will definitely be astonishing, but the materials required will surely not be simple. Chen Chen murmured to himself, it seems I need to plan things out well for the time to come. He slowly put away the scroll and placed it back in his backpack. Chen Chen once again turned his gaze to the moon god's guardian on the table. He took a deep breath, calming his excited heart, and slowly reached out his hand to gently stroke the surface of the robe. The icy touch came from his fingertips, jolting his spirit awake. Ding! Do you want to use 100,000 healing points to transcend this equipment? The system prompt echoed in Chen Chen's mind. 100,000 points. Chen Chen looked at the system prompt in front of him, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. He knew that the higher the grade of the equipment, the more healing points were required for transcendence. However, he never expected that upgrading from platinum to diamond grade would require a full 100,000 healing points. This number was astronomical for him at the moment. To put it into perspective, all his healing points combined barely amounted to a few thousand. This is too exaggerated, right? Chen Chen couldn't help but mutter under his breath. What about after this, how will that be? He could hardly imagine how terrifying the number of healing points required for the Crimson grade, the Dazzling grade, and even higher tier equipment would be after Diamond grade. However, Chen Chen only complained a little. He was well aware that the difficulty of obtaining healing points was directly proportional to the difficulty of transcending equipment. The more powerful the equipment, the greater the cost of transcendence. This was an unchanging truth. Chen Chen shifted his gaze away from the system prompt, directly stored the moon god's guardian in his backpack, freshened up, and fell into a deep sleep. A night passed without a word. The next day, Chen Chen arrived at the dungeon hall early as usual. Inside the dungeon hall, the noise was deafening, with various colors of light interweaving and flashing, a result of the fluctuations created by the adventurers entering and exiting the dungeons. Chen Chen stood in a corner of the hall, his gaze sweeping over the figures coming and going, yet his heart remained calm. He had grown accustomed to such clamor and to being alone. Name, Corrupted Jungle, Hell level, Grade, Silver level, LV25 LV30 description, a forest eroded by evil forces filled with various mutated monsters and dangers. Just like yesterday, Chen Chen showed no hesitation and directly chose the dungeon most suitable for his current level, stepping into the teleportation portal. With a flash of light, he found himself in a dark and damp forest. Surrounding him, tall trees blocked out the sun, with only a few rays of sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled spots of light. The air was thick with a decaying stench that made one feel nauseous. Not far away, low growls echoed, indicating the presence of monsters. Quick battle, quick resolution. Chen Chen murmured to himself, a flash of light in his hand as the moon god's guardian was equipped, and the staff was firmly in his grasp. Without any hesitation, he charged towards the direction of the monster sounds. The system prompts rang out continuously, and Chen Chen's level gradually increased. Amidst the ongoing battles, time passed, and Chen Chen was like an unwearied machine, continuously grinding through the dungeons. Level 26. Level 26 and a half. Level 27. By the time his level reached 27, it was already afternoon. Chen Shen estimated the time. If he completed one last dungeon today, he could almost go back to rest. After all, there was a major exam tomorrow and he needed to ensure he was in good condition. Just as Chen Shen was about to enter the dungeon again, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Chen Shen?" The newcomer was clad in standard armor with a badge of the Lord's Mansion on his chest, clearly a guard. Chen Shen frowned slightly. He did not recognize this person and had no idea why someone from the Lord's Mansion was looking for him. "I am," Chen Shen replied coolly, his tone laced with a hint of caution. He did not know this person, nor did he understand what business someone from the Lord's Mansion could have with him. After all, although his strength had greatly increased, he was still not considered a significant figure in a place like Yang City. "Mr. Chen Shen, Lord Gu Qingshan requests your presence," the guard said respectfully, his tone tinged with a hint of awe. He stood tall like a spear, but when facing Chen Shen, he slightly bowed to show respect. Gu City Lord? Chen Shen felt even more puzzled. He had only seen him twice yesterday. Why was he looking for him again today? Could it be that the Lin family and the Li family had caused trouble, putting pressure on the city lord? A thought flashed through Chen Shen's mind. Or was it that he had killed so many people last night and this city lord had discovered it? But he had only killed assassins. Chen Shen narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the guard before him. He tried to glean some clues from the other's expression. "The city lord is looking for me. Is there something he wants?" Chen Shen asked in a deep voice, his tone carrying a hint of probing. He wanted to clarify the city lord's intentions before deciding whether to go. "The city lord didn't elaborate, just told me to inform you that it is definitely a good thing, so don't overthink it," the guard replied respectfully, his face devoid of any extraneous expression. He seemed merely a messenger, unaware of the underlying details. "Definitely a good thing?" Chen Shen raised an eyebrow slightly. Did this Gu City Lord actually predict what he was thinking? Chen Shen pondered silently. He could sense that Gu Qingshan was being overly kind to him. This kindness even exceeded normal bounds. Something unusual must be afoot. Chen Shen did not believe that Gu Qingshan would be so nice to him for no reason. He was no naive fool, easily swayed by a few kind words. After a moment of silence, Chen Shen made a decision in his heart. No matter what Gu Qingshan's purpose was, he would find out by going to see. After all, in the main city, this city lord was unlikely to collude with other families to directly act against him. "Alright, lead the way," Chen Shen nodded and said calmly. He wanted to see what kind of scheme this Gu City Lord was plotting. The guard, seeing Chen Shen agree, flashed a hint of joy in his eyes. He slightly turned to the side, making a gesture of invitation. "Mr. Chen Shen, please follow me." With that, he turned and led the way ahead. Chen Shen stepped forward but remained vigilant in his heart. In his past life, he had never been to the city lord's mansion. After all, at that time, he was just an ordinary practitioner, far less powerful than he was now. He had no experience dealing with these upper-class individuals. He never expected that before the major exam even began, these upper-class figures would value him so highly. Chen Shen felt a sense of emotion. Strength truly was the hard truth. Without strength, not to mention the city lord's mansion, even this guard probably wouldn't spare him a glance. Following the guard, Chen Shen passed through the bustling crowd, heading towards the outer hall of the instance. Along the way, many practitioners noticed them. Some recognized Chen Shen, their eyes revealing surprise. "Isn't that the restoration mage from yesterday? Why is he with someone from the city lord's mansion? I don't know, did he get into some trouble?" "Impossible, yesterday the city lord personally intervened to protect him." "That's hard to say, who knows if he offended some big shot." Various discussions rang in Chen Shen's ears. He remained unfazed, as if he hadn't heard anything. The chatter of these people held no significance for him. He only wanted to know what Gu Qingshan's purpose was in seeking him out. Soon, the two of them exited the instance hall. Chen Shen followed the guard as they walked through the bustling streets, winding around a few quiet alleys, and finally arrived in front of an imposing building. The city lord's residence stood tall and solemn. The crimson doors were tightly shut, with two stone lions standing on either side, glaring fiercely, exuding an intimidating presence. Chen Shen followed the guard, crossing the wide courtyard and stepping onto a path paved with blue stones. "Mr. Chen Shen, please wait a moment, I will go report." The guard led Chen Shen to a side hall and said respectfully, Chen Shen nodded, his gaze sweeping around the hall. He walked to the table and sat down, quietly waiting for the Lord's summons. He closed his eyes, beginning to sort through the recent events in his mind. Everything flashed through his mind like scenes from a movie. "My strength is still not enough," Chen Shen sighed inwardly. Although his current strength far surpassed that of his peers in his previous life, in a place like Yang City, he still couldn't be considered top tier. Moreover, what he had to face was not just the families in Yang City, but also the hidden dangers lurking in the shadows. I must secure first place in the major exam. Only by achieving first place could he obtain more resources and enhance his strength more quickly. Only then could he cope with the upcoming crises. Just then, a sound of footsteps interrupted Chen Shen's thoughts. He raised his head and saw Gu Qingshan walking in with a smile, striding confidently. "Young friend Chen Shen, sorry to keep you waiting." Gu Qingshan cupped his hands in greeting, speaking in a friendly tone. You are too polite, Lord Gu. Chen Shan stood to return the greeting, speaking calmly. Gu Qingshan laughed heartily, then shifted the topic. Young friend Chen Shan, I invited you here today to discuss an important matter. Oh, what is it? Chen Shan raised an eyebrow, asking nonchalantly. It's about the upcoming major exam. The major exam? Chen Shan's heart stirred. Is there a problem with the major exam? There isn't a problem per se, but Gu Qingshan paused. Lowering his voice, I've received news that the Lin family, the Li family, and the Wang family seem to be preparing to target you during this major exam. Target me? This is a national exam. Do they dare to play tricks? A glint of coldness flashed in Chen Shan's eyes. What do they plan to do? I'm not clear on the specifics, but they will definitely create trouble for you within the bounds of the rules, Gu Qingshan said solemnly. After all, you know that what you've done these past few days has made it hard for them to hold their heads high. They certainly won't let you off easily. If it were just the other members of the families, it might be manageable, but you've provoked that Miss Linihan from the Lin family, so, a bunch of clowns, Chen Shan snorted coldly, a hint of disdain in his tone. He had long anticipated that these families would not let things rest. Young friend Chen Shan, do not be careless, Gu Qingshan reminded him. Although these three families are merely branches, they have operated in Yang City for many years and have deep foundations. They should not be underestimated. Thank you for the reminder, Lord Gu. I will be cautious, Chen Shan nodded, speaking calmly. He already had a plan in mind. As long as you know your limits. He paused, his gaze becoming profound. Since you are here, I will take the opportunity to tell you about the content of the major exam. Upon hearing this, Chen Shan was taken aback. Is this something that can be disclosed in advance? Ordinary people might not be able to know in advance, but generally, those from prominent families can find out early. It's just a matter of spending some money, nothing significant, Gu Qingshan said with a smile. Do you want to hear more? Chen Shan nodded again, yes. Gu Qingshan smiled slightly and continued, this major exam is different from previous years. It is not a joint exam for Jiangnan province, but rather the entire Dragon Kingdom, with all 9 provinces participating. However, the content of the exam is similar to previous years, with points awarded based on the number and strength of monsters killed, and rankings determined by the total points. Chen Shan listened quietly, but his mind was racing with thoughts. The entire Dragon Kingdom, 9 provinces, that's 36 main cities. This is on a much larger scale than in his previous life. It seems that the variables in this life are even greater than I imagined. However, the content of the major exam seems to have remained unchanged. But, Gu Qingshan's voice rang out again, interrupting Chen Shan's thoughts. This year, there is an additional assessment. After the dungeon ends, there will be a PvP competition for the top 10 in points, with extra rewards and arrangements for the top 3. PvP competition? Chen Shan raised an eyebrow slightly. This is somewhat interesting. However, with my current strength, it shouldn't be a problem. Thank you for the information, City Lord. Chen Shan nodded and said calmly. He did not show much surprise or excitement. After all, this information, while somewhat unexpected, was still within a controllable range for him. Gu Qingshan looked at Chen Shan's calm demeanor, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Young friend Chen Shan, do you know what the rewards for this major exam are? He suddenly changed the subject, asking mysteriously. Rewards? Chen Shan's heart stirred. He had not participated in the major exam in his previous life, so he was indeed unclear about the rewards. Please enlighten me, City Lord. Chen Shan cupped his hands and said respectfully. The rewards for this major exam are very generous. Gu Qingshan said slowly, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. In addition to a large amount of resources and money, there is also a very special item. A very special item? Chen Shan's curiosity grew even stronger. What could it be that made Gu Qingshan, the City Lord, value it so highly? This item is called the Job Change Certificate. Gu Qingshan's voice echoed in Chen Shan's ears. Job change certificate? Chen Shan's heart trembled. He certainly knew what this was. This is an item that allows practitioners, regardless of how many times they change jobs or how difficult the job change task is, to complete the job change task directly. In his previous life, his second job change task required healing 2,000 people, and it took him a full 2 months to complete. In his previous life, such items were only likely to be possessed by top-tier forces. He never expected that this life's major exam would actually offer such an item as a reward. However, Gu Qingshan's voice rang out. Again, obtaining this job change certificate is not easy. He looked at Chen Shan and said slowly. This major exam gathers all the talented practitioners from the entire Dragon Country. Among them, there are many with strong abilities and deep backgrounds, such as the young lady from the Su family, Su Jiner. If you want to stand out and take first place, the difficulty is very high. Chen Shan nodded. He certainly knew that this would not be easy. However, he would not back down. This job change certificate he must obtain. Rest assured, City Lord, I will do my best. Chen said solemnly, his tone filled with determination. Gu Qingshan looked at the determined look in Chen Shan's eyes and nodded in satisfaction. Good, I believe in you. He paused and continued. Young friend Chen Chen, aside from the major exam, I have one more thing to tell you, and I hope you can agree, as it is a personal request of mine. Chen Chen raised an eyebrow. What is it? 4. The city lord to use the word request. This matter must not be simple, right? It concerns you personally. Gu Qingshan said slowly, his tone becoming somewhat serious. I hope that after the major exam, you do not join other forces but only the national forces. Chen Chen was slightly taken aback, then a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. He knew that this old man wouldn't be so kind to him for no reason. It turns out he was waiting for him here. However, Chen Chen did not feel surprised or disgusted. After all, whether in this life or his previous one, he had a deep affection for the dragon country and for the nation he was in. Lord of the city, do you mean? Chen Chen asked tentatively, wanting to hear Gu Qingshan's specific thoughts. Young friend Chen Chen, you should know that the Dragon Kingdom, while seemingly calm, is actually rife with undercurrents, Gu Qingshan said slowly, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. All the major forces are secretly accumulating power and vying for resources. And geniuses like you are precisely the targets they are eager to win over. I hope you can stand on the side of the nation and contribute to the future of the Dragon Kingdom. Gu Qingshan's words were straightforward and sincere. He did not pressure Chen Chen with lofty ideals but laid the stakes out clearly. Chen Chen fell silent for a moment, knowing that Gu Qingshan was speaking the truth. In his previous life, although he had not been involved in these high-level matters, he had vaguely heard some rumors. Lord of the city, Chen was about to speak when Gu Qingshan interrupted him. Young friend Chen Chen, don't rush to answer me just yet. Gu Qingshan waved his hand, signaling Chen Chen to calm down. I know you might have some concerns right now, or perhaps you don't fully trust me. That's fine, I won't force you to make a decision right now. I just hope you can seriously consider my suggestion. After all, joining the national forces would also be a good thing for you. Gu Qingshan paused before continuing. By joining the national forces, you will gain access to more resources, better training, and a broader platform. Moreover, you will also be privy to some secrets that ordinary practitioners cannot access. All of this will greatly benefit your future. Gu Qingshan's words stirred something within Chen Chen. He had to admit that what Gu Qingshan said was indeed very tempting. Lord of the city, may I ask you a question? Chen Chen looked up at Gu Qingshan and asked earnestly. Go ahead. Gu Qingshan nodded, indicating for Chen Chen to continue. Why do you value me so much? Chen Chen voiced his inner doubts. Is it because of my talent? Or my strength? Or is it for some other reason? Chen Chen's gaze was fixed on Gu Qingshan, trying to discern something from his expression. Gu Qingshan smiled slightly, not directly answering Chen Chen's question. Young friend Chen, what do you think? He countered. Chen Chen frowned. He did not like the feeling of being led by the nose. I don't know. Chen Chen shook his head and said candidly. However, I feel that it shouldn't just be because of my talent and strength. After all, there are not many geniuses like me, but certainly not none. You must have other motives. You must have other motives. Chen's words were direct and sharp. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in Gu Qingshan's eyes. Young friend Chen, you are indeed very clever, he nodded, acknowledging Chen's speculation. That's right, the reason I value you so much is indeed not just because of your talent and strength. More importantly, it is because of who you are. Gu Qingshan looked at Chen and said slowly, you possess a very special aura. This aura reminds me of my younger self. That spirit of not fearing power, daring to challenge, and never giving up. Such spirit is rare among today's youth. Gu Qingshan's words left Chen momentarily stunned. He did not expect Gu Qingshan to say such things. Lord of the city, you flatter me, Chen said humbly. I am just doing what I ought to do. No, what you have done is far more than that. Gu Qingshan shook his head, speaking with firm conviction. You killed people from the Lin and Li families, yet you can still remain unflinching and composed. You faced my probing with calmness, neither servile nor arrogant. All of this proves that you are a person of courage, determination, and responsibility. And such a person is exactly what the country needs. Gu Qingshan's words warmed Chen heart slightly. He felt Gu Qingshan's sincerity and his expectations for him. City Lord, I understand. Chen took a deep breath and said slowly, I will seriously consider your suggestion. However, I need some time. Alright, I will give you time. Gu Qingshan nodded, indicating his understanding. But I hope you can make a decision soon. After all, everything will change after the big exam. Gu Qingshan's words made Chen heart tighten. He knew that Gu Qingshan was speaking the truth. After the big exam, he would face more challenges and more choices, and his decisions would affect his future. Rest assured, City Lord, I will give you a reply as soon as possible. Chen said solemnly, his tone filled with determination. Gu Qingshan nodded, indicating that he was at ease. Alright, let's leave it at that for today. Young friend Chen, take a good rest. I look forward to your good news. With that, Chen turned and left the side hall, leaving Gu Qingshan standing alone in place. Gu Qingshan slowly took out a letter from his pocket. The envelope had no signature, only a few simple words to the City Lord of Yang City. This letter had arrived 2 days ago. The content of the letter was brief, yet it left Gu Qingshan's mood unsettled. For a long time, he slowly unfolded the letter, his gaze falling once again on the familiar handwriting, each word seeming to carry a heavy weight pressing on his heart. Shurja girl, this time. I've placed all my bets on this kid, I hope your judgment is not flawed. Gu Qingshan murmured, his voice low and hoarse, as if speaking to himself or perhaps confiding in someone far away. His expression was complex. The Shurja family, one of the top families in Manhwa, had deep roots and immense power. Even Gu Qingshan would not dare to offend them lightly. The current head of the Shurja family was one of the guardians of Manhwa, holding a revered status and tremendous power. The letter was personally written by the young lady of the Shurja family, Shi Xiaoxiao. In the letter, Shi Xiaoxiao recommended Chen Chen to Gu Qingshan and hoped that Gu Qingshan could provide Chen Chen with the greatest support and assistance. Shi Xiaoxiao held Chen Chen in high regard in the letter, even describing him as a once-in-a-thousand-years talent. Initially, Gu Qingshan did not believe that an 18-year-old who had just changed professions could possess much ability, until he personally witnessed Chen Chen's strength and felt the unique aura about him. Only then did he begin to believe that Shi Xiaoxiao was not exaggerating. Chen Chen was indeed a remarkable young man. He possessed an indescribable charm, a charm that made one want to draw closer and trust him. Perhaps he really can create miracles. Gu Qingshan carefully folded the letter and placed it back in his pocket. He raised his head and looked out the window. The night was deep and the stars twinkled. His gaze gradually became resolute. Since he had already made a choice, there was no turning back. He believed in his own judgment and even more in Shi Xiaoxiao's assessment. Chen Chen was worth betting everything on. Ha! Gu Qingshan let out a long breath, as if releasing all the pressure in his heart. He turned and slowly walked out of the side hall. On the other side, Chen Chen returned to his room. He did not rest immediately but sat at the table, lost in thought. Gu Qingshan's words echoed in his mind. Joining the national forces was not a strange choice for him. In his past life, he had also had such an opportunity. However, his status was extremely low, equivalent to being the captain of a main city medic. But in the end, he chose to refuse. After all, this not only meant losing his freedom but also having a very low status. Moreover, he just wanted to live freely and do what he wanted. But now, everything was different. He had been reborn, carrying the memories and regrets of his past life, along with hopes and aspirations for the future. He was no longer that young man who only thought about self-preservation. He wanted to change some things, to do what he could for this country, for this world. Besides, with his current potential and strength, even if he joined, they wouldn't restrict his freedom. Joining the national forces might really be a good choice, Chen Chen murmured to himself, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Chen Chen shook his head, casting aside all the chaotic thoughts, and closed his eyes again, falling into a deep sleep. In the morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow on Chen Chen's face. He slowly opened his eyes, a hint of confusion flashing before clarity took over. Another new day, Chen Chen murmured, sitting up in bed. He stretched lazily, feeling the comfort in his body, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His conversation with Gu Qingshan yesterday had given him a clearer plan for the future. Chen Chen quickly washed up and changed into a clean set of clothes. He pushed open the door and stepped outside. Chen Chen took a deep breath, savoring the rare tranquility. He knew this peace would soon be shattered. He needed to work harder. Chen Chen set off towards the job transfer square. At the job transfer square, quite a few people had already gathered. They were all young individuals who had completed their job transfers 3 days ago, each wearing expressions of excitement and anticipation. Chen Chen's arrival caused a stir. Look, it's Chen Chen. He's the one who killed the Lin and Li families? I heard he's a support class. I really don't know how he did it. Who cares? He's just really impressive. The murmurs rose and fell, but Chen Chen seemed not to hear them, walking straight to an empty space and quietly waiting. He didn't like being watched or being the center of attention, but he also knew that this was unavoidable. After all, what he had done was truly astonishing. Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice rang out from the crowd, like a mountain stream, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Pretty impressive, huh? I was gone for just 3 days, and you've made such a big splash. TSK. As expected of my little Feng, the voice carried a hint of teasing and a touch of indescribable intimacy. Chen Chen instinctively turned towards the sound and saw a girl in a red robe, smiling brightly as she stood outside the crowd. Her bright eyes sparkled like the most dazzling stars in the night sky. The girl's skin was as white as snow, her features exquisite as if painted, and her long, shiny black hair casually draped over her shoulders, gently swaying in the breeze, adding a touch of grace and ethereality. She stood there quietly, like a burning flame, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the entire square. A hint of joy flashed in Chen Chen's eyes. He quickly walked up to the girl, a helpless smile appearing on his face. Who do you belong to? He feigned annoyance, but his tone carried a hint of affection. I couldn't help it these past few days. Who told them to seek death time and again? Chen Chen shrugged, looking innocent. And I didn't kill anyone, so don't listen to their nonsense. Although Chen Chen trusted the girl in front of him, there were too many people around, and he didn't want to attract unnecessary trouble. Moreover, what he had done, once it got out, would likely cause a huge uproar. He certainly didn't want to become the target of everyone's ire. Su Jiner looked at Chen Chen's "there's no silver here" expression and couldn't help but chuckle. She reached out her delicate hand and gently tapped Chen Chen's forehead. Alright, I know you're impressive, is that enough? Su Jiner said with a smile, but you need to be careful. The Li family is manageable, I can just tell Jailing when I get back and it will be fine. But the Lin family is not so easy to deal with. She paused, her tone becoming serious. Especially the Lin family, they have a big shot backing them. Big shot? Chen Chen was slightly taken aback, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. What big shot? Su Jiner shook her head without thinking and did not answer. I can't say for now. You'll naturally find out later. Seeing Su Jiner's serious expression, Chen Chen stopped pressing for answers. Alright, then I'll wait. Chen Chen shrugged, saying helplessly. By the way, where have you been these past 3 days? He changed the subject, curious. Me? I went back to Kyoto. My clan had something to discuss with me and I couldn't refuse, she said casually. But it's all settled now. Chen Chen looked at Su Jiner's nonchalant demeanor, his brows slightly furrowing. He always felt it wasn't a trivial matter, but he also knew that since Su Jiner didn't want to talk about it, she must have her reasons. He didn't want to pry further. Okay. Chen Chen nodded, indicating his understanding. By the way, Su Jiner suddenly remembered something, pulling out a delicate book from her bosom and handing it to Chen Chen. This is for you. What is this? Chen Chen took the book, curious. A skill book. I just learned that healing mages are so special, they can only learn skills through skill books, so I brought you a healing skill book from home, Su Jiner said with a smile. Open it and take a look. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. Carefully opening the skill book, golden light instantly surged from the pages, dazzling and brilliant. This is... He widened his eyes, looking at the skill book in disbelief, his breathing becoming rapid. On the cover of the skill book, 4 ancient characters flowed with golden brilliance as if they had life's tribute, diamond level. Life's Tribute LV1 Diamond consumes 500 MP to apply the Life's Tribute buff to the target, lasting 10 minutes. During the buff's duration, if the target dies, they will be immediately resurrected, restoring 50% of their health and mana. CD 24 hours. Note, this skill is extremely special, it can only be upgraded through usage, not by skill points. Resurrection skill? Resurrection skill? Chen Shen's heart raced violently, as if it were about to leap out of his chest. He could hardly believe his eyes, this was a resurrection skill. In this world, resurrection skills were undoubtedly the rarest and most extraordinary of all skills. Having a resurrection skill was equivalent to having a second life. This was a treasure that any practitioner would dream of. Moreover, Chen Chen's profession was a healing mage, a role primarily focused on healing and support. With the skill of Life's Tribute, he could not only protect himself but also safeguard his teammates, leading to a qualitative leap in the survival capability of the entire team. Jiner, this is too precious. Chen Chen raised his head, looking at Su Jiner, his voice trembling slightly. He knew that the value of this skill book was absolutely immeasurable. For Su Jiner to give him such a precious skill book, this friendship was truly overwhelming. Precious? What are you talking about? Su Jiner waved her hand dismissively, smiling as she said, it's just a skill book, it means nothing to me. She paused, her tone carrying a hint of pride. Besides, I acquired this skill book from the family treasury, they have no idea. Chen Chen was speechless. He could see that Su Jiner was definitely a repeat offender. However, what he felt more was gratitude. Jiner, thank you. Chen Chen took a deep breath and said earnestly. He knew that Su Jiner did this all for him. This friendship he would forever cherish. In his heart. Thank you for what? Do we really need to be so polite between us? Su Jiner shot Chen Chen a glance, speaking with a hint of annoyance. She walked over to Chen Chen and gently patted his shoulder. Alright, stop dawdling, hurry up and learn the skill. Chen Chen nodded, no longer being pretentious. He took a deep breath and pressed the skill book against his forehead. A golden light instantly enveloped him. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully learned the skill, Life's Tribute. The system's prompt echoed in Chen Chen's mind. He slowly opened his eyes, excitement shimmering in them. From now on, he was also a man with a resurrection skill. Su Jiner looked at Chen Chen's expression and couldn't help but smile. It was the first time she had seen such an expression on his face. You look really happy, Su Jiner said with a teasing tone, her smile bright. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen's face flashed with a hint of embarrassment. He scratched his head, trying to hide his inner excitement. Ahem, it's fine, after all, it's a resurrection skill, anyone would be happy to get it, he said, feigning calmness, but his gaze unconsciously drifted elsewhere. During the big exam later, I will definitely assist you well, ensuring you become the brightest star in the crowd. Chen Chen patted his chest confidently, his tone filled with assurance. He couldn't wait to experience the powerful effects of Life's Tribute. However, as Su Jiner looked at Chen Chen's earnest demeanor, her smile gradually faded, replaced by a complex expression. What's wrong? Chen Chen keenly sensed Su Jiner's unusualness, his brows furrowed slightly, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. Could there be a problem? Su Jiner bit her lip lightly, a flicker of apology in her eyes, her voice becoming subdued. The family has made some arrangements. For this big exam, I might not be able to team up with you. She looked up at Chen Chen, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness and regret. I'm sorry, the family's arrangements? Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, but he quickly masked it. He wore a nonchalant smile and nodded gently. I understand. After all, it's the Su family, they must have their own considerations. Chen Chen's tone was flat, as if he were merely stating a fact, making it hard to discern his true feelings. He knew that for a colossal entity like the Su family, every decision could involve countless interests and entanglements, and it was no trivial matter. Seeing Chen Chen so understanding, Su Jiner felt even more guilty. She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to explain something, but didn't know where to start. A hint of entanglement and guilt flashed across her delicate face. Actually, Su Jiner's voice was soft, as if she were talking to herself or perhaps confiding in Chen Chen. This major exam is very important for the family. She paused, as if weighing her words or hesitating whether to reveal the truth. In the end, she chose to be honest. My profession is quite special, and the family hopes I can achieve an absolutely dazzling result. Su Jiner raised her head to look at Chen Chen, her eyes carrying a hint of apology and a touch of helplessness. She knew that what she said might make Chen Chen feel that she was boasting or implying that he was lacking in strength. It's not that you aren't capable, Su Jiner quickly added, her tone tinged with a bit of panic. She was afraid Chen Chen would misunderstand, so she hurried to explain. It's those old folks in the family, they haven't seen you in action, so. The more she spoke, the more anxious she became, a blush creeping onto her fair cheeks, making her seem a bit flustered. Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh at Su Jiner's anxious explanation. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair, his touch tender. Alright, I understand. Chen Chen interrupted Su Jiner with a smile, his tone gentle and soothing. The special mayor of Yang City has already told me about this major exam, and I can understand the situation of the Su family. He paused, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Since that's the case, why don't we have a little competition to see who scores higher? The corners of Chen Chen's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a confident smile. In these 3 days, I've improved quite a bit, so don't get left behind too much. Seeing that Chen Chen wasn't angry, Su Jiner let out a long sigh of relief, her exquisite face showing a sense of release. She patted her ample chest, her curvy figure trembling slightly, creating an alluring arc. Chen Chen's gaze was involuntarily drawn to her, then quickly averted. He cleared his throat, trying to mask the restlessness within. She let out a soft huff, her mood, which had relaxed due to Chen Chen's understanding, was reignited by his guilty expression. Humph. Su Jiner's delicate face flushed slightly as she shot Chen Chen an annoyed glare. Since you want to compete, then this young lady will accompany you to the end. You've grown, but I haven't fallen behind. Su Jiner's voice carried a hint of stubbornness and an inexplicable expectation. She wanted to see just how much Chen Chen had grown in these 3 days. How dare he boast and say he wanted to compete with her for points? Just then, an elderly voice slowly resonated in the square, an aged yet powerful voice that thundered like a storm, echoing in every corner. I am the mayor of Yang City, Gu Qingshan. Both Chen Chen and Su Jiner stopped their conversation simultaneously and looked in the direction of the voice. They saw Gu Qingshan standing on a high platform, his posture tall and straight, his gaze piercing as he scanned the densely packed crowd below. Today is the most important day of your lives. Gu Qingshan's voice paused, as if waiting for something. The major exam will determine your future. Whether you become someone extraordinary or just blend in with the crowd depends on your own performance. His tone was passionate, each word seeming to strike at the hearts of the crowd, stirring ripples of excitement. Chen Chen had little interest in Gu Qingshan's impassioned speech. Having experienced the brutality of the apocalypse, he understood the importance of strength. These hollow slogans held no meaning for him. Su Jiner seemed uninterested in this nonsense. She slightly tilted her head, looking at Chen Chen, her red lips parting as if she wanted to say something. Children. Gu Qingshan's voice rang out again, interrupting Su Jiner's words. Show your courage, show your strength, and fight for the glory that belongs to you. He suddenly waved his hand, pointing to the center of the square. The portal has been opened. Go create your own miracles. All candidates enter the portal in order. As Gu Qingshan's words fell, a huge light gate slowly appeared in the center of the square. The light gate shimmered with colors, exuding a mysterious aura, as if connecting to another world. Chen Chen looked at the light gate, his eyes flickering slightly. He knew that beyond this light gate was the examination venue for the grand test. Let's go. Su Jiner's voice pulled Chen Chen's thoughts back to reality. She took the lead, stepping towards the portal. Chen Chen said nothing, silently following behind Su Jiner. The two walked side by side, weaving through the crowd towards the light gate. The light flickered, and Chen Chen felt a flash of white before his body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, instantly crossing through endless void. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a brand new space. It was vast and boundless, seemingly without borders, forming a stark contrast to the crowded square before. All around, countless figures flickered, all candidates who had just entered through the portal. Is this the examination venue for the grand test? Chen Chen murmured to himself, scanning the surroundings in an attempt to find Su Jiner's figure. But there were too many figures, making it difficult to distinguish for a moment. Buzz! Suddenly, a huge light screen slowly rose in the center of the space, attracting everyone's attention. On the light screen, countless names were densely arranged, each name shimmering with a faint glow. Chen Chen's gaze quickly swept across the light screen and soon found his own name. Below the light screen, 4 enormous portals stood quietly, each radiating a different glow. Normal, medium, hard, hell. Chen Chen looked at the 4 portals, understanding in his heart. These 4 portals represented different levels of examination difficulty, and candidates could choose freely based on their own strength. I wonder which difficulty Jiner will choose. Chen Chen speculated inwardly. Su Jiner was very strong, so she would likely choose hard or hell difficulty. He looked around and found that most candidates were gathered in front of the normal and medium difficulty portals. Only a few stood in front of the hard difficulty portal, eager to try. As for the hell difficulty portal, it was completely empty. After all, just the name hell difficulty was enough to deter most people. Without any hesitation, Chen Chen walked straight towards the portal representing the highest difficulty. This scene instantly caused an uproar among the surrounding candidates, who cast incredulous glances as if witnessing something unbelievable. Did I see that right? Someone actually chose hell difficulty? Is this guy crazy? Or does he have absolute confidence in his own strength? In past grand tests, there have been those who chose hell difficulty, but the number who survived is few and far between. This will be interesting. I wonder how long this kid can last. Whispers spread through the crowd like a tide, all eyes focused on Chen Chen. Su Jiner's figure appeared beside Chen Chen, a faint smile on her face, her red lips parting. I knew you would choose this. She seemed completely unsurprised by Chen Chen's choice. Just as Chen Chen was about to say something, he was interrupted by a sudden voice. 4 figures appeared like phantoms between Chen Chen and Su Jiner, separating the two. The leader, tall and imposing, had a stern face and eyes as sharp as blades. He looked at Su Jiner, his tone icy and devoid of any emotion. Miss, your status is noble. This commoner is not qualified to stand with you. Miss, your status is esteemed. This commoner is not qualified to stand with you. The leader's voice was cold and emotionless, his gaze sharp enough to seem as if it could pierce through Chen Chen. The powerful aura he exuded made the air feel suffocating. Chen Chen furrowed his brows, a strong sense of displeasure rising within him. These guys were being too domineering, weren't they? Su Jiner's expression darkened instantly, a layer of frost enveloping her delicate features. She emanated a powerful presence that clashed with that of the leader. Step aside. Su Jiner spoke coldly, her voice carrying an undeniable authority. She had already agreed to her family's request not to team up with Chen Chen for the major exam. But that didn't mean she would allow these people to be disrespectful to him. Miss, this is the command of the family head. The leader, however, showed no signs of retreating. He slightly bowed his head, his tone carrying a hint of respect, but his attitude was resolute. We must ensure that you achieve the best results in the major exam. Any factors that could affect you must be eliminated. He paused, his gaze sweeping back to Chen Chen, his eyes carrying a warning. We kindly ask you, miss, not to make things difficult for us. Humph. Su Jiner snorted coldly. She understood that these people were elites sent by the family, specifically to assist her in the major exam. Although their combat power was inferior to hers, they were loyal to the family head. Even though she was the eldest daughter, she couldn't go against her father's orders. If she forcefully defied them, they would surely report back. You all. Su Jiner was about to reprimand them when Chen Chen gently patted her shoulder. She paused, turning to look at Chen Chen, her eyes filled with confusion. Chen Chen shook his head slightly at Su Jiner, signaling her not to act impulsively. He wore a nonchalant smile, as if he didn't regard these people at all. Jiner, since this is the family's arrangement, you should listen to them. Chen Chen's tone was calm, as if merely stating a fact. After all, we have already agreed to see whose points are higher. Just don't lose to me then. Su Jiner looked at Chen Chen's confident demeanor. Her heart stirred slightly. She gazed deeply at Chen Chen. All right. Su Jiner nodded gently and turned to walk aside. Miss, please. The leader, seeing this, slightly bowed and gestured for her to proceed. The other 3 immediately followed suit, surrounding Su Jiner in the middle. The 4 of them, encircling Su Jiner, slowly walked toward the hellish difficulty teleportation portal. Chen Chen watched Su Jiner's departing figure, his eyes flickering slightly. He knew that although Su Jiner had outwardly agreed to the family's demands, she must still feel some reluctance inside. But that was normal. After all, very few knew her true strength, and most of those who did were dead. Hey, bro, are you really going to choose hell difficulty? At that moment, a voice rang in Chen Chen's ear. He turned to see a short, chubby boy with a simple smile standing beside him. Want to team up with me? We can look out for each other. The boy scratched his head, a bit shy. My name is Wang Chang, and I'm a shield warrior with strong defense. He patted his chest, trying to showcase his strength. Chen Chen looked at the overly familiar boy in front of him, frowning slightly. National exams. are usually organized a few days in advance. Who would suddenly come over to form a team? Something unusual must be afoot. Chen Shen's first reaction was that this guy had issues, but since the other party hadn't said anything offensive, he decided to give him a bit of face. No need, I'm used to being alone. Thank you for your kindness. A flicker of disappointment crossed Wang Chang's face, but he didn't give up and continued to persuade. Bro, don't judge me by my looks, my defense is really strong. Hell difficulty isn't a joke, the more people, the more support. As he spoke, he pounded his chest hard, making a dull thudding sound, as if to prove his strength. Chen Shen frowned slightly, his gaze turning a bit cold. He hated people who were so persistent. Just as he was about to refuse outright, even considering whether to take action, Wang Chang's eyes suddenly flickered. He seemed a bit guilty, not daring to meet Chen Shen's eyes. This subtle change did not escape Chen Shen's notice. A cold smile crept into Chen Shen's heart. Indeed, there was something off. He remained expressionless, his tone still flat. I said no need. Seeing Chen Shen's firm attitude, Wang Chang seemed to realize that further entanglement would be futile. He sighed, a look of helplessness on his face. Alright, since you insist, then forget it. Good luck to you. He tossed out this line and turned to leave. Chen Shen watched Wang Chang's retreating figure, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He had a premonition that this guy would definitely not let it go so easily. After Wang Chang left, several people immediately surrounded him. So, did he agree? A tall, thin boy with a somewhat sinister look asked eagerly. The others also cast inquiring glances, their eyes filled with anticipation. Wang Chang shook his head, a dejected expression on his face. No, that guy is completely unyielding, he wouldn't even listen to me. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others turned somewhat grim. Damn it, this guy is too ungrateful. The tall, thin boy spat angrily, his tone filled with resentment. Changgu, what do we do now? Miss Lin's plan. A plain-looking boy asked with some concern. Wang Chang glanced at them, a cold smile appearing on his face. What's there to be afraid of? Plans can't keep up with changes, this was all expected. He lowered his voice, a hint of pride in his tone. I've already put what Miss Lin gave me on that guy. Once the exam starts, we just activate it, there won't be any problems. Hearing this, the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief, smiles appearing on their faces. Changgu is still impressive. That kid is doomed now. Daring to offend Miss Lin, he really doesn't know how to live. They all chimed in, their tones filled with glee. Wang Chang smiled triumphantly, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. He turned to look in the direction of the hell difficulty portal, secretly sneering. Kid, just wait to meet your end. Chen Chen, of course, had no idea that he had already been targeted by a group of people. He stood quietly in front of the hell difficulty portal, waiting for the exam to begin. The surrounding candidates continued to discuss him. Various gazes swept over him constantly. There was curiosity, surprise, disdain, and even glee at his misfortune. But Chen Chen remained unfazed, as if he hadn't noticed these looks at all. At that moment, an ancient voice, like a great bell, echoed through the vast expanse, shaking the hearts of everyone present. The national examination is about to begin. This voice seemed to possess a certain magic, instantly silencing the noisy crowd, as everyone held their breath, waiting for the next instructions. The rules for this examination are as follows. The voice paused, seemingly allowing everyone time to digest the information, then continued. The examination takes place in an independent instance space, and you will be randomly assigned to different areas. Within the instance, there are no restrictions. As long as you have the ability, anything is possible. Chen Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering to himself, no restrictions, this could be interesting. There are two ways to earn points. First, hunt monsters. Second, eliminate all monsters in the current area and proceed to the next area. Depending on the level of the instance, the points awarded for each monster will vary. Common monsters, 1 point. Medium monsters, 3 points. Difficult monsters, 5 points. Hell monsters, 10 points. If you encounter elite monsters or bosses, the points will be stacked on top of the original. The corners of Chen Chen's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a playful smile. These rules are straightforward and brutal. However, he liked it. Additionally, a special reminder. The ancient voice rang out again, carrying a tone of warning. In the instance, life and death are indifferent. Therefore, all candidates must carefully choose a difficulty suitable for themselves. Do not aim too high and seek your own demise. This statement was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. The expressions of the candidates varied. Some were eager to try, some showed concern, while others wore serious faces. After all, this was no child's play, but a true test of life and death. Alright, everything that needed to be said has been said. The voice slowly faded, as if it had completed its mission. Now, the examination officially begins. All candidates, prepare to enter the instance space. As the words fell, the 4 enormous teleportation gates simultaneously burst forth with dazzling light. As the light brightened, an information panel lit up before everyone, asking them which instance they wished to choose. Just as Chen Chen was about to make his selection, Su Jiner's voice suddenly rang out. Chen Chen, good luck. Don't fall too far behind me. Su Jiner's voice, like a clear spring, echoed in Chen Chen's ear, carrying a hint of youthful playfulness and encouragement. Chen Shen smiled slightly, a touch of tenderness flashing in his eyes. He did not speak, merely gazing silently at Su Jiner. At the moment she stepped into the hell-level teleportation gate, Chen Shen gently waved the platinum staff in his hand. A rich green light, like lightning, sliced through the air and instantly entered Su Jiner's body, disappearing without a trace. Su Jiner's figure paused slightly, as if sensing something. A look of surprise crossed her face, followed by a slight furrow of her brow, as if she were puzzled and a bit worried. She instinctively turned back, wanting to say something, but the light of the teleportation gate had completely enveloped her. She only had time to see Chen Shen's face, which bore a faint smile, and his eyes, deep like the starry sky. In the next moment, Su Jiner's figure vanished into the teleportation gate, transported to an unknown instant space. Ding! Life Tribute Mutation Effect triggered. Ding! Life Tribute Mutation Effect triggered. Suddenly, a crisp system prompt echoed in Chen Shen's mind. This sound made him pause slightly. Life Tribute? Chen Shen murmured in surprise. He had indeed used the Life Tribute skill on Su Jiner just now. This was the diamond-level skill that Su Jiner had given him before. Originally, Chen Shen planned to use it for himself at a critical moment. After all, the effect of this skill was incredibly powerful, allowing for immediate resurrection after death, restoring 50% of health and mana. However, just now, seeing Su Jiner enter the Hell difficulty dungeon with those few useless teammates, Chen Shen couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. He knew Su Jiner was strong, but the Hell difficulty dungeon was filled with unknowns and dangers. Who knew if her teammates were reliable? So, without hesitation, he used this life-saving skill on Su Jiner, as he had plenty of life-saving abilities himself. Chen Shen had also heard from Linihan that all auxiliary skills of a recovery mage would produce a mutation effect. He just didn't expect it to trigger so easily. Life's Tribute mutation effect duration increased to 12 hours. Consumption increased to 20,000 mana points. Chen Shen's gaze fell on the system panel on the introduction of the mutation effect of Life's Tribute. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. This mutation effect is really quite exaggerated, Chen Shen secretly sighed. Originally, the duration of Life's Tribute was only 10 minutes, but now it had directly increased to 12 hours. This was undoubtedly an extremely bugged enhancement. But at the same time, the skill's consumption had skyrocketed from the original 500 mana points to 20,000. This consumption was simply terrifying. If it weren't for Chen Shen's mana cap being over 100,000, he probably wouldn't even qualify to cast this skill. However, this effect does indeed justify the consumption. Chen Shen quickly came to terms with it. A duration of 12 hours could almost cover the entire examination process. This meant that during this time, Su Jiner had a chance to resurrect. For her, this was undoubtedly a huge guarantee. Thinking of this, Chen Shen's heart felt a bit more at ease. He believed that with Su Jiner's strength, combined with the protection of Life's Tribute, she would definitely achieve good results in the Hell difficulty dungeon. Chen Shen pulled back his thoughts and refocused on the task at hand. Ding! The healer's courage has been triggered. Talent SSS level Blessing of the Sky. Copied. Seeing the information that appeared before him, Chen Shen was momentarily stunned, then his face broke into a wild joy. Had he finally copied this talent? However, the next moment, Chen Shen's brows furrowed. If he remembered correctly, Su Jiner's talent was supposed to be SS level, right? How did it become SSS level? Wait, can this talent level evolve too? Chen Shen quickly opened the talent panel and browsed through it. Blessing of the Sky, all your skills have no cooldown when used. When MP is insufficient to cast a skill, even with just 1 MP left, you can forcibly activate the skill. Can only be triggered 3 times a day. Looking at the information before him, Chen Shen couldn't help but gasp. Was this the top talent of the future Flame Empress? No wonder that guy in the future could unleash so many world-destroying skills in one go. It turned out to be for this reason. Chen Shen suppressed the wild joy in his heart, shook his head, and once again focused on the upcoming examination. At this moment, the 4 massive teleportation gates still stood quietly, radiating different lights. The surrounding candidates had already made their choices and were entering their selected teleportation gates. The originally crowded space had now become much more spacious. Chen Shen took a deep breath, his gaze becoming resolute. He stepped forward, slowly walking towards the hell-level teleportation gate that represented the highest difficulty. His steps were steady and powerful, each step seemed to resonate in everyone's hearts. At this moment, he was the center of attention. Everyone's gaze was fixed on him, waiting for the moment he would step into the portal. Chen Shen stood before the portal, feeling the powerful energy waves rushing towards him. There was no fear or hesitation on his face, only a hint of anticipation and excitement. Hell difficulty, huh? I want to see just how hard it really is, Chen Shen thought to himself. Without any hesitation, he raised his hand, ready to choose the Hell difficulty dungeon. Just then, an information panel appeared before his eyes. Please select the dungeon difficulty you wish to enter. Normal, medium, hard. Hell. Chen Shen chose Hell difficulty without any hesitation. In the next moment, the portal's light suddenly brightened, completely engulfing his figure. Chun. Chen felt a blur before his eyes, as if an invisible force was pulling him, instantly traversing the endless void. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a brand new world. Rather than a completely new world, it was more like a vast, boundless plain. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying the fragrance of grass, and the sunlight poured down, warm and soft. But Chun Chen had no interest in admiring this beautiful scenery. His gaze was firmly fixed ahead. As he entered, the previously empty plain began to flicker with bursts of light. As the light faded, large wolf-like monsters appeared on the plain. Their fur was gray-brown, their eyes fierce, fangs bared, and drool dripping from their mouths, clearly not friendly creatures. I really do have a connection with wolves. Chen Chen shook his head helplessly, muttering to himself. From the Grey Wolves in the Nava's secret realm to the Wolf King, and now these unknown wolf-like monsters, it seemed he was always at odds with this kind of creature. Meanwhile, in a room filled with screens in Jingling City, Jiangnan Province, all the city lords of Jiangnan Province had gathered here, observing the students they valued on the screens. Gu Qingshan was also present. He was watching the screen as Chen Chen walked alone into the hell-level dungeon, his brows furrowing. As the lord of Yang City, he naturally hoped that Chen Chen would achieve good results in the hell-level dungeon. But at the same time, he was worried about Chen Chen's safety. After all, the difficulty of the hell-level dungeon was no joke. Moreover, Chen Chen was just a newly promoted recovery mage. Lord Gu, this is the genius from your Yang City with a talent score of 200, right? At that moment, an unpleasant voice suddenly rang in Gu Qingshan's ear. Gu Qingshan slightly turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. The speaker was a short, stout, and lecherous-looking middle-aged man. He was the lord of Linhai City, named Zhao Dezuzu. This man had always been at odds with Gu Qingshan, and their rivalry was ongoing. This major exam was also an important opportunity for them to compete. Lord Zhao, do you have any advice? Gu Qingshan glanced at Zhao Dezuzu calmly, asking in a steady tone. He did not get angry at the provocation, instead, he appeared quite composed. Advice? I wouldn't dare to give advice, just a reminder for Lord Gu. Zhao Dezuzu sneered, speaking in a sarcastic tone. It's been said not to aim too high. How can a recovery mage dare to go into a hell-level dungeon, and alone at that? He really doesn't want to live. Young people, a bit of arrogance is normal. Gu Qingshan maintained his calm demeanor, saying lightly. However, I believe Chen Chen has his own considerations. He is not the type to take reckless actions. Considerations? I think he's been blinded by pig oil. Zhao Dezuzu scoffed, mercilessly mocking. An auxiliary profession? Does he really think he's invincible? Does he really consider himself a genius? Just wait for his corpse to be collected. Lord Zhao, watch your words. Gu Qingshan's gaze finally turned cold. He could tolerate Zhao Dezuzu's provocation, but he would never allow him to curse Chen Chen like that. What? Am I wrong? Zhao Dezuzu showed no signs of restraint. Instead, he escalated his taunts. An auxiliary class challenging a hell-level dungeon. What's the difference between that and seeking death? If he manages to come out alive, Zhao Dezuzu, will eat this table right here. Zhao Dezuzu pointed at the solid wood table in front of him, speaking with conviction. His loud voice attracted the attention of other city lords nearby. Everyone turned their gaze towards Gu Qingshan and Zhao Dezuzu, their faces displaying expressions of amusement. Lord Zhao, you shouldn't speak so confidently. Gu Qingshan coldly looked at Zhao Dezuzu, enunciating each word. When the time comes, don't say I didn't warn you. Just wait and see. Zhao Dezuzu snorted coldly, ignoring Gu Qingshan, and turned his attention back to the screen. He was eager to see how this oblivious Chen Chen would meet his end in the hell-level dungeon. Gu Qingshan also withdrew his gaze and looked back at the screen. Although he had never seen Chen Chen in action, everything he knew indicated that this healing mage was definitely not simple, and his strength was certainly formidable. At that moment in the dungeon, Chen Chen looked at the wolf-like monster in front of him and casually cast a detection spell. Name: Prairie. Wolf Elite Rank, Silver Level, LV 15 HP, 8000 MP, 2000 Strength, 180 Agility, 220 Spirit, 80 Constitution, 120. Skills: Gale Bite, Howl of Fury, Hunting Charge Talent, Wild Power of Prairie Wolf. Level 15 Elite. This hell-level dungeon is a bit lacking in challenge. Chen Chen sighed helplessly, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. He had originally thought that the hell-level dungeon would bring him some surprises, but it seemed to be just as he expected. Just as he was about to raise his platinum staff to unleash skills and deal with these minor threats, Chen Chen's movement suddenly halted. He instinctively looked up and surveyed his surroundings. Although there was no one in sight, he knew that countless eyes were watching from somewhere. After all, this was a major examination, a test for the entire Jiangnan province, and his skills were still a bit too outrageous for the understanding of ordinary people and the higher-ups. With that thought, Chen Chen abandoned the idea of using skills. Those bizarre and outrageous abilities could wait for another time. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a playful smile. Since he couldn't use skills, he would fight in the most primitive way. Chen Chen directly grasped his staff and walked slowly towards the pack of prairie wolves, each step exuding calmness and composure. The prairie wolves seemed to sense Chen Chen's presence, their crimson eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty light, and low growls echoed in the air. In the next moment, they charged at Chen Chen from all directions, moving with incredible speed, like arrows released from a Bow. Chen Chen's gaze remained as calm as water, showing no signs of panic. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Gu Qingshan furrowed his brows tightly, staring intently at the screen. He could clearly see that Chen Chen was surrounded by several prairie wolves, yet he stood still like a statue, seemingly stunned. What is this kid doing? Gu Qingshan felt an overwhelming sense of urgency in his heart, yet he was helpless. Although he believed in Chen Chen's strength, the scene before him still made him break into a cold sweat. After all, Chen Chen was just a healing mage, and his health was his greatest weakness. Oh dear, Master Gu, your student is really not up to par. Zhao Disu's gloating voice echoed in the observation room, particularly grating. A few wolves scared him into this state. It seems he's doomed. TSK Zhao. Disu shook his head and let out a strange laugh, as if he could already see Chen Chen dying on the spot. Gu Qingshan suppressed his anger, veins bulging on his forehead. He clenched his teeth, fists tight, knuckles turning white from the strain, the veins on the back of his hands twisting like worms. He really wanted to smash Zhao Disu's detestable face with a punch. But reason told him that this was not the time for impulsiveness. Just as Gu Qingshan was about to explode, the image on the screen suddenly changed. Chen Chen moved. His movements were as quick as lightning. The platinum staff in his hand seemed to transform into a silver streak, drawing mysterious trajectories in the air. Bang! 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 The dull sounds of impact rang out in rapid succession, dense like a drumbeat. Each sound struck precisely on the head of a prairie wolf. These prairie wolves didn't even have time to howl before they fell to the ground, dissipating into streaks of white light. The entire process took only a few seconds. So fast it was hard to believe, so fast it left one breathless. The pack of wolves that had just fiercely pounced was now nowhere to be seen, leaving only Chen standing proudly. He held the staff, his expression calm, as if everything that had just happened was merely a trivial matter. This, Zhao Disu's smile froze. Instantly, his mouth agape wide enough to fit an egg. He stared at the screen with wide eyes, disbelief written all over his face. How is this possible? How could a support class possibly take down so many elite monsters so quickly? And he did it, with a staff? Zhao Disu's voice trembled slightly. He felt his worldview had been shaken to its core. The observation room fell silent. Earlier, due to the conflict between Zhao Disu's and Gu Qingshan, everyone had turned to look at Chen Chen, and they were all stunned by his astonishing performance. Their thoughts mirrored Zhao Disu's. They had originally thought Chen Chen would be embroiled in a tough battle, possibly torn to shreds by the wolves. They never expected the fight to end in such a manner. So decisive, so unfathomable. Gu Qingshan let out a long breath, his taut nerves finally relaxing. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a hint of a satisfied smile. I knew this kid was not simple. He felt secretly pleased, and at the same time, he gained a deeper understanding of Chen Chen's strength. Chen Chen's performance far exceeded his expectations. Gu Qingshan turned to look at Zhao Disu's. Behind him, a playful smile on his face. He walked up to Zhao Disu's, reached out, and slapped a large wooden table, making a bang-bang sound. Master Zhao, do you remember the bet we made earlier? Gu Qingshan's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. The crowd, still immersed in shock, snapped back to reality, turning their gazes toward Zhao Disu's. They all wore expressions of eager anticipation, wanting to see how this Zhao Disu's, who had been so confident just moments ago, would handle the situation now. Zhao Disu's face shifted between shades of green and white. He never expected that Chen Chen would actually walk out of the hell-level dungeon alive, and in such an astonishing manner, easily dispatching those elite monsters. It was nothing short of a slap in the face. Zhao Disu's opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found himself utterly speechless. He couldn't possibly eat this table, could he? It was solid wood. What I said was that he would walk out of the dungeon alive. Zhao Disu's voice suddenly rose. This is just the first wave of monsters. It doesn't count. He pointed at the screen, his finger trembling slightly with excitement. This is a hell-level dungeon. If he really manages to walk out alive, I'll eat everything. Zhao Disu's emphasized the words eat everything, as if he wanted to pour all his unwillingness and anger into those two words. Gu Qingshan snorted coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He couldn't be bothered to waste words with a clown like Zhao Disu's, and turned his gaze back to the screen, firmly locking onto Chen Chen. In the dungeon, Chen Chen held a platinum staff, moving like the wind, weaving effortlessly through the pack of wolves. Each swing was accompanied by a dull thud and the wails of prairie wolves. The staff in his hand seemed to transform into an indestructible weapon, each strike landing precisely on the heads of the wolves, mercilessly. Although these prairie wolves were fierce, they were as fragile as paper before Chen Chen, easily defeated. Chen Chen's movements appeared simple and brutal, yet they contained an indescribable rhythm and beauty. Each swing of the staff seemed to be the result of countless practices, precise and efficient. There was not a single unnecessary motion, not a hint of hesitation. Chen wanted to use his skills, to trigger his talents, to copy the attribute points of these elite monsters. But he knew it wasn't the right time yet. During the exam period, countless eyes were watching here. It was better to temporarily hide his extraordinary abilities. After all, revealing his trump card too early was not a wise move. A sly smile crept onto Chen Shen's lips, a glint of cunning in his eyes. He wanted everyone to think he was just an ordinary healing mage, a support class that could only fight by striking with a staff. This way, he could give the enemy a surprise at a critical moment. Bang! 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 The sounds of impact continued, the number of prairie wolves rapidly decreasing. Chen Shen's movements became faster and smoother, like a tireless machine, mercilessly harvesting the lives of these monsters. His gaze remained calm as water, without a hint of fluctuation. It was as if these fierce prairie wolves were merely a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered, posing no threat to him at all. Bang! Another dull sound echoed as a prairie wolf fell, howling, dissipating into white light. The platinum staff in Chen Shen's hand resembled the scythe of death, ruthlessly reaping lives. His movements quickened, almost blurring the trajectory of his swings, leaving only silver afterimages. Bang! 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 The sounds of impact were continuous, like a dense drumbeat, striking at everyone's hearts. The number of prairie wolves decreased at a visible rate. Chen Shen wore a faint smile, as if savoring this feast of slaughter. He knew that the strength he was displaying now was enough to intimidate those with ill intentions. But that wasn't enough. What he wanted was absolute domination, a power that would make everyone tremble. Only then could he grasp his own fate in this cruel world. Chen Shen's gaze gradually turned cold, like ice that had never melted for millennia. He wanted these people to understand that provoking him would come at a price. A whoa! As the last wolf's howl faded into the wind, the once dense pack of wolves had vanished without a trace. Only Chen Shen remained, staff in hand, standing proudly on the vast grassland. A gentle breeze blew, lifting the corners of his clothes, making them flutter. In that moment, he seemed like a war god, looking down upon the world, no one daring to challenge him. Inside the observation room, there was a dead silence. Everyone was completely stunned by Chen Shen's astonishing performance. They opened their mouths wide, their eyes bulging as if they had witnessed something incredible. Is this still a support class? This is even more ferocious than a warrior. This is terrifying. Is this really the power a support can possess? Various exclamations echoed in the observation room. Zhao Disu's face had long turned ashen. Gu Qingshan let out a long breath, the anxiety in his heart finally easing. He looked at Chen Shen on the screen, his eyes filled with admiration and relief. Good kid, you really didn't disappoint me. Gu Qingshan felt secretly pleased, while also filled with anticipation for Chen Shen's future. He believed that with Chen Shen's talent and strength he would surely achieve remarkable results in the upcoming major exam. It was even possible that he could become the pride of Yang City and even the entire Jiangnan province. City Lord Zhao Du, you have anything to say now? Zhao Disu suppressed the anger in his heart and forced himself to speak. This is just the beginning. The difficulty of a hell level dungeon is not as simple as you imagine. Whether he can survive is still an unknown. Gu Qingshan sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. He was too lazy to waste words with a clown like Zhao Disu's and directly turned his gaze back to the screen. As the last prairie wolf fell, a dazzling light suddenly illuminated the center of the grassland. As the light faded, a massive black wolf appeared before Chen Shen, its body covered in pitch-black scales, shimmering with a cold sheen under the sunlight. Its crimson eyes fixed on Chen Shen as if it wanted to tear him to shreds. Black-scaled giant wolf? A lord-level monster? Chen Shen raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of disappointment in his tone. I thought it was a boss, how boring. He smacked his lips, seemingly dissatisfied with this lord-level monster. In the observation room, the city lords once again showed expressions of astonishment. They could not understand why a support class could face a lord-level monster so easily. Even more so, why it seemed to be disdainful. Zhao Disu's expression could no longer be described as difficult. He felt as if his face had been slapped dozens of times, burning with pain. Gu Qingshan, on the other hand, wore a calm expression. He had long been accustomed to Chen Shen's astonishing feats and even vaguely anticipated what incredible actions Chen Shen would take next. Chen Shen, of course, was unaware of the thoughts of those in the observation room. He was currently contemplating how to secretly copy the attributes of this black-scaled giant wolf. Although it's just a lord, it's still better than an elite monster. Chen Shen muttered to himself, even a mosquito is neat, let alone a lord-level monster whose attributes would definitely be much stronger than an elite monster. As he thought, he slowly walked towards the black-scaled giant wolf, the platinum staff in his hand shimmering with dazzling light under the sun. The black-scaled giant wolf seemed to sense the threat from Chen Shen. It let out a low growl and suddenly pounced at him. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Chen Shen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a playful smile. He did not dodge but instead swung his staff directly to meet it. At the same time, he was still pondering how to secretly copy this guy's attributes. Bang! The platinum staff in Chen Shen's hand struck precisely on the black-scaled giant wolf's head, producing a dull thud. The black-scaled giant wolf shuddered in pain, a flicker of agony passing through its crimson eyes. However, it was after all a lord-level monster with extremely tenacious vitality. Although this blow injured it, it was not fatal. A whoa! The black-scaled giant wolf howled at the sky, its voice filled with anger and ferocity. It was completely enraged by Chen Shen's strike, and the black scales on its body began to emit a faint glow, a powerful aura erupting from it. Chen Shen sensed this aura and raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh, are we getting serious now? He secretly scoffed in his heart, while maintaining a nonchalant demeanor on the surface. At that moment, a faint green light quietly flowed around Chen Shen's staff. This green light was extremely subtle, so much so that even the nearby black-scaled giant wolf did not notice it. The green light silently surged into the black-scaled giant wolf's body, instantly replenishing all the blood it had just lost. The black-scaled giant wolf was stunned, its crimson eyes fixed intently on Chen Shen, filled with confusion and disbelief. It clearly felt that it was injured, but why had its wounds suddenly healed? Ding! The courage of healing has been triggered. Power +1. Interesting, really interesting. Chen Shen grinned, feeling the power within him continuously increasing, his excitement growing. He was now completely certain that he could control the glow of his skills. What did this mean? It meant he could brazenly steal attributes. Doing something only he knew about under the watchful eyes of others was incredibly thrilling. Chen Shen licked his lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He could hardly wait to continue shearing the sheep. However, this maneuver of Chen Shen's was seen by the city lords as a sign that he was struggling to conceal his true strength, unable to defeat the monster before him. Ha, really putting on a brave face. Zhao Dizhu's sneered, not bothering to hide the disdain in his tone. What's so great about fighting small monsters? If you're struggling this much against a lord, what will you do when you face a boss? He glanced at the screen, as if he could already see Chen Shen being torn apart by the monster. The other city lords, though silent, wore expressions that spoke volumes. They clearly believed Chen Shen was merely holding on. After all, for a support class to last this long against a lord-level monster was already incredible. As for defeating it, that was simply impossible. Gu Qingshan furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the screen. Although he still believed in Chen Shen, the scene before him made it hard not to worry. Each attack from the black-scaled giant wolf carried the force of thunder, and while Chen Shen was barely holding on, it was evident he was at a disadvantage. Sigh, this kid is still too headstrong. Gu Qingshan sighed inwardly. He knew Chen Shen's character, unwilling to admit defeat, refusing to accept fate, but facing a lord-level monster, this stubbornness could sometimes be his downfall. Seeing Gu Qingshan's expression, Zhao Dizhu felt even more pleased. He sneered and mockingly said, City Lord Gu, is this the genius you have high hopes for? I see he's nothing special, facing a lord-level monster and being this flustered. I really don't know what you were thinking to still have expectations for him. He deliberately raised his voice, as if afraid others wouldn't hear. The other city lords around them began to voice their opinions as well. Yeah, City Lord Gu, it seems Young City is going to be at the bottom again this time. For a support class to get this far is already quite good, but unfortunately he's facing a lord-level monster. Yang City hasn't made any progress in recent years. This major exam will probably turn into a joke again. These words, each more cutting than the last, reached Gu Qingshan's ears, filling him with frustration. But he did not retort, he simply watched the screen silently, praying for Chen Shen's safe return. Even if it was just to come back alive, it would be better than dying in the dungeon. As for anything else, he no longer dared to hope. The other students from Yang City were also fighting in their respective areas, but their strength was far too lacking compared to Chen Shen. Yet now, Chen Shen was struggling to protect himself. The hope for Yang City seemed to have already been extinguished. Just as the city lords were discussing their lack of faith in Chen Shen, an unexpected change occurred within the instance. Ding! The Brave of Healing has been triggered. Attribute points have reached the limit. A crisp system notification echoed in Chen Shen's mind. So soon? Chen Shen clicked his tongue, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. He had intended to farm a bit longer, but he hadn't expected to hit the limit so quickly. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste any more time. A cold glint flashed in Chen Shen's eyes as he decided to end it swiftly. With a thought, he instantly activated a physical skill he had previously copied. Gale Stab. Chen Shen shouted softly, his figure vanishing like a ghost, and the next moment he appeared behind the black-scaled giant wolf. The platinum staff in his hand transformed into a silver lightning bolt, stabbing fiercely at the back of the black-scaled giant wolf's neck. The black-scaled giant wolf was currently in a weakened state after releasing its skill, unable to react in time. Put! A muffled sound echoed as the staff accurately pierced the back of the black-scaled giant wolf's neck, spraying a burst of black blood. A huge red number floated above the black-scaled giant wolf's head. A whoa! The black-scaled giant wolf let out a mournful howl, its massive body crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the black-scaled giant wolf, Lord. Experience plus 150. Ding! Congratulations, you have cleared the first area, earning 200 points. Do you wish to proceed to the second area? The system notifications rang out in succession. Chen Shen glanced at the corpse of the black-scaled giant wolf on the ground, showing no hesitation. Yes, he replied calmly. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Shen's figure vanished from the spot, being teleported to the second area. Inside the observation room, there was a dead silence. All the city lords stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, their faces filled with disbelief. What did they just witness? Hadn't Chen Chen just been fighting for a long time? Shouldn't the boss still have a lot of health left? How did it suddenly get one shot? What the hell was going on? Was this guy hiding his strength all along? Was he toying with this lord? This was a national exam. What kind of joke was this? Did this kid have such a big heart? The voices of the city lords trembled. They could not comprehend what was happening before their eyes. Zhao Disu's expression could no longer be described as merely difficult. He felt as if his face had been slapped dozens of times by an invisible hand, burning with pain. Just moments ago, he had been mocking Chen Chen, saying he was incapable and that he was so flustered in front of a lord-level monster. Yet in the blink of an eye, Chen Chen had killed the lord. This was nothing short of a blatant slap in the face. And it was right in front of so many city lords, a hard slap to his face. Zhao Disu felt a surge of blood rising in his chest, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. He stared at the screen, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could a support class possibly one-shot a lord-level monster? He must have cheated. Yes, he definitely cheated. Zhao Disu shouted loudly, as if he had grasped a lifeline. His voice sounded particularly jarring in the silent observation room. Although the other city lords did not speak, their expressions said it all. They also could not believe that a support class could achieve this. Cheating? Gu Qingshan frowned, casting a cold glance at Zhao Disu's. City Lord Zhao, you can eat your fill, but you can't speak. Recklessly. In a national exam, who would dare to cheat? Who could even cheat? If he had that ability, would he need to participate in the exam? Are you questioning the fairness of the exam? Zhao Disu felt his momentum wane under Gu Qingshan's glare. He opened his mouth to retort but found himself at a loss for words. After all, the fairness of the national examination is beyond doubt. If he truly questioned the fairness of the exam, the consequences would be something he couldn't bear. Humph. Zhao Disu let out a cold snort and fell silent. Yet, the resentment and unwillingness in his heart did not diminish in the slightest. He stared intently at the screen, secretly praying for Chen Chen to fail in the upcoming assessment. Lord Gu, please don't get too excited. Lord Zhao didn't mean it that way. It's just, this is indeed a bit unbelievable. A support class taking down a lord-level monster in an instant. This is simply a fairy tale. One lord stepped forward to mediate, his tone filled with confusion and disbelief. The other lords nodded in agreement, expressing their concurrence. Yes, Lord Gu, this is truly incredible. We are not questioning the fairness of the exam, just feel that this is somewhat against common sense. A support class, no matter how strong, couldn't possibly be that powerful, right? Gu Qingshan looked at these lords, feeling a wave of helplessness. He knew that these people were not intentionally targeting Chen Chen, they simply couldn't comprehend Chen Chen's strength. After all, a support class taking down a lord-level monster, who would believe such a thing? But he was too lazy to explain to that group, and he didn't even know how to explain. After all, he also felt that Chen Chen's power was too outrageous. The other lords, seeing Gu Qingshan no longer speak, also found it difficult to say anything further. They could only turn their attention back to the screen and continue watching Chen Chen's assessment. However, their hearts were still filled with confusion and disbelief. They couldn't understand how Chen Chen managed to do it. This guy, could it be that he's really just playing around? One lord couldn't help but mutter. His voice was soft, but in the silent observation room, it sounded particularly clear. The other lords were jolted by this statement. They suddenly realized that this might just be the truth. Chen Chen might really be toying with that black-scaled giant wolf. Thinking of this, the lords couldn't help but gasp. If that's the case, then Chen Chen's strength is truly terrifying. Not only can he take down lord-level monsters, but he can also toy with them. Is this still human? This kid, he's really bold. One lord shook his head with a bitter smile. He no longer knew what to say. Chen Chen's actions had completely surpassed his understanding. The national examination. This guy actually. Another lord couldn't help but exclaim. He suddenly felt that he had underestimated support classes in the past. Look at the time. Although he has been entangled with this lord for quite a while, Chen Chen's speed in taking down the lord is still far beyond that of ordinary combat classes. Moreover, he is all alone. One lord suddenly said. His words left the other lords stunned. They then noticed that Chen Chen's speed in taking down the black-scaled giant wolf was even faster than those combat classes. This is simply unbelievable. Monster. This kid is definitely a monster. One lord couldn't help but exclaim. His voice was filled with shock and admiration. The other lords nodded in agreement, expressing their concurrence. They no longer knew what words to use to describe Chen Chen. Monster might be the best adjective. Yang City. It seems it will rise this time. One lord murmured. His voice was filled with envy and jealousy. The other lords felt a sinking sensation in their hearts upon hearing this. they suddenly realized that Yang City might really be on the verge of rising. After passing the test of the first area, the curiosity of the lords in the observation room towards Chun Chen grew stronger. They stared intently at the screen, trying to capture more information from every move Chun Chen made. Soon, a pattern emerged. In each battle, Chun Chen seemed to follow a specific routine. He would first dance around the monsters, dodging and weaving, appearing to be in grave danger, yet always managing to cleverly evade fatal attacks. Then, at a certain moment, he would suddenly unleash a devastating strike, killing the monster in an instant. Initially, the lords did not quite understand Chun Chen's intentions, thinking he simply enjoyed toying with his opponents. But as time passed, they gradually realized that Chun Chen was honing his combat skills. "This guy," one lord whispered, his tone laced with disbelief. "It seems like he's using these monsters as sparring partners?" Another lord chimed in, his voice trembling slightly. "This is a national exam. Is he dissatisfied with his support role? Does he want to train himself to be a melee priest? This idea is too crazy." The lords buzzed with discussion, each face marked with shock and confusion. They could not comprehend why a support role would be so obsessed with melee combat. This completely overturned their understanding of support classes. Chun Chen's actions were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples upon ripples. The lords were filled with questions and speculations. They were eager to know just where Chun Chen's limits lay. How many more surprises could this enigmatic youth bring them? On the screen, Chun Chen's figure remained agile. He weaved between the monsters like a dancer, leaping on the edge of a blade. Each attack was precise and lethal. Each dodge was perfectly timed. His fighting style was both skillful and imbued with a unique aesthetic of violence. This contrast captivated the lords even more. They seemed to see a brand new class, a revolutionary existence rising slowly before them. Little did they know, Chun Chen was merely trying to copy some attributes. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Chun Chen plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath, sweat streaming down his cheeks, soaking his collar. He felt as if he had been completely drained, with not a shred of strength left in his body. How many areas are there in this damn assessment? Chun Chen couldn't help but curse, his voice hoarse, filled with exhaustion and helplessness. "I'm so tired." He slammed his fist against the ground, venting his frustration. Chun Chen was no stranger to grinding monsters. On the contrary, he had been a notorious monster grinder in his past life. He had always prided himself on his stamina and energy. But whether in dungeons, secret realms, or spatial rifts, the monsters were scattered here and there, nothing like the endless waves he faced now, one area after another. Each area had several waves of monsters, and to copy as many attributes as possible, Chun Chen had to engage with the monsters for a long time each time. This high-intensity combat, combined with the mental focus required, left him feeling unprecedentedly fatigued. Ding! The Brave of Healing has been triggered. Current attributes have reached the first transfer class limit and cannot be further improved. Ding! You have reached level 30. Current experience has reached the first transfer class limit and cannot be further obtained. The crisp system notification rang in Chen's ears. Ha! Chun Chen was taken aback, blinking in confusion. First transfer limit? Attributes and experience have both hit the limit? Attributes have a first transfer limit too? This is quite rare. He quickly opened his attribute panel and began to examine it carefully. Character: Chun Chen. Occupation: Recovery Mage. Level: LV30. HP: 18500/18500. MP: 43000/43000. Strength: 1500 plus 280. Agility: 1500 plus 240. Spirit: 1500 plus 350 plus 300. Constitution: 1500 plus 20 plus 280. Looking at the attributes that had reached their limits, a complex expression appeared on Chun Chen's face. There was surprise, there was unexpectedness, and there was also a hint of regret. The surprise was that he had finally reached level 30, and all his attributes had peaked at this stage. The unexpectedness was that this so-called first transition limit had come so quickly that it caught him off guard. As for the regret, naturally, it was because he could no longer continue to enhance his attributes. After all, this major exam seemed to have quite a few areas left. Chun Chen slowly stood up, stretching his limbs that had become slightly stiff from maintaining one position for too long. He grinned, revealing a confident smile, as if all his fatigue had vanished in that moment. Since the attributes have reached their limit, there's no need to be so cautious anymore. A sharp glint flashed in Chun Chen's eyes as he tightened his grip on the staff in his hand, feeling that familiar cool touch. Next, he paused, his voice deep and powerful, as if declaring something. I'll just slaughter my way through. In the observation room, the previously quiet atmosphere now felt somewhat subtle. The lords were staring intently at the screen, watching the boy who had stood up again, each of their expressions different. Some were surprised, some were puzzled, and some carried a hint of expectation. Their gazes would occasionally dart to the side at the leaderboard. On the leaderboard, Chun Chen's name still stood out, but his ranking had already slipped to a rather low position. After all, he was tackling the hell-level dungeon solo and had spent a lot of time sharpening his combat skills. In this situation, it was only natural for his score ranking to lag behind. Although Chen Chen has reached the 50th area, there is no upper limit to the number of areas in this dungeon. One lord stroked his chin, pondering aloud. Speed is still crucial, although Chen Chen's strength is astonishing. If his speed doesn't keep up, he might not become the national champion. His tone carried a hint of worry, along with a touch of regret. After all, the strength Chen Chen had displayed was enough to make everyone take notice. After witnessing Chen Chen's strength, the lords began to bet on whether he could become the national champion. Although they recognized Chen Chen's power, he was just one person, and given his habits, not many lords believed he could achieve the top spot. Chen Chen's strength was indeed formidable, but challenging a hell-level dungeon solo and being so headstrong made it exceedingly difficult to claim the championship. Gu Qingshan stood quietly to the side, looking at Chen Chen's name on the leaderboard, his face devoid of any expression. He knew that what these lords said made sense. However, he trusted his instincts more. He believed that this young man, Chen Chen, would definitely not disappoint them. Just then, Gu Qingshan suddenly noticed that Chen Chen's score on the leaderboard began to rise at an astonishing speed. The speed was simply like riding a rocket, leaving everyone dumbfounded. "Look," one lord exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. "This little guy has stopped honing himself and has started to speedrun." He pointed at the screen, speaking excitedly. The other city lords also turned their gazes to the screen, where Chen Chen's figure darted through the horde of monsters like a ghost. With each swing of his staff, he took the life of a monster. Those once ferocious creatures now resembled lambs awaiting slaughter, utterly defenseless. Brilliant skill lights flickered on the screen, dazzling like fireworks. Chen Chen's attacks were swift and decisive, without any hesitation. Each strike accurately hit the monster's vital points. His speed was astonishing, leaving onlookers dazzled. His figure seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning, wreaking havoc among the monsters. In just a few breaths, Chen Chen had cleared an entire area of monsters. His score skyrocketed. As a result, inside the observation room, there was a profound silence. All the city lords stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, completely stunned by the scene before them. They had never witnessed such a terrifying monster-clearing speed. It was nothing short of a massacre, a one-sided slaughter. "Is this still a support class?" one city lord murmured, his voice filled with disbelief. "This is even more terrifying than those top combat classes," another city lord echoed, his face etched with shock. "A monster, an absolute monster." Time flew by, but Chen Chen's monster-clearing speed was even faster. In just 10 minutes, he swept through 5 areas like a whirlwind. With his astonishing attributes and the added boost of ultimate speed, Chen Chen didn't even need to use other skills. Just wielding the Eternal Radiance staff was enough to crush everything. The monsters were as fragile as paper before Chen Chen, with hardly anyone able to withstand 3 of his attacks. Even the so-called boss monsters struggled to last a few rounds against him. To accommodate the skill levels of the vast number of examinees, the monsters' levels and qualities were capped at level 30 of the golden tier. This further propelled Chen Chen's monster-clearing speed to a shocking level. Although he could choose to copy the skills of these monsters, to be honest, Chen Chen looked down on those skills. At this moment, his figure darted across the battlefield like an unyielding meat grinder, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the surrounding monsters. He didn't even use any attack skills, merely casting a layer of wolf's light shield around himself. The resilient shield glimmered with a faint light, blocking all attacks. The monsters swung their weapons in vain, unable to break through Chen Chen's shield. He pushed through effortlessly. The momentum was unstoppable. Chen Chen swept across the battlefield like a gale, leaving only a field of wreckage in his wake. On the leaderboard, Chen Chen's name climbed at a jaw-dropping speed. The once distant second and third places were now far behind him. Moreover, the gap continued to widen, seemingly without end. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. Chen Chen's ranking soared, ultimately settling firmly in first place. First place. In the observation room, a city lord exclaimed, breaking the tense atmosphere. His voice was filled with disbelief, as if witnessing something incredible. The other city lords also turned their attention to the leaderboard, each face marked with shock. Chen Chen's name shone like the sun, firmly occupying the top position. The second and third places were none other than Shi Xiaoxiao and Su Jiner. The strength of these two girls was equally formidable, their scores closely trailing each other, neck and neck. Originally, their competition was a major highlight of this examination. Everyone thought that they would fiercely compete for the first place. However, Chen Chen's sudden rise completely shattered this situation. With an overwhelming presence, he left everyone behind. The competition between Shi Xiaoxiao and Su Jiner thus became meaningless. They could only helplessly accept reality and shift their focus to second and third place. After all, first place had become an unattainable dream. This is too exaggerated, right? A city lord rubbed his eyes, seemingly unable to believe what he was seeing. In less than half an hour, he jumped from over 100 to first place. This speed is faster than riding a rocket, another city lord echoed, his tone filled with astonishment. Gu Qingshan stood quietly to the side, watching Chen Chen's name on the leaderboard, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He knew he hadn't misjudged the person. This young man truly did not disappoint him. Meanwhile, in a hell-level dungeon, Su Jiner released her last fireball, finally defeating the boss. She then collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, and looked back at her group of teammates who were already in disarray. How's the score? Is Xiao Xiao really that amazing? We're all SSS-level professionals, Su Jiner asked while panting. Sweat beaded on her delicate face and her fiery red robe was somewhat disheveled, but it still couldn't hide her extraordinary beauty. Behind her, several teammates lay sprawled on the ground, clearly exhausted. The difficulty of this hell-level dungeon was beyond imagination. If it weren't for Su Jiner's formidable strength, they would have likely been wiped out long ago. One of the team members forced a smile and said, "Don't worry, miss, first place is definitely yours. You are the youngest genius mage in our Dragon Kingdom." Saying this, he trembled as he opened the score panel. However, the next moment, his smile froze on his face, his eyes widening as if he had seen something unbelievable. Seeing this, Su Jiner furrowed her brows, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart. "What's wrong?" Her voice remained cool but carried a hint of urgency. The man opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but he couldn't utter a word, only shaking his head repeatedly, mumbling, "This is impossible, this is impossible." His voice grew fainter until it was almost inaudible. Su Jiner's patience finally wore thin. She suddenly stood up and snatched the score panel from the man's hands. "What's impossible? Talking to you is really exhausting. I'll look myself." She looked down at the panel, and her previously calm expression instantly froze. On the leaderboard, Chen Chen's name shone like the blazing sun, firmly occupying the top position, leaving the original competitors far behind. Su Jiner was stunned for a moment. A flicker of disbelief crossed her exquisite face, quickly followed by an expression of incredulity spreading across her features. "First place, Chen Chen?" She rubbed her eyes, confirming several times, before daring to believe that what she saw was not an illusion. Just half an hour ago, she had specifically checked the leaderboard, and at that time, Chen Chen was still outside the top 100. How could he have soared to the top in the blink of an eye? This speed was simply unfathomable. A thought involuntarily surfaced in Su Jiner's mind. Could this guy have been hiding his strength from the very beginning? Given her understanding of Chen Chen, he could indeed pull off something like this. After all, Chen Chen's personality had always been low-key and reserved, never easily revealing his full strength. Thinking of this, Su Jiner's expression grew even more peculiar. She bit her lips lightly, her heart filled with both shock and a strange surge of emotions. After confirming that the name at the top was indeed the Chen Chen she knew, Su Jiner's previously tense nerves suddenly relaxed. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, sketching a faint smile that carried a hint of helplessness, a touch of joy, and a dash of pride. "You guy won again," Su Jiner murmured softly, her voice barely above a whisper, as if she were talking to herself. "Really annoying," she added, her tone laced with a hint of playful reproach, but more than that, it was an indescribable joy. Although she said she was annoyed, Su Jiner felt genuinely happy. For Chen Chen, this guy, who was always full of surprises, had once again astonished her. Or rather, scared her. Su Jiner exhaled gently, calming her excited heart. She knew that the gap between her and Chen Chen was no longer something that could be bridged by mere effort. This guy was simply a monster. However, Su Jiner did not feel discouraged. She lifted her head, her gaze becoming resolute once more. Since she couldn't catch up to Chen Chen, she would strive to hold on to the second place. At the very least, she couldn't lose to that sure Xiao Xiao. A glimmer of battle intent flashed in Su Jiner's eyes as she tightened her grip on her staff, preparing to face the upcoming challenges. Meanwhile, in another unknown instant space, Sure Xiao Xiao also noticed the changes on the leaderboard. She had been enthusiastically grinding monsters, ready to compete with Su Jiner. However, when she saw Chen Chen's name suddenly leap to the top, she was completely stunned. This can't be possible? Sure Xiao Xiao's voice wavered, and she rubbed her eyes vigorously, as if trying to see through the leaderboard before her. Her delicate face was filled with disbelief, and the flush that had risen from her continuous monster grinding had faded significantly. Chen Chen? That guy. Sure Xiao Xiao's voice trailed off as she suddenly remembered that she had always regarded Chen Chen as a B-level support. But now, this B-level support had surpassed her and Su Jiner, both SSS-level professionals, at an astonishing speed, firmly occupying the top of the leaderboard. This was like a dream. Sure Xiao Xiao took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She looked at the leaderboard. Again, Chen Chen's name still hung at the top, and his score was continuously rising, with the gap to second place widening. This guy can't really be cheating, can he? Sure Xiao Xiao couldn't help but mutter as she struggled to think of any other reasonable explanation. A B-level support crushing SSS-level professionals in monster grinding speed was completely beyond her comprehension. She even began to doubt whether the rules of this world had gone awry. However, she quickly shook her head, dismissing that absurd thought. She knew that this world was real, and the rules were indeed in place. Therefore, the only explanation was Chen Shen, this guy, had hidden his strength. And he had hidden it very deeply. With that thought, Shi Xiaoxiao's expression grew complex. She suddenly felt as if she had never truly understood Chen Shen. How many secrets did this guy still have? Interesting. Shi Xiaoxiao suddenly chuckled lightly, the corners of her mouth curling up into a playful smile. Her bright eyes sparkled with excitement as if she had discovered a fascinating toy. Chen Shen, you really didn't disappoint me, Shi Xiaoxiao said to herself, her voice tinged with anticipation, excitement, and a hint of battle intent. Originally, she thought this exam would be quite boring. After all, with her strength, securing first place was almost a foregone conclusion. But now, with the appearance of Chen Shen, this situation was completely shattered. This made her feel excited, thrilled, and even a long-lost sense of challenge. Hey, everyone! Shi Xiaoxiao suddenly turned around and shouted at her teammates behind her, who were equally dumbfounded. Her voice was crisp and loud, filled with vitality and fighting spirit. Give it your all. The determined light in Shi Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled, her voice resonating powerfully. Even if we can't grab first place, we must defend our second place. She gripped the dagger tightly in her hand, exuding a powerful aura. Roar! The crowd roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens, filled with battle intent and determination. They were inspired by Shi Xiaoxiao's passion, each one of them rushing towards the horde of monsters as if they had been injected with adrenaline. In the luxurious observation room, the atmosphere was solemn and grave. On the huge screen, numbers flickered, tugging at the heartstrings of everyone present. An elderly man with graying hair stood quietly, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, fixated on the name on the leaderboard. That was rapidly climbing Chen Shen. Dressed in a simple tang suit, the old man stood tall. Though aged, he was spirited, emanating an air of authority from long-held power that made others wary. Chen Chen. The old man murmured softly, his voice hoarse, carrying a hint of the passage of time, as if he were reminiscing about something. This name seemed to touch a corner of his deep memory, plunging him into contemplation. Old Su, have you forgotten? A middle-aged man walked slowly to the old man's side, bowing slightly to whisper, his tone filled with respect. The young man Miss Su often mentions is named Chen Chen. The middle-aged man gently reminded him, his voice soft, afraid to disturb the old man's thoughts. Oh, right. It's him. Old Su suddenly slapped his forehead, realization dawning, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. He finally remembered Chen Chen was the young man his granddaughter Su Jiner often spoke of. The one who received endless praise from Su Jiner, even hinting at a bit of admiration. This kid. Truly remarkable. Old Su looked at Chen Shen's astonishing score increase on the screen, unable to help but exclaim. His eyes were filled with appreciation and comfort, as if he were seeing the future of the Su family. No wonder he could capture my Jiner's heart. It seems I need to let these two young ones interact more. Old Su stroked his chin, pondering, a barely noticeable smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Don't start. A cold snort echoed like thunder in the observation room, instantly shattering the originally harmonious atmosphere. The voice carried obvious sarcasm and disdain, like a sharp thorn aimed directly at Old Su's soft spot. If I remember correctly, your Su family seems to be doing everything possible to prevent this little girl from establishing a good relationship with Chen Chen, right? The cold snort continued, the tone sharp and aggressive. Old Su's face, which had still held a smile, instantly darkened, as if it could drip water. He abruptly turned around, his gaze fierce, staring intently in the direction of the voice, as if he wanted to swallow the speaker whole. You, with the surname Sure, don't think that just because you have a guardian title, you can spread rumors at will. Old Su's voice was low and hoarse, each word squeezed out as if from between clenched teeth, filled with anger and warning. He clenched his fists tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging, clearly showing his extreme inner turmoil at that moment. Our Su family respects the feelings of children the most. Old Su's voice suddenly rose, carrying an undeniable authority. He struggled to calm his emotions, trying to uphold the reputation of the Su family. Faced with Su Lao's furious glare, Shi Lao showed no fear at all. Instead, he let out a cold laugh, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking arc. You're talking nonsense. Shi Lao retorted bluntly, his voice booming like a great bell, each word striking Su Lao's heart like a heavy hammer. He straightened his back, his gaze fierce, standing toe-to-toe with Su Lao, his momentum unwavering. My Xiao specifically wrote a recommendation letter to the Lord of Yang City for this little guy. There was a hint of pride and boastfulness in Shi Lao's tone, as if this were an extraordinary achievement. He slightly raised his chin, his eyes filled with provocation, seemingly demonstrating against Su Lao. With this connection, this little guy is definitely mine. Shi Lao's voice was resolute and unquestionable, brimming with strong confidence. His gaze shifted from Su Lao to the leaderboard, landing on Chen Chen's name, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He firmly believed that with Shi Xiaoxiao's strength and charm, combined with the connection he provided, Chen Chen would surely choose to join the Shi family. After all, geniuses like Chen Chen were exceedingly rare, a once-in-a-century occurrence. Shi Lao took a deep breath, calming his excited heart. He knew it wasn't the time to celebrate, everything was still uncertain. However, he was confident that the final victory would undoubtedly belong to the Shi family. He turned to look at the screen, where Chen Chen's points were still rapidly increasing, far ahead of the rest. Sharp light flickered in Shi Lao's eyes. Inside the instant space, light and shadow flowed, the residual energy waves had yet to fully subside. Chen Shen's figure moved like a ghost, weaving through the edges of the distorted battlefield. Another area was cleared. The ground was left with only the faint glimmers of light that remained after the monsters dissipated like shattered stars. His movements showed no signs of slowing, as if the previous slaughter had merely been a warm-up. With extreme speed, his movements were nearly invisible, leaving only faint ripples in the air as it was torn apart. Ahead, the boundaries of space began to blur, a transparent barrier resembling rippling water blocking the way. This was the entrance to the next area. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Shen stepped forward. The scene before him suddenly changed, no longer the familiar desolate battlefield. The air was filled with a richer, more dangerous aura. However, just as he was about to begin a new round of cleaning like before, a cold system prompt sounded unexpectedly in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on reaching the 70th level within 5 hours, triggering a hidden assessment. Chen Shen's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. A hidden assessment? He frowned slightly, a hint of barely perceptible surprise flashing in his eyes. These 4 words were completely unfamiliar to him. A national exam with such a setting? He clearly remembered that in his previous life, participating in this grand exam was a brutal yet straightforward process, continuously breaking through levels, killing monsters, and earning points. He had never heard of any hidden assessment mechanism. Could it be? A thought flashed through Chen Shen's mind like lightning. Is it because of my rebirth? This butterfly flapping its wings has finally begun to stir a more intense storm, even causing unknown variables in the rules of this nationwide unified exam? Chen Shen's gaze deepened. He looked around. This so-called 70th level seemed not much different from the previous areas, still a dim and oppressive environment, with the outlines of monsters faintly swaying in the distance. After pondering for a moment, Chen Shen decided not to think too much about it. It didn't make much difference to him anyway. Just as he thought this, Chen Shen took a step forward. Ding! Starting from this area, entering the boss rotation battle, monster level restrictions cancelled. Monster quality restrictions cancelled. The system's cold prompt sounded like a second thunderclap, echoing in Chen Shen's mind. The corners of Chen Shen's eyes twitched uncontrollably a couple of times. Level restrictions lifted. Quality restrictions lifted. And boss rotation? This hidden assessment was a bit too surprising. He could almost foresee that from this point on, the difficulty would rise exponentially. Could it be that from this area onward, it would all be boss fights? Ding! Challenge in Area 71 begins. Please defeat 3 bosses in the area. The system's confirmation ruthlessly shattered his last shred of hope. Chen Shen clicked his tongue lightly, a hint of a playful smile appearing on his face. Boss is fine. At least it's a bit challenging. After all, it had been somewhat tedious to crush everything along the way. Perhaps this so-called hidden assessment would truly allow him to stretch his muscles. Meanwhile, in the observation room of Jiangnan province, the atmosphere suddenly changed. The massive screen that had been clearly projecting Chen Shen's instance screen abruptly fell into a pitch-black silence without warning. It was as if someone had instantly cut off the power. Gu Qingshan's pupils constricted sharply. He instinctively straightened his body, his face filled with shock and confusion. What was going on? Not just him, but others in the observation room who had been closely watching the top candidates were also stunned. The screen went black. This usually only indicated one possibility: the candidate had perished in the instance and completely lost their qualification for the exam. But they had clearly seen Chen Shen just step into the entrance of Area 71. That astonishing score was still rapidly increasing. How could he have just entered and then disappeared? This bizarre situation exceeded everyone's understanding. Just as the crowd was filled with uncertainty, a sharp mocking laugh broke the stagnant air. Zhao Dizhuz leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, his face openly displaying schadenfreude. TSK, did you see that? He spoke in a sarcastic tone, his voice not loud but clearly resonating throughout the observation room. Young people just don't know how high the sky is. Still thinking they're so impressive. Trying to show off. Now look, they've messed up completely, right? Zhao Dizhuz shook his head, his tone filled with false regret. What a pity for such a good talent. I said it early on, know when to stop, but you wouldn't listen. Zhao Dizhuz's sarcastic words were like needles pricking at Gu Qingshan's heart. His expression instantly darkened, his gaze coldly sweeping towards Zhao Dizhuz, the anger within him nearly boiling over. Old Su and Old Shi also stopped their argument, frowning as they looked at the dark screen. Their expressions varied. Just as Gu Qingshan was about to scold him, bang! The heavy metal door of the observation room was suddenly pushed open. From the outside, a middle-aged man in a crisp uniform, with a serious expression and sharp eyes, appeared at the doorway. His gaze swept over everyone in the room like a hawk, finally locking onto Gu Qingshan with precision. Which one of you is the city lord of Yangcheng, Gu Qingshan? The man's voice was deep and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. Gu Qingshan's heart sank, and he instinctively stood up to respond. I am. He tried to suppress the confusion and worry in his heart and asked, may I ask who you are? The middle-aged man did not answer his question or engage in any small talk. He simply expressionlessly took out a token shimmering with a dark golden hue from his pocket and displayed it in front of Gu Qingshan. The intricate dragon patterns on the token, along with its subtle yet overwhelming aura, made Gu Qingshan's heart skip a beat. The superior requests your presence, City Lord Gu. The middle-aged man put away the token, his tone flat yet carrying an irresistible force. Please come with me. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, the other city lords in the observation room were stunned. They had clearly seen the token just now. The dark golden sheen, the intricate dragon patterns, and that subtle yet heart-pounding overwhelming aura. That was a token symbolizing a high-ranking official. A token that only someone with immense power, capable of shaking an entire region with a stomp, could possess. The screen on Chen Chen's side had just gone completely dark. And now, someone of this caliber had sent someone to find them? Could it be Chen Chen didn't die? Was the feed cut off directly by someone above, with other arrangements made? Countless thoughts churned in everyone's minds, and their gazes towards Gu Qingshan grew complex. Gu Qingshan's heart was also in turmoil, but he dared not delay for a moment. He slightly bowed to the middle-aged man. Yes, I will go with you right away. Gu Qingshan hurriedly followed the solemn-looking middle-aged man and quickly left the observation room, leaving behind a room full of city lords exchanging glances, each with their own thoughts. Meanwhile, in a room with an ancient charm filled with a faint aroma of tea, 2 men and 2 women, 4 middle-aged individuals with distinct temperaments, were gathered around a Zeton wood tea table. They appeared relaxed, occasionally whispering a few words and at times lifting delicate teacups to sip. Yet their gazes intentionally or unintentionally swept over the enormous light screen in the center of the room, projecting countless images. The screen was densely packed with numerous small windows, each corresponding to a candidate battling within the examination space. One middle-aged man, with a refined appearance and gold-rimmed glasses, gently set down his teacup, the lid clinking against the cup with a crisp sound. He raised his eyes to the other 3, a gentle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The time is about right. What do you all think? Will anyone trigger that hidden assessment in this year's national exam? The refined man's voice was calm, carrying a hint of inquiry. Sitting opposite him, a woman in a snow-white robe, with a cool demeanor, gently shook her head upon hearing this. Her movement was graceful, yet carried an undeniable certainty. Difficult. The conditions to trigger this assessment are too harsh. The woman in white spoke with a voice as clear as spring water. Within 5 hours, consecutively passing through 70 zones. This is almost an impossible task, it's simply a joke. She paused, lifted her teacup, her gaze seemingly piercing through the curling tea smoke towards an unknown direction. I really don't know what those people above are thinking, setting such an almost unattainable threshold. Beside her, a burly, middle-aged man with a rugged appearance took a big gulp from his teacup, letting out a refreshing sigh. He grinned widely. Isn't that obvious? If I were designing this assessment, I would definitely set the threshold sky-high. The man's voice was loud, causing the teacups to tremble slightly. After all, how does that saying go? He scratched his head, seemingly unable to recall the right words for a moment. Sitting opposite him, a woman with a gentle and soft demeanor, her eyes carrying a scholarly air, softly supplemented. Better to be lacking than excessive. Her voice was like a spring breeze, forming a stark contrast to the man's ruggedness. Upon hearing this, the man slapped his thigh and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. That's exactly the meaning. Anyone who can trigger this thing must be of extraordinary talent. Ordinary geniuses wouldn't even come close. Just as the 4 were casually chatting, savoring the fragrant tea in their cups, an unexpected change occurred. The enormous light screen before them, which had been clearly projecting countless candidate images, suddenly plunged into complete darkness. There was no warning. It was as if the core of the entire system had been instantly extracted. The 4 were momentarily taken aback. The next moment, a beam of light suddenly illuminated the center of the pitch-black screen. Immediately, an independent image suddenly enlarged, occupying the entire screen. In the image, it was Qin Chen, who had just stepped into the 71st district. The young man stood tall, his gaze calm, as if the dangerous atmosphere surrounding him was nothing more than a gentle breeze. In the upper left corner of the screen, several glowing golden characters stood out prominently. Hidden assessment trigger silence. The room fell into a brief dead silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Only the curling tea smoke continued to rise silently. The burly man was the first to break the silence. He suddenly stood up, his massive frame trembling slightly. With excitement, pointing at the screen, his voice changing pitch. Triggered. Someone really triggered it? 5 hours. No, wait. It's only just past 4 hours. And he's already cleared 70 levels. This kid. The rest of his words caught in his throat, leaving only heavy breathing. A rare look of emotion appeared on the cold face of the woman in white robes. Her eyes, which seemed to see through the world, were now filled with disbelief. Impossible. She murmured instinctively, her voice barely audible. How did he meet the triggering conditions? The elegant man set down his teacup, his gaze behind the lenses sparkling with astonishing brilliance. He stared intently at Chen. Chen's figure on the screen, the gentle smile at the corner of his mouth replaced by intense interest and curiosity. Interesting. Really interesting, he repeated softly, his eyes growing brighter. It seems this year's major exam will be much more exciting than we expected. The four exchanged glances, and the next moment a panel appeared simultaneously in front of them, displaying all of Chun Chen's basic information. A resident of Yang City? Damn! How did this cheap deal end up in your hands in East China? The burly man said, clearly displeased. The person in charge of South China, the same elegant middle-aged man, chuckled, looks like my luck is good this year. Just then, the door was suddenly knocked on, and the next moment, the door opened, and Gu Qingshan walked quickly into the room. East China District, Jiangnan Province, Yang City. Lord Gu Qingshan, greetings to all leaders. Looking at Gu Qingshan before him, the middle-aged man with a refined appearance and gold-rimmed glasses revealed a gentle smile. He extended his hand to Gu Qingshan. Hello, I am Chu Tianqua, the person in charge of East China. His voice was calm but carried an undeniable weight. Gu Qingshan felt a buzzing in his head, and he was somewhat dazed. The person in charge of East China, Chu Tianqua. This was a true regional official, wielding immense power, a figure that only existed in legends. Almost instinctively, he quickly wiped the fine sweat from his palms on his clean city lord uniform. This action seemed a bit awkward, even rude, but under Chu Tianqua's gentle gaze, it seemed to be easily forgiven. Gu Qingshan hurriedly bowed slightly, his hands trembling as he grasped Chu Tianqua's outstretched right hand. The warmth and strength he felt from the palm slightly steadied him. Director Chu. Hello, I am Gu Qingshan. His voice carried an incredulous excitement, along with a hint of barely perceptible nervousness. Seeing this, the smile at the corner of Chu Tianqua's mouth deepened, and he gently patted the back of Gu Qingshan's hand, signaling him not to be so tense. Although Chu Tianqua appeared to be a middle-aged man, he was much older than the elderly-looking Gu Qingshan. In this world, transmuters possessed long lifespans. The stronger they were, the younger they appeared. Then, Chu Tianqua's gaze shifted to the massive light screen in the center of the room, his eyes landing on the solitary figure of the young boy in the middle of the screen. In the upper left corner of the screen, the bold golden words "height assessment trigger" remained striking. He pointed at the screen and casually asked, "Is this little guy one of yours from Yang City?" Upon hearing Chu Tianqua's question, Gu Qingshan's momentary tension was instantly swept away by overwhelming joy and pride. He straightened his slightly hunched back, his face glowing with uncontrollable excitement. Yes, yes. Gu Qingshan nodded repeatedly, his voice rising with excitement filled with obvious pride. Director Chu, this little guy is Chun Chen, one of our awakened candidates from Yang City this year. He took a deep breath, as if he were about to declare this astonishing news with all his might. Moreover, Xiao Feng, his talent value is as high as 200 points. He is a true once-in-a-century genius. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere in the room, which had just relaxed, froze again. 200 points of talent value. These 5 words struck like thunder, echoing in everyone's ears. The white-robed woman tightened her grip on the teacup, her fingers turning pale, and a storm gathered in her cold eyes. The gentle smile on the face of the refined man, Chu Tianqua, completely vanished, replaced by a nearly sharp scrutiny, as if his gaze behind the lenses was trying to penetrate the screen and see every detail of Chun Chen. What the hell? The first to erupt was still the burly man with a rough demeanor. He slammed the table, causing tea to splash everywhere, the immense force making the solid wood tabletop groan under the strain. Old Gu, you're not joking, are you? The man's eyes bulged, almost popping out of their sockets, staring intently at Gu Qingshan as if trying to confirm whether he was speaking nonsense. 200 points of talent value? I've lived for over 100 years, traveled far and wide, and the highest talent value I've ever seen was from our strongest guardian in Long Country, and her talent value was only 148 points. I've never seen 150, and you tell me 200 points? Long Qingyu pointed at Gu Qingshan, his finger trembling slightly from the force, his face filled with absurdity and disbelief. The uproar caused by 200 points of talent value even overshadowed the shock brought by height assessment trigger. Long Qingyu's heavy breathing echoed in the silent room as he stared at Gu Qingshan, seemingly still digesting the immense impact of 200 points of talent value. On the solid wood tabletop, the spilled tea flowed in winding trails, leaving dark stains. The air seemed to solidify into substance, heavy with astonishment. At that moment, the white-robed woman, Ling Xuangyue, who had remained silent and exuded a cold demeanor, finally spoke slowly. Her voice was flat, revealing little emotion, yet it was like a clear spring trying to dilute the boiling shock. Isn't it normal for talent value to be high? Ling Xuangyue raised her eyes, her gaze sweeping over the still shocked Long Qingyu, her tone carrying a hint of coldness as if it were self-evident. If not, how could he possibly meet the triggering conditions of that hidden assessment all by himself? Indeed, the hidden assessment. That was a legend that even those in high positions like them had only seen in top-secret files. The harshness of its triggering conditions was beyond imagination. Having a talent far beyond common sense seemed to be the only explanation. Beside her, the gentle and soft-eyed woman, Su Jitong, also nodded slightly, a faint smile of agreement appearing on her face. Sister Su is absolutely right. Her voice was soft and pleasant, carrying a soothing power. If he didn't possess such an extraordinary talent, how could he possibly have passed through 70 zones in just 4 hours, reaching such an unfathomable level? Su Jitan paused slightly, her gaze revealing a hint of complex emotions, as if she were both lamenting and comparing. Our little Jeaner from the Su family has a talent level that can be considered top-notch, reaching a full 120 points. But even now, she is still struggling in the 60th area. As soon as these words were spoken, they highlighted the terrifying nature of Chen Chen's 200 points of talent to the fullest. A prodigy from the Su family with 120 points of talent is still making a difficult push in the 60th area. Yet this Chen Chen, with his heaven-defying talent of 200 points, stepped into the 71st area within 4 hours and even triggered the legendary hidden assessment. The gap between the two was already like a chasm. Chu Tianqua's gentle gaze swept over the faces of the crowd, still lingering with shock, and then he lightly waved his hand, breaking the almost stagnant atmosphere. He redirected his attention to the massive light screen, his tone carrying a hint of appropriate guidance. All right. While talent is indeed astonishing, dwelling on it now holds little significance. Chu Tianqua's voice was calm, naturally drawing everyone's focus back on track. He lightly tapped his fingertip, pointing to the figure of the boy who appeared particularly composed in the 71st area at the center of the screen. There are less than 3 hours left until the end of the major assessment. I am more curious to see how this little guy will handle the legendary hidden assessment next. A hint of interest lingered at the corner of Chu Tianqua's mouth. Whether he can truly clear the level and obtain that final reward within the limited time is the key. Gu Qingshan, standing nearby, was also somewhat curious. This major assessment had rewards? Long Qingyu took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling violently. What Big Brother Chu said is right. I want to see just how much surprise this kid can bring us. Ling Xuanyue's cold eyes also refocused on the screen, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the warm cup wall, her gaze filled with deeper inquiry. Su Jitan also slightly nodded, her gentle eyes brimming with anticipation. In the room, after a brief stir, everyone's attention was once again highly concentrated on the light screen. The curling tea smoke still lingered, but no one had the mind to savor the tea anymore. Only Gu Qingshan stood in place, appearing somewhat at a loss. The excitement and pride that had surged due to Chen Chen's talent had not yet completely subsided, but now it was replaced by an inexplicable confusion. He watched as several prominent figures redirected their gaze to the screen, discussing the hidden assessment that he could not interject in, and he couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Is this it? Did they call me over urgently just to report a talent value? He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, like introducing Chen Chen's other performances in Yang City or inquiring about the follow-up arrangements. But looking at the focused expressions of Chu Tianqua and others, along with the invisible aura of authority they exuded, the words stuck in his throat and he swallowed them back. He felt like a fidgety announcer, left hanging after announcing the most explosive news. Gu Qingshan secretly wiped his forehead. The stiff city lord uniform now made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. What exactly is going on? They called me here just for this? At this moment, within the major assessment instance, in the 71st area, the surrounding environment was not the expected lava or glaciers, but a vast yet empty stone platform, its edges swallowed by dense darkness stretching endlessly. In the center of the platform, 3 massive shadows slowly emerged. Not 1, but 3. Chen Chen's footsteps came to a halt. He had originally thought that the so-called assessment would be a 1-by-1 elimination mode. The scene before him clearly exceeded conventional expectations. 3 gigantic figures, their outlines twisting and turning in the dim light, exuded a suffocating pressure. They did not appear one after another, but descended simultaneously, subtly surrounding him in the center. He squinted slightly, his gaze like the most precise scanner, quickly sweeping over the 3 massive silhouettes. There was no hint of panic on his face, only the instinctive seriousness that came with facing a formidable enemy. 3 bosses at once? As expected of a hidden assessment, the difficulty is indeed high. Chen Chen gently licked his somewhat cracked lips, the dry sensation carrying a hint of rust-like sweetness. A thought flickered. Detection technique was instantly released. Invisible waves swept over the 3 colossal figures, a torrent of information flooding into Chen Chen's mind. 3 distinctly different panels appeared clearly in his consciousness. The first was located in the front left, a giant statue made of pitch-black rock, shimmering with a metallic cold light. Name: Abyssal Rockardian Boss. Rank: Gold level, LV 35 HP 120000/120000 MP 50,000/50,000 Strength 1800 Agility 500 Spirit 1000 Constitution 1900. The second, hovering in the front right, was surrounded by flickering shadow flames, resembling a twisted mage. Name: Shadowflame Lich. Rank: Gold level, LV 35 HP 70,000/70,000 MP 200000/200000 Strength 900 Agility 1200 Spirit 4000 Constitution 1800. The third was lurking in the back, its form indistinct, as if it would merge into the shadows at any moment, revealing only a pair of crimson eyes. Name, Void Ripper rank, gold level, LV 35 HP, 90,000/90,000 MP, 100000/100000 strength, 1000 agility, 1800 spirit, 1300 constitution, 1000 indeed. All three were level 35 gold bosses, and there were three of them. One was a tough physical tank, one a high burst magic damage dealer, and the last was a fast assassin skilled in ambush and applying negative statuses. This combination was nothing short of perfect. Any one of them alone would be enough to instill despair in the top candidate teams at this stage. Not to mention the three working together, coordinating with each other. It seemed that he could no longer hide his shortcomings. Meanwhile, in the central monitoring room, three virtual panels emitting a faint glow suddenly appeared before Chu Tianqua and the other four regional officials. These were the detailed data of the three gold bosses obtained through Chen Chen's detection technique. The atmosphere in the room became strange once again. Level 35 gold bosses. And there were three. The attribute panels were luxurious, with clear roles and seamless cooperation. For someone of Chu Tianqua's caliber, such bosses were naturally nothing. They could be wiped out with a snap of the fingers. But the problem was, Chen Chen was just a newcomer who had just awakened with a level of only 30 and had yet to complete his second-class transfer. Wasn't the difficulty of this hidden assessment a bit outrageous? Gold level? And there are three of them? Long Qingyu's eyes widened in disbelief, his rough voice filled with incredulity. He pointed at the three panels as if he had seen some absurd tale. One physical heavy tank, one magic artillery, and one ambush assassin? This combination, damn it, it's a perfect slaughter formation. Beside him, the gentle Su Jitang also showed obvious concern on her face. Isn't this a bit too much for a newcomer? Her words were left unfinished, but the meaning was clear. This difficulty is no longer just harsh, it is utterly despairing. Even those prodigies cultivated by top families with all their resources would likely meet their end in such a lineup. The refined man Chu Tianqua had a deep gaze behind his glasses. The gentle smile on his face had long since vanished, replaced by a serious scrutiny. The hidden assessment truly lives up to its name, he slowly spoke, his voice still steady but carrying a hint of barely perceptible weight. However, what is the purpose of such a difficulty setting? Long Qingyu irritably raked his hair. What kind of joke is this? Forget three, even one would be a challenge, right? How long has this kid been awakened? Level 30 against a level 35 gold, or three of them? This is simply impossible to pass. Ling Shuangyue also shook her head slightly, her tone cold and objective. Theoretically, it cannot be passed. The attribute suppression is too obvious. Level, rank, quantity, and all-around crushing. The expressions of the four big shots grew serious. If the difficulty of the hidden assessment was truly this perverse, what was the point of triggering it? Was it merely to let the genius experience complete despair? Chu Tianqua's gaze shifted from the screen to Gu Qingshan, who was still somewhat at a loss at the door. His tone remained calm, yet carried an undeniable inquiry. Lord Gu. Gu Qingshan jolted quickly, straightening his posture. Chu Commander. Chu Tianqua adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze sharp. How much do you know about this young friend Chen Chen's fighting style? Upon hearing this, Gu Qingshan's face instantly revealed a look of difficulty and confusion. He instinctively wanted to wipe his sweat but forcibly held back. Chu Commander, to be honest. He organized his words, a hint of a bitter smile on his face. This is also the first time I've seen Xiaofeng truly make a move. Before, I only knew he had terrifying talent. As for his specific combat power, especially in a battle of this level, I really have no idea. He paused, as if having made a certain decision, his voice lowered a few notches. Moreover, Chu Commander and all the commanders, Chen Chen, his profession is support. The atmosphere in the room, which had just eased a bit, froze again. What? Support? Long Qingyu nearly jumped up, his voice shaking the ceiling as if it were trembling. Old Gu, say that again? Are you sure you're not mistaken? He stared intensely at Gu Qingshan, as if trying to discern any signs of lying on his face. Su Jitang also covered her mouth in surprise, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Support? How is that possible? A support character single-handedly breaking through the 70 zones? A support character triggering the legendary hidden assessment? A support character now facing 3 level 35 gold bosses? This sounded even more absurd than having 200 talent points. Chu Tianqua suddenly pushed up his glasses and quickly pulled up Chen Chen's detailed information, his gaze firmly locked on the profession column. Profession, healer? The 3 question marks appeared particularly glaring at that moment. Ling Shuangyue, who had been silent, finally spoke again, her voice carrying a strange tremor. Healer. Her cold eyes narrowed slightly, as if lost in some distant memory. This profession, has it appeared again? Her tone was light, as if she were talking to herself or stating a forgotten fact. If it is this profession. Ling Shuangyue raised her eyes, looking at the solitary figure in the center of the screen, her expression complex. Having combat power beyond reason is not entirely incomprehensible. In the dungeon space, the silence was suddenly shattered. Chen Chen moved. He did not choose to retreat or take a detour. Instead, he charged directly towards the terrifying pressure emanating from the three golden bosses. Son Wolf Light Shield. A layer of hazy light shield, as ethereal as moonlight, instantly enveloped his body, shimmering with a faint blue halo. This was not the end. Almost at the moment the light shield formed, Chen Chen's figure shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, targeting the Shadow Flame Lich directly ahead. His speed was so great that it left only an afterimage. The Shadow Flame Lich, suspended in midair, seemed taken aback that this insignificant human dared to charge forward, causing the swirling dark flames around it to momentarily falter. Now's the time. The Eternal Radiance staff in Chen Chen's hand glowed with an unprecedented brilliance, but it was not for casting spells. He swung this platinum staff, a symbol of holiness and healing, like the most brutal warhammer, striking fiercely at the Lich's twisted head. Bang! A dull thud echoed across the empty stone platform. Contrary to the imagined scene of the staff shattering, it was the Shadow Flame Lich that let out a piercing shriek, its surrounding dark flames surging violently, clearly indicating that this blow was powerful and damaging. But this was just the beginning. There was not a hint of fluctuation in Chen Chen's eyes, only cold calculation. Thoughts raced through his mind. Active talent, dual casting activated. Active talent, furious strike activated. Active skill, healing spell initiated. Equipment effect, healing triggered. Almost in the same instant, a series of operations flowed seamlessly. A vibrant green light erupted like a volcano from the crystal atop the Eternal Radiance staff. Under the effects of dual casting and healing, the originally single target recovery skill, healing spell, instantly split and multiplied. 1, 2, 3, a total of 6 rich, almost tangible beams of life energy shot forth like precision-guided missiles, ignoring friend and foe alike, enveloping the three massive figures in the center of the platform. Abyssal Rock Guardian, Shadow Flame Lich, Void Ripper, without exception. The next second, an astonishing scene unfolded. Plus 51875, plus 51875, plus 51875. A full 6 enormous, softly glowing green numbers floated up from above the heads of the three golden level bosses. Each number represented a terrifying healing amount exceeding 50,000 points. In an instant, the entire stone platform seemed to be filled with this rich life force. In the central monitoring room, time seemed to freeze at that moment. Chu Tianqua, Long Qingyu, Su Jitong, and Ling Xuanyue, for figures whose stomps could shake the ground, all widened, their eyes in unison, staring intently at the unbelievable scene in the center of the screen. The air was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Until a few seconds later. What the hell? Long Qingyu suddenly sprang up from his seat, his chair sliding back far with a screeching sound. His eyes, like bronze bells, widened even more than before, almost popping out of their sockets as he pointed shakily at the still slowly dissipating green numbers on the screen. How much? 50,000? His voice rose in pitch due to extreme shock, even becoming somewhat distorted, filled with an incredulous absurdity. Did that healing spell just heal over 50,000? Isn't this kid only level 30? And that is dual casting? How could he? A barrage of questions erupted from his mouth like a rapid-fire cannon, each question striking like a heavy hammer on the hearts of the other three. Beside him, Su Jitong gently covered her mouth with her hand, her beautiful eyes equally filled with uncertainty. Her brows furrowed tightly, worry etched on her face, but more than that was a bewildering confusion. Why is he healing the boss? And such a massive amount of healing. This was completely illogical. Charging forward, I struck with my staff. It was strange, but perhaps it was some kind of special combat technique. But then, pouring over 300,000 health points into the three bosses? What kind of operation was this? Did they think the bosses were dying too quickly? Just as Su Jitong's doubts lingered in the monitoring room, that astonishing healing number had yet to fully dissipate. Within the dungeon space, a sudden change occurred. The 6 streams of rich green light that had originally surged into the three bosses seemed to reach some kind of critical point. The light trembled violently. The gentle life force abruptly twisted and shattered. In the next moment, the green light transformed from healing into destruction. 2 waves of concentrated emerald light erupted violently from around Chen Chen, like invisible ripples, ruthlessly sweeping outward. As the light waves passed, the space seemed to tremble slightly. 50000-25938. A series of dazzling scarlet damage numbers, mixed with the unique white numbers of real damage, erupted wildly from the heads of the Abyssal Rock Guardian, Shadowflame Lich, and Void Ripper. The frequency of those numbers jumping was astonishingly fast. Each number represented a terrifying damage that could make any player at this stage shudder. Especially the -25938 of real damage. It was simply unreasonable. The 3 golden level bosses, which had previously exuded overwhelming pressure and ferocity, now seemed to have been thrown into a meat grinder. The once indestructible rocky body of the Abyssal Rock Guardian was instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks, the flickering metallic cold light quickly dimming. The dark flames surrounding the Shadow Flame Lich swayed wildly, emitting a desperate shriek, but were completely drowned out by the incoming damage. The Void Ripper, which had been lurking in the shadows, solidified for a moment, only to be crushed by an invisible hand, its scarlet eyes extinguished in an instant. In just a few breaths, not even a decent resistance could be mounted. Boom, boom, boom. 3 muffled thuds echoed on the empty stone platform, the sound of massive bodies crashing to the ground. Dust filled the air. The suffocating pressure had vanished without a trace. On the platform, only Chen Chen's solitary figure remained, along with the 3 bosses' bodies that were rapidly beginning to digitize. Ding! You have killed the Void Ripper, LV-35 Golden Boss. Ding! You have killed the Shadow Flame Lich, LV-35 Golden Boss. Ding! You have killed the Abyssal Rock Guardian, LV-35 Golden Boss. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the 71st area. Do you wish to proceed to the next area? The crisp and pleasant system notification sound rang in Chen Chen's ears, breaking the silence. Chen Chen looked at everything before him with a blank expression, as if he had merely accomplished something trivial. Meanwhile, in the central monitoring room, time seemed to have been paused. Long Qingyu had just half risen from his seat, his body frozen in midair, his mouth agape as if a fist could fit inside. Su Jitan's hand, which covered her mouth, trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes filled only with pure confusion and shock. Chu Tianqua's expression of scrutiny and seriousness was completely frozen, his gaze behind the lenses losing focus, staring blankly at the screen. Ling Xuanyue, who had always been cold and indifferent, also rarely widened her clear eyes slightly, the depths of her pupils reflecting the rapidly dissipating damage numbers on the screen, along with the 3 massive figures that had collapsed. Watching the 3 golden-level bosses that had almost instantaneously emptied their health bars and turned into data, the monitoring room fell into a dead silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Only the faint hum of the instruments operating remained, contrasting with this eerie quiet. Gulp! A clear sound of swallowing echoed in the dead silence of the monitoring room, strikingly out of place. It was Gu Qingshan. He struggled to roll his Adam's apple, as if trying to force down the overwhelming shock and incomprehensible emotions within him. This subtle sound was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly shattering the atmosphere that had solidified like a tangible substance. Chu Tianqua exhaled deeply, his breath carrying a hint of barely perceptible turmoil. This little guy, truly a monster. He adjusted the frames on his nose, his gaze refocusing behind the lenses, yet still lingering with an incredulous expression, as if he had just witnessed a miracle. For those in high positions like him, they naturally had a considerable understanding and record of the unique alienation skills of the restoration sorcerer profession. I've heard of alienation healing spells that can cause harm, but Chu Tianqua's voice was low, imbued with a strong sense of disruption to his established beliefs, along with a hint of excitement that even he himself had not noticed. But he paused slightly, as if quickly searching his mind for the right words to describe the earth-shattering scene he had just witnessed. To deal such terrifying, illogical damage at level 30, that was 3 golden-level bosses. Not some roadside minions. It's simply unheard of, unseen. Chu Tianqua's tone was resolute, providing a final definition to the earlier spectacle. Before his words could fully settle, Long Qingyu suddenly took a deep breath, as if trying to inhale all the air around him into his lungs. His body, frozen in shock, straightened abruptly, and his eyes erupted with an unprecedented fiery light, as if he had discovered a treasure capable of changing the future of the entire region. Bring people in. A low roar filled with undeniable authority and urgency. Notify them immediately. His voice echoed in the not-so-spacious monitoring room, brimming with unwavering determination. All universities in our Huaxi region. Starting now. Right away. Prepare resources. Each word was pronounced with great emphasis, reflecting his current excitement. Offer the highest level of treatment. S level. No. SSS level. Give all the permissions you can. Mobilize all the resources you can. Use every means possible. At any cost. Long Qingyu nearly roared his orders, saliva almost splattering onto the screen in front of him. Make sure to bring this Chen Chen to our Huaxi region. Upon hearing Long Qingyu's unabashed, near-roaring declaration to snatch someone, Chu Tianqua's face instantly darkened, like the bottom of a pot. I say, old Long. His voice suddenly rose several degrees, filled with strong dissatisfaction and a warning tone. You, in front of me, the person in charge of Huadong, are openly poaching? Chu Tianqua turned sharply, his sharp gaze piercing through Long Qingyu, his tone quite unfriendly. Isn't that a bit too much? This was simply a blatant slap in the face to his Huadong region. Long Qingyu, however, waved his hand dismissively, even puffing out his chest, with a hint of righteous indignation. Hey, I say, old Chu, you can't say it like that. He shot a sidelong glance at Chu Tianqua, his eyes filled with a what can you do about it attitude. What do you mean by poaching? This is a national examination. Long Qingyu emphasized, stressing the reasonableness of the rules. The potential that Chen Chen has shown, let alone you, everyone present, who isn't envious? His gaze swept over Su Jitong, Ling Xuanyue, and the other 2 leaders. With his grades, all the top universities in the country are at his disposal, aren't they? Where he ultimately chooses to go is his own business. It's the freedom of talent. Long Qingyu snorted, exuding an air of determination. Will you stay in East China? That's hard to say. With such a once-in-a-millennium prodigy student right in front of me, do I really need to talk about gentlemanly conduct? He scoffed, not hiding his determination at all. Unless I, Long Qingyu, have lost my mind, I won't let this opportunity slip away. Although Long Qingyu's words sounded domineering and overbearing, they struck like thunder, instantly awakening the others present. Indeed, who wouldn't want such a defiant genius? The national examination stage is a battlefield where various regions and universities compete based on strength and ability. Ling Xuanyue, who had always been cold and indifferent, as if nothing mattered to her, rarely showed a flicker of unusual brilliance in her clear, cold eyes, though it was so quick it was almost impossible to catch. Su Jitong covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes still reflecting shock, but she quickly realized the crux of the problem and the fierce competition that followed. Almost simultaneously, they all picked up their encrypted communication devices, quickly and quietly issuing commands, their expressions equally filled with resolve. Immediately, mobilize all available resources. Assess the highest level of treatment. Contact the head of the admissions office right away. At any cost. One command after another was transmitted through special encrypted lines to the top universities and relevant departments in their respective regions at the fastest speed. A silent smoke of war had quietly spread among the various regions, the intensity far exceeding previous expectations. The commotion in the monitoring room had nothing to do with Chen Chen. He didn't even glance at the damage numbers that had caused such an uproar. At this moment he was half squatting in front of the 3 boss corpses that had begun to digitize, their lights flickering. His figure perfectly blocked all prying eyes from the monitoring perspective. No one could see that a deep, dark mist was spreading from his outstretched palm. The mist, as if it had a life of its own, silently reached toward the ground. Abyssal Rock Guardian, Shadowflame Lich, Void Ripper, their shadows left on the ground began to twist and writhe under the erosion of the black mist, as if endowed with a new will. Immediately 3 solid black shadows, like weary birds returning to their nests, silently merged into the shadows beneath Chen Chen's feet. They quietly replaced the 3 relatively weak shadow soldiers that had originally existed in Chen Chen's shadow. The new power lay dormant in the shadows, waiting for its master's call. Ding! Shadow extraction successful. You have obtained Shadow Commander, Abyssal Rock Guardian, LV35 gold level. You have obtained Shadow Commander, Shadowflame Lich, LV35 gold level. You have obtained Shadow Commander, Void Ripper, LV35 gold level. Current Shadow storage count 5/5. The system prompt echoed in his mind. A barely perceptible smile curved the corner of Chen Chen's mouth, but it quickly returned to a cold expression. Very good. The shadow extraction could indeed be done without anyone knowing. The power contained in a gold-level boss is far beyond that of ordinary monsters. Transforming them into shadow commanders would undoubtedly significantly enhance his strength once again. How could he easily let go of these 3 powerful gold-level bosses? After finishing all this, Chen Chen slowly stood up. There was no trace of reluctance. He turned around, stepped forward, and walked straight toward the light gate leading to the next area. His figure quickly disappeared into the light. The subsequent battles seemed to be a continuous replay of the previous scene. Different regions, distinct environments, increasingly powerful bosses. From the scorching hell of rolling lava to the icy, windswept snowfields. From the massive spider matriarch that roared and spewed venom to the ancient witch wielding an elemental staff. The attributes of the enemies were rising higher, their skills becoming increasingly treacherous, and their combat power visibly escalating. However, Chen Chen's speed in clearing levels was not decreasing but rather increasing. He seemed to have completely adapted to this rhythm of battle. Every strike was as precise as a machine. A massive amount of healing poured in, followed immediately by a devastating burst of emerald light. 65000, 31024. The damage numbers, interwoven in crimson and pure white, continued to jump wildly, but the values had become even more astonishing. The golden tier boss, which seemed like an insurmountable barrier in the eyes of players at this stage, appeared as fragile as paper before him. Often, just as it revealed its ferocious form, the next second it was completely consumed by terrifying damage. Battles were ending faster and faster. Unbeknownst to him, 2 hours had quietly passed. When Chen stood up again, beneath him lay the cold corpse of the boss from the 99th area. Chen felt the surging power emanating from the shadows, his expression still indifferent. Just then, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, you have cleared the 99th area. Do you wish to enter the final area? The final area? Chen was momentarily taken aback. He remembered the information he had learned earlier. This Tower of Heaven seemed to have no limits. Could this hidden dungeon be different? A momentary doubt flashed through his mind, but it was just a fleeting thought. He stroked his chin, a hint of curiosity crossing his gaze. Whatever. He would know once he went in. With a thought, Chen figure vanished into the light portal leading to the next area. In the central monitoring room, the atmosphere remained tense, but compared to the previous dead silence, there was a hint of indescribable fervor. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the main screen, watching the light point representing Chen ascend the area numbers at an unfathomable speed. 72, 85, 91. 99. Long Qingyu's rugged face was filled with unabashed shock and excitement. He couldn't help but exclaim again, his voice trembling slightly. This kid is really a monster. 2 hours. He's already reached the 99th floor? His gaze swept over the timer displayed on the screen, filled with disbelief. Why does it feel like he's getting faster the more he fights? In this hidden dungeon? This was completely illogical. The difficulty was clearly escalating. Long Qingyu suddenly turned to look at Chu Tianque, his eyes filled with inquiry and anticipation. Old Chu, do you think, can he clear it this time? As soon as these words were spoken, Su Jitong, Ling Xuanyue, and several other leaders instinctively held their breath, their eyes focused on Chu Tianque. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianque slowly shook his head. He adjusted the frame on his nose, his gaze behind the lenses deep and serious. I think it's uncertain. The simple 3 words felt like cold water poured over them. Facing the puzzled looks of the crowd, Chu Tianque's voice was low and clear. After all, the 100th floor is a crimson tier monster. As Chen Shen took a step forward, everything before him made him furrow his brows. The previous areas, whether the lava hell or the frozen tundra, though dangerous, had a complete structure, and were relatively logical dungeon environments. But the place he was in now was hauntingly empty. Surrounding him was a pure void, with no boundaries, no reference points, as if it were an initial space yet to be filled with rules and matter, like a half-finished construction space. Silence. A deathly silence enveloped everything, with not even the sound of air moving. Ding! You have arrived at the 100th area. Good luck. A completely different system prompt echoed in his ears, cold and mechanical, yet accompanied by an ambiguous blessing. Chen Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Wish me luck? In the previous 99 levels, the system had never provided such a humanized prompt. What exactly is hidden in this level? Could it really be that difficult? Just as Chen Shen's thoughts raced, speculating in silence and raising his vigilance to the highest level, an aged yet somewhat playful voice suddenly reverberated in the empty void. He. The laughter seemed to come from all directions, yet also felt close at hand. I really didn't expect that there would actually be a little guy who could make it here. The voice carried a hint of barely perceptible surprise, as if it were taken aback by Chen Shen's arrival. This is indeed far beyond my expectations. When I designed this, I never thought anyone could pass this level. You, little guy, are truly not simple. Chen Shen's pupils suddenly constricted. His gaze sharpened like a knife, scanning the empty surroundings warily, trying to locate the source of the voice. Who is the owner of this voice? Is it the boss of this final level? Or some special NPC? He instantly tensed his body, scanning the empty space with heightened alertness, his mental energy fully concentrated. The aged voice seemed unfazed by Chen Shen's vigilance, instead carrying a hint of amusement. As it spoke again, oh? The voice paused slightly, as if it had discovered something interesting. It seems someone is peeking? In the next moment, the tone of the voice turned somewhat displeased. Such a lack of manners. Well, no rush. I'll first drive away these annoying onlookers. In the central monitoring room, almost at the moment the aged voice fell silent, the main screen, which had been broadcasting Chen Shen's every move clearly in real time, suddenly flickered. Zzz, a harsh electric noise erupted. Following that, the screen plunged into complete darkness. The signal was forcibly cut off. Only the monotonous hum of the equipment echoed in the dead silence of the room. The expressions of Long Qingyu, Chu Tianque, and others who had been completely focused and even somewhat fanatical while staring at the screen froze instantly. What the hell? Long Qingyu suddenly sprang up from his seat and, due to the sudden movement, the chair slid back far away. His eyes widened, his rugged face filled with shock and disbelief, pointing at the dark screen, his voice slightly pitched. What's going on? It's blacked out? The signal is cut off? He abruptly turned his head to look at the technicians, but quickly realized something, his gaze sweeping over Chu Tianque and the others, his tone thick with suspicion. Did you hear that voice just now? He said he would drive away the onlookers? Long Qingyu's voice suddenly rose, carrying a sense of absurdity. Damn! Is there someone who can cut off our military's highest level monitoring signal? What kind of authority is that? What level of existence can do that? It seemed he thought of something, muttering with a strange expression. It can't be that someone higher up is also watching and finds us a nuisance? Long Qingyu's voice was filled with deep suspicion, along with a hint of absurdity that he himself was unaware of. Chu Tianque's expression was equally grave. He adjusted the frames on his nose, his gaze deep behind the lenses, intently staring at the dark screen as if trying to discern some clue from it. Hearing Long Qingyu's words, he slowly shook his head, his voice low. It shouldn't be a matter of authority as we understand it. Su Jitong covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes also filled with uncertainty, softly asking, Minister Chu, do you mean? Chu Tianque took a deep breath, his tone filled with a sense of reverence for the unknown. To trigger a hidden instance and fight all the way to this final layer, this situation has already surpassed all our records and contingency plans. Since the national examination began, let alone reaching the final layer, even the number of candidates who successfully triggered hidden instances and delved deep into them is few and far between, and none have left such detailed visual documentation. His gaze swept over everyone present, including Ling Xuanyue, who had remained silent but whose expression had clearly changed at this moment. What we are facing now is likely a completely unknown domain, an existence far beyond our current level of understanding. The voice we just heard, and the means by which our signal was cut off. I fear they do not come from the power system we are familiar with. Chu Tianqua's words plunged the monitoring room back into silence. After a long while, Su Jitang's gentle voice broke the stagnant air, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Since we can't see it, then let's not look. She shifted her gaze from the pitch-black screen to her equally complex-faced colleagues. We might as well wait for him at the exit of the examination. With his results, if he is willing to serve the country, he will surely soon be able to reach our level. Going over now to leave a good impression on this little guy can't be a bad thing. Her words were like a small stone thrown into still water, creating ripples in everyone's hearts. Long Qingyu's rugged face still bore the shock, but upon hearing this, he nodded heavily and said in a deep voice, Miss Su makes a good point. Staying here and staring blankly isn't a solution. Chu Tianqua pushed up the frames on his nose, his gaze still deep behind the lenses, and he slowly nodded in agreement. A flicker of acknowledgement passed through Ling Xuanyue's cold eyes. Though she did not speak, the subtle change in her expression indicated her stance. The four powerful officials who could shake an area with a stump almost simultaneously stood up. The heavy chairs made slight sounds as they scraped against the floor. Just then, their movements halted and their gazes turned in unison toward the doorway. There, Gu Qingshan stood awkwardly, unsure of where to place his hands, looking as if he wanted to enter but dared not, wanting to leave but also hesitating. From the moment he was ignored by several people, he had maintained this posture, not daring to breathe. Seeing the four big shots looking over at the same time, Gu Qingshan became even more nervous, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The several leaders were momentarily taken aback, then smiles of understanding appeared on their faces. Long Qingyu grinned widely and strode over, his large hand patting Gu Qingshan's shoulder heavily twice. Come on, City Lord Gu, we almost forgot about you. Come with us to wait at the exit. With such a prodigy under your command, your future is boundless. Though, said in a joking tone, there was a hint of genuine meaning behind it. Gu Qingshan was taken aback by the attention, quickly nodding and bowing, following behind the four big shots, his heart in turmoil. He understood that as a small city lord, he was likely about to experience a rise to prominence because of Chen Chen. The group left the oppressive monitoring room, leaving behind the dark screen and the still operating cold instruments. Meanwhile, in the void space of Area 100, as the old voice faded, the palpable sense of being watched that had lingered in Chen Chen's heart suddenly vanished without a trace. It was as if the invisible shackles that had weighed upon him were instantly released. Chen Chen's gaze sharpened, his tense body did not immediately relax, but his heart was already clear. It seemed that the driving away of the watchers mentioned by that voice referred to cutting off external surveillance. This method was truly unfathomable. He remained on high alert, his sharp gaze sweeping across the empty void around him. Just as his thoughts raced, speculating on the identity and purpose of the voice's owner, the emptiness ahead seemed to ripple like water. A vague shadow, shifting from faint to dense, slowly coalesced into form. It was not a solid entity, but rather a hazy silhouette outlined by a blur of light, its features indistinct and devoid of any breath or fluctuation, yet it exuded an incredibly ancient and weathered aura. The phantom quietly hovered before Chen Chen, his gaze as tangible as substance, fixated on the indistinct outline of light ahead. This shadow had no facial features, no specific shape, merely a mass of indistinct light. Yet it radiated an ineffable sense of age and weariness. It seemed to have existed for endless ages, witnessing the birth and destruction of the world. Now, no one is watching you, the ancient voice echoed again, carrying a hint of barely perceptible amusement. This way, you don't have to keep hiding. Chen Chen's eyes were sharp, his voice low and laced with unmasked vigilance. Who are you? The ancient voice fell silent for a moment, as if searching through the distant river of memory for something. After a long pause, it finally spoke, tinged with a hint of confusion and self-mockery. Who am I? The voice hesitated, as if even he himself was uncertain. It's been too long, far too long. So long that I've almost forgotten my own name. Since I set this instance, countless ages have passed. Names, they have long since become vague. Hearing this, Chen Chen's expression turned peculiar. Set this instance? Was this shadow akin to a game developer or GM? A flicker of surprise and doubt crossed his mind. This was beyond his conventional understanding of the world's instances. He suppressed the turmoil within and kept his gaze fixed on the mass of light. Are you the boss guarding this last area? This was his most direct guess. After all, based on previous experiences, there should be a powerful guardian at the end of each level. The shadow seemed to ponder for a moment, its vague outline swaying slightly. Boss? The ancient voice repeated the word, tinged with a hint of amusement. You could say that. The voice carried an ambiguous tone. But it's not entirely so. Chen Chen's brows furrowed tighter. You could say that, but not entirely? What kind of answer was that? He could sense that this mysterious shadow was unlike any monster he had encountered before. It was a gap of an indescribable level. What do you Mean by that? Chen Chen's voice was low, laced with unmasked vigilance and inquiry. The ancient voice rang out again, this time with a more pronounced amusement, even carrying a hint of relief. That's not important. The shadow swayed gently, as if shaking its head. What's important is. The voice paused slightly, and it seemed that a gaze from the vague light was directed at Chen Chen, carrying a sense of scrutiny, or perhaps anticipation. You have come. I can finally be liberated. Liberated? Chen Chen's eyes suddenly sharpened like a blade, his voice low and carrying an undeniable sense of pressure. What do you mean by that? He stared intently at the hazy light, every muscle in his body poised to explode at any moment. Don't play riddles with me. The vague light did not directly answer Chen Chen's question. Instead, the ancient voice echoed again, filled with an almost frenzied exhilaration. Ha ha ha. The laughter reverberated in the void, as if even this dead silence was about to be torn apart. Liberation is liberation, after all. Accompanied by these cryptic words, the hazy light and shadow suddenly expanded. The radiance twisted and condensed violently. The originally indistinct outline began to rapidly become clear and concrete. It was as if a pair of invisible giant hands were shaping something in the void using light and shadow as materials. Ancient, weathered armor, imbued with the aura of iron-blooded slaughter, materialized out of thin air, covering the gradually forming body. Between the gaps of the armor flowed a dark luster, seemingly having drunk the blood of endless gods and demons. A long sword, with an ancient design and a broad blade, coalesced in its right hand, the edge gleaming coldly, exuding a sharpness capable of severing souls. In just a few breaths, that hazy light and shadow representing the ancient and the unknown had transformed into a towering, majestic warrior phantom wielding a long sword. Although it remained a phantom, its specific features indistinguishable, the terrifying aura of looking down upon the world and conquering all directions pressed down like a tangible force. This phantom was clearly the final boss that Chen Chen was about to face. Chen Chen's pupils slightly constricted. The suddenly clear figure before him emanated a sense of oppression far beyond any boss he had encountered before. He could even feel the sharp aura swirling around the long sword, almost capable of tearing apart space itself. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen focused his mind. Detection technique. An invisible wave swept over the warrior phantom like ripples. The next second, a line of information appeared on his retina. Name, War God's Remnant, rank, Crimson level, HP, MP, Strength, Agility, Spirit, Constitution, Skills, Talent. Chen Chen's brow furrowed imperceptibly. Aside from the name and rank, all other information was nothing but question marks. Even the most basic level and health points were beyond detection. This was the first time Chen Chen had encountered such a situation. This undoubtedly meant that the rank of the current War God's Remnant, or its inherent uniqueness, had far exceeded the limits of his current detection technique. The rows of shocking question marks on the panel felt like a cold brand, deeply piercing into the depths of Chen Chen's consciousness. Crimson rank. These 4 words represented an insurmountable chasm. Chen Chen clearly remembered the Crimson level boss he had once faced. Just a level 10 existence possessed terrifying power that made it nearly impossible for him to resist. If it weren't for the fact that the other party seemed to harbor no malice, merely existing as a special entity in a region, he would have likely perished in that area long ago. And the current War God's Remnant. Its rank was also Crimson, yet its level was a series of question marks. What this meant was all too clear to Chen. The opponent's level was definitely at least 10 levels above his own. It might even surpass more than one major tier. The failure of the detection technique was the most direct and cruel proof. Was this truly an opponent he could defeat? Chen Chen's breathing involuntarily slowed. The air seemed to stagnate, heavy with the weight of an impending storm. The warrior phantom stood still, yet the invisible aura it radiated felt like a towering mountain, pressing heavily on his heart. The dark luster flowing on the ancient armor resembled a frozen sea of blood. The sharpness of the broad long sword in his hand seemed capable of severing even sight. A sense of dread, originating from the depths of his soul, quietly spread along his spine. This is the instinctive warning of life when faced with absolute power. Reason is frantically calculating the gap between both sides. There is no intelligence to support it, no obvious weaknesses to exploit. This is almost a battle where victory seems impossible. Run? The thought slithers into Chen Chen's mind like a cold venomous snake. In the face of this Crimson level War God phantom, fleeing seems to be the only rational choice. But should he really run? He had already fled once before. Could it be that he must run again this time? He clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly embedding into his palms. After struggling to be reborn, must he choose to flee in disgrace? At the sight of an enemy that seems unbeatable? He knows better than anyone that crises often accompany unimaginable opportunities. Moreover, Chen Chen's sharp gaze swept across the endless void once more. Is there really a way to escape here? He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the chill surging within him, extinguishing this cowardly thought in an instant. No, he cannot flee, nor does he necessarily need to. In dire straits, there must be a glimmer of hope. His advantage. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning, dispelling some of the gloom. Su Jiner had given him the life's tribute. That powerful buff that could resurrect a person after death. Plus, the talent he copied from Su Jiner, Heaven's Gift. The effects of these two combined. Chen Chen's heart skipped a beat. Although Life's Tribute itself has a cooldown of up to 12 hours, the effect of Heaven's Gift might just break that limitation. Doesn't that mean he possesses an almost infinite ability to resurrect? This thought was too insane, yet it pierced through the darkness like a beam of light, illuminating the abyss of despair. Perhaps it really is possible. As this thought arose, it ignited the spark in Chen Chen's eyes like a wildfire. Fight with his life. Use infinite resurrections to wear down this terrifying war god phantom. Chen Chen's gaze suddenly became incredibly bright, filled with a kind of almost obsessive madness. This is undoubtedly a thought that is utterly insane. But right now, it seems to be the only glimmer of hope he can grasp. Chen Chen couldn't help but swallow hard, his heart racing at this bold plan. It must succeed. Yes, just like that. His brain raced, instantly formulating a battle plan. Going head-to-head is courting death. He must maximize his advantages. First, defense. Add all the shields that can stack, including Wolf's Light Shield and Wind's Guardian. Next, evasion and blocking, relying on the high agility brought by ultimate speed and the passive block to avoid damage as much as possible. As for healing spell, Chen Chen's gaze sharpened. With the unfathomable power of the War God Phantom, its health points must be astronomical. His healing spell might trigger a critical hit on the first cast, and the overflow healing could deal some damage through afterglow impact. And the aberration effect. But then what? Once the opponent's health far exceeds his healing amount, subsequent healing spells would probably just be restoring the opponent's health. Even triggering a 5-fold critical hit might not fill this monster's health bar. Therefore, healing spell cannot be used lightly. He must rely on other skills. Flame Soul Fireball, Wind Blade Dance, and the damage added by lightning power. Wear it down, bit by bit. As for healing spell, it will mainly be used to maintain his own lifeline. As long as he doesn't die, as long as he can keep resurrecting, he can exhaust it to death. With this thought in mind, Chen Chen no longer hesitated. He suddenly raised the Eternal Radiance staff in his hand, and the light at the tip of the staff suddenly blazed brightly. Ode to Life. A complex and sacred rune appeared out of thin air, instantly merging into Chen Chen's body, bringing a warm and resilient feeling, as if the flame of life had been reignited and endowed with an indestructible quality. A staggering 20,000 points of magical power were consumed in an instant, but there was not a flicker of change in Chen Chen's gaze. Wolf Guardian Shield. Mental energy surged, and an energy shield radiating a faint bluish-gray light coalesced into form, with the faint silhouette of a wolf galloping across its surface. Wind's Guardian. Ethereal wind elements quickly gathered, forming a flowing transparent barrier around him, emitting a subtle hum infused with the lightness of wind and the power of protection. The 3 layers of light overlapped, enveloping Chen Chen in a cascade of defensive brilliance. Just as the last skill's glow stabilized, the opposing War God's remnant moved. There were no unnecessary actions, no words spoken. Those eyes hidden in the shadows of armor seemed to pierce through endless time and space, coldly locking onto him. The towering, majestic silhouette made no unnecessary movements. An arm covered in ancient armor was raised. The broad, long sword, emanating a chilling light, was gripped firmly in its hand. Then, without warning, it struck down fiercely. There was no earth-shattering momentum, only a weighty and sharp return to simplicity. Immediately, the giant sword came crashing down. A pitch-black rift seemed to tear through space itself, accompanied by the sword's edge aimed directly at Chen Chen's head. Fast. Incredibly fast. So fast that Chen Chen's dynamic vision could barely capture it fully. It was not merely speed. It contained a force of law that could shatter anything, as if this sword strike demanded that everything in the world yield. The target was clear, Chen Chen. That sword, carrying the will to tear apart heaven and earth, arrived in an instant. The dark rift opened like a demon's gaping maw, swallowing all light and void in its path, descending straight towards Chen Chen's head. Chen Chen's pupils reflected the ever-expanding pitch-black rift and the terrifying sharpness within it, capable of extinguishing souls. The breath of death was more intense than ever before. In a moment of life and death, Chen Chen's reaction was almost instinctual. There was no time to think, not even enough time to mobilize more defensive measures. The dark rift, carrying the aura of annihilation, had already pressed down upon him. In this life and death moment, several twisted shadows suddenly burst forth from the shadows beneath Chen Chen's feet, rapidly expanding and coalescing like living beings. The leading shadow was one of his hidden trump cards, Shadow Beast Master. The moment Shadow Beast Master appeared, there was no pause. Its ethereal form trembled violently, and more, smaller shadows surged forth from within it like a tide, densely filling the entire space. These were low-tier shadow creatures summoned by Shadow Beast Master through its own skills. Numerous, yet incredibly fragile. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Chen Chen had quietly activated Soul Link before the battle began, connecting himself with Shadow Beast Master. And Shadow Beast Master was also closely linked with all the shadow creatures it summoned through its skills. Damage was transmitted layer by layer. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a sound that made one's teeth ache from the cutting. That pitch-black sword light, capable of tearing through space, accurately struck Chen. Those newly summoned small shadows, which had yet to fully stabilize in form, could not even let out a cry of despair before they evaporated in an instant, completely turning into nothingness. At the moment of contact with the sword light, in just a breath, all the shadows, including the golden tier Shadow Beast Master, were annihilated. However, Chen stood still, not even the hem of his clothes fluttering. He could clearly feel that the terrifying power capable of instantly annihilating him had, through layers of shadows being transmitted and shared, ultimately diminished to a negligible degree, so much so that even his outermost wind guardian could not be shaken. On his retina, the green bar, representing his life points, remained completely still. 18500/18500. He had made the right bet. A flicker of relief passed through the depths of Chen's eyes, but more was the cold seriousness. With the soul link and the sacrifice of the Shadow Legion, he had successfully blocked this lethal strike. Fortunately, the shadows he had summoned could be revived. Although it took some time, it was worth it. But this was just the beginning. The war god's shadow opposite him slowly retracted its long sword, and the gaze hidden beneath the armor's shadow seemed to show no signs of fluctuation, as if that world-destroying sword strike just now was merely a casual wave, and as if those shadows that had been instantly obliterated were utterly insignificant. The overwhelming sense of oppression remained unchanged. Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the thrill of having narrowly escaped death, and tightened his grip on the Eternal Radiance staff. The icy touch of the staff quickly settled his chaotic thoughts, leaving only an extreme calm. He had successfully countered the first step, using the Shadow Beast Master and the Shadow Legion to withstand the opponent's lethal strike. But that was far from enough. The war god's shadow had merely sheathed its sword, showing no signs of decline, and even the indifferent aura had not weakened in the slightest. The pressure felt like a tangible mountain, still weighing heavily on his heart. He had to counterattack. Moreover, he had to seize this brief moment of pause that the opponent might experience. Due to the failed strike, opportunities were fleeting. Chen suddenly raised his staff, the gem at its tip glowing with a bright and cold radiance. It was as if an invisible moonlight was being drawn in and gathered in the air. The faint moonlight aura that already existed around him, an effect of a certain persistent protective skill, suddenly became incredibly brilliant. Shadow of the Moon God. A low shout, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, sent ripples spreading out. The dazzling moonlight erupted from Chen in an instant, like liquid silver, sweeping towards the war god's shadow. That light was pure, cold, carrying an undeniable absolute will. The massive figure of the war god's shadow, which had just seemed to be raising its giant sword again, suddenly stiffened under the moonlight's embrace. It was as if time had been frozen. The towering, majestic phantom, along with the giant sword radiating a cold gleam in its hand, abruptly and illogically froze in mid-air, as if locked in place by an invisible force, unable to move. The absolute control effect of the shadow of the moon god was triggered. Even when facing this unknown, absurdly powerful war god's shadow, this bug-level control skill still forcibly took effect. A flash of brilliance appeared in Chen's eyes, without a hint of joy, his movements flowing seamlessly, perfectly connected. Control was merely to create an environment for output. The light at the tip of the Eternal Radiance staff instantly transformed from a bright moon white to a blazing crimson. The temperature in the air suddenly rose. Massive magical energy surged from within him, being transformed through the staff. In the next moment, countless fist-sized flame soul fireballs, burning with fierce flames, appeared out of thin air, densely floating in front of Chen. The surface of the fireballs flickered with ominous dark red runes, emitting astonishing heat and a sense of destruction. Go! Without any unnecessary buildup, he pointed the staff forward. The meteor shower like flame soul fireballs, trailing long tails of flame, emitted sharp sounds of breaking through the air, wildly bombarding the war god's shadow, which was frozen in mid-air. The number of fireballs was overwhelming, nearly obscuring the view ahead, forming a scorching barrage of death. However, amidst this frenzied rain of fire, a distinctly different light lay hidden quietly. It was a sacred green light, brimming with the essence of life. Healing spell. And before releasing this healing spell, Chen did not hesitate to unleash Rage Strike. The next skill would surely be a critical hit. This healing spell, guaranteed to trigger a fivefold effect, was cleverly concealed behind a flame soul fireball, following the trajectory of the fireball as it shot towards the war god's phantom. In an instant, that emerald light, cleverly hidden within the torrential firestorm, accurately penetrated the massive body of the war god's phantom, ensnared by moonlight. There was no expected clash of energy, not even a ripple. The sacred light of the healing spell was supposed to bring vitality and restoration. However, under the forced critical hit of Rage Strike and the terrifying enhancement of the hero of healing talent, everything twisted. One by one, crimson, spine-chilling damage numbers erupted from above the war god's phantom. 9695 plus 131650 65825121955. Nearly 180,000 terrifying damage. This completely defied logic, enough to make anyone aware of the effects of healing spell ice pop. In the name of healing, wreaking destruction, Chen Shen's gaze showed no sign of fluctuation, as if this astonishing blow was already within his calculations. With limited time control, he would not waste a single second. Almost at the same moment the terrifying damage numbers appeared. The light of the eternal radiant staff in Chen Shen's hand shifted again, rapidly condensing wind elements. Wind blade dance. Without a moment's pause, the skill flowed seamlessly like breathing. Swish, swish, swish. A massive number of wind blades, radiating a greenish sharpness, appeared out of thin air around the war god's phantom. Each wind blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, yet carried the sharpness to cut through anything. They seemed to be imbued with life, forming a chaotic and deadly storm of blades, rushing towards the massive figure, which was pinned in place alongside the flame soul fireball that had yet to fully descend. The explosion of the fireball roared, the sharp slicing sound of the wind blades echoed incessantly. 11080, 55409695193990. Heat and sharpness intertwined, bursting into dazzling brilliance on that towering phantom. However, this was not the end. Chen Shen's attacks were like a tempest, one wave crashing after another. The crimson flames and green windlight at the tip of the eternal radiance staff had not yet completely dissipated when a layer of even more sacred and majestic pure white light suddenly ignited. Ancient and intricate patterns on the staff glowed, radiating a powerful wave of magical energy. Holy surge! The staff's active skill was ruthlessly activated. A gentle yet powerful torrent of holy light surged from the tip of the staff, crashing without pause against the chestplate of the war god's phantom. This light was meant to be a blessing for healing allies, but now, falling upon the enemy, it transformed into the purest form of destruction. Another massive damage number followed, appearing above the war god's phantom. 103875. A series of dazzling negative numbers, each representing a terrifying output capable of one-shotting the top players at this stage. The booming of the fireball, the slicing of the wind blades, the burning of the holy light, and the destructive backlash brought by that bizarre healing spell. Chen Shen's offensive was like a meticulously orchestrated death symphony, reaching its climax in just a few seconds. 7 seconds. From the activation of the control of the moon god's shadow to the descent of the light from Holy Surge, it was exactly 7 seconds, neither more nor less. Within these 7 seconds, the firepower unleashed by Chen Shen, the total damage accumulated, had already surpassed a threshold that would leave anyone breathless, nearly a million. Such terrifying explosive power was enough to make any top-tier team envious. However, there was not a trace of joy in Chen Shen's eyes. Instead, they grew increasingly grave. His gaze was firmly locked onto the blurred outline of the war god's phantom, trying to capture the faint feedback that represented its life state. Data does not lie. Nearly a million in damage sounds apocalyptic. Yet, the actual effect reflected on this mysterious war god's phantom was far from as significant as imagined. Chen Shen could vaguely sense that although the opponent's aura had diminished, its foundation remained intact. The health bar above it had only dropped by less than 40%. This guy's health was despairingly thick. Just then, the pure moonlight binding the war god's phantom suddenly dimmed and dissipated, as if its energy had been exhausted. The forced control effect of the moon god's shadow had reached its limit. The repeatedly bombarded war god's phantom did not collapse as Chen Shen had feared. It showed no signs of exhaustion. It slowly raised its head. The gaze hidden beneath the ancient armor, once cold and transcendent of time and space, now seemed infused with some kind of violent emotion. Rage. A nearly tangible rage capable of burning souls radiated from the depths of that phantom. Roar. A deafening roar erupted violently from the chest of the war god's phantom. This roar was not merely a sound. It was more like a mental shockwave infused with endless battle intent, sweeping across the entire space, causing the air to tremble. Immediately, an anomaly occurred. The originally towering and majestic figure of the war god's phantom began to twist and shrink violently without warning. The light and energy that constituted its body seemed to be drawn by some irresistible gravitational force, crazily collapsing and condensing inward. The ancient armor covering its surface emitted piercing sounds of metal grinding and shattering, its light flickering wildly, unstable. This process was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, the once mountainous and imposing phantom had drastically shrunk, ultimately stabilizing at a height comparable to that of an ordinary human. The shrunk war god's phantom became exceptionally solid, no longer as ethereal as before. The ancient armor covering its entire body revealed intricate details, as if it were a truly existing artifact that had undergone countless trials of blood and fire, exuding a cold and heavy metallic texture. It stood there quietly, like an undefeated war god emerging from an ancient battlefield. The only thing that remained unchanged was the broad long sword tightly gripped in its hand. In comparison to its reduced stature, the sword appeared even larger and heavier, the cold light swirling on its blade, seeming more imposing. The shrunk war god's phantom lifted its helmet. The pair of eyes hidden in the shadows locked onto Chen Shen, no longer cold and imposing, but filled with pure, unmasked, violent killing intent and a will to destroy. It was as if a primordial beast, thoroughly enraged, had finally broken free from some restraint, revealing its most primal and dangerous fangs. In the next moment, Without any warning and without any unnecessary movements, the shrunk war god's phantom moved. The ground beneath its feet seemed to slightly sink, unable to bear the force of that sudden explosion. Its figure suddenly became blurred, as if teleporting, directly vanishing from its original spot. When it reappeared, it had transformed into a black streak tearing through the air, rushing towards Chen Chen with incredible speed. That massive long sword was being dragged by it with a terrifying force and velocity that completely defied the laws of physics. The heavy blade, moving at high speed, created an ear-piercing shriek as it sliced through the air. The sword tip was aimed directly at Chen Chen's heart. The overwhelming sense of pressure that rushed towards him was even more direct, more violent, and more suffocating than the previous world-destroying strike. Faster than the previous slash, more ferocious. Chen Chen's pupils, at the moment the black streak of light flared up, suddenly contracted to the size of a pinprick. A thought flashed through his mind almost instinctively. This sudden change in form, this abruptly surging terrifying momentum and speed, could it be the second phase? The black streak tearing through the air, wrapped in unparalleled violent killing intent, had already rushed to Chen Chen's front in an instant. The sword tip glinted coldly, aimed at the vital point of his heart. This overwhelming sense of pressure was even more direct, more violent, and more suffocating than the previous world-destroying strike. Faster than the previous slash. Even during the control of Moon God's shadow, Chen Chen had subconsciously pulled back some distance, but the condensed War God's remnant shadow was on a completely different dimension of speed. Chen Chen's pupils, at the moment the black streak of light flared up, suddenly contracted to the size of a pinprick. A thought flashed through his mind almost instinctively. This sudden change in form, this abruptly surging terrifying momentum and speed, could it be the second phase? This thought flashed through his mind like lightning. The form changes commonly seen in boss battles often meant stronger attributes, more terrifying skills, and a lower margin for error. There was no time to think further. That massive, gleaming long sword was almost touching his chest. The shadow of death loomed once more. Ultimate speed. Chen Chen shouted in his heart, activating this ultimate agility enhancement talent without hesitation. An invisible force was drawn from the space, surging madly into his limbs and bones. His agility attribute, bolstered by equipment and talents, instantly broke through an astonishing threshold, forcefully surpassing 2,500 points, nearing the 3,000 mark. The surrounding air seemed to thicken, and the War God's remnant shadow's charge, which was at the extreme speed, finally slowed down slightly in his dynamic vision, but it was still absurdly fast. He could barely keep up with the outline of the opponent's speed. It was even a bit forced. This was not enough. The heavy giant sword felt weightless in the hands of War God's remnant shadow, and every slight adjustment in angle carried a deadly threat, forcing Chen Chen to focus entirely on capturing and predicting its movements. The space to dodge was compressed to the extreme. Long-range casting? Under such close-range pressure of speed, there was simply no time to chant and lock on. Chen Chen gritted his teeth. There was no way to avoid it. Since he couldn't completely shake it off in speed, he could only confront it head-on. Close combat. This thought carried a resolute ferocity. A mere restoration mage was actually going to engage in close combat with an entity suspected to be a war god? It sounded utterly absurd. But at this moment, it was the only way to survive. As his thoughts raced, Chen Chen flipped his wrist. The Eternal Radiant Staff, which had accompanied him for a long time and achieved great military exploits, flashed with light and instantly disappeared, being recalled into his storage space. In its place was a slender sword blade shimmering with golden luster. The sword body was ancient, with runes flowing subtly, and it was a golden level long sword that he had obtained from the previous major exam dungeon, thanks to his extraordinary monster-killing efficiency despite the extremely low drop rate, although it was only of golden grade, and its attributes were far inferior to the Eternal Radiant Staff. At this moment it was his only choice. Better than nothing, certainly better than being empty-handed. The moment he grasped the hilt, a cold and solid sensation surged through him, starkly different from the warmth of the staff. As the long sword settled in his grip, the icy touch spread through his palm, dispelling some of the chill of facing death, bringing a sense of solid iron-blooded resolve. Just as the long sword appeared, the war god's phantom, dragging its terrifying afterimage, had already arrived. The cold gleam of the sword tip was almost touching Chen Chen's chest. Chen Chen suddenly raised his arm, the golden longsword blocking out at a tricky and precise angle. Clang! A piercing sound of metal clashing erupted. Sparks flew. A tremendous force surged wildly along the sword, numbing Chen Chen's arm, almost splitting his palm. The ground beneath his feet slightly sank due to the impact. Block! The passive talent triggered precisely. That strike, capable of piercing mountains, was forcefully blocked by him. Although it was awkward and perilous, he ultimately managed to stop it. The deafening sound of metal clashing echoed in the air. The terrifying recoil transmitted wildly along the sword in his arm, like a flood breaking its dam, washing over Chen Chen's insides. He let out a muffled groan, the hard ground beneath him cracking inch by inch, and he uncontrollably slid backward, carving out two deep trenches. Almost simultaneously, the shrunk and solidified War God's phantom was also staggered back by the immense recoil, its heavy armor scraping against the ground, producing a harsh sound. Both sides were pushed back several steps by the terrifying force of the strike. However, at the moment his body was sliding back, Chen Shen's gaze was sharp as an eagle's. His left hand, which was not holding the sword, suddenly spread wide, and in his palm, scorching energy gathered at an astonishing speed. The fire elements in the air were forcibly extracted and compressed, emitting a low hum. Flame Soul Fireball. Driven by his thoughts, several fireballs the size of human heads, burning with fierce flames, suddenly took shape, trailing scorching tails, tearing through the air, and heading straight for the retreating war god's phantom. Before the fireballs reached, the terrifying high temperature had already begun to distort the surrounding air. The war god's phantom's crimson gaze showed no sign of fluctuation. Facing the whistling fireballs, it merely waved its massive sword casually. That broad, heavy sword, as if capable of cleaving mountains, swept out with a domineering force. There was no earth-shattering energy explosion, nor were there any dazzling light effects. Just pure power and speed. Thud, thud, thud. Several muffled explosions sounded. The fireballs, containing astonishing fiery energy, were effortlessly sliced and shattered the moment they touched the sword's edge, turning into scattered sparks, unable to hinder it in the slightest. Contempt. Unconcealed contempt. As if those fireballs capable of melting steel were merely annoying flies. However, just as the war god's phantom swung its sword to shatter the fireballs, its vision was momentarily obscured by the explosive light and chaotic energy. In that instant, before the sparks had completely extinguished, Chen Shen, who should have been stabilizing his retreat, left a faint afterimage in place like a ghost. The real him, leveraging the terrifying explosive power brought by ultimate speed and the force from the previous block, forcibly twisted and propelled himself at an incredible angle. The air was torn apart, producing an almost inaudible explosion. His figure seemed to teleport, directly crossing the distance between the two, appearing behind the war god's phantom. The ancient armor-covered back lay exposed before him, unguarded. An opportunity. A once-in-a-lifetime chance. Chen Shen's gaze was as cold as ice, devoid of any warmth, all emotions suppressed to their limits, leaving only the purest, most primal instinct to kill. The golden longsword in his hand seemed to merge with his will at that moment. Without a hint of hesitation, without a moment's doubt, the power and mental strength within him surged to their peak in an instant, pouring madly into the longsword he held. Instant kill truth. A low roar echoed in his heart, a life and death technique that Chen had temporarily combined and named based on his understanding and combat experience, was unleashed at this moment. The golden blade suddenly retracted its brilliance, all its sharpness condensing to a single point at the tip, flashing with a chilling light that made one's heart race. This strike, lacking earth-shattering momentum, contained a terrifying essence that pierced through everything, extinguishing all life. Fast, accurate, ruthless. The sword tip aimed directly at the gap where the armor of the war god's phantom connected at the back. That was the only weakness he had theoretically identified in an instant, thanks to his extraordinary dynamic vision and combat intuition. The sensation of the sword tip piercing the armor's gap was almost imperceptible. 36404. 13002 damage numbers appeared almost simultaneously above the war god's phantom's head, one striking, the other negligible. However, at the very moment the damage numbers emerged, an indescribable terrifying force erupted from within the war god's phantom, like a volcano that had slept for billions of years suddenly erupting. It was not merely a physical shock, it felt more like a mixture of distilled ferocity and destructive will, transforming into an invisible storm that swept toward the close Chen Shen. Boom! Chen Shen didn't even have time to react. He felt as if he had been struck by an invisible hammer powerful enough to shake the stars. Sun Wolf-Light Shield. Shattered. Wind Guardian. Shattered. Even the residual effect of Eternal Radiance Staff's eternal protection that had been stacked on him before switching, that faint, continuously restoring life membrane, was instantly evaporated. 3 layers of defense crumbled like paper, vanishing into thin air in an instant. The overwhelming force penetrated all defenses, crashing heavily against Chen Shen's chest. Crack! The faint sound of bones fracturing was drowned out by the massive impact. Chen Shen's vision went dark, a metallic sweetness surged in his throat, and he flew backward like a kite with a severed string, tracing a clumsy arc in midair. His vision spun violently, the world turned upside down. Agonizing pain flooded his nerves like a tidal wave. HP 18,509. His health plummeted to a mere single digit like an avalanche. Just a little more. Just that tiny bit more. And he would have been killed instantly. If it weren't for the 3 layers of shields absorbing most of the damage, that last strike would have been enough to erase him completely from this world. Bang! His body crashed heavily onto the hard ground, kicking up a cloud of dust as if his bones had shattered. Chen Shen coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vision blurring. The attack power of this war god's phantom in the second phase was simply outrageous. Just the recoil from the shock nearly cost him his life. However, just as his body hit the ground and the intense pain surged through his brain, Chen Shen's dazed pupils suddenly refocused. The threat of death coiled around his heart. Like a cold venomous snake. He couldn't stop. Stopping meant death. The cold gaze of the war god's phantom, filled with endless killing intent, had locked onto him once again. There was no time to catch his breath, no time to think further. almost instinctively honed through countless battles. Furious strike, meanwhile, he gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain that felt like his body was about to fall apart. With his left hand pressed firmly against the ground, he executed an extreme roll to dissipate the force. Almost simultaneously with the roll, he unleashed that desperate technique once more. Instant kill truth. It was not an attack but rather a forced displacement. Utilizing its instantaneous explosive characteristic, his figure became blurry again at the moment of landing, like a ghost, narrowly evading the crushing stomp of the war god's shadow that could shatter the earth, reappearing behind it. The familiar back, the cold armor. The opportunity was fleeting. Just as his figure stabilized, Chen Chen did not hesitate for a moment and unleashed the skill he had long prepared upon himself. Healing spell, accompanied by the forced critical hit effect of Furious Strike, and the 500% critical healing boost from the hero of healing talent. A brilliant, almost blinding pillar of divine light, far more dazzling than usual, suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping Chen Chen himself. Plus 131650. A massive green healing number erupted above Chen Chen's head. The nearly shattered life bar was instantly filled to the brim. The next moment, centered around Chen Chen, a terrifying shockwave mixed with divine radiance and pure magical energy surged forth, like a flood breaking its dam, crashing violently towards the vulnerable back of the war god's shadow. 65825. 113150. At the very moment when Chen Chen was locked in a life and death struggle with the war god's shadow, executing extreme maneuvers to stabilize the situation, a cold grand will suddenly descended upon the examination square outside the dungeon space. The National University joint examination has concluded. All candidates, mandatory teleportation out of the dungeon. Buzz. Almost the instant the words fell, candidates scattered across various independent dungeon spaces, regardless of what they were doing, fighting, exploring, or hiding, were enveloped by an irresistible gentle force. The next second, white light flickered. Like the receding tide, countless points of light emerged from the void, quickly coalescing into figures scattered throughout the vast square. The sounds of chatter, gasps, and breaths of relief instantly filled the entire space. Su Jiner's figure also stabilized in the white light. The lingering ferocity and vigilance from the battle still remained in her delicate brows and eyes, but it was soon replaced by the familiar surroundings. It's over? She instinctively let out a sigh of relief, her taut nerves slightly relaxing. However, as her gaze quickly swept over the bustling crowd around her, her delicate brows immediately furrowed tightly. No, that familiar figure was not among them. Where is Chen Chen? He didn't come out? A thread of unease crept up her heart like a vine. With his strength, it shouldn't be possible for anything to go wrong at the last moment. Just as her thoughts raced and her gaze anxiously searched the crowd, several young people dressed in the Su family's uniform hurried over, the leader bowing respectfully. Miss Jiner, the examination has concluded. Please return with us. To the family, the elders are waiting for your news. These individuals were elite descendants arranged by the Su family to accompany her into the dungeon, ostensibly to assist, but in reality, they also had the role of supervision and protection. Yet at this moment, Su Jiner's mind was completely elsewhere. Without finding Chen Chen, how could she have the mood to go back? Her already anxious feelings, fueled by worry, were ignited by this urging. She turned her head, her cold gaze sweeping over the group, carrying an undeniable commanding tone. I'm not going back for now, you all go ahead. The leading young man showed a difficult expression, wanting to persuade her again. But, miss, the family head. I said, I'm not going back. Su Jiner intensified her tone, the aura of the eldest daughter of the Su family subtly emanating, causing the faces of the young men to pale, and they dared not speak further. The atmosphere became somewhat tense. At that moment, a gentle yet commanding voice rang out from behind Su Jiner. Xiao Jiner, what's the matter? This voice. Su Jiner's body stiffened slightly, and she turned around in disbelief. There stood a mature woman, elegantly dressed and exuding a regal charm, looking at her with a warm smile. In her beautiful eyes lay the wisdom of insight and the authority of someone who had long held power. Aunt? Su Jiner exclaimed in surprise, her tone filled with astonishment. How could she be here? The few Su family youths, upon seeing the newcomer, instantly suppressed all expressions and bowed their heads in utmost respect. We greet Lord Jitang. Su Jitang paid no attention to the youths, instead affectionately reaching out to gently pat Su Jiner's head, her smile gentle. It's been a long time, our little Jiner has grown quite a bit. You performed well in the recent major exam, I saw it all, you know. Her voice was filled with warmth and approval. Truly, our Su family's little genius of this generation. Upon seeing this rarely encountered aunt, the worries and anxieties in Su Jiner's eyes were instantly washed away by overwhelming joy. The sense of kinship stemming from blood ties made her temporarily forget her concerns about Chen Chen, and she happily stepped forward, directly embracing Su Jitang's soft body. Aunt, how did you come here? Her tone was as joyful as a fawn, carrying the unique innocence of a young girl. However, this warm reunion did not last long. Before Su Jiner could say a few more affectionate words, the few Su family youths behind her spoke up again, their tone tinged with urgency and awkwardness. Miss Jiner, it's getting late, the elders are still waiting for you. They clearly did not grasp the significance of Su Jitong's arrival and remained fixated on completing the family's assigned tasks. Su Jitong's arm, which was holding Su Jiner, paused slightly, a barely noticeable displeasure flashing in her eyes. Yet, she still wore that gentle and regal smile, as if the momentary chill had been merely an illusion. She turned her head, her gaze landing on the leading young man, her voice soft yet carrying undeniable weight. "You all can go back, I will personally escort Jiner home." The words were gentle, yet they felt like an invisible mountain, causing the few Su family youths to momentarily lose their breath. They exchanged glances, their faces filled with hesitation. Personally escorting her back? Lord Jitang personally? Seeing their hesitant expressions, the warmth in Su Jitong's eyes gradually faded, a hint of coldness beginning to spread. "What? Don't you trust me?" This seemingly light remark caused the young men to turn pale instantly, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. What a joke! Questioning the highest authority in the North China region? Questioning this powerful figure of the Su family? They wouldn't dare, even if given 100 chances. "We wouldn't dare. We wouldn't dare. We take our leave." The leading young man quickly bowed, his voice trembling slightly. The others didn't even dare to breathe, hurriedly following suit, and then, as if fleeing, they swiftly disappeared into the bustling crowd. Watching their awkward retreat, Su Jiner finally couldn't help but coldly huff at the air in dissatisfaction. "Humph. Those old folks at home only know how to control me, it's so annoying." Her tone was filled with clear complaints and a hint of rebellion. Upon hearing this, Su Jitong couldn't help but smile, affectionately pinching Su Jiner's puffed-up cheeks. "Who told you, little girl, to never want to stay at home since you were young, always running outside?" Her voice became gentle again, carrying the indulgence of an elder towards a younger one. Su Jitong smiled, lightly shifting the topic with a hint of teasing. "Speaking of which, our little Jiner has been in Yang City for so long. Have you encountered any young talents that caught your eye?" This remark was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples in Su Jiner's heart. Chen Chen's figure flashed uncontrollably through her mind. Her cheeks flushed bright red, even her ears tinged with a suspicious pink. "Aunt." Su Jiner stamped her foot, her tone a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, but lacking any real intimidation. All right, I won't say anything more, Su Jitong replied, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she smoothly changed the subject. She gently patted Su Jiner's back and steered the conversation towards the recently concluded major exam. "Now, let's talk business. You performed quite well in this assessment. Oh, I just checked the real-time rankings. 690,000 points, although you're in second place. This has set a new record for our Su family's younger generation in all past major exams." Su Jitong's tone was filled with genuine praise. "And you successfully overshadowed that arrogant little girl from the Sure family. Well done." Upon hearing this news, Su Jiner's eyes instantly lit up, her previous embarrassment and worries about Chun Chen temporarily overshadowed by this joy. Of course. She lifted her delicate chin, a hint of pride on her face. Being able to surpass that girl from the Sure family, who had always been at odds with her since childhood, indeed made her feel much better. But soon, she recalled something more important and eagerly pressed on. "By the way, Aunt, what about the first place? How many points did he get?" "That Chen Chen." Although they could also open the ranking panel, they could only see their own scores, and now that they had finally encountered the direct person in charge of the major exam, of course, she wanted to ask. Upon hearing this, Su Jitong looked at Su Jiner with a hint of curiosity and understanding in her gaze. "Oh, you know this little guy named Chen Chen?" She raised an eyebrow slightly, her tone laced with amusement. Hearing this, Su Jiner's cheeks flushed uncontrollably again, even her fair neck tinged with a light pink hue. She hurriedly averted her gaze, looking elsewhere, but her voice feigned calmness as she retorted. I am just curious about how much stronger that guy who surpassed me really is." Her voice carried a barely perceptible lack of confidence. Observing Su Jiner's contradictory demeanor, Su Jitong already had an inkling. The smile on her face deepened, and the tenderness in her eyes nearly overflowed. "Oh, just curious, huh?" She elongated her tone, laced with a hint of teasing. "Well then, when he comes out, let him tell you himself." The words floated lightly, yet they felt like a stone dropped into the lake. Su Jiner was taken aback, instinctively asking back, "When he comes out?" Her clear eyes filled with confusion. Hasn't the major exam already ended? Wasn't he forcibly teleported out? Could something have gone wrong? The unease she had just suppressed quietly resurfaced. Su Jitong's smile slightly faded, a serious expression emerging. She nodded gently. Do you remember I mentioned to you before about the hidden assessments in the major exam?" Upon hearing this, Su Jiner immediately nodded. That mechanism was almost legendary, said to have extremely harsh triggering conditions, with rewards unimaginably generous. "Yes, I remember." Her tone dropped slightly, tinged with regret. "I tried hard to attempt it, but the physical and mental exhaustion in the latter half was just too much, and I couldn't successfully trigger it." Su Jitong reached out, soothingly patting her shoulder. "It's normal, don't have any psychological burden. The threshold for the hidden assessment is extremely high, almost as if they never intended for ordinary candidates to access it. Her tone paused slightly, her gaze carrying a hint of significance. It's just that little guy, Chen, is clearly not an ordinary person. As Su Jitan's words fell, Su Jiner's clever mind instantly turned a corner. She suddenly raised her head, her eyes sparkling with disbelief, her voice rising a few notches. You mean, Chen is still undergoing the hidden assessment? The gentle gaze of Su Jitan reflected Su Jiner's incredulous expression. As she nodded lightly. Yes. A simple syllable, yet it seemed to contain immense power, confirming the wild speculation in Su Jiner's heart. Chen is really still inside. He triggered the legendary hidden assessment. After the immense shock came an indescribable sense of pride. It felt as if it was not someone else who triggered the hidden assessment but herself. But soon after, a deeper worry followed. The hidden assessment must be accompanied by unimaginable dangers. Can he manage alone in there? The worry in Su Jiner's clear eyes was almost overflowing. Su Jitan took in her reaction, the smile at the corner of her lips growing even gentler, carrying a hint of understanding. She reached out and gently patted Su Jiner's tense shoulder, signaling her to look towards the other side of the square. There, away from the clamor of ordinary candidates, several figures stood quietly, exuding their own aura. I'm not the only one waiting. Su Jitan's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable weight. Her gaze followed, landing on those figures. Do you see those few? Su Jiner followed her aunt's line of sight. Not far away. 3 figures, each with distinct temperaments but all radiating a powerful presence, stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, their gazes intentionally or unintentionally directed towards a certain point in the void. The highest officials of the 4 major regions of Long Country. Aside from the one stationed at the center, they were almost the 4 most powerful regional governors. They are actually all here? Su Jiner's heart raced suddenly. This situation is a bit too grand. Su Jitan's voice rang out again, carrying a hint of faint emotion. All 4 of us regional governors are waiting for him to come out. He should be facing the final challenge of the hidden assessment now. Su Jitan paused, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness and a touch of awe. The difficulty of that challenge is beyond imagination. Even the 4 of us do not have the privilege to observe. We can only wait here. The final challenge that even the 4 regional heads cannot glimpse. Su Jiner felt a chill quietly creeping up her spine. What kind of terrifying scene must that be? What is Chen truly facing? Her fingertips curled slightly, beads of sweat forming in her palm. The joy from finishing the assessment, ranking second and surpassing the Time Family's girl, was washed away in that moment. In its place was a heavy worry, along with a hint of pride that she herself had not even noticed. This guy always manages to pull off such earth-shattering feats. Su Jitan watched the changing expressions on Su Jiner's face, the smile in her eyes deepening. She did not say much more. Some things are best left unsaid. The fact that the heads of the 4 major regions have set aside their affairs to personally wait here speaks volumes. The value and potential of that boy named Chen are already self-evident. Deep within the instance, in that space isolated by an invisible force, the battle had already reached a fever pitch. The onslaught of the war god's phantom grew increasingly violent, each strike seeming to tear apart space, carrying a destructive aura. The golden gunfire fell like a sudden downpour, dense enough to suffocate. Chen figure darted rapidly through the hail of bullets, like a small boat amidst raging waves. His nerves were stretched to the limit, relying on his superhuman reaction speed and the talent of block to narrowly evade deadly attacks time and again. Clang! The crisp sound of blocking rang out, a tremendous shockwave coursing through his arm, nearly causing him to lose grip on his weapon. The Tsung Wolf-light shield had just coalesced when it shattered. In the next wave of attacks, scattering light shards everywhere. Immediately, a new shield was instantaneously reinforced around him. Shatter, coalesce, shatter again. This cycle played out repeatedly in a very short time, dazzling to behold. His health bar resembled a runaway roller coaster, wildly jumping between safety and danger. The glow of healing spell never seemed to cease, combined with the effects of the eternal radiant staff, barely maintaining his health line. But the consumption of MP was equally immense. Even with the reduction from the hero of healing talent, the blue bar was visibly depleting. Chen gasped for breath, sweat soaking his clothes, trickling down his cheeks. Each dodge, each block, each heal drained his immense physical and mental energy, while desperately maintaining the rhythm of evasion. He split a sliver of focus to glance at the system panel, his gaze fixed on the shadow preservation section. Among the 5 dim names, only one was flickering slightly, about to fully illuminate. Almost there. Just a little more. Chen's eyes sharpened suddenly. Now's the time. As that name fully lit up, he hesitated not a moment, his thoughts connecting instantly. Come out. With a deep roar, the shadow behind him twisted and expanded violently. A chilling, deathly silence yet immensely powerful aura suddenly descended. Roar! The silent dragon's roar seemed to explode at the soul level. A massive shadow bone dragon, large enough to block out the sun, broke free from the shadow's constraints, appearing in this space. Its ivory bones shimmered with a dark luster, and 2 deep purple flames of soul burned in its hollow eye sockets. Overwhelming dragon might instantly sweeping the area. The war god's phantom, which was attacking furiously, suddenly froze. Those emotionless eyes turned for the first time to a target beyond Chen Chen, the suddenly appearing bone dragon. It seemed to be assessing this new threat. In that moment, Chen Chen's eyes blazed with intensity. Soul resonance. He activated the skill without hesitation. The newly appeared shadow bone dragon trembled violently. In the next moment, its massive skeletal frame shattered and exploded, not dissipating but transforming into countless streams of the purest shadow energy. These energy streams surged towards Chen Chen's right hand like a guided torrent. Sizzle, 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 the shadow energy rapidly condensed and shaped. A grotesque, enormous bone giant sword quickly manifested and formed on Chen Chen's right arm. The sword's body was entirely made of ivory bones entwined with strands of dark aura, exuding a terrifying pressure that made one's heart race. The moment he grasped the hilt, an indescribable sense of immense power flooded through Chen Chen's limbs, as if he had merged with the dragon. The final wave. Chen Chen felt the surging power within him, along with the lingering will of the bone dragon. Letting out a low roar that had been suppressed for too long, his gaze turned incredibly frenzied, filled with a determination of no return. Die for me, he no longer dodged, his feet suddenly stomping down, his figure transforming into an arrow released from a bow, charging directly towards the war god's phantom. His right arm swung, the massive bone giant's sword slicing through the air with a dragon-like howl, striking towards that illusory figure. Heaven-shattering, earth-breaking. Chen roared, each word seemingly infused with the echo of a bone dragon's roar. The menacing bone sword on his right arm responded to his will, instantly erupting with a dazzling crimson light. The light did not emanate from flames but was a pure, concentrated force, as if it aimed to ignite and tear apart space itself. The war god's phantom across from him seemed to flicker slightly in its hollow eyes. In the face of this world-destroying strike, it let out a deafening roar filled with a rage that felt provoked, even imitated. The standard heavy sword in its hand also erupted with an identical crimson glow, equally fierce. The same starting move, the same surge of energy, the same aura of destruction. The war god's phantom stepped forward with a pace identical to Chen Chen's, heavy yet imbued with an unstoppable, violent momentum. It swung the heavy sword, shining with red light, fiercely cleaving towards Chen Chen. This move was the strongest attack skill that Chen had successfully copied from this war god's phantom during a long tug-of-war, relying on the talent of Healer of Courage after a thrilling healing critical hit. Heaven-shattering, earth-splitting, LV1 swing the heavy sword to launch a world-destroying attack, dealing physical damage that ignores defense to all enemies. In a straight line ahead, equal to 1000% of current strength plus 500% of constitution is physical damage. Cost 100000 MP CD 12 hours. This was the replica of the war god's ultimate strike. It was also Chen Chen's finishing move, now infused with the power of the shadow bone dragon, wagering everything. Two figures, too heavy. Swords shining with the same crimson light, traced two paths of destruction in the confined space. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment. The air let out a piercing scream under the unbearable pressure. In the next instant, boom! Two wildly ferocious attacks collided head-on without any embellishment. The crimson energy erupted like a flood breaking through a dam, illuminating the entire space in blood red. An indescribable shockwave spread wildly from the point of impact. Chen Chen felt an overwhelming force crash against the bone sword, instantly coursing through his entire body. The war god's phantom experienced the same. Poof, poof. Almost simultaneously, the two figures were sent flying backward as if struck by a speeding train. Chen Chen rolled in midair, the bone sword slipping from his grasp and crashing heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, the war god's phantom became even more transparent as it flew backward. The crimson light quickly dimmed. The energy particles that made up its body began to disperse uncontrollably. Ultimately, just before crashing into the edge of space, the last portion of energy symbolizing its life value completely reached zero. The massive figure silently and completely dissipated, transforming into specks of golden light as if it had never existed. At the same time, Chen Chen fell heavily to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Darkness enveloped his vision, and it felt as if all his bones had shattered, a sharp pain instantly drowning his consciousness. In the corner of his sight, his own life value bar rapidly emptied under the terrifying impact and recoil. HP 0/18500. It had reached zero. His consciousness plummeted like a stone into the cold deep sea, sinking rapidly. However, just as his awareness was about to completely fade away, a gentle yet incredibly resilient emerald light suddenly erupted from within him, like a beacon of hope igniting in the darkness. Life's tribute effect triggered. The green halo instantly enveloped Chen Chen's broken body, a torrent of life energy surging in wildly. The flickering flame of life, on the brink of extinguishment, was forcibly reignited. Chen Chen suddenly twitched, his pupils, which had lost focus, refocused. HP 9250/18500. His health instantly recovered by half. He began to cough violently, each breath pulling at the excruciating pain throughout his body, but that cold touch of death had already faded. He was still alive. The shadow of the war god had vanished. He had passed this final hidden assessment. Chen Chen struggled to prop up his aching body. Each breath felt like it was tearing at broken ribs, sending sharp pangs of pain through him. The edges of his vision still held the dark remnants of near death, reminding him of the peril he had just faced. But he had survived. The emerald glow of the life ode had already receded, but the immense vitality still flowed slowly within him. Repairing his injured body, he looked down at his right hand. The grotesque bone sword, infused with the power of the shadow bone dragon, was now disintegrating. Inch by inch, the bone, pale as snow, transformed into the purest dark energy, curling upwards, losing its physical form. Soon after, this energy did not completely dissipate. Instead, it bizarrely began to recoalesce. Beside him, the massive, suffocating outline of the shadow bone dragon briefly reappeared. In its hollow eye sockets, two deep purple flames of soul reignited, although they were much dimmer, lacking their previous might. A tail made of pure shadow cautiously curled around him, gently supporting his back, steadying him as he teetered. Then, the figure of the bone dragon disintegrated again, turning into a streak of light that vanished into the shadow beneath his feet, returning to the space of shadow preservation. Chen Chen gasped for breath, his gaze fixed on the spot where the shadow of the war god had dissipated. All that remained were tiny, soon-to-be extinguished golden specks, like a candle flickering in the wind, telling of the ferocity of the earlier battle. What a pity! He couldn't help but click his tongue softly, his tone filled with unhidden regret. Such a powerful guy, and he's just an energy entity. If only I could extract the shadow. With the strength displayed by this shadow of the war god, if it could be transformed into shadow soldiers, it would undoubtedly be an unimaginably powerful aid. However, just as he finished speaking, a sudden change occurred. Those golden specks, which had already dimmed to the extreme end, were about to completely vanish, seemed to be drawn by some invisible force. They stopped dissipating and instead began to rapidly rewind and gather. The light flared up once more. In the void, that imposing, cold figure exuding an aura of destruction, the shadow of the war god, actually recoalesced in just a few breaths. Exactly the same as before. The sense of oppression it emitted had not diminished in the slightest. Chen Shen's pupils suddenly constricted, his heart feeling as if it were gripped by an invisible hand. His muscles tensed instantly, the nerves that had just relaxed were pulled taut again, instinctively taking a defensive stance. What the hell? It's back? Is this final assessment going to be an endless will battle until the candidates are completely worn out? Just as Chen Shen thought he was about to face another desperate fight to the death, that ancient voice, which pierced through the entire hidden assessment space, echoed once more. The voice carried a hint of amusement, as if it could see through everything. Ha ha ha, do not panic, little one. You have already passed the final test. Hearing that familiar voice, Chen Shen's taut nerves did not immediately relax. His gaze remained locked on the figure that had recoalesced before him. Something was off. This shadow of the war god seemed a bit different. Although its outline still held authority and emitted a sense of destruction, its solidity was far less than before. The golden light particles that made up its body appeared thin and dim, as if they would scatter with a mere gust of wind. Compared to the almost tangible, suffocating presence from just moments ago, it now resembled a flickering candle flame swaying in the wind, so ethereal that it could extinguish at any moment. It was even more insubstantial than when Chen Chen first encountered it. The strength, was it about to run out? A flash of realization crossed Chen Chen's mind. Confirming this, the extreme tension of crisis finally receded like a tide. Chen Chen felt as if all his strength had been instantly drained. With a thud, he could no longer hold on. The body he had barely managed to prop up collapsed back to the ground. The cold touch of the ground seeped through his tattered clothing, yet it brought him a sense of relief. He gasped for breath, the sharp pain in his chest still evident, but at least he no longer had to face that world-destroying blow. He lifted his head to gaze at the vague figure in the void, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than a cry. "Senior, that joke of yours is a bit too much." His voice was hoarse, tinged with the weakness of having survived a catastrophe. "I almost really thought I was going to die again." The old voice echoed once more, this time with a more pronounced laughter carrying a hint of mischievousness. "Ha ha, it's my fault for scaring you. I owe you an apology." Chen Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth, lacking the energy to argue. All he wanted now was to leave this cursed place. So, he steadied his breath and asked directly, "Since I've passed, shouldn't you let me out?" The ethereal remnant of the war god, or rather, the will residing within it, gently nodded. Though it was merely a fluctuation of energy, it clearly conveyed this meaning. Naturally, the old voice affirmed, "You have proven your qualifications. The restraints of this place hold no meaning for you anymore." However, the voice paused slightly, carrying a hint of mystery. "Since you have passed the final test guarded by me, according to the rules, this item should also be given to you." Upon hearing this, Chen Chen was momentarily taken aback. An item? He struggled to sit up halfway, the intense pain causing him to gasp, yet his gaze remained fixed on that ethereal figure. "A reward?" he asked hoarsely, his voice weary but tinged with a barely perceptible expectation. After all, having fought tooth and nail to clear this twisted test, there should be some decent reward. The ethereal remnant of the war god, or the will within it, showed slight fluctuations in energy, as if nodding. The old voice spoke again, this time imbued with an indescribable gravity. You could say it's a reward, but it could also be a mission. A burden. A mission? A burden? The weariness and slight anticipation on Chen Shen's face instantly froze, his brows involuntarily furrowing. What did this mean? He looked ahead at the increasingly dim golden figure with confusion. Having just experienced a life and death struggle, all he wanted now was to rest properly, not to take on some inexplicable mission. The old man seemed to see through his thoughts. Within that ethereal figure, a profound gaze seemed to project towards him, scrutinizing him closely. In the next moment, a change occurred. Right before Chen Shen, the air in the void slightly distorted. Flecks of dissipating golden light and strands of escaping dark energy were bizarrely drawn together and converged. Light and shadow intertwined, ultimately coalescing into form. An object exuding an ancient, wild aura quietly floated in midair. It was a bracelet. Its entire body displayed a deep dark blue color, the material resembling some unknown bone polished to perfection, and it felt as if it could sense the chill of countless years. The surface of the bracelet was engraved with intricate and fractured dragon patterns, as if telling a tale of a shattered ancient legend. Even more unsettling was that around the ring, 9 faintly visible blood-red chains were entwined, casting a ghostly shadow. The shadow of the chain was not a physical entity, yet it emanated a binding and ominous feeling that stirred the soul. Just by looking at it, Chen Shen felt an inexplicable chill rise from the depths of his heart. This thing. Before he could think it through, or even react, the dark blue bone bracelet seemed to possess a life of its own. Whoosh! It transformed into a blurred azure shadow, ignoring the distance in space, and shot straight towards Chen Shen's wrist. The speed was astonishing. Chen Shen's pupils constricted sharply, instinctively wanting to raise his hand to block or dodge. But having just experienced a fierce battle and being severely injured, his body's reactions could not keep up with his consciousness. The cold, hard touch instantly pressed against his skin. Click! A soft sound, as if some ancient clasp had closed on its own. The dark blue bone bracelet, entwined with the shadow of blood-red chains, was now firmly secured around his left wrist. It fit perfectly, as if it had been custom-made for him. The 9 blood-red chains' shadows twisted slightly, exuding a heart-stopping sense of binding and an ominous aura. A heavy feeling suddenly sank in Chen Shen's heart, and a strong sense of unease exploded within him. This thing felt very wrong. The inexplicable chill and unease he felt earlier were definitely not good signs. This was no reward, it was clearly more like a curse. Almost instinctively, he grabbed the bone ring on his left wrist with his right hand, trying to forcibly pull it off. However, the bracelet seemed to have grown onto his bones, not budging an inch. The hard, cold bone material felt as if it had fused with his wrist bone. Damn it! Chen Shen gritted his teeth, using all his remaining strength to pry and tug. Pain shot through his wrist like the grinding of bones, but the dark blue bracelet remained as solid as a mountain. Sweat dripped down his forehead, mingling with the blood from earlier. How could this be? How did this thing get on him? The ominous premonition had been so strong, he didn't want it at all. Just as Chen Shen was both shocked and furious, almost ready to use the last of his strength recklessly, that persistent ancient voice, carrying a calmness as if it had long been anticipated, echoed once more. No need to waste your effort, little one. This item is called the 9 Reverse Dragon Ring. Once it recognizes a master, unless it chooses to leave on its own or the host dies, no one can remove it. It has already chosen you. The voice was flat, yet carried an undeniable meaning. Chen Shen's movements suddenly froze. Recognize a master? Choose me? Senior, what does this mean? What exactly is this thing? He raised his head, his gaze piercing through the swirling golden light, trying to see the increasingly blurred remnant of the war god. That remnant, or rather the will residing within it, had its energy fluctuations grow weaker, as if even maintaining its form had become exceedingly difficult. This item is a legacy artifact of our Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom? Legacy artifact? An artifact from the Dragon Kingdom sounded like supreme glory and opportunity. However, the cold, ominous sensation on his wrist, along with the shadow of the 9 blood-red chains, constantly reminded him that things were far from simple. Sure enough, the ancient voice paused, its tone becoming more serious. However, in a war we have almost forgotten, it was damaged, and it became tainted with a curse that should not have appeared. Curse. These 2 words pierced Chen Shen's heart like an ice pick. He suddenly looked down at his wrist. The surface of the dark blue bone ring, which he had previously thought to be intricately ancient, with dragon patterns, now revealed countless fine cracks upon closer inspection. The 9 blood-red chains of shadow exuded an almost tangible sense of resentment and restraint. A damaged vessel of inheritance? Stained by a curse? This was hardly a reward. It was clearly a hot potato, perhaps even a bomb that could explode at any moment. Senior. Chen Shen's voice suddenly rose, filled with incredulous anger and a hint of humiliated deception. You call this a reward? He felt like a fool, having fought tooth and nail to pass the trial, only to be forcefully handed a cursed item. The ancient voice fell silent for a moment, as if weighing its words, or perhaps simply lacking energy. It is a reward, and it is fate. The voice came softly, carrying an almost indifferent calm. It has chosen you, and this is your destiny. As for the curse, perhaps for you it may not be entirely a bad thing. Not entirely a bad thing? Chen Chen was almost laughing in anger. All he wanted now was to get that damned bone ring off his hand. He tried again to pull it off with force. The excruciating pain of bone grinding against flesh surged, but the 9 reverse dragon ring remained immovable, as if it had become a part of his body. The ancient voice seemed to sense his struggle and spoke again. Give up, little one. The benefits it brings you will definitely outweigh the inconveniences of the curse. The Dragon Kingdom also needs someone to repair it. Repair? The benefits will outweigh the curse? Upon hearing this, Chen Chen's expression grew even more peculiar. The ancient voice carried an undeniable certainty, as if this damaged and cursed object was truly a tremendous opportunity. His futile struggles instinctively ceased. The bone ring, which had nearly embedded itself into his flesh from the force of his pulling, suddenly lost its resistance. The piercing pain vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed. What remained on his wrist was only the cold, hard touch of the dark blue bone ring. Chen Chen instinctively raised his left hand. His gaze fell upon the uninvited 9 reverse dragon ring on his wrist. The dark blue bone material bore a sense of weariness that had endured endless years. The intricate, fractured dragon patterns on its surface, upon closer inspection, revealed cracks more pronounced than he had felt before. It seemed as if it would shatter completely with the slightest touch, and the 9 blood-red chains entwined around it still radiated an unsettling, ominous aura. Cold, binding, carrying a certain resentment that originated from ancient times. Just as he focused intently on it, a faint blue light curtain, visible only to him, silently unfolded in his field of vision. The detailed information of the strange ring appeared directly before him. 9 reverse dragon ring, unique, grade, level, none, all attributes, plus 100 durability, infinity, dragon soul indestructible, never damaged. Binding effect, soul binding, death does not drop items, cannot be traded, equipment, special effects, undying dragon soul, revives immediately upon death, all attributes doubled, lasts for 10 seconds, consumption, none, cooldown, 24 hours. Absolute attack, your attacks will ignore all defenses and resistances. Might of the 9 dragons, entities below your level will enter a state of fear upon encountering you, which can be enhanced by mana. Special curse, Dragon's Resentment. Erosion, loses 1% of maximum health per second. When health drops below 50%, the loss rate doubles, and all your skills and talent effects are doubled. Enemy of all races, all monsters will regard you as a mortal enemy. Once within the hate range, they will launch indiscriminate attacks against you. If Ring of the Reverse Scale, when you receive damage, the pain sensation increases to 200%, and your attacks will cause the target's pain sensation to increase to 1000%. Position of the Reverse Scale, 0/9 Introduction, 9 Reverse Dragon Rings, the contract of the Skyslayer. Before awakening the Reverse Scale, its power could already suppress mountains and rivers. Dragon's resentment erodes the body, blood flows like a river, marking the beginning of defiance against fate. Looking at the pale blue light screen in his field of vision, along with the detailed attributes of the 9 reverse dragon rings listed above, Chen Chen was completely stunned. It felt as if his brain had been struck hard by a heavy hammer, buzzing, and for a moment he seemed to freeze. Undying Dragon Soul, Absolute Attack, Might of the 9 Dragons. Each of these 3 equipment effects, taken individually, could be considered a defiance against the heavens. All attributes plus 100, while not overly impressive, was still considerable. However, as his gaze shifted downward and he saw the 3 glaringly red special curses, the glimmer of hope that had just risen in Chen Chen was instantly extinguished. Dragon's Resentment erodes the body, losing 1% of maximum health per second, doubles below 50%? What does this mean? It means that even if he stood still and did nothing, he would undoubtedly die within 100 seconds. Moreover, the lower his health, the faster he would die. How is he supposed to play like this? Public enemy of all races, all monsters see you as a mortal enemy? They will attack indiscriminately? When encountering dragons, their combat power doubles? This is simply a rhythm of being chased to death wherever he goes. Ring of the Reverse Scale, pain sensation increased by 200%, attack targets, pain sensation increased by 1000%. What the hell is this curse? It turns him into a super sensitive masochist while also being a sadist? The corners of Chen Chen's mouth twitched wildly, his expression shifting unpredictably, reaching an extreme level of excitement. This thing, 3 god-level positive effects paired with 3 terrifying curses that could cause instant death or social death. The contrast of ice and fire is nothing compared to this. This is not equipment, it is clearly a death warrant. And that position of the Reverse Scale, 0/9. Chen Chen furrowed his brows tightly, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. 0/9? Could it be that this broken cursed ring needs to gather 9 of something to be completely repaired? He instinctively raised his wrist, looking at the dark blue bone ring, feeling a wave of heart palpitations. Repair? Repair it with his life? Senior Chen Shen was about to speak, trying to ask something more from the fading shadow of the war god. However, before he could utter a word, a sudden change occurred. Boom! The entire golden space shook violently without warning. It was as if a magnitude 12 earthquake had struck. Countless golden light shards fell like an avalanche, and the surrounding spatial barriers revealed densely packed cracks, like spider webs rapidly spreading at a visible speed. The breath of destruction instantly filled every inch of space. This place is going to collapse. Chen Chen's heart sank, and he quickly looked up. The shadow of the war god had long since vanished without a trace, as if it had never appeared at all. Not even a trace of energy fluctuation was left behind. It ran away really fast. Chen Chen cursed inwardly, but his heart sank. There was no time to think further when the ground beneath his feet suddenly gave way. The solid golden ground shattered like a mirror. The sensation of weightlessness struck him instantly, and Chen Chen's body uncontrollably plummeted downward at high speed. The howling wind roared in his ears, and below him was an unfathomable dark void, as if connecting to some unknown terrifying abyss. Just at this critical moment, roar! A majestic, vast dragon roar, seemingly from the ancient wilderness, suddenly exploded in Chen Chen's ears. Immediately after, an unimaginably large dragon shadow appeared out of thin air in the path of his descent. The dragon shadow was vague and unclear, only revealing a winding body, and the outline covered in mysterious scales, exuding a terrifying pressure that made one's soul tremble. Chen Chen didn't even have time to see the full form of that dragon shadow. He only felt an overwhelming force slam hard against his butt. Ow! A short, high-pitched cry of pain rang out. Chen Chen felt as if he had been hit head-on by a speeding train, his body completely out of control, turning into a streak of light, flying backward at a speed faster than when he fell. Intense pain and a dizzying sensation hit him simultaneously. Chen Chen's vision went dark and his consciousness briefly blurred. He didn't know how long it had been. When he regained consciousness and managed to open his heavy eyelids, he found himself lying in a familiar ruin. The gray, crumbling walls, the lingering smoke and dust, the faint smell of blood in the air. This was the great exam instance? He was back? Chen Chen suddenly sat up, looking around. Yes, it was the instant scene. Before he entered that golden space, everything that had just happened felt like a bizarre dream. However, the cold, hard sensation on his wrist and the faint blue attribute panel still present in his vision constantly reminded him it was not a dream. 9 Reverse Dragon Ring. This damned cursed ring had really been forcibly placed on his hand. Just as Chen Chen was both shocked and angry, preparing to try to remove this cursed thing again, he saw something in front of him, suspended in midair. A piece of illusory, seemingly made of light, colorful scales was quietly floating there. The scales were palm-sized, with an ancient shape, and the surface bore intricate and broken dragon patterns, exuding an aura similar to that of the 9 Reverse Dragon Ring. However, compared to the solid ring, these scales appeared somewhat illusory and unreal. They floated silently, waiting. What was this thing? Chen Chen looked at the illusory scales hovering in front of him, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. Palm-sized, with an ancient shape, radiating a faint rainbow glow. The surface of the scales was similarly engraved with intricate and broken dragon patterns, akin to those on the 9 Reverse Dragon Ring. But compared to the cold, solid ring on his wrist, these scales seemed somewhat unreal, as if they could dissipate into the air at any moment. They floated there quietly, emanating an indescribable ancient aura, subtly resonating with the bone ring on his wrist. Chen Chen instinctively raised his left hand. The cold touch of the 9 Reverse Dragon Ring was still clear. He tried to concentrate, attempting to probe this suddenly appeared strange scale. In his vision, the faint blue light screen reappeared. Illusory scale, a reverse scale from the Shandong Dragon Clan, seemingly possessing the ability to change in myriad ways. Shandong? The reverse scale of the Dragon King? An ability to change in myriad ways? This description was rather vague. Chen Chen frowned slightly. Seemingly possessing? What kind of introduction was that? He stared at the illusory scale, his doubts deepening. After experiencing the pitiful reward from the 9 Reverse Dragon Ring, he instinctively held a heightened wariness towards such good fortune that seemed to fall from the sky, especially since these scales shared the same origin as that damned cursed bone ring. His intuition told him that this thing was probably not benign either. However, curiosity was ultimately hard to suppress. He instinctively extended his right index finger, a faint magical glow swirling around the tip, cautiously reaching toward the floating illusory scale, and gently poked it. The moment of contact. Buzz. The illusory colorful scale suddenly erupted with dazzling light. The brilliance was so intense that it nearly blinded Chen Chen. Immediately after, the scale twisted and expanded rapidly in the light. Roar, a deafening roar, filled with endless majesty and a vast aura, suddenly exploded in Chen Chen's ears. The light dissipated. In its place was a dragon shadow so immense it blotted out the sky. It was the same vague dragon shadow that had kicked him out in the golden space. The sinuous body flickered in and out of visibility, covered in mysterious scales, exuding a terrifying pressure that sent a bone-chilling cold through Chen Chen's soul. Before Chen Chen could react to this sudden turn of events, the massive dragon Shadow, with its crimson eyes seemingly filled with boundless fury, locked onto him. In the next moment, the dragon's shadow let out a low growl, its colossal body charging towards Chun Chen with a destructive momentum. The speed was so fast that the howling wind it created made the surrounding ruins and debris rattle. The shadow of death instantly enveloped Chun Chen. The shadow of death, like a cold tide, swiftly drowned his senses. The enormous dragon shadow, carrying a destructive force, capable of crushing everything, surged forward. The wind howled, lifting the dust and debris from the ground as if the apocalypse had arrived. In the crimson dragon eyes was a fury that seemed capable of incinerating everything, locking onto the insignificant Chun Chen. Chun Chen's breath nearly stopped at that moment. His heart felt as if it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, making even the act of beating a luxury. His mind went blank, with only the damned curse effect of the 9 reverse dragon ring echoing wildly. Public enemy of all races, all monsters will see you as a mortal enemy. If the target is of the dragon race, their combat power doubles, launching a fierce attack against you. Dragon race. Combat power doubled. He had just put on this cursed ring, just emerged from that strange space, and now he was facing a dragon that looked ridiculously powerful? And judging by its demeanor, it was definitely not friendly. How was he supposed to fight this? This was a matter of life and death. Chun Chen's face turned pale in an instant, his body trembling slightly from extreme fear. He could even feel the terrifying pressure from the dragon shadow, as if it were a tangible force squeezing his body and soul, making it incredibly difficult to move even a finger. It was over. This time, he was really going to die. Just as Chun Chen was about to close his eyes and await death, overwhelmed by endless despair and unwillingness, the anticipated agony and feeling of being torn apart did not come. At the moment the massive, fierce dragon shadow was about to collide with him, it suddenly halted. Then, to Chen's astonished gaze, that sky-blocking dragon shadow began to dissolve rapidly, as if it had been thrown into water. It transformed into billions of dazzling, colorful lights. The light points gathered, forming a brilliant stream of light. Gone was the previous fury and destruction, leaving only a pure and ancient aura. The flowing light, like fireflies guided by an unseen force, fluttered and gathered towards Chun Chen's left wrist. The target was unmistakably the 9 reverse dragon ring on his left wrist. Whoosh! The flowing light moved at an incredible speed, instantly merging into the dark blue bone ring. Buzz! The 9 reverse dragon ring trembled violently, emitting a faint halo, as if welcoming this source of power. Chun Chen looked down in astonishment. He saw that among the 9 clearly visible cracks on the surface of the bone ring, one of them was actually healing at a visible speed. At the same time, one of the 9 blood-red chain shadows entwined around the bone ring also began to disintegrate, turning into nothingness. In its place was a small, exquisite dragon shadow, radiating a colorful halo, quietly resting where the chain had been. The aura of the 9 reverse dragon ring seemed to undergo a subtle change, losing some of its ruin and gaining a bit of completeness. Just then, a cold system prompt sounded precisely in Chun Chen's mind. Ding! Illusory scales have returned to their place. 9 reverse dragon ring, unique. Integrity enhancement. Equipment attributes enhanced. Hearing the system prompt sound again, Chun Chen was slightly taken aback. He instinctively blinked and turned his gaze back to the strange dark blue bone ring on his left wrist. 9 reverse dragon ring. In the next moment, Chun Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. In his field of vision, the light blue screen reappeared clearly, displaying the detailed information of the bone ring. At the top, the entry that originally showed all attributes plus 100 had now changed to all attributes plus 1000. A full tenfold increase. Chun Chen's heart skipped a beat, a wave of incredulity washing over him. Plus 1000. To all attributes? This was simply an unimaginable enhancement. He quickly focused and looked down, carefully examining the other attribute information of the bone ring. Most of the curse effects seemed unchanged, still as shocking as ever. However, beneath the rows of despairing negative effects, he noticed a new change. The line that originally displayed reverse scale position 0/9 now clearly changed to reverse scale position 1/9. This undoubtedly proved that the illusory phantom scale had indeed been absorbed by this bone ring. Moreover, right after the information of reverse scale position 1/9, a new line of description appeared. Phantom scale 1000 dragon illusion can create illusions at will and can replicate all dragon phantoms you have seen to fight for you. Consumption 500 MP/second. CD none. Upon seeing this, Chun Chen's breath quickened involuntarily. Create illusions at will? Replicate seen dragon phantoms to fight for him? This ability. A terrifying dragon shadow that had blocked out the sun flashed through his mind. If he could replicate such an existence, even if it was just an illusion, its power would be absolutely unimaginable. This was simply a divine skill. A wave of uncontrollable excitement surged through his limbs like electricity. Perhaps the 9 reverse dragon ring did not bring only despair? However, just as a flicker of hot hope ignited in his heart, his gaze fell on the last line of the newly added description. Shinlong grievance. When the illusion collapses, the summoner has a chance to suffer damage equal to the illusion's health points. The excitement on Chen Chen's face instantly froze. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly. A familiar feeling of being tricked surged back into his mind. Sure enough, he knew it. How could this damned 9 reverse dragon ring give him such a powerful ability for no reason? Chen Chen sighed helplessly. The ability to replicate dragon phantoms to fight for him indeed sounded powerful, even heavenly. But the following Shinlong grievance was simply a death sentence. Those were dragons. Any dragon's health points were probably astronomical numbers. Suffering damage equal to the illusion's health points when the illusion collapses? What was the difference from suicide? Chen Chen felt darkness closing in, nearly crying out loud. This 9 reverse dragon ring was indeed not well intentioned. He tried to pry at the bone ring on his wrist, but the cold, hard touch remained unmoving, as if it had already fused with his bones. The aura of the phantom scale also seemed to have completely merged into the bone ring, no longer distinguishable. Forget it, forget it. What is meant to be will be, what is meant to be avoided cannot be escaped. Chen Chen muttered to himself, a hint of bitterness appearing on his face. At worst, he would never summon any dragon phantoms again, treating this ability as if it didn't exist. He steadied his mind and turned his gaze back to the bone ring, which had undergone subtle changes in aura. However, setting aside the deadly dragon clan phantom replication ability, the description of creating illusions at will piqued his curiosity. How exactly is this illusion created? This thought just flashed through his mind. Buzz! The 9 reverse dragon ring on his wrist lit up again. With a faint rainbow glow, the light flickered and vanished. The next moment, roar! The familiar and majestic dragon roar, though not as deafening as before, still carried a tremendous momentum. The previously enormous and terrifying dragon shadow that had blotted out the sky reappeared before Chen Chen. What the hell? Chen Chen was so startled that he almost jumped up, his heart skipping a beat. He instinctively took a step back, his muscles tensed, ready to brace for impact. However, the anticipated terrifying pressure did not descend. The dragon shadow before him, though still massive, with a clear outline and rainbow light flowing over its scales, felt less like a destructive entity and more like an incredibly realistic projection. Chen Chen's eyes widened slightly. Creating it, is that simple? Just a thought? He tentatively focused his mind, trying to control the massive dragon shadow in front of him. Like an arm moving, the enormous rainbow dragon shadow actually began to move slowly with his intention. A glimmer of surprise and excitement flashed in Chen Chen's eyes. He controlled the dragon shadow, cautiously guiding the massive dragon head to collide with his body. There was no impact as he had imagined. The head of the dragon shadow passed through him as if it were moving through a layer of air, causing no substantial contact or harm. Indeed, it was just an ordinary illusion? It can't touch the physical? Chen Chen felt a bit more at ease, but then another thought arose. Since he could create illusions, what about replication? He tried to issue a command in his mind, replicate that dragon shadow from earlier to fight for me. This time, the 9 reverse dragon ring showed no response. A cold system prompt echoed in his mind at the right moment. Ding! You have not replicated any dragon clan target, unable to use the replication ability of Thousand Dragon Illusion. Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. Did he need to see the real dragon clan entity to replicate it? He looked at the faintly imposing rainbow dragon shadow before him, deep in thought. Although it couldn't be used directly in battle, this illusion seemed incredibly effective for scaring people. Just as Chen Chen was feeling a bit excited, the 9 reverse dragon ring on his wrist vibrated slightly again. This time, it was not a rainbow glow, but a deeper, more obscure aura that flashed and vanished. Immediately after, the cold system prompt sounded. Again without warning. Ding! Conditions met. 9 reverse dragon ring skill unlocked. Dragon Illusion Mirage Realm covers a target's concept of existence, lasting 5 minutes. Cost 90% MPCD, 12 hours. Chen Chen felt a chill creeping up, his spine instantly spreading to his limbs. Covering a person's concept of existence? That sounds like a power only a deity would possess. Although it lasts only 5 minutes and the cost is enormous, with a cooldown of 12 hours. But the effect of this Dragon Illusion Mirage Realm is simply too domineering, too bizarre. He didn't even dare to think deeply about what covering the concept of existence truly meant. Is it simply making someone forget? Or does it temporarily erase a person's existence from a rule-based perspective? Chen Chen didn't dare to ponder further. A consumption of 90% of the maximum MP value, and a cooldown of 12 hours. The cost is enormous, and the limitations are equally significant. This only confirms the terrifying power hidden within this skill. The 9 reverse dragon ring indeed steps outside the bounds of common sense with every move, bringing with it a mix of horror and the unknown. Just as Chen Chen's mind was shaken, trying to digest the sudden conceptual skill, a grand and cold voice echoed without warning. This time, it did not merely resonate in his mind. It was as if rolling thunder reverberated through every corner of the great examination instance. National University Joint Examination, time's up. All candidates forced to teleport out of the instance. This sudden announcement interrupted all of Chen Chen's thoughts. He was momentarily stunned. The next moment, an irresistible spatial force enveloped him. The ruins before him instantly twisted and blurred. Light and shadow shifted. When his vision cleared again, he had already left the previous examination instance space. As soon as he steadied himself, a voice filled with surprise and urgency suddenly rang out behind him. Chen, you finally made it out. The voice was crisp and pleasant, carrying an unmistakable concern. Chen instinctively turned to look. What met his eyes was a familiar fiery red. It was Su Jiner. At this moment, her usually cool and composed face was filled with evident anxiety and relief. Behind Su Jiner stood a woman dressed appropriately, with a gentle and graceful demeanor, quietly standing there. She wore a warm smile, her gaze resting on Chen, filled with a mix of scrutiny and approval. It was Su Jitong, the head of the North China region of Manhwa. However, Chen did not know this high-ranking official. Watching the fiery red figure rush towards him with unabashed urgency and concern, Chen quickly suppressed the shock and confusion brought on by the 9 reversed dragon ring. The cold touch of the war god's remnant shadow and the fatigue from the battle seemed to linger in his senses. He took a deep breath, forcing a relatively natural smile as he looked at Su Jiner, who was almost about to crash into his arms. You look so rushed, as if you've been waiting for a long time. His tone carried a hint of deliberate ease, trying to mask everything he had just experienced. Shouldn't the end time for the examination instance be uniform? Su Jiner finally stood still in front of him, her fair forehead glistening with fine beads of sweat, her chest slightly rising and falling, clearly having rushed over. Hearing Chen's words, she shot him an annoyed glance, her bright eyes still holding onto remnants of worry, now mixed with a touch of reproach. You still have the nerve to say that? Look around, besides me, is there anyone else here? Horror. Voice was crisp, tinged with a barely perceptible aftershock. Chen was taken aback and instinctively turned to survey his surroundings. Empty. The teleportation area, which should have been bustling with people, now appeared unusually desolate. Apart from Su Jiner in front of him, there were no other candidates in sight. Only a few figures stood in the distance, exuding a faint yet powerful aura. Seeing his bewildered expression, Su Jiner's tone carried a hint of helplessness, mixed with a sense of relief. I've been waiting here for you for almost an hour. She scrutinized Chen closely, seemingly trying to confirm that he was safe and sound, her eyes filled with unabashed curiosity. What exactly did you encounter in that hidden assessment? Why did it take so long? Upon hearing the words hidden assessment, Chen's heart stirred slightly, and his brows unconsciously furrowed. You know about this hidden assessment? Did you trigger it too? Before Su Jiner could speak again, a gentle yet oddly penetrating voice slowly emerged from not far away. The hidden assessment is an extremely special mechanism in our long-way examination. The triggering conditions are extremely harsh, and the difficulty of the assessment far exceeds the norm. Chen's heart sank, and he suddenly looked up. He saw that the 4 figures from earlier had approached without him noticing, and at the forefront was the middle-aged woman with a gentle and graceful demeanor. She wore a perfectly measured smile, her gaze resting on Chen, filled with a mix of scrutiny, inquiry, and an indescribable approval. Behind her were 3 other middle-aged individuals, each with an equally unfathomable aura. Their expressions varied, but their eyes all focused on Chen. Clearly, they were not ordinary people. Since the establishment of the major examination mechanism, there have been very few candidates who triggered the hidden assessment, and those who could completely pass it. The woman's voice paused, her gaze softening as she looked at Chen, clearly articulating the next words. To date, you are the first. Chen's heart skipped a beat, inexplicably. Before he could digest this sudden information, the gentle woman stepped forward, extending her right hand toward Chen, her smile deepening. Hello, my name is Su Jitong. Her gaze lightly swept over the side, landing on Su Jiner, and she added, I am Jiner's aunt. At the same time, I am also the head of the North China region of Manhwa. Here, on behalf of the North China region and the entire Longwei officialdom, I sincerely congratulate you. Su Jitong looked into Chen's eyes, her smile genuine and radiant. Congratulations on successfully passing the hidden assessment and, with an indisputable outstanding performance, becoming the national top scholar. Hearing this, Chen's mind buzzed, feeling a bit dazed. Head of the North China region? Su Jiner's aunt? National top scholar? A series of information bombarded him, pulling him back into a state of shock from the impact of the 9 reversed dragon ring. He instinctively reached out, gently shaking the warm, fair hand. The touch was gentle, yet it seemed to carry an undeniable strength. What the hell? What kind of big shot is this? Chen felt as if his heart was gripped by an invisible hand. A regional official, a true high-ranking figure of Manhwa. Seeing Chen's somewhat dazed expression and his hand tightly gripping his aunt's, Su Jiner couldn't help but chuckle, a hint of teasing in her voice. Chen, let go. Are you trying to take advantage of my aunt? Her crisp voice instantly broke the somewhat stagnant atmosphere. Upon hearing this, Chen's heart jolted, as if electrocuted, and he quickly released his hand. A hint of embarrassment crept onto his cheeks, which he forcibly suppressed. Su Jitong turned her head, both amused and exasperated, and lightly tapped Su Jiner's smooth forehead with her finger. You little girl, so disrespectful, even daring to joke with your aunt. Her tone was affectionate, yet it carried a hint of elder authority. Su Jiner covered her forehead playfully, sticking out her tongue and grinning, saying nothing more, but her bright eyes looking at Chen sparkled with even more laughter. Chen Chen awkwardly scratched the back of his head, quickly adjusting his mood and temporarily casting aside his chaotic thoughts. He shook his head to clear his mind and directly asked his biggest question. Sue, Senior Sue, how did you know that I am the national top scholar? He paused and added, according to convention, the final results and rankings of the major examination are not supposed to be announced until at least 3 days later, after all the data has been compiled, right? The exam had only just ended an hour ago. How could they possibly determine the national top scholar so quickly? This speed was simply outrageous. Hee, that is only for the information of other candidates. Before Su Jitang could respond, a gentle and refined voice, seemingly imbued with a calming power, slowly emerged from the side. Chen Chen turned to look in the direction of the voice. He saw that 3 middle-aged men, equally deep in presence, had stepped forward behind Su Jitang. The leader was a handsome, middle-aged man with an elegant and amiable demeanor. He wore a warm smile, and his eyes were clear and profound, as if he could see into one's heart. He looked at Chen Chen and explained clearly, as a national champion like you, we regional leaders have the authority to view your assessment process and final results in real time. So, your status as a champion was already determined even before your assessment ended. So that's how it is. Chen Chen understood, and once again felt the heavy weight of the title, national champion. This treatment was indeed extraordinary. The refined man smiled slightly and extended his right hand to Chen Chen. Hello, young friend Chen Chen, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Chu Tianqua, the head of the East China region of Manhwa. His voice was gentle but carried an undeniable confidence. Your young city happens to fall under our East China region's jurisdiction. Chu Tianqua's gaze fell on Chen Chen, filled with unabashed admiration and hope, his smile sincere. I wonder if young friend Chen Chen would be willing to join our East China region, to guard a territory with us and protect our homeland? Chen Chen's heart was still beating slightly faster. The head of the East China region, the highest official of the region to which Yong City belonged. This sudden invitation was astonishingly weighty. However, before Chen Chen could respond, a rough and bold voice, even somewhat overbearing, suddenly erupted like thunder, instantly tearing apart the brief harmony in the air. Hey, old Chu, that's not fair. The voice was filled with dissatisfaction and anger. Are you just going to poach someone right in front of us? Chen Chen turned to look in the direction of the voice. He saw a burly middle-aged man with a resolute face, exuding a fierce aura, had also approached at some point. He strode over to Chu Tianqua's side, and with a hand as large as a fan, he slapped Chu Tianqua's shoulder without hesitation, the force so great that the refined head of the East China region slightly furrowed his brow. I'm the first to disagree. The burly man glared fiercely at Chu Tianqua, his eyes seeming to spit fire. Then, he turned his head, and his face instantly filled with an extremely enthusiastic, even somewhat exaggerated smile as he looked at Chen Chen. That fan-like hand, accompanied by a whistling wind, heavily slapped Chen Chen's shoulder. Bang! Chen Chen felt a tremendous force surge through him, his shoulders sinking slightly, and his blood surged. Wow! This strength! Ha ha ha! Good kid! Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. The burly man's voice was incredibly loud, making the eardrums buzz. I'm Long Qingyu, the overall head of the West China region of Manhwa. He grinned widely, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth, his smile particularly rugged. Kid, don't listen to that sour Confucian old Chu's nonsense. Our West China region is the real place for real men. As long as you nod, you can choose any weapon below the Xianling level. Top-tier techniques at your disposal. Annual cultivation resources are guaranteed. I'll directly make you a legion commander, how about that? Long Qingyu's eyes were wide like copper bells, filled with undeniable dominance and temptation. The conditions he offered were simple and brutal, yet so generous it was suffocating. All weapons below the Xianling level. The position of legion commander. Every single word was enough to drive any newcomer who had just completed their major exam crazy. Chen Chen felt even more dazed. Who are these incredible big shots? Is it really that direct to poach someone? Chu Tianqua looked at Long Qingyu's domineering demeanor, his gentle smile unchanged, but a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. He lightly brushed off the shoulder that Long Qingyu had patted, as if dusting it away. Just as Long Qingyu was spitting and trying to escalate the situation, a clear, cold voice, like the tinkling of an icy spring, rang out, not loud, but clear enough to reach everyone's ears. Brother Long, you seem a bit too impatient. Everyone's gaze shifted once more. They saw the last woman, who had been standing silently, her demeanor as cold as frost, slowly walking over. She was graceful and stunningly beautiful, but her eyes were as sharp as cold stars, as if they could freeze a person's soul. At this moment, a rare, almost imperceptible curve appeared on her eternally frozen face. That nearly negligible curve, however, was like the first thaw of ice and snow, instantly dimming the world around her. Hello, Chen Chen. Her voice remained cold, but lacked the chilling distance that kept others at bay. I am Ling Xuanyue, the head of the South China region. She was neither as fiery as Long Qingyu nor as cautious as Chu Tianqua. She simply looked at Chen Chen calmly, her gaze carrying both scrutiny and a hint of subtle appreciation. The South China region may not be as strong as the West, nor as profound as the East, but we possess the most comprehensive intelligence network in Manhwa, the top-notch resource, tools, and the most secrets. Her voice paused, her cold gaze seeming to see through people's hearts. If you are interested in exploring the truth of the world or mastering true power, the South China region welcomes you. There were no promises of earth-shattering wealth nor offers of instant power. Yet, Ling Xuanyue's words seemed to carry a strange magic, directly pointing to the deepest, most hidden desires of the heart. Chen Chen felt his breath momentarily stifle. The three regional heads from the southwest, along with Su Jitong from the north and Chu Tianque representing the east, the highest authorities of the 5 major regions of Longwa, had gathered here immediately after the exam. And their target was none other than him. This situation was perhaps placing too much importance on him, a mere restoration mage, just at level 30? Just as Chen Chen was feeling a bit dizzy from this series of heavy recruitment offers and didn't know how to respond, a gentle voice, tinged with a hint of helplessness and mild reproach, softly rang out. It was Su Jitong. She looked at Chu Tianque, Long Qingyu, and Ling Xuanyue, shaking her head in a mix of amusement and exasperation. I say, everyone. I was clearly the first to speak to little Chen Chen. Her gaze swept over the others, carrying a barely noticeable hint of protectiveness. Why are you all trying to win him over before me? Her tone held a touch of reproach, as if she were merely complaining about her colleague's lack of decorum. Su Jitong gently turned, her jade hand naturally resting on the fragrant shoulder of Su Jiner beside her. She slightly tilted her head, her gentle cheek almost brushing against Su Jiner's ear, which was slightly flushed with embarrassment. The gesture was affectionate and natural, as if it were simply an elder's fondness for a younger one. She tilted her head slightly and spoke in a relaxed tone, as if discussing the weather. As long as you are willing to join us in North China, I will give you our little Jiner directly. How about that? Upon hearing this, not only Chen Chen but even the regional heads behind Su Jitong, who exuded an air of authority, were left dumbfounded. Chu Tianque's elegant smile froze on his face. Long Qingyu's large hand, like a fan, hung in midair, forgotten. A rare look of astonishment flickered in Ling Xuanyue's cold eyes. As the bargaining chip, Su Jiner's already flushed face, which had turned red from embarrassment and anger, suddenly became completely crimson. It was like a ripe apple, heat rushing straight to her head. Aunt! She exclaimed, filled with shame and fury, struggling to break free from Su Jitong's seemingly gentle embrace. Her delicate, fair fingers hurriedly covered her burning cheeks, revealing only a pair of bright eyes filled with indignation. Those eyes glared fiercely at the innocent-looking Chen Chen. What are you looking at? It's all your fault. Don't look. Her voice was urgent and angry, laced with a strong sense of humiliation and a hint of barely noticeable panic. Chen Chen was completely stunned upon hearing this. This doesn't seem to be my fault, right? Why is the blame being thrown on me? Why am I being scolded? This is pure unwarranted disaster. He mentally complained, but all he could manage was a bitter smile that looked worse than crying. His gaze helplessly turned to the instigator, the still smiling head of the North China region. Su, Senior Su. His voice carried a hint of dryness and hesitation. Is this a bit? He truly didn't know what words to use to describe this shocking move by the big shot. Ahem. Chu Tianque was the first to react, lightly coughing twice to break the strange silence. He restored a gentle and refined smile on his face, looking at Su Jitong with a tone of reluctant persuasion. Jitong, this joke of yours seems a bit too much. Yes, old Su. This isn't fair. Long Qingyu also came back to his senses, his voice still loud but filled with dissatisfaction towards Su Jitong's cheating behavior. How can you just take someone else's niece as a bargaining chip? What would people say if this got out? Even the usually succinct Ling Xuanyue slightly furrowed her beautiful brows, her cool voice carrying a hint of disapproval. Sister Su, this action is indeed inappropriate. The few big shots surprisingly united in their stance, collectively attacking Su Jitong for this absurd proposal. Hearing everyone's words, especially seeing her niece nearly fainting from embarrassment, Su Jitong finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. She raised her hand to cover her mouth, her eyes sparkling with charm, yet carrying the warmth of an elder. Oh dear, look how anxious you all are. Her voice was filled with laughter, gently wafting through the air. I was just joking, to lighten the mood. Her gaze casually swept over Chen Chen, then landed on Su Jiner, who was covering her face and too shy to show herself, her smile deepening. But she deliberately elongated her tone, carrying a hint of meaning. It seems that our little Jiner and little Chen Chen's relationship really seems quite good, doesn't it? Upon hearing Su Jitong mention this with such obvious teasing, Su Jiner's already blood-red face flushed again, heat rushing straight to her head. She suddenly lifted her head, her watery eyes glaring fiercely at her aunt, then quickly darted a glance at the innocent-looking Chen Chen, filled with shame and anger. Not at all. Her voice was urgent and fast, tinged with a hint of barely noticeable panic. We're just classmates. She seemed to feel that this explanation was not strong enough and added, there's absolutely no such meaning. 3 rapid denials sounded more like a cover-up. After saying this, she stomped her foot heavily, producing a crisp sound, as if venting her inner shame and anger. Oh, I'm not talking to you anymore. The girl's voice, uncertain whether it was anger or shyness, could no longer stay here for another second. She abruptly turned around, lifted her skirt, and ran off into the distance without looking back. The slender figure appeared somewhat flustered, almost as if fleeing under the complex gazes of the crowd. Watching Su Jiner's near escape, the atmosphere at the scene fell into a subtle silence once again. Chen Shen stood in place, instinctively raising his hand to awkwardly scratch the back of his head. What is this all about? He sighed helplessly in his heart, his gaze eventually returning to the still smiling instigator. Senior Su, Chen Shen's voice carried a hint of dryness and hesitation as he attempted to explain. My relationship with classmate Su Jiner is really just an ordinary classmate relationship. He emphasized the word ordinary. What you just said, that kind of implication, it should have just been a joke, right? I hope you won't joke about this anymore. He tried to maintain the respect due to a junior, but the pleading tone in his words was quite evident. Hearing Chen Shen's somewhat serious explanation, Su Jitong finally let out a pft of laughter again. This time, her laughter was even more cheerful than before, as if she was genuinely amused by Chen Shen's earnest demeanor. Oh dear, look how nervous you are. She raised her delicate hand and waved it gently, her eyes sparkling with a soothing intent. Don't worry, little Chen Shen, I just thought the atmosphere was too serious earlier, so I made a joke to lighten things up. Her smile remained gentle, making it hard to discern her true thoughts. However, Su Jitong's tone shifted slightly, her warm and beautiful eyes refocusing on Chen Shen with a hint of seriousness. Jokes aside, our sincerity in recruiting you for the North China region is absolutely genuine. Her voice softened, no longer carrying the teasing tone from before. As long as you are willing to join, we in North China are ready to gather all our resources to nurture you. Moreover, she leaned slightly forward, lowering her voice as if sharing a secret imbued with an indescribable allure. As long as you nod and join us in North China, the pressure that might come from the Su family due to your relationship with little Jiner. Her gaze held a significant meaning, as if she had already foreseen certain possibilities. I can help you bear it all and resolve it for you. What do you think, little Chen Chen? Su Jitong's smile was charming, yet her eyes held a subtle shrewdness. This additional condition, are you really not considering it? Upon hearing this, Chen Shen's heart felt as if it had been gently nudged by something. The pressure from the Su family, this was indeed a thorn that lingered in his heart. Although he wanted to assert that he didn't care at all, the shadow of the colossal Su family was not something he could easily shake off at this moment. Su Jitong's additional condition precisely struck at the worries buried deep in his subconscious. His feelings for Su Jiner, counting both past and present lives, he had known her for 2 lifetimes. To say he felt nothing at all would be sheer self-deception. That girl in the red dress, cold on the outside but warm on the inside, who occasionally revealed her clumsy side, had long left an indelible mark in his heart. However, in such a setting, in front of the 4 top figures of the Dragon Kingdom, to admit these feelings? Chen Shen was not that impulsive. He took a deep breath, suppressing the subtle flutter in his heart, preparing to use the excuse that he needed time to think, to temporarily delay this tricky issue. Yet, just as he was about to speak, an unexpected change occurred. The 4 formidable figures standing before him, Chu Tianque, Long Qingyu, Ling Xuanyue, and the recently smiling Su Jitong, seemed to pause in unison at that very moment. Their gazes seemed to be drawn by some invisible force, converging simultaneously on the void before them. There, a faint glow quietly emerged, quickly coalescing into a virtual information panel visible only to them. The brows of the 4 furrowed almost in unison. Their eyes scanned the information on the panel with focus, and their expressions shifted accordingly. The originally relaxed, scrutinizing, or eager looks gradually gave way to an indescribable complexity. The air seemed to stagnate at that moment. The surrounding clamor appeared to recede, leaving only the eerie silence of this area. A few seconds later, the glow of the virtual panel quietly faded away. The 4 leaders almost simultaneously withdrew their gazes, exchanging a silent glance. Deep within each person's eyes, a similar sense of helplessness and a barely perceptible understanding was clearly revealed. It was as if something anticipated yet unavoidable had ultimately occurred. The first to break this subtle silence was Chu Tianque. He let out a gentle sigh, and on his gentle and refined face, a rare hint of obvious regret appeared. Alas! His voice was not loud, carrying a touch of melancholy. As expected, we are ultimately fated to be unrelated to such prodigies. This sounded like a self-talk, yet also seemed directed at his colleagues nearby. Long Qingyu, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes dramatically, his large hand, like a fan, thumping hard against his muscular chest, producing a dull thud. His voice remained loud, but his tone carried a hint of indignation. I say, old Chu, among us, you are the least qualified to say that. He glared, looking as if it were a matter of course. This kid came from your East China region. No matter what, this tremendous credit should be attributed to you, Chu Tianque, right? What are you pretending to be so humble for? Listening to the inexplicable exchange between these 2 leaders, Shen felt utterly confused. Unrelated? Credit? What on earth was going on? Watching the almost identical expressions of helplessness on the faces of the 4, his curiosity deepened, and he couldn't help but ask, Seniors, what has happened? As soon as he finished speaking, before Chu Tianque or Long Qingyu could respond, Su Jitong had already glided gracefully back to his side. The previously teasing smile on the face of This stunning North China regional head had vanished, replaced by a gentle yet serious expression. She raised her well-maintained hand, as exquisite as mutton fat jade, with a tenderness and reassurance typical of an elder towards a junior. She gently patted Chun Chen's head. The gesture was natural, as if imbued with a calming power. "It's a good thing for you." Her voice remained as gentle and pleasant as before, but with less casualness and more undeniable seriousness. Her gaze fell on Chen Chen's puzzled face, and she slowly began to speak, enunciating clearly. "The one from the Central has directly issued an order. They want you to go over." Her eyes flickered slightly, as if looking beyond Chen Chen to a more distant place. "Up there are important figures who want to see you." Upon hearing this, Chen froze. Up there? Important figures? He had thought that these four leaders, whose presence was unfathomable, were already at the pinnacle of the power pyramid in Longhua. Su Jitong, Chu Tianhua, Long Qingyu, Ling Xuanyue. These four represented the highest will of the four major regions of Longhua. But according to Su Jitong, above them there was a so-called central and important figures? What kind of identity could someone be that Su Jitong, the North China regional head, would solemnly refer to as an important figure? Chen Chen's heart raced uncontrollably, as if it were about to leap out of his chest. A thought that sent shivers down his spine emerged uncontrollably. That hidden assessment. Could it be that it had been monitored in real time by that person, or rather those figures at the central level? This possibility sent a chill racing up Chen Chen's spine. If that were the case, then all the means he had displayed in that hidden assessment space to clear the challenges, including his combat methods that far exceeded the norms of a healer, and those special skills that might have already raised suspicions, wouldn't they all be seen clearly by those who truly stood at the pinnacle of power in Longhua? Chen Chen felt his breath become somewhat unsteady. Although he did not resist joining the official forces of Longhua, one could even say that it was an important part of his plan since his rebirth. Being valued by the big shots was theoretically a good thing. But the reason a trump card is a trump card is that it is hidden in the dark, capable of playing an unexpected role at critical moments. Is it really good to be exposed too early under the gaze of the highest level? Especially with his profession and skills that had been altered by the blood of the ancient god, as well as the mysterious talent of healer of the brave that he himself was still exploring. These secrets he instinctively did not want anyone to pry into. With this thought, Chun Chen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tremors and unease in his heart. He raised his head, his gaze once again landing on Su Jitong's gentle and charming face, which now bore a hint of seriousness. He tried to make his voice sound steadier, infused with just the right amount of curiosity and the caution expected of a junior. "Senior Su, are you saying that hidden assessment just now?" His tone paused, carefully choosing his words. "Was it also being live-streamed to the central side?" He asked this question with extreme caution, trying to hide his deep-seated worries about the exposure of secrets. Upon hearing Chun Chen's obviously tense inquiry, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Su Jitong's gentle eyes. It seemed she could see through Chen Chen's unease, and a reassuring smile tugged at the corners of her lips. "Don't worry, little guy." Her voice remained soft, carrying a reassuring strength. "The monitoring authority for the hidden assessment is mainly in the hands of us regional leaders. Except for the last and most critical area, which is kept absolutely confidential. Even we cannot watch it in real time." Su Jitong patiently explained, her gaze warm as she looked at Chun Chen. "Under normal circumstances, we only compile and selectively report relevant footage to the central side when a candidate shows extremely special or astonishing potential. As for real-time viewing, the person at the central side, who is busy with countless affairs, wouldn't be watching every candidate's assessment process all the time." Her gaze flickered slightly, as if she thought of something. "Your performance was indeed stunning. We had planned to prioritize the footage of your assessment, especially the part where you cleared the hidden dungeon." However, Su Jitong's tone shifted, her smile carrying a hint of significance. "We haven't had the chance to do that yet. So, this directive from the central side is most likely just because you successfully cleared that hidden dungeon, which even we found tricky, and not because they saw the specific process of your clearance. After all, you are the first person to completely pass since the hidden assessment began." Su Jitong's words acted like a sedative, slowly calming Chen Chen's taut nerves. He nodded thoughtfully. The massive stone that had been hanging over his heart seemed to have finally dropped a little. Only these four regional leaders hold most of the monitoring permissions. The last region, even they cannot peek into. A few subtle details flashed through Chun Chen's mind about the hidden assessment space. It seemed there really was no feeling of being watched the entire time. Although he couldn't be completely sure whether that central big shot had higher permissions. But at least, in the worst-case scenario, it likely hadn't happened, at least on the surface. A barely perceptible relaxation finally spread across the corners of his tightly pressed lips. He slightly organized his chaotic thoughts and raised his head again. His gaze met Su Jitong's gentle yet serious eyes, and he pondered before speaking, his tone carrying the necessary caution. "So, Senior Su, am I supposed to go over now to meet that esteemed person?" Su Jitong nodded slightly, a hint of naturalness on her stunning face. That esteemed person has given orders to the four of us to summon you. Naturally, the sooner the better. As she spoke, she took half a step forward, her demeanor friendly. Let's go, I'll personally escort you there. She moved gracefully, seemingly ready to set off immediately. However, just as her words of closeness fell, the air beside them suddenly stilled. Long. Xingyu's booming voice was the first to break the silence, shaking the air with a buzzing sound. He widened his copper bell-like eyes, his voice loud as a bell, clearly displeased. Why should it be you to escort him? This kid is a genius from our lone kingdom, going to meet a big shot. We should all four of us send him off together. The head of the Huaxi district spoke with a bold tone, yet his attitude was exceptionally resolute. Xu Tianhua also put away the regret on his face, a glint of sharpness flashing behind his glasses. Although he wasn't as rugged as Long Qingyu, his tone carried an equally unyielding insistence. Brother Qingyu is right. This matter is of great importance. We should escort him together to show our seriousness. Even Ling Xuanyue, who had been silent and cold in demeanor, spoke up at this moment. Her voice was cool but resonant. I agree. Those three words indicated her stance. For a moment, the four big shots, who had just been in a subtly tense atmosphere due to not being able to meet, were once again at odds over the issue of who would escort Chen Shan to the center. An invisible smell of gunpowder filled the air. Chen Shan stood in the middle, watching this dramatic scene, feeling somewhat amused and helpless. Had they really fought over this? Watching the four big shots subtly confront each other over the escorting rights, Chen Shan felt a slight tingling on his scalp. He quickly and cautiously spoke up, trying to break the somewhat awkward deadlock. So, seniors. His voice carried a hint of hesitation. Are we going to set off directly now? Su Jitong turned her head, her gentle gaze landing on him, and nodded slightly. Of course. Her tone was unquestionable, carrying a sense of inevitability. The center's summons cannot be delayed. She paused, seemingly noticing the fleeting hesitation on Chen Chen's face, and gently asked, What's wrong? Do you have unfinished business? Chen Chen instinctively shook his head, then hesitated a bit. It's not a big deal. He carefully chose his words, his gaze unconsciously drifting towards a distant direction. It's just, I think I should at least say hello to Su Jiner. Upon mentioning this name, the invisible smell of gunpowder in the air seemed to dissipate a bit. Hearing this, a hint of mischievous laughter flashed in Su Jitong's beautiful eyes as she looked at Chen Chen ambiguously, as if to say, You're quite thoughtful. Don't worry. She parted her red lips, her voice soothing. I already sent a message to Jiner earlier, informing her of the situation. You can rest assured and come with us. Having said that, without waiting for Chen Chen to digest this information and not giving the three big shots beside him a chance to speak up and argue, Su Jitong gently flipped her hand, which was as delicate as mutton fat jade. Buzz, a faint buzzing sound resonated in the air. A long staff, flowing with brilliant and sacred light, adorned with mysterious runes, silently appeared in her hand. The light emitted by the staff was not glaring, yet it seemed to contain a power that could shake the soul. Chen Chen's pupils constricted sharply the moment he saw the staff. The complex patterns engraved on the staff, along with the terrifying energy fluctuations that seemed ready to overflow. This is holy annihilation equipment? Chen Chen's heart raced violently. The person in front of him, the head of the North China region, casually took out a holy annihilation staff. The gap between them was like a chasm. Before Chen Chen could recover from this immense shock, Su Jitong had already raised the holy annihilation staff in her hand, lightly pointing the tip towards the ground. In an instant, a complex and profound magic circle, shimmering with a deep blue light, rapidly expanded beneath the feet of the five, centered on the point where the staff's tip landed. The edges of the magic circle traced ripples of spatial distortion, while the runes inside flowed restlessly like living beings, emitting a heart-pounding spatial fluctuation. Chen Chen casually glanced at the magic circle below. The shock in his eyes instantly intensified. The structure of this magic circle, the way this spatial energy is utilized. Spatial leap? Moreover, judging from the purity of this energy and the complexity of the runes, this is definitely a celestial spirit level teleportation skill. Holy annihilation equipment. Celestial spirit level spatial teleportation skill. Is this the foundation and strength of the heads of the four major regions of the Dragon Kingdom? Is this the power possessed by the feudal lords standing at the top of the power pyramid in the Dragon Kingdom? Chen Chen felt his understanding being forcefully refreshed at that moment. Before he had more time to think, the blue light of the spatial magic circle suddenly surged, completely engulfing the figures of the five. In the next second, the light abruptly retracted. Only the empty ground remained, as if the five figures, along with the mysterious magic circle, had never existed. Only a trace of spatial energy residual, not yet fully dissipated, lingered in the air, proving that what had just happened was not an illusion. As the light flickered, when Chen Chen opened his eyes again, he found himself in a garden filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. The glaring blue light faded, replaced by a gentle illumination that eliminated the previous sense of spatial distortion. A fresh and elegant floral scent, mixed with the aroma of moist earth, lingered at the tip of his nose. refreshing and invigorating. Chen Chen was momentarily stunned. He instinctively blinked, his gaze slowly focusing. Before him was a meticulously maintained garden. Ancient and elegant pavilions were nestled among lush green trees and blooming flowers, with a smooth and warm bluestone path winding into the distance beneath his feet. The air was refreshingly pure, the energy so rich it felt almost tangible, with every breath seeming to cleanse his body and mind. What is this place? Chen Chen's heart was filled with confusion. Or is this the so-called central location? Or perhaps the residence of that big shot? It must be extraordinary if the heads of the 4 major regions need to use celestial spirit-level teleportation to reach it. Chen Chen felt his heart begin to race uncontrollably again. Su Jitong looked at Chen Chen, who appeared slightly tense and cautiously surveying his surroundings, and a gentle smile curved at the corners of her lips. Are you very nervous? Her voice was soft, carrying a soothing power that was particularly clear in this tranquil garden. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen's body instinctively stiffened slightly. He turned his head and met Su Jitong's gentle eyes, which seemed capable of seeing through one's heart, and involuntarily nodded slightly. Nervous? It was more than just nervousness. In his past life, he was merely an ordinary job changer struggling at the bottom of the wilderness zone. To survive, he fought for his life every day, licking blood off the edge of a knife, battling various monsters. He couldn't even dream of stepping into this mysterious garden that resembled a fairyland, where the energy was so dense it felt suffocating. Even in the legendary battlefield that served as the final line of defense against otherworldly invasions, he could only catch a glimpse of it from the fringes, relying on the identity of his teammates. The so-called central hub, the so-called big shots. These terms were as distant to him in his past life as stars in the sky, visible yet unattainable. Now, however, he was personally escorted by the highest authority from the 4 major regions of the Dragon Kingdom, about to meet the existence at the very top of the power pyramid. This immense sense of disparity, along with a reverence for the unknown, made his heart race uncontrollably, and even his breathing felt somewhat heavy. Noticing Chen Chen's obviously unnatural demeanor, Shu Tianque, who had been standing beside him, revealed a gentle smile. He pushed up the glasses on his nose, his gaze behind the lenses filled with encouragement and reassurance. Don't worry too much. Shu Tianque's voice was cultured and amiable, as if carrying a convincing power. This esteemed person, he paused, seemingly weighing his words, then spoke in a calm and assured tone, is very kind. Upon hearing this, a flicker of curiosity flashed in Chen Chen's eyes. Yet, he couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Kind? Could someone standing at the pinnacle of power in the Dragon Kingdom really be kind? What he imagined was mostly an image of authority, coldness, and even a hint of unapproachability. After all, that was a being who truly overlooked all living things, controlling the lives and deaths of millions. It seemed perhaps it was an elderly elder. Just as Chen Chen was lost in thought, a slightly aged yet powerful voice suddenly resonated in everyone's ears without warning. The voice seemed to penetrate the barriers of space directly, imprinting itself deep into their souls, carrying an indescribable warmth and authority. Have you all arrived? What are you standing outside for? Come in. The moment the voice appeared, Su Jitong, Shu Tianque, and the other 2 equally inscrutable leaders standing beside Chen Chen all suddenly straightened their expressions at the same time. The previous warmth or elegance vanished in an instant, replaced by a deep-rooted reverence and solemnity. The 4 moved in perfect unison, facing the direction of the voice toward an ancient pavilion hidden among the lush trees and flowers, and performed a standard military salute with solemnity. Yes, their voices were steady and powerful, filled with absolute respect and obedience, echoing particularly clearly in the tranquil garden. This sudden solemn scene left Chen Chen flustered. He instinctively wanted to imitate them but didn't know what posture to use, nor did he even know which specific direction to salute. After all, he hadn't even seen where that big shot was. For a moment he stood frozen, his hands slightly clenched, appearing somewhat at a loss, contrasting sharply with the postures of the 4 leaders beside him. Sensing Chen Chen's awkwardness and tension, the aged voice suddenly carried a hint of laughter, dispelling the earlier invisible pressure. Ha ha! The laughter was warm, like a spring breeze, easing the tension in his heart. Little guy, no need to be nervous. Don't be as stiff as these 4 fellows. The voice pointed directly at Su Jitong and the others, with a tone that carried a hint of casualness from an elder to their juniors. Come in quickly. As the aged voice fell, the previously solemn expressions of Su Jitong and the others relaxed slightly in unison. Shu Tianque's gaze behind his glasses flickered with a hint of a smile, while Su Jitong shook his head helplessly, as if he had long been accustomed to this elder's teasing. Only Long Qingyu, with his boisterous personality, instantly broke into a broad smile, his large hand sweeping through the air as he directly wrapped it around Chen Chen's somewhat stiff shoulder. Let's go! Let's go! Long Qingyu's voice was loud, filled with an undeniable enthusiasm. We need to hurry inside. I've been thinking about the old man's brew for a long time. He chuckled, his tone brimming with anticipation. I wonder if we can get a couple of sips today. Chen Chen was half pushed, half hugged by Long Qingyu, stumbling slightly as he followed. He could feel the incredible strength emanating from the hand of the head of the Huaxi district, along with an unreserved sense of closeness which eased his tension a bit. The 4 regional officials surrounded Chen Chen like stars encircling the moon, quickly making their way toward the ancient loft hidden deep within the greenery. The door of the loft was not closed, seemingly waiting for their arrival. As soon as they stepped over the threshold, the air around them seemed to solidify slightly. It was not pressure, but rather an indescribable warmth and comfort that quietly enveloped them. It felt as if every pore was expanding, absorbing a purer, gentler energy, surpassing even the gardens outside. This sensation was marvelous, difficult to articulate. Chen Chen felt a stir in his heart, secretly circulating the energy within him to sense it, yet he could not pinpoint the source of this strange feeling. He only felt a sense of ease throughout his body, and his mind became much clearer. Just as Chen was quietly absorbing the differences within the loft, a faint sound of footsteps approached, accompanied by the rhythmic tapping of a wooden cane. An elderly man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, with snow-white hair, slowly emerged from the inner hall of the loft, leaning on what appeared to be an ordinary wooden cane. His steps were slow, even somewhat unsteady, but with each footfall, it felt as if he was in sync with the pulse of the world around him, exuding a sense of stability like a mountain. The old man's gaze was calm and profound, like an ancient well that had endured endless years, undisturbed by ripples. His eyes first gently swept over Su Jitong, Chu Tianque, Long Qingyu, and Ling Xuanyue, carrying a warmth and understanding typical of an elder observing their juniors, as if merely confirming their presence. Initially, that gaze remained gentle, tinged with a hint of curiosity and scrutiny from an elder towards their younger counterparts. But in the next moment, the old man's gaze seemed to inadvertently linger on the inconspicuous green bracelet on Chen Chen's wrist. In an instant, a flicker of an extremely subtle yet piercing brilliance flashed deep within the old man's originally calm eyes. That gaze seemed to take on a tangible form, penetrating the barriers of space, precisely focusing on the bracelet and even delving into the depths of Chen Chen's soul. Ugh! Chen Chen felt an indescribable sense of terrifying pressure surging towards him like an invisible tide. This feeling was even more direct and heart-stopping than when he faced that mere projection in the longing secret realm which had nearly suffocated him. It was as if all his secrets, all his disguises, were completely laid bare under that single glance. His heart contracted sharply, and the hairs on his body nearly stood on end. He instinctively wanted to tense up, but found that under that gaze, even moving a finger became incredibly difficult. Fortunately, this suffocating scrutiny did not last long. Just a moment of focus, and the terrifying brilliance in the old man's eyes quietly receded, as if it had never appeared at all. He withdrew his gaze, a gentle smile reappearing on his face, as if everything that had just happened was merely Chen Chen's illusion. The old man let out a light laugh, breaking the silence in the attic. It seems this little fellow is somewhat different from those of previous years. His voice remained gentle, yet carried an undeniable certainty. To think you 4 could put aside your tasks and come running over together. As he spoke, the old man's gaze swept over Su Jitong and the others, his tone laced with a hint of teasing. Interesting, truly interesting. Upon hearing the old man's slightly mocking words, Long Qingyu immediately patted his chest with his large hand, breaking into a wide grin. Of course. His voice was loud, causing the air in the attic to hum slightly. After all, it was your esteemed self who personally ordered us to bring him here quickly. How could we dare to be negligent? Long Qingyu looked around at Su Jitong and the others, his tone one of obvious expectation. Everyone, don't you think that's the case? Su Jitong, Chu Tianque, and Ling Xuanyue nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting that it was only natural. Their gazes towards the old man filled with unquestionable respect. The old man listened to this, the smile on his face undiminished, even deepening a bit. His eyes, weathered yet still bright, scanned the 4 high-ranking officials before finally resting on Chen Chen. He gently waved his hand at everyone, the gesture casual, as if merely inviting the younger ones to take a seat. Please, sit down. Just such a simple action, without any visible energy fluctuations. Buzz. Chen Chen felt the scene before him slightly blur, and in an instant, the surrounding environment underwent a dramatic transformation. One moment they were in the ancient and elegant first-floor hall, and the next, the 5 of them found themselves in a more refined room filled with a faint aroma of tea. The room was located on the 2nd floor of the attic, with lush garden scenery visible outside the window, sunlight streaming through the intricately carved wooden window, casting dappled shadows. The interior was simply furnished, a set of purple clay tea utensils placed on the central rosewood tea table, exuding a warm luster. Spatial transition? And so silently, not even a ripple of energy was sensed. Chen Chen's heart was once again submerged in a wave of shock, his entire being frozen in place. What level of power is this? Teleportation? Domain? Or some kind of spatial authority he could not comprehend at all? He couldn't even see how the other party accomplished it. The old man's strength likely surpassed all his previous life's understanding. As if sensing Chen Chen's almost frozen expression of shock, the old man paid it no mind. He walked slowly to the main seat at the tea table, naturally sitting down, the seemingly ordinary wooden staff casually placed aside. He raised his eyes, his gentle gaze landing on the still somewhat stiff Chen Chen as if a neighborly grandfather was looking at a shy grandchild. "Little fellow, your name is Chen Chen, isn't it?" The old man's voice was calm, carrying a soothing power that dispelled the slight fear in Chen Chen's heart caused by the unknown power. Hearing the old man's question, Chen Chen jolted back to reality as if electrocuted. He quickly gathered his thoughts, suppressing the tumult in his heart, took a step forward, slightly bowed, his tone tinged with barely concealed nervousness and respect. "Yes, senior. I am Chen Chen from Yang City. My profession is recovery mage." He paused, adding, "Currently at level LV30, and I have not yet undergone a second job change." When Chen Chen announced his level, the four standing beside him, Su Jitong, Zhu Tianque, Long Qingyu, and Ling Xuanyue, simultaneously showed a slight change in expression. "Level 30? They exchanged glances, each able to see the surprise in the other's eyes. "You should know, how long has it been since Chen Chen completed his job change? Counting it all, it has only been 3 days. In such a short time, he has already reached level 30 and is about to face the threshold for a second job change. This leveling speed, even among the geniuses of the entire Dragon Country and even worldwide, is truly a rare phenomenon." However, just as the four regional leaders were astonished by Chen Chen's level, the elder sitting in the main seat stroked his snow-white beard, revealing an expression of nonchalance. "Level 30? That's quite normal." The elder's tone was flat, as if he were discussing something trivial. If that little guy could pass that hidden assessment, it would be strange if his strength were ordinary. His gaze towards Chen Chen carried a hint of appreciation, but then he seemed to think of something and shook his head slightly, a trace of barely perceptible regret in his tone. "It's just a bit of a pity. If only he could complete the second job change before entering that instance. Perhaps, after clearing it, with the experience given by that thing, he might directly touch the threshold for a third job change." After the elder finished speaking, he no longer dwelled on it, his gaze returning to Chen Chen, and the smile on his face grew even more gentle and kind. "Hello, little Chen Chen." He spoke slowly, his voice carrying the warmth unique to elders. "It's been so long that I've forgotten names and such. As for the position," he waved his hand dismissively, "you don't need to worry about that, it's all just empty titles. If you don't mind." The elder paused, his eyes filled with sincere warmth as he looked at Chen Chen. "Just call me Grandpa Chief." Hearing this ambiguous yet undeniably affectionate title, Chen Chen's heart tightened again. Grandpa Chief? This title. He instinctively glanced at the four people beside him, Su Jitong and the others. The four powerful regional officials who could shake the entire Dragon Country with a stomp were now seemingly focused on their own thoughts, as if they hadn't heard anything, but their slightly relaxed stances revealed a sense of familiarity. Chen Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the countless thoughts swirling in his mind. He knew that in front of such a presence, any pretentiousness or hesitation was unnecessary and could even lead to unwanted trouble. He slightly bowed, trying to make his voice sound calmer, filled with the respect it deserved. "Yes, Grandpa Chief." The four words felt somewhat awkward even to Chen Chen himself, but it seemed there was no other way. "Ha ha ha." The elder laughed heartily upon hearing this, his laughter filled with satisfaction and joy, as if he had received a beloved toy. Good boy, good boy." The elder nodded repeatedly, his eyes showing unabashed admiration. He gently raised his seemingly withered palm. Buzz, a barely perceptible wave of energy rippled through the air again. A peculiar fruit, entirely white and emitting a soft glow, about the size of a baby's fist, appeared out of thin air in his palm. The surface of the fruit shimmered with faint rainbow light, exuding an extremely rich energy aura and a strange fragrance. Just smelling it made Chen Chen feel invigorated, as if the energy within him was operating a bit faster. The elder turned his wrist, and the peculiar fruit floated gently towards Chen Chen. "Take it." The elder's voice was filled with warmth. "Consider it a welcome gift from me." Chen Chen instinctively reached out his hand and caught the fruit that was hovering in front of him. It felt cool to the touch, smooth as jade, and seemed to contain a universe of stars within, with energy surging yet incredibly gentle. He felt a mix of surprise and uncertainty in his heart, his gaze fixed on this strange fruit. Almost instinctively, he activated some kind of probing ability. In the next moment, a line of information quietly surfaced in his mind. Phantom Spirit Fruit. After consumption, all attributes plus 50, and gain the talent Phantom Spirit. Phantom Spirit, once activated, it can conceal all of one's information, and skills below the Holy Annihilation level cannot detect it. Hiss. The instant he saw the information about the fruit, Chen's pupils suddenly constricted, and he gasped. All attributes plus 50. This was already extremely precious, enough to drive countless job changers mad. More importantly, that talent behind it, Phantom Spirit. It can conceal all of one's information, and skills below the Holy Annihilation level cannot detect it? This is simply a divine object tailor-made for him. His biggest secret is his identity as a reborn person, along with that unique profession and talent that could potentially bring about catastrophic troubles. With this Phantom Spirit talent, as long as he doesn't encounter legendary detection methods like those at the Holy Annihilation level, his safety will be greatly enhanced. This casual gift turned out to be so valuable? Chen Shen's hand holding the phantom spirit fruit involuntarily tightened slightly. He looked up again at the kindly smiling elder. The shock in his heart was beyond words. Chen Shen's Adam's apple involuntarily rolled, and he swallowed hard. The phantom spirit fruit in his palm felt warm. The surging energy contained within and that defiant phantom spirit talent almost made his heart stop. This was no mere gift, it was clearly a timely assistance, a divine object that could resolve his greatest hidden danger. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging emotions, holding back the overwhelming joy and excitement that almost escaped his lips. All attributes plus 50. And that defiant phantom spirit talent. This gift was so heavy that it almost left him breathless. He raised his head, looking at the kindly smiling elder in the main seat, his gaze filled with disbelief and deep gratitude. Taking a step forward, he deeply bowed to the elder in the main seat once more. This time, his posture was even more respectful than before, his tone filled with heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Grandpa Commander, for your generous gift." These simple words seemed to drain him of considerable strength. "This item is too precious," he added sincerely. After saying that, he did not, like an ordinary person, eagerly swallow this fruit that could change his fate. Instead, he carefully stored away the phantom spirit fruit that radiated with colorful light, his movements carrying an almost reverent seriousness. Seeing this scene, for standing beside him, Su Jitong, Chu Tianqua, Long Qingyu, and Ling Shuangyue simultaneously narrowed their eyes slightly. He put it away? They exchanged a barely perceptible glance, each reading the surprise in the other's eyes. It should be known that anyone who received this elder's favor and was granted a gift was undoubtedly a remarkable prodigy. They had seen far too many such scenes. This elder rarely gave away items. Whenever he did, it was always a masterpiece, even a treasure capable of altering the fate of a genius. They themselves had been fortunate enough to receive gifts from the elder back in the day, and the excitement and impatience they felt then were still fresh in their memories. They had also witnessed countless younger geniuses valued by the elder who, upon receiving a reward, were all ecstatic, immediately using the treasure, fearing they would be a second too late. After all, the allure of this elder's gifts was something ordinary people could hardly resist. But this little guy named Chen Shen actually put away such a precious treasure so casually? Could he not see the value of this fruit? No, that was impossible. The energy fluctuations and unique fragrance emanating from the fruit, even from a distance, they could sense its extraordinary nature. Moreover, with detection techniques, one could easily discern the rarity of this item. So this kid can actually resist the impulse to use it immediately? This level of composure, this restraint, is truly beyond their expectations. A flicker of surprise flashed in the eyes of the four regional leaders as they looked at Chen Shen, their gazes now carrying a deeper meaning. Little did they know the true situation of Chen Shen at this moment. It wasn't that his composure was so extraordinary that he could ignore the temptation of the phantom fruit, nor was it that he deliberately wanted to appear different. Rather, it was because his basic four-dimensional attributes had already reached the limit that the current level stage could bear not long ago. To improve further, he would have to complete a second job change and break the shackles of his rank. This was the real reason he did not consume it immediately. The effect of the phantom fruit was indeed astonishing, enough to cause any LV30 job changer's strength to surge and grant an additional talent that he currently needed most. But for Chen Shen right now, the all-attribute plus 50 effect was temporarily out of reach. Such a divine item must be used wisely. For someone like Chen Shen, who had been reborn and understood that every single attribute point could determine life or death in the future, this potential waste was absolutely intolerable. Of course, apart from Chen Shen himself, no one present knew this. If Su Jitong and the others were to find out that a newcomer who had just changed jobs 3 days ago not only skyrocketed to LV30 but also touched the ceiling of basic attributes for the current stage, it would surely be more than just surprise. They would likely lose their composure on the spot, even scream as if they had seen a ghost. This was simply not the growth rate that an ordinary human should possess. At this moment, watching Chen Shen's cautious and somewhat serious actions, the elder in the main seat first showed a clear look of astonishment. This little guy actually didn't consume it on the spot? It should be noted that while the phantom fruit is precious, for most job changers, its greatest value lies in the immediate all-attribute plus 50. As for the phantom talent, while miraculous, its allure is less than the former unless one truly realizes the importance of information security or has an urgent need to hide their secrets. But this little guy, facing such temptation, actually put it away? The elder's gaze lingered on Chen Shen for a moment, and deep within his seemingly murky eyes, it was as if a galaxy was flashing with a hint of obscure and unfathomable light. It seemed he had grasped some connection, or perhaps he had glimpsed some unknown secret. Then, the expression on his face suddenly became somewhat strange. It was a mix of surprise, understanding, and a hint of helpless amusement. He gently stroked his white beard, pausing for a moment. Then, he lightly cleared his throat, breaking the somewhat stagnant atmosphere in the room. Ahem. The sound was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Su Jitong and the others immediately focused their minds, their gazes once again fixed on the elder. The elder did not look at them, his gaze remained on Chun Chen carrying that enigmatic smile. He slowly spoke, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable weight. You four, please step outside. As soon as these words were spoken, not only did Chen Chen freeze for a moment, but even Su Jitong, Zhu Tianqua, Long Qingyu, and Ling Xuangyue, who were standing nearby, were all taken aback. Step outside? Let them four go outside? In the past, whenever the elders summoned talented juniors, they, as regional leaders, had always accompanied him throughout the process. One reason was to act as introducers, and the other was to observe and evaluate. Why today, just after it had started, were they being asked to leave? Moreover, the elders' next words sent shockwaves through their hearts. I want to have a private chat with this little guy. The old man's gaze shifted away from Chun Chen and swept over Su Jitong and the other three, his tone still flat. Yet this flat tone, in the ears of the four high-ranking officials, was no less than a thunderclap. A private chat? The four exchanged glances almost simultaneously, each seeing the shock and confusion in the other's eyes. A private conversation? What does that even mean? They knew that even though they held high positions and wielded power, they had never been honored with the opportunity to be left alone to talk by the old man. This little guy, what merit does he have? Is it just because he passed that hidden assessment? Or is it because of his strange action of putting away the fruit just now, which piqued the old man's special interest? Countless thoughts churned in their minds, but they dared not show a hint of it on their faces. Shocked as they were, confused as they were, they did not dare to defy the old man's command in the slightest. Yes, instructor. The four responded in unison, slightly bowing, their movements synchronized. Despite being filled with doubt and curiosity, they suppressed all emotions and turned to walk towards the door. Soon, the four influential figures who could shake the capital of Longwa with a stomp disappeared outside. The heavy door was gently closed, emitting a dull sound. Inside the room, only Chen Chen and the old man, who called himself Grandpa Chief, remained. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat subtle. The heavy door was gently closed, making a dull click sound. In the room, only Chen Chen and the old man, who called himself Grandpa Chief, were left. The surrounding air seemed to freeze at that moment. The invisible pressure that had been present when the four big shots were around suddenly vanished, replaced by an even more indescribable atmosphere. A feeling as if being watched alone by some unfathomable existence. The old man's smile remained gentle. He did not continue to sit in the main seat but instead walked slowly to the position opposite Chen Chen. The tea table was not large, and the distance between them was instantly shortened. The old man picked up the purple clay teapot on the table and naturally filled the white porcelain teacup in front of Chen Chen. The amber-colored tea poured into the cup, rising with wisps of steam, exuding a delicate tea fragrance. This act of personally pouring tea made Chen Chen's heart skip a beat. He almost instinctively wanted to stand up. Regardless of the other party's status, when an elder personally pours tea, how could a younger person remain seated? However, just as he lifted his body slightly, a gentle yet irresistible force gently settled on his shoulder. That force was formless and intangible, yet incredibly clear. Chen Chen felt his body sink slightly, and the urge to stand up was forcefully pressed back down, leaving him firmly seated in the chair, unable to move. He was shocked in his heart, but dared not show it on his face, only able to maintain a stiff sitting posture. The old man seemed unaware of his unusualness, gently placing the teapot back in its original position, raising his eyes to look at Chen Chen, his smile growing warmer. No need to be so formal. The old man's voice remained calm, carrying a reassuring power. Come, have some tea. He gestured towards the teacup in front of Chen Chen. Don't worry. The old man paused, as if seeing through any concerns Chen Chen might have, and added, this tea won't increase your attributes, so there's no need to worry about waste. This casually spoken sentence struck Chen Chen like a thunderbolt. Won't increase attributes? No need to worry about waste? The action he took earlier to put away the illusory spirit fruit was because his attributes had already reached the limit for the current stage and could not be absorbed temporarily. This matter, besides himself, no one else knew. But this old man before him. Chen's body, which had been somewhat stiff from being held down, instantly tensed even more. He was just about to say something, perhaps an apology or an explanation. But all thoughts were washed away in that moment by a tremendous shock. His pupils suddenly constricted, almost shrinking to the size of a pinprick. He abruptly looked up at the elderly man across from him, whose gentle smile seemed to pierce through everything. His throat rolled, feeling incredibly dry. Grandpa Commander. His voice trembled with a hint of disbelief. Seeing Chen Chen's utterly shocked expression, the old man's smile deepened, his eyes filled with understanding and a hint of a mischievous delight, as if a prank had succeeded. He chuckled softly, not directly answering Chen Chen's unfinished question. Instead, he slightly nodded, his tone carrying a hint of apology, though it sounded more like a formality. Sorry kid, I took a little look at your situation without your permission, so I owe you an apology. Apology? Chen Chen's heart nearly leaped out of his throat. This being needed to apologize to him? More importantly, the content of his words. He took a look at his situation? Indeed, this Grandpa Commander had truly seen through his secrets. Before Chen Chen could recover from this Immense shock, the old man's next words detonated in his mind like a bomb. The old man stroked his snowy white beard, his gaze towards Chun-Shen filled with unabashed admiration. I really didn't expect this. In just 3 days, not only have you leveled up to level 30. The old man's tone was filled with astonishment, yet it seemed almost natural. Even your basic attributes have already reached the limits achievable at the first job change. TSK tisk. The old man shook his head, marveling. You truly are a prodigy. Chun-Shen's throat rolled, feeling as dry as if it were about to stick together. You? He struggled to utter a word, his voice carrying a hoarse intense quality he hadn't even noticed. The old man smiled again. That smile was gentle, as if it carried a soothing power. Don't be nervous. He waved his hand lightly, signaling Chun-Shen to relax. Ordinary detection skills indeed cannot reveal the detailed attributes of a job changer. The old man's gaze was calm, as if stating a fact that couldn't be simpler. However, he slightly shifted his tone, his gaze landing on Chun-Shen's still tense face, as if seeing through the turbulent waves in his heart. After the second job change, you will always be able to learn some more advanced detection skills. The old man paused slightly here. He seemed to sense Chun-Shen's indescribable unease and vigilance stemming from the feeling of his secret being exposed. The smile on the old man's face remained unchanged, but his tone softened, carrying a kind of tolerance. From an elder to a younger one. Rest assured. These two words, light as a feather, seemed to carry immense weight, slightly stabilizing Chun-Shen's agitated mind. Your secret, if you don't wish to share, I will never ask. The old man's gaze was open and sincere, devoid of any desire to pry. In this world, who doesn't have a few secrets they can't share? He picked up the teacup in front of him and took a gentle sip, his movements calm and unhurried. Setting down the teacup, the old man's gaze returned to Chun-Shen, his eyes deepening a little. As long as you are human. The old man's voice became steady, carrying an undeniable strength and conviction. Willing to fight for humanity, for my dragon country. His gaze seemed to penetrate Chun-Shen's eyes, reaching deep into his heart. Then, everything else is unimportant. This statement resonated powerfully. I, from the Dragon Kingdom, can have a genius like you. A glimmer of genuine comfort and emotion flashed in the old man's eyes. A light that spoke of hope and the future. In my lifetime, I can see someone like you, a prodigy. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, a hint of relief in his demeanor. I suppose it means my life hasn't been in vain. The old man's words were like a calming pill, temporarily soothing the turbulent waves in Chun-Shen's heart caused by the exposure of his secret. Although the deep-seated vigilance within him had not completely dissipated, at least the surface tension had eased a little. Seeing Chun-Shen's slightly relaxed yet still complex and peculiar expression, a trace of amusement flickered in the old man's eyes. He seemed reluctant to dwell further on this somewhat heavy topic. The gentle smile on his face faded slightly, and his expression became a bit more serious. Those eyes, seemingly containing the vastness of stars and seas, once again fell upon Chun-Shen, carrying an undeniable scrutiny. Come. The old man spoke slowly, his voice not loud but imbued with an indescribable weight. Show me that thing. That thing? Hearing this vague statement, Chun-Shen was momentarily taken aback. His mind went blank for a brief moment. What thing? He instinctively pondered what he possessed that warranted such solemn attention from this formidable figure. Was it equipment? Or skills? Or perhaps? A thought flashed through his mind like a lightning bolt. Chun-Shen's pupils subtly constricted. He suddenly recalled the thrilling hidden assessment. He remembered the special item he obtained in that mysterious space. That bracelet. So that's it. Chun-Shen instantly understood. It seemed that this esteemed elder wanted to discuss not the trivial matter of his overflowing attributes, but rather that special bracelet obtained from the hidden assessment. 9 Reverse Dragon Ring. Realizing this, Chun-Shen no longer hesitated. Faced with this unfathomable old man who seemed to see through everything, any concealment felt pale and powerless, even potentially counterproductive. Chun-Shen showed no signs of hesitation, not even a hint of doubt. He directly raised his left hand. On that wrist, an unremarkable dark blue bone bracelet was exposed to the old man's gaze. Ancient. It carried an indescribable desolate aura, as if it had endured the baptism of endless years. The old man's gaze instantly focused on the bracelet. A flicker of understanding passed through his deep-set eyes, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. It seemed that the appearance of this item confirmed some previous speculation of his. He stared at the bracelet for a moment, his expression calm and unreadable, revealing no joy or anger. Then, he slowly raised his eyes to look at Chun-Shen and casually asked, "Can't you take it off?" This question sounded like a casual inquiry. Upon hearing it, Chun-Shen immediately nodded, a perfectly timed look of distress appearing on his face, as if this item had caused him considerable trouble. "Yes, Grandpa Commander," he admitted candidly. "It's soulbound, I can't take it off. Although this equipment has good attributes, it also has significant side effects." Chun-Shen's voice carried a hint of helplessness. "It has a curse effect that continuously drains my life force." He pointed at the bracelet, his tone tinged with barely perceptible frustration. "If it weren't for the special environment here, which seems to have some power continuously restoring my condition, I would probably have to keep casting healing spells on myself just to stabilize my health. The old man listened, his gaze lingering on Chen Shen's wrist where the 9 reverse dragon ring rested for several seconds. The dark blue bone seemed to have settled with the sorrow of ages. Then, his gaze slightly lifted, landing on Chen Shen's face, which feigned calmness but couldn't hide a hint of gloom. An imperceptible wave of power brushed silently over Chen Shen's body once more. The old man caught the cold, persistent drain of life force emanating from the bracelet. He sighed gently, the sound carrying a complex emotion that was hard to articulate. It seemed like regret, yet also helplessness. Indeed, the old man's voice deepened a few notches. The resentment of the Dragon Clan, has it still not dissipated? Chen Shen's heart jolted. Dragon Clan? Resentment? He had merely intended to use the curse effect of the bracelet to explain his previous abnormality and perhaps glean some information. He never expected that this elder would open his mouth and throw out such astonishing information. The troubled look on Chen Shen's face instantly froze, replaced by just the right amount of confusion and bewilderment. He looked at the old man, his eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. The old man observed the change in Chen Shen's expression, and a flicker of understanding passed through his murky gaze. He did not explain directly but instead refocused on the ancient bracelet. Little one. The old man's tone grew serious, imbued with a sense of historical weight. Do you know what this thing truly is? His voice paused, as if giving Chen Shen time to think, and why it was placed as the final challenge in the national examination. Each word struck like a heavy hammer on Chen Shen's heartstrings. The final challenge of the hidden assessment. It was indeed related. Chen Shen's thoughts raced, yet he maintained an outward appearance of confusion. Meeting the old man's gaze, which seemed to pierce through everything, he gently shook his head. Grandpa Commander, I am not very clear. The senior from the final challenge did not elaborate. Chen Shen recalled the scene at that time, his tone sincere. He only told me that this thing seems to be a vessel of inheritance from the Dragon Kingdom, and it recognizes me as its master. At this point, Chen Shen's tone slightly faltered, a weight beyond his years appearing on his face. The senior said that this is both my reward and my mission and pressure. He raised his left hand, adorned with the bracelet, looking at it with a complex gaze. As for the rest, that senior did not say more. Mission, pressure, a vessel of inheritance? After listening to Chen Shen's account, the old man revealed a meaningful smile, nodding gently. That is indeed not wrong. His gaze fell once more on the dark blue 9 reverse dragon ring, a subtle complexity flickering in his eyes, as if in reminiscence or sentiment. However, the old man shifted his tone, looking at Chen Shen with an indescribable astonishment. I truly did not expect that you could actually make it. Recognize you as its master. The old man's tone was light, yet it carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, striking at Chen Shen's heart. Chen Shen's heartbeat skipped a beat. He could feel that the old man's words were not mere politeness but genuine surprise. Do you know? The old man leaned slightly forward, his seemingly murky eyes now sharp enough to pierce the soul. How difficult this is. His voice was not loud, yet it bore an invisible pressure that made Chen Shen's breath momentarily hitch. Difficult? A fragment of his interaction with that mysterious senior in the enigmatic space flashed through Chen Shen's mind. At that time, the senior did not seem to emphasize the difficulty of recognition. He merely said that this thing was fated to him and thus gifted it to him. Could it be that there was something he did not know? Seeing the flicker of doubt on Chen Shen's face, the old man's smile deepened, carrying a hint of understanding. He did not explain immediately but picked up his teacup and leisurely took a sip. When he set the cup down, it made a soft tap sound, which resonated clearly in the quiet room. He. The old man chuckled lightly, breaking the brief silence. It seems that the guardian did not tell you everything, did he? His tone was teasing, almost as if he were speaking to himself. Chen Shen did not respond, merely watching the old man quietly, waiting for him to continue. He knew that since this elder had brought it up, he would surely elaborate. Sure enough, the old man stroked his beard and his gaze grew profound once more. This, rather than being a reward, is more like a burden of unimaginable causality. It is not merely a vessel of inheritance for the Dragon Kingdom. The old man's voice lowered, imbued with a sense of historical weight. It is also a witness to a history that has been forgotten, even deliberately erased. And the old man paused, looking at the bracelet with a complex expression. The vessel of endless Dragon Soul's resentment. Dragon Soul resentment. That term again. Chen Shen's heart raced violently. He forcibly suppressed the tumult within, striving to maintain an outward calm. The old man seemed unfazed by Chen Shen's reaction and continued. To make it recognize its master, the conditions are exceedingly harsh. Not only must one gain the Dragon Soul's approval, but one must also withstand the overwhelming resentment that can erode the soul. Over countless years, the Dragon Kingdom has not lacked geniuses who have tried. The old man's voice carried a hint of sighing. Indeed, there have been many prodigies attempting to control it. But the result? He shook his head, a trace of regret flashing in his eyes. Without exception, they all failed. At best, they became madmen driven to slaughter. At worst, their souls were completely devoured by resentment, leaving nothing behind. The old man's words resonated like the evening drum and morning bell, stirring ripples in Chen Chen's heart lake. Complete annihilation of form and spirit. Those 4 words carried a chilling aura of death, causing Chen Chen's fingers gripping the teacup to tighten slightly. He could sense that the old man was not exaggerating. The seemingly kind elder's eyes sparkled with insights and affirmations forged through the passage of time. Precisely because of this, the old man set down his teacup, his gaze returning to Chen Chen filled with scrutiny and a sense of relief. In the absence of a suitable master for it, we had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. For the national examination, we set up a hidden assessment, so difficult that almost no one could complete it. The old man's voice was not loud, but it carried a heavy sense of helplessness. The goal was to filter out those truly exceptional prodigies among prodigies. After all, he paused, his gaze lingering for a moment on the Lan Chen Chen's wrist. Perhaps only such a rare genius, 1 in a million, could have even the slightest chance to attempt to conquer this thing. Only then could one possibly withstand that nearly destructive dragon soul resentment. The old man's words were like a boulder thrown into the sea of Chen Chen's heart, stirring up tumultuous waves. The difficulty he described seemed to be an entirely different concept from the recognition process he had experienced. From the current situation, the old man looked at Chen Chen, a glimmer of indescribable light flashing in the depths of his murky eyes. Our speculation, or rather, our final hope, has not been in vain. You succeeded. These 3 words were plain yet carried the weight of a definitive conclusion. Hearing this, Chen Chen's confusion deepened, almost overwhelming him. The others were also a bit stunned. What dragon soul recognition? What need to endure a resentment so great it could erode the soul? How come he didn't feel anything at all? That senior in the mysterious space had simply said he was fated with this object and then just gave it to him. The process was so smooth, it felt as simple as picking up equipment by the roadside. Of course, this was assuming one ignored the trial that had nearly cost him half his life. But that trial seemed to have nothing to do with the so-called dragon soul resentment. The doubts in Chen Chen's heart were almost overflowing. His changing expression naturally did not escape the old man's eyes. The old man looked at Chen Chen's "who am I, where am I, what happened" expression, and a knowing smile crept onto his lips. It seems that old fellow really didn't tell you the truth. The old man's tone carried a hint of mockery, as if confirming some kind of speculation. Chen Chen remained silent, merely expressing his confusion and bewilderment. Through his gaze, the old man chuckled lightly and explained, "The senior you mentioned, whom you encountered in the final trial." His gaze became somewhat distant, as if piercing through time and space. "He is the only dragon soul within this 9 reverse dragon ring who is still willing to believe in our dragon kingdom and is willing to give us a chance. Gaining his recognition is equivalent to obtaining the preliminary acknowledgement of this heirloom." Chen Chen's heart shook violently. That senior was actually a dragon soul? This information was even more shocking than all the secrets he had heard before. He forcibly suppressed the turmoil in his heart, striving to digest this astonishing fact. So that's how it is. No wonder that senior's aura was so ancient and powerful. No wonder he told him this was a legacy, as well as a mission and pressure. But Chen Chen frowned slightly, a key doubt resurfacing in his mind. He cautiously raised his head to meet the old man's deep gaze, tentatively asking, "Grandpa Commander, but I didn't feel that kind of dragon soul resentment you mentioned?" "Grandpa Commander, but I didn't feel that kind of dragon soul resentment you mentioned?" Chen Chen's voice carried a hint of obvious confusion, even a bit of caution, as if afraid he might say something wrong. As soon as the words left his mouth, the air in the room seemed to freeze for a moment. The smile on the old man's face instantly stiffened, and for the first time, his deep eyes revealed unmasked astonishment. "No?" His voice rose slightly, filled with incredulous shock. "You can't feel the pain?" The old man's brows furrowed tightly, his gaze, as if tangible, once again fell on the 9 reverse dragon ring on Chen Chen's wrist. He had clearly sensed the curse effect known as dragon resentment corrosion just now. That cold, continuous feeling of life force being stripped away could not be mistaken. Logically speaking, accompanying this loss of life force should be a soul-rending pain strong enough to shatter even the most ironclad will. But this kid before him. The old man suddenly raised his eyes, sharply scrutinizing Chen Chen. He carefully observed every subtle expression on Chen Chen's face, trying to find even a trace of disguise. However, there was none. Chen Chen's gaze was clear and open, filled only with confusion and misunderstanding, completely devoid of any distortion or repression one would expect from enduring excruciating pain. How is this possible? Chen Chen felt a bit uneasy under the old man's gaze and instinctively scratched his head. He truly wasn't lying. Pain? Chen Chen was taken aback, trying hard to recall the sensations after wearing the bracelet. Aside from his health points dropping like a faucet with the valve wide open, leaving him with a constant sense of insecurity, it seemed there really wasn't any particular feeling of pain. "Not really," he answered honestly, his tone tinged with uncertainty. "The only problem is that my health points keep dropping, and quite rapidly too." If it weren't for the fact that I feel my condition recovering quickly here, I probably wouldn't have been able to hold on much longer. After saying this, he raised his left hand and shook the dark blue bone ring as if to prove that he was speaking the truth. The old man fell completely silent. His hand, holding the teacup, hovered in midair, his murky eyes fixed intently on Chen Chen as if trying to see through him completely. The only sounds left in the room were the occasional crackle of the fire in the fireplace and the heavy silence that hung between the two. The old man's gaze shifted unpredictably. Shock, confusion, doubt, a myriad of emotions intertwined, ultimately transforming into a profound inquiry. He had lived for so long, seen countless extraordinary people and events, and experienced numerous storms. Yet everything happening before him was entirely beyond his comprehension. The curse of the 9 reversed dragon ring was a collection of grievances originating from the ancient dragon clan. The pain it carried was enough to erode the soul and extinguish the will. Countless exceptionally talented individuals had fallen at this hurdle. How was it that this kid was left with nothing but a simple blood loss effect? Could it be that the grievances had vanished? Impossible. He had just clearly sensed that cold, dark power. So this kid. The old man's eyes burned with intensity as he frantically scrutinized Chen Chen's entire being, as if trying to find something different about him. Was it a special physique? Or a soul unlike any other? Or perhaps the dragon soul that had given him the ring had done something? Thoughts flashed through the old man's mind, only to be dismissed one by one. He even employed some secret method to carefully probe Chen Chen's condition again. Life force was indeed draining, and not slowly. That cold, dark curse power originating from the ring was also undeniably present. Yet, strangely, Chen, who bore all of this, seemed completely unfazed. This was utterly illogical. The old man took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumult within him. He knew this was not the time to dwell on such matters. Regardless of the reason, this young man before him had indeed withstood the 9 reversed dragon ring in an unfathomable way. That alone was already a miracle. A miracle that the Dragon Kingdom had waited far too long for. The chosen one, the old man murmured softly, his voice barely audible. Then, as if he had come to a realization, the shock in his eyes slowly faded, replaced by a deeper, more complex light. He looked back at Chen Chen, his gaze carrying a hint of relief, yet also a weight. Well then, the old man waved his hand, as if temporarily casting aside his earlier doubts. Perhaps this is your special trait. To be chosen by him means you are extraordinary. His tone returned to its previous calmness, but the hidden astonishment had not completely vanished. Chen noticed that the old man no longer pressed him about why he felt no pain, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was indeed curious about the reason, but it was clear that now was not the time for deep inquiry. What concerned him more was the connection between the 9 reversed dragon ring and the Dragon Kingdom. So, he cautiously brought up the question again. Grandpa, Commander, then, why is this thing called the heirloom of the Dragon Kingdom? Chen Chen's tone carried just the right amount of curiosity and confusion. From what I see of its attributes and effects, it seems to have no direct relation to our Dragon Kingdom, right? This question finally pulled the old man's thoughts back on track. His murky eyes narrowed slightly, and his gaze fell once again on the dark blue bone ring. This time, his expression was no longer merely one of scrutiny, but filled with nostalgia and emotion. It was as if through this bracelet he could see the long-buried years, even those deliberately forgotten. The old man let out a low, soft laugh, carrying the weight of history. No direct connection? He shook his head and looked at Chen Chen. Little one, do you know why our dragon country is called Dragon Country? This question made Chen Chen pause for a moment. Why is Dragon Country called Dragon Country? Isn't that common knowledge? Because the dragon is the totem of the nation, a symbol of spirit. Just as he was about to answer, the old man raised his hand to interrupt him. I know what you want to say. The old man seemed to see through his thoughts, his tone distant. Totem, symbol, none of that is wrong. But that is just the later explanation. The old man's voice lowered a few notches, imbued with a sense of mystery as if unveiling the fog of history. In an even older, even completely forgotten era. This land of ours, this nation of ours. The old man paused, speaking each word deliberately. Truly had made a pact with the Dragon Clan. A pact with the Dragon Clan? Hearing this, Chen Chen was also taken aback. His brain momentarily stalled. Although he was unclear about what the old man meant by older and forgotten eras, the information about having made a pact with the Dragon Clan left Chen Chen utterly bewildered. He was a reborn individual. In his past life, he had encountered some powerful beings referred to as dragons. But those massive lizards, flapping their enormous wings and spewing flames or ice, hardly seemed like entities that could sign any kind of pact with humans or the Dragon Country. They were ferocious, bloodthirsty, and of low intelligence, more like powerful beasts acting on instinct. They would attack anything living they encountered. Did such creatures truly possess the wisdom and willingness to establish a pact? The confusion on Chen Chen's face was no longer a facade but mixed with genuine perplexity. As if sensing the question that was about to escape Chen Chen's lips, a glimmer of understanding passed through the old man's murky eyes. He chuckled softly, his laughter carrying a sense of worldly insight. The dragon clan I speak of. The old man's voice had a unique cadence, as if brushing away the dust of history. Has nothing to do with the beasts and lizards that occasionally crawl out from dimensional rifts or lurk in certain perilous secret realms. He picked up his teacup, gently blowing away the steam, his movements unhurried. Our Eastern divine dragon. The old man set down the teacup, his gaze returning to Qin Shen, filled with an indescribable pride and reminiscence. Is far more powerful, ancient, and wise than those great lizards that only know destruction and slaughter. The Eastern divine dragon. More powerful, ancient, and wise than those great lizards that only know destruction and slaughter. The old man's words seemed to carry a certain magic, making Qin Shen's mind conjure the image of a sacred giant dragon winding through the sea of clouds, its scales and claws shimmering. It was nothing like the brutish Western dragons he had encountered in games in his past life. The shock in Qin Shen's heart lingered long, difficult to quell. If such an existence truly did make a pact with the ancient ancestors, it seemed not entirely impossible. Observing Chen's thoughtful yet somewhat bewildered expression, a hint of amusement flickered in the old man's murky eyes. He lifted his teacup again and took a sip, the steam enveloping his aged face. The old man set down the teacup, letting out a low, soft laugh. About its past, those stories that have been sealed away. His gaze fell once again on the dark blue bone ring on Qin Shen's wrist, the 9 reverse dragon ring. You will naturally come to understand it slowly in the future. The old man's tone carried an undeniable certainty. Since it has chosen you, or rather, you have withstood it, then seeking its secrets, and even. The old man paused, his voice taking on a weighty tone. Repairing it has already become a mission you cannot shirk. Repair? Qin Shen's heart stirred. Does this 9 reverse dragon ring still need repair? He instinctively looked at the attributes of the ring but found no mention of damage or repair level. Yet the old man's words clearly hinted at something deep or. Seemingly seeing through Qin Shen's confusion, the old man waved his hand. There's no need to delve into that now. You only need to know why it is called the heirloom of our dragon nation. The old man's expression grew serious, carrying a solemnity that spoke of the nation's foundation. As I mentioned earlier, this land once made a pact with the true dragon clan. That pact was not merely a piece of paper, it involved the inheritance and protection of power. He extended his finger and gently tapped the table, producing a soft, rhythmic sound. The 9 reverse dragon ring is a remnant of that era, an important beacon. But it is called an heirloom for a more crucial reason. The old man squinted slightly, his gaze seemingly piercing through the barriers of time and space, looking deep into the vast land. It is closely connected to the true foundation of our dragon nation. Even now, as Blue Star has expanded countless times due to the invasion of other realms and the landscape has been fragmented, that power, that inheritance, still exists. The old man's voice was deep and powerful, imbued with a pride and determination that came from the depths of his bloodline. That is, the most important and also the most secret source of power for our dragon nation, Dragon Vein. Dragon Vein? Qin Shen's pupils constricted slightly. This term was not unfamiliar to him. In the later stages of his previous lifespan, as the worldview expanded and various ancient relics were unearthed, the concept of Dragon Vein had occasionally appeared. It was usually regarded as a manifestation of energy similar to Earth veins, or the primal forces of the world. It was said that occupying a Dragon Vein node could accelerate cultivation and even grant special power enhancements. But that was merely a legend, no one had ever truly verified it. Moreover, no one had ever connected it so definitively to a nation, a people, as the old man did. Seeing the surprise and doubt reappear on Qin Shen's face, the old man smiled and did not delve deeper into the specific mysteries of the Dragon Vein. You only need to understand that this 9 reverse dragon ring is a key that resonates with the Dragon Vein and to some extent can guide and harness the power of the Dragon Vein, although its current state is not complete. But that is the true reason it is called an heirloom. What it carries is a power unique to our dragon nation, fundamentally different from any other power system in the world. The old man's words struck like thunder, resonating in Qin Shen's heart. Resonating with the Dragon Vein? Guiding the power of the Dragon Vein? The value of this 9 reverse dragon ring was likely far more terrifying than he had imagined. No wonder the old man had been so agitated earlier. This was not just a powerful piece of equipment, it could very well relate to the fate and future of the entire dragon nation. Qin Shen looked again at the bone ring on his wrist, his expression completely transformed. The cold, cursed power seemed to still linger, but at this moment, what he felt more was a heavy sense of history and an unexpected responsibility. Repairing it had become his mission? Qin Shen silently chewed on the old man's words. He glanced at his attribute panel, noting the staggering 430,000 MP and the terrifying recovery ability and various transformation effects brought by the hero of healing talent. Perhaps he truly had the capability to bear this heavy inheritance. I understand, Grandpa Commander. Qin Shen took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Although countless questions still swirled in his mind, such as the specific function of the Dragon Vein, the method to repair the 9 reverse dragon ring, and the whereabouts of the so-called Eastern Divine Dragon. Now he knew that meals must be eaten bite by bite and paths must be walked step by step. For now, he at least understood the significance of this bracelet to the Dragon Kingdom. Setting aside the grand narratives, it seemed that the benefits the 9 reverse dragon ring brought him far outweighed the so-called curse. That was enough. Moreover, after today's experience, his importance to the country had likely risen to an unimaginable level. The tumultuous and struggling trajectory of his past life seemed to have been completely altered. As for the global catastrophe that would sweep through in a few years, destroying everything, a strong impulse to confide surged within Chen Chen. He wanted to inform this clearly towering figure of the Dragon Kingdom about the impending crisis right now, but reason firmly suppressed that impulse. Rebirth was too unfathomable. Without absolute certainty and a solid foundation of trust, the secret must remain buried within him forever. Perhaps, when his status was higher and he had more say and influence, it would be better to reveal it then. As his thoughts flowed, Chen Chen raised his head again, looking into the old man's weathered yet sharp eyes. He sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Grandpa Commander, for telling me so much." The old man waved his hand, a gentle smile appearing on his face as he stroked his grizzled beard. He smiled again, but this time his expression carried a hint of helplessness and weight. Regarding the 9 reverse dragon ring, his gaze fell once more on the dark green bone ring, his eyes filled with complex emotions. "What I know is actually not much. After all, that period was too long ago, and many truths have long been lost in the river of history. As for how to repair it," the old man gently shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "I, an old man, truly do not know. This is not something that can be easily interfered with by human power. Perhaps it requires a specific opportunity or some lost inheritance." His candid tone cast a shadow over the flicker of hope that had just ignited in Chen Chen's heart. Even this unfathomable Grandpa Commander didn't know the method of repair? Then, Chen Chen was about to ask further when the old man raised his hand to interrupt him. "However, while I cannot directly help you repair it, perhaps I can guide you in a direction." As the old man spoke, he slowly stood up. He walked to an ancient bookshelf in the corner of the room, his movements seeming a bit slower than before. He extended his somewhat withered hand and gently pressed on an inconspicuous corner of the bookshelf. With a soft click, a hidden compartment popped out from the side of the bookshelf. The old man took out a scroll made of some unknown beast skin, adorned with intricate and ancient patterns. He held the scroll in his hand, gently stroking it, his eyes filled with memories and seriousness. "This is..." The old man turned around and handed the beast skin scroll to Chen Chen, "a map related to the dragon vein. Although it is not complete and may even have some inaccuracies, after all, the world has changed greatly. But some of the key points marked within may help you in your search for clues. To repair the 9 reverse dragon ring." Chen Chen quickly extended his hands and carefully took the heavy scroll. It felt cool to the touch, yet it seemed to carry a burning power that made his heart tremble. "Thank you, Grandpa Commander." "Kid, don't be in such a hurry to thank me." The old man waved his hand, his expression becoming serious again. "Regarding the dragon vein, this bracelet, and the things you might come into contact with, the fewer people who know, the better." His voice was low, carrying an unprecedented gravity. The near extinction of the Dragon Clan back then was no coincidence. There must be extremely terrifying unknown situations and enemies hidden behind it. Although a long time has passed, no one can guarantee whether those enemies are still lurking in the shadows. The old man's gaze was sharp as a hawk, scanning outside the window. "Now, our dragon country seems to be prosperous, but internally, there are already some subtle concerns. It's not just the increasing threat from other realms, even some forces on Blue Star are eyeing our dragon country, constantly making small moves." He sighed lightly, his tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible fatigue. "As an old man, after all these years, the time I can stand here to intimidate those petty villains is probably limited." Though his words were plain, they made Chen Chen's heart tighten suddenly. He could sense that the old man was not exaggerating. This stabilizing force of the dragon country seemed to be nearing its limit. If, at this time, the unknown great enemy from back then is drawn in again because of the 9 reverse dragon ring and the dragon vein. The old man did not continue, but the consequences were self-evident. "So, little guy," the old man's gaze fell back on Chen Chen, filled with hope and heavy entrustment. "You must grow up quickly, before you have enough strength to face all storms. Everything about the dragon vein and the bracelet must be kept deep in your heart, and you must act low-key. This map, you must remember not to show it to others easily." "Understood, Grandpa Commander." Chen Chen tightly grasped the animal skin scroll in his hands and nodded solemnly. He felt an unprecedented pressure and a heavy responsibility. This was not just a map, it was the hope of the future of the dragon country, a heavy entrustment from this old man. "Go on." The old man waved his hand, a gentle smile returning to his face. "I've told you everything you need to know. The road ahead will depend on you to walk. Remember, no matter what difficulties you encounter, the dragon country will always be your strongest backing." The animal skin scroll felt cool to the touch, yet it seemed to carry a burning power, weighing heavily in his palm. And on his heart, "Repair the 9 reverse dragon ring. Grow up quickly." Act low-key. Every piece of advice from the old man felt like a boulder pressing down on Chen Chen's not-so-broad shoulders, but he did not shrink back. He had had enough of the hardships of his past life. In this life, he not only wanted to survive but also to live better and protect everything he cared about. And the premise of all this was power, and to integrate into this vast collective called Dragon Country to gain solid backing. Chen Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions, and solemnly bowed deeply to this old man who had devoted himself to the country and its people. I understand, kid. I will not fail the trust of Grandpa Commander. He straightened up, the confusion in his eyes fading, replaced by an unprecedented determination. Just as he was about to turn and leave, to properly keep this heavy secret and responsibility, along with the map that might hold astonishing clues. Wait! The old man's gentle voice rang out again, stopping him. Chen Chen turned back in confusion. The old man wore a slight smile, as if casually mentioning something. By the way, the national exam has ended, right? With your results, you can enter any top university in Manhwa. Chen Chen nodded. This was indeed true. Although the process had its ups and downs, the outcome was good. I remember. The old man stroked his grizzled beard, a glimmer of nostalgia flashing in his murky eyes. At the Sanglong Academy in Kyoto, it seems they have a very peculiar scale. That thing is quite strange. It is said to have existed many years ago, indestructible, impervious to water and fire, and even cannot be stored in any storage space. Perhaps it is related to your 9 reverse dragon ring. Cannot be stored in a storage space? Chen Chen's heart skipped a beat. This characteristic was somewhat similar to the 9 reverse dragon ring on his wrist. I suggest you visit the Sanglong Academy, the old man said, looking at Chen with a meaningful glint in his eyes. Perhaps you will gain unexpected rewards. Sanglong Academy? Chen Chen's heart stirred. It was indeed one of the top academies in Manhwa, renowned and on par with other prestigious institutions like Zhuke, Baihu, and Xuanwu. But Chen Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Unlike other comprehensive academies, Sanglong Academy had extremely strict admission standards, which could even be described as somewhat extreme. It only accepted pure combat-type professionals. Whether physical melee fighters, elemental mages, or specialized summoners and curse casters, all were welcome. However, it did not accept any support-type professions. No matter how extraordinary your support abilities were, how high your healing output, or how strong your buff effects, as long as you were not a combat profession, the doors of Sanglong Academy would never open for you. His public profession was Restoration Mage, a standard, and in the eyes of many, a somewhat weak B-level support profession. Even though he possessed strength far beyond his peers, even surpassing many combat professions, passing the rigid and harsh entrance examination of Sanglong Academy would not be an easy task, unless he exposed his hidden strength and professional characteristics. Chen Chen instinctively glanced at his attribute panel, along with the series of seemingly abnormal talents and skills. No, it was not the right time yet. The old man had just advised him to act low-key and keep his cards hidden. But that peculiar scale could not be stored in a storage space. This characteristic was too special. Could it be related to the 9 reverse dragon ring, the vanished Eastern Divine Dragon, and the so-called Dragon Vein? Chen Chen hesitated for a moment. Seemingly sensing Chen Chen's concerns, the old man chuckled and waved his hand. Of course, it's just a suggestion. How to walk the path ultimately depends on you. Alright, that's all I have to say. The old man's smile gradually faded, becoming serious again. Go on, kid. His gaze became deep once more, filled with hope and heavy pressure. Complete your second transition as soon as possible and grow up quickly. The future of Longboy needs young people like you. With that, the old man casually waved his hand. A gentle yet irresistible force enveloped Chen Chen. The scenery before him instantly blurred and twisted. The next moment, Chen Chen found himself standing on the bluestone path outside the ancient attic. The afternoon sun filtered through the sparse branches, casting dappled and somewhat glaring light. He squinted slightly, adjusting to the change in light. Then, he saw 4 figures waiting there. They were the same 4 individuals he had seen outside the attic earlier, representing the highest authority of the 4 major regions of Manhwa. They seemed to have been waiting for a long time. At this moment, the 4 pairs of eyes were fixed intently on the newly arrived Chen Chen. In their gaze, there was scrutiny, curiosity, inquiry, and a hint of barely perceptible seriousness and anticipation. The air seemed to momentarily stagnate. An invisible pressure surrounded him from all directions, a different sensation compared to facing the old man in the attic earlier. Chen Chen tightened his grip on the beastskin scroll, discreetly storing it in his storage space. Fortunately, this map was not one of those peculiar items that couldn't be stored. He straightened his back and met the 4 penetrating gazes. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the sparse branches and leaves, casting dappled and somewhat glaring light. Chen Chen squinted slightly, adjusting to the change in light. Then, he saw the 4 figures waiting there. They were the same 4 powerful officials he had seen outside the attic, representing the highest authority of the 4 major regions of the Dragon Kingdom. They seemed to have been waiting for a long time. At this moment, the 4 pairs of eyes were fixed intently on the newly arrived Chen Chen. In their gaze, there was scrutiny, curiosity, inquiry, and a hint of barely perceptible seriousness and anticipation. The air seemed to momentarily stagnate. An invisible pressure surrounded him from all directions, a different sensation compared to facing the old man in the attic earlier. Chen tightened his grip on the beastskin scroll, his thoughts shifting, discreetly storing it. In his storage space, fortunately, this map was not one of those peculiar items that couldn't be stored. He straightened his back and met the 4 penetrating gazes. Before Chen could speak, the most impatient among them, Long Qingyu, stepped forward, his large hand almost ready to clap on Chen shoulder, his voice booming like a bell. "Hey, kid, how's it going? What did the old man, the instructor, say to you?" Long Qingyu's face was filled with unmasked eagerness and curiosity. "Did he say anything about you joining our region? Or is there some special arrangement?" The other 3, though silent, clearly shared the same level of interest as Long Qingyu. Faced with the enthusiasm of this powerful figure from the Huaxi region, Chen suddenly took a half step back, avoiding the potential bear paw that might come down on him. He shook his head and replied calmly, "The old man didn't ask me to join any faction. He didn't give me anything special either." He deliberately omitted the beast skin map and the suggestion regarding the scales of the Tsanglong Academy. "He just advised me to grow up quickly and take on the responsibilities of the younger generation." This statement was half true, aligning with part of the old man's instructions while concealing the most crucial information. Upon hearing Chen's response, a glimmer of understanding flashed in the eyes of the 4 powerful figures. "Grow up quickly." Chu Tianhua adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, deep in thought. Ling Xuanyue remained cool, but her gaze lingered on Chen for a moment longer. Su Jitong smiled gently, about to say something, but then seemed to suddenly realize. She glanced at the ancient attic behind her, then looked around at the tranquil surroundings, and softly said, "This place is not suitable for a long stay, let's find another place to talk." It was indeed somewhat inappropriate for them to surround a young man and inquire about his well-being in the old man's peaceful space. The other 3 immediately understood. Su Jitong raised her delicate hand again, and a softer white light glowed, more solid than before. The light enveloped the 5 of them, and the space slightly distorted. This time, they did not return to the previous temporary examination room. When the light dissipated, Chen found himself standing on a familiar street. Tall buildings loomed, traffic flowed, and the air was filled with a slightly humid warmth. Yang City, his home. Su Jitong had clearly activated some higher-level teleportation ability, directly sending them back to the city where Chen was located. Before Chen could take in his surroundings, the gazes of the 4 big shots focused on him once again. This time, they no longer held back any reservations and had shed the slight awkwardness they had outside the attic. Long Qingyu was the first to speak again, his voice still booming. "Kid, since the instructor didn't assign you a destination, what have you considered for yourself? Come to our Huaxi. I guarantee you'll have plenty of resources. Any secret realm dungeons, you get to choose first." Chu Tianhua smiled elegantly, following closely behind. Classmate Chen, our Huadong boasts a rich cultural atmosphere with numerous prestigious institutions and top research organizations nationwide. If you're interested in deep career development or knowledge exploration, Huadong is the best choice. Ling Xuanyue spoke concisely, her voice cold. Huanan has the most resources directly under the military, and the front lines of the otherworld battlefield can hone your practical combat skills the best. Su Jitong stepped closer, speaking softly with a kind of elder-like concern. "Chen, come to our Huabei. You're still young, there's no need to rush to the front lines for killing and fighting. Huabei is relatively stable, and the resources are equally abundant. Sister, Auntie can still look after you a bit." The 4 figures, who could shake the entire dragon country with a stomp, were now acting as if they were competing for some rare treasure, each throwing olive branches at Chen. This scene left Chen feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. He could sense their goodwill and regard, but this sudden competition left him somewhat helpless. Esteemed leaders. Chen carefully chose his words, trying to find a polite way to decline. "Is it possible to not join? I previously promised the Lord of Yang City that I would only consider joining national-level direct forces." He attempted to use his earlier promise as a shield. To his surprise, upon hearing this, the 4 not only did not back down but instead burst into laughter. Long Qingyu waved his hand. "Hey, kid, what are you thinking? Our 4 major regions are, in fact, the most important components of the dragon country, directly responsible to the instructor. What we represent is the national-level force, we just manage different regions." Chu Tianhua nodded in agreement. "Brother Qingyu is right. No matter which of the 4 regions you join, it's equivalent to joining the core power system of the dragon country." Su Jitong also smiled and explained. "Exactly, we're not some small local forces." With that, Chen's last line of defense was gone. Looking at the 4 pairs of eyes filled with choose-me, he felt a headache coming on. The elder had advised him to keep a low profile and hide his strength. Yet in this situation, it seemed that no matter what he chose, he would immediately become the center of attention. Moreover, he seemed unable to afford to offend any of these 4 big shots. Taking a deep breath, he quickly pondered his options. A direct refusal was definitely not an option. Choosing any one side seemed likely to create resentment from the other three. Was there a more middle ground choice? Or rather, was there a direction that better aligned with his current needs? Repairing the 9 reverse dragon ring, searching for dragon vein clues, and quickly increasing his strength. All of these required resources, intelligence, and, most importantly, strong power as support. And power, the most direct source, came from combat, especially fighting against formidable enemies. With this thought, Chen Chen's heart stirred, and he raised his head to meet the expectant gazes of the 4 big shots. He helplessly spread his hands, a hint of a wry smile on his face. I appreciate the good intentions of all the esteemed leaders. Since I must choose a direction. His gaze swept over the 4, finally settling on a point in the void, as if he were seriously contemplating. Is there a department or force that specifically targets those high-difficulty dungeons or specializes in hunting powerful bosses? Chen Chen's question seemed somewhat casual, infused with the unique yearning of youth for the cool and the powerful. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, the previously lively atmosphere, filled with smiles, fell into an immediate silence. The smiles on the faces of the 4 big shots slightly faded. A specialized organization for high-difficulty dungeons? A group dedicated to hunting powerful bosses? Such organizations certainly existed in the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, they were not something ordinary people could access. Even among these regional leaders, it was considered highly confidential. How did this kid come to ask that? Did he accidentally overhear something? Or, Long Qingyu, unable to keep his thoughts to himself, widened his eyes and almost blurted out, "Kid, how do you know about Dragon Kill?" As soon as the words escaped his lips, he suddenly realized his slip of the tongue, and the word team was forcefully swallowed back, leaving his expression somewhat strange. The gazes of Chu Tianque, Ling Xuanyue, and Su Jitong all turned towards Long Qingyu, each carrying a hint of reproach. This reckless man. Chen Chen keenly caught the 2 words that Long Qingyu had let slip, along with the instant change in the expressions of the other 3 big shots. Dragon Kill. So it really is that organization. In his previous life, he had only vaguely heard of the existence of the Dragon Kill team after reaching a certain level of strength much later on. That was a team with very few members, but each one was considered the top combat power of the Dragon Kingdom. They were not affiliated with any major region, directly taking orders from the highest level, specifically responsible for handling the most troublesome and dangerous tasks. Hunting high-level or even top-tier bosses, exploring forbidden death zones, responding to the most urgent emergencies, and even cross-border hunts to seize rare boss resources that other countries were about to conquer. They were the sharp blade of the Dragon Kingdom, the guardians in the shadows. He hadn't expected that by merely probing a little he would uncover these 2 words. It seemed this team indeed existed and held an extremely special status. Chen Chen's thoughts raced, but his face appropriately displayed just the right amount of confusion and curiosity. He blinked, looking at the frustrated Long Qingyu, then glanced at the other 3 big shots, each with different expressions, and spoke with a hint of bewilderment. Dragon Kill? What is that? It sounds quite impressive. The air seemed to freeze. The smiles on the faces of the 4 big shots had long since vanished. Long Qingyu, feeling frustrated, rubbed his nose, his gaze evasive, clearly aware that he had just misspoken. Chu Tianque, Ling Xuanyue, and Su Jitong's eyes all carried a hint of helplessness as they swept over this indiscreet man. Chen Chen took all of this in, his suspicions growing more certain, yet his face still maintained that perfectly timed bewilderment. Dragon Kill? What kind of organization is that? It sounds quite impressive. He seemed genuinely intrigued, pressing for more. Seeing this, Chu Tianque sighed lightly and was the first to speak, breaking the slightly awkward silence. The kind of team you mentioned does indeed exist. His voice returned to its previous gentle and refined tone, but the content carried an undeniable seriousness. However, he shifted his gaze, scrutinizing Chen Chen. To join, the threshold is extremely high. You need at least a 4th transition in combat power. Given your current situation, he shook his head slightly, the implication clear. You're definitely not qualified. Though the words were direct, they were also reasonable. The 4th transition, that is a significant watershed in the practitioner system, representing the true sequence of the throne. Chen Chen is only LV30 now, and there is a long road ahead before he reaches the 4th transition. Hearing Chu Tianque's words, Chen Chen fell silent. He lowered his gaze, making it hard to discern his current thoughts. Was it disappointment? Or had he anticipated this all along? Long Qingyu, seeing this, clapped his hands, breaking the silence. Like this. His voice was loud, filled with undeniable determination, as if the earlier slip of the tongue had never happened. Kid, as long as you're willing to join our Huaxi district. His gaze was piercing, full of temptation. I'll report to the old man right now. We'll set up a low-tier Dragon Slayer team just for you. It will be responsible for handling the special anomalies and those troublesome bosses in our Huaxi area. How about it? As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of Chu Tianque, Ling Xuanyue, and Su Jitong turned somewhat grim. This guy was simply being ridiculous. To snatch someone away, he would even casually promise such authority? That was the title of Dragon Slayer, and even if it was low tier, it was no trivial matter. Even Chen Chen was taken aback. Could it really be played like this? A team specifically formed for him? This was a bit too extravagant. Just as Chen Chen's thoughts raced, digesting this sudden windfall, a familiar and sharp voice, without warning, rang out from not far away, filled with deep-seated hatred. You bastard, you're really still alive. Lin Yihan's voice was piercing, each word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth, brimming with profound hatred. She stared at Chen Chen as if she wanted to carve flesh from him with her gaze. Those useless fools. They're absolutely worthless. Seeing this, Chen Chen frowned. Lin Yihan? Her words were laced with unabashed curses, clearly expressing her extreme dissatisfaction with the people sent to assassinate Qin Chun earlier. Her proud gaze swept over the 4 people beside Qin Chen, her brows slightly furrowing. Who were these 4? They were dressed decently, and their demeanor was acceptable. Were they the backing that this country bumpkin Chen Chen had found? They seemed to have some status, but Lin Yihan did not recognize who they were. In her eyes, they might just be prominent figures from Yang City or nearby, deceived by Qin Chen's sweet words. Compared to the Lin family in the capital, what could these people possibly be? A mocking cold smile curled at the corner of Lin Yihan's mouth, and her gaze towards the 4 turned disdainful. Chen Chen's brows were tightly knitted, and his feelings of disgust surged to the extreme. This woman was truly relentless. Before the big exam, she had repeatedly sought trouble, even resorting to despicable means like assassination. If it weren't for his improved strength, he might have really fallen into her hands. Unexpectedly, after the exam, this person had jumped out again. Moreover, judging by her demeanor, she seemed even more insane and unrestrained. What was even more ridiculous was that she couldn't recognize the 4 significant figures before her who could shake the Dragon Kingdom with a stump. A hint of coldness flashed in Chen Chen's eyes, mixed with a touch of pity, as if looking at a clown. If Lin Yihan still wanted to seek death, he wouldn't mind sending her on her way again, making her understand her demise more clearly. Chu Tianqua's elegant brows slightly furrowed, his gaze shifting back and forth between Chen Chen and Lin Yihan. He sensed that the atmosphere between the two was off and noticed Lin Yihan's undisguised contempt when looking at the 4 of them. Interesting. A hint of amusement flashed through Chu Tianqua's mind as he asked, Chen Chen, this is? Chu Tianqua's voice remained gentle, but those who knew him could detect a trace of coldness hidden beneath that gentleness. Before Chen Chen could speak, Lin Yihan proudly raised her chin, like a peacock displaying its feathers, her tone filled with disdain. This kid has offended our Lin family. She first pointed out Chen Chen's crimes, then turned her gaze to Chu Tianqua and the others, speaking with a condescending tone of charity. You lot, I suppose you are his elders or friends? I advise you not to meddle in this matter, lest you bring trouble upon yourselves. Her words were filled with threats, her eyes sweeping over the 4 as if warning a group of ignorant country bumpkins. Our Lin family's affairs are not something people like you can interfere in. Lin Yihan directly invoked the Lin family name, her tone brimming with a sense of entitlement and arrogance. In her view, merely uttering the words Lin family was enough to scare off these seemingly respectable individuals who could never be compared to the Lin family of Kyoto. Su Jitong's gentle smile vanished completely, replaced by an icy demeanor. She looked at Lin Yihan as if she were a mere clown. Lin family? Su Jitong repeated softly, her voice light yet carrying an invisible pressure. Ling Xuangyue's cold eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of faint mockery flashing in their depths. To ordinary people, the Lin family of Kyoto might seem like a colossal entity, but to those of them who truly stood at the pinnacle of power in Longwa, it was nothing more than that. Long Qingyu nearly burst out laughing but was quickly replaced by anger. He glared at Lin Yihan, his rugged face etched with displeasure. You little brat, you sure have a big mouth. People like us? What kind of people are we? Long Qingyu's voice was deep, laced with suppressed fury. It was the first time he had been so belittled, especially by a little girl who was clearly unaware of her own insignificance. The 4 regional officials simultaneously reined in their expressions, their demeanor turning solemn and cold. The aura they exuded was no longer deliberately restrained, an invisible pressure slowly spreading out. The air seemed to thicken. Lin Yihan indeed felt a powerful aura pressing down on her, causing her breath to hitch slightly. But instead of cowering, it ignited a deeper pride and rebellion within her. When had the young lady of the Lin family ever been overwhelmed by someone else's presence? The more these people postured, the more she wanted them to know that the Lin family of Kyoto was not something they could provoke. She showed no signs of fear. Instead, she straightened her back, raised her chin higher, and wore an even more contemptuous and provocative smile. Ha, what a pretentious act. Lin Yihan sneered, her tone sharp and biting. What? Do you think you can scare me with your presence? She surveyed the 4, her gaze like a poisoned dagger. Let me tell you, don't think that just because you're a bunch of clueless bumpkins, even the forces behind you must think twice before challenging the Lin family. Her voice suddenly rose, filled with extreme arrogance and madness. If you provoke me, if you provoke the Lin family, I will make sure you regret it. Go ahead and try. Let's see who ends up begging for mercy in the end. At this moment, Linihan was completely blinded by anger and the feeling of being belittled, transferring her hatred for Chen Shan onto these four meddlers. In her eyes, the Lin family was heaven, an unshakable rule. Anyone daring to challenge the Lin family's authority would pay a heavy price. This deeply ingrained belief made her, in the face of the terrifying pressure emanating from the four big shots, not only refuse to back down but also become even more arrogant in her threats. She intended to crush the pretentiousness of these people before her with the Lin family's reputation. Although I don't know what means you used to make the things placed on you during the big examination, Linihan once again directed her ire at Chen Shan, but the threatening undertone clearly included Chu Tianqua and the others as well. But the big exam is over and your time is up. And you few, since you're backing this kid, then let's go down together. Her words were vicious and insane. This foolish woman was not only stupid but also mad. She had no idea that her earlier remarks had already sounded the death knell for the Lin family and even for herself. Before Chen Shen could respond, the four big shots behind him had completely darkened expressions. Attacking candidates during the big exam? Long Qingyu's voice erupted like thunder, shaking the entire space slightly. He glared at Linihan, his eyes filled with fury. You little girl, you have some nerve. Chen Shan stood aside, watching Linihan's reckless performance with calm eyes, but beneath that calmness lay an increasingly profound indifference. Stupidity is the original sin, and Linihan was clearly beyond redemption. Long Qingyu's voice rolled like deep thunder, each word carrying the weight of a mountain, crashing heavily onto Linihan's heart. The invisible pressure was no longer just a deterrent in terms of momentum, it seemed to have transformed into something tangible, making it hard for her to breathe. Linihan's body involuntarily trembled. This feeling was too terrifying. The aura emanating from these four people felt like four towering mountains, pressing down on her until she could hardly catch her breath. She even developed an absurd illusion. Even the Lin family's powerful old patriarch seemed far less terrifying than these four before her. How could that be? Who exactly were these people? Weren't they just bumpkins from Young City or nearby towns? Fear began to wrap around her heart like cold vines, but the deep-rooted pride and blind confidence in the Lin family's reputation forced her to suppress this fear. She could not lose. She could not show weakness in front of these country folks. What do you want? Her voice carried a barely perceptible tremor, but her face still held on to its pride. I tell you, I am from the Lin family of Kyoto. If you dare to touch me, the Lin family will definitely not let you go. She tried to bring up the Lin family's golden signboard again, but failed to realize how ridiculous and ignorant it appeared in the eyes of the four big shots. Chu Tianqua didn't even bother to look at her again, turning his gaze to Su Jitong beside him, his tone flat. Jitong, do you want to come or should I? Su Jitong had long lost her previous gentleness. Her stunning face was covered with a layer of frost, and her gaze towards Linihan was like looking at a dead object. This is ultimately your territory in East China. I shouldn't overstep. Her voice was cold, carrying a detachment that kept others at a distance. You go ahead. Chu Tianqua nodded slightly, saying no more. He didn't even look at Linihan, merely raising his hand casually. A few barely noticeable energy fluctuations rippled through the air. The next moment, several figures clad in black standard soft armor, exuding a heavy aura, sprang from the shadows like phantoms, kneeling on one knee in unison, respectfully saluting Chu Tianqua. Chief. Their voices were deep and powerful, filled with absolute obedience. Linihan's pupils constricted as she looked at the suddenly appearing guard, her unease instantly magnifying to the extreme. These people were definitely not ordinary soldiers. The iron-blooded killing intent they radiated far exceeded any Lin family guard she had ever seen. Chu Tianqua's cold gaze finally landed on Linihan, his expression calm and unruffled, yet it made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Take her down. His voice remained cultured, but it carried an undeniable command and a hint of chilling coldness. Interrogate her properly. Yes. Two guards immediately stepped forward, their movements swift and powerful, each taking hold of one of Linihan's arms. Linihan was completely panicked at this point, struggling violently and screaming, "Let go of me! Do you know who I am? I am Linihan, the eldest daughter of the Lin family in Kyoto. If you dare to touch me, my grandfather will not let you go." However, the two guards, with arms like iron clamps, remained unmoved, their faces expressionless as they dragged her out. Linihan's screams and threats seemed so pale and powerless in the face of absolute strength. Chen Shan watched everything coldly. From the moment Linihan failed to recognize the four big shots and dared to speak arrogantly, her fate was already sealed. Stupidity can sometimes be more deadly than weakness. Chu Tianqua's remark about properly interrogating was even more profound. It was likely that what awaited Linihan would be a fate far more terrifying than death. And the Lin family in Kyoto. A faint smile curved Chen Chen's lips. Provoking any one of these four would be enough to make the Lin family suffer. Not to mention, she had offended all four at once. Linihan's foolish actions would likely drag the entire Lin family into the abyss. As Lin Yihan was dragged away, the suffocating sense of oppression slowly dissipated. The coldness on Shu Tianqua's face also melted away, replaced by a gentle and refined smile, as if nothing had happened just moments before. He turned to Chen Shen, his eyes carrying a hint of apology. Chen Shen, I'm sorry for making you suffer. Shu Tianqua's voice was gentle, carrying a soothing power. I didn't expect there would be such arrogant and ignorant people in our jurisdiction. He shook his head slightly, his tone tinged with self-reproach. It's my lack of oversight and I apologize to you for that. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Jitong stepped forward, her stunning face showing a hint of regret. Her gaze towards Chen Shen was warm yet tinged with guilt. Kyoto is located in North China. Although I cannot directly oversee the internal affairs of the capital, the aristocratic families in Kyoto are indeed within my jurisdiction. Su Jitong's voice was soft but carried an undeniable seriousness. This issue was indeed my oversight, allowing the Lin family to act so recklessly, and I apologize to you as well. The two regional leaders, true high-ranking officials of Long Country, were actually apologizing simultaneously to a young man who had yet to complete his second transition. If this were to get out, it would be enough to shake the entire Long Country. Chen Shen displayed just the right amount of surprise on his face, quickly waving his hands. His demeanor was a mix of youthful awkwardness and a calmness far beyond his peers. You two leaders are being too modest. How can this be blamed on you? His voice was clear, carrying a convincing sincerity. No matter where it is, there will always be one or two clueless fools. It's just unavoidable. His words not only indicated his nonchalant attitude towards the matter but also subtly belittled Lin Yihan to the ground. Shu Tianqua looked at Chen Shen with appreciation, increasingly satisfied with the young man's character. Not servile nor arrogant, polite and principled, yet able to show a decisive and ruthless side at critical moments. No wonder that girl Su Jiner looked at him differently. He smiled gently and continued along with Chen Shen's words. You do have a point. However, rules are rules, wrong is wrong. Shu Tianqua shifted the topic to another matter. How about this? Let's put today's incident to rest for now. Regarding the matter that Brother Qingyu proposed earlier, the four of us will go together to consult the old man. He looked at Chen Shen, his eyes carrying a hint of depth. At that time, perhaps we will establish a unique team for you and for the future pillars of Long Country. Chen Shen's heart stirred, but his expression remained unchanged. Seeing that Chen Shen did not react much, Shu Tianqua did not elaborate further, only smiling. All right, we old folks won't take up any more of your time. His gaze fell on Chen Shen, filled with the concern of an elder. You should be eager to complete your second job transfer, right? Being stuck at the level cap for so long isn't good for your future development. It's better to complete the transfer as soon as possible. Su Jitong chimed in, her tone gentle. Yes, Chen Shen, the important matters come first. If you need any help, you can always contact me through Jiner. Long Qingyu beside them seemed to want to say something more, but just as he opened his mouth, he was pulled by Ling Xuanyue and Su Jitong on either side, silencing him. Shu Tianqua smiled warmly at Chen Shen, nodded slightly, and then did not linger any longer. A flash of light, and the four figures almost simultaneously activated some form of spatial teleportation, instantly disappearing from the spot, leaving behind only a few lingering energy waves. In the air, the space that had just been filled with invisible pressure and a tense atmosphere suddenly quieted down. Only Chen remained, standing in place. Looking at the empty expanse ahead, Chen Shen's expression appeared somewhat strange. It must be said that the events of the past 2 days had indeed been colorful, even surpassing some of his previous life's understandings. For high-ranking officials personally showed up to support him, even going so far as to directly confront the young lady of the Lin family in the capital. In the end, they even formally apologized to him for Lin Yihan's foolish actions. This kind of treatment, perhaps, could not be found for anyone else in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Chen Shen casually waved away the residual energy fluctuations. In the air, his gaze calm. He glanced at his level, still LV30, stuck at the threshold of the second job transfer. Both Chu Tianqua and Su Jitong had mentioned that he should complete his second job transfer as soon as possible. Indeed, being stagnant at this level for too long was ultimately not a good thing. Although a sense of fatigue still lingered deep in his mind, he wanted to find a place to rest and recover from the exhaustion brought on by today's intense battles and mental strain. However, Chen Shen was more curious about another matter. He opened his attribute panel, his gaze landing on the profession section. Profession, healer. The string of question marks behind it remained mysterious. He was very eager to know what the second job transfer task would be for his profession, which had mutated due to the blood of the ancient gods. He remembered that in his previous life, as an ordinary B-level healer, the second job transfer task was incredibly simple. Heal 20 practitioners whose health was below 50%. A task purely testing healing ability, which posed almost no difficulty for a healer. But now, his profession was no longer just a simple healer. With the hero of healing talent, which was quite extraordinary, and that mysterious question mark suffix, Chen Shen had a vague premonition that his second job transfer task would likely not be so easy. In fact, it might be completely different from his previous life, with a significantly increased level of difficulty. Chen Shan shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts in his mind. The departure of the 4 big shots took away the suffocating pressure but left behind deeper doubts and an indescribable heaviness. He did not linger too long, turning and stepping forward, his goal clear. Yang City's Profession Hall. The flow of people on the street seemed a bit sparser than usual. The major exam had just ended, and many people's attention was still focused on the competition arena, the air filled with a sense of fatigue after the clamor, resonating subtly with the weariness deep within Chen Shen's spirit. The iconic spire of the Profession Hall soon appeared at the end of his sight. It stood in the city center, ancient and solemn, emanating a faint energy fluctuation, as if it had witnessed the birth and growth of countless practitioners. Chen Shen pushed open the heavy oak door and walked inside. The hall was indeed much emptier than usual. Under the tall dome, the sound of his somewhat lonely footsteps echoed. Light streamed through the enormous stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of shadows on the smooth stone floor. In front of the various class transfer statues that used to have long lines, only a few people remained. At this moment, Chen Shen's gaze swept over the diverse statues, warriors wielding great swords, mages chanting spells, agile assassins. Finally, his eyes settled on a statue radiating a soft white light. It depicted a woman in a simple robe, holding a holy book, with a kind expression. This was the exclusive transfer statue for healing class practitioners. Chen Shen approached the statue, and the air seemed to fill with a sense of sanctity and tranquility. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his right hand and slowly pressed it against the statue's cold pedestal. A faint energy feedback tingled at his fingertips, as if an ancient contract was being awakened. He held his breath, waiting for the system's prompt. That mysterious question mark that altered class, where would its second transfer path lead? The moment his fingertips touched the pedestal, the icy sensation spread along his skin. Chen Shen could feel a gentle yet ancient power slowly awakening from within the statue, resonating faintly with a certain quality inside him. He adjusted his breathing, focusing his mind, waiting for the fateful system notification. It came. Ding! Healing Sorcerer's second transfer assignment. Zzz. The familiar yet eerie sound of electricity suddenly erupted, like a sharp scraping noise, forcibly interrupting what should have been a smooth system prompt. Chen Shen's pupils constricted. That feeling again. It was exactly the same as when he initially awakened his class, that inexplicable system chaos. Before he could think further, the scene before him underwent a dramatic change. The statue of the benevolent goddess, radiating soft white light, suddenly developed fine cracks on its surface. Crack! Crack! The cracks spread rapidly like a spider's web, covering the entire statue. Even more alarming was that from those ever-expanding fissures, what burst forth was no longer the sacred white light. Instead, it was a thick, eerie blood-red glow. That light carried an indescribable sense of malevolence and madness, instantly staining the surrounding air, casting an ominous blood-red filter over the entire space. It seemed as if something within the statue was about to break free. Immediately after, the interrupted system prompt sounded again in a colder, more chilling tone. Ding! Second transfer mission activated. Ancient God trial initiated. The moment the words fell, a deafening roar erupted. The blinding blood-red light exploded from the statue's cracks, like a flood breaking its dam, instantly engulfing Chen Shen, who stood before it. In the instant his consciousness was submerged in the bloodlight, he felt an irresistible pulling force, as if his soul was being torn from his body. His vision was consumed by pure blood-red, leaving nothing else. In the next moment, Chen Shen's figure vanished from the spot. The healing goddess statue, now covered in cracks and pulsating with bloodlight, let out a mournful cry as it lost its target. It collapsed with a thunderous crash. Debris flew, dust filled the air. The once sacred and tranquil transfer area was left in ruins, with only the remnants of shattered statues scattered about and a faint lingering scent of blood that had yet to dissipate. In the vast hall, silence reigned. His consciousness felt as if it had been thrown into an endless abyss, only to be yanked back to reality. After a violent sensation of tearing, Chen Shen suddenly opened his eyes. A metallic sweetness surged in his throat, and he couldn't help but cough violently. Cough. Cough, cough. After a while, that suffocating feeling gradually receded. He braced himself against his somewhat weak body, barely managing to stand. Chen Shen looked around in confusion. The unfamiliar environment was filled with a faint mix of rust and sulfur in the air, piercing his nostrils. Beneath his feet lay cracked, charred earth devoid of any trace of life, only silence. In the distance, the jagged, undulating mountains loomed like the spine of a slumbering beast, exuding an ominous aura. Where is this place? He furrowed his brow, his mental energy quietly probing outward, yet it felt as if a mud cow had entered the sea, his perception severely compressed. Shouldn't the job transfer task first issue the task details, wait for him to confirm acceptance, and then allow him to choose to enter the task location? How could this happen? Without any warning, he was simply thrown into this hellish place? The system prompt was disrupted, the statue collapsed, and then there was a forced teleportation. Everything felt inexplicably bizarre, closely tied to his question-marked profession. Chen Chen carefully observed every detail around him, trying to find clues. This desolate land, this suffocating atmosphere. It all felt somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it in some fragment of a long-buried memory. Yet the images in his memory seemed to have subtle deviations from what lay before him. It felt more like a distorted, tainted version filled with despair and madness. A wave of intense unease swept over him, his alertness instantly heightened to the maximum. As if something in the dark was guiding him, or perhaps a stirring from the depths of his soul. Chen Chen instinctively raised his head. In the next moment, his pupils suddenly constricted, his heart gripped as if by an invisible hand. The sky was neither the azure he was familiar with nor the profound depth of night. Instead, it was a heavy, dark purple, like congealed blood. Two enormous moons, radiating an ominous bloodlight, hung high in the sky, one large and one small. They resembled two cold, malevolent eyes, mercilessly gazing down upon this scarred land, spreading a chilling dread. The blood-red moonlight fell, casting an eerie halo over everything, distorting the colors in his vision, making this silent land even more terrifying. The twin blood moons. This sight, like the deepest nightmare imprinted in his mind, violently crashed into the depths of his memory, stirring up a storm. This is the battlefield of gods and demons where I perished in my past life? Impossible. Chen Chen's heart sank sharply, a chill rushing from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. The battlefield of gods and demons? How could this hellish place appear in a second transfer task? He suddenly recalled fragments of memories from his past life, those scattered yet unforgettable images. Endless corpses, a shattered sky, wailing souls, and the twin blood moons hanging in the sky like the eyes of an evil god. Everything slowly overlapped with the grotesque landscape he glimpsed through the cave entrance, bathed in blood-red moonlight. But it was not entirely the same. No. Something feels off. The battlefield of gods and demons in his memory, at the moment he lost his life, seemed even more shattered, the air thick with the silence and despair that followed the end of war, having burned everything to ashes. Yet the scene before him, though equally desolate and filled with an ominous aura, seemed to lack some of the decay left by the passage of time, instead faintly hinting at a lingering scent of smoke and fire that had not yet been completely extinguished. Could it be the timing is wrong? It makes sense. Having been reborn, there was nearly a decade between when he first stepped into this place in his past life. He suddenly snapped back to reality, only then noticing he was in a narrow, dark cave. The cold, damp rock walls pressed against his back, the smell of sulfur and rust in the air was even more intense than what he had sensed outside. The cave entrance was not large, the blood-red moonlight filtering in was limited, just enough for him to see a corner of the grotesque landscape outside, along with the two blood moons radiating an eerie glow. So he had been teleported to a relatively concealed place. But this did nothing to lessen the shock in his heart. Even the battlefield of gods and demons from over a decade ago is a terror that his current LV-30 level cannot contend with. He is well aware that the lowest level monsters wandering this battlefield are probably at least platinum tier, not to mention the human powerhouses and high-ranking demon clans engaged in fierce battles here. Just a casual ripple from a fight could easily grind him to dust. His MP, which stands at a staggering 430,000, and the healer's courage reverse talent have no chance to manifest in the face of such absolute tier suppression. No matter how much blue he has, how strong his skills are, or how short the cooldowns, being slapped to death by someone is still futile. Human reaction speed ultimately has its limits. Even with heightened mental focus, he cannot bridge the chasm of power disparity. Chen Chen's expression turned extremely grim. To be thrown into such a life and death predicament for a second transition task? What would the subsequent third, fourth, and even higher tier tasks entail? Would he have to face the ancient god's true form directly? He might as well find a rock to smash his head in right now. This damned profession, this damned ancient god's blood. Just as a wave of near despair surged within Chen Chen, the cold and emotionless system notification sound abruptly rang out again. Ding! Ancient God Trial. I heal the warriors participating in the battle of gods and demons. 0/3000. The system prompt was like a bucket of ice water poured over his head, instantly freezing his chaotic thoughts. Heal the warriors? He was stunned. What does that mean? Could it be that the fighting is still going on outside? The armies of humans and demons are currently clashing on this land? This does explain the faint scent of war in the air. But the problem is how to heal. Heal 3000? He instinctively tightened his grip on the eternal radiant staff, the platinum tier weapon emitting a faint glow, appearing somewhat powerless in this dark cave. With his current strength, let alone rushing onto the battlefield to save people, he probably couldn't even get close to the edge of the battlefield. As soon as he dared to step out of this cave and expose himself to the blood-red moonlight, he would instantly be sensed by some terrifying presence lurking in the shadows, and then crushed like an ant. This is simply an impossible task. Did the system make a mistake? Or is this so-called ancient god trial simply meant to get him killed? Chen Chen's brows furrowed tightly, his mind racing to understand the logic behind this task. Could it be? Just as an absurd thought began to rise, the system notification sounded again, carrying an undeniable tone. Ding! You are currently in an absolute stealth state. No one on the battlefield can perceive your existence. Please act boldly. Absolute stealth? Chen Shen was taken aback. He instinctively sensed his own state, and sure enough, a layer of extremely weak, almost imperceptible energy membrane enveloped him. This membrane isolated his aura and even distorted the light, making him blend into the shadows of the cave. No one can perceive his existence? Chen Shen's heartbeat suddenly quickened. With this state, at least his safety is greatly assured. As long as he doesn't actively seek death by attacking those terrifying beings, theoretically he can move freely on this battlefield without worrying about being discovered. So that's it. This is the key to completing the task? Although the system issued a seemingly impossible task, it also provided him with the necessary conditions to accomplish it. The DIA profession brings not only bizarre tasks and immense risks but also unimaginable abilities. Please act boldly. Chen Shen silently recited the last 4 words of the system prompt, a complex glimmer flashing in his eyes. Fear and despair receded like the tide, replaced by a strong desire for exploration and a hint of determination born from being pushed to the brink. Since the system had given him a chance, he had to seize it. Heal 3,000 warriors. This task, upon learning that the outside world might be in the midst of a fierce war and that he possessed absolute stealth capabilities, seemed not so unattainable after all. Of course, the difficulty remained hellish. Chen Shen took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous waves in his heart. He cautiously moved closer to the cave entrance, pressing against the cold rock wall, using the cover of the stones to quietly and extremely carefully peek outside. He needed to first confirm the specific situation of the battlefield outside, and where exactly those warriors he needed to heal were located. Healing 3,000 warriors on this battlefield of gods and demons from over a decade ago. This trial of the ancient gods was indeed filled with madness and the unknown from the very beginning. Chen Shen inhaled deeply. The mixed scent of sulfur, scorched earth, and rich blood was almost suffocating. He pressed against the cold rock wall, his body lowered as if he were a frightened lizard inching toward the cave entrance. The absolute stealth state gave him confidence, but in the face of the unknown, caution was always paramount. The scene outside gradually became clearer through the narrow gap. The sounds of battle were like tangible waves crashing madly against his eardrums, causing a buzzing in his ears. The light from energy explosions flickered, illuminating the grotesquely twisted earth for a moment before being swiftly swallowed by the blood-red moonlight. The sharp clashing of swords, the heavy roars of monsters, and the dying screams of human warriors intertwined to create a symphony of madness and despair. Chen Shen's heart raced in his chest. Even from a distance, the overwhelming atmosphere of carnage made him feel a wave of palpitations. This was indeed the battlefield of gods and demons. Unlike the dead silence he remembered from the end of the war, the battlefield before him was filled with a violent vitality, the heat of slaughter that had yet to cool. Countless twisted and bizarre monsters wielded sharp claws or crude weapons fiercely, battling human warriors clad in various armors and wielding swords, guns, and shields. The sky was torn apart by beams of skill light in various colors, while the ground was stained dark red with blood and flesh. This was a battle he could not intervene in at LV-30. He even saw in the distance, in the sky, a terrifying demonic figure as large as a mountain clashing violently with a human powerhouse radiating brilliant light. Each encounter triggered earth-shattering booms, and the energy waves released could easily obliterate low-level practitioners. Heal the warriors participating in the battle of gods and demons. 0/3000. The cold task prompt reappeared. Chen Shen's gaze swept across the chaotic battlefield. The system did not specify which side's warriors needed healing, but the blood flowing in his veins was human. In his past life, he had also fought on such a battlefield, dying to protect humanity's last line of defense. In this life, even in this bizarre trial, facing this battlefield from over a decade ago, his choice would not change. As a human, he naturally had to help his own kind. This thought was incredibly clear and beyond doubt. He began to carefully and step by step walk out from the dark cave where he had been hiding. His body was fully exposed to the blood-red moonlight. He was not attacked. He was not discovered. That barely perceptible energy membrane had indeed taken effect, completely erasing his presence. Intense battles were occurring nearby, and violent energy turbulence occasionally swept past his location, but all were silently blocked by the invisible membrane, not even stirring a ripple. Chen Shen's taut nerves relaxed slightly, but his vigilance did not diminish in the slightest. He was like a ghost walking in a storm. No matter how heavy the rain fell, it could not dampen his cloak. He began to move along the edge of the battlefield, searching for a suitable opportunity to intervene. His gaze quickly swept over the scenes of carnage. Soon, his eyes locked onto a battle group that was relatively close. A human warrior clad in silver light armor, wielding a broken spear, was being besieged by 3 creatures resembling rotting hyenas. The warrior was battered and bruised, his movements noticeably sluggish. Each block seemed to take an immense effort, and his life force flickered like a candle in the wind. The 3 creatures, however, were exceptionally fierce, their sharp claws tearing at him, and their foul-smelling fangs nearly biting into the warrior's vital points time and again. This was it. Chen Shen no longer hesitated and raised the Eternal Radiance staff. In his hand, The gem at the top of the platinum-level staff glowed with a soft yet undeniable light. His mental energy guided the magical power, quickly constructing the spell model for the healing spell. Healing spell. A beam of emerald green light, like a meteor traversing time and space, precisely landed on the dying warrior. The warrior's staggering body jolted, a warm halo emanating from his wounds, and the gruesome injuries began to heal at a visible speed, his pale complexion quickly regaining a hint of color and his health bar restored by a small fraction. He even looked down at his body in confusion, not understanding what had happened. But the ever-changing battlefield left him no time to ponder. The regained strength allowed him to lift the broken spear once more, roaring as he smashed a charging creature. Aside. The emerald green light dissipated and the warrior roared, rejoining the fray. Chen Chen's gaze was tightly fixed on the mission panel. Heal the warriors participating in the battle against the demons. 0/3000. The numbers remained unchanged. Chen Chen's heart sank. What was going on? Was the healing ineffective? Or, a chilling thought crept back into his mind. Did he really have to heal the demon race? What kind of malice was hidden in this ancient god? Trial? Just as he was restless, almost doubting his judgment, the cold system prompt sounded again, carrying a mechanical, undeniable tone. Ding. Reminder. Only when you restore the healer's health to above 80% will the healing be considered complete. 80%? Chen Chen was stunned, and then his mouth twitched uncontrollably a couple of times. He instinctively glanced at the figure in the distance fighting desperately and then scanned the other fierce human warriors on the battlefield. Although their strengths varied, who among those fighting in this demon war wasn't a seasoned warrior? These were all professionals above the fourth transition, restoring to 80% health? With those high-level warriors having terrifying health pools of hundreds of thousands or even millions, his earlier healing spell, while impressive, was merely a drop in the bucket. To bring a dying fourth transition warrior back to 80% health, Chen Chen roughly estimated that he would need to cast healing spell 5 or 6 times in a row just to barely meet the requirement. And that was without considering the continuous loss of health on the other side and the possibility of his skills being interrupted. 3,000. Each one needed to be restored to over 80%. Chen Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile that was more painful than crying. This was truly going to take everything out of him. If it weren't for the 2 top-tier talents he had coincidentally copied from Gina earlier, this class change task would have likely stalled here, taking months to complete. 80% health. 3,000. Battlefield veterans starting from the fourth transition. The difficulty was akin to dancing on the edge of a knife, blindfolded. But he had no choice. The acrid smell of blood mixed with sulfur and scorched earth constantly assaulted his nerves, as if it were about to ignite his sanity as well. In the distance, the dazzling light of energy explosions briefly illuminated faces smeared with blood and sweat, yet still filled with determination and madness. These are the warriors of humanity. They are the brave souls fighting bloodily against the demon race to protect the last hope of humanity on this land. The helplessness and fatigue that had arisen in his chest due to the difficulty of the mission were instantly washed away by a more intense and surging emotion. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous feelings, and raised the eternal radiance staff in his hand once more. The gem at the top of the platinum staff emitted a soft yet undeniable holy glow, appearing somewhat out of place on this blood-soaked battlefield, yet carrying a strangely comforting power. His gaze, sharp as lightning, quickly locked onto the next target in need of rescue. 12 hours later, outside the battlefield of gods and demons, the first command center of the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom war zone. The cold metallic walls reflected the flickering light from the screens, and the air seemed to freeze, with the sound of a falling needle audible. Inside the command center, everyone's eyes were fixed on the massive battlefield monitoring screen in the center. The screen was divided into countless small sections, each displaying real-time combat footage from a specific area, along with the constantly scrolling information of the soldiers below. The most eye-catching were the green data bars representing life points. Some of them would suddenly surge back up at an incredible speed just as they were about to empty, then stabilize at a precarious position. Each time such a change occurred, a subtle yet suppressed gasp would rise. Within the command center, the middle-aged man at the forefront, bearing the weight of a star on his shoulder, had a stern expression and eyes sharp as a hawk, sweeping over the silent officers and advisors below. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority that shattered the silence. So, can someone explain what exactly is going on here? The cold inquiry echoed in the command center, and the pressure instantly escalated. A young officer wearing the insignia of the Information Analysis Department quickly stepped forward, his body slightly tense, speaking rapidly yet clearly. Report, General. Since 12 hours ago, specifically, at 6:17 last night, abnormalities began to appear at the eastern edge of the battlefield of gods and demons. According to the data returned from the frontline sensors and individual combat recorders, whenever our soldiers fall into a near-death state, with life points dropping below the 10% warning line, their life points will begin to recover at an astonishing speed. The young officer paused, seemingly choosing his words carefully. This recovery speed is very peculiar. According to the data model analysis, its effect strength far exceeds that of a single high-level healing spell, more like a mid-level healer continuously casting multiple, even dozens of times of healing on the same target in a very short time. But, strangely, this healing effect is not unlimited. Once the target's life points recover to around 80%, it will abruptly stop. Then, the same situation will immediately occur on another near-death soldier on the battlefield. This phenomenon has a certain periodicity. About every half hour or so, this collective near-death first aid phenomenon will stop for about 10 minutes, then restart. The range seems to be slowly expanding, but it is still mainly concentrated on the Eastern Front and only occurs on individual targets. The most critical point is, the young officer took a deep breath, his voice carrying a hint of incredulous confusion. This healing effect only applies to our Dragon Kingdom soldiers. We have repeatedly confirmed that no allied forces or warriors from other regions have triggered this phenomenon. As for the reason, unknown. The implementer, unknown. The triggering patterns, aside from the near-death state and the identity of the Dragon Kingdom warriors, no other patterns have been discovered. The command center fell into silence once again, with only the faint hum of the instruments operating. The middle-aged general remained silent, his sharp gaze like a tangible force slowly sweeping over the green data bars that continuously fluctuated on the screen. Each incredible surge in life value felt like a heavy hammer striking at the hearts of everyone in the command center. The unknown is often more unsettling than known dangers. This sudden assistance, with unclear intentions and origins, hung over them like the sword of Damocles, ready to fall at any moment. For the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom, it might be a temporary blessing, a chance to catch their breath. But they dared not gamble. It was too sudden, too peculiar. They had no idea what was truly happening, or if there was a deeper conspiracy lurking behind it. Who would dare entrust the lives of tens of thousands of frontline warriors to such an ethereal, uncontrollable miracle? The atmosphere in the command center grew increasingly tense, the air heavy as if weighed down by lead, making it hard to breathe. The cold metal walls reflected the glow of the screens, mirroring the gravity and confusion etched on everyone's faces. The general's fingers stopped tapping, and he slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the subordinates who were bowed in silence. Just as he was about to issue an order to uncover the source of this power at all costs, General, a sudden rush of footsteps broke the deathly silence in the command center. Following that, a young figure in the uniform of the Information Analysis Department burst in, drenched in sweat, his face alight with disbelief and excitement. "Boss, I found the reason." The young officer's voice trembled with excitement as he rushed to the command platform, abruptly unfolding a portable screen in his hands. "The one performing near-death emergency rescue is a human from Blue Star. Buzz." The entire command center fell silent for a moment, followed by a chorus of gasps. Everyone's gaze was fixed on that small screen. The screen displayed a slightly blurry photo, seemingly captured from outside the battlefield, recorded by a long-range observation device. The background of the photo was a chaotic battlefield, with energy lights and figures of combat intermingling. In the center of the photo, a boy's figure appeared faintly. He was enveloped in an extremely weak, almost illusory halo, distorting the light and making it impossible to see his exact appearance. One could only vaguely discern the outline of a human boy. At that moment, the boy was holding a staff that emitted a soft glow. Streams of emerald green light filled with the essence of life were continuously shooting from the figure shrouded in that ethereal halo, precisely landing on the dying warriors of the Dragon Kingdom in the distance. The moment the photo was captured, it coincidentally caught a healing light entering the body of a severely injured warrior. That green light, pure and sacred, formed a stark and eerie contrast with the bloodshed and slaughter on the battlefield. A human from Blue Star? In the command center, one could hear a pin drop. The small screen projecting the blurry image seemed to contain some kind of magic, holding everyone's gaze captive. The immense pressure that had enveloped the command center due to the unknown did not dissipate. Instead, it became heavier and more complex due to this unexpected answer. A human from Blue Star? A boy? At the edge of the battlefield. Of gods and demons, how could one person, through such a near-miraculous method, continuously save the dying warriors of the Dragon Kingdom? How was he there? Why did he only save the Dragon Kingdom's warriors? What was that strange, almost undetectable state that even the battlefield sensors could barely capture? The middle-aged general at the forefront, with eyes sharp as a hawk, stared intently at the figure of the boy on the light screen, remaining silent for a full 10 seconds. The general slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over his subordinates, whose expressions were complex. His voice remained steady, yet carried an undeniable resolve. Classify this footage as top secret. Initiate the Zhulong plan, mobilize all resources, and spare no expense to uncover all information about this boy. Remember, at any cost. Yes, General. Just as the highest command of the Dragon Kingdom was stirred by the appearance of a mysterious boy in East China, Jiangnan Province, Yang City. This small city, which was not particularly remarkable on the map of the Dragon Kingdom, was today hosting an unprecedented event. At Yang City First High School, the entrance was bustling with traffic and filled with voices. Various luxurious vehicles, usually seen only in the news and bearing special licenses, nearly filled the streets around the school. Well-dressed men and women, exuding an extraordinary aura, entered the campus in a continuous stream, accompanied by the school leaders, wearing warm yet shrewd smiles. A bright red banner was even hung at the school gate, emblazoned with golden letters that warmly welcomed the admissions teams from various prestigious universities. The entire Yang City First High School, from teachers to students, was radiating an incredible excitement and pride. Today could be said to be the most glorious day since the school's establishment. It could even be considered a historic first. Since the school's founding, never before had so many big shots visited at the same time. The reason was simple. It was solely because the results of the nationwide unified examination following the national job transition had been announced this year. The top scorer and second place in this national examination had unexpectedly both come from this unremarkable public high school. This news was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing a huge uproar across the country. Especially among the top universities, they were quick to respond. In a bid to compete for these two top talents who could be recorded in history, almost all notable universities dispatched luxurious admissions teams. The ordinary universities sent experienced top admissions teachers, bringing various generous offers and carefully prepared gifts. Meanwhile, the four most prestigious universities at the pinnacle of the academic hierarchy in the Dragon Kingdom unprecedentedly sent their vice presidents to lead the teams personally. They brought not only astonishingly generous treatment but also star student representatives from their respective schools, attempting to win them over as peers. A fierce competition for top talents, without the sound of gunfire, was unfolding at this small Young City First High School. The entire school was immersed in a fervent yet slightly tense atmosphere. Countless envious, jealous, and curious gazes were subtly directed toward a certain direction of the teacher's office building. There was the eye of the storm. In the teacher's office building, on the top floor, the corridor outside the principal's office was almost completely blocked. Unlike the festive atmosphere in the campus below, the air here was thick like solidified honey, carrying a silent urgency. Admissions teachers from universities across the country, dressed in suits, wore standard yet barely concealed eager smiles. They exchanged glances and whispered among themselves, but their eyes occasionally darted toward the tightly closed office door, as if it concealed the key to their future. Sweat quietly dampened the foreheads and backs of some people. In stark contrast to the crowd and restlessness in the corridor, the office appeared unusually quiet, even somewhat empty. A faint aroma of tea mingled with the steady scent of high-quality wood, wafting through the spacious room. For middle-aged men and women, each with distinct temperaments yet equally exuding the authority of their status, sat leisurely on the sofa, delicate bone china teacups placed before them. Behind them stood a young person for each, exuding a calm demeanor and sharp gaze. These young individuals, without exception, radiated a heart-pounding energy, a testament to having at least crossed the threshold of the fourth transition. They were the brightest talents from their respective institutions, walking business cards and a display of soft power in this contest. The principal of Yangchang No. 1 High School, who should have been the host, now stood awkwardly like a nervous waiter, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his face betraying an unmistakable embarrassment and tension. Replacing him in the main seat was none other than the lord of Yangchang, Gu Qingshan. This figure, who held great sway in Yangchang, now appeared exceptionally composed, even carrying a hint of control over the situation. Were it not for the special circumstances this time involving individuals of such high status that it stirred the upper echelons of East China, this local lord might not have had the standing to sit at the same table as these four vice principals from the highest academies of Manhwa. Beside Gu Qingshan sat a young girl with a delicate appearance. She was Su Jiner, the second highest scorer in this major examination. Dressed in the uniform of Yangchang No. 1 High School, she stood tall, yet her bright eyes were somewhat absent-mindedly gazing out the window, seemingly uninterested in the battle for talent unfolding before her, a contest that would determine the fates of countless individuals. It was not that she did not care about her future. Rather, her heart had long flown to that figure who had yet to return. Chen, where have you gone? A brief silence was broken by a soft clink of porcelain. A refined vice principal, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, gently set down his teacup, his gaze warm as it fell on Gu Qingshan, then turned to Su Jiner. Lord Gu, he nodded slightly, his tone carrying just the right amount of respect. We have long heard of Miss Su's talent and achievements. With a score of 670,000, your performance is astonishing, worthy of being recorded in the annals of Longwa's educational history, and you rightfully hold the second place. His words prompted the other three vice principals to nod in agreement. Their gazes toward Su Jiner filled with admiration. However, this was merely the opening remark. After the brief praise, the refined vice principal shifted his tone, finally addressing the biggest question on everyone's mind. May I ask? His voice remained gentle, yet carried a hint of barely detectable urgency. That young friend of ours, Chen, who has achieved the top score in this major examination, yet we have no access to his score. Where is he now? Why has he not yet arrived? As his words fell, the previously relaxed atmosphere in the office instantly became somewhat delicate. All eyes, including those of the four powerful young talents, focused intently on Gu Qingshan's face. The principal's breath seemed to pause for a moment. Su Jiner's gaze, which had been directed out the window, snapped back, a trace of undeniable worry flickering in her eyes. The calmness on Gu Qingshan's face rippled like a stone thrown into a lake, creating subtle waves. He felt the four seemingly gentle yet piercing gazes, scrutinizing and probing, carrying an undeniable pressure. The air in the office seemed to thicken once more. Even the principal, who had been standing quietly to the side, trying to minimize his presence, breathed cautiously, fearful of making even the slightest sound. Gu Qingshan picked up the teacup in front of him and took a gentle sip, trying to mask the sudden embarrassment that surged within him. Director Chu Tianqua had indeed instructed him to help by some time, but the problem was that top official from the East China region hadn't told him what Chen was actually going to do. How was he supposed to respond? He couldn't just say, "I don't know," could he? That would make him, the Lord of Yangcheng, seem both incompetent and indifferent to this astonishing genius. Gu Qingshan set down the teacup, producing a faint sound. He cleared his throat a couple of times, straightened his expression, and forced a calm smile back onto his face. Well, the specific situation, I must admit, I'm not particularly clear on either. He carefully chose his words, his gaze slowly sweeping over the four vice presidents and the powerful young talents behind them. However, after the major exam, it seems that young friend Chen was personally taken away by Director Chu. I suppose it must be for something extremely important. Gu Qingshan leaned slightly forward, his tone carrying just the right amount of respect and negotiation. You are all titans in the field of education. Could you, for the sake of Director Chu, be a little more patient and give that child some time? He cleverly passed the ball to Chu Tianqua, who was thousands of miles away. After all, as the highest official in the East China region, Chu Tianqua's status was significant, and even the four prestigious universities had to give him some face. Sure enough, upon hearing the name Director Chu, the eyes of the four vice presidents flickered slightly. They exchanged glances, seemingly communicating silently. The refined vice president nodded gently, tacitly agreeing with this statement. Meanwhile, Su Jiner, who had been lost in thought by the window, relaxed her previously furrowed brow upon hearing this. She suddenly remembered that amidst the chaos after the major exam, before Chen disappeared, he had indeed been with her aunt, Su Jitong. And her aunt, as the head of the North China region, had a close relationship with Director Chu Tianqua. Could it be that Chen was really taken away by Director Chu and those high-ranking officials like her aunt? Thinking of this, the anxiety that had been hanging over Su Jiner's heart finally eased a bit. Being valued by such high-ranking figures was, after all, a form of safety. She let out a gentle sigh, the deep worry in her eyes quietly dissipating, replaced by a hint of relief. However, just as the atmosphere in the office slightly relaxed due to Gu Qingshan mentioning Director Chu's name, a discordant scoff suddenly broke the silence. Ha! The voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear, laced with unabashed disdain and contempt. It instantly shattered the brief calm. Everyone's gaze turned sharply toward the source of the sound. Standing behind the refined vice president was a young man. He wore a well-tailored, expensive combat suit, his features handsome, but at that moment, the corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smile, his gaze flippantly sweeping over Gu Qingshan before finally settling on Su Jiner, or it softened slightly yet still carried a condescending scrutiny. A mere reply, sorcerer? The young man scoffed, shaking his head, his tone filled with skepticism. Who knows if he climbed to the top position by some underhanded cheating methods? And he was taken away by some director? His gaze shifted back to Gu Qingshan, sizing him up without courtesy, as if looking at a country bumpkin. I say, you, a little lord of a nameless small town, how dare you talk about directors with us? Do you even know what a real director is? Do you know what a true big shot is? The young man's voice suddenly rose, filled with an almost arrogant pride. Let me tell you, even if Chu Tianqua himself stood before our vice principal, he would have to respectfully call him senior. The young man's face was increasingly filled with sarcasm, as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world. Are we all supposed to wait for a mere reply from a lowly sorcerer? His voice was not loud, but it had a piercing quality that echoed in the quiet office. Does he really think that just because he got some ridiculous national top score, he can rise to the top in one leap? He scoffed, his gaze disdainfully sweeping over Gu Qingshan, then glancing vaguely at Su Jiner. I was also a proud top scorer in the main city back in the day, and was taken away by the leader? The young man raised an eyebrow exaggeratedly, his tone filled with malicious speculation. I think he must have used some underhanded means, got caught cheating, and is too ashamed to show his face. These words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up waves. Gu Qingshan's brows instantly furrowed tightly, a trace of barely perceptible coldness flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected that mentioning Chu Tianqua's name would not only fail to stabilize the situation but would instead provoke such arrogant taunts. Even the several vice principals who had been sitting calmly now frowned in unison. They held high positions and had their own agendas, not wanting to lose face in such a setting. But the young man's words were simply too outrageous, especially the vice principal. With an elegant demeanor, the young man's indiscreet remarks were practically a slap in his face. His expression darkened, but due to his status, he did not immediately explode. The other three vice principals from top universities, although also displeased with the young man's arrogance, exchanged glances after their initial surprise, revealing a hint of amusement. They looked at the young man with a touch of schadenfreude. This kid really couldn't keep his cool. To say such things in this situation was simply self-sabotage. With this incident, regardless of how Chun Chen ultimately performed, the academy the young man belonged to, Xianming Academy, would likely be the first to be eliminated. Their initial doubts about Chen Chen had now lessened, and they were eager to watch the drama unfold. However, someone couldn't hold back. "Who are you calling a cheater?" A crisp female voice rang out, filled with unmistakable anger. Su Jiner suddenly stood up, her pretty face frosted, her almond eyes wide open, glaring at the young man who had spoken so arrogantly. The calm she had just regained was instantly filled with fury. "You dare to spout nonsense here without any evidence, slandering someone else's innocence? Aren't you afraid of bringing disaster upon yourself?" Her voice was clear, carrying an undeniable sharpness. "And what kind of top scorer were you back then?" Su Jiner's voice held a hint of mockery. "A mere so-called top scorer from the main city has no right to compare himself with the national top scorer from our Dragon Kingdom's grand examination." "A mere main city top scorer?" The young man looked as if he had been stepped on the tail, his face turning red instantly. But Su Jiner ignored him and continued, her voice growing colder. "Truly arrogant and ignorant of your own limitations." The young man was left pale and flushed by Su Jiner's retort, clearly not expecting this seemingly delicate woman to be so sharp-tongued. Just as he was about to retort, Su Jiner didn't give him a chance. "Someone like you, narrow-minded and only capable of slandering others behind their backs, would probably never reach Chen Chen's height even if given the chance to cheat." Her voice suddenly rose, her gaze sharp as a knife. "Oh, I understand now." Su Jiner seemed to have an epiphany, a mocking smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "This is just plain jealousy. You're afraid that if Chen Chen joins your Xianming Academy, it will threaten your so-called genius status, stealing the resources and attention that should belong to you, right?" Su Jiner's words were like a sharp thorn, precisely piercing the most secret pain in the young man's heart. His face instantly turned as red as liver, almost making him jump up from his spot. "What did you say?" However, his roar was abruptly interrupted by a cold reprimand. "Impudent!" The usually silent elegant vice principal now had a pale face, his gaze shooting like lightning towards the young man behind him. "Is this a place for you to speak?" "Shut up!" The reprimand was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. The young man visibly trembled, as if struck by an invisible whip, instantly extinguishing his fire, lowering his head, and daring not to make a sound again, yet the unwillingness and resentment deep in his eyes could not be concealed. The air in the office seemed to freeze. All eyes were focused on the suddenly authoritative vice principal. He took a deep breath, suppressing the displeasure in his eyes, turned around, and actually bowed slightly to Su Jiner. The movement was smooth, carrying a hint of apology. "Miss Su, it is my Xianming Academy's lack of discipline that has caused you to witness such a scene." His posture was very low, and his tone was sincere. Su Jiner was slightly taken aback. She never expected that this esteemed vice principal of a top academy would bow so low to her for the sake of that arrogant fool behind her. This sudden courtesy eased some of the anger in her heart. However, just in this brief moment of relaxation, the young man who had just been reprimanded saw his vice principal treating a little girl in his eyes with such deference, and the frustration and arrogance in his heart surged again. Although he did not dare to retort loudly, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, his voice not loud but enough for a few nearby to hear. "Vice principal, why bother like this? She's just a waste who can't even defeat an auxiliary profession. How capable can she be? Relying on her family background to act all high and mighty here." These few sarcastic murmurs were like adding fuel to the fire, instantly igniting the anger that Su Jiner had just suppressed. "Waste? Can't even defeat an auxiliary profession?" Su Jiner, the once-in-a-century genius of the Su family, the future heir of the family, had never suffered such a pointed humiliation in her life, especially right after she had just defended Chen Chen. This was not only an insult to her but also a veiled attempt to continue belittling Chen Chen. An uncontrollable rage surged to her head, causing her fair cheeks to flush, not out of shyness but extreme anger. She suddenly raised her head, her cold gaze locking onto the young man who was still looking down with disdain. "Who do you call a waste?" Her icy voice carried a bone-chilling coldness, resonating throughout the office. "Can't even defeat an auxiliary profession?" The corners of Su Jiner's mouth curled into a cold arc, her eyes no longer holding any hesitation. "Very well. I now challenge you in my personal capacity. Let you see how this waste defeats you, the so-called top scholar of the main city. Do you dare accept?" Su Jiner's voice was clear and resonant, each word like an ice pick, stabbing fiercely into everyone's hearts. The office fell into a strange silence. A challenge? A student who had just finished a major exam and might not even have completed the second transition, challenging a genius from a top academy, clearly already a high-level professional? Once these words were spoken, not to mention the vice principal of Xianming Academy with a pale face. Even the other three vice principals who had been watching the show revealed a hint of astonishment in their eyes. Gu Qingshan's eyelids jumped violently, his gaze towards Su Jiner filled with disbelief. This young lady, her audacity is a bit too much, isn't it? The young man, though arrogant, exuded an aura that was anything but ordinary. According to Gu Qingshan's judgment, he was at least a strong individual who had completed for job transfers, likely at a level exceeding 120. 120. A 4-job transfer professional. How could Su Jiner, a newcomer who hadn't even touched the threshold of the second job transfer, dare to challenge him publicly? Wasn't this akin to striking a rock with an egg, inviting humiliation upon herself? After a brief silence, the young man seemed to have heard the funniest joke of the century. He was momentarily stunned, then erupted into unabashed laughter. Ha! Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! He laughed so hard he nearly doubled over, tears almost streaming down his face, pointing at Su Jiner as if she were a mad fool. Did I hear you right? You want to challenge me? The sarcasm on his face was thick, and his gaze towards Su Jiner was filled with pity and disdain. Little sister, do you know who I am? Do you know what level I am? Do you know what it means to be a 4-job transfer professional? You, a waste who can't even defeat a support class? He deliberately emphasized the word waste, his contempt almost overflowing from his eyes. However, in the face of this piercing mockery, Su Jiner remained surprisingly calm. She didn't even raise an eyebrow, merely glancing at the young man with a look of disdain, as if he were an idiot. Is this the level of understanding from a student of a top-tier academy? Her cold voice rang out again, laced with undisguised scorn. Don't you know there's a challenge mode called equal level challenge? It can forcibly adjust both parties' levels and attributes to the same baseline for a fair duel. Su Jiner's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Or do you? She tilted her head slightly, a mocking smile curling at the corners of her mouth, her gaze sweeping over the young man. You don't even know this most basic common knowledge? I really don't know how you managed to get into the Xianming Academy. Poof, this time it was the young man who could no longer laugh. His laughter abruptly ceased, as if an invisible hand had choked his throat. The expression on his face froze instantly, then rapidly turned red, visibly spreading from the base of his neck to the tips of his ears. The equal level challenge. Of course, he knew. It was one of the most commonly used modes in all formal arenas and internal academy duels, designed to level the playing field and purely test skill, talent, and combat awareness. He had just been too busy mocking Su Jiner's overconfidence, completely based on their vast level gap, and had subconsciously overlooked this point. Now, being publicly pointed out by Su Jiner and looked at as if she were seeing a fool. An indescribable sense of shame instantly engulfed him. He felt all the gazes around him piercing into him like needles, burning with pain. Especially the almost murderous glare from his own vice principal. The young man's face shifted between green and white, his lips trembling as he tried to retort, only to find he couldn't utter a single word. He had been so arrogant just moments ago, and now he was utterly embarrassed. The elegant vice principal, who had been trying to maintain his composure, finally couldn't hold it together. He raised his hand, weakly covering his forehead, letting out an almost inaudible sigh. How humiliating. It was truly too humiliating. His genius student from the Xianming Academy had forgotten even the common rule of equal level challenge and was publicly slapped in the face by a little girl. If this got out, the Xianming Academy would lose all face. The vice principal's expression could no longer be described as merely difficult. It was a mix of rage, shame, and deep helplessness, turning a dark shade of blue. The student he brought was thoroughly rebutted by a young girl who had just finished her major exam, using the most basic common sense in front of all her peers. It was as if he had pressed the reputation of his Xianming Academy into the ground and rubbed it repeatedly. The other 3 vice principals around him maintained a facade of calm, but the playful and watching expressions in their eyes were an unspoken mockery that made his cheeks burn. The air seemed to freeze, leaving only the heavy breathing of the young man and the alternating red and white of his face in embarrassment. Shame and anger churned violently in his chest, almost breaking free from the constraints of reason. He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, staring fiercely at Su Jiner as if he wanted to swallow her whole. Suppressing the humiliation that was about to burst forth, he squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. Good. His voice was hoarse, filled with a desperate ferocity. Isn't it just a challenge? I accept. It was as if he had regained a bit of confidence, his voice suddenly rising, carrying a madness of not losing face. But, he shifted his tone, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. What's the point of just fighting like this? We have to bet something, right? As soon as these words came out, the vice principal of Xianming Academy's expression changed drastically, and he quickly cleared his throat, trying to intervene. This kid, does he not think it's embarrassing enough? Just as he was about to interrupt this foolish proposal, Su Jiner was quicker than him. The girl's cold voice, filled with undeniable determination, rang out. In the office. Good. I agree. She straightened her back, her sharp gaze meeting that of the young man without the slightest retreat. If I lose, Chen and I will directly join your Xianming Academy. At this declaration, the room fell silent in shock. Even the other 3 vice principals who had been watching the show had their expressions change in an instant. The vice principal of Xianming Academy was taken aback, his gaze towards Su Jiner filled with complexity. This bet was too big. So big that it made him feel a bit frightened. One Chen Chen, one Su Jiner. These were the top two talents from this year's major exam. If he could really bring these two into his fold. In an instant, he even felt a bit shaken. The young man, upon hearing this, was first stunned, then a look of ecstatic malice mixed with joy appeared on his face. It was as if he saw the opportunity to turn the tables and even humiliate Chen Chen and Su Jiner severely. He scoffed disdainfully, just about to follow Su Jiner's words and propose even harsher conditions. For example, even if they joined, they shouldn't expect any preferential treatment. However, just as he opened his mouth, he felt a cold gaze from behind him that seemed to freeze him in place. It was the look from his own vice principal, filled with warning and murderous intent. The young man trembled all over, and his instinct for survival made him swallow back the insulting words that were about to spill out. He forcibly suppressed the malice in his heart and changed his words. Fine. His voice still carried reluctance, but his arrogance had clearly diminished. However, even if you come, don't expect any new student scholarships, and there won't be any additional resource allocation. He tried to regain some face, but it came off as bluster. Su Jiner merely snorted coldly, her eyes filled with disdain. Such a small-minded perspective. Then, what if you lose? She countered, her voice icy, carrying an aggressive momentum. Before the young man, whose face was turning red, could speak, the elegant vice principal behind him finally stood up. Unable to bear it any longer. He knew that he could not let this foolish student continue to embarrass himself. He had to salvage some face for Xianming Academy. If he loses, the elegant vice principal's voice was deep and authoritative, his gaze sweeping across the room before finally landing on Su Jiner. Xianming Academy will immediately expel him. And, he paused, his tone carrying an undeniable resolve. Regardless of whether Miss Su and classmate Chen Chen ultimately choose our Xianming Academy, the promised highest-level scholarship and the best resource treatment will be fully honored. His words rang out clearly, indicating the Academy's stance while also serving as a veiled apology and a means of reconciliation. With a swift cut, he severed ties with the troublesome student, showcasing the Academy's demeanor and sincerity. This made the other vice principals nod in agreement. This vice principal of Xianming had finally made the right decision. Su Jiner looked at the young man whose face was ashen, nearly ready to explode, and the composed, elegant vice principal behind him. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice still cold. I agree. There was no hesitation, as if the astonishing wager had not come from her lips. She didn't even glance at Chen Chen's reaction. Her certainty and confidence stemmed from an inherent pride and an absolute trust in her own abilities. As one of the most outstanding descendants of the Su family, she might lack practical experience, but she certainly did not lack the foundation and vision built from top-tier resources. Moreover, she was well aware that Chen Chen would never oppose her on such matters. The vice principal of Xianming took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tremor in his heart and the hint of greed that should not have been there. He glanced at the student beside him, who had completely lost his composure, and a flicker of determination crossed his eyes. At this point, further discussion was pointless. He needed to end this farce quickly and minimize the impact. Since both parties agree, let's get started as soon as possible, the elegant vice principal said in a deep voice, turning to the principal of Yangcheng No. 1 High School, who had been respectfully standing by. May we use your school's playground for a peer challenge? Is that all right? The high school principal dared not say there was a problem and quickly nodded and bowed. No problem. Of course, no problem. Please follow me, esteemed guests. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, inwardly lamenting. When gods fight, mortals suffer. If a genius from a top academy were to have an accident on his playground, he could forget about being principal. The group then left the oppressive office, following the high school principal toward the school's playground. The other three vice principals followed behind, exchanging glances. Their expressions varied. Some were watching the show, some were deep in thought, and others were secretly calculating. Su Jiner's move was indeed brilliant, forcing Xianming Academy into a corner. With this wager, regardless of the outcome, Xianming Academy was at a disadvantage. If they won, it would be seen as bullying the weak, a victory without honor, and they would offend the Su family and the immensely talented Chen Chen. If they lost, it would be a disgrace, a genius student defeated by a newcomer and then expelled, an utter humiliation. What they were more concerned about now was the result of this challenge and how they would vie for Chen Chen and Su Jiner afterward, especially since Su Jiner's earlier words effectively tied her and Chen Chen together. It was clear that the two had a very good relationship, meaning that as long as they could recruit Su Jiner, the other would almost certainly come along too. The temptation was immense. Soon, the group arrived at the playground of Yangcheng No. 1 High School. It was a standard outdoor playground, with a red rubber track surrounding a central lawn. Since it was class time, the playground was empty, with only a few ordinary students in the distance speaking curiously during their physical education class. The high school principal quickly cleared the area, respectfully inviting the dignitaries to the edge of the track. Su Jiner and the young man from Xianming Academy walked to the center of the lawn, standing 10 meters apart. There were no referees, no protective gear, and certainly no professional competition venue. Only the blazing sun overhead and the scrutinizing gazes of the surrounding dignitaries. The atmosphere grew more oppressive in the silence. Challenge mode confirmed, same level. Challenge. Level and base attributes will be forcibly synchronized to LV20 standard template. Equipment attributes synchronized, skill levels synchronized, skills retained. A cold system notification echoed in both their minds simultaneously. Immediately, a faint white light enveloped both of them as the system rules adjusted their states. Sujiner vs. Chinsho, the challenge is about to begin. Meanwhile, in the distant battlefield of gods and demons, the sounds of battle roared, energy explosions flared up one after another, and broken corpses along with charred earth painted a scene of apocalypse. Chen Chan stood on a relatively safe mound, his expression blank. He had just raised his hand when two soft emerald green lights shot from his fingertips, precisely entering the body of a blood-soaked, battered warrior not far away. Healing. Spell LV7. The warrior's previously lethargic aura surged instantly, a hint of color returning to his pale face, and the wounds on his body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Just at the moment these two healing spells landed, a cold system notification sounded in Chen Chen's consciousness. Notice, the job transfer task trial of the ancient god has been completed. Task progress 3000/3000. Task reward settlement in progress, please wait. The cold system notification echoed like a chilling current piercing through the soul, resonating deep within Chen Chen's consciousness. He stood on the charred mound, surrounded by the deafening sounds of slaughter and energy explosions, the air thick with the scent of blood and gunpowder. Yet all of this seemed to be isolated from him. Chen Chen's expression remained unchanged, but a barely perceptible ripple flashed in his deep eyes. The second transfer task, the trial of the ancient god, was finally completed. Ding! Congratulations on completing the job transfer task trial of the ancient god. Task evaluation perfect. Based on your perfect evaluation, you will receive additional rewards. Commencing job promotion. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing the second transfer. Job information updated. Current job, Healing Mage, second transfer rewards, all attributes plus 500 free. Attribute points plus 100, skill points plus 200. Ding! Congratulations on awakening the second transfer skill, Healing LV1 after use, it will restore the target to original state. Alteration effect, everything the target has experienced will be thoroughly imparted to the caster in an instant. Consumption, none. CD, none. Casting distance, 0. Ding! Congratulations on awakening the second transfer talent, Optimization. Optimization, LV1 can optimize the target state, consumption depends on the content of optimization. Ding! The blood of the ancient god has been enhanced. Congratulations on obtaining the special magic equipment, Eye of the Ancient God. Eye of the Ancient God, you can see everything you wish to see through your eyes. Ding! Congratulations on completing the second transfer, the talent of the Healing Brave has been enhanced. A massive flow of information surged into his mind. The increase of 500 points in all attributes was terrifying. The number of free attribute points and skill points far exceeded the norm. But this was just the beginning. Ding! Congratulations on awakening the second transfer skill, Healing LV1 after use, it will restore the target to original state. Alteration effect, everything the target has experienced will be thoroughly imparted to the caster in an instant. Consumption, none. CD, none. Casting distance, 0. Chen Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. Restore to original state? This concept was too vague, yet it exuded a chilling power. What made his scalp tingle even more was that alteration effect. Experiencing everything the other had gone through? Did that mean if he used this skill to restore a battle-hardened veteran who had endured countless hardships, he himself would have to bear the weight of that heavy life in an instant? The cost is a bit too. Before Chen Chen could finish his thoughts, a new notification interrupted him. Ding! Congratulations, you have awakened the second turn talent, Optimization. Optimization, LV1 can optimize the state of the target, consumption depends on the content of optimization. Another talent with an extremely simple description. Optimize the state of the target. How to optimize? To what extent? How is the consumption defined? This vague description instead exudes a sense of almost infinite possibility. Chen Chen felt his understanding being overturned. Is this really what game skills and talents should look like? Ding! The blood of the ancient god has been strengthened. Congratulations, you have obtained a special magical equipment, the Eye of the Ancient God. Eye of the Ancient God, you can see everything you wish to see through your eyes. See everything you wish to see? Chen Chen instinctively blinked. This ability has completely surpassed the realm of data-driven combat. It feels more like a power from some mythological legend. Ding! Congratulations on completing the second turn, the ability of the Healing Warrior talent has been enhanced. A series of system notifications finally came to an end. Chen Chen stood still, not moving for a long time. The sounds of battle around him were still deafening, and the glow of energy occasionally illuminated his sharply defined profile. He slowly raised his hand, looking at his fair and slender fingers. The enormous increase in attributes, free points, and skill points was certainly delightful, but that newly awakened skill, talent, and that Eye of the Ancient God made him feel an unprecedented strangeness and a hint of unease. The recovery skill, especially its alienation effect, immediately reminded him of something not so good. Is he really going to become a stick warrior? Even optimization and recovery have come. Recovery is one thing, at least it has a terrifying negative limitation. But what about this optimization? This ambiguous description almost implies that as long as he wants, he can modify the state of the target at will, and that eye of the ancient god, seeing everything he wishes to see. Is this really still the data-driven game world he was familiar with? This world, or rather this game, seems to be sliding towards a direction completely unknown to him. Chen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his heart. Chen took a deep breath, forcing down the surging thoughts. The cold air mixed with smoke and blood rushed into his lungs, calming him down a bit. No matter how bizarre these new abilities are, they are ultimately power. He can slowly master them. Now, what weighs most on his mind is his core talent for survival, the one he is most familiar with, Healing Warrior. This talent, already mutated to the extreme due to the blood of the ancient god, after completing the second turn and further strengthening the blood of the ancient god, to what terrifying level will it rise? With a hint of indescribable anticipation and tension, Shen's mind stirred. He focused his attention and opened his attribute panel, his gaze precisely locking onto the talent section. The new introduction of Healing Warrior slowly emerged in his consciousness. The next second, Chen's breath suddenly caught. His pupils, in that instant, contracted to the extreme. Healing Warrior, the warrior chosen by the ancient god, under the favor of the ancient god, your talent has reached its peak. Every time you assist or heal, there is a chance to trigger a critical hit, which will cause 1000% healing effect after the critical hit. The consumption and cooldown of all your assistance or healing skills will decrease by 95%. And when you successfully cast healing or assistance on a target, you will have a 55% chance to permanently replicate the target's strongest talent. If you already possess this talent, it will directly upgrade to level 2. There is a 60% chance to permanently copy one skill from the target. If you possess this skill, it will directly upgrade to level 2. There is a 90% chance to gain 3 to 6 attribute points. Attribute type equals target's highest attribute. Dying target's attribute points times 2. When you trigger a healing critical hit and the healing amount exceeds the opponent's life limit, it will trigger the Afterglow impact. Afterglow impact deals 70% of the current healing amount as true damage to the enemy. Moreover, when a healing critical hit occurs, the copying probability doubles. You will gain 2 healing points for each target you heal. Life Holy Pool. 70% of the overflow healing amount from all your healing will be stored in the Holy Pool, with a cap of 500% of your maximum health. All damage will be deducted from the Holy Pool value first, then calculate shields and health. Life Armament. Consume 50% of the Holy Pool value to add 30% of the Holy Pool value as true damage to the next healing. Immortal Spring. When the Holy Pool value is full, automatically restore 3% of maximum health every second. Blood Oath Contract. Transfer the Holy Pool to a teammate to bear. During this time, all damage you receive will be borne by the teammate. Life Resonance. When the healing amount exceeds the target's life limit, permanently increase their maximum health by 1%, limited to 10 times per target. The words were like a cold brand, deeply engraved in Chen's consciousness. Each character seemed to contain a power capable of overturning common sense. His breath completely halted the moment he saw the new description of the talent. His heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand, sending an indescribable numbness through his limbs and bones. If the previous hero of healing was strong, perverse, and a top-tier talent that could drive any support class into madness with jealousy, then what lay before him now could no longer be described as merely a talent. It felt more like a collection of powers. As he read through them, Chen felt his scalp tingle, a chill rushing from his spine to the crown of his head. Was this really a talent obtainable at the second transition? He didn't even dare to imagine what kind of terrifying chemical reaction would occur if all these abilities stacked together. The no cooldown, no consumption recovery, the state-modifying optimization, the all-seeing eye of the ancient god, plus this almost evolved rule-level hero of healing. Chen clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force. He was only at the second transition. What if he reached the third, fourth, or even higher? Where would this talent, this profession ultimately lead? Chen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, the smell of gunpowder and blood seeming to do little to dilute the stormy waves in his heart. He looked down at the charred ground, the shattered weapons and debris scattered among it, the distant roar of energy still ringing in his ears. He had stayed in this place long enough. A full 10 hours, even longer than the time he had fallen here in his previous life. In his past life, it was here that he exhausted his last strength and ultimately fell, unwillingly. The shadow of death seemed to still loom over this land, and even now, with his power having surged, it still made him feel a slight rejection from deep within his soul. This place was ultimately not a pleasant memory. Since the second transition task had been completed and he had gained an unprecedented boost in power, there was no longer any meaning in staying here. Shen's thoughts shifted slightly and he chose to leave. A flash of white light enveloped him. In the next moment, the surrounding scene changed instantly. The deafening sounds of battle disappeared and the strong smell of blood faded away. In its place was the slightly echoing emptiness of the job change hall, along with that familiar, even somewhat stale air. Chen Shen stood in the center of the hall, his tense nerves finally relaxing a bit. However, almost the moment he appeared, a series of urgent beeping sounds echoed wildly in his mind, flooding in like a tide. It was a communication request. Chen Shen's brow furrowed slightly. He raised his hand, and a virtual communication panel unfolded before him. The screen was instantly filled with a dense array of unread messages, over 100 in total. Chen Shen's gaze quickly swept across, noticing that more than 70% came from the same name, Su Jiner. Her avatar bounced in the list, displaying anxiety and concern. Chen Shen's fingers slid across the screen, rapidly browsing through the message content. Most were inquiries about his situation, with the tone shifting from initial calmness to later urgency, revealing the sender's gradually unraveling emotions. Looking at these messages, Chen Shen suddenly remembered. Today was the day for admissions at various universities. He had almost forgotten this important matter, due to the lengthy time spent on his second transition task. If it weren't for this unexpected job change taking over 10 hours, he should have already been at the admissions site. His brow tightened even more. His fingers continued to scroll, skimming over Su Jiner's messages filled with obvious worry. Until the last one. The sender was the lord of Yang City, Gu Qingshan. The message was very short, just one sentence. But it was this one sentence that made Chen Shen's gaze freeze instantly. His pupils constricted suddenly, a chill rising from his heart. Without warning, spreading rapidly to his limbs. Jiner is challenging someone from the Xianming Academy. The opponent is the 4 transition professional Qin Shou, and the same level. Challenge mode has been activated. Return quickly. Jiner challenging a 4 transition professional? Qin Shou? The guy infamous for his despicable methods at the Xianming Academy in his previous life? Although the system rules would forcibly synchronize both parties to LV20, leveling the differences in levels and basic attributes, the skills, combat experience, and understanding of the rules possessed by a 4 transition professional were not something a newcomer who had just completed their first transition could compare to. Even if Su Jiner was exceptionally talented and had a powerful profession, that was still a 4 transition. Chen Shen's expression darkened instantly, his eyes becoming incredibly sharp. Gu Qingshan had specifically sent a message, clearly indicating that the situation had gone beyond control. It was likely that this impulsive young lady had done something again. Such incidents had not occurred in his previous life. Could it be due to the influence of his rebirth? Thinking of this, Chen Shen didn't hesitate any longer and directly accelerated, heading straight for Yang City's first high school. Yang City's first high school playground. The blazing sun scorched the plastic track, and the air seemed to warp from the heat. In the center of the lawn, a red robe burned like flames, clashing violently with a flickering swordlight. Su Jiner's fair forehead was beaded with fine sweat, her breathing slightly hurried. Yet her movements did not pause for a moment as she instinctively gathered, compressed, and hurled fireballs the size of basins. Boom! 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 The fireballs surged continuously, accompanied by sharp sounds of breaking air, smashing towards the young man opposite her, the frequency of her attacks so high it resembled a heavy machine gun firing wildly. However, her opponent, the young swordsman named Qin Shou from the Xianming Academy, appeared to be handling it with ease. Initially facing this terrifying barrage of fireballs, Qin Shou did show a hint of being flustered. His figure darted like a ghost through the dense gaps between the fireballs, his long sword dancing, leaving behind trails of afterimages. Each beam of sword light was incredibly precise, either puncturing, slicing, or redirecting, cleverly causing the incoming fireballs to explode in midair or directly shatter. The brilliance of the exploding flames illuminated his slightly frivolous face, a playful smile even tugging at the corners of his mouth. Oh, is this the Su family's fire soul sorceress? The attack frequency is quite good, but unfortunately, both accuracy and power are lacking a bit. Qin Shou's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached Su Jiner's ears, carrying an unmistakable disdain. After just a moment of adjustment, Qin Shou completely grasped the rhythm of Su Jiner's attacks. His steps became more relaxed, his figure flickering like a leaf caught in a wild wind. Su Jiner's fireballs seemed to lose their target, often exploding several meters away from him, stirring up waves of heat, yet failing to even touch the hem of his clothes. Occasionally, a few fireballs with tricky angles came close, but he effortlessly deflected them with a casual swing of his sword. Although the rules of the same level challenge leveled the gap in levels and basic attributes, battle experience, skill proficiency, and understanding of the profession could not be synchronized by cold system data. The combat instincts and techniques of a 4th-tier swordsman were vividly displayed at this moment. Qin Shou even had the leisure to show off some swordplay. With a flick of his wrist, the long sword traced a brilliant silver arc in the air, resembling a blooming lotus. Sizzle! Almost simultaneously, 3 whistling flame soul fireballs were precisely struck at their core by the swordlight, their energy instantly destabilized, silently vanishing into thin air. This exquisite control made the few university principals watching from the sidelines narrow their eyes. They could clearly see that Chinsho had consumed perhaps less than 1/10 of his health throughout the fight. In contrast, although Su Jiner's health had not decreased much, the consumption of her mental energy was undoubtedly immense and her complexion grew increasingly pale. The outcome was clear. TSK TSK TSK, is this all you've got? Chinsho casually flicked his long sword, the tip pointing downwards, his gaze towards Su Jiner filled with mockery. I thought the young lady of the Su family could bring me some surprises. It seems it's nothing special after all. Su Jiner bit her lip tightly, nearly drawing blood. Anger and unwillingness burned in her eyes, causing her to gather fireballs even faster. But the more impatient she became, the more chaotic her attacks were, and the more openings she left. The smile on Chinsho's face grew wider. He no longer simply defended or directly shattered the fireballs. His figure suddenly lunged forward, moving so fast that it left only an afterimage. The trajectory of his long sword abruptly changed, no longer pursuing instant explosions and destruction. The sword tip became agile and cunning, like a snake striking. Swoosh! With a light sound, a small cut appeared on the red robe of Su Jiner's arm, revealing a patch of snow-white skin marked by a faint red line. The damage was low, even negligible. But this blow made Su Jiner's body stiffen suddenly. Insult! A blatant insult. Oh dear, my apologies, I slipped. Chinsho feigned surprise, but the malice in his eyes was unmistakable. He began to circle around Su Jiner, his long sword like a maggot burrowing into bone, occasionally leaving similar minor wounds on her body. Arms, shoulders, calves. He deliberately avoided vital points, controlling the force of each strike to cause minimal damage, slowly whittling down Su Jiner's health. This feeling was 100 times more uncomfortable than being directly heavily injured. It was like a dull knife cutting flesh, more akin to playing with a prey caught in a trap. Su Jiner's attacks completely lost their accuracy, flames exploding chaotically around her, yet failing to even touch the shadow of Chinsho. Her eyes slightly reddened, not from pain, but from a deep-seated sense of humiliation. On the sidelines, several big shots who had initially watched with scrutinizing eyes now wore grim expressions. The middle-aged man leading the Xianning Academy team furrowed his brows tightly, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately held back. Gu Qingshan, the lord of Yang City, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his knuckles slightly white from the pressure, his gaze filled with worry and a hint of barely perceptible anger. He knew Chinsho's character, but he never expected this person to act so despicably. This was no longer a sparring match, but a one-sided torment. Too slow, too weak, and the control is laughable. Chinsho's voice rang out again, filled with a condescending judgment. I really don't know how someone as useless as you has the courage to stand here. Is it because of the Su family's name? Humph. Another flash of sword light passed by, this time slicing through a few strands of hair that had fallen beside Su Jiner's cheek. The cold sword energy grazed her skin, bringing a slight sting. Su Jiner's body trembled slightly from extreme anger, the scattered hair sticking to her sweaty cheek, adding to her disheveled appearance. The big shots at the edge of the track either frowned or looked displeased, their gazes felt almost tangible, making Chinsho feel a bit irritated. He clicked his tongue. What a bunch of sanctimonious old geezers, can't they even stand a little bit of fun? Well, since they don't want to play anymore, let's just end this quickly and decisively. He cast a disdainful glance at Su Jiner, who was on the verge of collapse, almost unable to hold her staff. Once he dealt with her, he would take that Chen along as well. 2 freshmen with SS-level talents, that would make this trip worthwhile. With that thought, the last trace of amusement in Chinsho's eyes vanished, replaced by a cold, killing intent. The game is over, Miss Su. You and that Chen should immediately come back with me to the Xianming Academy. As soon as the words left his mouth, the long sword in his hand suddenly shone with a blinding silver light. Swift wind thrust. Merging the understanding and mastery of a fourth-turn swordsman, the speed of this thrust far exceeded the limits that the system data could reflect. The sword tip tore through the air, emitting a sharp whistle, like a lightning bolt aiming straight for Su Jiner's heart. This strike was both fast and fierce. Su Jiner's pupils constricted sharply, sweat mixed with dust clung to her pale cheeks, and she didn't even have time to react. Her mental energy was nearly exhausted, and the fatigue in her body surged like a tide. The sword light before her was so fast that it left only a blurred afterimage. It's over. At the edge of the track, Gu Qingshan suddenly stepped forward, his face pale, but was blocked by an invisible force of rules. The other principals also changed their expressions dramatically, clearly not expecting Chinsho to suddenly resort to such ruthless measures. This was not sparring at all, but murder. However, just as the sword tip, charged with terrifying power, was about to touch the robe on Su Jiner's chest, an unexpected change occurred. Chinsho felt an indescribable, irresistible strange force, like an invisible vortex, suddenly acting upon his sword. This force was not a forced block, but rather a kind of brutal pulling and twisting. What? He was horrified, trying to stabilize the sword's momentum, but found that his control over the long sword seemed to be instantly stripped away. The sword tip, which should have been aimed straight at Su Jiner's heart, was forcibly deflected at least half a meter to the side. The body, carrying the Immense inertia of swift wind thrust completely lost its balance, and he was like a kite with a broken string, uncontrollably hurtling toward the edge of the sparring area. This sudden turn of events sent Shin-sho into a panic. He had no idea what was happening, but the battle instincts of a fourth-turn professional made him react immediately, forcibly interrupting. The skills release. Hiss. The soles of his shoes screeched against the plastic track, leaving 2 deep black marks. Shin-sho used all his strength and finally managed to stabilize himself. At the last moment before rushing out of the area, stopping at the edge of the white line, he was still shaken, cold sweat beading on his forehead, just wanting to turn around and see who was causing trouble. Just then, an extremely weak, even gentle force quietly appeared on his back. The force was so slight it was almost negligible, yet it carried an undeniable will that could not be resisted. Shin-sho only felt as if his body had been gently pushed. Just that one nudge caused his recently stabilized center of gravity to collapse in an instant. He stumbled and uncontrollably fell forward. Thud! A muffled sound echoed. Shin-sho landed in an extremely undignified position, face down, crashing heavily onto the grass outside the arena, tasting dirt. The entire venue fell silent. The next moment, a cold system notification echoed across the playground. Ding! Battle ended. Shin-sho has exited the battlefield. Winner, Soo Jiner. The icy system prompt reverberated in the empty playground, clearly reaching everyone's ears. In an instant, the place was engulfed in dead silence. Everyone stared, wide-eyed, incredulously watching the scene before them. Just moments ago, Shin-sho had held absolute dominance, playing with Soo Jiner as if she were in the palm of his hand, yet he had inexplicably lost, and in such a dramatic, humiliating manner. Soo Jiner was also stunned. She stood there in a daze, blankly watching. Shin-sho tumbled to the ground, then looked down at her unscathed body, momentarily unable to comprehend. What just happened? Did she win? She raised her head and glanced around. The big shots around her wore expressions of shock, confusion, and a hint of strangeness. Their gazes seemed not to be directed at her, but rather towards a further distance. A thought stirred in Soo Jiner's heart, and she suddenly turned her head to follow their line of sight. There, at the entrance of the playground, a somewhat slender figure was slowly approaching. Shin-sho was now awkwardly getting up from the grass, his face smeared with dirt and grass clippings, his handsome features twisted in anger and humiliation. He fixed his gaze on the approaching figure. Who is it? That strange force just now was definitely the work of this person. How dare he use such despicable means to humiliate him in front of everyone? On the edge of the playground, Gu Qingshan's murky eyes flashed with a glimmer of brilliance, his tightly clenched fist quietly relaxing, a barely noticeable curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. The other heads of the universities exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment and inquiry. Who was this suddenly appearing young man? What did he just do? That kind of power that disregarded the rules and directly interfered with the peer challenge was simply unheard of. At that moment, a plain, yet clear voice broke the silence of the playground, reaching everyone's ears. It was just a spar. Wasn't it a bit excessive to go all out? Shen stopped in his tracks, his gaze passing over the dazed Soo Jiner and landing on the just-risen, grim-faced Shin-sho. His eyes held no warmth, as if looking at a lifeless object. If you need an opponent, how about I accompany you? Hearing that familiar voice, Soo Jiner's tense body completely relaxed. She abruptly turned around to face Chen Shen. Chen Shen, you finally came back. Hearing Soo Jiner's voice filled with surprise and relief, a hint of apologetic smile appeared on Chen Shen's face. Sorry. He spoke, his voice not loud, yet it clearly spread across the silent playground. I forgot today was the university recruitment day. I was busy with the second transfer and just returned from completing the task. His explanation was casual, as if he had merely done something trivial. Before his words fell, Chen Shen lightly waved the staff in his hand forward. There was no incantation, no dazzling light effects to herald it. Only a pure, vibrant green light, like a living sprite, instantly shot out from the tip of the staff. The speed of the light was beyond imagination, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished into Soo Jiner's body. Soo Jiner only felt a warm and gentle energy enveloping her entire body in an instant, as if she were soaking in the fountain of life, every cell rejoicing. The next moment, a gigantic number that nearly made her eyes pop out of their sockets suddenly appeared above her head. +464400. The emerald green digits, radiating a sacred and magnificent aura, hovered in the air, lingering for a long time. Over 400,000. Close to 470,000 in healing. In an instant, the entire playground seemed to have been pressed on pause. The wind stopped. The sounds vanished. Everyone's breath halted at that moment. Those who had originally looked on with suspicion, curiosity, or even a hint of a spectator's mindset were now all transformed into expressions of daze and shock. Each person seemed to be frozen in place, staring intently at the exaggerated number above Soo Jiner's head. What was that? A healing spell? What a joke! Which support class's healing spell could reach such a level? Even the top-tier priests specializing in healing, using their ultimate move, probably couldn't even scratch the surface of that number, right? Was this really healing? Or some kind of instant recovery, forbidden spell or divine skill? Soo Jiner herself was completely bewildered. She could clearly feel the surging vitality within her, that overflowing sensation almost spilling out, instantly restoring her state, which had been slightly depleted from the battle, to its peak, even surpassing it. But this number was just too outrageous. How much was her total health? Standing at the edge of the field, just having gotten up, covered in mud and humiliation, Shinsho's face froze in a grimace, his mouth slightly agape, his eyes bulging wide, as if he had witnessed the most incredible thing in the world. The strange power that had easily pushed him out of the field was already shocking enough. Now, this nearly 500,000 healing amount, casually thrown out, completely overturned his understanding. This is still support? Which support could have such a perverse recovery ability? This value, even if used as a damage skill, would be enough to instantly kill most of the fragile classes at this stage, right? Gu Qingshan's murky old eyes sparkled with brilliance, the slight curve at the corner of his mouth instantly expanding into an unmistakable shock and ecstasy. He knew Chen Shen was not simple, but he never expected him to be this strong. This healing ability was simply unheard of and unseen. The other heads of the universities were as if petrified. They looked at each other, seeing only deep shock and confusion in each other's eyes. What exactly was this young man named Chen Chen? The earlier rule ignoring interference. Now this astonishing healing value. All of this far exceeded their understanding. Healing mage? Someone instinctively murmured, their tone filled with deep skepticism. Could this really be the power of a B-level support class? Chen Shen didn't care about the reactions of others. He slowly walked to Su Jiner's side. Reaching out, he pulled her slightly trembling body up from the ground. The action was not gentle, but carried an undeniable support. Only then did he cast a cold gaze at Shinsho, who had just gotten up, his face still smeared with dirt and grass. Hey, what's the point of bullying a girl? How about we have a match? Chen Chen's voice was not loud, but it rippled clearly like a stone thrown into a silent pond. Shinsho's facial muscles twitched wildly, humiliation and rage nearly burning away his reason. He was about to roar a rebuttal, wanting to tear apart this guy who had popped up out of nowhere. Or should I say, before Shinsho could speak, Chen Shen directly interrupted him, his tone laced with a hint of playful mockery. Are you too afraid to accept even my humble challenge as a reply mage? Reply mage? Those 4 words pierced Shinsho's heart like the most vicious curse. He, a genius swordsman of the 4th transition, the future elite of the Xianming Academy, was actually provoked publicly by a support class? And in such a condescending tone. Who are you calling afraid? Shinsho instantly leaped up, veins bulging on his neck, his eyes bloodshot like an enraged bull. Since you dare not. Chen Chen interrupted Shinsho's impending roar again, as if he hadn't noticed the predatory glare directed at him. The corners of his mouth even curled into a faint arc, carrying a chilling aura. Then, how about this? I won't bother with any equal level challenge. I'll directly challenge you, with my 2nd transition attributes, challenging you, a 4th transition. Professional. Chen Shen's voice was terrifyingly calm, each word striking like a hammer on everyone's hearts. What do you think? Each word was like a resounding slap, harshly hitting Shinsho's dirt-streaked face. He, Shinsho, the pride of Xianming Academy, the 4th transition Storm Sword King, a future powerhouse. Yet he was so contemptuously provoked by an obscure support class who had just completed their 2nd transition in front of all the big shots from various academies? And this was right after he had just lost so much face. Great humiliation. Intolerable. Shinsho suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot and filled with veins, his handsome face twisted in extreme anger, like a demon crawling out of hell. The veins on his neck bulged like a coiling dragon, and the surging magical power within him spilled uncontrollably, stirring up the dust on the ground. Rage completely burned away his reason. What rules, what consequences, he no longer cared. His only thought now was to tear this guy, who had made him lose face, into pieces. Good. Very good. I accept your challenge. Without a second thought, Shinsho roared his agreement. He didn't even wait for Chen Shen to respond, raising his hand to forcefully initiate the battle. Shinsho. Stop. No. Are you crazy? Almost simultaneously with Shinsho's roar, several heads of academies at the edge of the playground changed their expressions drastically. The vice principal of Xianming Academy, who had been maintaining his composure, suddenly stood up from his seat, sternly admonishing him. Shinsho, don't be ridiculous. What do you want to do? This is against the rules. Gu Qingshan also frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. This Shinsho was too impulsive and irritable, his temperament was truly concerning. The other heads of academies also spoke up, their tones clearly urgent and dissuasive. They weren't worried that Shinsho would lose. What a joke. A support class that had just transitioned twice. No matter how incredible their healing abilities, could they really compete with a well-equipped, fully skilled 4th transition top combat professional? That was simply absurd. They were afraid Shinsho would lose control. In such a private challenge, if Shinsho let his anger get the better of him and couldn't control his strength, injuring, or even accidentally killing this young man named Chen Chen, that would be a huge problem. The healing abilities that Chen Chen had just displayed were a strategic level resource. Its value might even be much higher than that of Chinsho, the so-called genius. Moreover, that bizarre method of directly pushing Chinsho out of the arena, disregarding the rules, also made them wary. This young man was definitely not as simple as he appeared. Chinsho, I command you to stop. The vice president of the Xianming Academy spoke with an unprecedented severity. If you dare to initiate such a challenge on your own, don't blame me for being rude when we return to the academy. However, at this moment, Chinsho was completely blinded by anger. He was like a mad bull, no longer able to heed any advice. The vice president's warning fell on deaf ears, like a stone sinking into the sea, stirring not a single ripple. Buzz. Before anyone could react, a pale blue light curtain rippled like water waves, instantly rising between Chen Chen and Chinsho, enveloping both of them. Above the light curtain, the runes representing the challenge being initiated slowly flowed. Challenge has begun. The cold system prompt echoed again, although not as loud as before. It clearly reached the ears of everyone present. It's over. Seeing the light curtain rise, all the big shots were dumbfounded. Once the challenge was initiated, unless one side conceded or lost the ability to fight, it could not be terminated by external forces. This is bad. The vice president of the Xianming Academy's face turned ashen, and his gaze towards Chinsho was almost fiery. This incompetent fool. The other officials exchanged glances, their expressions filled with deepening concern. What they were worried about now was no longer whether Chinsho would lose control. Instead, they were anxious about whether this young man named Chen Chen could withstand Chinsho's fury. After all, a healing mage was just a B-level support class. Even if he had some hidden means, even if his healing ability was extraordinary, facing a top combat class that was 2 major tiers higher, a full 2 job transitions, how could he fight? Should he just charge in headfirst? Chen Chen, hurry, concede, don't be impulsive. As long as the Green Mountains remain, you won't worry about firewood. Yes, there's no need to get angry with him. After a brief shock, several university officials almost simultaneously turned their gazes to Chen Chen within the light curtain, urgently persuading him. Especially the vice president of the Xianming Academy, who at this moment could no longer care about much, shouted loudly, Chen Chen, listen to me. As long as you concede now, our Xianming Academy guarantees that Chinsho will absolutely not trouble you again. All the conditions we previously agreed upon will be nullified. We can even offer you better treatment. Yes, an S-level training contract. No, an SS level. As long as you are willing to come to our Xianming Academy, you can set any terms. In order to secure this infinitely promising support talent, the vice president was almost willing to go all out. In his view, Chen Chen's provocation of Chinsho just now might have been a moment of impulsiveness, or perhaps it was to stand up for Su Jiner. Now that the anger had been vented and face had been regained, there was no need to truly fight to the death with a 4-transition powerhouse. As long as a way down was provided, coupled with sufficient tempting benefits, this young man should make a wise choice. After all, no matter how strong a healing mage was, they were ultimately a support class. It was not worth risking one's life or future for a moment of bravado. The vice president's words were like cold water thrown into a pot of boiling oil, instantly causing an uproar. His voice carried an incredulous urgency, even bordering on losing composure. Chen Chen, listen to me. As long as you concede now, our Xianming Academy guarantees that Chinsho will absolutely not trouble you again. As soon as these words were spoken, the other university officials also seemed to awaken from a dream, echoing in agreement. Yes, Chen Chen, there's no need to stoop to his level. You've already proven yourself. This healing ability has limitless potential. Come to our Tanchi Academy. We will also offer you an S-level contract. Our university will too. No, an SS level. Just give us a nod. In an instant, various generous offers rained down on Chen Chen within the light curtain as if they were free. In their eyes, this young man had incredible potential that near miraculous healing ability was enough to drive any faction mad. Although the heads of the 4 districts had long warned these university leaders that Chen Chen was no ordinary talent, when the initial data showed that Chen Chen was merely a B-level support class, these universities instinctively retracted their thoughts of providing the highest training resources. Even now, as Chen Chen displayed healing abilities far beyond their understanding, enough to catch the attention of any faction, in the eyes of these universities, which were accustomed to judging value based on combat power, a support class was ultimately just a support class. An S-level contract, or even an SS-level contract, sounded incredibly tempting, but there remained an unspoken layer of disdain that separated them from truly offering top combat geniuses the highest SSS-level treatment. This was a deeply rooted belief in many people's minds. Under the limited resources of the apocalypse, the top resources would always be prioritized for those who could charge into battle and expand territories. No matter how strong the healing ability, without powerful combat protection, how much could it really accomplish? This mindset was short-sighted yet undeniably realistic. Within the light screen, Chen Chen remained deaf to the clamorous recruitment calls around him. His gaze remained coldly fixed on Chinsho not far away. Surrender? A barely perceptible smirk tugged at the corner of Chen Shen's mouth, laced with a hint of icy mockery. Dealing with this clown who relied on his deep qualifications to look down on others and trample on their dignity, especially one who dared to publicly humiliate Su Jiner, merely asking him to surrender felt overly merciful. Not killing him was already the greatest leniency, granted out of respect for certain individuals. Chen Shen's gaze pierced through the light screen, precisely locking onto the twisted face of his opponent, contorted with rage. Qin Shou's chest heaved violently, his eyes bloodshot, and the violent aura radiating from him seemed almost tangible. He stared fiercely at Chen Shen, as if he wanted to devour him whole. Being publicly provoked by a mere B-level support class, and even being toyed with by strange means, now this support dared to accept his challenge. This was a tremendous humiliation. Scum! I will tear you to pieces. Qin Shou's roar echoed within the light screen, filled with brutality and murderous intent. In response, Chen Shen moved calmly. He stepped forward slowly, each step measured with an unusual rhythm, as if he were strolling in his own backyard, showing no signs of tension or seriousness in the face of a four-turn powerhouse. Buzz, accompanied by a faint buzzing sound, a staff radiating. A soft, holy light appeared in Chen Shen's hand. Eternal Radiance Staff. The brilliance of its platinum quality, even through the challenge light screen, still attracted everyone's attention. Platinum Staff. LV-20 Platinum Equipment? Hiss, this kid is quite wealthy. The onlookers outside gasped in low tones once again. Platinum equipment, even for these well-informed university leaders, was not something to scoff at, but such high-tier items typically required a usage level of at least 40. A level 20 platinum-grade piece of equipment was as rare as diamond-tier gear. This at least indicated that Chen Shen might have an undisclosed background behind him. The vice president of the Xianning Academy's expression darkened further, the flicker of hope in his heart extinguished completely. How could a young man capable of producing such equipment be easily swayed by a mere S-level contract? His earlier promises must have seemed like a joke in the eyes of the other party. Within the light screen, Qin Shou saw Chen Shen take out the staff, and his disdain deepened. Have you pulled out your turtle shell? A support is just a support. Do you think a good piece of equipment can bridge the gap of ranks? Today, I will make you understand that any struggle is futile in the face of absolute power. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Shou moved. He stomped his foot hard, and the solid ground instantly cracked open like a spider's web. His entire body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, enveloped in a violent gust of wind, charging straight at Chen Shen. The terrifying speed and power of the fourth transition, Storm Sword King, were fully revealed at that moment. Within the light curtain, the wind howled. Qin Shou's figure almost turned into a blurred afterimage, accompanied by a piercing scream that tore through the air, rushing towards Chen Shen. The speed of the fourth transition, Storm Sword King, was so fast that many big shots outside the light curtain narrowed their pupils. The ground cracked beneath his feet, and the overwhelming sense of power surged forward, as if it would crush everything in its path. Die! Qin Shou's roar was filled with intense killing intent. The long sword in his hand seemed to hum with the owner's fury, its tip aimed directly at Chen Shen's heart, showing no mercy. This strike condensed his dignity and rage as a fourth transition powerhouse. He intended to erase this ignorant B-level support in the most direct and brutal way possible. However, in the face of this thunderous blow, Chen Shen's reaction was terrifyingly calm. He didn't even take a step back. Just as the sharp sword tip was about to touch the fabric of his chest, Chen Shen moved. It wasn't some flashy skill effect, nor was it a swift evasive maneuver. He simply tilted his body slightly. An extremely simple, even somewhat casual, sidestep. At the same time, the Eternal Radiance staff in his hand was gently raised. The staff struck the spine of Qin Shou's thrusting sword at an incredible angle, with pinpoint accuracy. Ding! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. The sound was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone inside and outside the light curtain. A bizarre scene unfolded. Qin Shou's sword, which seemed capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, was deflected by this seemingly casual touch. The violent sword energy grazed past the hem of Chen Shen's clothes, carving a deep trench into the ground behind him. And Qin Shou himself, due to the excessive force and the attack being forcibly deflected, lost his balance and stumbled several steps forward. Outside the light curtain, everyone was dumbfounded. Their eyes widened, mouths slightly agape, as if they had witnessed something completely incomprehensible. What just happened? How did he do that? He blocked it? No, he deflected it. With a staff? The vice principal of the Xianning Academy turned pale instantly. He understood Qin Shou's strength better than anyone, especially the terrifying speed and power of the Storm Sword King's thrust, which was enough to kill any defensive class of the same tier. But now, this lethal strike was effortlessly neutralized by a second transition B-level support with just a staff? No, this wasn't neutralization. It was more like a mockery. In an almost humiliating way, it gave Qin Shou a resounding slap in the face regarding his most proud speed and power. Impossible. Qin Shou steadied himself, suddenly turned around, his crimson eyes fixed on Chen Shen, filled with disbelief and rage. He hadn't even seen how the other party moved. It felt as if he had actively offered his sword to the other party's staff. You bastard! What kind of sorcery did you use? Qin Shou roared, launching another attack. This time, he chose not to thrust in a straight line. Gale stepped. His figure instantly became blurry, transforming into several afterimages, attacking Chun from different angles. Simultaneously, the sword light flickering, blocking all possible escape routes for Chun. This is the signature footwork of the Furious Wind Sword King, combined with fierce sword techniques that can leave enemies dazzled and defenseless. However, Qin remained standing in place. His gaze was as calm as water, as if he had already seen through all of Qin Shou's movements. Amidst the dazzling afterimages and sword lights, the staff in his hand moved again. There was not a hint of energy fluctuation. No incantations were chanted. It was still an action simple to the extreme. Point, poke, block, lead. Each contact between the staff and the sword edge occurred at the most incredible moments. Each time, it perfectly disrupted Qin Shou's force, interrupted his attack, rhythm, and even caused his own strength to backfire. Ding, 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 ding. The crisp sounds of clashing rang out like rapid raindrops. The onlookers outside the light screen could only see Qin Shou attacking Qin frantically like a madman, sword light flashing, air currents swirling. Yet Qin remained rooted in place, as if his feet had grown into the ground. The platinum staff in his hand seemed to come alive, transforming into an impenetrable barrier that effortlessly blocked all fierce attacks. No, not just blocking. Each of Qin Shou's attacks not only returned empty-handed but also made him increasingly awkward. His movements began to distort, his breathing grew rapid, and the anger on his face was gradually replaced by a sense of fear and humiliation. He felt like a child who had just learned to walk, clumsily waving a stick in front of a martial arts master. Every block, every deflection from the opponent was as precise as a textbook. It was as if all his intentions for attack, all his methods of exerting force, had been anticipated in advance by the other party. How could this be possible? He was the four-turn Furious Wind Sword King, a top-tier combat professional known for speed and technique. How could he be toyed with by a B-class support using the most basic blocking techniques? This was utterly illogical. This is the head of the Apocalypse Academy, a 5-turn shadow dancer also known for his skills, was trembling slightly as he spoke. This is technique approaching the Tao. His grasp of timing, his use of strength, his control of the battle rhythm has reached an unfathomable level. This is not the combat skill of a LV-30 young man nor of a support class. The other big shots gasped in shock, their gazes towards Chun completely transformed. From initial disdain to later astonishment, and now to awe, they finally understood why the heads of the 4 districts valued this young man so highly. They also finally understood why Qin dared to accept the challenge of a 4-turn powerhouse with such confidence. That miraculous healing ability might just be the tip of the iceberg, he revealed. This overwhelming combat skill that crushed the 4-turn Furious Wind Sword King was the true heart-stopping trump card. This young man was not merely a support. He was a monster disguised in support clothing. The vice president of the Xianming Academy swayed slightly, his face ashen. He looked at Qin Shou, who was being toyed with by Qin like a clown in the light screen, filled with despair. It was over. Completely over. Not only had he failed to recruit this infinitely promising young man, but he had also pushed the Xianming Academy into complete opposition against the other side due to Qin Shou's foolishness. What terrified him even more was that throughout it all, Qin's face showed no excess expression. Those cold eyes merely watched the increasingly frantic and desperate Qin Shou, as if admiring a piece of art about to shatter. Inside the light screen, the crisp sounds continued. The sound was not dense but carried a strange, heart-pounding rhythm. Every time it rang out, it meant that Qin Shou's determined attack was easily neutralized. Every pause seemed to give Qin time to allow Qin Shou to adjust his breathing and prepare for the next futile assault. Qin Shou's expression had shifted from initial rage to suspicion, and then from suspicion to the pallor of the moment. Sweat soaked the strands of hair on his forehead, clinging to his skin, making him look utterly disheveled. His breathing grew heavier, and with each swing of his sword, his arms felt increasingly burdened. It wasn't due to physical exhaustion. The endurance of the 4th-tier Wind Blade King far exceeded that of ordinary people. This level of consumption was nothing to him. What truly drained him was the immense mental pressure and the incredible sense of defeat. The speed he prided himself on felt like slow motion in front of his opponent. His finely honed swordsmanship revealed countless flaws against the seemingly casual blocks of the other. He even felt that the opponent was not merely defending but was instructing, in a cold and cruel manner, pointing out every shortcoming in his swordplay, every mistake in his exertion. This feeling was more humiliating than being directly defeated. Impossible, this absolutely cannot be. Qin Shou roared in his heart, but he dared not voice it. He feared that if he spoke, the last shred of momentum he was barely holding onto would completely collapse. He tried to change his tactics. The skill set of Wind Blade King was not limited to just fast thrusts and footwork. Wind Blade Dance. He suddenly stepped back half a pace, sweeping his long sword, as several pale blue wind blades coalesced out of thin air, howling towards Qin. This was an area attack skill. It was up to him how to block it. Facing the oncoming pale blue wind blades, Qin's face remained Coldly calm, not a ripple of emotion in sight. He merely chuckled lightly, as if he had seen some boring trick. In an instant, a barely perceptible halo flowed around him. Ultimate speed was suddenly activated. The already elusive movement now surpassed the limits of reason at this moment. The eternal radiance staff in his hand moved. No longer was it just points, pokes, blocks, or leads. It transformed into a series of platinum afterimages. Moving at an extreme speed, those afterimages darted rapidly around Chun Chen, forming an impenetrable wall of light and shadow. Ding! 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 The wind blades struck against the staff's afterimages, producing a sound even more urgent and crisp than before. Each wind blade, capable of tearing through steel, was blocked and deflected with pinpoint accuracy by the seemingly light staff. There was not a single unnecessary movement, not a fraction of energy wasted. The onlookers outside the light curtain could no longer see Chen Chen's movements, only a blur of platinum light and shadow, along with the continuously shattering and dissipating blue wind blades. The last glimmer of hope in Qin Shou's eyes was completely shattered with the obliteration of the wind blades. Just as the last wind blade was blocked, Chen Chen's figure suddenly vanished from his position. Like teleportation, he crossed the distance of several dozen meters between them. Qin Shou hadn't even fully recovered from the stiffness after releasing his skill. He only felt a flash before his eyes. The seemingly holy and magnificent platinum staff, carrying an unmatched gust of wind, had already struck fiercely against his chest. Bang! A dull sound echoed. Qin Shou's entire body flew backward like a kite with a severed string, tracing a clumsy arc in the air before crashing heavily onto the ground dozens of meters away. This blow wasn't earth-shattering in power. At least, with the physique and equipment of the 4th-tier Wind Blade King, the physical impact caused minimal damage. However, an indescribable, excruciating pain surged through Qin Shou's entire body like an electric current. It was neither the pain of shattered bones nor the pain of torn muscles, but it was a bizarre pain that seemed to directly affect the depths of his nerves, magnified tenfold, 100-fold. Ugh! Qin Shou let out a piercing scream, his body curling up, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat instantly soaking his clothes. He struggled, trying to crawl up from the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief and a fear that penetrated to the bone. What kind of attack is this? Why does it hurt so much? However, Chen Chen gave him no chance to catch his breath. Just as Qin Shou gritted his teeth, using the sword sheath for support, attempting to stand again, Chen Chen's figure appeared before him like a ghost once more. Still wielding that platinum staff. Still delivering what seemed like a casual strike. Crack! This time, the staff struck precisely at the wrist of Qin Shou's sword hand. Snap! A light sound accompanied another suppressed howl of pain from Qin Shou. He could no longer hold onto the long sword in his hand, which flew out of his grip and clattered to the ground far away. He was once again knocked down by a clever force, falling in a disoriented heap. The weaponless Windstorm Sword King was like a tiger with its fangs pulled. No, he wasn't even worthy of being called a tiger now. He resembled more of a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Chen Chen stood before him, looking down from a height, his gaze still icy, devoid of any emotion. Then, the staff was raised and brought down. Bang! It struck his shoulder. Ah! Qin Shou screamed, his body convulsing. Bang! It hit his back. Ugh! He tried to roll away. But Chen Chen's movements were faster, always managing to land the staff accurately on him before he could react. Bang! 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 The dull sounds of impact mixed with Qin Shou's increasingly desperate and mournful screams echoed in the silent square. The crowd outside the light screen had long fallen into a dead silence. They watched the scene in the light screen, which resembled a one-sided beating, feeling a chill surge from their feet to the top of their heads. Each swing of Chen Chen's staff seemed to contain little power, not even a hint of energy fluctuation. Yet Qin Shou's reactions were filled with excruciating pain, as if he were enduring the most brutal punishment in the world. No one spoke. The head of Tianqi Academy trembled, wanting to say something, but no sound came out. The vice president of Xianming Academy's face was no longer ashen but a nearly collapsed pale, and he didn't even dare to look at the light screen anymore. This was not a battle at all. This was a execution. A cold and cruel public execution of a fourth-turn powerhouse. Time passed second by second. 5 minutes. Enough time to determine the outcome of a high-intensity battle. At this moment, the sounds of impact in the light screen finally began to thin out. Qin Shou no longer screamed. He lay on the ground like a puddle of mud, his body twitching, making incomprehensible gasping sounds, his gaze vacant, having completely lost the strength and will to resist. The soul-piercing agony had long since destroyed all his dignity and pride. Although his life force had only dropped below 50%, Qin Shou had already lost the power to continue fighting. Chen Chen slowly retracted the staff. The eternal radiance staff still emitted a soft, holy light, as if the earlier devilish-like strikes had nothing to do with it. He looked down calmly at Qin Shou, who had completely lost consciousness, reduced to instinctive twitching. Chen Chen's gaze swept over Qin Shou, who lay on the ground like a dead dog. In his cold eyes, there was not a trace of pity, nor a hint of victorious joy. He slowly raised the eternal radiance staff in his hand. The holy light gathered at the tip of the staff, illuminating Qin Shou's face, twisted in pain and fear. If this strike were to fall, even if Qinshu did not die, he would likely be reduced to a complete invalid. Outside the light curtain, the vice president of the Xianming Academy trembled violently. He watched Chen Chen's movements with wide eyes, his heart feeling as if it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand. There was no more time to wait. If this continued, Qinshu would truly be finished. Stop! A hoarse, trembling shout suddenly shattered the silence of the square. The vice president of the Xianming Academy, the elder who had previously carried a hint of arrogance and scrutiny, now had a face as pale as paper. His forehead drenched in cold sweat. He could no longer care about his status or dignity, almost throwing himself at the light curtain control panel, his voice filled with unmasked terror and pleading. Classmate Qin Chen, please show mercy, please show mercy. He spoke incoherently, his body trembling slightly from excitement. We concede. The Xianming Academy concedes. Qinshu is blind and has offended you. We are willing to compensate. Whatever the cost, just let him go. The vice president's mindset had completely collapsed. If before he still held a glimmer of hope, thinking that Chen Chen might just be astonishing in combat skills and could be won over through other means even at the expense of Qinshu, now he clearly realized that this was utterly impossible. The strength, temperament, and that bone-chilling indifference displayed by Chen Chen had surpassed his understanding. Win over? Don't be ridiculous. Because of Qinshu's foolish actions, the Xianming Academy had completely positioned itself against Chen Chen. The only thought now was to minimize losses. Although Qinshu was foolish, he was after all a fourth-turn Storm Sword King, a genius cultivated by the Xianming Academy at great expense. If Qinshu were to be ruined by Chen Chen just like that, it would be an unbearable loss for the Xianming Academy. Moreover, to be defeated in such a public setting by a level 30 support class in an almost humiliating manner. This was not just about losing a genius, it was the collapse of the Xianming Academy's reputation. He couldn't even bear to imagine the ridicule and skepticism the Xianming Academy would face once this incident spread. The heads of the other three academies were silently watching him at this moment. Their eyes held no sympathy, only a cold, indifferent amusement. They knew very well that if it were one of their own provoking Chen Chen today, the outcome would likely not be any better. But since it was the Xianming Academy that had caused this trouble, they were naturally happy to watch the show. They even hoped that Chen Chen would be a bit harsher, directly weakening a competitor. This was reality, cruel and direct. Inside the light curtain, Chen Chen's movements paused slightly. The staff he had raised hung in midair, the tip still glowing brightly, but it no longer descended. He slowly turned his head, his cold gaze piercing through the light curtain, landing on the worried vice president. That gaze was terrifyingly calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. It was as if he were merely looking at an inconsequential clown. The vice president felt a chill run down his spine under that gaze. His subsequent words caught in his throat. He opened his mouth, only to find he could say nothing. Under Chen Chen's abyss-like stare, he felt as if all his thoughts were laid bare. Any talk of compensation or cost seemed so pale and powerless. Chen Chen appeared to care little for these matters. He was merely contemplating whether to crush this annoying bug before him. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone's gaze was focused on Chen Chen, waiting for his final decision. The square was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Only Qinshu's faint, unconscious twitching still reminded everyone of the brutal scene that had just unfolded. The vice president of the Xianming Academy was so tense that his heart felt like it was about to leap out of his throat. He knew that with just a thought, Chen Chen could completely ruin Qinshu's future. The vice principal's heart nearly stopped beating. If Chen Chen truly disregarded everything and incapacitated or even killed Qinshu right here, would the Xianming Academy dare to retaliate? No, they wouldn't dare. A level 30 support could crush a fourth transition. Storm Sword King, with skill, such potential, such combat power, was beyond what they at Xianming Academy could easily handle. Moreover, there were the other three major academies watching closely. The vice principal could almost envision the scene if Qinshu were to die at Chen Chen's hands, and if Xianming Academy dared to take any retaliatory action, the other three academies would undoubtedly be the first to step in. They would rally under the banner of protecting geniuses and maintaining fairness, justifiably uniting to pressure Xianming Academy. This was not just to protect Chen Chen, this limitless rising star, but also to take this opportunity to thoroughly suppress Xianming Academy, ensuring that this old rival could never rise again. By then, Xianming Academy would not only lose a Qinshu but would also become a target of public scorn, its reputation in tatters, and it might even suffer a debilitating blow. Thinking of this, the vice principal's cold sweat flowed even more profusely, his back instantly drenched. He looked at the indifferent boy in the light screen and felt a deep-seated fear for the first time. This boy not only possessed terrifying strength but also had a heart that was cold and rational, far beyond his years. He seemed completely unconcerned with the threats from Xianming Academy or the so-called compensation. He was merely weighing the pros and cons, or rather, deciding Qinshu's fate based on his own preferences. And Xianming Academy seemed to lack even the qualification to bargain. Chen Chen's gaze remained fixed on the vice principal, not wavering. The staff in his hand flickered slightly, still hovering above Qinshu's head. Time passed, second by second. Every second was a torment for the vice principal of Xianming Academy. Chen Shan did not pay any attention to the vice principal. His gaze did not linger on the other's face, which was filled with terror and pleading, for more than a second. He turned directly to look at Su Jiner, who was not far away, still swaying slightly but with her eyes now clear. The silence at the edge of the square was broken by this subtle movement, and all eyes followed Chen Shen's turn. Jiner. Chun. Chen's voice rang out calmly, dispelling the almost solidified killing intent from before. What do you think? He handed the decision-making power to the girl who had just suffered humiliation. Su Jiner's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She raised her eyes, scanning the ground where Qin Shou lay curled up and convulsing like a dead dog. She glanced at the vice principal of Xianming Academy, who was on the verge of collapse, his eyes filled with the last shred of hopeful pleading. The Su family indeed had no fear of Xianming Academy. They would not regard a mere fourth transition practitioner as significant. But Su Jiner took a deep breath, looking at the vice principal. Considering that your principal is an old friend of my grandfather, her cold voice carried a hint of barely perceptible fatigue, along with a sense of condescension. Just barely spare him. Upon hearing Su Jiner say this, a faint smile appeared on Chen Shen's face. The icy killing intent vanished without a trace. All right, he replied decisively. Then we'll do as you say. As he spoke, the eternal radiant staff in Chen Shen's hand was slightly raised, the tip gathering a soft white light, seemingly preparing to cast a healing spell. Not far away, the vice principal of Xianming Academy, with his heart in his throat, finally felt a slight relief, almost collapsing from the tension. However, just as the staff was about to swing down, Chen Shen's movement suddenly halted. The light at the tip of the staff remained bright, yet it hovered in midair. The abrupt pause tightened the atmosphere that had just relaxed. The vice principal's heart suddenly raced again, his face pale, looking at Chen Shen with uncertainty. Was he going to back out? In the next moment, Chen Shen's wrist moved slightly. The platinum-glimmering eternal radiance staff did not unleash the healing light as expected. Instead, it slowly descended. The cold metallic texture of the staff pressed directly against Qin Shou's forehead, which was smeared with dirt and cold sweat. The healing spell could indeed quickly restore health points. But what Qin Shou was enduring at this moment was more the mental torment brought on by excruciating pain and humiliation, possibly even injuring his soul. Simple life restoration would likely have limited effects. A glimmer of inquiry flashed in Chen Shen's eyes. Just right. He wanted to try it too. When his restore skill returned the target to its original state, did the accompanying experience infusion effect truly bring about a different kind of experience and gain, just like the rumored staff warrior? Chen Shen's thoughts stirred. The staff, shining with platinum light, pressed against Qin Shou's forehead, and the light at its tip suddenly transformed. No longer was it the gentle healing white light, but rather a indescribable eerie green glow. The restore skill activated in an instant. Buzz, a circle of eerie green light radiated from the tip of the staff, rippling like water waves, instantly enveloping Qin Shou's body. Almost simultaneously, Chen Shen's body trembled slightly. A torrent of information, vast beyond imagination, surged into his mind like a flood breaking through a dam. It was not merely simple memories. It was experience. It was all the profound experiences and feelings Qin Shou had from birth to now. The burning sensation from being grazed by Su Jiner's flame ball. The tension in his muscles and the rush of power when casting Gale thrust. The shock and loss of control when the strange force twisted the sword's body. The humiliation and cold sensation of his cheeks making intimate contact with the icy grass and dirt. And the excruciating pain of being forcefully pressed to the ground by Chen Shen, with bones threatening to shatter and organs shifting. Countless battle experiences, sword techniques, and instinctive reactions to crises. The good, the bad, the painful, the exhausting, the humiliating, the angry. Everything transformed into the most primitive sensory information, forcibly infused in an instant. Even though Chen Shen's mental attributes far exceeded those of ordinary people, he still felt an indescribable shock at this moment. His brain felt as if it were pierced by countless needles simultaneously, as if he had been stuffed into the soul of a complete stranger. If it were any ordinary practitioner, even one with mental specialties, under such a massive information impact, they would have long since collapsed mentally and turned into an idiot. But Chen Shen merely furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze still calm, his hand gripping the staff as steady as a rock. The resilience of a reborn soul, along with that terrifying mental attribute, allowed him to quickly stabilize his mind after the initial shock. The experiences flooding in felt more like a special data packet than mere memories. While pain and negative emotions certainly existed, more so was a comprehensive insight into Qin Shou's fighting style, skill understanding, and even character weaknesses. As for memories, there were hardly any. Almost all were recollections of pain and battle. The introduction of the restore skill was to return the target to its original state. At this moment, the injuries on Qin Shou's body were visibly healing at a rapid pace. The broken bones were quickly reconnecting in the green light, and the internal tremors gradually subsided. But this recovery seemed not merely a simple healing. It felt more like a reversal of time, forcibly rolling back his physical state to a point in time when he was uninjured. Interesting. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Chen Shen's eyes. This reply skill is indeed similar to what I had guessed. Not only can it restore the target, but it can also steal the other party's experiences, especially combat-related knowledge and skills. Although the process is accompanied by intense pain and mental shock, this side effect is, for him, an alternative gain. Just as Chen Chen was digesting Qin Shou's experiences, Qin Shou, lying on the ground, suddenly trembled and then began to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. He abruptly opened his eyes, filled with confusion and fear of having survived a disaster. What happened? That near-death feeling just now, and that green light. He instinctively raised his hand to touch his body, and was astonished to find that the bones that had been excruciatingly painful, even feeling as if they were broken, were actually intact. Not even a hint of pain remained. It was as if the hellish torment he had just endured was merely a nightmare. But the cold, metallic sensation on his forehead, along with the indifferent gaze before him, clearly told him that everything was real. He suddenly looked up, meeting Chen Chen's gaze. Fear, humiliation, anger, and unwillingness, a myriad of emotions intertwined in his eyes, ultimately transforming into a trace of incredulous horror. What had this person done to him? Why did he feel as if he had been completely seen through? Chen Chen slowly moved the eternal radiance staff slightly away from Qin Shou's forehead, the staff still hovering, exuding an invisible pressure. He looked down from above at the gasping, pale-faced Qin Shou. The last glimmer of curiosity in his eyes faded, leaving only cold indifference. What? Chen Chen's calm voice rang out, still not willing to admit defeat? His tone was light, as if he were merely asking a casual question. If you're not convinced, he paused, his gaze sweeping over Qin Shou's face twisted in fear. I don't mind giving you another beating. At that time, whether I'll have the mood to heal you is another matter. Qin Shou shivered all over, as if doused with ice water. That calm tone was more chilling than the most vicious curse. Another beating? No mood to heal? Recalling the pain that had completely dominated him, making even his soul tremble, Qin Shou's face instantly turned as pale as paper. He had no doubt that the other party would truly follow through. It might even be more brutal. Fear completely overwhelmed humiliation and unwillingness. No, no, no. Qin Shou almost scrambled to get up from the ground, retreating a few steps in a panic, away from the staff that still emitted a faint glow. His voice trembled uncontrollably, even cracking slightly. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. I am not your opponent. He spoke rapidly, fearing that if he slowed down for even a second, the other party would change their mind. As his voice of surrender fell, the pale golden light curtain that had enveloped the area, isolating the several anxious waiting vice principals outside, quietly dissipated like melting snow. The air seemed to start flowing again. The vice principals who had been waiting outside rushed over almost immediately. Their faces were filled with enthusiastic smiles as they quickly approached Chen Chen and Su Jiner. Student Chen Chen. Student Su Jiner. Truly heroes emerge from the youth. Your performance just now was absolutely spectacular. Breathtaking. Various compliments and praises were generously offered. Their gazes fell on Chen Chen, filled with astonishment and admiration. This young man had displayed strength and means that far exceeded their expectations of a freshman. Especially that bizarre healing method, it was simply unheard of. Qin Shou, on the other hand, seemed to have found his backbone, awkwardly retreating to the side of the vice principal from Xianming Academy, whose face was ashen. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to explain something or seek comfort. However, the vice principal, who had previously held high hopes for him, now merely shot him a cold glance, his eyes filled with disappointment and impatience. Humph! A cold snort interrupted all of Qin Shou's words. The vice principal of the Xianming Academy didn't even look at Qin Shou again, but instead quickly squeezed in front of Chen Chen. He swiftly donned an expression of apology and seriousness, slightly bowing. Student Chen Chen, I sincerely apologize. It was our academy student who acted recklessly and caused you trouble. His demeanor was very humble, and his tone sincere. The resources we promised earlier will be sent to your residence shortly. Not a single item will be missing. As for the matter of enrollment, he paused, glancing at Chen Chen's calm face, his tone becoming more cautious. We at Xianming Academy are aware that we may not meet your expectations, and we will not force the issue. We only hope that you, student Chen Chen, will not hold a grudge against our Xianming Academy because of this. This statement was impeccably crafted, serving as both an apology and a goodwill gesture, while subtly distancing the academy from Qin Shou's personal actions. The other vice principals from surrounding academies watched this scene with varying expressions, but all tacitly remained silent. Xianming Academy had truly taken a big fall this time. Upon hearing this, a hint of an appropriately measured smile appeared on Chen Chen's face, making it hard to discern his true feelings. He gently waved his hand, his tone calm. Vice Principal, you overstate the matter. No reward without merit. Let's forget about those resources. I merely had a friendly exchange with student Qin Shou, a little sparring to build rapport. It hardly qualifies as trouble, nor will I hold a grudge against your esteemed academy. His gaze swept over the vice principal, then subtly landed on the increasingly sullen Qin Shou not far away. Young people, it's normal to have a bit of fire. It was just a spar, there's no need to take it to heart. Chen Chen's words were delivered lightly, as if it were Truly just an ordinary sparring session. Yet, to the ears of the vice principal from Xianming Academy, it felt like a deeper humiliation. Young people have a lot of fire? Just sparring? It sounded as if Xianming Academy was so petty that they couldn't even handle a simple exchange between students. His face shifted between shades of green and white, opening his mouth as if to say something to salvage his dignity or to try to win over Chen again. After all, it would be a great pity to let such a promising young talent slip away. However, before he could speak again, the other three vice principals who had been watching the show finally found an opportunity to interject. From Xinhui Academy, a slightly plump vice principal with a warm smile stepped forward first, gently patting the shoulder of the vice principal from Xianming Academy. Oldly, student Chen has already said it was just a spar. You don't get to know someone without a bit of a tussle. Since student Chen is magnanimous and doesn't hold your student's recklessness against you, nor does he want compensation for your resources, I think we can consider this matter settled. His tone was gentle, as if advising, but there was a hint of barely perceptible mockery in his eyes. Following him, a vice principal from Tianqi Academy, with a rugged demeanor and a muscular build, chimed in. Yes, Vice Principal Li, a forced melon isn't sweet. Student Chen has made his intentions clear. If you keep pursuing this, it will only reflect poorly on us and make our academy seem petty. He adjusted his glasses, turning his gaze to Chen, his smile becoming even more sincere. With such talent, student Chen's future is limitless, and all of our academies hope to establish a good relationship with you. We can't let some unpleasantness affect our connections. The last to speak was the female vice principal from Sanglong Academy, her demeanor cool, but her words were the most direct. Vice Principal Li, Chen has clearly refused the resources. If you insist further, it would be somewhat unreasonable. I think you should take your students back to reflect properly. Don't waste Chen and Su Jiner's time. Here. The three vice principals, each taking turns, seemed to be mediating, but every word was like a knife stabbing at the heart of Xianming Academy. The four academies were known as the top in Longhua, and their competition had never ceased. Whether it was student recruitment, resources, or rankings, the rivalry was exceptionally fierce. Now, Xianming Academy not only failed to attract a talent like Chen, but also, due to Qin Shou's actions, had offended the other party, potentially creating enmity. This was a golden opportunity for the other three academies. They were naturally delighted to watch Xianming Academy's embarrassment while also stepping on it hard and at the same time showing goodwill to Chen to build a closer relationship. Vice Principal Li of Xianming Academy was being squeezed by the three, his face turning pale, his chest heaving violently. He could clearly hear the glee and malice in their words. But unfortunately, Chen's attitude was there. His earlier humble apology and goodwill had now become a handle for others to attack him. He held his breath, looking at Chen, seemingly wanting to make one last effort. But Chen just stood there quietly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, calmly watching their performance, showing no intention of intervening or expressing his stance. This detached indifference extinguished the last glimmer of hope in Vice Principal Li's heart. He knew that continuing to speak would only bring humiliation upon himself. Humph! Vice Principal Li snorted coldly again, this time directed at the three colleagues. He suddenly flicked his sleeves, his gaze darkly sweeping over the still cowering Qin Shou. Let's go! With that, he strode away towards the academy's residence, his back filled with suppressed anger and unwillingness. Qin Shou felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, yet with a hint of panic, he hurriedly lowered his head and followed behind, not daring to glance at Chen again. Once the people from Xianming Academy left, the atmosphere on site relaxed considerably. The remaining three vice principals wore even more enthusiastic smiles. They almost surrounded Chen and Su Jiner, inquiring about their well-being, eager to win them over. Questions and praises surged in like a tide. The sight of Xianming Academy's group leaving in disgrace was like a stone thrown into a lake. After a brief ripple, the atmosphere on site subtly warmed up. The three vice principals, who had previously watched with a somewhat spectator's mindset, now had smiles that seemed ready to overflow. Their gazes towards Chen were no longer merely appreciative but filled with unabashed desire and eagerness. It was as if Chen was not a person, but a rare treasure. Whoever could seize him would gain the upper hand. The slightly plump vice principal from Xinhui Academy, with a beaming smile, was the first to break the silence. Chen, you were truly impressive just now, a remarkable young talent. He stepped forward half a step, and with a shift in tone, directly extended an olive branch, and a heavy one at that. Our Xinhui Academy is willing to offer you an SSS-level training program. In addition to doubling all the resources previously promised, we will also provide an extra Tears of the Stars, a rare treasure that can significantly enhance one's spiritual perception. As soon as he finished speaking, the muscular vice principal from Tianqi Academy followed suit, pushing up his glasses, his gaze sharp behind the lenses. We can also offer an SSS-level training program at Tianqi Academy. While the Tears of the Stars are certainly impressive, our Apocalypse Academy can grant access to the thunderous secret realm for student Chen once a year. The power of thunder there has remarkable effects on the physical and mental refinement of any practitioner, especially for those with certain special talents. It is like adding wings to a tiger. His words carried a strong confidence, clearly believing his offer was more attractive. The last to speak was the cool and composed female vice principal of the Tsanglong Academy. Unlike the previous two, she was not as eager. Her voice remained steady, yet carried an undeniable weight. Our Tsanglong Academy also has an SSS-level training program. We have secret realms and treasures as well, but we place greater emphasis on practical combat. I can promise that once enrolled, student Chun Chen will directly gain qualification to enter the Academy's core battle group, personally guided by a war god-level mentor. The three vice principals exchanged words, each presenting increasingly enticing conditions, almost laying out the top resources their respective academies could offer. What had initially been an intention at the SS level had suddenly soared to SSS level, and it was still escalating. An invisible tension filled the air, a fierce competition among top academies for an extraordinary talent. Su Jiner stood beside Qin Shen, quietly observing everything, a subtle ripple passing through her cool eyes. However, in the face of conditions that would make any genius's heart race, Qin Shen's expression remained calm. He seemed detached from the situation, his gaze as still as a deep well, showing neither joy nor hesitation. This composure beyond his years made the three vice principals feel a slight chill, further convinced of the depth of this young man. Just as the vice principal of the Xinghui Academy was about to say something more, trying to up the ante, Qin Shen finally made a move. He did not look at the dazzling array of resource lists, nor did he respond to any of the Academy's enthusiasm. His gaze passed over the vice principals of Xinghui and Apocalypse, landing directly on the cool and composed female vice principal of Tsanglong Academy. Under the scrutiny of those deep eyes, the female vice principal felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart. Chen Chen slowly spoke, his voice not loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of everyone present, instantly silencing all the commotion. Tsanglong Academy. He paused, his tone flat, yet carrying a sense of inquiry. Isn't it said that you only recruit combat-type practitioners? Can someone like me, who is a support type, also be accepted? Hearing Chen Chen's seemingly puzzled yet pointed words, the cool female vice principal of Tsanglong Academy's gaze subtly sharpened. Before she could think it through, the two vice principals beside her seemed to have grasped a lifeline, instantly reacting. The plump vice principal of Xinghui Academy maintained his smile, but his tone took on a hint of kind reminder. Oh dear, student Chen Chen, you've hit the nail on the head. We are quite clear about the rules of Tsanglong Academy. Historically, we only recruit pure combat-type practitioners. As for support types, he didn't finish his sentence, but the lingering pause and the look directed at the female vice principal of Tsanglong were laden with meaning. The muscular vice principal of Apocalypse Academy immediately chimed in, adjusting his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses appearing particularly sincere. That is indeed the case. Tsanglong Academy's training system revolves around high-intensity combat training and practical confrontations. Although student Chun Shen, your strength is extraordinary, the characteristics of a recovery mage may not align well with Tsanglong Academy's philosophy and resources. Our Apocalypse or Xinghui would be a better fit for you. The two played off each other, trying to draw Qin Shen's gaze, which had just turned to Tsanglong Academy, back to themselves. The SSS-level conditions they just proposed were already the utmost sincerity that each of their institutions could offer. They thought Chen Chen would be somewhat moved, but unexpectedly, he directly threw the question to the seemingly least likely Tsanglong Academy. This cast a shadow over the hope that had just ignited in their hearts. Standing beside Qin Shen, Su Jiner's heart trembled violently the moment she heard his words. A hint of surprise flashed in her cool eyes, and soon, a barely noticeable blush quietly crept up her fair cheeks, even making her ears slightly warm. Tsanglong Academy. Wasn't that the institution she had favored the most before she even knew what profession Chen Chen would transition into? She had even subtly mentioned it to him. However, later on, Chen Chen transitioned into a recovery mage, a profession generally regarded as purely supportive. She thought that the path to Tsanglong Academy was already closed off for him. Thus, she had been waiting silently, wanting to see how Chen Chen would choose and then follow in his footsteps. As long as she could enter the same academy as him, it didn't really matter where they went. But now, Chen Chen actually took the initiative to inquire about Tsanglong Academy? Did he want to go to Tsanglong? Was it because of what she had said before? For a moment, various thoughts surged in Su Jiner's mind, causing ripples in her previously calm heart lake. She instinctively raised her gaze to look at Chen Chen beside her, but all she saw was his calm profile and those deep eyes that seemed to see through everything. Just as the vice principals of Xinghui and Tianqi were trying to continue persuading, the female vice principal of Tsanglong Academy finally spoke up. Her voice remained cool, but it carried a resolute firmness. Our Tsanglong Academy has indeed primarily focused on recruiting combat-type professionals in the past. She admitted it openly, without any avoidance. Then, she shifted her tone, looking intently at Chen Chen, her voice filled with undeniable certainty. However, rules are dead, and people are alive. Student Chen Chen, we have all witnessed your practical combat abilities. Not to mention ordinary combat-type professionals, even many combat-specialized geniuses would likely pale in comparison to you. Your existence has already broken the norm. For a prodigy like you, our Tsanglong Academy can and is willing to make an exception. As long as you are willing to come, the so-called professional. Restrictions are simply not an issue. These words were spoken with conviction, causing not only the vice principals of Xinhui and Tianqi to change their expression slightly but also making Su Jiner's heart skip a beat. An exception could be made. A glimmer of barely perceptible light flashed in both Chen Shen's and Su Jiner's eyes almost simultaneously. The smile at the corner of Chen Shen's mouth seemed to deepen a bit. He did not immediately agree but instead spoke again, asking a seemingly unrelated question. I heard that Sanglong Academy has a very peculiar dragon scale in its collection? As soon as this question was posed, not only were the vice principals of Xinhui and Tianqi taken aback, but even the female vice principal of Sanglong Academy was slightly stunned. Dragon scale? She quickly thought through her mind and soon recalled what Chen Shen was referring to. That was indeed an ancient dragon scale of unknown origin, dull in color, with no detectable energy fluctuations, placed deep within the Academy's treasure vault, more like a dusty ancient ornament that had gone unnoticed for many years. The Academy had organized research on it before, but to no avail. Why would Chen Shen suddenly ask about this? Could it be that this seemingly ordinary dragon scale hides some secret? The female vice principal's thoughts raced, but her expression showed no hesitation. At this moment, any secret of the dragon scale or its potential value was far less important than recruiting this unparalleled genius into the Academy. Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately gave a positive response, her tone carrying an irresistible generosity. Indeed, it exists. That item has been studied for many years by our Sanglong Academy without any results and has long been relegated to a mere decorative piece. If young friend Chen Shen is interested, I can make a decision right now. As long as you join Sanglong, that piece of dragon scale will be gifted to you. Upon hearing this, Chen Shen's eyes instantly lit up. The brilliance was not because Sanglong Academy was willing to make an exception for him, nor was it due to the seemingly enticing training resources. It was because of that piece of dragon scale. The peculiar dragon scale that could not be stored in a storage space specifically mentioned by his grandfather. Now, the vice president of Sanglong Academy was directly promising that as long as he enrolled, this dragon scale would be given to him. This was simply an unexpected delight. Chen Shen understood that repairing the 9 reverse dragon ring and exploring the secrets of the dragon veins were his most core objectives. At the moment, for him, the greatest value of a top-tier academy was not those routine courses or conventional resource allocations. He possessed the healer's courage talent, which allowed him to quickly accumulate attribute points through healing replication talents and skills. He had numerous powerful skills and trump cards, with practical abilities far exceeding his peers. What truly attracted him were the rare and dangerous high-level dungeons and secret realms controlled by the Academy. Those places were likely to hide clues related to the Dragon Clan and the 9 reverse dragon ring, or provide opportunities to quickly gain a large number of attribute points and replicate powerful skills and talents. Of course, there was also the dragon scale that was so close at hand. Compared to the urgent need to repair the 9 reverse dragon ring, rankings of academies and resource allocations seemed less important. Sanglong Academy's willingness to make an exception and get the dragon scale was already enough. Chen Shen made a decision in his heart but did not immediately reveal it on his face. He could sense the slightly unpleasant expressions of the 2 vice presidents, Xinhui and Tianqi, and he could also feel the determined gaze of the female vice president of Sanglong Academy. He slightly turned his head to look at Su Jiner, who had been quietly standing beside him, silently observing everything. A faint blush seemed to appear on the cool cheeks of the girl, perhaps due to the vice president's exceptional declaration, and a complex light flickered deep in her eyes. Chen Shen's gaze fell on her, carrying a hint of inquiry. Jiner, what do you think? Su Jiner was slightly taken aback, seemingly not expecting Chen Shen to ask for her opinion at this moment. She raised her head and met Chen Shen's deep eyes, her heart involuntarily racing a bit faster. To go to Sanglong Academy? Her original goal was indeed Sanglong Academy, and the reason she hadn't chosen it was to attend the same academy as Chen Shen. All her previous concerns seemed to dissipate after the vice president's words of "can make an exception." She had been hesitating, worried that Chen Shen might not be able to enter Sanglong due to professional restrictions and how she should choose. Now, with Chen Shen actively asking for her opinion, did this mean? Su Jiner suppressed the waves in her heart, her cool voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible softness. I think Sanglong Academy is quite good. Since they are willing to make an exception for you, then the so-called professional restrictions are no longer an issue. Her answer was concise, yet it clearly stated her position. Xinhui and Tianqi exchanged glances, their expressions growing even more unpleasant. They never expected that Chen Shen would ask Su Jiner for her opinion, and Su Jiner's attitude was clearly leaning towards Sanglong Academy. This little princess of the Su family carried significant weight. The female vice president of Sanglong Academy curled her lips into a confident smile, her gaze towards Chen Shen becoming even more eager. With Su Jiner's response, the last trace of hesitation in Chen Shen's heart vanished. He turned his head, his gaze once again landing on the female vice principal of Sanglong Academy, his tone calm yet filled with an undeniable resolve. All right, I choose Sanglong Academy. This simple sentence from Chun Chen exploded like thunder in the ears of the several vice principals. That calmness, that undeniable certainty, clearly conveyed his final choice. The two vice principals, Xinghui and Tianqi, who had still held a glimmer of hope and were prepared to continue offering enticing conditions, instantly froze in their expressions. They opened their mouths, as if to say something, but it ultimately turned into a helpless sigh, their eyes filled with complexity as they looked at Chun Chen. How could this be? A B-level support profession, no matter how extraordinary his melee abilities, why would he choose Tsanglong Academy, which was almost entirely composed of combat mages and known for its strictness? This was completely illogical. Was it merely because of that piece of dragon scale? Or was it because of Su Jiner? They couldn't comprehend it, nor could they understand. They could understand Su Jiner's choice of Tsanglong. After all, it was her original goal, and her talent and profession were highly compatible. But Chen Chen, what could a reply mage learn at Tsanglong Academy? Was he going to learn how to heal those proud combat mages? The other academy heads around them also wore expressions of shock, murmurs rising again, their gazes towards Chen Chen filled with confusion and regret. They too could not understand Chen Chen's choice. In their view, Xinghui Academy or Tianqi Academy or even some other comprehensive academies were far more suitable for a support profession to develop. Only the female vice principal of Tsanglong Academy, dressed in a luxurious robe, now wore an expression of uncontrollable ecstasy. The calmness and determination she had just displayed were now completely gone. She almost instantly appeared in front of Chun Chen, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement and enthusiasm, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Chen Chen, are you serious? Have you really chosen us, Tsanglong Academy? She feared she had misheard or that Chun Chen was merely acting on impulse. After all, this decision was too unexpected. Chen Chen looked at the flustered vice principal. Before him, a faint smile appearing on his face. He could feel her excitement at this moment and understand the confusion of others. But he didn't care. The dragon scale, along with the clues that Tsanglong Academy might hold, was his true goal. Yes, vice principal. Chen Chen's tone was gentle yet firm. I choose Tsanglong Academy. He slightly tilted his head, his gaze falling on Su Jiner beside him, adding, Jiner and I will both join Tsanglong Academy. Su Jiner met his gaze, a deeper blush appearing on her cool cheeks, and she gently nodded in agreement. With Chen Chen's confirmation once again, the female vice principal was so excited she nearly jumped up. She took a few deep breaths, trying to calm her racing heart, looking at Chen Chen and Su Jiner as if they were two rare treasures. What a treasure! Either of these two would be enough to drive any academy mad with excitement. Now, they had both chosen Tsanglong Academy at the same time. This was simply the best news Tsanglong Academy had received in nearly 100 years. She could even foresee that in the coming years, no, perhaps in just 1 or 2 years, Tsanglong Academy would undergo earth-shattering changes due to the addition of these two young people. Chen Chen's choice was set, like a rock firmly in place, with no possibility of change. The two vice principals from Xinghui Academy and Tianqi Academy gradually lost their rigidity, replaced by a complex and inscrutable expression. They exchanged glances, each seeing the helplessness and deep unwillingness in the other's eyes. But at this point, there was no point in saying more. The elegant vice principal of Xinghui Academy was the first to adjust his emotions, forcing a smile that seemed somewhat strained. He stepped forward and cupped his hands towards Chen Chen. Congratulations, Chun Chen, on making your choice. Although we regret not being able to invite you to join Xinghui, we still respect your decision. I hope there will be opportunities in the future for exchanges and discussions with you, Chen Chen. His words were very polite, and his demeanor was quite humble. There was no other way, facing such a prodigy with limitless potential who acted completely unconventionally. Even the vice principal of the top academy dared not show any neglect. No one knew how far this seemingly B-class support-type youth would grow in the future. It was better to build a good relationship now than to have enmity later. The burly and fierce vice principal of Tianqi Academy also approached, his voice booming. Ah, kid, you have guts. The place of Tsanglong is not easy to stay in. I hope you won't regret it. He patted Chen on the shoulder with considerable force, as if testing him, or perhaps it was a somewhat dissatisfied congratulation. Chen remained motionless, calmly enduring the pat, his gaze indifferent as he looked at the other man. Thank you for your concern. I never regret my decisions. The burly vice principal's eyes narrowed, seemingly surprised by Chen Chen's calmness, then he laughed heartily, covering up the moment. Good. Ambitious. Then I wish you a bright future. Following that, the heads of several other top academies also came forward. Congratulations, Chen Chen and Su Jiner. Tsanglong Academy is truly enviable to have such a pair of talents. If you have the chance to come to our academy for exchanges in the future, we will certainly welcome you. The polite words flowed continuously, and everyone wore smiles, but only they knew the true emotions behind those smiles. After all, Tsanglong Academy was known for its strictness, and they wanted to see how long this unconventional response magician could hold out there. Chen responded to each congratulation with a demeanor that was neither servile nor overzealous, neither distant nor overly enthusiastic. His thoughts were already far from here. The secret of the dragon scale, the possible clues from Tsanglong Academy, these were the fundamental reasons driving his choice. As for the opinions of others, he did not care. Sujiner quietly stood beside Chen Chen, her cool gaze sweeping over the crowd, giving a slight nod as a response. Her world was very simple: wherever Chen Chen was, she would be there too. The female vice principal of Sanglong Academy, dressed in a luxurious robe, had already regained her previous composure and elegance, though the hint of undisguised joy in her eyes remained clear. She stood to the side, smiling as she watched Chen Chen handle the situation with ease, her evaluation of the young man rising a few notches in her heart. Calm and composed, unperturbed by praise or blame, far surpassing his peers. Once the representatives from other academies had finished their polite exchanges and left with their respective students, the scene finally quieted down. Only Chen Chen, Su Jiner, and the two from Sanglong Academy remained. The female vice principal then gracefully walked up to Chen Chen and Su Jiner, her face adorned with a sincere and gentle smile. "Alright, now it's quiet." She first glanced at Chen Chen, then turned her gaze to Su Jiner, her eyes filled with appreciation. "Let me reintroduce myself. I am the vice principal of Sanglong Academy, Long Yu." Her voice was soft and pleasant, like a spring breeze, making one unconsciously feel goodwill. Then, she turned to indicate the young man behind her who had remained silent, dressed in the standard robe of Sanglong Academy, with a stern expression. "This is the student representative of the third year at Sanglong Academy, and he is the senior responsible for welcoming you, Feng Ao." The young man named Feng Ao stepped forward, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, sizing up Chen Chen and Su Jiner. His gaze carried a scrutinizing quality, along with a hint of barely perceptible arrogance. This was a common trait among the students of Sanglong Academy: pride, confidence, and even a touch of conceit. Feng Ao. He simply stated his name, his voice cold and hard, without any unnecessary words. Su Jiner merely nodded slightly, not paying much attention to his attitude. Chen Chen's gaze lingered on Feng Ao for a moment. This Feng Ao was not of low rank, and his aura was quite formidable. He should be a capable battle mage. Chen Chen, Su Jiner. The two also briefly introduced themselves. The vice principal of Longyu seemed accustomed to Feng Ao's demeanor and did not mind continuing to speak with a smile. "Welcome again, Chen Chen and Su Jiner, for choosing Sanglong Academy. Your decision is an honor for Sanglong Academy. Feng Ao will explain the relevant enrollment procedures and itinerary in detail." She paused, her gaze landing on Chen Chen with a hint of curiosity. "To be honest, Chen Chen, your choice has indeed surprised us all. Could you share your reasons for choosing Sanglong?" Although the outcome was good, her doubts had not been completely dispelled. Why would a top-tier talent like a recovery mage choose a battle mage academy with almost no space for support professions? Reasons? Chen Chan's lips curled slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. His gaze gently fell on Su Jiner beside him. "Perhaps you could say I came for Jiner." His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of everyone present, carrying a hint of subtle affection and calmness. A rare blush appeared on Su Jiner's cool face. She did not speak, merely turned her head slightly to avoid Chen Chen's gaze, though her lips unconsciously curled up. Long Yu, upon hearing this, smiled even more, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. She looked at Su Jiner again, her admiration almost overflowing. "It seems that Su Jiner truly possesses extraordinary charm," she teased with a smile, her tone gentle yet carrying a hint of probing. Feng Ao, standing nearby, let out a cold snort of disdain upon hearing Chen Chen's response. His sharp gaze, filled with scrutiny and a touch of contempt, swept over Chen Chen once more, as if to say, "Choosing Sanglong Academy for a woman? How shallow." The hint of arrogance in his eyes became even more pronounced at that moment. Chen Chen paid no mind to Feng Ao's reaction, his gaze remained fixed on Long Yu, his expression calm and composed. "Of course, besides Jiner, there are other reasons as well." He paused, his tone slightly heavy, "but those reasons are not important." His words carried a hint of something left unsaid, making it all the more intriguing. It was as if there was a deeper reason he was deliberately concealing. Long Yu's curiosity was instantly piqued. She looked at Chen Chen with keen interest, wanting to glean more information from his expression. But Chen Chen's demeanor was as calm as water, making it hard to decipher. "Oh, is that so?" Long Yu's smile was playful, her tone carrying a hint of inquiry. "Since you say that, let's first talk about your treatment at Sanglong Academy." She shifted the topic to another direction. Clearly, she understood that continuing to press for answers might not yield the truth. It was better to discuss something tangible: treatment.